Chapter 1 The Awakening Ceremony Hua Nation, Jiangnan Prefecture, 5th District, 9th High School. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. I'm so excited. The entire third teaching building was abuzz with discussions among tens of thousands of students, all centered around the same topic. Crazy, today is the day all high schools hold the unified awakening. Nervous? In a 200 square meter classroom on the 4th floor, a short, dark-skinned student with rather unfortunate looks nudged the person slumped lethargically on the desk beside him. Why be nervous? Does being nervous mean I'll awaken an SSS tier talent? The one called Crazy stretched lazily and sighed. Crazy, you really don't seem excited at all. Black Monkey looked at his deskmate, Yunfeng, with confusion. I am excited. Isn't that what I'm doing right now? Yet, his face showed no trace of anticipation. The two had been classmates since elementary school, and Black Monkey knew Yunfeng all too well, always indifferent, as if nothing mattered to him. He thought Yunfeng might change today, given it was the awakening ceremony, but it seemed he was still the same. How could I not be excited? I've been waiting for this for 10 years. That was the truest reflection of Yunfeng's heart. Ding, the class bell rang, and everyone returned to their seats. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels tapping against the floor grew louder as they approached. Every student's gaze turned toward the door, especially the boys, craning their necks eagerly because they knew their homeroom teacher was about to arrive. Even the usually languid Yunfeng couldn't help but glance toward the entrance. At that moment, a tall, perfectly proportioned woman walked into the classroom. This was none other than Li Yanqing, homeroom teacher of class 32, grade 11. She wore a standard black professional suit with a white blouse underneath, gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and her hair casually tied back, exuding an air of confident elegance. Students, today is the Unified Awakening Day. Pull yourselves together. Not that they needed reminding, everyone was already brimming with energy except for one person. After all, their future, whether they soar like dragons or crawl like insects, depended on today. Finally, the awakening. I've been over 16 for 25 days, 4 hours, and 7 minutes. I've waited so long for this moment. I bet you'll be waiting in vain. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Even if I'm bad, I'll still be better than you. Wanna bet? Whoever gets the worst talent has to. Once their beautiful homeroom teacher spoke, the classroom erupted in whispers, the chatter growing louder. Please, heavens, let me awaken an S-tier talent. Why not wish for an SSS tier? Too scared to dream big? I'd be happy with just A B tier. Please, no E or F tier. On this day, no one wanted anything less than a powerful talent, something that would set them on the path to greatness, earning the admiration of thousands. Seeing their fervor, Li Yanqing didn't interrupt, letting them chatter away. But when she turned her head, she noticed one person still slumped on the desk, starkly out of place amid the excitement. This guy, still the same as ever. She sighed helplessly at Yunfeng's listless state. All right, enough talking. The classroom fell silent instantly. You must all be aware of the importance of awakening. 300 years ago, our ancestors created the living environment we have now with their blood and flesh. However, the situation hasn't improved. We are still in grave danger. New dimensional spaces continue to emerge, with increasingly higher level monsters inside, and recently, there have been more and more violent dimensional disturbances. Mankind needs fresh blood to halt the advance of these monsters, and you are the hope of humanity. Later, no matter what talent you awaken, do not be disheartened. You must possess the heart of a warrior, for only then can you continuously improve and reach greater heights. Li Yanqing's words filled the classroom with fervor, igniting everyone's fighting spirit to the point where they could hardly wait to charge into a dimensional space and battle monsters. Zhang Xingyu, lead everyone to the playground for the awakening ceremony. Yunfeng watched as Li Yanqing left the classroom, his eyelids lifting slightly. Soon after, the entire class followed their monitor, Zhang Xingyu, toward the playground. At that moment, the playground was bustling with people, all filled with anticipation, whispering among themselves. Look, is that the awakening stone? Everyone turned their gaze to the ceremonial platform at the front of the playground, where a massive golden stone was placed. An elderly man stepped onto the platform. Without any amplification device, his soft cough echoed across the entire playground. Today is the day of talent awakening. I hope everyone awakens the talent they've dreamed of. I want waste words, let us begin now. Yunfeng had expected the vice principal to deliver a lengthy speech, but this time, he went straight to the point. Class 1 of grade 11 stepped forward from the far left of the playground and approached the platform. As the first student placed their hand on the awakening stone, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed. Long Hui, B rank talent, element, fire. The first talent is already impressive, seems like a good start. AB rank is indeed decent. In previous years, out of tens of thousands in a grade, only a few hundred would awaken AB rank talent. Truly 1 in 100. Hearing his awakened talent, Long Hui clenched his fist in quiet satisfaction. Lin Hu, D rank talent, element, thunder. Wow, a high burst thunder elemental talent. Too bad it's only D rank. If it were C rank or higher, it'd be amazing, definitely a Team S main attacker. It is a bit of Ken. Huang Qi, D rank talent, super strength. Lu Yun, C rank talent, self-healing. As the ceremony progressed, D rank and C rank talents appeared most frequently, with an occasional B rank. Zhao Yafang, a rank talent, element, ice. The announcement sparked a wave of excited chatter across the playground. Class 1 produced an A rank talent that's incredible. Yeah, and it's an elemental talent too. With proper development, the potential is limitless. An A rank talent was rare even across the entire Jiangnan region. Old Qin, your class has an A rank awakener, what a feather in your cap. Among the faculty, many congratulated Qin Xiaoyun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Not at all, not at all. I'm sure your classes will produce such geniuses too. Though Qin Xiaoyun spoke modestly, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Having a high-rank awakener in his class was a point of honor. Soon, the awakening ceremony for Class 1 was completed, resulting in 1 A rank and 3 B rank awakenings. Given that this was only the 9th high school, such results were already considered outstanding. In a class of about 300 students, the number of A rank and B rank talents was so low, highlighting just how rare high-level talents were. Class 2, proceed. Called the ceremony coordinator. Class 2 wasn't as fortunate as Class 1. No A rank talents emerged, though 5 B rank talents did appear. Then came classes 3 and 4. As the awakening ceremony progressed, some rejoiced while others despaired. However, up to this point, no E rank or F rank awakenings had occurred. In Jiangnan State, schools screen students based on the awakened talents of their parents. Especially for the top 10 schools in each district, both parents had to be at least D rank awakeners. While parental talents didn't always pass down to their children, they did influence the potential level of their offspring's talents. Thus, those admitted to these schools generally came from genetically superior lineages, making the likelihood of low-rank talents quite slim. As a result, while S-rank awakenings were historically rare at 9th high school, F-rank awakenings were virtually unheard of. Even E-rank awakenings were exceedingly uncommon. Red. At that moment, a crimson light shot up from the awakening stone, bathing the entire field in a red glow. Someone shouted loudly, and soon the field erupted in commotion. Holy, a red S-rank talent. This is like a calf riding a plane, next level insane. Class 5, Shangwan Shui, S-rank talent phantom dance. The announcer's voice trembled slightly. It had been years since 9th high school had seen an S-rank talent. At that moment, everyone on the field stood up, gazing at Shangwan Shui, who stood gracefully by the awakening stone like a princess. She wore a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail adorned with a butterfly bow. An S-rank talent. Our school actually produced an S-rank talent. Has our school really birthed another S-rank talent? This is amazing. The happiest were undoubtedly the teachers. The emergence of an S-rank talent would elevate the school's reputation and ranking, attracting even higher quality students in the future. The students below were equally excited. If one S rank could appear, there was hope for a second, a third. They still had a chance. 9th high school, though ranked among the top 10 in Jiangnan State's 5th district, had been slipping in recent years. While the quality of its awakened students wasn't terrible, it wasn't exceptional either. Historically, S-rank talents in Jiangnan State almost exclusively came from the top 3 schools in each district. For other schools, producing a few A-rank talents was already commendable. Teacher Gu, congratulations. Teacher Gu, our classes should collaborate and exchange more from now on. As the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Gu Yun stood frozen, still processing what had happened. He never imagined SUC's extraordinary fortune would land in his lap. An S-rank awakener in Jiangnan State's 300-year history, every S-rank or higher awakener, wah. Crazy, it's our turn. Black Monkey winked at Yunfeng and followed the crowd toward the ceremonial platform. Zhang Xingyu, B-rank talent, beast form tiger. Class 32 started strong. Their class monitor was the first to awaken, and with a rare B-rank talent. Next, Zhou Quan. Crazy, I'm kind of excited. Hearing his name called, Black Monkey rubbed his hands together and walked up to the platform. Soon, the results were announced. Zhou Quan, a rank talent, extreme speed. As the host declared it, cheers erupted across the field again, though compared to the earlier S rank, it felt somewhat muted. Crazy, did you hear? I actually awakened an A-rank talent. An A-rank talent. Zhou Quan immediately ran to Yunfeng to share the news with his best friend. Future powerhouse, you've got to look out for me from now on. Yunfeng was genuinely happy for Black Monkey. Crazy, the talent you awaken will definitely be even higher than mine. Last one, Yunfeng. Right then, the host called his name. Chapter 2. Is this my golden finger? Go for it, Feng. Yunfeng walked step by step toward the massive golden awakening stone, his heart filled with unease. He had waited for this day for far too long. Now that the moment had arrived, he felt an unexpected wave of timidity. Subconsciously, he touched the ancient jade pendant hanging around his neck. 10 years ago, he had accidentally crossed over to this planet called Blue Star, inhabiting the body of a 6-year-old child who also happened to be named Yunfeng. Along with him came this very jade pendant. I hope this pendant Grandpa left me brings me good luck, Yunfeng silently prayed before placing his hand on the awakening stone. As a transmigrator, and making the grand finale appearance, it's only reasonable that I awaken an SSS tier talent, right? Yunfeng mused. However, the result displayed on the awakening stone left everyone stunned. Yunfeng, F-tier talent plunder. Boo, the schoolyard was F. Erst dead silent, then erupted into jeers. No one cared about the latter part of the announcement. The moment they heard F-tier talent, the mockery began. In everyone's understanding, talent rank determined everything. An F-tier talent, no matter what ability followed it, had no connection to the word strong. What's going on this year? We had an S-tier earlier. I thought things were looking up, but then this laughing my ass off. The name sounds badass, but look at that pathetic gray glow. Glow? What glow? I didn't even see one. Is this the first F-tier talent in our 9th highest history? What a grand finale, feels like a slap to the school's face. This has to be even rarer than Shangwan Shui's S-tier, right? An F-tier talent? Hilarious. Come on, guys, this ISNT fair. Talent awakening is heavily influenced by lineage, but it's not like he chose this. But the voices defending Yunfeng were quickly drowned out. In this world, people only cared about results. It didn't matter if they had no prior grievances with Yunfeng. His F-tier talent meant he would never belong to their world. F-tier talents were also called livelihood talents, not because they were related to daily life, but because they offered no combat advantage. Rather than dying in dimensional rifts, it was better to live safely in secure zones as an ordinary person. Even those who had awakened E-tier talents now looked at Yunfeng differently, their gazes almost reverent, as if he were their savior. His existence had instantly elevated their own bottom-tier talents by 1 rank. Ah, Shangwan Shui is the school's blessing, and he has its curse. Logically, both his parents were C-tier talents. How did he end up like this? Some teachers were at a loss for words upon seeing this result. Our school ranks in the top 10. Now, with an F-tier awakener, it'll probably drag down our college admission rates for years. Maybe transfer him to a lower-ranked school? Those are full of F-tier awakeners. He wouldn't stand out, and the school's reputation would stay intact. The faculty whispered among themselves, their words like needles piercingly Yanqing's ears. How is this possible? Li Yanqing stared at Yunfeng's result in disbelief. Both of Yunfeng's parents were C-tier awakeners. The odds of an F-tier talent were astronomically low, yet here he was. While everyone was focusing on Yunfeng's F rank level, only one person reacted completely opposite to the crowd. At that moment, the vice principal standing by the ceremonial platform frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. Plunder? I don't recall this talent ever appearing before. Is it a completely new one? However, he didn't immediately ask the student what the exact description of this talent was. The awakening stone could only display the talent's rank and name, but the specific details were known only to the awakened individual. Yet, just as Yunfeng touched the awakening stone, no one seemed to notice, including Yunfeng himself, that the ancient jade pendant on his chest had flashed briefly. Amidst the crowd's mockery, Yunfeng remained relatively calm. Talent, plunder. After defeating an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their spiritual energy, and an extremely slim chance to plunder their talent. Spiritual energy. Yunfeng understood it well. The monsters in the dimensional spaces all contain spiritual energy within them. By slaying these monsters, humans could absorb their spiritual energy to strengthen themselves, which was the most direct path for awakened individuals to grow stronger. If this talent could be developed, it would indeed be powerful. But reality 1T give me the chance to grow. If I can't even kill monsters, what is the point of a little extra spiritual energy? It's completely useless, Yunfeng muttered in frustration. A talent that provided no immediate enhancement was difficult to develop, especially one ranked so low. On Blue Star, any awakened individual would gain spiritual energy by slaying monsters in dimensional spaces provided they had the ability to kill them in the first place. Truly worthy of an F-rank talent, Yunfeng sighed. As for the latter part of the description, the extremely slim chance to plunder an opponent's talent, from what he knew, only humans possessed talents. Whether monsters had them, Yunfeng had never heard of such a thing. Does this talent expect me to kill people to steal their talents? That's just ridiculous. And with such a tiny probability, how many people would I have to kill? Right now, I'd be lucky not to get killed myself. Wasn't there a joke about this? Question: if killing weren't a crime, what's the first thing you'd do? A. Hide. After reading his talent's description, Yunfeng could only pin his hopes on the long-awaited system that still hadn't appeared. Crazy, don't mind what others say. So what if you're trash? I'll have your back from now on. Black Monkey, knowing Yunfeng must be feeling down, quickly came to comfort him. You're great at comforting people. Please never do it again, Yunfeng replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I just awakened this talent, and you're already calling me trash? Can we even stay friends? Once the awakening ceremony concluded, the statistics were tallied. Out of 11,284 students who participated, S rank awakened, 1, A rank awakened, 12. B rank awakened, 152. The rest didn't need mentioning. After the ceremony, everyone returned to their classrooms. Now, the two most talked about individuals were Shangwan Shui with her S rank talent and Yunfeng with his F rank talent. Today's awakening results for our class are quite outstanding, 1A rank and 5B ranks. If not for class 5's Shangwan Shui, our class would be among the strongest. So, let us congratulate those who awakened high-tier talents. After Li Yanqing finished speaking, she expected thunderous applause, but the classroom remained eerily silent. What's wrong with all of you? Teacher, you're asking the obvious. What's there to celebrate in our class? The school's first F rank in a century is also in our class. Exactly. That F rank has already ruined our class's reputation. Teacher, I have no personal issue with Yunfeng, but this talent of his. Maybe he should transfer. Schools ranked in the bottom 10 are where he belongs. If he doesn't transfer, I will. Someone quickly answered Li Yanqing's question, and it even garnered support from many classmates. The world is just that harsh. What's wrong with an F rank? Did an F rank eat your rice? Does an F rank bother you, a D rank? And you a C rank awakener, what reputation do you even have? Talk when you get stronger. As for the one who said they switch classes, hurry up and do it. Do you really think you're that important? Hearing this, Heiho sprang to his feet, angrily rebuking those who had just spoken. Then, his gaze swept across the entire class. At that moment, the short and dark-skinned boy seemed like a giant. He was an A rank awakener, and even if others were furious, they didn't dare speak up. No one wanted to offend the only A rank in the class. Alright, everyone, settle down. Awakening is inherently unpredictable. For those with high-tier talents, I'm happy for you. For those with low-tier talents, you're still my students. As she said this, Li Yanqing specifically glanced at Yunfeng's seat. Today's awakening ceremony is over. I hope everyone can face their talents head-on, continuously develop their abilities, and strive to get into a good university with outstanding results. Don't think that just because you've awakened a talent, all you need to do is level up in university is unnecessary. I'm telling you, it's very necessary. Universities can teach you more comprehensive combat experience and provide richer dimensional space resources. Some universities even have their own unique dimensional spaces, like the Nine Heavens dimensional space at Xinjiang. Inner University or the Demon's Lair dimensional space at Pinghai Awakener University. Most importantly, the annual 9 Provinces tournament offers incredibly generous rewards, sometimes even items that can break shackles. That's all for today. Starting tomorrow, the school will begin practical combat classes. Please be prepared. Class dismissed. Li Yanqing knew that saying more wouldn't change most students' opinions of Yun Feng. She just hoped he wouldn't be crushed by this awakening. Yun Feng, come to my office. With that, Li Yanqing headed to her office, and Yun Feng had no choice but to follow. As soon as he entered, all eyes turned to him, filled with disdain and contempt. Turns out these teachers aren't much different from those brats. Yun Feng smirked inwardly. Seeing the other teachers' gazes, Li Yanqing suddenly regretted calling Yun Feng here. Teacher, you didn't call me here just to test how strong my mental resilience is, did you? Li Yanqing's eyes flickered under Yun Feng's stare. Her original intention was to comfort him, but now it just felt awkward. Teacher, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, really. Yun Feng understood his homeroom teacher's concern, but he didn't care. My system hasn't arrived yet. The game isn't over, anything can happen. With that mindset, Yun Feng walked out of the office indifferently, faintly hearing words like trash and transfer as he left. Crazy, what did the teacher say? Seeing Yun Feng come out so quickly, He Ho asked curiously. Adult matters, none of your business. Without waiting for He Ho's reaction, Yun Feng headed straight home. Blue Star. Like Earth, Blue Star was originally a planet dominated by technological civilization. 300 years ago, for reasons unknown, cracks suddenly appeared in the void, and countless monsters swarmed out from within. In the face of these monsters, humans were as weak as chicks, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, humans fought desperately against the monsters using thermal weapons derived from technology. After countless sacrifices and on the brink of exhausting their ammunition, they finally managed to drive most of the monsters back into those spatial cracks now known as dimensional spaces. Of course, not every country survived this disaster. Many smaller nations perished in the upheaval. For example, the small countries near Hua Nation, such as Han Nation and Sakura Nation, couldn't withstand the monster attacks from the dimensional spaces and became playgrounds for the monsters. When humans sought to press their advantage and enter the dimensional spaces to eradicate the monsters completely, they were shocked to discover that thermal weapons were utterly ineffective there. During the struggle against these creatures, humans also uncovered several crucial facts. The first was the awakening stones, which led to the emergence of the first wave of awakened among humanity. The second was that some monster corpses contained colored fragments. Research revealed that assembling fragments of the same type could yield tools far surpassing current technology. 2 years ago, Yun Feng's parents met with an accident while exploring a dimensional space and were forever lost there. That day, a man and a woman arrived at his doorstep carrying an iron box. Child, we were your parents' teammates. These are their belongings. Please keep them safe. At the time, Yun Feng numbly took the metal box, not even noticing when the two left. From then on, he became an orphan. Fortunately, his parents had left him enough to continue his education. It seems it's time to sell the fragments my parents left me. When the belongings were first delivered, corresponding items was no easy feat. It required. I didn't expect there to be such a potion. He could have heard that some great powers had searched all over the world for this kind of potion in order to enhance the talent of their descendants. This potion is good, but it seems like I can't use it. Yun Feng looked at the potion in his hand with some pity. But if I upgrade my talent to E rank first, won't I be able to use this potion? Thinking of this, Yun Feng carefully put the potion away in his nascent sack. Up to this point, Yun Feng had also confirmed one thing, that is, he was really going to be rich. While others needed to painstakingly gather fragments, he only needed one. This advantage might not be too obvious at the black iron and bronze levels, but the further one went, the greater the advantage. However, he also discovered a problem. This ancient jade doesn't seem to be under my control. As long as I hold the piece in my hand, it will directly synthesize the item, so it will be easy to expose it later. This ancient jade would arguably be his foundation in this world, and once it was known, he would be in trouble in minutes. What should I do so that when I come into contact with the fragment, it will not immediately turn into a whole piece? Right now, this matter was what Yun Feng was most distressed about. However, just as this thought rose in him, it was as if he had a blessed feeling that he could control the ancient jade. In order to verify his suspicions, Yunfeng once again picked up a ghostly black crystal fragment, which displayed a battle sword. Sure enough, this time, the ancient jade did not release that green light again. He then used his mind to communicate with the ancient jade, which caused a green light to shine out, and the fragment turned into a whole piece. Excellent! Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly. Now he did not have to worry about revealing himself. Rather perfect for a novice. He weighed an alloy battle sword that he had just synthesized in his hand. The battle knife was shaped like a tanged sword and was very cool. Whether it was in terms of hardness, sharpness and wear resistance, it was countless years ahead of Blue Star's current. The Wuming Mountains are connected. Seeing that the Kum-Tu were farting idly on the sidelines, the bamboo pole got a little anxious. Yunfeng and Black Monkey looked at each other and understood. Not interested, not interested. Eat something, eat something. Hearing the two say that, where could the bamboo pole eat? He couldn't eat a bit at all. I say you two are doing this on purpose, don't ask me and I'm inclined to tell you. Saying that, bamboo pole even cleared his throat. Truth be told, I have awakened AB rank talent, you guys better be respectful when you see me in the future. Yes, it's AB rank big brother. The two men's perfunctory attitude made Bamboo Rod even more furious. On the contrary, everyone else in the store had sideways glances, revealing a look of awe. A B-ranked gifted person was already considered a top-notch existence in the eyes of ordinary people. Seeing the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Bamboo Rod's vanity was somewhat satisfied. In fact, both of them knew that there was nothing else wrong with Bamboo Pole, but that he was more of a stinker. Alright, don't show off your trash talent. The Black Monkey was a bit unable to look on and said to Bamboo Pole. He knew that Yunfeng had only awakened an F-rank talent today, and definitely didn't want to converse about talent-related topics right now. However, he regretted it just after saying it. B-rank talents are trash talents, then Feng's F-rank talent. I'm done eating, what about you? I'm done eating too, let's go then. Hey, I haven't eaten yet. Zhuken chased after him as he went to the front desk to pay. The three of them strolled out of the street of late-night snacks and came to a small river, and the crowd around them slowly became sparse. Crazy man, Black Monkey, you guys quickly talk about the result of today's awakening. I'm dying of anxiety here. Bamboo Pole walked aside, looking more constipated than constipated. Can't you see that the crazy person doesn't want to chat about the feud today? A little bit of eyesight is not there. Black Monkey pushed and moved Bamboo Pole, trying to shut him up. Brother Feng, what happened? Zhukan asked, you guys. Hearing this, the Black Monkey immediately became displeased, wanting to rush out to give Yunfeng a head start. Alright, the dog is barking wildly, you can't be generalized with the dog. Yunfeng pulled Black Monkey back. It was just that the others in the same 32nd class, after hearing each other's words, all began to consciously move away from the area where Yunfeng was, as if standing with him pulled down their own class. As for Zhang Xingyu, who was the class president, not only did he not stop this situation, but he also sped up his pace just like the others. Such a situation attracted even more ridicule from the people of Class 5. Crazy. Yunfeng did not care much about this situation and shook his head at Black Monkey. With an ancient jade in his hand and having been a man for 2 lifetimes, how could he care about the ridicule of these brats? The key thing was that he was not developed now, otherwise he would have gone up and punched his face. Without strength, what's the point of sniping? Soon, the crowd arrived at a huge square building that could not be seen at a glance. This is the actual combat drill building, the whole occupies half of the school area. The entire building was divided into 12 districts, each district had 10 actual combat rooms, each of which had an area of thousands of square meters, which could be considered very luxurious. With the guidance of the signage along the way, the crowd of Class XXXI finally arrived at Room 8 in Area C. This is too spectacular. One could only see that all sorts of equipment and weapons were placed inside the large room. At the very front, there was an oversized display screen hanging, which was playing the images of awakened people battling against each other. In the screen, one person was transformed into a giant tiger, the end of which was domineering, while the other side was holding a huge ball of fire in the palm of his hand, appearing majestic. The two of them were going back and forth, constantly sending out attacks, with flames overflowing and tigers roaring in the mountains and forests. Is this the battle between awakened ones? It's also too handsome. When can I be as awesome as them? Just as everyone was immersed in the battle on the screen, a figure quietly appeared in the doorway, and the images of the battle on the screen came to an abrupt end. Everyone's eyes also shifted from the screen to the doorway. That figure struck everyone as both familiar and unfamiliar. That's Mr. Li? So big. Some of the male students even covered their mouths in panic to hide their impending slippery harangues. The perfect combination of the black combat uniform and the proud body shape. What? Don't recognize me when you see me like this? Li Yanqing looked at the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd and revealed a light smile on her face. She didn't know how much of an impact her dressing up had on the more than 300 boys and girls below. Usually used to her appearance in professional attire, suddenly appearing in this kind of image, the contrast was too great, and it was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Only Yunfeng, all his attention was focused on the set of combat uniform on Li Yanqing. This was because just yesterday, he had also obtained an almost identical set of combat uniform, but the one she was wearing was clearly a notch higher than his own, and should have been a bronze-level combat uniform. I didn't expect that Teacher Li is still a little rich. Don't look at it as just a set of bronze-grade combat uniform, it wasn't something that just any teacher could afford. In the Awakened One Merchant Alliance, a set of black iron-grade combat uniforms would cost 100,000 Chinese coins, while bronze-grade combat uniforms were 10 times more than black iron-grade. One should know that 2,000 Chinese coins could allow an ordinary family to spend a year in peace. Is everyone still satisfied with this actual combat rehearsal room? Below was a group of cuties who nodded their heads vigorously like chickens pecking at rice. Any objections to me being your practical combat teacher? The nods immediately turned into frantic head shaking. Very well. With Li Yanqing's order, everyone moved and the 4 squares slowly took shape. Rather than 4 squares, it was better to say 3. This was because there were only 2 people standing alone in the area of that side of the altered system talent. One was Yunfeng himself, the other was a B-rank talentess named Li Rui, awakened with a talent called duplication. Didn't teachers say that all heterodox talents are stronger? What's the situation with this F rank? Although it's a good category, it's a pity that the rank is too low. This F rank might have something special that can storm the SSS rank. Ha 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 ha. This remark caused a crowd of people in the classroom to burst out laughing. They probably didn't know that this joke was really prophetic in the future. Seeing that the crowd was laughing at the alien talent, Li Rui on the side was very uncomfortable in his heart. You trash F rank talent, what makes you stand with me? He felt insulted. If it wasn't for Yunfeng, he would have been able to enjoy the envious gazes of the crowd like a golden chicken, but now he was being questioned and coldly eyed by the crowd because of Yunfeng. Those who don't know thought that you had awakened an SSS grade talent. Yunfeng was a little amused to see some resentful glances towards the other party. This mental capacity was too poor. You. Quiet. Li Yanqing felt that these students had gone a little too far, to be so mocking towards a fellow classmate. A high talent rank is important, but if you cannot face up to your talent and develop its abilities with all your heart, even if you are an S-rank talent, you might die out, while some people with low talent ranks become human just the same. Li Yanqing said with some anger. Historically, there are not a few such examples. In the 135th year of the Awakening calendar, an S-rank gifted person, who daily indulged in his own high-ranked talent without thinking about making progress, finally died at the hands of a monster that was even lower ranked than himself. Similarly, in the 178th year of the Awakening calendar, a D-ranked gifted awakened person continued to develop his own gifted abilities, and eventually became famous for killing a 60-ranked monster with his 55-ranked strength. Do you guys still think that talent level is the only standard to measure how strong a person becomes? By Li Yanqing, the people who had just mocked lowered their heads and looked at the floor, not daring to squeak. Chapter 5 Madness That Is Not Madness. Yunfeng looked at Li Yanqing on the stage in surprise, not expecting her to be so angry for herself. Now let me recount how exactly the 4 major types of talents should be developed in order to maximize their effects. System, which mainly enhances one's ability, is generally suitable for melee combat. For example, Zhou Quan's extreme speed, as the name suggests, has unusual speed and can become a min-attack type warrior. Of course, in every system there are combat classes, defense classes, and support classes, like Li Kuei's copper skin and Zhang Feng's perception, which are suitable for defense and support. Each person to find their own position, in order to better play their role. Beast talent is mainly about morphing. The more parts of the body morph, the more powerful it will be. The elemental system, mainly for long-distance strikes, is also the type of talent that many people prefer. As for the Fey lineage, I don't know much about it, the components are too complicated, I will let a specialized teacher teach you when the time comes. Li Yanqing finished her speech and looked at the 2 people who were independent of the 3 major lineages. Teacher, what kind of talent are you? Someone soon asked a question out of curiosity. Li Yanqing looked at the person who asked the question, and with a thought, a sharp ice cone appeared between that person's eyebrows and then immediately disappeared, scaring that person into a cold sweat. You must remember that our natural attacks are used against monsters. Never use this ability against your own people, do you hear me? Yes. Okay, today's first lesson is called Partners. When sparring in subspace, a lone wolf will always be the most dangerous, as very few talents are well-rounded, unless your talent is able to ignore all dangers and work together as a team to maximize your mission. Starting now, each of you will pick your own team of 5. I hope you guys pick carefully, because for the next year and a half, without special circumstances, the 5 of you will basically be bound together. Now begin. Li Yanqing had just finished speaking when the following began to move. Zhou Quan, can I group with you? My talent is C-ranked Iron Bone. With me in the front for defense, I'm guaranteed to be able to perform attacks. Zhou Quan, add me to the group. I'm C-rank Flame. I can cooperate with you for long-range strikes. Zhou Quan, me. As the only A-ranked gifted person inside the class, of course it turned out to be the one that everyone wanted to team up with. And there were quite a few people surrounding the other few B-ranked gifted. However, Black Monkey didn't bother with them and instead looked at Yun Feng. I forgot to mention that Yun Feng and Li Rui are not participating in this grouping. The Black Monkey who had wanted to team up with Yun Feng could only give up at this moment. At this moment, there was one less option for a B-ranked gifted person. The crowd became even more eager. After all, no one wanted to be unproductive and silent in a team with low combat power. However, the crowd's talents varied, and it was impossible for everyone to find a team of their choice. After a long period of picking and choosing, finally before class ended, all 63 teams were formed. Well, the pairings are all still reasonable, so I'm relieved. Starting from the next practical class, you guys should familiarize yourselves with each other's innate abilities, so as to prepare yourselves for the sublime space exercise in a month's time. Yun Feng, Li Rui, you two follow me. Class dismissed. Li Yanqing led Yun Feng and Li Rui away while the others walked towards the classroom in a frenzy. Are we going to enter the sub-dimensional space next month? Can you tell me the words of your talent? The vice principal ignored Yun Feng's tirade. The awakening stone could only show the level and name of the awakened person's talent. The words could not be seen and were only known by the awakened person themselves. For so many years, every talent that appeared would be requested to be registered for the people at the Talent Research Institute to study, so that the awakened person could better develop their own talent and absorb prop materials that suited their talent. The description of the talent is that it can plunder part of the spiritual energy of a slain monster. Yun Feng could not refuse this question from the vice principal and could only answer. However, he also kept a watchful eye and changed it slightly, and he did not say the latter part of the phrase. That thing always seemed a bit anti-human at the moment. Plundering refers to the plundering of spiritual energy? The vice principal frowned. I'm going to experiment how much spiritual energy you're plundering with this one. Experiment how? Yun Feng was curious. In fact, he also wanted to know this. You follow me. The vice principal led Yun Feng to an oversized airtight room, then a secret door opened on the wall and an ally cage was pushed out. Principal, a rabbit, there's no need to keep it in a cage like this. Yun Feng circled around the cage with some incomprehension. This is not an ordinary rabbit. The vice principal had just finished his words when he saw the eyes of the rabbit in the cage suddenly turn scarlet. Subsequently, in Yun Feng's astonished gaze, the rabbit's body suddenly swelled up, its muscles exploded, and the man stood up a meter tall. Boom! The rabbit stretched out its fist and smashed it against the cage with a rumbling sound. What breed of rabbit is this? It's from subspace. It looks delicious. The vice principal's words could no longer be said. Was this the brain circuit of a normal person? This is the level 1 monster violent rabbit. I'll beat him to the brink of death later. You go up and fill in. Headmaster, can you bring out the monsters from the sub-dimensional space? Of course no one else can. I'm from the institute and have that right. Only then did Yun Feng nod, feeling reasonable. After that, the vice principal handed Yun Feng a pair of glasses. What's this thing? It's a bit handsome. Yun Feng took the pair of tech-savvy glasses and fiddled with them in his hands. You'll know when you bring them up. This wasn't supposed to be given to you right now. Yun Feng put on the glasses, and a sudden twinge of pain came from his temples for a brief moment. Please enter a name. Yun Feng then saw a virtual screen appear in front of him. There was a piece of air in the middle of the screen, and underline flickered, obviously waiting for him to enter his name. What a high-tech look. Yun Feng instantly became interested in the glasses. Yun Feng. As a result, he saw the words Yun Crazy appear on the virtual screen. Not mad as in crazy, but peak as in mountain peak. Yunfeng suddenly felt that this thing wasn't that advanced. Chapter 6 Talent Experiment. After the naming was completed, the virtual screen appeared at the front left position of Yunfeng's face. Only a row of data appeared on it. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 10100. Initial combat strength, 5. Talent level, F rank. Crap. Yunfeng looked at the data on it and exclaimed, "What a great guy. Isn't this the same as playing online games in my past life?" However, there was still a big gap, that is, this would only show some simple data on it, much less anything like equipment and skills, probably because he didn't have those things yet. Yunfeng then turned his head to look at the vice principal, only to see a new virtual screen appear on the right front of his face. Level, 49. Combat power, 426348. Alert! Danger! Alert! Danger! A large red exclamation mark appeared on the virtual screen, flashing on and off. More than 400,000 battle power, how does that make me, a battle scum? However, judging from the display, when looking at others, one could only see the rank and combat power, nothing else would be displayed. Then, Yunfeng looked at the violent rabbit in the cage. Monster Violent Rabbit. Level 1. Combat strength, 30. Skill, Violent Fist delivers a furious punch that deals extra damage. At the same level 1, this rabbit was able to beat 6 of itself. Yunfeng felt that he had been struck. Headmaster, this thing is too good. Yunfeng did not want to remove these combat classes now. It took so much time to research this thing, well, no more nonsense, let's start the experiment now. The cage opened in a flash, and the violent rabbit inside instantly rushed out, storming his fists towards the vice principal. Only to see the vice principal extend a finger and flick it out. Boom! The violent rabbit flew backward at an even faster speed, hitting the iron railing and then sliding down to the ground. Yunfeng was really afraid that the violent rabbit would die from this finger flick. Alright, you can do it now. Headmaster, you won't let me use this, I'm afraid of pain. Yunfeng raised his fist. The vice principal had no choice but to wave his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. Holy, how did this thing appear? Yunfeng looked at the long sword in the vice principal's hand with an incredulous expression. In fact, he knew that the vice principal must have a nascent sword, but he had to act as if he had never seen the world. The vice principal could only dislike him and tell him to quickly end the life of that violent rabbit and finish this experiment. Yunfeng knew that the act was almost done and gripped the sword in his hand. At this moment, the values on the virtual screen changed again, and the combat power became 8. In other words, the sword in his hand had increased his combat power by 3 points. This should be an ordinary alloy longsword, not synthesized from fragments, not even forged from materials from monsters, otherwise it should have increased by more than just this much. Yunfeng raised his sword and stabbed at the paralyzed violent rabbit. Bear. The longsword easily penetrated the body of the violent rabbit. Headmaster, there's no feedback. What the hell, a chicken's skill is actually this. This reminded Yunfeng of an old friend. Without saying much, the vice principal struck again. Ow. Only a scream could be heard as the combat chicken tumbled sideways to the ground. Without saying anything, Yunfeng raised his sword and stabbed the chicken's head. What is the value this time? Yunfeng looked at the data behind the rank. 17.6, Headmaster, if my math is good, it should be 11. The vice principal no longer wanted to say anything else. Alright, after 2 tests, I already know what you are capable of with this talent, go back on your own. After saying that, the vice principal waved his hand and the previously closed door slowly opened once again. Only, Yunfeng stood still for half a day without the intention to leave. Is there anything else you want? Vice principal, I feel that this kind of test is very unscientific. Oh? Then tell me about it and see. After all, it was Yunfeng's talent, he would like to hear his own opinion in person. I feel that the test should be continued and tested until a level 50 monster, so that the data is reliable. The vice principal did not expect Yunfeng's opinion to be so shameless. Scram! The vice principal's good temper could no longer be suppressed. It's okay to go to level 30, no it's okay to go to level 10. Get lost. Yunfeng saw that the vice principal was really going to storm off and took the road to escape. Remember, in the safe zone, you may not wear combat glasses, or you will be arrested by the enforcers. Understood. Yunfeng removed his combat glasses and stuffed them into his pocket, darting out of the lab. 17 experience points for nothing, no loss. Yunfeng said happily. Indeed, in his eyes this was exactly the same as killing monsters for experience in the game, except that every time he absorbed spiritual energy, his body would become a little stronger. His current combat power value had become 6. This feeling is awesome. I'm already looking forward more and more to the subspace adventure in a month's time. In the laboratory, the vice principal put away his long sword. This kid, it's a bit interesting. The current vice principal could not even look like he had just been furious. Although Yunfeng had been a man for 2 lifetimes and had a delicate mind, some of his behaviors still appeared a bit deliberate in the eyes of the vice principal. But it's a pity, the talent is indeed too poor. That so-called heterodox predatory talent that seizes too little spiritual energy value is still somewhat useful in the early stages, but is a complete chicken rib in the later stages. The vice principal shook his head, then transmitted the results from his test to the Talent Institute's database. Chapter 7, Small Jungle Subspace. Students, after a month of practical lessons, do you have any confidence in the next trip to the sub-dimensional space? In the month of January, although everyone hadn't increased their spiritual power by any amount, the team's mutual cooperation and their understanding and use of their talents had all made great strides. Of course I do, I can't wait. I'm already longing for the sights inside the dimensional space. Teacher, is there any danger in going to the dimensional space? Yes, will it guarantee our absolute safety? As soon as Li Yanqing asked, the students below had exploded. And their responses were polarized. A part of them, mostly male students, had curiosity that prompted them to eagerly want to go into the subspace to experience, while a part of them, mostly female students, had a sense of security that made them afraid that going in would be dangerous. Going into the subspace, of course there will be dangers, although we will provide protection for you all. It is impossible for us to follow you all step by step, so it does not rule out the possibility of accidents. Li Yanqing said while scanning everyone's expressions. Some of them had already revealed expressions of fear when they heard that there was danger. So, those who don't want to participate can still withdraw now, and once they do, they will no longer participate in the actual combat class in the future, and they will never have the chance to enter the sub-dimensional space and peacefully be an ordinary person. Hearing Li Yanqing's words, those who were scared all sneaked a look at Yunfeng, only to find Yunfeng sitting there in his old self. Why are they all looking at me? Don't go if you're scared, it's not shameful to be a shrinking violet, after all, no one will be killed. Yunfeng didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Even you, an F rank, won't quit, how can we possibly quit? Hearing Yunfeng's words, those who were scared immediately retorted, stating that they would definitely not lose to a trashy F rank. Yunfeng did not expect that they would seek confidence from themselves. Good, since none of them want to quit, let's set off. Li Yanqing led the 300 or so people out to the entrance of the school. I'll go, what is that thing, so majestic? Haven't seen it. Last year when the seniors went out to practice, I was lucky enough to see it once. Armored chariot, a thief. At this moment, the school entrance parked 3 giant, black metal shell, in the sun flooded with ghost light, angular shape, full of sense of technology. The 2 rows of huge wheels gave a strong sense of oppression. This is a special armored chariot for going out of the city. Everyone please follow the order last time. Each vehicle sits in a team of 20. It's quite spacious inside and won't be crowded. Shortly after Li Yanqing finished speaking, the chariot doors opened and 2 rows of ladders extended out. The students walked towards the chariot in an orderly manner. Why don't you get on? Li Yanqing looked at Yunfeng beside her. Teacher, are you forgetting something? I don't have a team. Yunfeng commiserated. During this period of time, everyone was training in pairs of group rows, and he was the only one doing some physical training on the side, the key being that his talent was not at all familiar. Even that Li Rue, who was also of a different lineage, was nowhere to be seen, presumably with special training. Then you should follow that group. Li Yanqing pointed at a 5-member squad in the distance. Yunfeng took a look. Good lord, 4 D ranks and 1 E rank, it could be said to be the weakest team within the entire class. After all, in a school like 9th middle school, the production rate of E rank was about the same as A rank. Teacher, can I go to that team? I'm just going to rub experience in it anyway. Yunfeng weakly pointed towards the team where Black Monkey was. There was an A rank, a B rank and 3 C ranks there, the strongest team in the class, bar none. Li Yanqing looked at Yunfeng with her afterglow, a look that seemed to say, do you think it's possible? Fine. Yunfeng could only walk towards that weak team resentfully. The point was, when they saw Yunfeng walking towards them, the 5 members of that team all looked at him with disdain, saying in their hearts, don't come over here. However, due to Li Yanqing's intimidation, they could only accept this pitiful fact. Wow, sitting in the car you can actually see the panoramic view outside, it's so cool. After getting into the car, everyone realized that the body, which looked pitch black from the outside, was actually transparent when they walked inside. Rumble. The chariot started up with a roar, then slowly drove towards the safe zone. Soon, the chariot was out of the city gates. Yunfeng had seen the city walls of the safe zone more than once, but every time he saw it, his heart would surge with awe. However, when he viewed the city wall from the outside, it was even more mind-blowing. The city wall was 50 meters tall and majestic. The surface of the wall was covered with a layer of unknown metal, appearing extremely thick. At the top of the city wall, a black, thick, and long metal cannon barrel was sticking out at intervals of 20 meters, making men cry when they looked at it and women look powerless. Ugh! It was a powerful deterrent given to the incoming monsters. Although the humans had driven most of the monsters out of the subspace, there were still many monsters in the wild, and new subspaces were opening up from time to time until now. Outside the safe zone, the grass and rocks were overgrown, making it look desolate and dilapidated. Between traveling, one could still see collapsed high-rise buildings and chapped highways. This place might have originally been a prosperous big city, but under the monster's attack, only a ruin remained. Look guys, what's that? Someone in the car suddenly shouted loudly. As the crowd looked in the direction he pointed, a 3-meter-tall black bear that looked like it was clad in a metal shell appeared in the ruins with a scarlet glow in its eyes. Yunfeng hated to take out his combat eyes at the moment to look at the attributes of this monster. How did the black armored raging bear appear here? This area should have been cleared. Could it have strayed from somewhere else? Inside the chariot, a person who was looking at the officer looked at the monster outside and said with a frown. Everyone then saw that the black armored angry bear roared and charged towards the armored chariot. Ah, the monster is attacking. Some female students even screamed out. Don't panic everyone, monsters of this level won't pose a threat to the chariot. Afterwards, everyone saw the officer who spoke directly swipe out of the chariot and kill the black bear as it ran towards them. Between runs, the officer drew out the blade he carried with him, which was a lance that was more than 2 meters long. Yunfeng could tell that it was a fragment-synthesized weapon, and its grade should be at the black iron level. The officer raised the lance and stabbed the black bear straight in the head. The black bear knew that it could not be stabbed by the lance and suddenly stood up and slapped his palm towards the head of the lance. The officer seemed to have known that the black bear would react in this way. His wrist flicked, and the direction of the spearhead immediately changed to the black bear's chest. This time, the black bear was already unable to react, and could only twist its body slightly. Even though the black bear had a layer of black armor on the outside of its body, it didn't stop the lance from piercing into its body, but due to the black bear twisting its body at the end, the lance didn't hit the heart squarely. Roar! The black bear roared, enduring the huge pain. The other bear paw ferociously slapped at the officer. Seeing this, the officer kicked the black bear in the abdomen. His body used the force to retreat, while drawing his lance and swinging it in a large circle. Not only did he dodge the black bear's palm strike, but at the same time the lance struck the black bear's head. Wonderful, too wonderful. When will I be as good as him? The lance in his hand is so handsome, I want it so badly. The crowd hiding inside the chariot kept applauding. This was the first time they had seen humans and monsters fighting. However, it was obvious that the black armored angry bear was not the officer's opponent, and after a dozen rounds, it was already full of wounds, and was finally stabbed in the head by the officer's lance, perishing on the spot. Just when the crowd thought that the officer was going to come back, they only saw him stripping the black bear's layer of metal armor off carefully. These metals are very useful and valuable, the fellow teacher explained. Back at the chariot, the officer took out his cell phone and dialed a number that was supposed to relay information about this place to the safe zone. After a small interlude, the chariot continued on its way, and after half a day, it finally reached the destination of this experience. From a distance, a huge void rift stretched across the sky like a giant eyeball. Underneath the rift, there was a small base, and on the gate of the base, the word Small Jungle Subspace stood out. Chapter 8 First Battle, Hitting the Soy Sauce. Outside every subspace, a team was stationed just to prevent the monsters inside from rioting and rushing out. At the same time, they would also verify the people entering the subspace and charge a certain entrance fee. Not only outside, but at the internal entrance of the sub-dimensional space, there was also a safe area that was specially guarded. After the chariot arrived at the base, everyone got off and watched the sub-dimensional space entrance in front of them. The only restriction the country had on entering the sub-dimensional space was that no high-level awakened person was allowed to enter the low-level sub-dimensional space. These low-grade sub-dimensional spaces were basically equivalent to being fought down like a river, and as they could be used to cultivate newcomers, they had to be given the space to grow. Hello, we're from the 9th Middle School in the 5th District. These are the newly awakened students this year, and we've come over today to have an experience. Li Yanqing then submitted a piece of paper to the base guardian for approval. After all, there were 22 teachers in this class trip, and their ranks all exceeded the standard for entering that dimension. The above has already greeted you, follow me. The base officer chief looked at the approval and agreed, it was actually just a process. Usually when a school led students to practice for the first time, they were exempted from the entrance fee, but there would be no such treatment in the future. Subsequently, more than 300 people walked towards the entrance of the subspace in great numbers. I'll go in first, you guys wait outside, said Li Yanqing as she drilled into the sub-dimensional space. Her accompanying teachers, she had to go in first to explore if there were any hidden dangers. Alright, you guys can come in now. Not long after, Li Yanqing reappeared at the entrance to the space. Moreover, the environment here was even much better than Blue Star, and there was a special aura inside that was not found on Blue Star. All of you, take the squad as a unit and stand in order from left to right. First squad, come up and receive your combat equipment. Li Yanqing had just finished speaking when the following chattered. Surprisingly, there is still combat equipment. It can't be that we are going to be issued fragmentation equipment. In broad daylight, can you not have this kind of beautiful dream that even I want to have? What other equipment could that be? Normal alloy weapons, we don't need the school to hand them out. Just as the crowd below was discussing heatedly, the first squad walked forward with anticipation. 1 pair per person, you can use them once you bind your identity, and a distress firework. Li Yanqing threw out 5 pairs of combat goggles and a short metal tube. Che, what did I expect? Turns out it's a pair of sunglasses. The people below looked disdainful after seeing the so-called equipment the 5 were holding. You guys won't have this face later, Yun Feng said in his heart. Letting the first squad go aside to bind their identities and familiarize themselves with the usage of the combat goggles, Li Yanqing proceeded to hand them out to the remaining squads. Wow, what amazing goggles. You guys, look at Zhou Quan, he actually has 20 combat points at level 1, so strong. Yeah, my C-rank talent, my initial combat power is surprisingly only 12 points. Why is it that I only have 11 points for the same C-rank? It's not fair. After everyone had put on their combat goggles, their mouths were full of surprise and admiration. Yun Feng should be the existence of the lowest combat in our class, let me see how much it is. 6 points, it really is the lowest. All looked towards where Yun Feng was. However, at this moment, Yun Feng's face did not change, while the face of the E-player standing next to him was already hard to see. Because he was surprisingly the same combat strength as Yun Feng, this was even worse than killing him. Alright, I believe you all have initially familiarized yourselves with the role of the combat goggles. And its greatest function is to detect the basic information of the monster. Teacher, didn't you say that all technological products can't be used in subspace? Indeed, it is not possible to use cell phones, video cameras, and all other electronic products in the sub-dimensional space. But this pair of goggles, which condenses the crystallization of human wisdom in these hundreds of years, was developed using the materials in the sub-dimensional space. It is also the only thing of technology that humans can use in the sub-dimensional space. Only then did the crowd realize how hard-won such amazing goggles were. I'll end with a few more words of explanation. With adventures come risks, but I hope that you can utilize what you've learned this January to tide you over, rather than sending out fireworks for help. This experience lasts for a month. I hope you guys can achieve good results. Dismissed. As the word dismissed was uttered, the 61 squads did not immediately disperse, and everyone began to pull out their equipment from inside their backpacks. Yun Feng took a look. These outfits basically did not have shard equipment, but most of them were imitations forged from monster materials, and although they were not as good as shard equipment, they had a much higher battle power than normal alloy equipment. And these equipments could allow them to get ahead of others to better accomplish the early stage of brushing monsters. Tell us about your talents so I can formulate a battle plan. The squad that Yun Feng was in chose a direction to raid in, and on the way, Lu Yong, who was the captain, asked Yun Feng. In their squad, apart from Lu Yong, who had a passable equipment, everyone else was junk alloy equipment. Plunder, killing monsters is to be able to plunder a small amount of spiritual energy from the opponent. Since he was assigned to this squad, he didn't want to make the relationship too stiff for the time being. Meaning nothing useful, pure mucking about. The other few people weren't happy about it. This talent was really of no use at all. Alright, when the time comes for us to fight, you take care of your own safety, but I'll say it first, we won't let you fill in. Yunfeng spread his hands, expressing indifference. Gotta find a chance to break away from them. They disliked Yunfeng, and Yunfeng was disliking them. Yunfeng, who had a full set of black iron grade equipment, knew that he could only maximize his benefits if he acted alone. Attention everyone, we have entered the monster survival zone, our combat strength is the lowest within the class, so we must look for monsters that have fallen alone. This was also the reason why Lu Yong chose a place with an open view. After all, inside the team, the only scrying talent was none other than the E-ranked farsightedness. The range of vision was 5% farther than normal, which could be said to be very cockamamie. Brother Yong, there's a fallen monster in front of us. The student in charge of scouting was named Zhao Barui, and even glanced proudly at Yunfeng after saying so, indicating that he was at least somewhat useful. Go over and take a look. Soon, the six arrived near the monster. Monster, needle-haired rat. Level 1. Combat strength, 25. Skill of flying needle. The monster's information had appeared on their virtual screen. Good luck, it's a level 1 monster and the combat power isn't too high. According to our previous battle plan, Ding Mo, you're in charge of defense, Shin Qibin and I will attack, Liu, you're in charge of healing anyone who gets hurt. Arranging everything, several people took out their weapons and started advancing towards the monster. Lu Yong's awakening was the D-rank talent Iron Fist. When he attacked with his fist, he could deal extra damage and had a chance to hit with a shock retreat effect. So his weapon was a pair of gloves, which added a whole 10 points of combat power to him. Ding Mo's awakening was the D-rank elemental system talent Earth. Shin Qibin carried a Chinese longsword in his hand. Awakened talent was the beast system Monkey, and he was currently unable to take shape, so he could only use his blades for the. Careful, it's a skill. Lu Yong crossed his fists in front of him, blocking the flying needles that stabbed at his face. Ding Mo had a shield blocking it, the flying needles posed no threat to him. Shin Qibin was the only one who had just focused on the thrill of attacking, completely forgetting that monsters had skills. At this moment, it was already too late to dodge it completely. Bear. Ah! The steel needle pierced through his arm, bringing out a flower of blood. Shin Qibin also let out a wail of pain. Damn it! Lu Yong cursed, this was only the start of the first battle and there were wounded, it would seriously delay their progress. Qibin, you go down first and let Liu heal you, this is the monster should be almost done. Shin Qibin could only grit his teeth and exit the battlefield when he heard this. Luckily, the monster couldn't continuously release its skills either, and it had already been wounded before, so having one less person didn't have much of an impact. Is it okay to give me this monster's spiritual energy? I'm the main attacker, I'll be able to deal with the monster better once I've leveled up to 2, and then I'll let you guys make up for it. At this moment, the monster had already collapsed to the ground and was only missing its last hit, Lu Yong suddenly said to everyone. In fact, everyone knew that Lu Yong's way of distribution was the most suitable for their squad. But after a battle just now, they also all knew that even level 1 monsters were not easy to deal with, and only by being strong themselves could they deal with the dangers that might arise. I agree, we'll be safer when Yong levels up, 20 level 1 monsters, I can afford to wait. At this time, Zhao Barui opened his mouth. Anyway, he was an E rank, even if he leveled up to level 2, he still wasn't very useful, and it wasn't Lu Yong who took him in, no one in the class even wanted him. The other few wanted to take a look and could only accept it silently, during which Yunfeng's opinion was not even sought. After finishing off the needle-haired rat with a punch, a spiritual energy entered Lu Yong's body. This feeling, it's so good. Originally, he wanted to propose that Ding Mo be promoted to level 2 first, that way it would be possible to deal with 2 monsters at the same time, but in the end, he gave up, which would surely cause dissatisfaction amongst the other few. It's time to find an opportunity to break away from them. Yunfeng pondered over the countermeasures in his mind. Following these few people, there was no way for him to flex his muscles, and he couldn't even mix up an experience. Kai Z, pulling 4 monsters is no problem, right? Don't worry brother monkey, it's fine. On the other side, Black Monkey's team was much simpler in dealing with monsters, directly dealing with 4 violent rabbits at once. The B-ranked Vajra talent is really good, the defense is spot on. Zhou Quan exclaimed in admiration. The composition of his battle team was similarly 2 attackers and 1 defender, 1 auxiliary, and 1 probe. In subspace, the talent of probing was very important. The environment, monster characteristics, etc. of each subdimensional space were very different, and although the battle goggles could get some information about the monsters, it was very limited, and there were some monsters you couldn't even see with the naked eye sometimes. Not long after, the 4 monsters were killed one by one, turning into the dead souls under the squad's hands. After killing 4 more level 1 monsters, we can go kill level 2 monsters. Half a day down the line, 4 of the 5 of them had already reached level 2. This was the difference between a squad with high talent and a squad with low talent. In fact, by the time Jo Kwon and Tan Kai both reached level 2, they would be able to go and challenge level 2 monsters, but for safety's sake, they chose to play it safe. Brother Monkey, there are 2 monsters in front of us, they don't seem to be violent rabbits. Level 2 monsters? Sure there are only 2? Don't worry Brother Monkey, there are absolutely no other monsters around. Okay, let's do it. Originally, I didn't want to kill level 2 monsters this early, but since I encountered them and there weren't many of them, I wouldn't hesitate anymore. Moreover, 2 level 2 monsters had the same spiritual power as 4 level 1 experience. Jo Kwon then led his team towards the 2 level 2 monsters to kill them. This monster is a bit interesting. The one that appeared in front of them at the moment was none other than the combat chicken with a center-parted haircomb that Yun Feng had seen before. The battle was quickly fought. The pressure brought about by level 2 monsters was indeed a bit greater than that of level 1, and even when Tan Kai, who was already level 2, defended himself, it was still a bit of a struggle. Kai Z, hold on. I know, it shouldn't be a problem. Tan Kai said with difficulty. Compared to the 30 combat power violent rabbit, this 60 combat power combat chicken definitely brought him more than double the pressure. Seeing that Tan Kai was having a very difficult time coping, Jo Kwon and his other teammate with the fire elemental talent could only speed up the pace of their attacks to release his pressure. Cluck cluck cluck. The combat chicken that was originally just attacking with its pointed beak suddenly stretched out its wings, tilted its head to the side, and slammed into Tan Kai. It was obviously unleashing the skill, Iron Mountain leaning. Dang! The chicken wings in the shield made a metal-like collision sound, and the shield in Tan Kai's hand sunk in a piece visible to the naked eye. PFF. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Tan Kai who was struggling to defend. He, who was already struggling to defend, was directly injured by this blow. Kai Z. Seeing that Tan Kai was injured, Jo Kwon swung the twin daggers in his hands even more rapidly. His talent extreme speed could not only move with speed, his attack speed was just as swift. Hoo-hoo. The black monkey came over with a big breath from the attack. Using his talent at a high intensity was quite a burden on his body. Fortunately, he had killed one of the combat chickens in the shortest time possible, and the rest of the battle became much easier. I didn't realize that a level 2 monster wasn't as simple as 2 level 1s trying to add up. I was careless. He was still somewhat responsible for Tan Kai's injuries, being a bit greedy. The black monkey then looked behind him. That side was exactly the direction Yun Feng's squad was advancing. I don't know how the madman's situation is now. At that time, I should have fought with teacher to pull him into his squad. Chapter 10 Upgrade. Brother Yon, we should have been in for most of the day. By all rights it should be dark outside. How come the sky here doesn't seem to have changed much? Zhao Borui bumbled along beside Lu Yon like a lapdog. At a glance, you weren't serious during the practical class. The teacher said that the time inside the dimensional space is different from outside. Time here seemed to pass exceptionally slowly. It also seemed to be as if there was no difference between day and night. What the sky was like when he came in was still what it was like now. Brother Yon found another fallen monster. Zhao Barui said with delight. Lu Yong led a few people to the monster's location in a hurry. Attack! Lu Yong gave the order, and the few people went their separate ways. The battle was quickly fought. Only from Lu Yong's ascension to level 2, a battle that would have taken 5 minutes to end now only took 3 minutes, and basically, there would be no injuries. Z. Just as the battle was going on for a minute and a half, another needle-furred rat suddenly appeared next to it. Not good. Lu Yong's face changed drastically when he saw the newly appeared monster. Although their squad was now under no pressure to deal with one level 1 monster, 2 would be an absolute disaster with their squad of only one level 2. Zhao Barui, didn't you say there was only one monster? What's going on now? Lu Yong said sternly. Brother Yong, I clearly just saw that there was only one. Zhao Barui knew that he couldn't escape the responsibility and stuttered a bit in his speech. Moreover, with 2 monsters appearing at the same time, if there was no one to hold them back, it would even affect the entire squad. It seems like a distress signal needs to be sent. Lu Yong had no other way out at the moment, but if he sent out a distress signal, it would mean that this adventure was basically over. How about it? It's not working. A few people were in a hurry when they suddenly heard a sneering remark from the side. Yunfeng, what do you mean? Lu Yong was already upset at the moment, and when Yunfeng said that, his anger rubbed off. Nothing, just want to see, who will you sacrifice to get through this? Hearing Yunfeng's words, Zhao Borui immediately turned pale. This situation was caused by his negligence, and he was the least talented and the least useful within this team. If Lu Yong really wanted to sacrifice someone, that person would definitely be him. Li Yu on the side was also trembling slightly with her hands. She was also afraid of being given up. In fact, as long as there is one person to help you lure away this needle-haired rat, then the crisis can be lifted. Yunfeng once again guided Lu Yong. Brother Yong, I can't, don't let me go. Seeing Lu Yong's gaze towards himself, Zhao Borui shouted in terror, but at least he hadn't run away yet. Brother Yong, I really can't, I'll do it. Li Yu said with a trembling voice. She knew that if she went to lure away the monster, she would more than likely not be able to escape. Don't worry, none of you need to go, there's only hope if you live, the big deal is that we're giving up on this adventure. After saying that, Lu Yong was about to turn on the distress fireworks, because the other monster was already very close to them. Wait. Yunfeng said in charge towards that one needle-furred rat. Now was the best time for him to get rid of this team, he had been waiting for such an opportunity for a long time, how could he miss it? Saying something like that just now was just to see everyone's reaction, and it sort of satisfied his bad taste. Yunfeng, you. Lu Yong didn't expect him to act like this way over, although Yunfeng didn't play any role, he also didn't share a trace of spiritual energy, it could be said that it was a two-way street. But in such a dangerous moment, he was actually willing to sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for them. But unbeknownst to them, Yunfeng had already happily taken the needle-furred rat and walked away. However, at the moment, he could not reveal his bottom card, so luring away the needle-furred rat alone could be considered very treacherous. What are you still waiting for? Quickly settle this monster and go save Yunfeng. Lu Yong's double fists thumped towards the needle-haired rat in front of him, even in the face of the monster's skills, he didn't dodge, and his calf ate a hard blow of flying needles, killing the needle-haired rat. At this time, it didn't matter who came to make up for it. However, Yunfeng was not able to find the opportunity, how would he let them destroy it? By the time a few people killed the needle-furred rat and then chased after it, Yunfeng's figure was already out of sight. Let's hope Yunfeng can get out of danger. Lu Yong sighed. He sought his own death, who's to blame? Zhao Borui said in a conspiratorial manner. Slap. A loud slap rang out on his face. You have to remember that it's because of him that we can continue practicing and upgrading here. Seeing Lu Yong's anger, Zhao Borui didn't dare to beat more after eating the slap. At this moment, after Yunfeng narrowly escaped to a certain distance, knowing that the other few could not catch up, he immediately took out his black iron-grade battle knife from his nascent ring. As soon as the battle knife appeared in his hand, on his virtual screen, the battle value column immediately became 106. In other words, the battle power that a weapon provided him with was surprisingly high at 100. Don't look at the fact that the value of 100 was not high, the current level 3 monsters only had a combat power of around 100. In other words, Yunfeng was able to solo across 2 levels with his battle sword. Worthy of being a sought-after fragment synthesizer. Holding his battle knife in his hand, Yunfeng turned back and slashed towards the needle-furred rat chasing behind him. Put! With a flash of cold light from the blade, the needle-furred rat that crashed over was cleaved in half before it could understand what was going on. What a powerful battle knife! This battle knife is enough for me to use until level 5, or even level 10. Yunfeng then took out his battle suit and put it on as well, and the values on the virtual screen changed once again. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 123-100. Combat Strength, 207. Talent, F rank. Having just killed the needle-haired rat, he had gained 6 points of spiritual energy value, which also increased his combat power by a little. With a set of F-rank equipment, Yunfeng directly ignored the attacks of monsters below level 3, after all, a black iron-ranked combat suit was equivalent to the combat power of a level 3 monster. The deeper one advanced into the dimensional space, the lower the probability of possibly encountering other teams, and Yunfeng did not have to worry about being discovered in his situation. 6 points of experience. Another 6 points of experience. How come we haven't reached the level 2 area yet? Due to the squad's careful advancement earlier, their current position was basically still not long after they had just entered the level 1 monster area. Finally, after killing more than a dozen monsters, he finally encountered the first level 2 monster, and in order to hurry, all the loot he didn't collect. A big majestic black dog appeared in front of Yunfeng. Monster, Iron Claw. Level 2. Combat Strength, 55. Skill, tear wounds caused by the beast's claws are difficult to heal. This thing's combat power is actually inferior to that combat chicken? The seemingly mighty steel claws only had 55 points of battle power. Without saying a word, Yunfeng raised his sword and went on. The difference in battle power was too great, and this level 2 monster was simply not enough for him to slash. With 2 random slashes, 11 points of spiritual power arrived. The level had also finally risen to level 2. Chapter 11 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Level 2 monsters, nothing more than that. Yunfeng still did not collect the loot and continued to head deeper. According to his teacher, the subspace, the highest ranked ones were nothing more than rank 5 monsters. According to his speculations, the estimated combat strength of a level 5 monster should only be around 500. Next, Yunfeng did not stop for a moment even when he was discovered by the level 2 monsters, and hardened himself against their damage as he advanced deeper. After spending nearly a day, Yunfeng finally reached the area of level 3 monsters. Strangely enough, even after a day had passed in the outside world, the color of the sky in here still hadn't changed in any way, and that one scorching sun was still in a state where it had just risen. The level 3 monster was shaped like a boar, with a green face and tusks. The tusks stick out from the mouth and are about half a meter long. Monster, Steel Tusk. Level 3. Battle Strength, 124. Skill, Tusk Impact. The monster's data was quickly recognized by the combat goggles. Sure enough, the battle power of a level 3 monster had reached over 100. However, this amount of battle power still could not enter his eyes. Yunfeng did not make a move and crossed over the steel tooth monster and continued to advance inside. Tut! Yunfeng wanted to let go of the steel tooth, but the monster clearly did not want to let go of him. Spreading its legs, it charged towards Yunfeng. Since you seek death, I can only fulfill you. Yunfeng raised his sword and killed towards Steel Tooth. Level 3 monsters, indeed, were much fiercer than level 2 monsters, and even though their battle power was now nearly 100 higher than the monster, they could not manage to kill them in seconds. After spending half a minute, 11 points of spiritual power arrived. On the way to the level 4 monster area, Yunfeng was annoyed and had no choice but to kill 3 steel teeth again, all floating around 125 combat power. The area of level 3 monsters was much larger than the area of level 2 monsters, and it took Yunfeng 2 days to reach the level 4 monster area. During this time, he finally felt a bit sleepy and got some steel tooth meat on the spot to solve the problem of sustenance. Yunfeng looked at his stats. Name, Yunfeng. Level 245 500. Battle Strength, 219 for every 10 points of spiritual strength gained, battle strength increases by 1 point. Talent, F rank. At the same time, the information of the level 4 monster was displayed by the goggles. Monster, Coyote. Level 4. Battle Strength, 206. Skill, Earth Spike. Originally, Yunfeng thought that the monster's name was really earthy, but he didn't realize that this Earth was not the same as the other Earth. A level 4 monster is surprisingly already an elemental monster. It's a bit of a challenge, and my battle strength beyond isn't that high. In his previous experience of battling monsters, Yunfeng knew that every time a monster had an upgrade of 1 level, the battle power increased not by a little bit. He who had wanted to charge straight to the level 5 area realized that he wouldn't necessarily be able to fight level 5 monsters now. Let's level up to level 3 here then. Currently Yunfeng was only at level 2, killing a level 4 monster now should yield 16 points of spiritual energy. There was a long way to go if he wanted to upgrade. Yunfeng raised his sword to kill the hyena in front of him. The monster level had increased, and basically, there were very few cases of monsters piling up. Although the name of the coyote was earthy, its appearance was not earthy. At about 2 meters tall, it was taller than Yunfeng by half a head. A body of earth-colored fur was soft and shiny, and its limbs were like 4 pillars, thick and powerful. The coolest thing about it was that around its circumference, there were small broken stones suspended. Roar! The hyena was furious when it saw that the tiny human opposite it had taken the initiative to attack its own. The broken pieces of stone around its body directly coalesced into a spike that flew towards Yunfeng. This coyote even went straight for a skill, not speaking of martial virtues. Yunfeng did not dare to use his black iron grade combat suit to receive it hard. and could only roll to the side to avoid this earth spike skill. After the hyena sent out the skill, the earth thorns shattered into a ground of stone, and then slowly coalesced around his body once again. It seems that the time for the shattered stones to return is the cooldown time for this skill. Yunfeng dodged the blow, stood up, held his sword with both hands and slashed hard towards the earth wolf's abdomen. The coyote picked upwards while sidestepping the attack of the battle knife. It's only level 4, and the combat instincts are this high? Yunfeng frowned. No wonder it was said that adventures in subspace were never easy. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and adjusted its direction, stabbing straight towards the coyote's waist position. Coyote, copper head, iron bones and tofu waist. Only by attacking the coyote's waist position could it inflict maximum damage. Of course there was a better part of the attack, but it was well protected by its tail, allowing Yunfeng's battle knife to never have the chance to stage a scene of chrysanthemum mutilation. The hyena also did not expect that Yunfeng's change of stance was so fast, and was coldly stabbed squarely by the battle knife, blood flowing out along the blade. However, the sword did not penetrate too deep and was caught by the coyote's skin. Yunfeng was ready to horizontally slash a huge wound. At this moment, the coyote's tail had already struck towards his head, so he had no choice but to draw out his battle knife and wait for an opportunity. This earth elemental monster, its defense is a bit high. Yunfeng swung his sword to shake off the bloodstains on his sword and continued to attack the coyote's abdomen with one hand. After the hyena had added a few new wounds to its body, the debris around its body had also coalesced, which meant that it would be able to send out its skills again at any time. The attacking Yunfeng had of course realized this matter, and the momentum of his attack began to slow down a bit, ready to deal with the sudden earth spike at any time. One person, one wolf, fought fiercely. After the coyote released its earth and spike skill for the 4th time, Yunfeng finally seized the opportunity to end its life with a single slash. It took a total of 5 minutes before and after. It's indeed a bit difficult, and looking at this, I can only deal with level 4 monsters at the moment. Yunfeng sighed. Even if he had a Tianhu opening and directly gained an extra 200 battle power, it was still a bit difficult to kill monsters across large levels. Gathering his thoughts, Yunfeng continued to roam around the level 4 wild monster area. If others were to know that it had only been most of the past day, Yunfeng would have dropped his jaw if he had raided into such a deep place alone. Brother Yong, there's a needle for a rat corpse up ahead, and the loot is all still there. Zhao Barui said in surprise to Captain Lu Yong. He really missed Yunfeng now that Yunfeng was gone, he had become the bottom of this team, and could only keep playing his few roles to find a sense of existence. A few people approached to take a look, and sure enough, there was a not long dead needle-furred mouse, and it was also true that the hair on its body was intact, as Zhao Barui had said. Who's so extravagant that they don't even want the trophies? These hairs can at least be sold for 50 Chinese dollars. Don't underestimate 50 Hua coins, it could be a week's living expenses for an ordinary family. Brother Yong, there's another needle-furred rat carcass in front of us, and it's still 2 of them. Hearing Zhao Barui's words, Lu Yong along with the rest of the team members showed joyful faces. What the hell is this left behind by that team? Could it be that they're all not bad masters? Shin Shibin, who had always been quiet, also murmured. Could it be that the Guardian's teacher shot and killed them? That's absolutely impossible. A Guardian teacher can never strike when a student hasn't sent out a distress signal. We didn't see any distress signal just now. Lu Yong dismissed Li Yu's conjecture. You guys, is there a possibility that it was that F-rank Yunfeng who did this? He was fleeing in this direction at that time, and we didn't find anything left behind by him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Li Yu's words were spoken, Zhao Barui shrieked in shock. He would rather believe that these needle-haired rats were grass-propped to death than that they were killed by Yunfeng. That kind of trash, without a team, how could he kill a level 1 monster by himself? I guess he would have been swallowed up by other monsters long ago. Zhao Barui said spitefully. Alright, no matter who killed these monsters, it's good for us, isn't it? Lu Yong collected the loot and continued onward. Chapter 12 Splinter Drops. After killing the coyote, Yunfeng did not give up the loot like he did before. Elemental monsters were different from ordinary monsters. Their heads would give birth to a corresponding elemental crystal core, which was relatively more valuable. Slicing open the coyote's head, he took out a prismatic earth-colored pellet that was still stained with red and white. The shape of the pellet was regular, like a fine work of art. Level 4 Earth Crystal Core, worth 200 Chinese coins. The virtual screen also immediately displayed the value of this crystal core. It's still fast money from practicing inside the subspace. Speaking of money, Yunfeng suddenly remembered something. It was said that awakened people had a specialized Perhaps I can use Chinese coins to purchase some fragments. Thinking of this, Yunfeng's eyes lit up. This was a good business with a huge profit. He then immediately revealed his pain mask. All this way without collecting the loot, missing out on a few $100 million. Yunfeng pounded his chest and took all his anger out on the hyena. Too good to be true, this is already the 8th Earth Crystal Core, 1,600 Hua coins in hand. Yunfeng once again touched a crystal core out from the Earth Wolf's head. That? Yunfeng kicked away the hyena and realized that underneath the corpse there was a crystal fragment that was anyway filled with ghostly black light, and in the fragment was a picture of a potion with the word power written on it. Am I this lucky? I just killed a few monsters and a shard came out? Didn't they say that shards are hard to come out? Yunfeng looked at the shard in his hand and was stunned by his luck. Without much thought, Yunfeng directly urged the ancient jade and emitted a green-colored light that shone onto the shard. A potion then appeared in his hand. Black Iron Grade Potion of Strength, enhances the body's strength by 20 points, use limit 10. Yunfeng had no concept of the 20 points of strength on the potion's description. Don't you know what's going on if you drink it? Opening the seal of the potion, he poured it down and drank it. What a strange feeling. The potion was gone in his mouth, and he couldn't even feel the presence of the potion. Afterwards, he felt that his body was a little hot, like a boiled shrimp, his body was red, and even hot air began to emerge from his body. It took a while before this situation slowly disappeared. Yunfeng felt his condition, his entire body was filled with power. He then looked at his battle power column, the value had become 272, meaning that this bottle of potion had increased his battle power by 40 points. With the same black iron grade resources, the equipment had increased by 100 points while the potion had only increased by 40 points. However, on second thought, Yunfeng was relieved, the battle power of weapons and combat clothing were not stacked, while potions were different. According to the instructions on the top of the potion, the black iron grade power potion was able to be used 10 times, which meant that it could increase 400 points of battle power if he drank it full. Moreover, since there was a power potion, there should be other potions as well. If one drank them all, even with a low level and low talent, one's battle power could reach an incredible level. With the incentive of this black iron fragment, Yunfeng killed the monsters even more vigorously. After killing 10 hyenas again, Yunfeng once again saw a shard fall on the ground. Are shards really that easy to drop? Yunfeng realized that things might not be that simple. Could it be because he had crossed over to kill monsters? Retaining this trace of doubt, he picked up the fragment on the ground. Inside was the same potion, but the words on it had changed to speed. Black Iron Grade Speed Potion, enhances the body's speed by 20 points, use limit 10. Not bad, it's a good thing. Yunfeng directly drank the potion, his starting point was low, so all these attribute potions were very important to him. Battle power was raised by 40 points once again. Just need to kill 10 more hyena wolves to level up to level 3. Yunfeng was now killing monsters at the next level, one person was soloing, and after a few days, he was still less than level 3, it was hard to imagine how slow the other squads would be in upgrading. Of course, most of his time was spent on catching up. After getting a taste of the sweetness, Yunfeng killed the hyenas even more vigorously. The level 4 monster area was haunted by him. On the 7th day of entering subspace, Yunfeng finally successfully rose to level 3. After killing the last 10 hyenas, there were no surprises and once again, he obtained a fragment. It was still a bottle of black iron grade power potion. After drinking the potion, Yunfeng looked at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 371,000. Battle strength, 389. Talent, F rank. Only level 3, and he already had almost 400 battle power, which was already very explosive at the current stage. However, at this moment, he still didn't go to the level 5 monster area. In order to verify his thoughts, he was still brushing the hyenas in the level 4 monster area. Already killed 20 hyenas, no shards have dropped. It seems that the chance of shards dropping really has something to do with killing monsters at a higher level. Yunfeng was not in a hurry, he wanted to see just how many kills were required to drop fragments from killing monsters over level 1. It wasn't until he killed 10 hyena wolves again that he saw a fragment appear on the ground. The probability of dropping it is about 1/30, that's actually not too low. That was how he felt. Drinking the speed potion in his hand, his battle power had pulled up to 462 points at this moment. It's time to get out of here, I should be able to find some trouble with the level 5 monsters now. This is too hard, need to kill 100 level 2 monsters to rise to level 3. Black Monkey looked at the data on the virtual screen and wailed. The point was that there were 5 of them in a squad, which meant that they needed to kill 500 level 2 monsters before all of them could rise to level 3. Brother Monkey, when you say that even a team like ours is upgrading so slowly, what kind of scenario is it for the other squads? At the moment, they had already let Zhou Quan absorb all of their spiritual energy first, but they were all still more than 100 short of leveling up. My current battle power is already as high as 78, killing level 2 monsters is already easy, no need to give me all the spirit power now, give it all to Tan Kai, when the time comes, I can use it to pull 2 level 2 monsters. With the battle power pulled up, everyone was also full of confidence, slowly fighting monsters and absorbing spiritual power to upgrade. Snowy, how's the mastery of your talent going this month or so? 5th District, 9th Middle School, in a separate practical training room next to the principal's office, the principal looked at the pavilion girl in front of her with a kind face. This person was none other than Shangguan Shui, the only one in the school who had awakened her S-rank talent. Headmaster, basically I already know how to use my talent, when can you let me enter the sub-dimensional space to practice? I heard that there are already many classes that have already set off. Don't worry, I've already arranged it, we can leave later. The principal said amiably. If the other teachers in the school were to see him like this, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Really? That's great. Shangguan Shui jumped up happily. Chapter 13 Level 5 Monster, take it. After spending another 3 days going through the level 4 monster area, Yunfeng finally saw the longed for level 5 monsters. Previously, all the way over, there were some plains and hills terrain, and he had not seen the so-called jungle at all, and he had thought that the names of the sub-dimensional space were all just made up. It wasn't until this moment that he realized why this subspace was called the small jungle subspace. In front of him was an emerald green forest that radiated over an extremely wide area, and in the extreme distance of the forest, the outlines of mountain peaks could be faintly seen. Inside the forest, the grass was lush and fragrant, emitting a unique fragrance. The environment here is so complicated, how can we find monsters? And it's easy to be sneak attacked. Yunfeng looked towards the jungle in front of him, somewhat at a loss. Right at this moment, the leaves in the jungle shook and the monster's figure was faintly visible. Monster, Clouded Leopard. Level 5. Battle Strength, 456. Skill, Tang Yin fly in the air for a certain distance, attack speed increases slightly after landing. The monster's information appeared on the virtual screen. It was a huge leopard that was 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with white fluff mixed with black spots on its body, and a pair of light blue pupils that were exceptionally eye-catching. Between walks, its limbs clouded over, appearing particularly elegant. With my current battle power, it's just right to deal with it, I just don't know how big this skill bonus is. Yunfeng frowned and pondered for a moment. After all, his current advantage was not that great. If the opponent unleashed the skill and the boost was relatively large, then there was a possibility that he could put himself in danger. Unstable. Yunfeng turned towards the level 4 hyena to kill it. There was no need to risk himself right now, not at all. Moreover, as long as he killed 30 hyenas and got a fragment before killing 30 hyenas, it would be proper to face level 5 monsters again. Little Coyote, sorry about that, you're going to have to be helping me out. After silently mourning 0.05 for the hyena in his heart, he didn't hesitate to lay his hands on the hyena. Right now, with his 460 plus battle power, there was basically no suspense against the 200 battle power Coyote, who only had one chance to unleash his earthen spike. This time, his luck was good. After killing 28 hyenas, he once again obtained a bottle of speed potion. Are these 2 potions the only ones that pop up here? Can't we have something else? It wasn't that the attribute potions were bad, he was just curious if something new would come out. Drinking the second bottle of speed potion, at this moment, Yunfeng's battle power had skyrocketed to 533. Cloud Panther, I'm coming. Now that the battle power had exceeded the battle power of a level 5 monster by nearly 100, even if Yun Panther unleashed his skills, he should be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Yunfeng did not hesitate to head towards the jungle. The first time, it was a bit far away from the clouded leopard, so it was safe and sound. This time, Yunfeng had entered the clouded leopard's attack range. Roar! Surprisingly, someone had intruded into his territory. The clouded leopard was furious as it charged towards the human on the opposite side. Between runs, the monster's limbs left the ground and rose into the air, its speed steeply accelerating a lot. Good guy, unleashing a skill as soon as it comes up. Fortunately, having experienced the coyote's skill surprise attack before, Yunfeng had long been prepared. Although he was looking straight ahead with both hands on his sword, his center of gravity had shifted slightly too. This was also the reason why sometimes a high battle strength did not necessarily win. Seeing Cloud Leopard pouncing, Yunfeng took a large diagonal step to the left, his body slightly sideways, his battle knife held horizontally, stabbing at Cloud Leopard's left abdomen. Both were very fast, and the fight was about the ability to improvise. Although the Clouded Leopard had swift reactions, its ability to improvise was definitely not as good as that of a human. Yunfeng's sudden change of stance caused the Clouded Leopard to suffer a loss, the battle knife cutting a 10-centimeter gash in its side. Blood immediately stained the surrounding grass and trees. However, the Clouded Leopard was huge, this wound was no different to it than a human finger breaking some skin. Ignoring the wound on its flank, the Clouded Leopard continued to dodge and move, attacking Yunfeng from all directions, either with its claws, tail, or mouth. This attack lasted for about a minute, all of which were dealt with by Yunfeng, during which it once again added dozens of minor wounds to the Clouded Leopard. The battle power has dropped to its original value. It seems that the skill bonus lasts for 1 minute. Clouded Leopard could not attack for a long time and gasped for air as he slightly retreated a few steps while continuously licking his wounds. You've had your fun for so long, now it's my turn. Yunfeng's battle sword pulled a flowery hand in his hand as he approached Yun Pao. Yunfeng had already killed his way into the depths of subspace, but some squads' journey through the experience was not as smooth and peaceful as his. Of the 61 squads, 8 of them had already sent out distress signals and withdrawn from the adventure. There was even one team that had already suffered casualties. It was ordered to withdraw from this adventure. The remaining 52 squads were also struggling to hold on. Unexpectedly, the squad led by Lu Yong, which was claimed to be the worst squad in the class, hadn't even withdrawn from the training yet. It's so cool to kill monsters over level, principle is so good to me. Shangguan Shui was holding a longsword with a ghostly black glow in her hand, dressed in a set of blue-colored combat uniforms, and stood in front of the corpse of a monster with a slight gasp. It was surprisingly a level 3 monster. My initial battle power alone is 30 points, plus this black iron grade longsword. With my S-grade talent, it's just right to kill monsters by crossing 2 levels. If I had a black iron grade battlesuit, then I'd just go straight to the level 4 monsters. The subspace she was in at the moment was clearly not the same as Yunfeng and the others, and the types of monsters were completely different. I've heard that those people all work together in a squad of 5, I still feel comfortable being alone. Shangguan Shui proudly tilted her head as she continued to walk deeper. In this subspace, the initial level of monsters was level 3. This girl, she does have some fighting talent. Seeing Shangguan Shui walking away, the principal revealed his figure from the air. He had watched the entire battle passage just now, and although it was her first time battling monsters, she appeared to be somewhat seasoned in all aspects of her handling and use of her talent. It's mainly because I taught her well. The principal boasted to himself and hurriedly chased after her secretly. This was his own sweetheart, the hope of the school's rise. He couldn't afford to have the slightest thing happen. Chapter 14 Black Iron Dagger. Without the skill bonus, the Clouded Leopard had become a lamb to be slaughtered in Yunfeng's eyes. Kill you while you're sick, don't even think about releasing the skill a second time. Seeing the disappearing clouds on the limbs gathering again after using the skill, Yunfeng increased his attack. Finally, he resolved the level 5 monster before the Clouded Leopard was able to release a second time. Yunfeng looked at the data on his virtual screen. Name, Yunfeng. Level 3661-1000. Battle Strength, 536. Talent, F rank. With these 16 points of aura, currently Yunfeng was only 22 more Cloud Leopards to kill before he could ascend to level 4. If we follow my projected shard drop pattern, it's possible for 2 shards to drop again before ascending to level 4. Yunfeng was motivated as he thought of this. Walking into the middle of the jungle, the light suddenly dimmed, and the branches that kept sticking out were also very distracting to his vision. How important it is to have a sensing class talent at this time. What's the use of me needing that little bit of broken spiritual energy? Yunfeng thought about the words of his F-class talent with a helpless face. The environment of the jungle was much more dangerous than before. You didn't know that a monster would pop up from that place. Yunfeng could only be careful and advance steadily, ready to deal with the monsters that were about to appear. Ka-ching! A sound of a tree branch being stepped on caught his attention. Yunfeng turned his head to look. A Clouded Leopard appeared under a large tree at the left rear, its gaze ferocious as it looked at him. Surprisingly, no sneak attack? A bit of martial virtue. Looking at the clouded leopard that was walking towards him with cat-like steps, Yunfeng raised his sword and went for it. I'm not one to talk about martial virtues. With the experience of dealing with the clouded leopard once, this time, there was no fear, and it took 3 minutes to tearfully collect the 16 points of spiritual energy. As he continued to go deeper, the timing and location of the monsters that appeared became more and more tricky. Sometimes one suddenly swooped down from a tree, sometimes one drilled out from a dark hole underneath. Fortunately, Yunfeng had maintained a high level of vigilance so that there were no accidents. He was now acting alone without support, and even the things to heal his wounds were only some gauze and hemostatic pills inside his bag to temporarily deal with the trauma. After killing another 5 clouded leopards in a row, Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Once again, a black iron grade fragment appeared underneath the corpse of this clouded leopard. Black iron grade defense potion, enhance body defense by 20 points, take limit 10. Coyotes did not produce defense potions, but I did not expect this clouded leopard to produce this instead. Yunfeng thought that the potion fragment dropped by the speed-oriented clouded leopard should be related to speed, but he did not expect it to be one that increased defense. Whatever, use it first. Although defense was not his first choice, here, being able to increase his strength by a single point added an extra measure of safety. With the spiritual power brought by the 7-headed cloud leopard, coupled with the increased battle power from the potion, Yunfeng's current battle power had already reached 586 and would soon break through the 600 mark. And right now, he was still only at level 3. I hope that I can just drop 2 more fragments before reaching level 4. With this hopefulness, Yunfeng continued to advance within the jungle. As he advanced, Yunfeng also discovered some other critters that he thought were monsters, but when viewing them, nothing showed up on the virtual screen. So it's not all monsters here, it's not a cold world with only monsters in the dimensional space. Roar! Hearing a panther's roar, Yunfeng knew that it had come to life again. Sure enough, a clouded leopard stepped out from behind a large tree. Just as Yunfeng was elated that 16 points of spiritual energy were about to arrive, another clouded leopard once again walked out from under the tree. Why did 2 clouded leopards come at once? With his current battle power, it was more than enough to deal with 1 head, but 2 heads. Yunfeng looked around and his eyes lit up. Not far away was a giant tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Playing gorilla around this tree, there's a good chance. It was unlikely to want to escape now. The cloud leopard unleashed its Cloud Tang skill and was much faster than himself, so he could only respond to the battle. Afterwards, Yunfeng turned around and ran Just now, both cloud leopards had used the Cloud Tengi skill when they chased after him, so now was the peak of their combat power. As long as he waited for this time to pass, he could start harvesting. A minute's time quickly passed. Seeing that both clouded leopards' battle power had dropped to around 450, Yunfeng knew that his chance had come. Holding his sword with both hands, he killed towards one of the clouded leopards. With a 130-point battle power difference, as long as one did not face 2 clouded leopards at the same time, the outcome of the battle was basically not in doubt. Under Yunfeng's wandering, one of the clouded leopards was quickly chopped under the blade. Roar! The other clouded leopard let out a mournful hiss as it saw its partner being killed. However, no amount of roaring could change its end. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 cloud beasts, neatly laid out under the Tsongtian tree. Yunfeng cut off the tips of the 4 paws of the cloud leopard and casually kicked the 2 corpses after collecting the trophies. He hadn't thought that he would get any other loot this time, but he ended up seeing a shard under one of the cloud leopard corpses. Is the fragment burst rate so high? Yunfeng felt as if his previous speculation was wrong again. Could it be that crossing levels and dealing with 2 monsters at the same time would increase the fragment burst rate? However, he did not have the ability to verify his thoughts right now. After all, if not for this big tree, he estimated that it would be difficult for him to deal with 2 clouded leopards that had unleashed their skills at the same time. Surprisingly, it's not a potion? Yunfeng looked at the fragment in his hand, which then turned into a ghostly black dagger. It's a black iron grade dagger, it's perfect for the black monkey to use, find a chance to give it to him. Flipping his hand, he put the dagger away into his nascent sphere. Chapter 15 Generous Elite Monster. Although the fragments this time did not increase his battle power a bit, Yunfeng did not care. After all, there was no more pressure to deal with the cloud leopard now. As he traveled along, he was quite lucky and did not encounter 2 more cloud leopards that appeared at the same time. After killing 13 clouded leopards again, Yunfeng's level finally reached level 4, and in the process of killing them, he obtained another fragment. After synthesizing it, it was still a bottle of defense potion. By now, Yunfeng's combat power had changed again. Name, Yunfeng. Level 413 2000. Battle Strength 651. Talent F rank. Seeing his battle power stats, Yunfeng was already quite satisfied. His level 4 self already exceeded the battle power of a level 5 monster by 200. I also don't know how much battle power those S rank and above awakened people can reach at my level. In fact, Yunfeng also knew that there was a big gap between the actual battle power and the surface data of those ranked high awakened people, and their talents would give a big bonus to the battle power. His talent, on the other hand, currently did not have any bonuses for battle. The data panel's battle power was his true battle power. Level 4 now. If I kill another level 5 Cloud Leopard, the fragment drop won't be as high, and the spiritual energy absorbed won't be as much. Yunfeng sighed a little. It was a pity that in this subspace, the highest level of monsters was level 5. And with his current battle power, he definitely couldn't fight a level 6 monster. I don't know if there is an end to this jungle. When I was looking at it from afar, it seemed to have the feeling of mountains. Yunfeng followed his senses as he brushed the level 5 Cloud Leopard while walking towards the possible mountain peaks. At this point, it had been 10 days since he had entered the subspace. The deeper he advanced into the jungle, the more Cloud Leopards he encountered. Another fragment. This was already the 58th Clouded Leopard he had killed after rising to level 4. A fragment had already popped out before, and this time it was the same, synthesized with what was still a bottle of defense potion. Yunfeng felt that his defense, coupled with the battle suit on his body, could already ignore the attacks of level 4 monsters, and even standing and letting the Clouded Leopard scratch him a few times would be fine. After all, he had already consumed 4 bottles of black iron grade defense potions. His defense had directly increased by 80, which translated into a full 160 points of battle power. Hiss. Just as Yunfeng was thinking that he could rely on his strong defense to kill the Cloud Leopard hard, an unusual sound rang out. Yunfeng looked around and did not find the source of the sound. This doesn't seem to be the voice of a Clouded Leopard. What on earth is it? Is it another level 5 monster? Yunfeng looked around vigilantly. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. Yunfeng, whose mental energy was highly concentrated, responded at the same time the sound rang out. Sideways head, turn around, and raise his sword to block in one fell swoop. Although he reacted completely, the force of the other party's strike completely exceeded his imagination. Yunfeng was knocked back 5 or 6 meters by the blow, his legs rubbing 2 visible scratches on the ground. So fierce? With his own defense, there would no longer be any monsters that would pose a threat to him in this dimensional space, in his opinion. But this strike just now shattered his illusions, and until now his hands were still trembling slightly. If he didn't block and was hit head-on, he would definitely be seriously injured. Yunfeng looked up at the monster that had attacked him. It was an emerald green python that seemed to blend into the environment of this jungle. The python was more than half a meter in diameter and hovered over the trunk of the tree, its scales emitting a silky sound as it moved. Monster, Forest Python Elite. Level 5. Battle Strength, 782. Skills, Giant Tail Whip, Venom Spray. The monster's information appeared above the virtual screen. The monster's introduction made Yunfeng a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen a monster with a suffix after its name. Moreover, being the same level 5 monster, this forest python's battle power could be too much higher than that of the Clouded Leopard, and most critically, it even had 2 skills. Although there was no skill description, Yunfeng roughly knew the effects of these 2 skills. After all, it had just eaten the first skill's attack. After being dodged by Yunfeng from the sneak attack, the forest python spat out its letters and poked its head out from the. Yunfeng landed on the ground and drew his sword to chop at the python once again. Without having specialized in sword techniques, he could only attack with his own thoughts, and if it wasn't for the absorption of spiritual energy, his physical quality and flexibility had been greatly strengthened. Many of his movements would simply not have been completed. The sword chopped many times on the python's body, causing some unsatisfactory damage. The 7-inch position was too well protected, and the other injuries basically did not pose much of a threat. Who? The terrifying air-breaking sound came again. Yunfeng could only give up his attack and turn to defend. A huge force came and was smashed into the ground by the python's tail. The forest python once again used its giant tail whip. After blocking this strike, Yunfeng was once again alerted to its venom spray skill. After a full minute, this skill did not reappear. It seems that this skill has a long interval between uses. Yunfeng, who was relieved, once again attacked the forest python. This thing is covered in hard scales, it's really a tough bone to chew on. For a full 5 minutes, there was no visible injury to the opponent, let alone a fatal one. And at this time, a move of the python made Yunfeng think of a way. Although it was dangerous, as long as it succeeded, it would definitely be able to severely injure or even kill the other party. At this moment, under his attack, the python once again poked its head out, a prelude to releasing its venomous spray. Yunfeng calculated his position with the python as he attacked. Bear. 2 jets of venom shot out. It's now. Yunfeng suddenly accelerated and scurried towards the back of the python before kicking at the head that was really spraying venom. Z. The venom that was originally spraying towards Yunfeng was shifted by this kick, and half of it fell onto the giant python's body. The python's scales clearly could not carry the acidic nature of his own venom, and quickly lost its defense. Yunfeng seized the moment and specialized in passing towards the already corroded location. Large swathes of snake flesh were picked out by the battle knife, and even the python's internal organs and bones could be seen. It didn't take long for the python to run out of breath, sliding down from the tree trunk. Prompted by the goggles, Yunfeng sliced open the python's head and took out the poison sac inside, which was the forest python's most valuable item. Forest python poison sac, 1,000 Chinese coins. At the same time, Yunfeng realized that his spiritual energy had unexpectedly risen by a large amount. A monster had allowed him to absorb 51 points of spiritual energy. Good lord, this elite monster is too generous. Chapter 16 Black Iron Grade Talent Upgrade Potion. It's a pity that no shards were dropped. Yunfeng sighed a little as he looked at the empty space underneath the forest python's corpse. However, he knew that since it was an elite-level monster, the explosive rate must be higher than normal monsters. Thinking of this, Yunfeng got energized and started searching for the forest python. The clouded leopard was no longer fragrant. Elite monsters were indeed a little more difficult to encounter than normal monsters. A quarter of an hour passed before Yunfeng encountered the second forest python. With the experience of the first kill, it was much easier to deal with it again. After nearly 8 minutes of killing, 51 points of spiritual energy arrived. It's a pity that there are still no fragments dropped. Yunfeng lamented a bit, and after collecting the poison sac, he advanced once again. As he advanced, the weeds in the jungle still became sparse. There was only a single upright ancient tree towering haphazardly, the sunlight shining in through the cracks of the trees, creating a wonderful Tyndall effect. Yunfeng, however, knew that underneath this beautiful appearance, there were hidden killers everywhere, not knowing when a giant tail or a few venomous attacks would appear and come. 20 minutes of time passed once again, and he finally encountered the third forest python. At this rate, I should be able to rise to level 5 today. Although he could only kill 2 elite monsters in an hour, the spiritual energy given was 5 times that of ordinary monsters. With the gradual increase in battle power and sparring experience, this time it only took 7 minutes to resolve the battle. Shipped? While sorting through the loot, Yunfeng finally found what he wanted under the corpse of the forest python. However, to his surprise, the fragment was not ghostly black, but rather glowing with a greenish light. Could this be? Yunfeng hurriedly picked up the fragment on the ground and took it into his hands to view it. It really is a bronze shard. Yunfeng's heart was filled with surprise all over. He did not expect that a bronze-level shard could be exploded in one of the lowest-level subspaces. In his perception, the grade of the shard should be determined by the level of the monster, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. In the center of the fragment was a battle sword, a mark of flame on the blade was striking, and its appearance was much cooler than the battle sword in his own hand. Without much thought, Yunfeng immediately activated the ancient jade. Then a cool-looking battle knife with a faint flame on its body appeared in his hand. Bronze-grade flame battle knife, 1000 battle power, attack with flame scorching effect. Compared to the black iron grade battle knife, the bronze battle knife's battle power was directly increased by 10 times, and there was also an additional damage effect, which was simply bunker. Just when Yunfeng thought that he could take the bronze combat and kill everyone in this dimensional space, he realized that he was unable to swing the battle knife. What's going on? It clearly doesn't feel very heavy, why can't I use it? He was now able to carry the battle sword, but he couldn't use it for combat no matter what. At the same time, he watched the virtual screen and realized that not only did his battle power not increase after switching to the bronze-grade battle knife, it was 100. It is said that the entire Jiangnan state, 6 districts, only awakened less than 10 SSS class in total this year. To know that Jiangzhou state, as one of the 9 states of the country of China, but has a population of nearly 1 billion people, and this year, there are about 5 million students involved in the awakening, so it can be seen that the probability of awakening the SSS class is how low. With the bronze fragment powering him up, Yunfeng could be said to be pulling full strength in battle, and when he encountered the forest python again, the time taken to kill it was getting shorter and shorter. It seems like this is the only elite level monster in here. Yunfeng killed 4 forest pythons once again. A shard once again appeared in front of him. Without any surprise this time it was still a bronze shard. Within the fragment was a bottle of potion. Bronze grade strength potion, increase strength by 200 points, use limit 10. Another good thing, too bad I can't use it. Yunfeng just wanted to try to open it and use it, however, he realized that he couldn't open it at all. However, he had gotten used to it. All these things had level restrictions, otherwise a level 1 little munchkin with a silver gold level combat suit, it would still be a messy kill in the sub-dimensional space. Yunfeng then looked at the nano ring on his finger. This thing can be used on its own at level 1, should belong to a special type of item with no level usage restrictions. After all, it doesn't increase battle power, it's functional. Thinking about this, Yunfeng also roughly figured out the rules of using fragment synthesized items. Anything that increases battle power basically has a usage restriction, while functional ones do not. Time passed slowly, the sun in the sky hung high in the sky, as if it remained unchanged. The only difference was that 10 days ago, the sun was in its early rising state, and at this moment, it was already sunrise. More than 10 hours later, Yunfeng searched and killed all the way. After resolving the 24 forest pythons, his level had finally risen to level 5. The 24 elite level monsters had also provided him with 6 bronze fragments and 1 black iron fragment. Of the 6 bronze fragments, 2 of them were strength potions and 3 were speed potions. I'm not mistaken. Yunfeng picked up the piece of black iron fragment, his small mouth slightly opened as he burst into a state of excitement. The surprise brought by those 6 bronze shards was also not as good as this black iron shard. Only in the center of the fragment was a bottle of potion pattern. The 2 words talent above the potion were mesmerizing like 2 sirens. Surprisingly, it's a talent upgrade potion, developed. Yunfeng was so excited that he was about to jump up. In the next second, the fragment turned into a bottle of potion that appeared in his hand. Black iron grade talent upgrade potion, chance of upgrading an F rank talent to an E talent. Although it was only the word chance, it was already enough. As long as the amount was large, there would always be a time to upgrade. Yunfeng did not even think about it and immediately drank the talent upgrade potion in his hand. There seems to be no reaction. As expected, 1 bottle was not going to work. Black iron grade talent upgrade potions were actually not in high demand in the outside world. Even if one upgraded an F rank talent to E rank, the effect of the enhancement would be quite limited, and it was not as if 1 bottle of the potion would be successful. However, in Yunfeng's eyes, it was priceless. Chapter 17. Enough is enough. According to teacher, when a talent awakened person reaches level 5, they will automatically comprehend a talent skill, and they will comprehend it every time they advance 5 levels in the future. Yunfeng was a little heartbroken as he looked at the fact that he had not comprehended any skills. This was the sadness of the F rank talent known as the life class talent. Even when it reached level 5, it would not comprehend the relevant skill. After comprehending a skill, there was a huge boost for an awakened. Especially for an elemental system talent awakened person, having skills and not having skills were 2 levels. With this dog talent of mine, even if I comprehend skills I probably won't be of much use. Yunfeng laughed to himself and then looked at the virtual screen. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 528 3000. Battle strength, 927. Talent, F rank. So far, he had taken 4 bottles of defense potion, 3 bottles of speed potion, and 2 bottles of strength potion. Since talent upgrade potions drop here, let's slowly brush here. It doesn't matter much if the drop probability decreases after leveling up to level 5. Yunfeng continued to slowly brush the forest python in the depths of the jungle. Since he had leveled up to 5, the spiritual energy provided by the forest python was only half of what it was originally, but it was 26 points, which was enough. Now it takes 3000 spiritual energy to level up. They are all killing normal monsters of the same level. Wouldn't that require 600 monsters to level up? Yunfeng felt horrified even thinking about it. Fortunately, he could kill monsters over the levels. However, when they reached level 5 and comprehended the skills, they might be able to cross levels as well. None of this was something he needed to think about. As long as he had the ancient jade with him, he would always be far ahead. The main task at this stage was to brush up enough talent upgrade potions to raise his F rank talent to E. The depths of the jungle were dark, silent, and even with a sun as bright as noon, it gave people a feeling of drowsiness. It would be nice if there were more forest pythons. Yunfeng only needed about 5 minutes to kill a forest python now, and most of the time was spent on finding monsters. It's a pity that what dropped this time was surprisingly not a fragment of the talent upgrade potion. After killing 10 forest pythons, a fragment dropped again. Black Iron Braid Spiritual Potion, enhances mental strength by 20 points, use limit 10. Another new potion. This potion seems to be more suitable for elemental system awakened people. Yunfeng looked at the potion in his hand. The liquid inside was as beautiful and bright as the starry sky. Drink it. One poured the potion in his hand into his mouth. Completely different from the feeling of the other 3 potions, after drinking the spiritual power potion, Yunfeng felt his spiritual platform clear. The entire person was glowing and in high spirits, and the fatigue, the continuous battle immediately disappeared without. Already come to the end? At the end of the jungle, he could already see the presence of mountains. Yunfeng walked over and looked at the mountain range that sloped all the way upwards. Elite-level monsters had already appeared in the depths of the jungle. Could it be that there were even fiercer existences on this mountain? With curiosity in his heart, Yunfeng walked towards the mountain. A month's training time was almost up, and at this moment, the small jungle subspace seemed to be in the evening. A red sun was as scarlet as blood, half hanging over the western border. The shadows of the teams that were hurrying back one after another were stretched out under the sunlight. At the exit of the subspace, more and more people gathered. This upgrading is too difficult. In a month's time, I couldn't even level up to level 5, and I had several close calls. Who says it's not? I'm only at level 4 until now, and my battle power is only 356, I'm still a C-grade talent. Gosh, your battle power is actually this high, I'm only 287. Most of the teams were downcast when they returned here. It was clear that this month had not been a very good one. 5 people in a small team, wanting all 5 to rise to a certain level, the number of monsters that needed to be killed could be quite a lot. Lu Yong, come with me. Li Yanqing saw that Lu Yong's team only had 5 people back, and an anxious look appeared on her face. You guys, why do you think only 5 of you will come? Hearing the class teacher's question, Lu Yong didn't know how to answer. Could it be that Yunfeng had been allowed to go and sacrifice himself in order for his team to be able to continue practicing? Even if it was Yunfeng's own initiative, he could not say this. Quickly say it, where's the other one? Li Yanqing's voice was loud, so loud that everyone at the scene heard it, and all coincidentally turned their heads to look at her. If you don't say it today, none of your squad will be able to participate in the experience in the future. Li Yanqing said with an icy voice. A student, who had disappeared when she said she had disappeared, how would she explain to the other students? Lu Yong still kept his mouth shut. Good, very good. Li Yanqing was a little angry. Teacher. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Xiao Barui, what do you want to say? Li Yanqing looked over fiercely. Old teacher, I came to tell you about Yunfeng. Xiao Barui was a little numb from Li Yanqing's look. Xiao Barui, if you dare to say anything, you won't want to be on my team. Yoho, to threaten a classmate right in front of me, Lu Yong, you're really bold. Li Yanqing was infuriated and laughed. Xiao Barui, you said that Lu Yong, he doesn't have this right yet. Even if he ostracizes you, I can still arrange for you to be in another team. Hearing Li Yanqing's words, Xiao Barui looked like he was inspired with courage. Brother Yon, you don't want to experience, I still want to continue to experience. He then told what happened that day one by one. This is how you become a captain? Sacrificing your own team members for your own interests? It's obvious that you can send out a rescue signal, obviously. Hearing Xiao Barui's words, Li Yanqing's lips trembled slightly and her face turned a little white. For an F-rank talent awakened to face a monster alone at level 1, there was no doubt that there was no possibility of survival. Teacher, we later chased after him in his direction and found nothing. Since Xiao Barui had spilled the beans, Lu Yong wasn't hiding anything. Putting in the next, his team not only didn't find Yunfeng's body or leftovers, but even picked up many of the monster's loot along the way. Hearing Lu Yong's words, Li Yanqing frowned slightly. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. I hope he's alright. However, unlike Li Yanqing's saddened expression, the other students were even somewhat gloating. Yunfeng was not on good terms with the other students in the first place, and he sometimes spoke in a particularly choking manner, and had only one friend in the class, Zhou Quan. Now that he had also awakened one of the most trashy F-rank talents, he was a rat's ass to them. An F-rank, isn't it normal to have an accident? Teacher also said that with experience comes risk. Yeah, don't enter if you're a vegetable. It's good that I don't have to change classes anymore. I was ready to change schools. I heard that the school was going to expel him, so I stayed. Quickly stop talking, Zhou Quan's team is back. Just as everyone was discussing heatedly, a team of 5 men majestically walked towards them. It was none other than the strongest team in the class led by Zhou Quan. Crazy man, how are you doing in your adventures? Before the people even arrived, their voices had already traveled over. However, the silence of the scene was deafening. The black monkey then looked towards where Lu Yong was, as he knew that Yunfeng was in their group. Lu Yong, where are the lunatics? How come I only see you few? Seeing that the atmosphere of the scene was a bit off, Black Monkey got a bit nervous. Zhou Quan, I'm sorry. Only after Lu Yong said the 3 words sorry, Black Monkey felt as if his chest was blocked by something, and he couldn't even breathe smoothly. If it wasn't for the fact that in this month, he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, and his physical quality had improved a lot, this would probably have fainted. Don't ing say sorry to me, what the hell is going on? The Black Monkey. Moreover, it would soon be dark in subspace. Chapter 18 Something dirty? Before the sun completely set in the subspace, Li Yanqing and a group of teachers took all the students out of this subspace. When they came in, there were 306 students, and when they went out, there were only 302 left. Experiencing, even in the lowest level of sub-dimensional space, there were huge risks and accidents were everywhere. After they went out, the entire subspace went dark, a full moon slowly rose, and the inside turned from day to night. If one were to look from high in the air at this moment, one would find countless scarlet lights lit up, filling the entire subspace. And the protagonist of the crowd's discussion was still climbing the mountain at this moment. Am I encountering a ghostly wall? How come I haven't seen the head after climbing for so long? Yunfeng looked up and felt that he was still so far away from the top of the mountain. By now they should be out of the sub-dimensional space. Yunfeng thought in his heart. From the foot of the mountain to now, he had spent a whole 10 days or so, and if it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't wanted to go out with the large army in the first place, he would have wanted to give up. As for why he didn't go back with the large troop, it was really because there was no way to explain his current all-out battle power. An F-rank talent with a level 5 battle power that was already over 4 digits, was there any justice in heaven? Is there still a king's law? In fact, he had long thought about it. When he got out of this sub-dimensional space, there was no need to go back to the school. I believe the school would be very happy to hear this good news. I can only hide it from you two for now, I'll make up for it later. Along the way, not even a few monsters were encountered. In 10 or so days, a total of only 38 forest pythons had been killed, not a lot. The only consolation was that these forest pythons had 3 shards dropped. Together with the previous ones, at this moment in his nascent sack, there were a total of 5 bottles of Black Iron Grade Talent Upgrade Potion, 5 bottles of Black Iron Grade Spirit Potion, 4 bottles of Bronze Grade Strength Potion, 3 bottles of Bronze Grade Speed Potion, 1 Bronze Grade Battle Knife, 1 Black Iron Grade Dagger, and 1 set of Black Iron Grade Combat Clothes. And as the sky darkened, Yunfeng's vision was greatly hindered. That? Not far away, a pair of scarlet lights lit up in mid-air, making one's heart flutter. This dam won't really encounter A Piao. Yunfeng looked left and right, a ghost hitting the wall combined with A Piao, very reasonable. And at this moment, the pair of scarlet lanterns began to lean towards him. Really mad A Piao? Yunfeng exclaimed and was about to retreat. It wasn't that Yunfeng was timid, having watched too many of those supernatural novels and horror movies in his previous life, he was indeed quite terrified of this stuff. Fortunately, at this moment, the sky is not completely dark. In the weak light, Yunfeng finally saw the appearance of the attacking thing. It was the forest python. However, the forest python at this moment was a bit different from before. Monster, Forest Python Berserk Elite. Level 5. Battle Strength, 1028. Skills, Giant Tail Smash, Venom Spray. The monster's level and skills hadn't changed, but its battle power had suddenly soared by more than 200 points. No wonder before the training, the teacher repeatedly explained that this training only lasts for a month, and once the time is up, we must go out. At night, all the monsters here would enter a berserk state, and that would indeed be too difficult for that small group of Karami. However, Yunfeng himself was not among them, as he glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 515-46 3000. Battle Strength, 1119. Talent, F rank. Even if the forest python was in a berserk state, his own battle power still far exceeded that of his opponent. Since his strength exceeds that of his opponent, he is still afraid of the deuce. Pipio will have to take you down. Yunfeng raised his sword and killed him. After a few rounds, he realized that the forest python in berserk mode was even better to deal with in the case of battle strength override. Although this guy's battle power had increased a lot, his IQ had lowered a lot, and he basically relied on instinct to fight. This made the battle much simpler. In less than 2 minutes, the forest python completely closed its fishy red eyes. It was time for the happy corpse touching again, but unfortunately, no fragments. When I drank the first bottle, I didn't seem to feel much. Yunfeng took out all the spirit potions in his nascent sack. After 5 bottles of the potion, he realized that not only had his sensory range increased a lot, his sense of hearing had also been strengthened. After drinking 6 bottles of spirit potions, his combat strength had also increased to 1375. However, he knew that with no elemental system talent in himself, this battle power was a bit false now. How about upgrading the talent as well? Yunfeng looked at the 5 bottles of black iron grade upgrade potion and was somewhat impressed. It was fine if it succeeded, but if it didn't, it felt like a waste of a few bottles of precious potions. It's better to forget about it. This chance upgrade is a bit puzzling. It's better to wait to save up 10 before using them together. After all, even if it was raised to E rank, at most it would only be some more spiritual energy, and it wouldn't be too much of a boost to the battle power. No longer thinking about these things, he continued to advance to the top of the mountain. With the spirit potion's enhancement, the sensing range expanded, and the traveling speed was much faster. Moreover, the higher up the mountain, the frequency of the forest python appearing was also lower. A day later, Yunfeng had basically lost sight of the forest python, and the sky had gotten darker. But Yunfeng did not dare to light a torch. Lighting a fire in such a place was tantamount to sending a message, "I am here, come on me." Boom! Between walking, Yunfeng was suddenly hit by a huge force on his chest and flew out. What the hell? Yunfeng covered his chest, a difficult batch. There was absolutely no reaction and the person flew out. Boom! The back was attacked again, directly knocked down, sliding out a graceful trajectory on the ground. Yunfeng hurriedly climbed up, spat out the fallen leaves in his mouth, and catalyzed his entire mental power, sensing the surrounding situation. Marred, could there be something dirty? Within the range of his senses, he did not find anything and did not see the familiar scarlet eye sockets. Chapter 19, The End of Subspace. It's a pity that these goggles don't have night vision or thermal imaging. I wonder if this technology is ineffective in dimensional space. Yunfeng sighed a little. Ka! After being attacked several times, Yunfeng finally heard a little light sound. It was the sound of a dead branch being stepped on. On the left. Yunfeng sidestepped and took a step across to the right, finally sensing a strong wind sweeping past his body before disappearing behind a tree without a breath. Had it not been for his enhanced sense of hearing, he would not have been able to detect it. Right now, he also only sensed the presence of a monster. As for what it was still completely unclear. However, according to his speculation, the monster's characteristics should be stealth and speed, and it could evade the spirit's perception, but the good news was that the strength of the monster's attack was still within his ability to withstand it. At the moment, Yunfeng placed all his focus on the tree across the street. Although he couldn't see it clearly, from his previous senses, the thing was indeed hiding behind that tree. Ch Ching. However, to his surprise, this time the sound came from behind him. Where could Yunfeng react? He was once again knocked to the ground and fell on his ass. There won't be 2 monsters appearing at the same time again. At this location, the monsters should all have a higher combat power. If 2 appear together, or in this environment, it is definitely something he cannot cope with. What should we do? Even if we retreat down the mountain now, it's too late. Curiosity kills. Yunfeng once again perked up his ears and listened to the sounds around him. Currently this was the only way for him to detect the monster's movements. However, the monster seemed like it was teasing him. From time to time, it would swoop out from behind different trees and inflict damage on him. However, this also gave him a message that this was the only monster here. Time passed slowly and the injuries on Yunfeng's body became heavier and heavier. However, grief and despair did not show on his face. In the very next moment, Yunfeng touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, he casually chopped out a blade in a direction. Dang! This random slash looked like it cut on top of some metal, drawing out a fiery light. Then something could be heard smashing down onto the withered leaves. At this moment, the smile at the corner of Yunfeng's mouth increased. Although he was taking constant beatings during this period of time, he had finally figured out the monster's rhythm and way of attacking. Dang! Another random slash was made, and a spark appeared in the air once again. Moreover, this time, a hint of wailing was faintly heard in the sound of the collision. Subsequently, Yunfeng's knife chopped in the air without any regularity, while each chop would cut a spark in the air. After a few dozen slashes against each other, the monster knew that its concealment method had lost its effect and revealed itself from the shadows. A small thing about 20 centimeters tall could be seen in the shadows. At this time, the monster also revealed information in the virtual screen. Monster, Shadow Ferret Rare. Level, 5. Battle Strength, 1220. Skills, Shadow Shuttle, Phantom Strike, Senseless Being. Another brand new suffix, and with 3 skills, the battle power was surprisingly about 3 times that of a monster of the same level. Obviously, the ability to change position at will before was that skill Shadow Shuttle, and the skill release interval was also exceptionally short. Senseless, it should mean that it can't be sensed, or a passive skill, Strong Ah. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. This should be a type of monster with a higher grade than an elite monster. Moreover, it didn't go into a berserk state, that was the main thing. Yunfeng wanted to get rid of it when he thought of how he was almost abused by a monster with a lower battle power than himself. And now that he had mastered the rhythm of the Shadow Sable's attacks, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to exterminate the opponent. As the battle knife and the Shadow Marten continued to collide, fewer and fewer sparks appeared, and even the soft and sticky sound of the battle knife cutting into the flesh could already be heard. After 7 or 8 minutes, the Shadow Ferret no longer attacked after a miserable cry. Yunfeng felt a warm force enter his body, and the values above the virtual screen changed. A Shadow Ferret had provided himself with 51 points of spiritual energy, 10 times that of a normal monster of the same level. Finally, it's resolved. Yunfeng gasped for air, a hint of fatigue permeating his body. If there was light, at this moment, one could see that his face was covered in sweat stains, his face was a little pale, and his hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. This monster was indeed the biggest crisis he had encountered since his training. Fortunately, the monster's speed had gone up and its strength was somewhat less than that, otherwise it would have been truly dangerous. Yunfeng walked to the corpse of the Shadow Sable. What touched his hands was not the soft fur, but actually a layer of fine scales, only to collide with the battle knife for a long time, already, covered with cracks, fragile. Shadow Sable outer armor, 50,000 Chinese coins. Yunfeng only wanted to say, "Is this thing so valuable? 50,000 Hua coins, that's able to buy half a black iron grade item." Tucking the item into his nascent ring, his heart was happy. There's an unexpected surprise? Sure enough, underneath the corpse of the Shadow Ferret, there was another crystal fragment. Even in the pitch-black dimensional space, it could not stop the fragment from emitting its silver-white light, which was also the most beautiful color in Yunfeng's eyes. White, silver shard? Yunfeng's hands were a little agitated, the surprise had come too suddenly. In the center of the radiant silver-white light was a bottle of potion. When he saw that it was a potion, Yunfeng was slightly disappointed. After all, right now he could not even use a bronze-level potion, let alone a silver-level one. But the word healing on the potion made him interested again. Catalyzing the ancient jade into a finished product, a bottle of tubular red potion appeared in his hand, looking like a bottle of Bloody Mary. Silver-grade healing potion, can heal 60% of the injuries on the body number of uses 10. Isn't this the ING big red potion from the game? And directly percentage healing injuries, it's too top-notch. Yunfeng was truly shocked by this potion this time. And that description at the back, it wasn't the usage limit, but the number of times it could be used. In other words, this bottle of healing potion could be used 10 times. Yunfeng did not do anything else and directly poured a mouthful into his mouth. This time, it was true that it did not bottom out in one gulp like before, only that 1/10 of the scarlet liquid in the bottle could be seen to be missing. After drinking it, Yunfeng felt a trace of warmth appear in his body, and this warmth was getting stronger and stronger, like a spring breeze brushing his face and a high winter sun. In less than a minute, a large portion of the injuries caused by the Shadow Ferret earlier had healed. Worthy of being a silver-level healing potion, the effect is immediate. Putting away the potion, Yunfeng continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. Now if he were to encounter a Shadow Ferret, he would not be afraid at all. A few more Shadow Ferrets, the silver fragment is too tempting. Yunfeng raised his head to look deeper into the darker depths. Moreover, he also wanted to see what was on top of this mountain. The scenery at the top of the mountain might be wonderful, but it was bound to be covered in thorns along the way as well. However, for others these thorns could be fatal, while for Yunfeng, they were all opportunities and rewards. Fighting in the dim light, traveling in the darkness. The Shadow Ferret was worthy of being a rare monster, and it took half a day to encounter one. Luckily, there wasn't much room for upgrading in this subspace anymore, or else it wouldn't have been possible to stay. With the previous experience, dealing with the second shadow ferret became much easier, mastering the rules after receiving a slight injury. After more than 10 minutes, the equilibrium got a piece of dropped leather outer armor and a body shard. The second silver shard received remained a potion. Silver rank speed potion, increases speed by 2000 points, use limit 10. It's a pity that I can't use it myself at the moment, or else I'd just take off. Yunfeng now really had the feeling that he was obviously covered in treasures, but he couldn't even use them. Is the drop rate of rare monsters as high as 100%? Yunfeng's eyes were sparkling. However, the next day, 2 consecutive shadow ferrets did not drop any fragments, pouring cold water on him. Still a bit whimsical. Yunfeng shook his head. Just as he was about to move on, he felt something blocking his progress. Obviously there is nothing in front of us, why does it feel like a wall exists? Could it be that this is the boundary of the sublime space? Yunfeng said with some doubt. He then made various attempts, none of which were able to break the layer of wall in front of him that seemed to not exist. It seems that this trip to the dimensional space can only go so far. Chapter 20, Classmate, we don't take trash here. On guard, on guard. The few people guarding the exit of the small jungle's subspace hurriedly shouted in a low voice when they saw a figure approaching in the haze in the distance. At this time in the subspace, the darkness of the night had already faded away, and the east was faintly flooded with bright light. The entire subspace was covered with a thin layer of white mist, filling the place with a special beauty. Boss, look at the figure, that's a person, right? Yeah, besides, what danger can there be in this kind of low-grade dimensional space? The few people who had been awakened were alerted, but they didn't take it seriously at all. After all, this kind of low-level sub-dimensional space, only students who were in school would come in here, and it was now a period when sub-dimensional space was off limits. Being careful is not a good idea, the sub-dimensional space does not allow for any mistakes. The leader of the group said righteously. Hello? Yunfeng approached the few people and greeted them cordially. It was only at this point that the few people were able to put their hearts at ease, but a question simultaneously rose in their hearts: why was he here? At the moment, Yunfeng was wearing a simple combat uniform, which was the uniform clothing issued by the school when he came over for training. Are you the student that Teacher Li brought here? Because of this subspace, only Li Yanqing had brought her class over for training. At this moment, Yunfeng's information also appeared on the combat goggles of several people. Level 3. Battle Strength, 175. That's right, this was the data displayed in their goggles. After Yunfeng learned that he could no longer advance to the top of the mountain, he could only retreat to look for the shadow ferrets. In order to attract the shadow ferrets to trouble him faster, Yunfeng even risked lighting a torch. Fortunately, the number of shadow martens was very rare, and there were no cases of more than 2 at a time. On the way back, after killing a shadow ferret, a crystal fragment was dropped. And this fragment was also the most satisfying and surprising thing Yunfeng had gotten here. Silver-grade disguise potion, able to disguise one's level and battle power, undetectable below level 30 effect for 30 minutes. This was why the information the guards saw was different from the actual situation. If they were to see Yunfeng's real information, they would probably call the police immediately. And Yunfeng would likely be sent to the institute as a guinea pig. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 5 2764 3000. Battle Strength, 1521. Talent, F rank. This was Yunfeng's true current stats. That's right, I'm a student from District 5's 9th middle school. If he didn't have that bottle of disguise potion, Yunfeng would still need to think about how to get out of a dimensional space so as not to draw attention to himself, but now he no longer had that concern at all. How did you survive with this amount of combat power? A few people on guard looked at Yunfeng like he was a monster. Even at night, the monsters here were not worth mentioning to them, but now this little guy in front of them, with only level 3 and a battle strength of just over 100, how did he escape from the mouths of those rampaging beasts? I said they think I have less meat and don't want to eat me, do you believe me? I believe you. A few people were itching to peel his head open, wanting to see what was inside to be able to say such nonsense. Actually, not long after the start of the experience, I got separated from a few members of the team, and then I got lost inside, and then when the sky turned dark, I got scared and found a place to hide, and I didn't dare to head outside until dawn. What he just said was obviously with a joking element. Yunfeng immediately changed what he said. This was something he had thought of after getting the camouflage potion. Although in this paragraph, there were so many loopholes that it did not stand up to scrutiny at all. However, with the camouflage of the camouflage potion, even the few people in front of him could not tell what was going on. The few people on guard looked at each other, and although they felt like their IQ was being rubbed on the ground, the data shown on the goggles linked to his words, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Get out, and be safe from now on. A few people gave up a position to allow Yunfeng to go out. It's a miracle that this kid survived. A level 3 little guy who managed to survive a month in a dark environment, his ancestor is a longevity god, right? It always feels like this guy isn't telling the truth. After Yunfeng had exited the subspace, the few people on guard were either shocked or puzzled. Did you just come out of it? As soon as Yunfeng came out, an officer walked over. He recognized this officer as the base leader who had received them at the time. Yes, I. He then repeated what he had said before. The officer gave him a puzzled look and said nothing more. Put the goggles away, it's best not to use them outside of subspace. The officer thought for a moment and added. Also, in half a day there will be a small combat vehicle departing back to the safe zone, at that time you'll go back in that vehicle. Thank you, sir. Yunfeng gave a military salute and went to the side to wait. Half a day seemed particularly long in the boring wait. During the waiting period, Yunfeng began to organize a bit of his harvest from this subspace. The black iron grade items, those that could be used by himself, were used, leaving behind only a dagger and a set of combat clothing. For the bronze grade, other than a flame battle blade, the rest were all potions. For the silver grade, there was also only a bottle of strength potion and 2 bottles of speed potion, as well as a healing potion that had been used once. The harvest could be considered extremely rich. Some people, who might spend 10 or 20 years of their lives, dropping fragments to take and synthesize, would not be able to match his harvest from this adventure. Rumble. The chariot's engine finally made a roaring sound. Yunfeng stepped onto the chariot and glanced back at the spatial rift behind him. One day, I will see what kind of secrets exist behind the space wall. After returning to the safe zone, it was nearly evening. Let's go to the exchange first. He had piled up a lot of loot in his nascent sack now, and needed to free up all the space. And he also needed a sum of money to get some shards back, and these loots were his first bucket of gold. As for the money left to him by his parents, it wouldn't be too late to use it when he was really short of money, although it wasn't much. Thinking of this, Yunfeng hailed a cab and headed towards the exchange in the safe zone. If it were before, he wouldn't have been able to afford to call a cab. After all, within the safe zone, all buses were free. Each of the 6 regions in Jiangnan continent had a very large exchange, mainly for the awakened who had returned from their training to trade their loot. Although the transactions inside were not explicitly labeled, the prices given were relatively appropriate, and there was not just one buyer inside. Not only could they sell their loot, but they could also buy what they wanted. Soon enough, the taxi pulled up next to a huge building. It was at the beginning of the lanterns, and the entire exchange was brightly lit. Yunfeng had passed by this exchange more than once, and every time he saw it, he was mesmerized. However, when he entered, Yunfeng was dumbfounded, as if he had walked into a food market. Inside the hall, which was more than 20 meters high, a glance was actually filled with blackened heads. The boisterous sounds of discussion were incessant. Acquiring all kinds of poison sacks, as many as you can get. Selling all kinds of weapon defenses, come take a look and see. Fragments, collecting fragments now, as long as you dare to sell, I dare to buy. Take a look again. In order to collect the metal armor of this extreme gold pangolin armor, I have spent a great deal of effort. There is only a little bit of breakage, the price you are giving is too low. I came here to do business in good faith, you can't pit me. Can this alloy longsword be cheaper? The entire exchange was divided into 2 main areas, the acquisition area and the selling area. Passing through the crowded and hot crowd, Yunfeng managed to arrive in front of an acquisition table. Compared to the other acquisition desks, there were fewer people here and the location was more remote. Before entering the exchange, he had taken out all the loot from his nascent sack. When he saw a few marijuana bags placed in front of him, the acquirer was a bit confused. Student, we don't accept trash here, please also take these things away. The acquirer was an older man who looked to be in his 40s, somewhat unkempt. However, his face was quite amiable at the moment, and in the eyes of others, not cursing was already considered to be very qualified. After all, Yunfeng's age and appearance was there, coupled with those few ugly-looking sacks, it really did not make people think that there would be anything good inside. Chapter 21 The Exchange. Haha, where did this little doll come from, holding a few sacks? Is he coming over for a laugh? A few people from the nearby acquisition tables laughed out loud when they saw it. Old Zhang, you either don't open this, but when you do, it's a whole lot bigger. Old Zhang, when did you start collecting scrap? Tell me earlier, I'll go home and get you some. The person called Old Zhang seemed to have gotten used to the cynicism of those people and just lowered his head without making a sound. At this moment, Yunfeng seemed to see his own shadow in him. After the awakening of his talent, weren't those classmates, those teachers also with this face? Even his life had become dispensable. If it wasn't for the dead friends and homeroom teacher who cared about him, it wouldn't matter if he went back to school or not. Uncle, I'm so much like a garbage seller. Although Yunfeng knew that his appearance was a bit unattractive, he was not so much like a garbage seller. Helplessly, he was about to go and unwrap one of the sacks. He doesn't really want to open his garbage sack here. I'm going to call the law enforcement team if you keep this up. The people next to him saw that Yunfeng was really going to open the sacks. Where could they look on? I didn't sell it to you, what are you yakking about there? And you, calling the law enforcement team, did I break the law? What the hell are you? Yunfeng originally didn't want to care about them, but he didn't expect these people to come on strong, so he can only convince people with virtue. Little friend, do you know what place this is? Just mouthing off here. What kind of place is this? Is it hard to believe that it's your family's living room? Or your family's kitchen? Yunfeng disliked people and did not leave any mercy. The other party was dumbfounded. After all, it was a safe zone and it was not a crime to treat people. Yunfeng was not going to bother them. Uncle, open it yourself and take a look, it shouldn't disappoint you. Seeing Yunfeng's sincere look on his face, the old Zhang at the acquisition desk gritted his teeth and still chose to open the sack. Even if it was really a sack of trash inside, it would be better for him to die. This acquisition desk of his was in a remote location, and his own personality was a bit stubborn, so very few people came over. Recently, he hadn't acquired enough things for a long time, and if it continued like this, he might not even be able to pay the rent for this place. This is? Old Zhang lifted a corner of the sack, and what was revealed inside surprised him a bit. Being an acquirer here, his insight were not to say that he was not broad, but what was inside the sack still gave him a moment of amazement. What's wrong, old Zhang? The garbage stinks too much and smoked you? Ha ha ha. Even the stinkiest things can't stink up this mouth of yours, right? Yun disliked the line and was a bit unable to collect his words. Classmate, are you sure you want to sell me all of this, all of these things? Coincidentally, the first thing he saw when he flipped open the sack was the outer armor from the rare monster Shadow Ferret. He did not ask Yunfeng where these things came from, this was the quality that should be expected of him as an acquirer. He just did not expect that someone would bring these rare materials here to sell. Of course, why would I come here if not to sell them? Just do the math on how much it's worth in total. Hearing this, old Zhang began to pull out things from the sack one by one. Every time he pulled out one, the hearts of the several acquisition tables beside him trembled. It wasn't how high the grade of the things in here were or how valuable they were, but there was a portion of them that were very rare materials that were very hard to come by, even though the grade wasn't high. Surprisingly, I looked away. How could I? Classmate, I don't think old Zhang necessarily has the ability to acquire all of your stuff. Should we let some of it go to us? Yeah, my price is fair. Seeing that the sack was really full of things produced by monsters, the few people nearby who had just been scoffing looked at Yunfeng with heaps of smiles like a Sichuan opera changing its face. Yunfeng turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was calculating the price. As if asking if what they were saying was true. Classmate, so far, what you are selling is still within my acquisition capacity. Old Zhang wore a bitter smile on his face. After all, the things inside a sack had not even been liquidated yet. It's fine, you can finish counting it all first. The nearby several buyers heard old Zhang say so, all in the heart scolded, can't afford to still put on that pretend what big tail wolf. An hour later, the contents of the 3 sacks had all been counted. Classmate, a total of $1,235,832. Yunfeng was not too shocked to hear this figure, and it was almost in line with the value projected in his mind. It's just that there are whole numbers and zeros, it's also a loss for him to calculate it. The 3 sacks looked like a lot of stuff, but in fact, most of them were things produced by some low-level monsters, and were not worth much. The most valuable thing is still 12 pairs of Shadow Sable's outer armor and nearly 200 Forest Python's poison sacks. Let's do it this way, seeing as you provided so many materials and some of the rare materials, I'll give you a fair price, make it a round number, 1,200,000. Hearing the middle-aged uncle's grandiose tone, Yunfeng's head was filled with question marks at the moment. If what he heard just now was correct, the previous value of these things was more than $1,230,000. Hopefully, this fair price of yours isn't for me, it's for yourself. Are you serious? Yunfeng said breathlessly. Little friend, I am indeed a bit nervous with my hands shaking right now, can you be accommodating? Yunfeng could see that the other party did want to acquire this batch of materials in his hands, but it was also true that he did not have much funds, or else he would not have cut the price in reverse. Previously acquiring a few shards, there has been no success in making an offer, so it has led to some shortage of funds, but don't worry. Fragments? What fragments? You don't even know about the shards? Old Zhan was a little skeptical if these things were Yunfeng's own loot. Yunfeng was actually asking what grade of shards. Old Zhan just didn't understand the meaning of it. I'm asking, what fragments do you have in your hands? If there are any I'm interested in, I can use the fragments to cover my debt instead. Yunfeng realized that he still rolled his eyes less in the past. Is what little friend said true? Old Zhang hurriedly took out all the fragments on his body as if offering a treasure. Yunfeng looked at a total of 8 crystal fragments. 5 were glowing with ghostly blackness, 2 were bubbling with green light, and 1 was shining with silver light. Yoo-hoo, there's even a silver shard. Yunfeng was overjoyed in his heart. Looking along the 8 shards one by one, the 5 black iron grade shards were all ones he could use, 1 each of strength, speed, defense, and spirit potions, and 1 was a healing potion. With the 2 bronze fragments, Yunfeng was lacking in interest, 1 was a defense potion and 1 was a spirit potion. After all, these things could not be used by himself even if he combined them now, and after he reached level 10, he should not be short of these things anymore. He then looked towards the last silver fragment. Within the shiny silver crystal shard was a book with the 4 big words Heaven's Fury Blade Technique written on it. Yunfeng also finally realized why he had a silver fragment in his hand. It turned out to be a martial arts fragment. If one was at the beginning of the awakening calendar, such a martial arts fragment would definitely be one of the most valuable fragments. At that time, in order to gather a set of martial arts fragments, it was all a direct effort by the state to collect them throughout the country. After a long period of research, it was finally possible to make a topography of these martial arts. Although the effect of the topography was only 1/3 of the original, it was already much more convenient compared to going to collect all the fragments for learning. Therefore, by the end of the day, very few people had already gone to collect fragments in martial arts, and unless it was a brand new martial art, it basically didn't have much value. This was also the reason why old Zhang's silver shard would rot in his hands. Other people could obviously buy a whole set of martial art topographies for a little more money, so why would they need to buy a useless fragment? But that was other people. Yunfeng's eyes lit up when he saw this fragment. The martial arts demonstration effect of the topography was only 30%, whereas the original could reach 100%, it was not at the same level at all. That is why many people choose martial arts with low grades at low levels. Someone once did an experiment. In the level 10 below, learn black iron level topological martial arts, the probability of learning is 50%, that is to say, using 2 basically can completely learn, and learn bronze level topological martial arts, down to about 10%, and learn silver level topological martial arts less than 1%. And if you use the original, it's basically a 100% package below the gold level. These 8 fragments are all good in my opinion. In order to dispel the other party's concerns, Yunfeng decided to take the 2 bronze fragments that he was not interested in along with them. Little old brother, you're taking a closer look at the silver shard. A few other acquirers on the side knew that old Zhang had a silver martial arts fragment in his hand that he could not sell, and hurriedly reminded Yunfeng. I saw it, it's not bad to collect it if you can't use it. This time, there was no dislike. After all, the other party was speaking for him. Little friend, are you telling the truth, the silver fragment too? Old Zhang could not wait to kneel down and call his father. Not only had Yunfeng allowed him to acquire enough materials, but he had also taken the silver fragment that no one on his body was willing to take. Stop nagging and quickly calculate the value. 1 black iron fragment is 15,000, 1 bronze fragment is 50,000, and the silver fragment, let's count you in at 120,000, for a total of 295,000. Old Zhang mumbled as he dripped and pressed the computer. Little friend, I'll give you another 960,000, I don't have cash here, transfer it to you or? It's fine, transfer it to my card. Yunfeng thought that there was nothing wrong with it and handed out his own bank card. Since the cell phone was stowed away by the teacher when he entered the subspace, he could only use the card. It was still the one that his parents had gotten for him in order to facilitate the payment of living expenses. Old Zheng hurriedly stuffed the 8 fragments into Yunfeng's hand while transferring the money to his card. Little friend, if you have any materials in the future, you are welcome to come back again. As the saying goes, people are happy when they are happy. Old Zhang, who was wilting before, was now in high spirits and had a happy look on his face. Yunfeng waved his hand and headed towards the selling area. Chapter 22, Realizing Martial Arts. With rice in their pockets, their hearts rejoiced. The common people today, truly happy. Yunfeng carried the huge sum of money and hummed a ditty as he walked towards the selling area. The selling area was much more crowded than the acquisition area, and there was a wide variety of goods inside. This variety of weapons is too much. Looking at the dazzling variety of weapons within the weapons area, Yunfeng inwardly sighed. Most of these weapons were created by utilizing materials from monsters to imitate the shards to form objects. Although they could not be compared to shard composites in all aspects, they were barely usable, mainly because they were cheaper. Classmate, this battle knife in your hand is built by imitating the bronze-level running thunder battle knife. It can definitely increase your battle power by more than 300 points. When you're level 10 or above you'll be able to equip it, and for a mere 250,000 you'll be able to have a 5 times more handsome battle knife. Yunfeng was holding a long knife with flickering lightning in his hand, which was somewhat similar to the flame combat in his nascent sphere, only the attributes were different. Hearing the merchant's selling introduction, Yunfeng gently put down the battle knife. The difference between this imitation and the original was indeed a bit large. His flame battle blade was able to provide around 1,000 points of battle power. There were also fragmented synthetics within these weapons, but those were ridiculously expensive. A bronze-level battle knife would cost over 500,000, even an average awakened family would have to bite the bullet if they wanted to buy one, not to mention the silver equipment that didn't move for millions. As for the gold equipment, it was the treasure of the town store, not for sale. As for equipment above the gold level, no power would be stupid enough to take it out and sell it, it was all strategic level material. Classmate, 220,000 is fine, 200,000 you take it, it really can't be any lower. Seeing Yunfeng preparing to leave, the seller hurriedly shouted. However, how could Yunfeng, who had mountains of delicacies in his possession, look at this kind of chaff? However, through these imitations, one could also see the infinite wisdom and unyielding spirit that mankind possessed in this harsh environment. Passing through the weapons area, Yunfeng directly skipped over the martial arts area. All the martial arts here were topiaries. Yunfeng felt that there was nothing to see. Coming to the fragment area, Yunfeng realized that there were especially few fragments for sale here, regardless of that store. After all, those who had fragments would basically choose to go to the platform to exchange them. Unless some people were in a hurry to use money, only then would they put the fragments up for sale. The basic attribute potion fragments were the easiest to synthesize and required the least amount of fragments, with only 4 fragments needed for a black iron grade. Therefore, most of the fragments sold by merchants were also of this kind. Although none of Yunfeng's basic potions had reached the upper limit yet, he did not intend to buy such fragments here. Money needed to be hung on the blade. Classmate, what do you want? You can tell. The merchant asked with a smiling face. And Yunfeng didn't even look at the other party. He hated merchants coming over with a flurry of introductions when buying things. It was like this in his previous life. His principle of buying things was, I don't ask, you don't get me, what I ask, what you answer is fine. Along the stores all the way past, did not see the favorite pieces. His main thing right now was that he wanted some silver shards that he could use and some rare black iron and bronze shards. Excuse me, how do I sell this shard? Yunfeng stood next to a counter, holding a cyan-colored crystal shard in his hand. Inside the counter was a skinny girl who looked somewhat malnourished. But the smile that spread across her face made people feel exceptionally comfortable, and her beautiful and pretty face made her appear even more youthful. And the school uniform still on her body indicated that she had run here as soon as school was apparently over. This is a bronze-grade sleeve arrow fragment, which belongs to the dark weapon category, and is considered as an auxiliary equipment. The girl, who seemed to be the same age as herself, was well versed in business. This kind of fragment is relatively rare, are you sure you want to buy it? Looking up at the girl, he then glanced at the school uniform she was wearing. You're from the 2nd middle school of the 5th district? Just awakened this year? Yunfeng did not answer the girl's question but asked casually. Aha! The girl also looked at her school uniform and looked a little embarrassed as she smiled and nodded her head. These fragments wouldn't all be the ones you brought back from inside the dimensional space, right? Yunfeng also just casually asked. After all, at their level, the only way to drop bronze fragments was to kill elite monsters. However, this time, the girl did not answer, but instead looked at herself with a smile. Yunfeng knew that this must be a default, which meant that this seemingly skinny girl in front of him had the ability to kill elite monsters of the same level, and regardless of whether it was done alone or not, she had definitely awakened an extraordinary talent. Thinking of this, a glint of imperceptible light flashed through his eyes. I want to collect to try it out, these pieces together, calculate the price for me. Yunfeng did not ask any more questions. Instead, he shifted his attention to the merchandise, while casually picking up a silver-grade martial arts fragment and 2 basic attribute black iron fragments. Alright, a total of 211,000, I'll wipe you a 0 for a total of 200,000. Yunfeng did not bargain and directly handed out his bank card. The 960,000 that had just arrived was instantly gone $200,000. However, Yunfeng was not distressed at all. Instead, he was somewhat excited. If he wanted to make money, the value of these fragments would definitely multiply dozens of times once they were synthesized and resold. Welcome to your next visit. Amidst the girl's sweet voice and gracious smile, she left the vending spot. Subsequently, Yunfeng strolled around the place once more, bought a little bit of stuff in bits and pieces and went home. When he returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Fortunately, he was only living alone and no one was minding him. Shard synthesis go for a wave. Yunfeng excitedly took out all the shards he bought at the exchange. The first to be synthesized were a few black iron grade shards. Arriving with 2 bottles of strength potions, 2 bottles of speed potions, 1 bottle of defense potion, and 1 bottle of spirit potion. Drink it while it's hot. Yunfeng poured the 6 bottles of potions into his mouth in one go. A sizzling heat rushed straight from his belly to his head, the kind of sourness that could not be described. He was the only one who was so extravagant, wanting to drink every potion to the upper limit. People in general were targeted to get high, such as Zhou Quan, with the speed potion as the main focus and the strength potion as a supplement. The other 2 potions, there was really no need for them. As for the elemental department, it was also based on spirit potions, supplemented by speed potions. After knocking out the pills, Yunfeng took out the bronze fragment. After synthesizing it, a small sleeve arrow appeared in the palm of his hand. This is a good thing, but it's a pity that I have to also wait until after level 10 to use it. Concealed weapon type equipment was different from other weapons. With 10 swords in hand, the settled battle power would still be that of a single sword, and there was a bonus to equipping concealed weapons. Putting away the sleeve arrows and the 2 bottles of bronze potions, Yunfeng looked towards the 2 most anticipated silver fragments. One was a sword martial art obtained from the acquirer Old Zhang, and one was a body martial art purchased from the schoolgirl. Under the illumination of the ancient jade's green light, a small jade mini-book with a translucent body appeared in his hand. Silver grade martial art, heavenly fury blade technique, number of senses, 10. In one's own home, it didn't matter much to use goggles. The little book in his hand also displayed the corresponding information on the virtual screen. No wonder it was said that the original was much simpler than the topological martial arts. That was a disposable product. This can be used 10 times. Yunfeng lovingly played with the martial arts book in his hand. Afterward, Yunfeng pressed the tiny jade book to his brow. It was icy and cool. As his eyes slowly closed, a black and white ink painting presented itself in his mind. In the huge white background, a black silhouette stood solemnly with his hand holding a battle sword pointing diagonally. Not long after, the silhouette moved, like ink flowing on white paper, and a set of imposing sword techniques were executed from the silhouette. Or hold the knife front stab, or raise the knife side chop, or swing the knife back, or raise the knife flying pick. A whole set of movements, flowing in the clouds and flowing in the water, pleasing to the eyes. This is the end? It was not until the end of the blade demonstration that Yunfeng reacted, only that he was now a bit bewildered. It's like ITM didn't memorize anything. Undeterred, Yunfeng took out his own black iron battle blade and tried to follow the gourd, only to fail to do so at all. This is too difficult. No wonder they say that the more advanced the martial arts, the harder it is to learn. A silver level directly blindsided me. Yunfeng looked at the mini book in his hand, which at the moment showed that there were only 9 more times of enlightenment. Why do I feel like I wasted 1 time? I still don't believe it. Yunfeng picked up the book and fit it to his brow. The familiar image appeared once again, and this time he put all his concentration on that black shadow. After sensing it once, he did not stop and continued to sense it again while it was still hot. Only after 5 consecutive epiphanies did Yunfeng put down the book in his hands. At this moment, in his mind, he finally had the beginnings of a set of blade techniques. There shouldn't be anyone who would trash the original silver martial arts like I did. Yunfeng looked at the clock hanging on the wall. At this moment, the second hand was ticking away and the hour hand was slowly pointing to 12. Yunfeng did not want to miss the appearance of the blade technique that was so not allowed to remain in his mind. Casually picking up a watermelon knife, he began to gesticulate at home. He wouldn't dare to practice at home with a combat knife, that wouldn't tear the home apart. Even without practicing seriously, a hint of sharpness appeared in the trajectory drawn by the watermelon knife. Half an hour later, Yunfeng was gasping for air and covered in sweat. This silver-grade martial art is really not something I can use at this level. Yunfeng felt that he was close to learning it, but the spiritual energy within his body was simply not enough for him to use it skillfully. That's it for today, we'll continue practicing tomorrow. Yunfeng looked at the other mini jade book in his hand. Silver Grade Martial Art, Misty Trail Steps, Number of Senses, 10. Chapter 23, Listen, do you believe it? So cozy. Yunfeng stretched out. When he was practicing in the subspace, he rarely felt sleepy and was in the midst of intense fighting and vigilance every day. Now that he was back in the real world, this sleep was far too comfortable. Yunfeng, who was about to get up, glanced at the calendar, April 28th. Yunfeng violently jumped up from the bed. He remembered that it was only April 25th when he fell asleep. I slept for 3 days this time? Yunfeng rubbed his head, wondering if the calendar on the wall clock was wrong. Since his cell phone had been put away by his teacher when he entered the secondary space, he could only turn on the TV to confirm. An originally blank wall turned into a huge display after Yunfeng pressed a switch. The time on it showed none other than the Awakening Calendar, 321 years, April 28th. The screen played something that Yunfeng could not access right now. In the early hours of yesterday morning, a riot occurred in the Xinlong subspace. A large number of monsters stormed the exit of the space, causing a large number of deaths and injuries, and after 5 hours of killing battles, the monsters that broke out were killed. Yesterday, level 58 powerhouse Long Zhanya broke into the underworld subspace alone. Let's wait and see the result. It is reported that a sub-dimensional space in Pretty Country went out of control, and all the trainers were buried in it. Sooner or later, I will be involved in these things, and it won't be too far away. Yunfeng turned off the TV and went out the door. Better make a trip to the school, at least get my cell phone back. Yunfeng found a far-fetched reason for himself. With the concealment potion, as long as he didn't run into the school's higher-ups, there would basically be no problem. Moreover, those with high-ranked battle power basically wouldn't be wandering around the school if they had nothing to do. They were either practicing in the subspace or on their way to practice. Report. At this moment, during the morning class, Li Yanqing stood in front of the podium, looking at the hundreds of people below quietly doing their homework. A report broke the original silence. All the students looked towards the person who spoke at the door. You're Yunfeng? Li Yanqing rubbed her eyes, thinking she had misread. The other students were even looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. After the absence of Yunfeng, their 32nd class's status in the school had risen again and again, directly becoming the second largest class in their grade. Although the school superficially felt sorry for the few students who had sacrificed their lives during this training exercise, that pity was for the other students and definitely did not include him, Yunfeng. Instead, there was some secret joy for his sacrifice. The school's shame had finally disappeared, and for this reason, the school had secretly rewarded Li Yanqing, but she had sternly rejected it. Crazy, you're back? Black Monkey stood up with a mischievous look at the figure at the door. At this moment, the emaciation and exhaustion was clearly visible on his face, and his originally thin body appeared. The classroom once again fell into the middle of silence, only to start buzzing after a short period of dismay. Holy, how did he come back? How could he possibly come back? You ask me, who do I ask? He's alone, how did he survive inside the sub-dimensional space? Hey, the second place in the grade that we just won seems to have disappeared again. Everyone in the classroom was discussing Yunfeng, who had suddenly appeared after more than a month. Yunfeng, come out for a moment. Li Yanqing suppressed the voices in the classroom and called Yunfeng out. Yunfeng's stool hadn't even warmed up before he was called out. What are you doing? Li Yanqing saw that once Yunfeng was out of the classroom, he first stared at himself in a daze before stretching out his devilish claws and said with a shocked expression on his face. Teacher, I just want my cell phone back, what are you thinking? Yunfeng's outstretched hand stopped in front of Li Yanqing's body, then flipped over and said with a smile. Seeing that weird smile on Yunfeng's face, Li Yanqing really wanted to hammer his face to pieces, if not for the fact that she still had the status of a teacher. I'll give you the cell phone later, tell me what's going on with you first? From the moment she saw Yun Feng appear until now, she was still in a state of confusion. What's wrong with me? Am I not fine right now? It's because of being fine that there's a problem. Teacher, so you can't see me being fine either, you're just like them. Yun Feng lowered his head as he finished speaking, pretending to look pained and dead. No, I don't mean that, listen to me. Being said so by Yun Feng, Li Yanqing was also a bit flustered, and surprisingly, she did not pay attention to the weird expression of Yun Feng, who was holding back a smile under his lowered head. Good boy, you even joke about your teacher. It was not until he saw Yun Feng raise his head, that smile at the corner of his mouth, that he realized that he had been tricked by this kid. Quickly tell me, what exactly happened in the sub-dimensional space? Seeing his teacher's expression, got it, thank you teacher. Yun Feng nodded and walked towards the classroom. This thank you was truly appreciated. It was his luck to meet a teacher like Li Yanqing. Seeing Yun Feng turn his back, Li Yanqing secretly took out her goggles. However, the results she saw made her a little disappointed. Could it be that what he said is true? Before Yun Feng could reach the door, he could vaguely hear the sound of discussion inside as if it was a food market, and the protagonist of the discussion was himself. In fact, the one who was most surprised to see Yun Feng return was Lu Yong. In fact, he had also wondered if Yun Feng had really been killed by the monster, and if the loot they had picked up along the way was left over from Yun Feng's kill. But whenever he doubted, he was denied by himself. He did not believe that an F-ranked awakened could do something like that. Crazy man, I also want to know what the hell is going on with you. Black Monkey lowered his head and asked quietly. Adults matters, less prying. Yun Feng would definitely not say right now. There were quite a few in the class who had awakened the talent regarding hearing. The Black Monkey was helpless, it was that phrase again, but he also realized that now was really not the time to talk about such things. How many levels are you now? What battle power is it? Already level 5, battle power 872. For Yun Feng, Black Monkey basically had no reservations. Holy, you're level 5 with such a high battle power? Heh, awakening a ranked talent, school rewarded some money, adventure was trophies sold for some money, then my parents put together some money for me. Got high? Bought 6 bottles of speed potions, 3 bottles of strength potions. 9 bottles of potions, big hundreds of thousands of dollars, your kid has made a fortune. Yun Feng was also happy for this deadbeat of his. Crazy man, when I have a high level in the future, strong battle power, and money, I must arrange it for you as well. Arrange. Yun Feng and Black Monkey looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 24: The Charm of Martial Arts. Next class, practical combat class. Li Yanqing said and walked out of the classroom, which also represented the end of today's morning class. Black Monkey, I won't be coming to school after today. Why? With me here, I'll beat up anyone inside the class who dares to talk about you. The drugged Black Monkey was even more arrogant and domineering. Alright, I know you're good, there are some things that are inconvenient to say right now, you'll know about them in the future, cheer up and raise your level and battle power. After saying that, Yun Feng got up and chased towards Li Yanqing. Teacher, where is my cell phone? Retrieving his cell phone, Yun Feng did not go back to the classroom, and there was no need to go back. Just letting the people who cared about him know that he was safe and sound was already enough. It's really not very convenient to comprehend martial arts at home, and it's also not possible to execute punches and kicks. Practicing with a watermelon knife yesterday had destroyed half of the furniture in the house. Luckily the noise made was not too loud, otherwise the surrounding neighbors would probably call the police. Just now, while comprehending the misty steps, he knocked over numerous pieces of furniture again, and now the entire room was in a mess, as if it had been burglarized. Let's just go directly to the sub-dimensional space, and comprehend while practicing. With the decision made, early the next morning, Yun Feng once again hitchhiked towards the exchange. Without going into the first level of the area, Yun Feng crossed the corridor and went straight up the stairs all the way to the second level. The second level of the exchange was a quest release office. Many awakened who wished to go to a sub-dimensional space to practice would first visit this place to look for a suitable sub-dimensional space for their practice and also earn extra income. Inside the hall, there were 5 huge screens that constantly scrolled with various mission information. There were information released by the Safe Zone government, information released by large forces and individuals, and some group recruiting information. The number of fire elves in the Fire Rock Mountain subspace has suddenly skyrocketed, requesting to go and kill them, rewarding 100,000 Chinese coins for every 100 killed, based on the number of fire crystals. Requirements: level 15 or above or battle strength of 12,000 or above. Acquire the rare material Frost Yeti Heart, as many as you can. Go to the Storm subspace to kill the elite monster Storm Horned Horse. The loot will be distributed evenly. Come with an elemental system awakened person of rank C or above, preferably cold ice system, requirement, above 50,000. Below the large screen, countless small screens were densely erected. There were people maneuvering in front of almost every screen, and these small screens were all for screening tasks. Yunfeng came to the bottom of the first large screen, which was slightly less crowded. He found a screen that was not being maneuvered by anyone and began to look for his preferred quest. This one seems good. Among the many quests, he finally found one that was more suitable for him. Half-Autumn Mountain subspace or monsters beyond level have appeared. Request to identify the cause and solve the problem. Requirements, level 610, battle power, 3000 or more. From the quest requirements, this was definitely a level 5 or above subspace, which matched Yunfeng's requirements. Moreover, the battle power requirement was relatively high. Under normal circumstances, to reach 3000 battle power, it would require an awakened to reach around level 10, except for those who were high on drugs, of course. Although Yunfeng's current battle power did not meet the requirements, after entering the subspace, he believed that he would soon be able to meet the requirements. Pressing the button to take the quest, a transparent water card body poked out from the side of the instrument. This was the proof that he had taken the mission, and after entering the sub-dimensional space, he would be able to input the corresponding mission information by placing the mission card close to his goggles. After picking up the mission, Yunfeng went to the transportation center next to the trading building. There were countless chariots here that drove to various dimensional spaces every day. After waiting for some time, Yunfeng boarded the armored chariot that was heading to the Half-Autumn Mountain subspace. It was a small armored chariot with more than 10 awakened individuals sitting sparsely inside. From the looks of their faces, none of them were very old, and the oldest would not be more than 18 years old. Everyone else was obviously in a squad of 5, and Yunfeng was the only one sitting alone, inevitably drawing the attention of the others. Brother Long, does that kid across the street want to go and break into Half-Autumn Mountain alone? Maybe the person's awakened SSS rank talent. You think that SSS rank talent is a cabbage that awakens when you say so. Yunfeng looked out the window sideways, ignoring the comments of others. With the ancient jade in his body, he was bound to walk a lonely path of strength. Friend, I see that you are alone. Do you want to join our squad? Right at this moment, one of the other 3 teams approached over and softly inquired. Those who dared to enter the sublime space alone were either very bullish or very foolish. Yunfeng withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned his head to look at the person who had asked. 1.78 m, country face, sword brows and starry eyes, a righteous look. Good. Longbin was a little confused when he heard Yunfeng agree so readily. The script seemed a bit off. Don't experts all have their own arrogance? Shouldn't they be condescending and say, "Are you guys worthy?" Could it be that he had read it wrong? I can tell at a glance that your team is not ordinary, absolutely all experts. By joining you, is it that you don't have to do anything, just mop up and collect the loot? Yunfeng opened a pair of large Kazran eyes and looked at the other party with a naive face. Longbin suddenly became skeptical of his sixth sense. Sorry for the disturbance. Longbin could only greatly retreat back. Brother Long, I told you that person was unreliable, you had to stick it to him. That person looks a little less intelligent, I should have been the one to look away. The armored fighting vehicle traveled all the way through the wasteland for most of the day, arriving at the so-called Half-Autumn Mountain subspace. The boys are lucky, no monsters were encountered in the wilderness. A driver in military uniform jumped out of the chariot and laughed nervously. After getting out of the vehicle, everyone came to the entrance of the subspace and waited for the level and battle power test. Before arriving, Yunfeng had already adjusted the results of the concealment potion, which now showed a result of level 6 and battle strength of 890, so he was not afraid of the test. I hope you guys have a good harvest in subspace. The base guards finished their detection and saluted the few people before letting them in. When they entered the subspace, the first thing they did was to put on their combat goggles. Yunfeng's information appeared on the virtual screen once again. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 5 2764 3000. Battle strength, 1561. Talent, F rank. Since he hadn't killed any monsters during this period of time and only drank a few potions, he hadn't increased his battle power much. Afterwards, he found a remote place and equipped his battle sword and battlesuit, and his battle power instantly became 1761. It's a pity that last time at the exchange, I didn't buy the talent upgrade potion fragment. That thing, it was indeed hard to come across at the exchange, and even if there was one, it would be quickly bought away. the Half-Autumn Mountains subspace was a rolling mountain range. The peaks of the mountains were not high, and the jungle was dense. And the Half-Autumn Mountain got its name from the trees on the peaks. No matter when they came over, the leaves were slightly yellow, like early fall in the outside world. Yunfeng stepped on the half-yellow weeds under his feet and walked towards the mountain. Not long after, a monster appeared in front of him, a rhinoceros that was around 2 meters tall, with 2 thick pointed horns that had an aura of piercing through everything. Monster, Iron-Horned Rhino. Level 6. Battle Strength, 764. Skill, Iron-Horn Impact. My current battle power has exceeded these monsters by too far. Yunfeng just glanced at the big guy in front of him and lost interest. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that he had another purpose for coming to subspace this time. Let's try our hand with you then. Yunfeng held his battle sword in his hand and faced the iron-horned rhinoceros with the starting stance of the Heaven's Fury blade technique. He urged his spiritual energy to slash out with the blade, as if he could see this hint of pitch blackness attached to the blade. Bear. The battle blade and the iron-horned rhinoceros staggered past each other. Spiritual power increased by 11 points, while the iron-horned rhino behind him fell from the center to the sides. Sharp. With the ability he came with, he could also do this step, but it was definitely not this easy and cozy. It seems that after learning martial arts, there will be no significant increase in stats in terms of battle power, but the combat power is significantly different from before. Yunfeng finally felt the charm of martial arts. Chapter 25. Is it her? Inside the Half-Autumn Mountain subspace, the breeze rose at first, blowing down the green and yellow of half a mountain, paving the entire mountain like a path of gold. Yunfeng lightly stepped on the fallen leaves, stepping out with a soft rustling sound, a unique flavor. After spending a few days, Yunfeng passed through the level 6 and 7 monster areas, and directly faced the level 8 monsters. On his way forward, he killed some monsters in passing and reached level 6. At the moment, standing in front of him was a vicious black and white hanging eyes spotted tiger. There was nothing unusual about the front half of the tiger's body, but the tail that looked like a poisonous scorpion, with a curved spike at the end, emitted an ethereal light that sent shivers down one's spine. Monster, Scorpion-tailed tiger. Level 8. Battle Strength, 1580. Skill, Poison Tail Frenzy Sting. Finally a bit of a challenge. The previous level 6 or 7 monsters didn't even qualify him for attribute martial arts. Roar. Seeing someone intruding into his territory, the scorpion-tailed tiger let out a roar, wagging its highly poisonous tail as it charged. Between the scorpion-tailed tigers running, the tail behind it stood up high, as if it was a venomous snake that chose to devour people, ready to give a fatal blow at any time. Good coming. Yunfeng was not the least bit weak, and with his sword in hand, he met it. Only to see his feet stomping continuously, landing on bizarre points, his figure suddenly becoming mesmerized. It was none other than the previously learned stance, the Misty Steps. The scorpion-tailed tiger, who had originally locked onto his opponent, suddenly acted as if he had lost his target, and his actions became sluggish. Good chance. Yunfeng catalyzed his stance and suddenly appeared in the position of the scorpion-tailed tiger's left rear side, and the blade light that was glowing with black aura directly stabbed towards the tiger's buttocks. They say you can't touch a tiger's, but I'm going to try it today. It was not until the battle knife pierced 10 centimeters in that the scorpion-tailed tiger reacted, hastily sweeping its tail towards the battle knife while its tail tip stabbed at Yunfeng. Drawing the blade, turning around, and shifting his feet. Yunfeng dodged the scorpion-tailed tiger's tail stinger, and the battle knife once again stabbed into its right buttock. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out a hiss of pain, anger, and suffocation. This is the battle rhythm I want. Yunfeng stepped on the Misty Steps and wielded his sword with the Heavenly Fury Chi, beating the scorpion-tailed tiger without any power to fight back. After only 2 minutes had passed, the scorpion-tailed tiger, whose battle strength only fictionalized his own by a few hundred points, turned into spiritual energy and collapsed to the side. Trophies can't be thrown away, and this scorpion tail is worth quite a bit of money. Cutting off the scorpion tail and throwing it into the nascent ring, another 1,000 Chinese coins arrived. It's still rare materials that are worth money. The materials of the previous level 5 elite monsters were worth 2,000. Yunfeng somewhat missed the output of elite monsters and was looking forward to the appearance of rare monsters. There was no rush to advance deeper. The level 8 monsters were already enough for him to absorb spiritual energy and skill martial arts. After killing dozens of level 8 scorpion tail tigers without pressure, 3 roars sounded simultaneously. He realized that he was surrounded by 3 scorpion tailed tigers as he collected his loot. This isn't scientific, how could 3 scorpion-tailed tigers appear at the same time? Tigers, how could they come out in groups? It wasn't like this was a zoo. However, Yunfeng did not panic. During the battle with the dozens of scorpion-tailed tigers in front of him, he had already gained a very high level of proficiency in the 2 silver martial arts he had learned. The only thing that was almost interesting was that his battle power might be a bit weak to activate 2 martial arts consecutively. Come on, let me see just how far the Misty Steps can take me. Yunfeng's current battle power was just a little over 2,000, and facing 3 scorpion-tailed tigers with around 1,500 battle power was indeed a bit of a stretch. However, he was basically in an undefeated position now, having dropped 2 more black iron grade speed potions on his way over. Now, even if he couldn't beat them, with the speed advantage and the Misty Steps, escaping still wasn't much of a problem. It's better to break 1 finger than 10. Breaking each of them was the best way to resolve the siege. Yunfeng drew his sword and charged towards one of the scorpion-tailed tigers. Although the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers had become surrounded, they obviously did not have much coordination and were fighting on their own. This also gave Yunfeng an opportunity. Yunfeng, who was charging towards one of the scorpion-tailed tigers, made a false move, reversed the direction of his sword, and stepped on the maze steps to kill the other scorpion-tailed tiger. This action caused all 3 scorpion-tailed tigers attacking him to fail to react, and their rhythm was all messed up. Monsters are monsters, even though the fighting instincts are good, the brain is still a bit of a gap. Yunfeng sneered as the tip of his blade stabbed into the only soft place behind the scorpion-tailed tiger. Ow! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out an unspeakable cry of grief, and that one scorpion tail trembled. While you're cool, let's make you shout. Yunfeng surrounded the scorpion-tailed tiger, which was in the midst of souring, and frantically outputted. That miserable cry caused the other 2 scorpion-tails' limbs to go a little limp, and their attacks all seemed weak and feeble. Soon, in the midst of the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers' siege, one of them was strongly killed. Next, things started to get easier as the other 2 did not last long and fell under Yunfeng's battle sword. Fortunately, the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers once again dropped a black iron speed fragment. After drinking the potion, his speed was once again strengthened. Already able to deal with 3 level 8 monsters at the same time, I'm really looking forward to how strong I'll be when I reach level 10. Yunfeng thought in his heart and did not advance any further into the depths of space. Instead, he explored the directions on both sides. The simultaneous appearance of the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers just now had created some doubts in his mind. The level 8 monster area occupied a large area, and Yunfeng was not in a hurry to head to the level 9 area. Currently, he did have the certainty to deal with the level 9 monsters, but if several appeared at the same time again like before, it would be dangerous. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, not to mention that this is not a real game where he can still return to the spring if he dies. Killing monsters at a higher level is just cool, more spiritual energy and higher drops. Yunfeng picked up a fragment once again. Up to this point, his speed potion absorption had reached its upper limit. Moreover, after coming all the way over and killing around 200 scorpion-tailed tigers, the other strength potions were only 1 bottle short of the cap. Along the way over, Yunfeng would also encounter a few scorpion-tailed tigers that appeared at the same time from time to time, but probed to see if he found anything unusual. Yunfeng looked at his virtual panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 63,392 4000. Battle Strength, 2745. Talent, F rank. It was clear that the effects of getting high had become less and less obvious by now. Roar. Suddenly the hissing and fighting sounds of a scorpion-tailed tiger came from the distance. There are others fighting here? Yunfeng frowned. The areas of the sub-dimensional spaces were all very wide, and with such low-level sub-dimensional spaces, the number of people would usually not be too many, and it was rare to encounter other awakened ones. He searched for the sounds of battle. Soon, Yunfeng appeared at the edge of the battlefield. 3 scorpion-tailed tigers were launching a siege on a person. One could only see that the person was wearing a black combat suit with red trim and looked rather thin. In his hand, he was holding a silver 2-foot 3-foot long sword, and the sword blossoms that he constantly danced with emitted a sword roar. The ponytail on his head was constantly fluttering during the battle, just like a jumping elf. However, the bloodstains on the battle suit broke this beautiful battle scene. After sparring with the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers with all their might, the silhouette was knocked back 10 meters away, the hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and the front body leaned forward panting heavily, apparently somewhat exhausted. It's her? When Yunfeng saw the person's face clearly, he was surprised. Chapter 26, Do you believe I'll kill you? Hoo hoo. Bailey Shuyun propped up the ground with her sword, panting heavily. The strike just now was the strongest strike she could deliver, and it was also a skill that she had realized from her talent after reaching level 5, although it repelled 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, it did not result in a kill. Could it be that I'm going to be buried in this dimensional space today? Why are there so many scorpion-tailed tigers appearing here in a row? Bailey Xiaoyun was somewhat desperate. Before, she could barely deal with 2 of them at the same time, but now, it had already reached the upper limit of her ability to deal with them. No, I can't collapse here, I still have a lot of things I need to do. Bailey Shuyun wanted to pull out the long sword that was stuck in the but at this moment, her hand had no strength left. The 3 scorpion-tailed tigers that had been repelled appeared even more violent due to their injuries, hissing and running towards her once again. Need help? Just as Bailey Shuyun felt despair, a low voice sounded behind her. The one who appeared was none other than Yun Feng. And Bailey Yun was none other than the little girl selling things that she had met at the exchange that day. It's you? She turned her head in delight, knowing that some other awakened had come over. Don't mind me, go. Then, Bailey Xuanyun's face changed as she hurriedly urged Yun Feng to leave. This was because she saw that Yun Feng had come over alone. It was only then that Bailey Yun reacted to the fact that the other party had just saved himself from the gates of hell. Bye, Bailey Shuyun. The slight blush on her face had not yet faded when she answered Yun Feng. 10,000 miles of blue sky, 100 miles of flowing clouds, good name, a person like his name. Yes, it's New Yun with a grass head. Yun Feng did not expect that this girl was dry and sharp when fighting, striking out harshly, but was a bit shy in private. My name is Yun Feng. Yun Feng? Bailey Xiaoyun's brows furrowed deeply when she heard this name. The top 10 middle schools, those who had awakened high-grade talent this year, she had gone to learn about them, and had not heard of any high-grade talent named Yun Feng. On the contrary, she had heard of a school F-ranked talent coming out of the 9th middle school, whose name was also Yun Feng. Surely it would not be this one in front of her. Thank you for saving me, these scorpion-tailed tiger trophies will be yours. It was originally mine. Yun Feng laughed lightly before walking over to the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers to collect the loot. Oomph, if I hadn't severely injured these scorpion-tailed tigers, would you have been able to kill them? Bailey Luyun said indignantly in his heart. Are you also practicing alone? Then you should have awakened a very powerful talent. Although he was asking, he was also secretly hinting that he had a good talent and wanted to draw Yun Feng's attention. Don't pry into things you shouldn't, pry less, and did you know that when you are curious about someone, it means you have developed a favorable impression of a person? Yun Feng said carelessly as he collected the scorpion tail. Bailey Shuyun's face, which had only dissipated its redness, was once again covered with a reddish haze when he said that. This fellow, his mouth is so uncontrollable that he says everything. Fragments, there are fragments, Yun Feng. The sharp-eyed Bailey Shuyun saw one end of the shard exposed under the scorpion-tailed tiger and hurriedly reminded him. See, isn't it just a fragment? What's wrong with this woman, making a fuss? Yun Feng casually picked it up and threw it into his backpack. Now that there were outsiders present, it was not good to reveal one's nascent sacred ring. After all, only a few levels away from carrying a gold-level nascent sacred ring, it was indeed a bit out of. You. Bailey Shuyun looked at the wisp of murderous aura emanating from Yun Feng's body. Yun Feng thought about it in his heart. However, in the end, he decided to fight in the level 8 monster area for a while longer. When he leveled, roar! Seeing a hunter coming over, the large scorpion-tailed tiger in the center was the first to attack. While its body pounced over, the scorpion tail behind it lashed towards Yun Feng like a long whip. The might is indeed more sufficient than those ordinary scorpion-tailed tigers from before. Yun Feng secretly nodded his head as he stepped on his feet in misty steps, trying his best to dodge the other party's attack. He then rushed towards the 2 scorpion-tailed tigers behind him, his long blade slashing viciously at one of them with a fury. This kind of battle was just right for him to practice the 2 martial arts he had just learned. 2 scorpion-tailed tigers would not be able to bring pressure to Yun Feng at all, and then the speed of comprehending the martial arts would be much slower. Stabbing. The long knife cut a thin bloody scar on the waist of one of the scorpion-tailed tigers. MMM. The scorpion-tailed tiger hissed loudly in pain, only that his hissing was not yet over as Yun Feng once again used his misty steps and appeared on its other side. The long blade slashed down fiercely, and a bone-deep wound appeared on its neck, blood flowing like a stream. Subsequently, Yun Feng stabbed out the long knife and stuck it into the other party's head. One of the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers had already gone. The scorpion-tailed tiger that pounced out only turned around at this moment, realizing that in a short period of time, one of its companions was. A blade came out, and the black fury arose. Yunfeng took a step forward, the blade slashed towards the scorpion-tailed tiger with a rich baleful aura. This was the first time he had used such a move since he had comprehended the Heavenly Fury blade technique. It had to be said that the power was indeed great. The Heavenly Fury blade technique, which caused the blade to be covered in Fury Chi, could increase the attack power when attacking, and also weaken the target's defense. Stabbing. The long blade slashed through. The scorpion-tailed tiger was unexpectedly split in half by Yunfeng from the center, dead beyond repair. Who? Due to the fact that Yunfeng had used a large number of martial arts in the process of killing the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, he was feeling a bit tired physically. Although martial arts were not physical skills and did not consume spiritual energy when used, they were exceptionally physically draining, and if used for a long period of time, they could even easily become deflated. 48 points of spiritual energy. It seems that the spiritual energy of the monster that has gotten stronger has remained the same, raising the price without increasing the amount. It's meaningless. After resting for a while, Yunfeng felt that his physical strength had fully recovered, collected his loot and continued to advance. It seems like the level 9 monster area is ahead. Should I go in? Yunfeng looked at his level. It was still at level 6, still a little short of level 7. Forget it, continue to stay here for a while. In case you encounter 3 level 9 monsters at once with a strengthened version like before, it's not really possible to beat them. Although there were a few pieces of black iron grade fragments obtained and drank down during the majority of this day, there was no need to take a risk, wasn't there? Steadying and not waving was the key. In this manner, Yunfeng stayed in the level 8 monster area for another half a day more until he entered the level 9 monster area after leveling up to level 7. After leveling up to level 7, coupled with drinking 3 more bottles of black iron potion, his battle power was pushing 3000. With this battle power, there should be no problem entering the level 9 monster area. Yunfeng muttered, then took a step out and entered the level 9 monster area. Chapter 28 Brother Lung, I can't stand it any longer. Monster, Pale-backed Black Bear. Level, 9. Battle Strength, 2320. Skill, Battle Roar 1 Roar, all attributes increase. Just as he entered the level 9 monster area, a huge black bear blocked his way, with a particularly conspicuous white hair on its back. He, I didn't expect to have spiritual power delivered to my door so soon. Without waiting for the pale-backed black bear to make a move, Yunfeng rushed out first. Dang! Worthy of being a bear-type monster known for its defense, without using the Heaven's Fury blade technique, the black iron grade battle blade was unable to cut through the opponent's fur and inflict effective damage to the body. Roar! The pale-backed black bear let out a roar, and the skill Battle Fury Roar was directly activated. The battle power value on the virtual screen soared to 2648, directly adding more than 300 battle power. This skill is fierce. Pa! Yunfeng was still lamenting the opponent's skill when he received a slap on his backhand. Sizzle! Yunfeng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Just now, he was not paying attention and was grazed by the other party's fingernails, surprisingly leaving a few marks on his battlesuit. Although it did not scratch the combat suit, it had already caused damage to Yunfeng. It seems like we still can't be careless. After this guy unleashed his skills, his battle power is already not too far off, not to be underestimated. Returning to his senses, Yunfeng began to concentrate on the pale-backed black bear. The battle sword was covered by a faint layer of Fury Chi. After practicing over the past few days, he had become more and more skillful with this set of sword techniques. With the help of the Fury Chi, the pale-backed black bear's even if the other party unleashed their battle spirit roar, the difference in battle power between the two parties was still over nearly 1,000. But once it was against more than 2, it wasn't that easy. Fortunately, in the battle that followed, nothing worse happened, and the most that was encountered was 3 pale-backed black bears appearing at the same time. Killing another wave of pale-backed black bears will raise the level to level 8. Looking at his spiritual energy that was getting closer to full value, Yunfeng was beaming with joy. Roar! Right at this moment, several bear roars sounded at the same time, followed by 5 pale-backed black bears coming out from behind 5 trees. How is this possible? Looking at the 5 black bears that appeared at the same time, Yunfeng was in a cold sweat. Right now, it was already relatively easy for him to kill 3 black bears at the same time, but trying to deal with 5 at the same time was basically impossible. How about putting up a fight? Currently, he only needed to kill 4 pale-backed black bears to upgrade to level 8, and now that there were 5 in front of him, killing them would be just the thing to upgrade. Moreover, now that he was surrounded by black bears, if he wanted to rush out, he would need to fight a bloody battle as well, so he might as well take this opportunity to level up. Yunfeng still wanted to Qin Wang around the pillar like he did last time when he dealt with the Cloud Leopard, but realized that the view here was relatively open and there were no big obstacles to dodge. Fight! Yunfeng gripped his battle sword, black baleful aura covering the blade. In this situation, one had to be ruthless to kill one of them first, otherwise if the consumption continued, one would surely lose, and the end of failure was death. Come on! Dead dog bears! Yunfeng raised his middle finger towards the 5 black bears that surrounded him and unleashed a taunt skill. As if they could read Yunfeng's gesture, these black bears roared and rushed over. 3, 2, 1. Yunfeng continuously calculated the running speed of the 5 black bears and his distance. This is it. Yunfeng made a short stance, unleashing his misty steps to dodge the pounces of 3 of the black bears, sparing his arm injury to charge towards one of the black bears that fell at the end of the list, and the battle knife that condensed a large amount of fury chi viciously stabbed into the head of that black bear, and the sacrificial blood splattered all over his face. However, Yunfeng did not have the time to wipe the blood from his face at all. After killing that black bear, he hastily drew out his battle knife before rolling on the ground, dodging the bear's paw that the 4th black bear slapped at him. And in Yunfeng's calculations, the 3 black bears that pounced on him in front of him were colliding together. Although the 3 black bears did not suffer any injuries as a result, they all froze in place for a while. Yunfeng, on the other hand, happened to take this opportunity to settle the 4th bear. After using the high-power Heavenly Fury Blade technique and the Misty Trail steps twice consecutively in a short period of time, Yunfeng clearly felt that his physical ability had dropped by a large margin. However, the results were also remarkable, as 2 of the 5 black bears were decimated. Now only 3 pale-backed black bears remained, indicating that both sides were already on the same starting line. After another half a quarter of an hour of killing battle, Yunfeng finally wore down the remaining 3 black bears. Hoo-hoo! Lying on the ground, Yunfeng was panting heavily. He did not want to move at all now. At this moment, he was afraid that a level 1 monster would appear. As long as it could break his defense, it could easily kill him. I'm all like this. If other awakened encountered this situation, I'm afraid it's 10 deaths. Having been resting in place for nearly an hour or so, Yunfeng slowly climbed up. Fortunately, the level has finally rushed to level 8. Looking at his nearly 4,000 battle power, Yunfeng grinned. Keep going, it's time to head to the level 10 monster area. Roar! Without advancing for long, the roar of a pale-backed black bear could be heard in the distance. Yunfeng smiled. This was spiritual power beckoning to him. Why is this monster roaring for no reason? Yunfeng, who searched for the past, wore a skeptical expression. After all, at this moment, there was still a long distance from the source of the sound. The pale-backed black bear could not see him. Soon, a shout gave him the answer. Brother Lon, how is it on your side? I can't hold out any longer. You have to top it even if you can't, or else we all have to play through. Chapter 29, Seeing Fortune. Brother Lon, I really can't top it. Xiaoji, you quickly heal De Zhuang. Brother Lon, I'm also running out of spiritual energy. The 2 of them traced the roars over, and saw a small team struggling to deal with the attacks of 2 pale-backed black bears in a precarious situation. In the squad, the awakened person who was obviously defensively gifted was struggling with one of the black bears, covered in wounds, and was about to be unable to hold on, while the other 2 main attackers were dangerously attacking the other black bear. Of the 2 supporting staff, the water attribute one was still able to release a healing skill from time to time, but the help was very limited, and he himself was about to lose his strength. The other one in charge of scouting could only scrape at a distance with a normal bow. Look at the situation, it's going to be impossible. Yunfeng stood in the distance, rubbing his chin, and eventually decided to step in and help. After all, human lives were at stake, not to mention that there was spiritual energy income from killing 2 black bears. Yunfeng stepped in, and the crisis of the 5-member squad was immediately lifted. However, Yunfeng did not go all out and only helped them out. In the end, under the siege of several people, the 2 pale-backed black bears quickly turned into Yunfeng's spiritual energy. There's already something wrong with this subspace. I advise you guys not to stay any longer. Yunfeng said to the few people as he collected the loot. Surprisingly, it's you? The leader of the 5-man squad, this person was none other than Longbin, who had come in the same chariot as Yunfeng. Level 9. Battle Strength, 2258. This was Longbin's battle power displayed in the virtual screen. Obviously, within level 9, this battle power was considered very mediocre, about the same as a level 9 pale-backed black bear, and if the opponent used a skill, it could not be blocked at all. The stats of several other people were also similar to his, or even basically lower than him. It was still more than enough to deal with one pale-backed black bear, but dealing with two at the same time, the result would be like just now. If you don't want to die, go. Seeing as there had been a one-sided relationship while the impression was still good, Yunfeng persuaded. After collecting the loot, Yunfeng habitually kicked the black bear corpse. A ghostly black crystal remnant was revealed. Hey, there's a windfall. Yunfeng bent down and was ready to pick up the fragment. Wait. Just then, that deputy attacker from the other side suddenly spoke. We're about to kill these two monsters, you suddenly came over, it's fine if the spiritual power is snatched by you, but the loot must be left behind. Lu Liang, shut up. Brother Long was a bit furious, if not for Yunfeng just now, his team would have been wiped out. Brother Long, am I wrong? This person is obviously here to pick up the pieces, otherwise that piece of debris would be ours, don't you guys think so? The other three looked at me and I looked at you, their expressions very tangled. But in the end, they still didn't hold back their temptation for the shard. Brother Long, I think Brother Liang is right, the loot must stay. You guys? Brother Long was a bit furious, but in the end, he didn't say anything. When Yunfeng heard the other party's words, he did not pick up the fragments underneath him anymore, but instead reached out his foot and stomped the fragments underneath his feet. Want the shards? Then come over and get it. After saying that, he looked at the other party's few people contemptuously. He didn't expect that the other party would disregard his saving grace and directly turn his face over for the sake of a shard. Brother Long, those trophies must be ours. Lu Liang looked at Yunfeng with greed in his eyes. Long Bin's team was also considered a standard team, with the secondary attacker being an elemental system metallic talent. Metallic was actually a relatively powerful attribute that could attack from afar as well as in melee combat, and in the later stages, it could also defend. It was considered to be a fairly well-rounded lineage. If you guys go and get the shard today, we'll part ways and go our separate ways in the future. Although Long spoke decisively, he didn't step in to block them, although they were teammates and he was still the captain, but the four teammates insisted on it, he had no choice. Hand over what you have on you, you can have your lives spared. Lu Liang brought a few other people towards the two Yunfengs and surrounded them, but their gazes rested on Yunfeng's hands. Seeing the other party's undisguised greedy gaze, Yunfeng immediately understood what was going on. They were not looking at the black iron fragment, but rather their entire fortune. When he himself had just struck out, he had not used his full strength, so he had made them think that he was not a strong fighter, and that they had been misled by the disguise potion. Just with you guys? Yunfeng said disdainfully. Lu Liang was a bit intimidated by Yunfeng's aura, but the data in the virtual panel once again gave him the guts. Your battle strength is similar to ours, but there are 5 of us. Is that so? Yunfeng turned his head to look at Long Bin. Long Bin did not speak and looked to the side. Seeing Long Bin's attitude, Yunfeng had nothing in concern anymore. Scout around, are there any other teams around? Brother Liang scouted, no, Brother Liang, you don't really want to. The scout suddenly reacted and looked at the other party with some alarm. You guys look at the clothes and weapons on his body, the most crucial thing is that ring on his hand. The Lu Liang who spoke had an intense greed in his eyes. Wealth and riches, if we do this today, we will be rich, with more money and equipment, we will be able to raise our battle power faster. Being said so by Lu Liang, the few people who were still feeling a bit guilty, at this moment also fell into a frenzy, even Long Bin who was standing by the side had his fists clenched. The greed of human nature never ends, as long as the greed arises, it will be uncontrollable. Just like a gambler, as long as they win once, they will be completely trapped. Don't blame me, if you want to blame me for you meddling in my business and for the huge amount of money you are carrying. Lu Liang said as he coalesced a gold elemental lance. There is no turning back after this step. Yunfeng stared tightly at the other party, he had already sensed a murderous aura from Lu Liang's body. Kid, since you're guarding the treasure and not handing it over, then go to hell. The golden lance flew directly towards Yunfeng at speed. Seeing that things had come to a head, the other few people opened their bows without turning back and also entered into combat. Yunfeng raised his hand and with a casual flick, the golden lance was picked out by the battle sword. How is this possible? Lu Liang was dumbfounded, that was already considered his full strength strike, he didn't expect it to be broken by the other party like that. De Zhuang, top up, Xiaoji, water elemental harassment, Ahui, crossbow curling. After sensing that the other party was not simple, Lu Liang immediately laid out his tactics. A bunch of jumping clowns blinded by greed. Do you really think that you were just able to kill those two pale-backed black bears, and that I'm just playing the hand? Yun Feng raised his sword and stepped in a subtle pace as he charged at the four. Ah, my hand. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out from Lu Liang. Only to see Yun Feng's sword slashing out a ghostly light, Lu Liang's entire palm broke with his wrist, blood soaring out like a fountain. Brother Liang, are you alright? Kill them. At this moment, Lu Liang had gone a little crazy. Ah! There was another miserable scream. The water elemental awakened, covered his ears in pain, his expression hideously twisted. Ah! Two more miserable screams. De Zhuang's shoulder was stabbed through and through by the battle knife, while that one called Ahui had a large chunk of flesh cut off his thigh. The scene was extremely tragic with blood and flesh flying around. Chapter 30. Should we do a fishing expedition? Enough! Long Bin, who was standing on the sidelines, suddenly stood between Yun Feng and a few people. Although his own teammates were indeed wrong, he could not help but stand out when he saw their miserable state. You're going to stand up for them? Yun Feng sneered. Little brother, let's be forgiving. What if I don't? Yun Feng had just refrained from laying his hands on the killers, just to see if Long Bin would make a move or not. Brother Long, we were wrong, save us, save us. At this moment a few people were desperately crying out as if they had grabbed a straw to save their lives. Little brother, they have been a battle team with me since the beginning, I can't just stand by and watch them. Long Bin said with a difficult face. Just now when they were trying to kill me, how come I didn't see you come out? Is it too late to come out now? No matter what, let's call it a day. Ha, if you say it ends here, who do you count as? Yun Feng raised his sword and killed towards those four once again. Dang! Yun Feng's battle sword slashed at a giant axe, sparks flying everywhere. However, Yun Feng's battle sword was unharmed while a gaping hole appeared in Long Bin's battle axe. Know why they got greedy? Take a look, what we're using. If we had shard equipment as well, maybe we wouldn't have needed you guys to save us just now. Long Bin raised his battle axe, looked at the gaping hole, and said sadly. Awakened like them were not highly gifted and had not experienced schooling, all they had to rely on themselves. Suddenly seeing those things on Yun Feng, how could they not be red-eyed? Hee, is this the reason they can kill and seize the treasure? Yun Feng laughed coldly and killed again without a second thought. He no longer wanted to make this kind of boring argument with Long Bin. And Long Bin's joining in seemed to bring life to the other four. The few people who were originally in a disheveled state of chi and covered in wounds were suddenly energized. The previous coordination against monsters was all used on Yun Feng. Still a little bloodthirsty, but if you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility for your actions. Yun Feng directly catalyzed the two martial arts. Although he had not yet fully comprehended them, the skinny camel was bigger than a horse. This was a silver-level martial art. A few people looked at Yun Feng's figure and it appeared a little blurry. What chilled them even more was the battle sword in his hand, bubbling with a palpitating black aura, like a life-inducing talisman. Plop! A head was thrown high into the air, spilling blood. Lu Liang, the one who started it all, didn't even react before his head was already scattered. After killing Lu Liang, Yun Feng, who still wanted to continue striking, froze in place. Just a moment ago, he realized that his spiritual power had increased by a small amount, not even comparable to a monster of the same level. A direct increase of 2 points of spiritual energy. What the hell is going on here? How did he increase his spiritual energy? Suddenly, he remembered his talent description. Talent, plunder. Chance of plundering part of the opponent's spiritual energy after killing the enemy, very slight probability of plundering the opponent's talent. The description in the phrase was of an enemy, not a monster. I can gain spiritual energy even if I kill humans? Isn't this a bit anti-human? Luckily, when he had spoken to the vice principal, he had only said that killing monsters additionally gained spiritual energy. A cold sweat broke out behind Yun Feng's back when he thought of this, and even his killing intent at the moment faded a lot. Ah, you actually killed Brother Liang, you murderer, you deserve to die. A mournful voice and a long metal arrow snapped Yun Feng out of. Since these few people wanted to kill themselves, he could only be forced to accept these heads. Indeed, the killing aura on Yun Feng's body right now was a bit frightening. After standing in place for a long time to soothe himself, he was able to completely dissipate the depressive aura from the killing earlier. It's a pity that I only obtained some spiritual energy and did not plunder the talent. Yun Feng sighed and shook his head, lamenting that the chances of this plundering were too small. That metallic psychic ability of the other party just now was something he liked very much and desperately needed. Even if the grade of it was not high, perhaps only D or even E grade, it was precious to him. After finishing the scene, Yunfeng left this place of wrongdoing. While advancing, Yunfeng looked at his virtual panel, his heart pounding. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 855,000. Battle Strength, 3940. Talent, Grade F Plunder. Of the 5 people just now, 2 of them provided spiritual energy, roughly 4 points of spiritual energy. One must not let others know about this, or one will definitely become a public enemy of humanity. No one would want to have an existence like this in their pack that could grow itself by using its own kind as prey. It would be just as well if he really was just an ordinary F-rank talent without the ability to hunt others. It's a pity that the words at the back weren't activated, and that extremely tiny isn't known how tiny it is, so I guess it's about the same as winning the Mark 6 lottery. Yunfeng thought to himself. He would not intentionally hunt others for the sake of these spiritual powers and that nebulous talent, but if it was committed into his hands, he did not mind wasting it for a bit. Even more, he wished for more of such waste to come. Should I consider deliberately exposing my wealth to a fishing expedition? Yunfeng secretly thought in his heart. However, he also knew that it would be best not to test humanity, that way his hands would be stained with blood, and he would end up becoming like those people he tested. Chapter 31, Eat My 1000-Year Kill. Be careful, all the sub-dimensional spaces are a bit less stable these days. I know, Father, don't you know my ability? I really don't feel at ease with you being alone. At this moment, at the entrance of the Half-Autumn Mountain subspace, a middle-aged man was constantly admonishing a young boy. Father, just put your heart in your stomach, in this sublime space, no one can cause me half a bit of harm yet. The youthful kid said as he was already heading towards the entrance of the sublime space. Father, I'm going in, and I'll never come out until I'm level 10. The middle-aged man looked at the figure that scurried out with a pleased expression on his face. Family head, do you need me to follow you in? No need, don't break the rules of the subspace. If even this low-level subspace experience needs to be protected, then he doesn't need to come back to see me. The middle-aged man said in a domineering manner. Finally, I don't have to team up with those trash. Walking into the sub-dimensional space, the young man completely changed his face, gloomy with a hint of hostility. I heard that you are also practicing here, wait for me. The young man's face changed again, with a look of lewdness and expectation. After putting on his equipment he walked towards the picturesque hill. A black, gold-trimmed combat outfit was particularly conspicuous amongst the green and yellow fallen leaves. Right at this moment, a level 6 iron-horned rhino scurried out, its nose bubbling with thick air as it rushed towards the black-clothed youth. Seek death. Only to see the man poking out his right hand, which couldn't be said to be a right hand, but rather an animal's claw, covered with a thick layer of black scales. The 5 fingers were bent forward, and the nails were sharp and pointed like sharp instruments. The claw probed at the iron-horned rhinoceros' flank with a powerful astral wind. Bear. 5 huge wounds appeared, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the place. What a fresh flavor. The young man licked the blood on his claws, revealing a hint of enjoyment. And the attacked iron-horned rhinoceros let out an earth-shattering hiss, pain, too much pain. As if the young man wasn't quite overjoyed, he continued to make a cut on the iron-horned rhinoceros until no blood flowed out from inside. Oomph, monsters, that's how they should be killed. Without collecting the loot, the young man directly left. 5 days later, Yunfeng stood at the intersection of the level 9 monster area and the level 10 monster area. During these few days, Yunfeng basically did not stop, brushing the monsters faster and faster as his battle power became higher and higher. However, he also did not encounter another situation where 5 monsters appeared at the same time. In 5 days' time, Yunfeng's level did not change, still at level 8, but very close to level 9. It's time to see what a level 10 monster is like. Thinking of this, Yunfeng stepped towards the level 10 monster area. Monster, Spirit Ape. Level, 10. Battle Strength, 2880. Skill, headbutt, swing the iron rod and strike with vigor. It was a 3-meter-tall ape, holding a giant metal rod that was longer than it was tall, and clad in a rudimentary armor that was full of aura. Great sage reincarnated? Yunfeng said dumbfounded as he looked at the monster's appearance. However, the appearance looked mighty, but the battle power was just average. Yunfeng felt that if he wasn't afraid of multiple monsters appearing together, he would have been able to come here to brush up on the monsters when he was level 7. Yunfeng's current battle power was already over 4,000, and dealing with such monsters was simply a handful. Of course, only people like him who were high on a lot of medicine and had good equipment dared to think so. A normal level 9 awakened would only have a battle power of around 2,500, and even if he knocked out a few bottles of medicine, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this monkey's stick that emitted a skill. Eldest brother, eat my blade. Yunfeng's playfulness rose, and with a loud shout, he raised his sword and slashed towards the spirit ape. If there were people around who saw this, they would definitely say something about being a psychopath. Seeing Yunfeng coming over, the spirit ape showed his teeth, his muscles bulged, and a big stick danced with tigerish vigor. Suddenly, the spirit ape leapt high into the air, and with both hands, raised the big stick over the highest part of his head. It then slammed down hard with an unrivaled momentum, striking first afterward. Is this its skill headbutt? It is indeed extraordinary. Yunfeng raised his sword and carried it hard. Dang! The stick and blade clashed, sparks spilling out. Yunfeng was hit by this imposing stick and unexpectedly slid backward a few hard steps, his feet sinking into the dirt. This is so powerful. This blow was not injurious, but it was extremely insulting. With a forceful push of his battle sword outwards, Yunfeng forced the spirit ape back and pulled his own legs out of the mud, before launching his misty steps to quickly move behind the spirit ape. Eat my 1,000-year kill. The battle sword was viciously handed out, stabbing towards the spirit ape's place where its defense was the weakest. Roar! After one strike, the spirit ape suddenly had bloodshot eyes that bulged outwards, its ape tail flapped haphazardly with nowhere to rest, and even its arms that were gripping the stick trembled slightly. With an attack like this, even a monster was enduring pain that it shouldn't have to endure at its age. I'll kill you while you're sick. The misty steps were unleashed once again, silky smooth steps and a powerful blade. The spirit ape quickly fell. The trophy won't be this rod. Yunfeng's jaw dropped when he saw the huge metal rod that fell aside. With such a large size, even if he had a gold-level storage ring, he wouldn't be able to put much in it. It seems like I can only endure the pain. Just as he was about to give up on this trophy, the huge metal rod became extremely small until it stopped at 20 centimeters. Are all trophies this humanized? Yunfeng hurriedly picked up the small metal rod. So heavy. Yunfeng secretly said, this metal rod did not know what material it was made of, and the tiny one weighed 100 pounds. I like this price. According to the goggles, this one rod could be sold for 8,000, it was simply awesome. It was only a level 10 monster, and the loot was worth this much waiting for the later levels to be higher, it could be imagined. However, the higher the level of the sub-dimensional space, the entrance fee is also high, so many awakened people are not as rich as everyone thinks. In addition to the entrance fee, there is also the need to buy props, repair equipment, and so on. Many awakened people might spend all their savings in order to become stronger. So much money, then I must kill here for a while longer. Spirit monkeys weren't hard to kill, and the value of the loot was okay. Chapter 32 Little Master I don't need. Time passed slowly, and the day quickly passed. The remnant sun that hung reddish in the west finally set its curtain, hiding behind the mountain and disappearing. The color of the sky in subspace also began to become darker and darker. It seems that it will soon be dark here. Yunfeng raised his head and looked at the sky, knowing that darkness would soon arrive. He had already experienced the darkness of the sub-dimensional space once, so he didn't have much of a feeling about it. Phew! Well. Just as he was thinking, a whistling sound rang out in the air as two large metal rods smashed down madly towards Yunfeng from different angles. The spirit monkey area is this kind of bad, it is full of tall trees, those monsters hiding in the trees are hard to find for a while, and then coldly give you a stick. After a day of fighting, Yunfeng had already gotten used to these guys' sneak attacks. Misty Steps was launched, dodging one of the metal rods, and the battle sword set up the other one. As long as he dodged the first wave of attacks, the latter would be better. The cooldown of the spirit monkey headbutt skill was 1 minute, and this time was already enough for him to kill one of the spirit monkeys. Easily collecting 32 points of spiritual energy, Yunfeng picked up the two small metal rods on the ground and continued to move forward. At this moment, the sky was getting darker and darker, and according to the time outside, it was already considered night time. Ah! Right at this moment, Yunfeng heard a scream that pierced through the night from the distance. Eh? It's almost dark, how is it that there are still awakened who aren't afraid of death and haven't gone out? It sounds like it's a female voice. Yunfeng had not planned to go over, staying here at this time would be looking for death. However, he was not planning to go over, but the voice was getting closer to him. Yunfeng fixed his eyes to see a slender body running in front of him, with a pair of red dots chasing after him. There's a ghost. The person running in front of him was still continuously making trembling noises. I'll go, what does this woman want? Why is it still here? As the silhouette approached, Yunfeng finally saw the face. Who was it if not Bailey Lu Yun? And the so-called ghost in the back, on the spirit ape with scarlet eyes. This was the standard of the sub-dimensional space monsters during the nighttime berserk. The spirit power that was sent to the door, one could not take it. Yunfeng dodged and appeared in front of the berserk spirit ape, taking less than a minute to collect the 16 points of spiritual energy. It's you? Thank you, for saving me once again. I say, are you sick? Knowing that it's going to be dark, why don't you go out? After all was said and done, Yunfeng took a look with his goggles and saw that this girl's level hadn't fallen a bit during this period of time, and she was already infinitely approaching level 10 in terms of battle power. It seems that although this woman's brain is not good, but her efforts are really hard, not in vain of such a good talent. I also want to investigate the abnormalities here? What for? What are you doing so close to me? Seeing Bailey Lu Yun who was slowly approaching him, Yunfeng took a few steps back vigilantly. I'm afraid of the dark, said Bailey Shu Yun as she lowered her head in shame. At this moment, Yunfeng had tens of thousands of words in his heart that he didn't know whether to speak or not. You're afraid of the dark and you're not going out to do the hammer at this time. Now return to the same place, okay? Yunfeng pointed in the direction he came from and said seriously. I don't dare. Why don't you take me? I'm very powerful now. Hearing the other party say that, Yunfeng even suspected that she had been following her and was here to put on a show for herself. But that trembling body didn't look like a fake either. Right at this moment, Bailey Shu Yun once again let out a scream, lying on Yunfeng's back shoulder, not daring to look forward. Yunfeng looked, a pair of scarlet eyes suspended in the void. You're scared, Dara, that's a spirit ape. Yunfeng held Bailey Shu Yun upright and pointed to the distance. You're lying on me, I don't even know if it's in front or behind. Just sense it yourself and you'll know. Bailey Yun slowly removed the hand covering her eyes and released a trace. Roar! The spirit ape burst over, like an angry bull, without any rules. You be careful! Yunfeng pushed Bailey Shu Yun away as he charged up himself. Doesn't know the slightest bit about caring for girls. Bailey Lu Yun was pushed to the point where she stumbled and almost fell to the ground, muttering under her breath. With that in her mouth, she finally overcame the fear in her heart as well, facing that pair of scarlet eyes straight on, and the virtual screen also displayed the status and battle power of the opposite monster. What a high battle power! It's almost 30% higher than usual. Boom! The big stick smashed on the ground, and fallen leaves tumbled. It's just my spiritual power after all, he. Yunfeng, whose battle power was exceeded, was more comfortable dealing with monsters in a berserk state. The unorganized berserk spirit ape soon fell to the ground dying, but the low roar from its mouth expressed the defiance in its heart. Disobedience, then I will send you on your way. Yunfeng's battle sword fell, and the spirit ape's head was scattered. Can I follow you? I really don't dare to be here alone. Yunfeng, who was packing up the loot, suddenly felt some compassion when he saw the other party's scared appearance at the moment. It's fine to follow me, listen to me and everything or get lost. After thinking for a long time, Yunfeng still agreed to the other party's request. The situation now was different from before. Before, the other party could live if he did not follow him, now he would surely die if he did not follow him. At night in the dimensional space, our perception will be lowered a lot, be cautious. Yunfeng reminded and continued to advance. Yunfeng, you seem to be very familiar with the darkness of sublime space. Bailey Lu Yun wanted to find something to talk about to dispel the fear in her heart. My lower request of you is to shut up and not speak. Bailey Lu Yun hurriedly covered her mouth and nodded her head to show that she knew. Roar! Without going far, a pair of scarlet eyes blocked the road and then attacked and killed. You go. If you don't go on, get lost. Yunfeng was not polite at all. If he didn't dare to go on now, he would be a drag queen later. Go on then go on. With a sobbing voice, Bailey Lu Yun carried her long sword towards the berserk spirit ape. It could be seen that she was indeed scared and looked like a novice in the face of the spirit monkey's attack, and was quickly injured. Yunfeng, who was watching from the sidelines, did not make a move and just watched. She had to get past this hurdle in her heart or else she would not be able to walk the road behind her. After a period of time, Bailey Lu Yun finally let go of the fear in her heart. Soon after, she beheaded the spirit monkey. Thank you. People, sometimes they just force themselves out. Time in the dark night always seemed incredibly long, and it was only when they encountered monsters that they felt that time was flowing. Remember, when fighting in the dark, perception is very important. If you have the chance, I suggest you get high on mental power potions. After the battle, Yunfeng reminded. I know. Next, with one run as a combatant, even if he faced 3 berserk spirit apes, he could easily win. The iron rod will be given to you, and all the fragments will be mine, no comments. Aha! Whatever Yunfeng said, she was after all, it was thanks to the other party that she could survive until now. Yunfeng, there are black iron grade fragments. After killing the 3 berserk spirit ape monkeys, Bailey Xuanyun felt out a crystal fragment from under the body of one of the spirit apes, looking somewhat excited. Let me see. Yunfeng took the fragment in her hand. At the center of the fragment was a small pouch. Surprisingly, it's a fragment of a black iron grade storage bag. This thing is worth something. Yunfeng lovingly caressed the fragment in his hand. Although he already had a gold grade spatial ring, no one was too short on such props. It's a pity that the storage bag requires 10 fragments to synthesize. Yunfeng did not answer and directly slipped the shards into his pocket. 10 shards? That was something that only mortals needed to do. Little lord, I don't need it. Chapter 33 Spiritual Power Restoration Potion. Further on should be the elite monster area. After traveling forward in the darkness for 4 or 5 days, both of them had very rich harvests. Yunfeng looked at his current stats. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 9 2278 5000. Battle Strength, 4205. Talent, Rank F Plunder. Then before turning his head to look at Bailey Xuanyun, level 10, Battle Power 3700. This battle power of his own was a bit over the limit. Can we beat a level 10 elite monster now? Bailey Xuanyun asked with some worry. After spending 5 days in the darkness, she was now fully adapted. It should be about the same, we won't know if. Then I'll try it? Bailey Xuanyun had not used the new skill yet and did not know how effective it would be. Yunfeng took the lead and scurried out to kill the monsters in the distance. From the name, one could conclude that it was a long-range attack monster. Yeah. Seeing someone attacking, the demon fire crow cried out angrily and fluttered its wings and flew up. Yunfeng stomped on the ground and rose up in the air to close the distance between him and the monster. He then stepped on the tree trunk once again, utilizing his strength to pull himself up again, and with his battle sword raised above his head, he slashed at the demon fire crow in the darkness. And the devil fire crow was worthy of being an elite monster. Even though it was in a berserk state, it wasn't completely out of its mind, and tried its best to fly upwards and pull away from the distance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time, countless black feathers fell from the air. It's too rascal. Yunfeng, who was in pursuit, had to retreat back to defense and look for another opportunity. On this side, Yunfeng was trying to attack the demonic flame crow. Over there, Bailey Xuanyun was also not idle and began to familiarize herself with her second skill. Rise. Bailey Xuanyun let out a soft cry, and the longsword lying on the ground shook slightly, as if something was ruffling it. It seems like it's feeling a bit. Bailey Xuanyun burst with joy. Rise. The longsword on the ground trembled more and more, and then unexpectedly hovered in front of his body. Is this the royal sword art? How amazing! At this moment, Bailey Xuanyun felt that the longsword hovering in front of her body was as if she was holding it in her hand. Go! Just as he tried to dodge, the longsword arced beside him and stabbed at the demon fire crow in mid-air. Yeah! The devil fire crow did not expect this to happen at all, and one of its wings was directly pierced through. Not only the demon fire crow, Yunfeng was also stunned by this strike. Is this her second skill? It's a bit overly handsome. The sword chi from before was still in the martial arts category. How come this is suddenly immortal? Even as her rang was flowing out, this talent, this skill, it's too awesome. If I could have this talent, this skill? Yunfeng didn't even dare to think further. He was afraid that if he thought any further, he would have to start killing. The long sword pierced through the wings of the demon fire crow before pulling a pirouette in the air and aiming at its heart once again. At this moment, the devil fire crow's wings were injured, already unable to fly, as long as this sword stabbed down, not dead but also seriously injured. Aha! Just as the long sword was about to stab into the heart of the devil fire crow, it clanged and fell to the ground. A muffled grunt also came from the back. Yunfeng did not know what had happened, but he still finished with the demon fire crow that was fluttering its wings on the ground trying to take off before running over to Bailey Xuanyun. Is everything alright? No, it's fine, it's just that the mental exertion is a bit great. Bailey Shuyun shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Then rest here first. For the flying monsters, Bailey Luyun was quite useful now. Open door, the first elite monster shipped. Yunfeng disemboweled the chest of the demon fire crow, and after collecting the fire elemental crystal core in his body, he picked up a crystal fragment glowing with a greenish light underneath its body. Good luck, a bronze-level fragment. Bailey Shuyun's eyes were also glowing as she looked at the shattered skin in Yunfeng's hands. Although she had seen many fragments, higher-level gold grade and even purple ing grade, it was the first time that she had exploded one by herself from fighting a monster. Spiritual power restoration potion fragment, as long as it is synthesized, I will be able to use it right away. Bailey Luyun said in surprise. There was no level restriction on this kind of recovery potion, but the fragments needed for synthesis were also much more difficult than attribute potions of the same level. The low burst rate, the large base required, and the fact that it was a consumable item severely limited the use of this item. Don't worry, elite monsters have a high burst rate, and there shouldn't be any shortage of such fragments. The elite monsters here are more troublesome at one point, being able to fly, and the second skill you comprehended is just too timely, it's just right to restrain it. I'm rested, let's continue. Hearing Yunfeng say this, Bailey Shuyun instantly came into the spirit. That symptom of excessive mental exertion caused by the use of the skill just now instantly healed. It was simply a medical miracle. There's no rush, you recover a bit more, don't just poke it later and it won't work. You just poked a little and it won't work. The two people who were in a good mood, or perhaps it was because they had gotten acquainted with each other in the past few days, they actually mixed up their mouths. Chapter 34 Stabbing. After Bailey Shuyun had completely recovered, the two of them once again advanced. What is your talent yet? Originally, Yunfeng did not want to ask about this matter, but the other party's skills made him still not hold back the curiosity in his heart. After all, a talent was not something too personal, it was known by all on the first day of awakening, while the skill that was comprehended was the most personal thing. You really haven't heard of my name before? Bailey Shuyun said with some curiosity. After all, there were really very few students from the same class that didn't know her. After all, she was one of the rare SS grade talent awakened. You are well known. I'm one of the only two people who awaken SS class talent in the second middle school of the 5th district. Those who know a little bit about intelligence should know. After saying that, Bailey Shuyun inclined her head, somewhat arrogant. SS rank indeed powerful. But it's just that. In other people's eyes SS rank talent might be an unattainable existence, but for him, it was a matter of one day sooner or later. Sour grapes mentality. Bailey Shuyun muttered when she saw Yunfeng's unconcerned expression. It should be related to the sword, right? Well, it's a talent called Heavenly Sword Soul, which gives a great attack bonus when using a sword. Heavenly Sword Soul? So it's this talent, a talent that is known to be incomparable in attack. Yunfeng still had some envy in his heart. You didn't bother to learn a sword martial art? Yunfeng saw that there was no shadow of martial arts in her usual attacks. I did have such an idea, but it was vetoed by my uncle. My uncle's original words, you are now a pure white paper, any sword martial arts will be a stain on this white paper, you can only comprehend the sword martial arts on your own, and it will be the most beautiful picture on this white paper. As soon as Yunfeng heard this, he was instantly enlightened. Makes sense, your uncle is extraordinary. Yunfeng kept nodding his head to show his approval. That's for sure, my uncle is. But a sword Dao expert. I've told you all, are you going to tell me your talent level as well? Actually, to be curious, Bailey Shuyun was more curious about his talent. My talent? F-rank talent, killing monsters to get some extra aura. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it, why perfume people? Bailey Yun obviously had faith. Pull back if you don't believe, love to believe. Then why is your battle power so high? Mutual questions and answers, it ends here. Yunfeng forcefully ended the topic. No longer discussing the matter of talent, he continued to work together to kill monsters. The two of them tacitly cooperated, with Bailey Shuyun taking care of the demon flame crow's flying ability first, and then Yunfeng striking out in this elite monster area. It was just that, for every demon fire crow killed, Bailey Yun had to rest for a period of time, severely affecting the efficiency of the two of them in brushing the monsters. I have to find a way to solve this problem with her before I can do so, but this time, it's thanks to her, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to be this fast on my own. Yunfeng thought about how to speed up. Although the two of them had killed enough elite monsters in the past few days to obtain many fragments, they were still a bit short of synthesizing a bottle of bronze-level spiritual energy restoration potion. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about getting a bottle first and letting her use it first, but the risk of exposing it was too great. One's own secret, even if it was one's closest person, should never be exposed. We can only take one step at a time now. A few more days passed, and the darkest period entered in the dimensional space. This should be the darkness before the dawn. Counting the time, the two had been brushing up against the darkness for 14 days. Even if the two of them shared their spiritual energy equally, the spiritual energy gains from the elite monsters had piled Yunfeng's level up to more than level 10, though it was still quite a bit short of level 11. As for Bailey Shuyun, she wasn't mopping up when she reached level 11. At level 11, killing level 10 monsters, even elite monsters, would not yield a few points of spiritual energy. And after Yunfeng leveled up to level 10, the fragment burst rate was also much lower. Right now, Yunfeng's package was bulging with fragments dropped from killing elite monsters. Most of them were bronze-level fragments, and there were some black iron-level ones. There were also some very special crystal fragments inside. Among them was a disposable prop named Fire Thunder Bead, which erupted with a power equivalent to a level 20 Awakening's full power strike. These could all be Yunfeng's treasures. You wait here, I'll go and make it easier. Saying that, he did not wait for Bailey Shuyun to respond and scurried out. This won't work, first synthesize a black iron grade storage bag out. In order not to expose his ancient jade, this entire journey should have been extremely inconvenient with this pile of stuff on his back. Coming to a place where Bailey Shuyun couldn't see, he took out a piece of debris and awakened the ancient jade to release green light. Soon, a black iron grade storage bag appeared in his hand. It was just that Yunfeng did not expect that the green light released by the ancient jade was almost invisible during the daytime, but in the darkness of the night, it was as bright as day. Frightened, Yunfeng hurriedly put away the ancient jade, not daring to use it again. However, things did not change just because he put away the ancient jade. Yeah. Yunfeng then heard a burst of crows ringing out, from near and far, like a piercing symphony. Yunfeng, what happened? Bailey Shuyun also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. She had also seen that green light just now, but she didn't bother to ask at this point. Instead, she was thinking about how to solve the current predicament. From where they stood, they could see that from the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes were constantly lighting up, especially conspicuous in this dark night. Stabbing a mess. Yunfeng didn't expect that he was just trying to make things easier for himself, but he didn't expect to make such a big mistake. Since it's already like this, what's the harm in lighting up a few more times? Yunfeng once again took out a piece of spiritual energy restoration potion and some bronze-level attribute potion, followed by the pieces all turning into finished potions. I'm relying on you for this wave. Bailey Shuyun was already level 11 and could use bronze-level attribute potions. Quickly, drink all of these. Returning to Bailey Xuanyun's side, Yunfeng shoved a bunch of potions into her hands. Bailey Shuyun ignorantly received the potions that Yunfeng shoved over and sensed some of them before her eyes glazed over. In her hands were 2 bottles of bronze-grade strength potions, 2 bottles of bronze-grade speed potions, 3 bottles of bronze-grade spirit potions, 1 bottle of bronze-grade spiritual energy restoration potions, and 1 bottle of bronze-grade healing potions. How did you get so many finished potions? They were all together these days and she was very familiar with the number of fragments. It was absolutely impossible to synthesize so many potions out. Shut up and get through this crisis first. Chapter 35 Crazy Upgrade. In the darkness, the scarlet eyes grew more and more numerous and came closer and closer. In the farther distance, there was also a constant scarlet red lighting up. Bailey Shuyun knew that the situation was critical at the moment and did not hesitate any longer. Taking the attribute potion in Yunfeng's hand, she poured it all into her mouth. The other 2 bottles of potions were carried close to his body, ready to be used at any time. Has this stabbed a monster nest? Why are there so many? Yunfeng's scalp went numb as he looked at the densely packed demon fire crows. Next to him, Bailey Shuyun, who had drunk the bronze potion, was already absorbing the medicinal power and was covered in red light, the vapor rising, brighter than the scarlet of the monster's eyes. The demonic fire crows that arrived first had already started to attack. A face-sized fireball and black flying feathers flew towards the two's position. Must withstand this wave. Yunfeng looked at Bailey Shuyun, who was still absorbing the potion, and blocked in front of her. The Heavenly Fury Blade technique was unleashed, and at this moment, he could not care less about spiritual energy consumption. The 2 bottles of spiritual energy restoring potion he carried in his pocket was his backbone. However, the incoming fireballs and flying feathers were too dense for Yun Feng to resist them all, so in order to prevent Bailey Xuanyun from receiving the effects, he could only use his body to carry them down. After a round of attacks, Yun Feng's body was already covered in scars. The black iron-grade combat suit had turned into a beggar's suit, which was covered in traces of scratches from the flying feathers and blood seeping out of his body. Fortunately, these demon flames were all long-range attack monsters, and after a wave of skill attacks, none of them came closer, instead waiting for their skills to recover, which also gave Yun Feng time to catch his breath. Drinking the healing potion and spiritual energy recovery potion, half of the injuries on his body were healed, and his spiritual energy had also recovered a bit. But this thing was also like the red and blue potions, it could not be used continuously. Otherwise the effect would be greatly reduced. Is it done? I can't hold out any longer. Seeing that the second wave of attack was about to arrive, Yun Feng was a bit anxious. Had he known that he shouldn't have given her so many potions at once, in fact, he could have given more, it was just that he was afraid of appearing in this situation. However, the red light on Bailey Shuyun's body next to him had weakened, to the point where it was obvious that she had not finished absorbing it. Why did I have a cheap hand and catalyze the ancient jade in the darkness of the night? Yun Feng could not wait to give himself 2 slaps. Resist another wave, can only resist another wave, Nizi you have to be quick, my little master's life depends on you. Boom. The huge fireball and the sky full of flying feathers tilted again. Numbnuts, put up a fight. Yun Feng stood in front of Bailey Shuyun, waving the battle sword in his hand and slapping the fireballs and sky full of flying feathers that kept flying over. The second wave of attacks ended, and at this moment, Yun Feng was already very weak, and aside from being covered in wounds, the depletion of his aura was also an important reason. Just as he was about to take advantage of the skill gap period and rest for a while, a new batch of demonic fire crows had already approached over. Looking at the fireballs and flying feathers that were once again surging over, Yun Feng hung down his arms powerlessly. Shudder. A sword sound rang out from behind him, and then he only saw countless sword lights chrysalis out from behind him, heading towards the surrounding demon fire crows. Who? The breath Yun Feng was holding dared to gasp out at this moment. Wherever the sword light reached, the demon fire crows all dodged, and those that did not were all cut down. In just one strike, dozens of demon fire crows perished. Yun Feng looked at Bailey Shuyun at this moment. His battle power had soared to 7,364, almost twice what it was before he got high. Yun Feng, are you alright? Looking at Yun Feng, who was drenched in blood and panting like an ox, he worriedly said. It's fine, now it's your turn to perform. Me, how should I perform? Yun Feng's words made her feel so strange, and she was shocked at her current battle power. You deal with your immediate predicament first, I'll recover first. Having just fended off a few waves of attacks, he was indeed a bit drained. Good, just now you desperately blocked in front of me, now it's my turn to guard you. It's still the elite monsters that are fun to kill. At a location around 10 kilometers away from Yun Feng and the others, the black-clothed youth was also obliviously killing monsters here. Only, the demon fire crow that was circling him suddenly fluttered its wings and flew off into the distance. Over there. What's going on? The black-clothed youth looked towards the place where the demon fire crow flew away, and an intense green light had just erupted. Could it be that there will be any more treasures coming out of the sublime space? No matter what it is, it must be mine, Shu Tsangmei. The black-clothed youth followed the demonic fire raven and rushed in that direction, a wicked smile on his face. Look guys, isn't that the elite monster area over there? Is something extraordinary happening? This feels like a monster riot. Withdraw, hurry up and withdraw, any monster that scurries out from there is enough for us to drink a pot of water. There were also a very few squads that were still brushing monsters in the darkness of the night that looked towards the scarlet red that was constantly lighting up in the depths of the mountain range, and their livers cracked. Hurry out and report the situation here. The people from the several squads were in a panic and retreated towards the entrance. Isn't this a bit too brutal? After a period of recovery, Yun Feng opened his eyes and his jaw dropped in shock as he looked at the large swathe of corpses of devil fire crows around him. Yun Feng, you're better. Any worse, the spiritual energy is all wasted by you. I don't want to with my current combat power, the devil fire crows can't even withstand one of my sword chi. Just a while ago, Bailey Shuyun had already killed hundreds of demon fire crows. If it weren't for the fact that they were elite monsters, she wouldn't even have gotten 5 points of spiritual energy. Yun Feng only felt like he had missed out on 1 billion at the moment. After all, if he had gotten these spiritual powers he might have reached level 11. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 10 3826 10,000. Battle Strength, 4426. Talent, Rank F Plunder. It's still like before. As soon as Yun Feng said that, Bailey Shuyun knew what it meant. Immediately, she changed her skills, and her Sword Chi Vertical was replaced with Sword Royal Art. With the 3 bottles of Bronze Grade Spirit Potion, her Royal Sword Art was even lighter. With a thought, the long sword pierced through the wings of a single Demon Fire Crow. The Demon Fire Crows flying in the sky kept falling down like dumplings. Dear spiritual energy and fragments, here I come. Yun Feng drew his battle sword and began to harvest the Demon Fire Crows on the ground. Without stopping, in just half an hour, he felt that he had killed more Demon Fire Crows in this period of time than he had in the previous half a month, and his level was not far from reaching level 11. Moving up from level 10 to level 11 also only required 10,000 points of spiritual energy, but without the bonuses that came from the level gap, the more monsters one needed to kill. After reaching level 11, the amount of spiritual energy needed for each level up would reach 10,000 points. Although the amount of spiritual power needed had doubled, the spiritual power conversion rate had also increased, with every 10 points of spiritual power between level 11 and level 20 increasing battle power by 2 points. As time passed, the Demon Fire Crows that rushed over began to slowly decrease. Chapter 36, Get Out. When the first rays of sunlight broke free and pierced through the dark firmament, dawn would eventually come, and the darkness would eventually be dispersed. What is this situation? Did the military step in? Chu Tsangmei, who had followed the Demon Fire Crow over, was stunned by the sight before him. The ground was scorched, and black feathers were scattered everywhere, especially the corpses of the Demon Fire Crows, which fell on the ground horizontally like garbage, shocking to the eyes. Yeah. Not too far away, the mournful cries of the Demon Fire Crows were still heard from time to time. At this moment, the battle surrounding Yun Feng and Bailey Shuyun was nearing its end. From darkness to dawn, there were no more demonic flame crows coming over. Ooh. For the first time, Yun Feng felt that absorbing spiritual energy could be so tiring. The harvest season has arrived. Looking at the corpses of the Demon Fire Crows that were all over the ground in front of him, the excitement was immense. So many elite monsters, how much loot must this be, and how many crystal fragments should be under those corpses? Hearing Yun Feng's words, Bailey Xiaoyun also joined in collecting the loot. However, at this moment, both of them were carrying questions in their hearts. Yun Feng, why would the ancient jade explode with such a strong light at night in the sublime space? Would it attract so many monsters? Bailey Shuyun, what was that green light before? Still calling? Bailey Nuoyun's imperial sword technique was unleashed, the long sword directly arriving between Chu Tsangmei's eyebrows. Good, I won't scream. Chu Tsangmei raised his hands, indicating that he was already convinced. Unconvinced, at this moment, Bailey Shuyun's battle power had already exceeded his imagination. I was also here hunting elite Demon Fire Crows, then I saw that there were many monsters flying this way. I followed over just to see what's going on. Why don't we team up and brush together next? Look at all the Demon Fire Crows in this area, there shouldn't be a need for a group, right? What are you? I'm talking to Xiao. Bailey Shuyun, do you have a part in interrupting? Chu Tsangmei, who already had a belly full of anger, instantly exploded upon hearing Yun Feng's words with a hint of mockery. Moreover, Yun Feng was only at 3,200 in battle performance value at the moment, and was just an ordinary level 10 awakened. What's this guy's origin? A bit arrogant. Yun Feng was a bit confused, he didn't say anything. How did he draw fire? He does have arrogant capital. The entire Jiangnan state has awakened a total of 2 SSS class talents, he is one of them, and his identity is not simple, he is a member of the Chu family. Yun Feng looked at the other party with some surprise. As for what Chu family, he didn't really care about it, but the SSS rank talent had caught his attention. SSS grade talent? What is it? Are you or are you not an awakened person from the 5th district? You don't know anything about any of these highly gifted people. Bailey Shuyun rolled her eyes. Beast system dragon? Dragon? What dragon? Upon hearing the word dragon, the first thing that came to Yun Feng's mind was the Chinese totem divine dragon. I heard it's the black dragon. Black dragon? That's the scum of dragons. Yun Feng said with disdain. The black dragon, an evil dragon, was lecherous and vicious. Dog, you better stay away from Bailey Shuyun. Watching the distance between the two grow closer, Chu Tsangmei said in a stern voice. Oh? What happens if I get closer? Yun Feng deliberately took a small step forward, his front chest next to Bailey Yunyun's back, appearing unusually close. Having almost been ridden on his head, where else could Yunfeng endure? Bailey Shuyun only lowered her head with a small red face and did not dodge. Looking for death. Seeing this scene, Chu Sangmei was baring his teeth and cracking his eyes as his hands transformed into dragon claws and directly came towards Yunfeng. Just what I wanted to learn about the gold content of SSS grade talent. Yunfeng drew his sword and similarly lunged towards his opponent. Yunfeng, be careful. Ah. Hearing that Bailey Shuyun was still concerned about the other party, Chu Sangmei was inwardly grieved. Black Dragon tearing the sky. Both claws carried berserk power, one claw striking Yunfeng's head and the other striking his chest, as if he wanted to tear the other party apart from the center. It had to be said that the opponent's battle power had already reached the ceiling of this stage. Yunfeng could only step on his feet in misty steps to dodge the other party's attack, and the strong astral wind carried by that fingertip crossed in front of him, surprisingly scraping his face raw. After a claw strike, followed by the second claw and the third claw, Yunfeng could only be tired of dealing with it at the moment, with no power to fight back. Whether it was from his talent or attributes, Yunfeng had no way to compare with the other party, and the only thing that pressed the other party was probably his 2 silver-level martial arts. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere as the dragon's claw struck Yunfeng's battle sword, the immense force causing Yunfeng's battle sword to bounce back. Buzz! The battle sword continued to vibrate, emitting a soft chirping sound. Yunfeng shook off his somewhat numb hand and was somewhat helpless in his heart. Facing this kind of person who was born with a golden key and such a perverted talent, there was really nothing he could do about it right now. I didn't expect that you would be able to battle me to this point. Chu Sangmei was somewhat incredulous. I hope that you can still receive my moves next. As if imagining what would happen next, Chu Sangmei revealed a hideous smile as his feet suddenly swelled up and turned into dragon claws. Tom tom. The moment the foot stomped out, it unexpectedly produced a sonic boom. Yunfeng indeed did not expect his opponent's transformation to have reached this point. He was already at a disadvantage and was taken by surprise. The dragon's claw left a deep scratch on his arm. His black iron-grade combat suit was a nullity. Count yourself lucky. Chu Sangmei said in a hateful voice. Just now, he did want to end Yunfeng's life with a single move, and it was still dodged by the other party. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked talent, truly formidable. Yunfeng looked at the wound on his arm and casually poured down a mouthful of healing potion. The situation just now was very thrilling. If not for his deeper understanding of the misty trail steps in the moment of crisis, it was estimated that the one just now might have to suffer. Healing potion is a cabbage don't money Seeing each other's behavior, Chu Sangmei feels that he is not a prince, the other party is, after all, that is a silver level of healing potion, he himself is in the middle of it is only a bronze level. Thinking of this, Chu Sangmei unconsciously doubted Yunfeng's identity. Is there a family surnamed Yun in Jiangnan State that is powerful? It seems like there isn't. Chu Sangmei, you've had enough. Seeing that Yunfeng was injured while Chu Sangmei was still pressing on, Bailey Nuanyun stepped in. Controlling her longsword with the sword royal art, she slapped Chu Sangmei away while the longsword hovered in front of the other party. Are you sure you want to help him? Have you thought this through? Looking at the longsword in front of him, Chu Sangmei, half recumbent on the ground, looked at Bailey Xiaoyun with a gloomy face. I don't want you to be in charge of my affairs, so get lost. Chapter 37, a duck dies, but its mouth is still hard. Chu Sangmei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and stood up with a fierce smile as he looked at Yunfeng and Bailey Zhanyan, saying nothing as he turned around and left. This guy is a big trouble. If we let him go today, we definitely won't be able to live in peace in the future. Yunfeng said softly. However, he could not defeat the other party himself, and there was no way he could force Bailey Shuyun to kill the other party. Yunfeng, the forces behind him are too big, and an SSS-ranked gifted awakened is too broadly involved. If he is killed here, it will be difficult for us all to escape the blame. Bailey Xiaoyun did have many concerns, and there were some things that she could not say to Yunfeng here. The person you defeated, what you want to do with him is your business, no need to explain to me. Yunfeng's face shifted. Bailey Xiaoyun tightened the sword in her hand and finally sighed. If something really happened to Chu Sangmei in this dimensional space, anyone who entered this dimensional space during this period of time would probably be on the Chu family's blacklist, and, rather, her family. No longer thinking about those troublesome things, Bailey Xiaoyun suddenly turned her head to look at Yunfeng. I have a lot of doubts in my heart right now. No, you don't. Yunfeng turned to leave. From the scorpion tail tiger, there's already a big problem, I have to figure it out. Then I'll lay down my life. Bailey Xiaoyun followed. In fact, during this period of time when she fought with Yunfeng, she had taken advantage of a great deal, and now that her own battle power was high, it was impossible for her to just leave on her own. Why are you still following up? You basically can't get much spiritual energy here anymore. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that your battle power is high now and go to other dimensional spaces to cross over and brush monsters? Besides, I saved you once, you saved me once, it's even. Bailey Xiaoyun squirmed for a long time. That time just now doesn't count. If it wasn't for your potion, both of us would have to account for it. I should say that you saved yourself. Yunfeng thought to himself, would this reason of yours be a bit far-fetched? That's fine, but these monsters basically don't have your share. It was probably because of the excessive number of demon flame crows that they had killed earlier, causing the two of them to walk for 2 days without ever encountering a single one. It can't be that we killed all the demon fire crows. Bailey Xiaoyun looked around, somewhat bored. Thinking too much. When have you ever heard of a sub-dimensional space where monsters have been killed off? I'm not just saying, don't I know more than you? According to my speculation, we should be nearing the rare monster area. Rare monsters? I've only heard of them before, I haven't seen them yet, hurry up and take me there. Bailey Xiaoyun was already a bit impatient. With my current battle power, I don't know if I can beat the rare monsters. Awakened ones, every 10 levels was a stage, and the closer one was to the end of a stage, the more difficult it was to raise one's battle power. Isn't there still me? I'll knock out and you fill in. Bailey Xiaoyun patted her still undeveloped breasts and confidently said. This is the only way, if it doesn't work, just quit for now. Yunfeng's current battle power was very close to the 5,000 mark, plus with the invisibility bonus of martial arts, he still had the power to fight. The two of them continued to move forward, and it was as if the demon fire crow had gone extinct and never appeared again. Monster, 1000-year devil maple rare. Level, 10. Battle strength, 4826. Skills, magic vine scourge, draw, thick skin and flesh being. At this moment, a huge maple tree appeared not far from them, and one couldn't say it appeared, it was as if the tree was originally there. The dozens of meters in diameter trunk was covered with folds, and the slender branches swung back and forth like magic vines. On the crown of the tree, golden leaves hung all over the tree, constantly falling as the branches twitched. If it wasn't for a terrifying low roar emanating from that tree trunk from time to time, this picture would not be a bad landscape. Surprisingly, it's a tree spirit monster. Isn't this a living target? Standing and talking doesn't hurt. Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Imperial Sword Art was really a rogue skill at this stage. I'll go up and try first. Yunfeng drew his sword and headed towards the 1000-year demon maple, with a feeling of wing xiao xiao ishui cold. Whoosh! When Yunfeng was still 30 meters away from the demon tree, more than a dozen branches came piercing through at great speed like vines, as if they were going to pierce him into a sieve. Good you young ma, how dare you be so vicious? Yunfeng stepped on his feet in a lost step, dodging the attack of the tree branches at the limit, while at the same time, his battle slashed horizontally, and a few branches were chopped down to the ground. Roar! As if enraged, the devil tree let out a roar and a wrinkled old face unexpectedly appeared on its trunk. More branches lashed down towards Yunfeng like whips. This is the first skill of the demonic tree, right? Yunfeng dodged and retaliated at the same time. With those densely packed branches, Bailey Xiaoyun, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could see his scalp go a little numb, and in his heart, he pinched a cold sweat for him. This is too much of a trick. Is Rong Mama so fierce? Yunfeng was constantly being retreated backward by the branches, and was already about to exit the range of the demonic tree's attack. This won't work. If I can't get close to his torso, I'll never be able to inflict a hit. Yunfeng said in his heart. However, this demonic tree's first skill was indeed somewhat insoluble. Yunfeng, do you want me to make a move? Are you kidding? I can't solve this kind of little karami? If I let you make a move at this time, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? At this moment, Yunfeng, that was a dead duck with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 38 Talent Upgrade. Charge once more. It can't always be able to unleash its first skill, right? Yunfeng gripped his sword and stepped into the magic tree's attack range once again. As expected, the magic tree did not activate the magic vine scourge skill. However, even if it did not activate the skill, the countless branches twisting together blocked Yunfeng's path. The short distance of 30 meters was blocked by the dense branches into a heavenly moat. Damn it, I still don't believe it. Yunfeng, who was forced back, was a little hard to bear and a little unable to accept it. Yunfeng launched his attack for the third time. This time, he was considered to be on fire as he unleashed both martial arts together. The Heavenly Fury blade technique danced a wall of wind around his body, keeping all the branches out. As he advanced, the branches and leaves scattered all over the ground. The 30-meter gap was quickly crossed by Yunfeng. At this moment, he had appeared near the main trunk of the demon tree. See if I stab you or not, you're finished. Yunfeng stabbed at the main trunk of the tree with his battle knife in hand. Roar! The face that was conjured from the tree folds let out a pained roar as green liquid oozed out from it. Yunfeng then began to walk along the main trunk of the demon tree, constantly wandering to dodge the attacks of the branches, while continuously leaving scars on the trunk. However, the magic tree's third passive skill allowed Yunfeng's knife to only penetrate a little bit deeper into the trunk. As long as I keep attacking, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to dry you out? As long as damage could be dealt, there was a possibility of a kill. With more and more holes in the tree trunk, the ground nearby was already flowing with a lot of green liquid. The magic tree's branches were also swinging slower and slower. Just when Yunfeng thought that he would be able to kill this rare-grade monster soon, the branches of the tree suddenly spread out and stabbed into the surrounding trees before sticking in. Yunfeng then saw that something was constantly following those branches into the trunk of the tree. This dog's skills are one more rogue than the other. At this moment, on top of that tree trunk, the hole that he had originally stabbed out gradually healed, and the tree trunk that was already about to wither became energized again. There are just so many trees around here, let's see how many times you can draw from them. And I can also reply. Yunfeng had no intention of giving up, pouring down a mouthful of spiritual energy recovery potion and attacking towards the tree trunk once again. The demonic tree launched 3 more draws under Yunfeng's attack, and then all the surrounding trees turned into dried up dead wood, unable to be drawn on anymore. Oomph, you don't have anything to draw from, but I do. Yunfeng took out his spiritual energy recovery potion and dozed off another mouthful. Finally, after 5 minutes, he decimated the rare class monster, the 1000-year demon maple. Wow, you really did it. Bailey Shuyun hurriedly ran over to help Yunfeng collect the loot. As he sat on his butt on the ground directly after killing the demon tree, gasping for breath and resting, he was indeed tired from the more than half an hour long battle. Yunfeng, look, there is actually a silver-grade fragment. Bailey Xiaoyun touched out a silver-colored crystal fragment from under a tree root and shouted excitedly. Bring it and see what kind of fragment it is. It really wasn't in vain that he had spent several times on spiritual energy restoration potion, otherwise he would have lost money to his grandmother's house. AI, surprisingly it's a fragment of the least valuable martial arts, your luck is too bad. Bailey Shuyun sighed as she handed the fragment to Yunfeng. You know a dare. Yunfeng said in his heart. He had tasted the sweetness of martial arts and knew the potential of silver-level martial arts. Bring it, a mosquito is still meat. Yunfeng took the fragment and tucked it into his storage bag. That 1000-year-old tree heart isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Thank you for being so generous. Bailey Xuanyun was filled with joy. This 1000-year-old tree heart was worth 10,000 Chinese coins, although it was not as good as the fragment, it was still a rare material after all. Let's continue. No, my current battle power is too much of a stretch to deal with the Millennium Demon Tree, let's retreat back first. Needing to spend such a long time and energy to deal with a rare monster, Yunfeng felt that it was a bit unworthy. Moreover, there were a lot of things that he could not let Bailey Shuyun know right now, so he could only detach her first and come in himself when the time came. Aren't you going to investigate the truth about the anomalies in the dimensional space? Just now, she was still in a spirited mood. How did the picture style become so fast that she even started to back off again? The strength is not there, forcing the investigation to continue is unnecessary. Yunfeng took the lead and retreated towards the entrance. Seeing this, Bailey Xiaoyun could only follow. With Yunfeng not here, it would be even less fun for her to kill. Level 11 killing level 10 monsters with spirit power, fragments basically didn't explode, and rare monsters didn't work either. After spending a few days, the two appeared at the entrance to subspace. Back to the safe zone together? Bailey Xiaoyun suggested. Are you forgetting something? Hurry up and give me the shard. I'll give it to you when we return to the safe zone. Hurry up and bring it, I don't want to say it again. Just give it. Bailey Xiaoyun shoved all the fragments in her storage bag into Yunfeng's hands. You go back first, I have something else to do, and don't ask. Seeing Bailey preparing to open her mouth, Yunfeng directly interrupted the spellcasting. Don't talk about it. Hatingly, he flung his head and left. Soon, the roar of the chariot sounded. Looking at the smoke rolling away, Yunfeng finally let go of his heart. So many fragments, this is going to be hairy. Without saying a word, he once again scurried into the subspace, taking out a few black iron grade fragments out. Then with a flash of green light, 8 bottles of potions appeared in his hands. At this point, all the attribute potions of the black iron grade were all saturated. And his battle power also broke through the 5,000 mark, coming to 5262. Just waiting for me to level up to 11, there will be an explosive increase in battle power. Yunfeng clenched his fists, feeling that his future was bright. It's time to upgrade my talents. The massive amount of demonic fire crows that he had killed earlier had provided him with quite a few black iron grade talent upgrade fragments. Yunfeng took them out and looked at them, including the 6 pieces from before. There were now a full 12 pieces. Subsequently, he also had 12 bottles of black iron grade talent upgrade potion in his hand. I don't believe that 12 bottles can't upgrade my talent. Casually, he poured down a bottle, embodying his wealth to the fullest. No reaction? Then let's have another bottle. The second bottle was immediately poured into his mouth, followed by the third and fourth. Subsequently, when the 8th bottle of potion was poured, a change finally appeared. It was as if Yunfeng had returned to the day he awakened his talent, a mysterious. Later on, I'm going to let that demon tree taste the power of this little thing. Looking at the 10 or so ping-pong ball-sized pitch black beads in his hand, he rejoiced inwardly. Other than the thunder fire beads, there was nothing else for Yunfeng to look forward to. It was basically some attribute potions and recovery potions. Let's go and take care of those rare monsters first, or else when we reach level 11, the gains will be much less, and that would be meaningless. Thinking of this, Yunfeng once again advanced deeper into the Half-Autumn Mountain. Strive to complete the quest before nightfall and return here. Running furiously all the way, without any stops, even when he encountered any monsters, he did not make a move. I'll go, that person is crazy, scurrying around in the subspace all by himself. Looking at that stance, it's probably because he wanted to deliver rations to the high-level monster area. I think so, but I've seen the fast ones, I haven't seen the ones who were looking for death so fast too. Many of those who were practicing in this space were dumbfounded when they saw Yunfeng charging inside like he didn't want to die. Strangely enough, even after so many days, the number of demon fire crows was still pitifully low, as if the slaughter of the previous few days had caused them to suffer greatly. The entire elite monster area appeared dead. However, Yunfeng's goal was not those demon fire crows anymore either, and in 3 days' time, Yun once again appeared in the rare monster area. The demon tree that had been killed earlier was no longer visible, and that place was only left with a huge deep pit and ordinary trees around it that had already rejuvenated themselves again. Subspace is really a magical place, and I don't know how the rules here were formed. Yunfeng scanned in wonder. Soon after, a second 1,000-year-old demonic tree was encountered. Eat my thunderfire pillar first. Yunfeng gripped a pitch black bead and threw it directly towards the trunk of the 1,000-year devil tree. With his current strength, those tree branches did not even react to block it. The thunder fire pillar exploded directly on the tree trunk. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire earth trembled, and a thick smoke rose up under the demon tree. And that 1,000-year demon maple only had time to let out a pained wail before it was silent. When the smoke cleared, the scene in front of him made Yunfeng's jaw drop in shock. This power is too great. A transparent hole with a diameter of nearly 5 meters was blown out of the trunk of that 1,000-year devil maple, and a blazing fire was still smoldering inside. The branches of the divine aura like the demon vine also all drooped, as if they were frosted eggplants. Not even giving a chance to unleash the second skill, it was directly destroyed. Yunfeng approached the demonic tree and felt refreshed as he looked at its miserable appearance. Moreover, Yunfeng had also discovered something, which was that this 1,000-year-old demon maple provided 1 point more spiritual energy than before. It seems that this is the effect brought about by the talent upgrade? Yunfeng thought secretly. This point of spiritual energy did not seem high, but the average awakened who killed monsters of the same level that represented a 20% boost. This thing is too good to use. In the future, I must collect more disposable prop-type fragments. Yunfeng looked at the only 11 thunderfire pillars left in his hand and hurriedly put them away. Against a monster like the 1,000-year demon maple, a bronze-level thunderfire pearl was indeed too wasteful. He realized that not only did he lose a thunderfire bead, he didn't even get the heart of the millennium ancient tree, which was blown to smithereens and didn't even drop the fragments. We still have to kill it ourselves in order to maximize the gains. No longer caring about this 1,000-year devil maple, he set off once again, heading deeper. After filling up the basic attribute potion, Yunfeng's combat had a small boost, especially the 5 bottles of defense potion, giving him more margin for error when dealing with monsters. He soon encountered the 3rd demon tree, and already knowing the skill characteristics of the demon tree, Yunfeng directly destroyed the surrounding trees before attacking. Sure enough, without a target to draw from, the devil tree was simply unable to recover from its own injuries, and the second skill only played a very small role, and in less than a quarter of an hour, it was resolved by Yunfeng. With the experience, the next was going to be much smoother. Moreover, he realized that the drop of silver fragments without using props was very high. And it was also possible to get the fully capable ancient tree heart. Rare level monsters that dropped silver fragments basically didn't appear to be of the type of basic attribute potions. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Yunfeng, who had been mingling in the rare monster area for about 4 days, finally arrived at the deepest part of the subspace. On the last day, Yunfeng was no longer interested in the 1,000-year magic tree. A day ago, he had risen to level 11. And, after leveling up to 11, he poured 1 bottle of the bronze-grade basic potions he had prepared on him into his mouth. Except for the spiritual power potion, which was still 2 bottles short, all the others had already been filled, and he had spent a small half a day just absorbing these potions. After filling up the potions, Yunfeng once again changed into all the prepared bronze-grade flame battle knives and combat clothes, as well as the sleeve arrow that he had long wanted to carry on his body. Looking at his virtual screen once again, he was taken aback by his combat power at the moment. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 1132 10,000. Battle Strength, 23358. Talent, Grade E Plunder. At this moment, Yunfeng just wanted to shout out, who else? The SS-ranked talent of Bailey Shuyun, with the few bottles of potions he had provided, had only been boosted to over 7,000 battle power, while he, himself, was now 3 times her size. Just ask, at this level, who could achieve this battle power? Good talent is not as good as knocking out a lot of potions and having good equipment. Bronze-level potions were 10 times as effective as black iron levels. Yunfeng took out the ancient jade hanging on his chest and kissed it a few times with hatred. This thing was too overbearing. In the deepest part of the subspace, he once again touched the wall of gas that was both ethereal and real. This wall was like announcing the end of a world, and it also seemed to be pouring out the unreality of this world. However, Yunfeng was no longer concerned about this now. He knew that with insufficient strength, any more curiosity would only add to his worries. Along the gas wall, Yunfeng explored both ends. The sun was gradually sinking in the west, and the sky of the subspace was gradually darkening. It seems unlikely that one would want to complete the mission before nightfall, Yunfeng said in his heart. Just as Yunfeng wanted to retreat, a black shadow directly flashed past not far from him. Just now, did something appear? He was unsure if he had misread the situation and hurriedly ran to the place where the black shadow had just flashed by. However, nothing was found. Ka! Another slight sound came from behind him, as if the fallen leaves on the ground had been lightly trampled by something. When he turned back, he still found nothing. Damn it, it can't be that disgusting thing like the shadow ferret again. Chapter 40, Small Tricks. At this moment, the sky was dark. Yunfeng quieted his mind and began to use his spiritual senses. With 10 bottles of black iron rank spirit potions and 8 bottles of bronze rank spirit potions, his sensing ability was now extremely powerful. So it is. At this moment, there was indeed a monstrous beast around him, but instead of being able to shield its perception like the shadow ferret, it was super fast, faster than Yunfeng could track with his naked eyes. The beast seemed to know that it had been perceived, and no longer performed the soul-shifting technique to save itself from vomiting. It was only at this moment that Yunfeng was able to see the other party's appearance. Although the combat goggles at the moment could not read the opponent's battle strength, he knew that the opponent was false. Monsters were never merciful towards humans. Oh. I would like to see how you show no mercy. At this moment, Yunfeng had already drawn his flame battle knife, and above the battle knife, the flame pattern was particularly eye-catching, like a ball of flames that was burning. Toast to the wind. The silver fox snorted coldly and scurried towards Yunfeng like a shadow. Dang. Sharp claws clashed with the battle sword, sending out showers of sparks. It's useless, your speed is fast, but it can't escape my perception. At this moment, Yunfeng's eyes were closed, his head was slightly lowered, and his battle sword was pointed diagonally at the ground in a forced manner. The silver fox was unmoved, but continued to attack. Poof! Suddenly, Yunfeng let out a muffled grunt, his brows slightly furrowed. Boom! Subsequently, his body flew backwards as if he had been hit by a high-speed car. Kid, now you know how powerful it is. I still say, retreat and live. The silver fox stopped and stood on a tall rock not far from Yunfeng, looking down on him. However, Yunfeng only slowly stood up, gently patting the leaf debris on his body and shaking his arms as if he was fine. How is that possible? The silver fox revealed a shocked expression when he saw Yunfeng in such a stance. Did you add all your points to speed? That strength is really soft. Yunfeng said disdainfully. At this moment, the silver fox was not enraged by Yunfeng's words, but instead slightly took a few steps backward. It was not one of those silly dog ordinary monsters, it was intelligent. Such a perverted perception and defense of the opponent had seriously threatened it. What? Wasn't it still bossing around just now? Yunfeng approached the silver fox step by step. Human, what exactly do you want? First tell me what happened in this dimensional space? And how did you appear? Yunfeng knew that the monster in front of him was definitely beyond this dimensional space. Unknown information, super fast speed, and astonishing intelligence all spoke of the specialness of this silver fox. These things are not for a little brat like you to know. I can only tell you that the sub-dimensional space is not as simple as you think. Saying it was the same as not saying it. Yunfeng had traveled for 10 years, and although he didn't know what the truth of the matter was, he could guess that everything that was currently happening on the blue planet was not simple. No other last words? Seeing that Silver Fox did not want to spill out anything else, Yunfeng was ready to kill. Humph, do you really think I'm made of clay? The Silver Fox snorted coldly and scurried out in a whoosh. Yunfeng only felt a flash in front of his eyes and suddenly lost the figure of the Silver Fox. He couldn't even sense it anymore. Marred, saying arrogant words and doing the most wimpy things. He realized that the Silver Fox had actually run away. How could Yunfeng let the other party go so easily? He hurriedly chased after the Silver Fox in the direction it had disappeared in his perception. Although his speed was not as good as the other party's, it was not too much of a loss. Perhaps it was because the Silver Fox could not maintain that high speed forward all the time, and was once again perceived by Yunfeng shortly after. Human boy, do you have to make a fish out of water? The Silver Fox looked a little tired, its silver white fur looking a little dull. Fish death? If you had this determination, you wouldn't have run away. Yunfeng laughed lightly. It seems like you really need to be taught a lesson. The Silver Fox said in a deep voice. Yunfeng was unimpressed, feeling that the other party was once again all thunder and even no rain. However, he thought wrong this time. Only to see the tail behind the Silver Fox suddenly stand up, turning into 2 and then 3 between shakes. As he watched the 3 tails shake, Yunfeng's spirit began to have some sort of trance, feeling that everything around him became hazy. In the hazy white mist, an enchanting body loomed, doing all sorts of tantalizing poses. Come on, have a good time. A woozy voice came out from the white mist. There's such a good thing about playing a monster? Yunfeng rubbed his chin and looked towards the white mist, revealing a look of anticipation. Humph, male humans, aren't all this virtuous? The Silver Fox, who was on the side, was filled with disdain when she saw Yunfeng revealing a piggish look. Yunfeng slowly walked towards that tantalizing figure. Only, the walk was not in a straight line, but swayed from side to side, like he was drunk. Just as the Silver Fox was still gloating over his skills, a sword sound suddenly rang out, rippling out like water waves. Yunfeng's eyes, which were still lifeless, suddenly became stern, and his battle knife suddenly appeared in his hand, slashing down towards the Silver Fox with an unrivaled aura. How is that possible? Didn't you go into the illusionary realm? The Silver Fox screamed. That slash just now left a deep wound on its body, and blood dyed its silver white fur red. Do you really think that kind of small trick of yours can have an effect on me? Chapter 41 Sneak Attack on the Paw. The Silver Fox pulled a sharp voice as it looked incredulously at Yunfeng, who was close by. How could it not expect that the human before it was so difficult to deal with? By all accounts, it was impossible for an existence more powerful than it to appear in a level 10 subspace. Can you tell me the truth of the matter now? Yunfeng's battle knife rested on the other party's neck, and as long as the Silver Fox dared to say a single word of no, he would directly raise his hand and drop his knife. Human, I advise you to better not move me, or else this subspace will be a forbidden place for low-level adventurers. At this moment, with the blades on his body, the Silver Fox did not let go of his stature and continued to threaten Yunfeng. Chop! Yunfeng's battle blade slashed through, and a head fell to the ground. How dare you threaten me at this time, looking for death? Yunfeng didn't care if this dimensional space would become a forbidden place for the human race. These were not things he should consider. The administrators of the safe zone would decide for themselves. Even if all the monsters in there went berserk, it wouldn't hurt. After all, they were all low-level monsters, and at most, they would just give up on this one experience space. After killing the monster, Yunfeng stood in place in a haze. This was because this one monster had directly provided him with 377 points of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Yunfeng calculated according to the law of spiritual energy acquisition that this monster was probably a level 15 monster, and the grade was one level higher than rare. Now that the combat goggles are not prompted, this can take the entire silver fox corpse back. Luckily, this silver fox was not very large, and it was fine to throw it into the storage ring. There are also unexpected gains. At the location of the silver fox's corpse, a golden crystal fragment shook his eyes. Good fellow, a gold fragment. Yunfeng was overjoyed in his heart. This accident came so suddenly that he was not even mentally prepared for it. To others, it was just a fragment that needed to gather dozens of fragments to get an item, while in Yunfeng's hands, it was a gold item. AI, the silver level items are all still waiting to be used, and a gold one came out so soon. Yunfeng sighed. If this was heard by others, it wasn't as simple as talking about him Versailles, it would probably cause public outrage. Picking up the gold fragment, inside was something similar to a pistol, but it was quite a bit bigger than a pistol and filled with the beauty of technology. This is definitely a prop. Among the shard synthetics, attribute potions came out the most and required the least amount for synthesis, so they were the least valuable. Next were recovery potions and equipment. Lastly were martial arts and props. However, martial arts were far less valuable due to the toppings, but the value of props had always been high. By the looks of it, it should be good. Yunfeng unleashed the ancient jade and a handsome pistol full of technology appeared in his hand. Gold-grade laser pulse gun, using light as an energy source, fires a powerful and extremely penetrating laser pulse bullet. Energy storage time 24 hours, full energy storage, can fire 8 bullets. Seeing this, Yunfeng straight away called out good guy. The Blue Star's technology was not allowed to enter the sub-dimensional space, but this was able to synthesize such a powerful technological product. Touching the combat goggles worn on his eyes, he felt that it would be no big deal. When I reach level 31 and take this laser pulse pistol, that won't be the prettiest boy in the entire subspace. Putting the pistol away in his storage ring, he could already imagine that wonderful scene. After packing up everything, the sky was completely dark. It's time to end this adventure. Carrying the sinking sun in the west and stepping on the loose fallen leaves, Yunfeng took one step at a time towards the entrance of the subspace. What he did not know was that after he had killed the point silver fox, the sub-dimensional space that was originally quite normal was in complete chaos. The sun hadn't even fully set yet, and the monsters inside began to enter a berserk state. Malagogic, what's going on with these monsters? Isn't it still dark? Why are they going crazy? Quickly stop baring your teeth and hurry up to deal with this spirit ape a bit. I feel that something is not right. Some of the squads that were still practicing in the sub-dimensional space were disrupted by the monster's sudden berserkness, disrupting the rhythm of their attacks, and even some of the ones with low strength suffered casualties all of a sudden. Boss, there was an announcement before that some of the sub-dimensional spaces had problems. This half-autumn mountain is one of them. You had to come in. What should we do now? Some squads were already surrounded by more than 2 berserk monsters, and a look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. Boss, there seems to be a problem with the meta space this time. Just as many squads were trying to find ways to exit this dimensional space, one squad was actually traveling against the flow. That's not even something we consider as much. We only need to complete Xiao Chu's mission. Obviously, for the person in the lead said in a deep voice. Boss, this sky is about to get dark, and this hasn't even seen a silhouette yet. This person said in a sigh. This space, whether it's dark or not, what effect does it have on us? Say less useless words. As long as we complete Xiao Chu's mission, 5 million Chinese coins will be in. Subsequently, a team of 5 people all looked in the direction pointed out by that scouting officer. A figure, walking from the shade of a tree, carried a dashing and uninhibited look. The visitor was none other than Yunfeng, who was heading back. Hey, that whoever, can you describe it? What do you mean by looking like a white boy? Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. How powerful was Yunfeng's perception? What the other party said was heard by him word for word. The few people in the squad were stunned when they heard Yunfeng's words. What situation was this? What kind of opening statement is this? Kid, since you heard our conversation, you should know the purpose of our trip. It was still the boss who was more reliable and immediately stabilized his emotions. Let's put aside the purpose of your trip for now, let's talk about the little white boy first. If you don't make it clear, you won't be going anywhere. Yunfeng picked his nose and walked towards the several people. Holy, did you kid think the brothers were joking? The leading elder brother laughed in anger at Yunfeng's words. Brothers, let's give him a lesson first before we say anything, Xu Xiao said to let him enjoy himself. While the words were still being spoken, a miserable scream emitted from his mouth. It was simply heart-rending and tragic. Is that so? Yunfeng stepped on the back of his foot, only to see that the front half of the other party's foot along with his shoe had flattened down, turning into a piece of meat cake. Boss. A few juniors finally realized what had happened. The other party unexpectedly did not speak of martial virtues and sneak attack their boss. The palms of his feet. Chapter 42, I'm scared when you're like this. Just that, there was one more thing they realized after they reacted, and that was. What was with the speed just now? A few of them hadn't even looked clearly before the other party had appeared in front of their boss and stepped flat on his paws. Quick, get him for me. The leading elder brother wore a pain mask and commanded. Hearing the boss's voice, a few junior brothers were just about to act when a few snapping sounds rang out. The four people flew straight out, their faces swollen with a big piece. Looking at the several flying out juniors lying on the ground unable to climb up for half a day, the leading boss slightly opened his mouth, unable to speak. Only a few words in his mind, impossible, absolutely impossible. Knowing that he had run into a tough opponent, at the same time his heart was filled with a huge remorse. In fact, the battle power of these people wasn't bad, they were considered experts at this stage, all leveled at 10, while their battle power was close to 4,000. Such a squad could basically walk sideways in this dimensional space, and even if they encountered 2 or 3 scorpion tail tigers, they would be able to face them with ease. But unfortunately, they had met Yunfeng. Even if they added up their battle power, they would not be able to defeat Yunfeng, not to mention that the battle power was not as simple as adding up. You guys came here to deal with me? Who is the Xu Xiao that you are talking about? Yunfeng stood in front of the only leader still standing and said with a smile. Seeing Yunfeng's smile, the leader's heart felt a little hairy, as if he had seen some kind of demon. Will you spare us if I say so? Hee, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? I'll say it. Seeing Yunfeng raise his battle sword, the leader trembled with fear and hurriedly spoke. It's young Master Chu Tsangmei Chu, he told us to come in and get rid of you for him. We were also forced to do so, he is the Chu family's young master, if we reject him, we will no longer have a place to live in the Jiangnan district. The person in the lead cried out. The moment he heard them say Chu young master, Yunfeng had already guessed that it was that Chu Tsangmei. Since you want to play, young master will play nicely with you. A playful smile appeared on Yunfeng's face. Can we leave now? The leader said cautiously. Of course. No. Hearing the word of course, the leader recognized that he was overjoyed in his heart and was already thinking of how to take revenge on Yunfeng after escaping. However, the next 2 words directly made his heart fall to the bottom. Chao Nima, I'll fight you. The man leading the group knew that Yunfeng would no longer let them go and was prepared to fight to the death. However, this could only belong to his impotent rage. The huge gap in battle power was not something that could be resolved by courage. 5 people, 5 seconds to resolve, 5 more corpses on the ground. The 5 people surprisingly provided only one of them with 100 points of spiritual energy. It seems that after the talent upgrade, the spiritual energy gained from killing someone has become 2%, but the chance has not increased. Seeing this data, Yunfeng surprisingly felt some chills behind his back, it was too terrifying. Glancing at his virtual panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 11 2134 10,000. Battle Strength, 23768. Talent, Grade E Plunder. The talent still hadn't changed in any way, indicating that the second phrase of one's talent hadn't been successfully activated. Gathering up the backpacks and equipment from several people, he put them into a specially prepared storage bag. These things were all unmarked, but it was better to be cautious. Exiting the subspace, Yunfeng returned to the base outside the space. At the moment, the outside of the base seemed different from when he came in. There were people standing outside, all of them in military uniforms, majestic and domineering. You, come here. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. It was really a person standing at the front of the group. Level, 28. Battle Strength, 82348. Seeing this statistic, he relaxed slightly. At least the other party's level didn't exceed the upper limit of his disguise potion's effect. "Sir, what are your orders?" Yunfeng jogged all the way over. "You've just come out of subspace, are you clear on what happened inside?" "What happened?" Yunfeng lowered his head, pondering what would be a better answer. "Sir, take a look at this." Yunfeng took out the silver fox's corpse. After thinking for a while, he still felt that it was better to tell the truth. There was no great need for him to keep this matter to himself. "This is?" The officer lifted the silver fox's corpse, followed by the information on the goggles that caused his expression to constantly change. First, he was surprised, then puzzled, and then became grave. "Surprisingly, it's a brand new monster species. Did you hunt this?" The officer looked at Yunfeng and asked. "Yes, this is something I encountered at the borders of subspace, and from what I deduce it should be in existence of a higher grade than a rare monster." Yunfeng's words shocked the officer the more he listened. "You wait here first." After saying this, the officer hurriedly ran towards a house. Yunfeng looked at a group of people looking at him with tiger eyes. It was difficult to move or stay still. But soon, the officer returned once again. "Little brother, what is your name?" The officer's serious face squeezed out a warm smile. Yunfeng was made a little uncomfortable by the contrast in attitude before and after. "Sir, I'm scared when you're like this." Yunfeng even took 2 steps back. Instantly, the officer's ugly smile was fixed on his face like constipation. "Come with me." The officer turned around, trying his best to keep his body from shaking. "This kid, can he talk?" And the soldiers around him pursed their lips, looking suffocated. Yunfeng saw the displeasure on the officer's face and hurriedly followed. Jiangnan Continent, the 5th district, the most luxurious villa cluster area, in a tall 5-story villa. The highest floor of the villa was an exquisite study. Don't look at it as just a study, but the area was more than 300 square meters. The study was octahedral, 4 of the walls were placed on this huge bookshelf, which was full of books, and some of the books were not unpacked under a closer look. The other 4 walls, 3 of which are hung with some calligraphy and painting, the whole study of the force to upgrade a few levels. On the next wall, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, a burly man, holding a high-heeled cup in his hand, gently shook it, his eyes looking into the darkened distance. At this moment, that damnable fellow should have already been buried in subspace. The man was none other than Chu Tsangmei, who had feuded with Yunfeng at the Half-Autumn Mountain. "In the entire Jiangnan Prefecture's 5 regions, no one has dared to offend me, Chu Tsangmei." Chu Tsangmei's gloomy voice caused the air in the entire study to turn cold. Then, as if he had remembered something, the high-heeled cup shattered in his hands. The red wine inside was like bright red blood, slowly flowing down his arm and falling to the floor with a ticking sound. "And Bailey Shuyunet, one day I'm going to let you know how powerful I am, not elsewhere, but in bed, ha." At this moment, Chu Tsangmei, the smile on his face looked hideous and perverted. "Young master, the master asks you to go down." A figure suddenly appeared behind him and respectfully said. As for what happened before, it was as if he hadn't seen or heard it. "Got it, I'll go down immediately." After saying that, Chu Tsangmei was like a Sichuan opera changing its face. The sinister and frightening look from just now completely disappeared, revealing a look that only a well-behaved child would have. Chapter 43, Brain Jones. Led by the officer, Yunfeng followed to the base outside a dark metal house. "Go in." The officer stood at the doorway and gestured for Yunfeng to enter alone. The house looked rather classified. There were no windows, only a door in front of it, and the whole was wrapped in metal, making it look very tight. "There won't be any organs, traps waiting for me inside." Yunfeng timidly looked at the officer, not daring to go in. "Less nagging, quickly go in." The officer was already too lazy to talk to the guy in front of him who made people angry. Yunfeng also probed towards the door and was kicked in the ass by the officer. "It doesn't have to be like this." Yunfeng, who was tucked into the room, touched his buttocks with a displeased face. Entering the room was a far cry from the outside. Lights illuminated the entire room. On the wall hung a huge display screen. The screen, an electronically synthesized figure, was looking at him with interest. The figure was wearing a white lab coat, his face was pale and his hair was white. "Young man, did you bring out that silver fox corpse?" "Don't be afraid, I'm from the Gifted Research Institute, you can call me Professor Bai." The old man thought that Yunfeng was subdued by his aura and hurriedly said amiably, "Hello, Professor Bai." Yunfeng coyly greeted him. He still had to pretend when he needed to. He was aware of what a group of people were inside the gifted research institute. Although their battle power might not be high, they were definitely all the top group of people in the entire country. This silver fox was indeed killed by me in Half Autumn Mountain. Can you talk to me about the specifics? This is a brand new monster species that is very valuable for research. Of course. Yun Feng knew that this matter was actually not small. After figuring out the monster's information and inputting it into the general database, when awakened ones encountered this kind of monster again in the future, it would not be all like what Yun Feng had seen. Subsequently, Yun Feng narrated the detailed situation and his speculations after he encountered the silver fox. Did you kill it alone? Yun Feng froze. Was there any necessary connection between this and studying the silver fox? Yes. Yun Feng still answered honestly. How many levels are you now? What level is the talent? What battle strength? Professor Bai hurriedly asked after him. No, Professor Bai, isn't this studying that silver fox monster? Why are you studying me? Hearing Professor Bai's deadly triple question, cold sweat broke out behind Yun Feng's back. Hee lad, don't be nervous, I'm just curious as to how you killed it. Professor Bai smiled. According to you, I don't think there's anything wrong with your deduction, so the fact that you were able to kill it is the biggest question. Half Autumn Mountain's entry limit is level 10, even if you rise to level 11 in there, even if you're an SSS ranked talent, your base battle power will still go up to around 6,000 plus at most. Even if you drink all the basic potions of the Black Iron level, your battle power will be at 7,600, and this battle power is far from enough to kill the silver fox. After a round of reasoning, Professor Bai looked at Yun Feng, wanting to see what this young man in front of him wanted to say. However, Yun Feng was also quietly looking at Professor Bai, not saying a word. Anyway, I won't say anything, so feel free to guess. Whatever you guess has nothing to do with me. Young man, is there nothing you want to say? Yun Feng was still quietly watching, playing the rogue. Alright, since you don't want to say, I won't force you. I also thank you for your cooperation in the matter of the silver fox. When the body is transported to the institute, I will do further research. That's it for today. Here's my phone number. If there's anything you can call me. A string of numbers appeared on the screen. Sometime later, it went dark. Seeing the screen go dark, Yun Feng was finally relieved. There was still a certain sense of oppression when talking to this kind of person who was drunk on research. Young man, can you tell me your name? Just then, the screen lit up once again. It was still Professor Bai. Professor Bai, I'm still young, don't scare me like this in your old age. Having just breathed a sigh of relief, his heart was lifted again. Professor Bai, my name is Yun Feng, I'm still a student. Yun Feng had just finished speaking when the screen went dark once again. It really came and went in a hurry. Originally, he wanted to ask, the silver fox's body had been taken away. What about his own mission? Now he was unable to ask. The mission reward is only a few 100,000 Chinese dollars, so if it's gone, it's gone. Regarding this small amount of money, Yun Feng really did not care very much right now. After ending the video call, Yun Feng walked out of the room. He had thought that the officer would interrogate him about something else, but it turned out that he was directly sent to the chariot back to the safe zone. Good thing too, it saved a lot of things. When he went in, it was early May, and when he came out, it was already late June. At this moment, the school should be about to go on summer vacation. I don't know how those two guys are doing. Yun Feng secretly thought. Earlier, he had also said that he would give the 2 pieces of equipment to the black monkey, but it turned out that once he came out for so long, he had almost forgotten about that matter. The furious roar of the chariot's engine rang out as it rushed towards the safe zone. Jiangnan Continent, the most central location of the safe zone. A skyscraper towered as if overlooking the entire region. Deep underground in the building, there was a different scene, a huge area, which was brightly lit and covered with all sorts of instruments and equipment. It was clearly a huge laboratory. The people inside were all wearing white coats and white masks, hurrying and working hard. In one of the largest laboratories, there was only an old man inside, who was carrying a lifelike silver fox corpse in his hands. It's almost like a work of art. The old man sked in praise. Yun Feng? Isn't it easy to find you as long as you know your name? The old man then called for his assistant and let the other leave with a few soft words attached to his ear. And the old man proceeded to study the monster in his hand. Finally back, another long experience, but the harvest is also very rich. After the chariot returned to the safe zone, he directly came to the exchange. It just so happened that he also had a batch of materials in his hands that needed to be dealt with, and the quest, whether it was finished or not, needed to be delivered over. The exchange, no matter what time of the day it was always crowded. "Little friend, you came over." Seeing Yunfeng walk straight to his bunk, old Jean was thrilled. Last time, thanks to Yunfeng's materials, he was even willing to let him use the shards as collateral, allowing him to turn this finally store into a profit. Well, there are some materials to be offered. In fact, the materials he had drawn weren't too much. The loot from the monsters he had killed earlier were all with Bailey Xiaoyun, and he had only taken all the fragments himself. These materials were all left over from his own solo brush. "Little friend, don't worry, my price is absolutely fair," old Zhang said in a hurry. Yunfeng took out a storage bag and placed all the materials he had prepared to sell beforehand in it. "Just count them and quote me a price." Holler, doing business with little friend is refreshing. After an incense burned, the materials were counted. The total is 887,650, give you a round number. "It won't be 880,000. Yunfeng interjected, for his last offer, it was still fresh in his mind. "How can that be? Last time it was also a necessity, make up a round number, 900,000. "Okay, 900,000 then." Yunfeng's men went back and forth, heading towards the sale. After turning around, he walked out in silence, and when he went out, he also looked back at that familiar store, but unfortunately there was no that familiar person inside. Returning to the hut where he lived, Yunfeng began to count up his harvest. Compared to the first adventure, the harvest from this one was undoubtedly much larger, and just that one gold level prop had already overshadowed all the gains from the first one. Moreover, after killing so many elite level demon fire crows, and many thousand-year-old demon maples, there were quite a few bronze fragments and silver fragments obtained. Most of them had been synthesized into whole pieces, and there was still a portion that he was going to exchange to the trading platform for some special shards, and there were still many whole pieces on his body that he needed to sell out as well. Yunfeng ran to his parents' room. Although their room was unoccupied by the two of them, it was still clean and tidy inside. "I didn't expect that this smart brain would still have a day to be used." Yunfeng looked at a small metal box that was 20 centimeters square. There was a tiny pinhole at the top of the metal box, and a red light flickered inside. "Jones!" As Yunfeng called out, the flickering red light turned blue, followed by a huge virtual screen appearing above the metal box. "It's been a long time, young master, what are your orders?" Jones was the name of this smart brain, remembering that when Yunfeng had just crossed over, he had often looked for the smart brain to play with, as this thing was a true artificial intelligence, not those goods on Earth that were hanging around. "Jones, open the shard trading page." "Okay, little master." Subsequently, countless shard trading information appeared on the virtual screen, from bartering, to outright selling, to requesting information. From the black iron grade to the red flare grade, they were all involved, and Yunfeng also saw that some people were acquiring god grade fragments. "First, help me retrieve disguise potions above silver level." He now felt that the disguise potion was still very useful, at least it wouldn't expose too much of himself, and if he could find higher level disguise potion fragments, then he would be able to better enter and exit the dimensional space. In fact, the disguise potion was also considered a relatively rare potion, and the group that used it was not high. Many big families, in order to protect their outstanding heirs, would have their Dao protectors use the disguise potion to protect them, but it wasn't that easy to afford as they needed to use it once every time they went in. However, it was just the early stages, and there was basically no market for it in the later stages. "Little master, 56 pieces of information retrieved, of which 38 are gold level fragments, 11 are purple ing level, and 7 are red yao level." It seemed that the 7 colored god grade fragments were still too rare. Yunfeng then looked at the prices of several types of fragments. Without looking, it was shocking to see that the price of just one fragment alone was frighteningly high, with the lowest price shown for a gold grade fragment being 800,000 Hua coins, and the highest asking for 1 million yuan. And for a rare type like the disguise potion, 85 fragments were needed to synthesize it. The further back he went, the more Yunfeng felt the power of this ancient jade. Chapter 44, Immediate Arrangements. All of these fragments, Yunfeng wanted to buy them. After all, the potion's effect was only 30 minutes, and he often needed to use it to help him survive the early stages. Skipping the first 2 grades, Yunfeng directly looked towards the highest red flare grade. On the trading platform, the lowest selling price for a red flare grade disguise potion was 1.78 million Hua coins. At this price, even an average awakened family would have some difficulty in affording it, and besides, no ordinary awakened would spend money to buy a fragment like this back. It seems that as long as one reaches a certain grade, even if there is little market for the shard, the price remains high. Yunfeng shook his head. 1.78 million Hua coins, which he did not have on him right now, but this fragment he had to take. I have some items that need to be sold. Help me retrieve the lowest of the same items on the platform and just sell them at the lowest price. Yunfeng then took out all those and used black iron grade items. It included but was not limited to basic attribute potions, weapons and equipment, and various props. Little master, sure you want to sell at the lowest price? Sure, sell it. With the ancient jade in his possession, he wasn't too far behind. Moreover, the main reason why he dared to sell with such fanfare was still that the network security nowadays was particularly high, and the addresses of the seller and buyer would not be exposed. Pickup, delivery are all intelligent machines and equipment. The next step is to wait for news. He was all about selling at the lowest possible price, and believed that there would be results soon. Sure enough, but only half an incense stick of time had passed. Little master, 15 bottles of strength potions, 23 bottles of speed potions, 18 bottles of defense potions, and 7 bottles of spirit potions have been sold, receiving a total of 4,838,400 Hua coins for the goods, with an average selling price of 76,800. Seeing this number, it was definitely not true for Yunfeng to say that he did not feel it. In his previous life, or had he seen so much money, he had been exploited by his boss every day, his hair was bald and he could not see a few dollars. Now, by casually selling a few fragmented items, he would get money that others could not earn in a lifetime. Subsequently, there was a constant stream of things to sell, and his deposits increased, and later on, he had become a bit numb to these numerical changes. When he waited for the first payment, he bought all the camouflage fragments including the red flare grade camouflage potion fragments. For a long time to come, he would probably need to use this potion to protect his information from unnecessary trouble and suspicion. Now let's see if there are any high-grade fragments that I can use right now. Yunfeng slowly browsed through the trading platform. The wide array of various shards inside opened his eyes. However, most of them were ones that he could not use right now, and there was no need to spend a large amount of money to waste on them. He would naturally be able to obtain these fragments when he entered other dimensional spaces in the future. As he was browsing, the information of a fragment entered Yunfeng's field of vision. Bronze-grade trap fragment, can synthesize traps. This thing is a bit interesting. Yunfeng was intrigued, and although there were no specific instructions, Yunfeng could roughly guess the usage of this thing. Buy. Yunfeng did not hesitate to place an order. This thing wasn't very expensive, it only cost 60,000 Hua coins. He then searched for the same fragment and bought a total of 3 such fragments. Sometimes, browsing online stores could really be addictive, and Yunfeng sat here for the whole afternoon. It wasn't until it was dark and the robot came to pick up the pieces that Yunfeng left the room. The Wuming Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond, and the moonlight spreads down on the rattling water beach. Just as Yunfeng had just collected all the items out and had just taken his cell phone out of the storage space, his cell phone rang. Yunfeng picked up his cell phone and took a look. There were dozens of messages in it, most of which were from the trio of Lianqing, Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole, as well as a few harassing messages that were not worth paying attention to. During this period of time in subspace, the cell phone was placed in a storage ring and could not receive a signal at all. Teacher Li called? Looking at the phone number displayed on it, Yunfeng hurriedly picked it up. Hello, Teacher Li. Yunfeng, you brat, you still know that there is such a teacher as me, so long without a single message over. The teacher thought that something had happened to you, you were taking a break from school, not from the campus, do you know? Just spoke, the other party is a head-splitting sermon. Yunfeng could only hold his cell phone away from his ears, silently accepting Li Yanqing's bombardment. Teacher Li, listen to my explanation. Waiting until Li Yanqing finished speaking, Yunfeng dared to open his mouth. He knew that there were only 2 people in the entire school who truly cared about him, one was Black Monkey, and the other one was the homeroom teacher, Li Yanqing. During this period of time, I've been practicing in the sub-dimensional space, so... Good boy, you still lied to the teacher. What are you practicing for? With that talent of yours, where would it not be dangerous to practice? It's better to stay well in the safe zone, you may not fail to achieve something in the future. Hearing Li Yanqing's words, Yunfeng only smiled faintly and did not reply. Teacher, don't worry about my matters, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Wait, of course there's something, the final exams will be here soon, you'd better come back and take them. If you pass the cultural score, you don't need to be demoted. Yunfeng thought to himself, there is such a good thing? Taking a break from school was originally his reprieve, he was prepared to drop out when the semester was officially over, and now that he had this opportunity, of course he wouldn't let it go. As his teacher said on the first day of awakening, it was necessary to study in college. Teacher, is what you said true? When is the exam? July 13th, I've already applied to the school, you just need to pass the cultural score. Okay, I will definitely be there then. Yunfeng was a bit touched. At a time when the school collectively wanted to expel him, it must have taken her no small amount of effort to apply for this convenience. At that time, when Li Yanqing approached the principal to ask for instructions on this matter, the vice principal in charge of this matter was adamantly against it. Principal, he is currently on suspension and will be a sophomore again when he returns next year. Do you want him to stay in school for one more year? These words directly poked the vice principal's soft underbelly. The thought of that guy becoming a disgrace to the school for 2 consecutive terms was something he could not accept and immediately agreed to Li Yanqing's proposal. Hanging up the phone, Yunfeng suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know what to do. Picking up the phone, he dialed a number. Crazy, where are you? As soon as the phone was connected, an excited shout came from over there. You call up Bamboo, the brothers will get together in the evening. Okay Lu, arrange it right away. Chapter 45 Bailey Shuyun's Distress. Twilight descended and the lights came on. Summer evenings were always a little bit later. It was nearly 8 o'clock before the sky completely darkened. Still at the same place, the three of them gathered at the night snack street. The moment they saw Yunfeng, the two fiercely ran over and wrapped their arms around his shoulders left and right. Crazy man, where have you been for over a month? Couldn't get in touch again. Vacation, did some personal business, well enough about me, how are you two doing now? One's current battle power at this age can basically already be proud of the group, the most concerned is still the current situation of the two diehards. The two looked at each other and smiled heartily. Crazy, you also know that I awakened an A-rank talent and am the school's key target. When it came to the awakening aspect, Zhou Quan was all haughty. After that, we went into a sub-dimensional space to practice, and now we're level 8, and our battle power has reached over 2,500. It can be more than 2,500 battle power at level 8, knocked out a lot of medicine again, right? Yunfeng laughed. That's not true, 2 adventures, although not many fragments were popped out, but just those materials are worth a lot of money, and the school gave some rewards. Zhou Quan was very proud. What's there to be proud of? Bamboo pole Zhao Jingmu said sourly from the side. A B-ranked talent like him, and still in the top 3 schools in the 5 districts, wouldn't attract any attention at all. Crazy man, I'm now level 9 with a battle power of 3,120, do you see me as a grizzly? Bamboo pole hemmed and hawed, waiting for Yunfeng's compliments. Don't look. Yunfeng said with disgust. The bamboo pole was struck by lightning and shook in place, while the black monkey laughed crazily. Ha ha, that thing is like a toothpick, I'm not looking at it either. You two are too much. Bamboo pole's face was as black as a layer of coal at the moment. Alright, I know you have a big family, not enough talent, get high to make up for it. Black monkey was actually quite envious of Bamboo Rod, the family had a big brother with SS grade talent, so the entire family still had a place in Jiangzhou. Unlike the two of them, he and Yunfeng, both were average awakened families, so they basically had to rely on themselves. If it wasn't for the awakening of the A-rank talent, he would probably have died out as well. Thinking of this, he looked at Yunfeng who was on the side. Both of his awakened parents had died during the training, and now that he had awakened a minimum grade talent, he did not know how far he could go in the future. Bamboo pole, what are you going to treat us to? Yunfeng's words interrupted the black monkey's thoughts. Wasn't it you who called us out? Why is it my treat again? You're rich, who's treating if you don't? Hoping to have money just staring at me in artificial awe. Just tell me if you're going to treat me. Please, I'll treat you, okay? What do you want to eat? Let's eat kebabs. Watching the two in front of them hugging their shoulders and happily running towards the barbecue restaurant, Black Monkey also followed. Perhaps this is the purest friendship. Yunfeng, are you planning to drop out of school? In the barbecue store, a few people chatted while eating. Originally, I did have such an intention, but today I received a call from Mr. Li. As long as I pass my final exams and pass my cultural grades, I will still be a senior next year. That's absolutely no problem. Other may be difficult, cultural achievement, that you have always been the first in the whole year. Hearing this, both the Black Monkey and the Bamboo Pole knew that Yunfeng could continue his studies. This time next year is going to be the college entrance exam. Have you guys thought about going there for college? That would of course be the Jingping University Awakening Institution. Hearing Yunfeng ask this, the Black Monkey immediately replied, this was his lifelong dream. You can pull it off, a rank talent is indeed not bad, but it should still be almost interesting, unless you rise to level 30 within a year's time. Bamboo Pole found the opportunity to hit the black monkey. Howl, let go. That's also better than you can't get in even if you rise to level 30. The black monkey did not show any weakness and directly disliked it. In a year's time, it was basically impossible to rise from level 8 to level 30. The later the level went, the harder it was to rise. If it was just normal monster brushing and upgrading, it would be good to. Back home, Yunfeng was considered to be completely laid back and just sat back and waited for his purchases to be delivered to his door. Those fragments, some of which were from the same safe zone, had already been delivered, while others were from other safe zones and would have to wait for a while. There was still half a month before the final exams, so Yunfeng wasn't going to go out on a wave, or stay in the safe zone properly. During this period of time, Bailey Shuyun had a rather difficult time. After returning from Half-Autumn Mountain, she hadn't had a single day of peace. Originally, having a full harvest and a surge in battle power was something to be happy about, but because of Chu Tsangmei's matter, she now had to face the pressure of her family. Xiaoyun, just listen to Dad's advice and apologize to young Master Chu. What's wrong? Do you want to be angry with your grandfather? Moreover, I heard that young Master Chu admires you so much. If you can marry into the Chu family, then our Bailey family. Bailey Jingchang, try saying one more ing word? Are you trying to sell your daughter for glory? You son of a, you are incapable yourself and still thinking of such things. Believe it or not, my old lady will fight with you. Hearing this, Bailey Suyun's mother, Qin Fei Ping, exploded on the spot. She only had such a precious daughter, who was usually held in her hands for fear of falling, and in her mouth for fear of melting, and her own unprofitable husband even said such heavenly words. Did I say wrong? The Chu family is a big family, and that young Master Chu is also a rare SSS grade talent, and our family Xiaoyun SS grade talent, that can be said to be a match made in heaven. I am also thinking for the sake of my daughter, what's wrong with that? Bailey Jingchang was also not willing to show weakness. Humph. That little piece of crap mind of yours, a blind man can see it. Is that for your daughter's sake? It's still not your own desire to climb the high branch of the Chu family so that you can soar. Qin Feiping became even more angry. Look at that wimpy look of yours. Even if I let you hug the Chu family's thighs, you'll still be that dead. Do you have that life? Alright, you guys stop arguing. Bailey Shuyun shouted. She didn't want to return home every day now. Once she returned home it was this scene. Dad, no matter what you say, I won't apologize for anything. It's not like I did anything wrong. I was wrong in that I didn't end him with a sword in the first place. Bailey Shenyun added in her heart. Xiaoyuan Yun, as you know, our family is in the materials business, and the Chu family is the largest materials buyer in Jiangnan continent. We have to bow our heads when we are under the roof. Bailey Jingcheng said bitterly. Only Bailey Shuyun no longer said anything and went straight back to her room, letting the quarrel between the two outside. Chapter 46, The Mega Sage. Aha! How refreshing. Yunfeng stretched a big lazy waist and got up from the bed. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was no surprise that this sleep had lasted for another 3 days. With his last experience, Yunfeng was no longer surprised. After washing up, he directly walked out of the room. The kitchen in the house was cleaner than the face, and any rats that came had to leave in tears. The July sunlight, even early in the morning, was already a bit harsh. Coming to a nearby breakfast store. Boss, come with a bowl of 3 tails of rice noodles, 2 cages. Yunfeng grinned as he stuffed xiaolongbao inside his mouth. Eat more if you like it. Auntie Zhang was happy to hear this. It was not a blessing to be recognized by others. Yunfeng was merrily eating his breakfast when a voice leisurely came from his ears, again as if it was far away in the sky. A decade has passed since the arrival of the foreign wanderer. The domain is wide and the people are abundant and the heart is lonely. All who come and go are free travelers. Where on earth can I find true knowledge? At first, Yunfeng could not feel anything, and only focused on replenishing his empty body with energy. As he listened, Yunfeng stopped moving his hands and stiffened up. He did not even dare to turn his head to look at the direction the voice came from. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, long and torturous. It was unknown how long it took before the verse was read and the noisy breakfast store was completely quiet. At this time, a figure sat next to Yunfeng. Can I sit here together? If it were usual, if someone asked this, Yunfeng would have at least flirted with the question, why are you asking when you've already sat down? But at this moment, Yunfeng could only nod laboriously. This donut and soy milk looks good, can I eat it? Yunfeng nodded again. The person sitting aside then ate on his own. I didn't expect that such a remote place would still have such a delicious breakfast. The person next to him finished eating, touched his lips and said in a satisfied manner. It was only at this moment that Yun Feng felt as if the space and time around him had returned to its original form, and the surrounding area was abuzz with people's voices. Yun Feng turned his head and looked to his side. A grey coat and rough linen, a simple four-cornered scarf on his head, eyebrows and beard white and long, with a pair of sunglasses, just like a physiognomist's dress. Next to his left hand, a cloth flag was placed on the side, and the 8 big words knowing heaven's destiny from above, and human luck from below could be vaguely seen. Yunfeng's first thought was, Toad yawning, what a big mouth. He was a person who did not believe in destiny. Destiny by me, not by genius was his life motto. But thinking about the poem that this person had read earlier, he felt the need to respect the person in front of him. Little friend, I see that your seal hull is black, I'm afraid that there will be a plague of bloodshed. Yunfeng's throat drummed up and down for a moment, wanting to say something but unable to. This sounds so familiar, why does it have the feeling of a godly man? Yunfeng thought in his heart but did not chime in, he was still reminiscing about the 4 lines of the poem he had just read. Little friend, don't be nervous, and follow me. The hemp-clothed physiognomist stood up, lifted the somewhat worn cloth flag and walked towards the distance. Yunfeng did not dare to be slow and hurriedly followed. Just a few steps away, Yunfeng felt that something was wrong. Isn't this the direction to my house? Sure enough, half a quarter of an hour later, the hemp-clothed physiognomist Yunfeng's house was downstairs. Won't you invite me up to have a seat? The hemp-clothed physiognomist laughed. Master, please. Yunfeng respectfully said. The hemp-clothed physiognomist nodded and headed upstairs. Yunfeng lived on the 3rd floor, and the conditions in all aspects were considered very good in this neighborhood. Back home, the 2 men looked at each other in all directions, but neither of them spoke. What's wrong with this guy? I'm being pretentious, what is he thinking? Seeing that the other party invited himself up, the hemp-clothed physiognomist was actually silent, and at this moment, he was a little anxious inside. Dare I ask, Master, what do you mean by blood and light disaster? It is the literal meaning. Hearing the other party voice out a question, the hemp-clothed physiognomist finally found a bit of his rhythm. Then how should it be resolved? Break the fortune to eliminate the disaster. How much does the master need? Originally, Yunfeng was already very much convinced of the physiognomist in front of him, but through the conversation, it was becoming more and more apparent that the other party looked like a charlatan who was scamming for money. The money is not for me. Then who should it be given to? We'll know when the time comes. When is the time? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. After saying that, the hemp-clothed physiognomist closed his mouth. Yunfeng at the moment really wanted the other party to have a bloodbath right away. He hated this kind of talking in half, it simply drove the OCD to death. May I ask the master again, what was the meaning of the poem recited earlier? Yunfeng sincerely bowed to the hemp-clothed physiognomist. This was the question he was most concerned about, and it was also his biggest secret. What is in the heart is the meaning. The hemp-clothed physiognomist continued to speak in an inscrutable manner. Don't ask, okay? Do you think I know? This was what the hemp-clothed physiognomist's inner monologue was at this time. Thinking about what he had encountered over the past 10 years, he was incomparably bitter inside. It wasn't until today that he saw hope. According to the instructions of his talent, he would meet the person who would change his destiny today, at this place, by chanting that verse that even he himself did not know what it meant. And just a moment ago, his talent had once again given him a hint, hence what he had picked up. Yunfeng felt that the other party had become even more mysterious after hearing the words of the hemp-clothed physiognomist, but since the other party did not say anything about it, it was not good for him to continue asking. The 2 began to stalemate again. Master, are you also an awakened? In the end, it was Yunfeng who could not stand the awkward atmosphere and took the lead to ask. That's right. The hemp-clothed physiognomist nodded. Could it be that what the Grandmaster has awakened is also a life-type talent? Why did you say also? Hearing this, an incredulous expression appeared on the hemp-clothed physiognomist's face. Could it be that what you have awakened is an F talent? At this moment, the hemp-clothed physiognomist could no longer maintain that inscrutable look. He just mumbled, impossible, absolutely impossible, how could an F-ranked gifted person be the existence of the person who changed my destiny? Yunfeng? What's the situation? What happened? Chapter 47 Finding You, Following You. Are you really an F-class talent? The hemp-clothed physiognomist grabbed Yun Feng's arms and asked confirmatively. It was only under this grasp that he realized something was wrong. Impossible, your arms are porous and powerful, obviously as a result of absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. It definitely wouldn't be something an F-rank talent awakened person could achieve. However, Yun Feng had a different feeling at the moment. When this hemp-clothed physiognomist had just first appeared, he had given him a strong sense of oppression, and then he felt that the other party was very mysterious, but now, it's a bit weak, and in that instant just now, it seems like his voice has become softer. At this moment, the other party's hands that pressed on his shoulders were as if they were massaging themselves, soft as if they were boneless, making him wonder a little if he had been possessed before. You can't really be a life talent awakened. Yun Feng rolled his eyes, feeling as if he was not too sensitive to be bluffed by the other party. Quickly say, what exactly is your talent? It's very important to me. Speaking here, the other party's voice had gotten a bit shrill. Aren't you very powerful? Why do you have to ask me about such things? Yun Feng pointed at the other party's cloth flag that read knowing heaven's destiny from above, knowing human destiny from below. Being disliked by Yun Feng, the hemp-clothed physiognomist was dumbfounded. My current abilities are sealed. I originally thought that you were the one who could unseal it, but now it seems that I was wrong. The hemp-clothed physiognomist turned around and was about to leave Yun Feng's room. In his opinion, this person across from him did not look like he could unseal himself, even if he was not an F-rank talent. 10 years ago, he was still a sophomore. Like every student in the same grade, he was looking forward to the arrival of the Unity Awakening Day. While standing in front of the Awakening Stone, he harbored fighting spirit in dreams. The moment he touched the Awakening Stone, the golden light rose up to the sky, startling the entire school. Everyone cheered and shouted for him. At that moment, he felt that he was the protagonist of this era, the strong man who was about to be titled on the heavenly ranking. However, the accident came so suddenly. F-rank talent, meditation. With the announcement of the awakening host, the entire school fell into dead silence, and his heart fell into a cold pool. There should have been an unknown change in the awakening stone just now that caused the golden glow to appear, but his talent display is indeed F rank. No, I'm really an SSS grade talent, I'm not an F grade talent. He tried to explain, tried to refute, but no one believed him. Is he crazy? F rank talent is just F rank, and saying that he's SSS rank, lying to yourself isn't the way to lie. This kind of person is a disgrace to the school. Kick out. Cast out, cast out. What was originally cheers for him turned into mockery, insults. The ups and downs of life were reflected in him at this moment. He lowered his arrogant head and walked out of the school, lost in thought, to a deserted place. Talent, destiny, SSS rank self-sealing, currently F rank, effect unknown, waiting for an alien to unseal it. These were the words the talent formed in his own mind when he awakened. There was no effect, and that condition for unsealing was ambiguous, so even the foreigner mentioned in it didn't understand what it meant. Moreover, the F-rank talent that was displayed also cut off his way to go to the sub-dimensional space to practice. There was simply no one who was willing to team up with him. There was no way he could go and mingle in the sub-dimensional space alone. That was tantamount to looking for death. Just when he was disheartened and at a loss for words, ready to live out the rest of his life, his talent unexpectedly gave a hint. 10 years from now, in the 5 districts of Jiangnan, a person with destiny will appear, and the divine light of destiny will return to the world. It was for these 20 words that he survived. Every day, he dressed up as a magus and wandered around the corners of the safe zone. Just today, 10 years later, his talent once again gave a hint that he would meet someone in the here and now, and as long as he recited that poem, he would naturally be able to sense the fate unsealed in human. However, except for the meeting, the talent had some strange movements, and then it was silent. Could it be that he had waited for 10 years for a loneliness? Wait. Just as he was about to go out, Yun Feng called out. What's wrong with you people? You haven't even given me a solution to my bloodlight plague, how can you just leave? Believe it and it's there, don't believe it. If you don't believe it, you don't have it? You're talking to me about heavenly books. If you don't believe, you should be robbed. I didn't say I don't believe it, the key is how to break it. You haven't explicitly said Seeing that the other party did not seem to be faking his words, the hemp-clothed physiognomist stopped in his tracks. My name is Yun Feng, I have yet to ask for the master's name. I don't dare to take the name. Wenrun Longyu is also. Wenrun Longyu stroked his beard with a godly accent. Master Wenrun, you said that your talent was sealed, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me about it? The reason why Yunfeng had left the other party behind was because he trusted his senses. The momentary oppression and the feeling that all of space and time had stopped when they met seemed to still be hovering, and since you're going to follow me, I'll definitely find a way to help you unseal the seal. Let's draw a pie first. It's not up to heavens will whether it can be done or not. Many thanks. Let's call it a day. Let's leave our means of communication and get in touch again. Yunfeng was already clearly sending off his guests. But the other party was standing still, not moving a muscle. Is there anything else? Where will I sleep? Could it be that you want to sleep here? No, absolutely not. Chapter 48 Final Exam. Yunfeng felt that the stunt of breaking the bank had worked here. Nua, here's 1,000 Chinese coins, find a place to stay nearby. He was truly surprised that the other party did not even have a place to stay. Receiving the money, Wen Longyu turned around and left in a dashing manner, which was indeed somewhat immortal. It still feels a little strange. Yunfeng frowned, looking at the other party's departing figure and muttered. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Didn't I give you money to find your own place to stay? Yunfeng helplessly opened the door. He thought it was that old godly man who had gone and returned. As a result, he took a look and it was a robot with a box in his hand. Please sign for the express delivery. The robot handed the box to Yunfeng and clanked away. So the purchased shard has arrived. Yunfeng rejoiced. Unpacking the outer packaging, inside was an airtight metal box with a place to enter a password. This was a unique way of signing for valuable items. The seller would tell the buyer the passphrase when trading on the platform. Only the correct passphrase could open the box. This was also a measure to prevent the object from being lost. Yunfeng of course knew the passphrase and opened the metal box. Inside was a dazzling red fragment. In the center of the fragment was the likeness of a potion. With this potion, unless the visitor is a heaven-ranking powerhouse, basically, he won't be exposing his battle power. Returning to his room, he closed all the doors and windows. Take out the ancient jade. A particularly exquisite potion appeared in his hand. Red flare grade disguise potion. Awakened people below level 60 can't see through their disguise effect. Worthy of the effects of a red flare grade potion, it is truly powerful. Yunfeng picked up the potion and poured it down in one gulp. There was nothing to feel. This kind of item that did not increase actual battle power was considered the least popular item. I guess the person selling the shard didn't expect to be able to sell it either. Having obtained this fragment, Yunfeng no longer had anything to look forward to. The days were long and the nights were short in the height of summer, so time always seemed extraordinarily long. Time quickly arrived on the day of the final exams for the second year of senior high school at the 9th middle school. Finally, I don't have to do nothing at home. Yunfeng woke up early in the morning and went out. He was suffocating at home for the past 10 days or so. He even went to the exchange a few times in between and didn't see what he wanted. Crazy man, over here. From a big distance, he saw Black Monkey waving at himself. Alright, see, don't shake it. With Yunfeng's current mental power, he had long seen the Black Monkey. The two got on the bus and headed towards the school together. Crazy man, do you know? A strange thing happened yesterday. Yesterday? Weren't we having a late night snack yesterday? What could have happened? Actually, Yunfeng already knew what he was going to say. It's what happened after the late night snack, let me tell you. The Black Monkey even looked around as he spoke, realizing that no one was paying attention to them before he said cautiously. Yesterday after I went back, my mother said that I have a few express mail. Do you know what's inside? What is it? Yunfeng pretended to be curious. Inside was surprisingly a whole black iron grade set of equipment and a few bottles of potions, and it was mailed anonymously. As Black Monkey spoke, the light in his eyes skyrocketed. Really, there's such a good thing? Putting on a full show, Yunfeng could only continue to act. Crazy man, I think I've guessed who mailed it over. Hearing Black Monkey say so, Yunfeng was really curious to see what he could name. Crazy man, do you think my parents are hiding something from me? They're already rich, they're just afraid that I'll lose my money if I know, so they're pretending to be poor. Is it possible that I am, by any chance, a hidden rich second generation? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. This one also really dares to think, but this is good, as long as he doesn't suspect himself. I think it's very possible. Have they confessed? If not, you need to torture them to make a confession. Forced confession, what? Yesterday back I went all the way to ask questions, almost did not be their mixed doubles. Ha ha ha. The two of them talked and laughed, and soon arrived at the school. It should be because they knew that after today, summer vacation would start, so everyone seemed more excited. Crazy, for today's exam, any letter? Don't worry, it's proper. Cultural exam, for him, it is simply Uzi playing Kasha, Zhengfei eating bean sprouts, simple, after all, his previous life was also a 985 schoolmaster, high school knowledge hand to hand. On his way forward to the classroom, Yunfeng noticed that some people around him started pointing at him. With Yunfeng's current perception, even if the voices of these comments were small, he could still hear them. Didn't that punk hear that he dropped out of school? How come it appeared again? That's right, just looking at it is an eyesore. This kind of talent shouldn't be allowed to enter the school as a student anymore. Hey, I don't know what the school thinks, expulsion is not enough, let people humiliate? AI, perceiving too well has its drawbacks, although these words won't affect oneself, but listening to them like this makes the ears uncomfortable. The black monkey looked at Yunfeng while walking and realized that he didn't have any change in expression, which made him feel relieved. There are advantages to having a low rank low perception and not being able to hear all that nonsense, it's quite good. Black monkey lamented in his heart. The final exam was divided into 2 sessions, the first day for the cultural exam and the second day for the practical exam. The examination hall for the cultural exam was at the place where they usually attended classes. Yunfeng, you're here. At the entrance of the exam room, they happened to run into Li Yanqing, who was preparing to invigilate the exam. Teacher, thanks a lot, I'll treat you to a big meal after the exam. Yunfeng said with a smile. It's fine if you have this heart, take the test well, if you fail the cultural classes, then teacher really can't do anything about it. Teacher, don't worry, this group of brats, where is my opponent? Said directly into the examination room. Teacher, at that time the lunatic invites for dinner, you must appreciate your face. The black monkey hurriedly added a sentence and followed him in. 2 brats. Li Yanqing looked at the two's backs and felt amused inwardly. Walking into the examination hall, Yunfeng realized how gentle the pedestrians on the road had been before, and knew to whisper behind his back. In the classroom, the guys were directly face-to-face open and writing face-to-face output. Yunfeng, what are you still doing here? Just had a few days of peace and quiet, you're coming to cause trouble again, aren't you? Yunfeng, did you come over to intentionally disgust us? Some of the words were even more unpleasant. What are you guys arguing about? The black monkey swept his eyes angrily, with the momentum of making a move at the drop of a hat. Zhou Quan, it's true that you're an A-rank talent, but can you protect him all the time? That's right, can you alone still be an enemy to all of us? I'll protect him for as long as I'm in the class, if you don't submit, come and do it. Don't look at Black Monkey's cheeky behavior in front of Yunfeng, it was also a violent temper, especially when someone belittled Yunfeng in front of him. The exam is coming up soon, whoever speaks again will all have their exam results cancelled. Li Yanqing stood up to the classroom door and said in a cold voice. Immediately, there was silence inside. Yunfeng just smiled and sat in his seat, doing nothing so to speak. These people, now they were not even qualified to cause him to argue. How could a powerful human care about the linguistic criticisms of ants? Chapter 49, Another Problem with Space. The sun was sinking in the west, and a day had passed without realizing it. Knock. Knock. With the ringing of a bell, today's cultural course exams were all over. It's over, I feel like the culture class exam is going to collapse. Passing is a bit hard. A little difficult? You even have this kind of illusion? Anyway, I have no hope at all. Hey, who says it's not? This period of time every day thinking of improving their battle power, thinking of going to the sub-dimensional space to practice, cultural lessons are not much care. I advise you guys to pay attention in general. I heard that although the examination for the Awakened 1 school doesn't require a high cultural score, it can't be too bad either. Some people are happy and some people are sad, the crowd chattered and walked out of the examination room. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, punctually gather in the hall of the actual combat building, go back and prepare properly, the examination rules will be sent to everyone's cell phone at night. After the exam, Li Yanqing gave an explanation and let everyone disperse. Monkey, you cheer tomorrow. Don't worry, madman, how can I say that I'm also the only A-rank talent awakened person in my class, and I'm also the main combatant? Okay, that's it then. The two of them chatted for a while before they went their separate ways home. As for the rules of tomorrow's practical exam, Yunfeng didn't want to know. He couldn't wait to find a higher level subspace now and show off his battle power. Da! The phone connected and an old voice came from there. What is it? Master One Run, tomorrow I'm going to go to a sub-dimensional space to practice. What does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Yunfeng's face was filled with questions. Yesterday he said that he would follow me and lift the talent seal, and now he's going to back out? You're not going? How can I go? You can't go to the low level, I can't go to the high level. It's fine, as long as you want to go, I have a way. Good. Duh. This phone hangs up too fast, right? Nothing has been arranged. Let's get in touch tomorrow morning when we leave. After saying that, Yunfeng took out 2 small mini books and continued to comprehend the martial arts, each of which had 5 more opportunities to comprehend. Now that he sensed no longer needed to demonstrate at home, with the increase in his spiritual attributes, he was already able to hone his martial arts in his consciousness. Great, finally I have the chance to go to the sublime space. In a small apartment less than a kilometer away from Yunfeng's home, a physiognomist dressed in rough linen clothes was all out of the world, jumping and laughing inside the room. Moreover, listening to his voice, it was also completely devoid of that aged feeling, and was somewhat crisp. 10 years, after 10 years of silence, I can finally enter the sub-dimensional space. Yunfeng had a question mark on his face. What's wrong with me? You put your clothes on first, we should get going. Yunfeng looked at himself. This body, pecs and abs, angular, is it hard to see? Master, it's not that bad, there's always a need to get ready, I've only just woken up, it's not that bad. Yunfeng really bolted Q. When Rinlong Yu also seemed to feel that he was a bit too excited. Then hurry up, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, he closed the door with a bang, almost smashing Yunfeng's nose. Windy, how come you don't have a bit of a master's appearance anymore? Yunfeng rubbed his head and walked towards his room. There wasn't really much to prepare, bring the space equipment and the rest basically didn't matter. Fully dressed, Yunfeng walked out of the room. Master One Run, drink this before going into space. When Rinlong Yu took the small pill bottle Yunfeng handed over, and upon taking a closer look, his hand involuntarily trembled. Gold-grade camouflage potion. This. One Rinlong Yu was a little speechless with excitement. How did you get something like this? Although it was true that disguise potions weren't worth much on the market, but to synthesize a bottle of gold grade, it would take quite a bit of money. Don't care, don't ask, I don't want people to know that I'm an invisible rich man. Yunfeng said in a righteous manner, bluffing One Rinlong Yu. Invisible tycoon, are we going to take a bus here? How else is it called an invisible tycoon? Yunfeng acted as if he did not hear the flirtatious intent in One Rinlong Yu's tone and continued to walk towards the bus stop. It seems like it's time to get a means of transportation. Yunfeng pondered in his heart. Soon the two arrived at the exchange. Are you buying something? One Rinlong Yu was curious. First, I'm going to buy you a combat goggle, then I'll go to the second floor to see if there are any suitable quests and subspaces. Combat goggles, many places sell them, and some people would prepare several pairs of combat goggles. After all, no one would dare to guarantee that the goggles wouldn't shatter during a battle. After buying the goggles, Wen Rinlong Yu forced himself to hold back his curiosity about the goggles and followed Yunfeng up to the second floor. After circling around the mission hall, Yunfeng quickly locked onto his target. Alright, let's get going. Yunfeng took the mission card and led Wen Rinlong Yu directly to the transportation center. The sub-dimensional space to be visited this time was quite far from the safe zone, and it would take a day to travel in an armored chariot. The journey to the subspace was always incredibly tedious. Although there were quite a few people sitting in the vehicle, they were basically resting their eyes and preparing for the next adventure. The journey was safe and uneventful, and the next morning, the two arrived at their destination. Master, are the parameters of the camouflage potion set? Don't worry, according to what you said, there's no problem. Wen Rinlong Yu stroked his white beard with one hand and gave an okay gesture with the other. That said, you told me to set it to level 11, could it be that we're going to go to a level 11 or higher dimensional space? What's the problem? Wouldn't it be a bit risky for you to bring along a liability like me? Don't worry, since you're going to follow me, I won't joke with your life. It's not that I'm afraid of death, old me, it's that I'm afraid of affecting your upgrading. Yunfeng thought to himself that it's still you who has a hard mouth. If it wasn't for you, I would have gone directly to level 15 subspace. As soon as they got off the bus, the two heard noisy cacophony. Why don't you let us in? It's not easy for us to come out for an adventure. What's going on with these sub-dimensional spaces lately? Either something is wrong here or there. I've gone to a few subspaces and they're all like this. Hey, just wait a little longer, what else can we do? After all, they are also looking out for our safety. Outside the base, a lot of people were still gathered at this moment. It was only when Yunfeng and when Ren Longyu approached and inquired that they realized that something seemed to have happened in this sub-dimensional space and it was temporarily closed. Sir, what exactly is happening inside? After all, he didn't get any hints when he took the mission in the mission hall. Don't pry, just stay. The officer had a serious face and had no intention of nagging him at all. Yunfeng, since we can't get in, why don't we just go to the lower level subspace first? At this moment, only one Ren Longyu showed a happy face. Chapter 50, How to Act Like a Girl. What's the rush? I'll think of something. After saying this, Yunfeng picked up his cell phone and walked aside. The call was quickly picked up. Little friend Yunfeng, goodbye. Professor Bai, hello? Yunfeng greeted nicely. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Professor Bai from the Gifted Research Institute who had communicated once last time at the Half-Autumn Mountain base. The reason why Professor Bai had quickly picked up the phone was curiosity, genuine curiosity. After Yunfeng told him his name that day, he had arranged for people to search for highly gifted students named Yunfeng in the entire Jiangnan state. However, there were no less than 10,000 people named Yunfeng in the entire Jiangnan state, with more than 1,000 of them being current students, and the highest talent was only an S-class talent, and as a result, it wasn't the person he was looking for either. Professor Bai even suspected for a moment that the other party was telling lies. I don't know what young friend is looking for me for. It's like this, I'm currently preparing to go to the skeleton subspace for my training, but it seems like there's a change of heart in there right now, and I'd like to find out about it. Just this kind of small matter? Professor Bai frowned. I'll check it out for you. Not long after, news came back from Professor White's side. A little change did occur there in the skeleton subspace, and the situation is a bit similar to Half-Autumn Mountain. Professor Bai, I want to go in and take a look, can you open a back door for me? Little friend Yunfeng, your strength is indeed good, but the level of this dimensional space. Don't worry, Professor Bai, I'll be fine. Yunfeng patted his chest in assurance. Good, then I'll help you out for once, little friend must put safety first. After saying that, Professor Bai hung up the phone. Dead heart now, let's go back. Seeing Yunfeng return, when Ren Longyu hurriedly pulled him to leave. What's the rush? Let the bullets fly a little longer. Bullets? What bullet? When Ren Longyu was unsure. May I ask which one is Yunfeng? Just then, an officer walked over. I am. Yunfeng immediately stood out. Please follow me. Now that you know how powerful I am, let's go. Yunfeng raised an eyebrow at Ren Longyu. Although 10,000 times unwilling, Ren Longyu had no other choice but to follow along. What's going on, why is that little brat allowed to go in while we have to wait outside? Seeing Yunfeng and the two of them being brought in, the people outside were not happy and started clamoring. What's all the noise? All be quiet. Seeing that the group of awakened below was about to erupt, the officer immediately stepped in to maintain it. Yunfeng, right, since you have Professor Bai's password, we can make an exception and let you in, but what will happen after you go in, we can't guarantee it. I've also explained this matter to Professor Bai. The officer brought Yunfeng to the entrance of the sub-dimensional space and said seriously. Don't worry, officer, I have my measure. Yunfeng of course knew what the other party meant, it was just that he was afraid that something would happen to him in there, and he was also afraid that he had a strong relationship with Professor Bai and would bring him trouble. After saying that, Yunfeng led the old cleric directly into the sub-dimensional space. The sky of the entire subspace took on an oppressive gray color. The earth resembled an ancient battlefield with broken blades and rags everywhere. Many places were dark red and emitted a pungent smell of blood. Inside the entrance security area, the two men put their gear on and prepared to go. I remembered that I gave you a black iron-grade combat suit, why don't you wear it? I'm used to wearing this, it's fine, besides, with my battle power, it's still the same whether I wear it or not, with you protecting me, I don't think there's a problem. Yunfeng looked at the other party suspiciously, although there was nothing wrong with this statement, it always felt like something was wrong. Not long after walking out of the safe zone, the two encountered their first monster. Monster, Skeleton Blade Soldier. Level, 11. Battle Strength, 3868. Skill, Tattering Wind Strike. In front of them was a normal human tall skeleton with a ghostly green light coming out of its two eyes, holding a rusty greatsword in its hand. Mard, this skill is pretty damn graphic, It's only weird if you're slashed by that broken knife and you don't get tetanus. Yun Feng secretly thought in his heart. I'll go up first to fight and maim, you come and make up for it. After saying this, he was about to go up and fight, but he realized that the old godly man had turned his back at this moment, his body trembling a little. What's the situation? You can't be afraid of these skeletons. No matter, how could the old man be afraid of these things? Wenran Longyu retorted. Alright, don't be an old man, I could tell you were faking it a long time ago. Then he rushed out under the old godly cleric's incredulous gaze. Boom! A grayish-white mass landed at Wenran Longyu's feet. #@%. At this moment, Wenran Longyu saw the thing under his feet and didn't know what to say, his head was blank. What are you thinking about? Quickly make up for it. Yun Feng did not expect the other party to be afraid of skeletons to be afraid of this. Brother Wenran, if you don't mend the knife, the skeleton will stand up. Hearing Yun Feng say this, Wenran Longyu was so scared that he raised his sword in his hand and hacked away. To mention, he crookedly chopped off the skull saber. Then I began to pay attention to your every word and behavior, and finally determined what I thought. So I was exposed that early. Wenran Longyu was like a defeated rooster. Saying that, Wenran Longyu pulled off his flowery white eyebrows and beard, revealing a fair and delicate face. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unrivaled in the world. Describing the person in front of him couldn't be more appropriate. If I didn't see the knot in your throat, I really thought you were a girl. Yun Feng stared at Wenran Longyu's face, carefully sizing it up. Where would you look at someone like that? Wenran Longyu subconsciously touched the knot of his throat and backed away once again. Why are you acting like a girl, and shy? Yun Feng shook his head. Chapter 51 Skeleton Knight. Yun Feng, that monster just now, gave me a whole 50 points of spiritual energy. Without the disguise of being an old man, Wenran Longyu seemed to have become a bit more cheerful and said to Yun Feng with a smile. That's for sure, you're considered to have crossed level 10 to kill monsters, of course you got more spiritual energy, let's move on, let's get you up to level 11 first. At this moment, Yun Feng unexpectedly became a substitute trainer. It was just that the skeleton blade soldier just now surprisingly did not explode the shards. This was something Yun Feng could not accept, not even exploding when you cross level 10, the probability was not right off. Subsequently, the two encountered a second skeleton blade soldier. A second later, a grey skeleton fell at Wenran Longyu's feet. With the first experience, Wenran Longyu raised his hand and chopped off the opponent's head, 50 points of spiritual energy arrived. His level also smoothly rose to level 2. Collecting the loot, it won't be me collecting every single one. Yun Feng stood aside, clearly not wanting to move. Wenran Longyu could only crouch his torso and use his knife to take out the soul crystals from the skeleton. However, his head was tilted to the side the entire time, not daring to look straight ahead. With this, how to mix dimensional space? Yun Feng said helplessly, having wasted an SSS grade talent. Yun Feng kicked away the skeleton blade soldier that shattered into a pile. What's going on? This is impossible. What's wrong? Is something wrong? It's not right, it's too wrong, 2 consecutive kills and no fragments. Yun Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at Wenran Longyu. Honestly, is there some other hidden word in your talent, such as being particularly unlucky or something? The shards weren't that good at dropping in the first place, isn't that a normal thing? What do you know, the larger the span of the level, the higher the shard drop rate, I did test it. Could it be that I'm really an unlucky egg? Wenran Longyu was a little less confident. Let's try again, maybe these two are exceptions. Next, Wenran Longyu went from being skeptical to completely believing in the matter of being an unlucky egg. All the way over, Yun Feng had given him the right to kill all the monsters and froze without popping out a single fragment. Why don't you just stop following me? Yun Feng said with a bitter face to the handsome guy next to him who had a disinterested look on his face. He always felt that this deal was a huge loss, the SSS grade talent had yet to be seen, and he had already lost out on a bottle of gold grade potion. That's not good, said the words, splashed out of the water, how can easily take back. Upgrading is rising cool, how can it retreat? In just half a day's time, Wenran Longyu's level had soared to level 5. Let's head inside, the monsters here can't give you much spiritual energy anymore. Having risen to level 5, Wenran Longyu, together with the spiritual energy absorbed in the equipment on his body, would no longer be in the awkward position of having to be crippled by the touch of a monster like when he first came in. Moreover, Yun Feng wanted to detect what kind of changes had occurred in this space. Soon, the two entered the level 12 monster area. Monster, skeleton sword. Hear me out first, there's still bad news. Then why don't you say it quickly, grating? The bad news is that the talent is not completely unsealed, and only one of the two skills comprehended can be used. At this moment, Yunfeng's heart was like riding a roller coaster, dropping from the highest point to the lowest all at once. Grass, grass, grass. An unusual invisible plant was constantly spoken by him. Then tell me, to what extent is it unsealed? What are the two skills again? Did any new hints appear in your talent? This matter was also too mysterious. The current talent level is considered E. The two skills are a bit strange, a passive skill called Insight, which is considered a detection type skill that can currently be used, and a skill called Prediction, which cannot be used. Wait, did you just say that you've reached level 10 and you've only unblocked it to E rank? Well, it seems so. Seeing that Yunfeng's face had darkened, when Rinlong flinched a little. I'll send you back now, these few days will be considered as me giving away benefits, so what I don't need you to follow me, that talent of yours can be unsealed by whoever likes to unseal it. What's wrong? Wasn't it fine before, and my talent did unseal, that means I found the right person Rinlong looked at Yunfeng and said with a crying face. He didn't even know where exactly he was wrong. Do you know that according to this current unsealing process of yours, you need to reach level 80 before you can unseal to SSS level 80 Yunfeng almost roared out. Isn't it a very simple thing for you? Look, it's only been 5 days and I've been brought to level 10 by you, counting like that. Is that how it counts? Yunfeng was almost about to vomit blood. Alright, let's not talk about that, is that insight skill you comprehended good? Good to use. Seeing Yunfeng come around, Rinlong hurriedly explained, fearing that Yunfeng was going to drive him away. Although the detection range is not very large, currently only 200 meters in a radius, it is relatively functional, able to gain insight into the surrounding camouflaged, stealthy monsters. Hearing this, Yunfeng's eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. This skill was indeed powerful in its functions, and from what he was saying, the insight range would increase as the level rose. Not bad, it's kind of like having a pathfinder. Yunfeng's heart was somewhat comforted. Monster, Skeleton Knight Elite. Level, 15. Battle Strength, 11260. Skills, Charge, Throw. This was the first level 15 monster they had encountered when they entered this subspace, a 2-meter-tall skeletal warhorse with a somewhat worn-out layer of horse armor. On the back of the warhorse, a knight wearing full-body black armor was sitting on it with a lance in his hand. Yunfeng, with this battle power, we'd better withdraw. Rinlong looked at the tall skeleton knight and became a little numb. Hiss. It was not known how that skeleton warhorse made a sound, and with an A, it rushed towards the caller. Chapter 52, Skeleton General. It's a bit late to beat a retreat. Yunfeng pushed Rinlong away and drew his sword to charge the skeleton knight. With the huge difference in battle power, it did not take long for the skeleton knight to turn into a pile of white bones and fall to the ground. This time, Yunfeng wasn't letting Rinlong mend his sword, he himself hadn't even had any soup for several days, and the energy in his body was running low. Taking out the soul energy in the skulls of the skeleton knight and the skeleton warhorse, he kicked away the pile of broken bones, and a silver-colored shard was pawning out there. Now you know how unlucky you are. Yunfeng picked up the fragment and stowed it in his storage ring, his heart was happy. After such a long time, he finally saw the loot he wanted. Which is unlucky for me, this is the Death Star. Rinlong was grief-stricken. Yunfeng, why don't you let me try again, maybe the elite monsters will be different. He said undeterred. The next ones are all elite level monsters and above, don't even think about mending, it's a waste to give it to you. Or a mulligan, all the way over, the monsters killed were in the thousands, how had a fragment ever dropped? Moreover, Yunfeng also needs to absorb spiritual power to increase his battle power. Now the more level 4 kills elite monsters, the spiritual power he gets can be quite a lot. A skeleton knight just gave him 127,255 plus 2 points of spiritual power. At level 11 and above this is 25 points of battle power. I'm going to turn on the killing mode, you take care of your safety. After saying that, Yunfeng walked towards the depths of the subspace. The world here was always gray and cloudy, it was difficult to see the distant scenery, giving people a very depressing feeling. The environment inside was also unpredictable, just now it was a woodland, now it was a plain. It was just right for a skeleton knight to charge. However, along the way, the skeleton knights charging over all turned into Yunfeng's spiritual energy. Day. The sound of horses' hooves rang out. Yunfeng, it's bad, there are 3 skeleton knights coming from different directions. Through skill insight, Wenren Longyu was horrified. With 3 skeleton knights launching a charge at the same time, Yunfeng might not be able to protect himself. Yunfeng frowned. This situation, how similar it was to the previous one in Half-Autumn Mountain. Could it be that monsters that surpassed the level of existence have appeared here as well? Thinking of this, Yunfeng actually trembled with excitement. Yunfeng, are you scared? Could it be that the 2 of us are going to be accounted for here? Seeing Yunfeng beside him trembling, Wenren Longyu was about to despair. His SSS talent hadn't played a single role yet. Boom! Boom! 2 loud booms interrupted his speculations. Only 2 small mushroom dusts rose up, and the 2 charging skeleton knights seemed to be lost in the smoke and dust, never coming out again. Yunfeng himself rushed towards the other skeleton knight. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a pit with a diameter of 2 meters appeared there. Inside was a pile of broken copper and shattered bones. On that end, Yunfeng had also resolved another skeleton knight. The entire process, no more than 10 seconds. What was that just now? So powerful. Just a small prop, calm down, calm down. Yunfeng was still satisfied with the power of the Thunder Fire Pearl. Using this disposable prop was also because he didn't want any accidents to happen to Wenren Longyu, and just dropping a silver fragment would be worth the price of admission. After rummaging through the bone scum of a few skeleton knights, as luck would have it, there was indeed a silver fragment. At his current level, killing skeleton knights basically had about a 30% fragment drop chance. Moreover, in the space above level 11, the probability of bronze fragments and silver fragments dropping from killing elite monsters across levels was about the same. Regarding Yunfeng's endless means, Wenren Longyu had begun to believe that he was the invisible tycoon. It's still more enjoyable to kill elite monsters over the levels. Yunfeng put away the shards to look at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 12-12-47-10,000. Battle strength, 25,600. Talent, Grade E Plunder. During this period of time, Yunfeng had raised his battle power by a pitiful amount. It was all from the spiritual power absorbed from the nearly 70 skeleton knights he had killed over the past few days. But even so, such battle power would be able to walk horizontally in this level of subspace. Of course, a talented heir from a large family like Chu Tsangmei should also have the ability to fill up on bronze-level potions at his stage. But Yunfeng believed that it was just the early stage that could be like this. The later it got, the greater his advantage would be, and that kind of advantage could not be made up for by money, because some of the fragments, which were strategic-level substances, could not be bought with money, while he only needed 1 piece of it. Do we still have to keep going? Wenren Longyu timidly asked. He did not know how many of those powerful disposable props Yunfeng still had on him, nor did he know if Yunfeng would always be willing to use such props for him. Of course we have to move on. Yunfeng was only going to take Wenren Longyu to level 10 before he was ready to switch to another dimensional space. This was also the reason why he had chosen to come here in the first place, as there was another zombie subspace somewhere near this skeleton subspace. If Wenren Longyu knew about it, he would definitely bolt queue. The 2 continued to move forward, pressing the skeleton knights of this place to the ground and rubbing them repeatedly. Afterwards, they also encountered several scenes where multiple skeleton knights charged together, and as long as there were more than 3, Yunfeng would take out his disposable props to deal with them. During the time he was at home, Yunfeng had nothing to do but wander around the trading platform and bought quite a few bronze-level disposable props pieces. Among them, apart from the thunder and fire beads, there were also others such as demolition grenades, freeze bombs and so on, all of which could deal with these monsters very well, and the cost of construction was not too high for him. Yunfeng, I'm really convinced, you're not an invisible tycoon, you're just a tycoon. Anyone who took expensive bronze-grade disposable props to brush the monsters, absolutely not, those were for life preservation. Good to know, move on. Yunfeng collected the loot and continued to advance. If he wasn't wrong, he should be running into rare-grade monsters. As expected, the 2 of them passed through a small hill, and a huge lone city appeared before them. The city wall was dozens of meters high, and the wall was pitted, like it had experienced the traces left by the baptism of countless wars. The city gate was half open, and the bloodstains on it were eye-catching. Go in, inside should be the rare-level monsters. Yunfeng led the way into the city gates. The city was empty, only a mess remained, showing desolation and dilapidation. Yunfeng, it feels a little creepy in here. A gust of wind blew by, bringing up a gust of coldness, frightening Wenren Longyu to rush closer to Yunfeng. What are you afraid of? All of them are going to be the dead souls under my sword. With the flame war sword in his hand, Yunfeng strides forward. The city was huge, with various avenues leading in all directions. Soon, at a corner, the two finally encountered a monster. Monster, Skeleton General Rare. Level, 15. Battle Strength, 14820. Skills, Summon, Reinforced Charge, Devour Recovery. The Skeleton General looked somewhat similar to the Skeleton Knight, both riding high horses. But the Skeleton General, both himself and the warhorse underneath him, was much sturdier, and also had a much more exquisite set of silver full-body armor. Sure enough, it's a 3-skill rare-grade monster, and its battle strength is even closer to 15,000. Yunfeng held his battle sword in his hand and stood at attention, while Wan Runlongyu had long since run far away. Chapter 53 The Final Boss. Ta de de de. The sound of the horse's hooves suddenly rang out, as if it did not need a boost to reach top speed. And it was true as the skeletal general galloped his horse and flew towards Yunfeng. Is this a reinforced charge? There was no need to activate it and it was much faster. However, this was not a difficult task for Yunfeng. After comprehending all 10 martial arts again, Yunfeng's Misty Steps had reached the proficient realm. Although it could not reach the speed of the opponent's charge, there was no problem at all in dodging away. And this kind of small range shifting was exactly the nemesis of straight-line charging. Skeleton General's skill was directly useless. Seeing that his charge had lost its effect, the Skeleton General was furious and began to send out endless attacks on Yunfeng. Unfortunately, the gap between their battle strengths was too great, and the Skeleton General was beaten back, his entire body's silver armor tattered and torn by the battle blades. Knowing that he was not an opponent, the Skeleton General controlled his warhorse to take a few steps back, and suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist and raised it high, letting out a roar. Ka! Only to see the wall bricks inside crack open a seam, and inside, a skeleton arm stretched out. As Yunfeng looked, there was even a message displayed on the goggles. Monster, Skeleton Guard Summoner. Level, 15. Battle Strength, 8800. Skill, None. This was the Skeleton General's first skill, Summoning. Although these Skeleton Guards' battle power was not high, they were superior in number. There were 20 of them. I also don't know if there is any spiritual power in killing these Skeleton Guards, if there is. Yunfeng gripped his blade and looked towards the nearest Skeleton Guard. Under the flaming warblade, the bodies of these skeletons were as brittle as thin paper. Sure enough, one has fought too naively. Looking at the skeleton crumbs that shattered into pieces, one did not absorb a single bit of spiritual energy. It seems like the dream of trying to utilize this rare monster to brush up on monsters is going to be dashed. Since there was no bug to utilize, one could only kill it directly. After Yunfeng killed a few skeleton guards, he realized that he had underestimated the obscenity of this skeleton general. How is this thing even more shameless than that 1,000-year demon Maple? Only to see all the skeleton guards that he had killed turn into powder and gather towards him. The injuries inflicted by Yunfeng earlier were then seen to be gradually repaired under these powders. Devour Recovery, what a shameless skill. Yunfeng looked at the skeleton general surrounded by the skeleton guards and cursed loudly in his heart. However, he could only helplessly mow down all the surrounding minions. With the skeleton guards all killed, the injuries on the skeleton general recovered to 80%. As long as they don't all recover. Yunfeng began a second round of attacks, finally killing the skeleton general before he could unleash his third summon. With a battle power lead of 10,000, it's surprising that it's all so difficult to kill. All I can say is that it's too damn shameless. However, Yunfeng was still very excited. According to his speculation, in level 10 or higher subspace, killing rare monsters over the level might burst gold fragments. Yunfeng kicked away the skeleton general's corpse, revealing a crisp. Passing through the steps, the two of them stood in front of the main gate of the palace. Only half of the plaque on the gate was left, leaving only the words Shang-Ying on it. The gate of the palace was tightly closed, and it was pitch black inside. No other monsters should appear in this area. You stay on the side, I'll go in myself. Having Wan Runlongyu stand far enough away from the gate, Yunfeng walked alone towards the 5-meter-tall gate. Squeak ya! With just a gentle push, the gate opened in response. The grand hall was very empty, but it appeared very dark, with only some faint light filtering in through the window slits. Holding the flaming battle blade, Yunfeng took one step at a time towards the depths of the grand hall. In the dim light, a figure could be vaguely seen sitting. About 100 meters away from the figure, information was finally displayed on the virtual screen. Monster, Skeleton Monarch Commander. Level 15. Battle Strength 21780. Skills: Long Sword Strike in the Air, All Will Come, Blood-Sucking Aura Passive, Immortal Monarch. Just as the information was displayed, the figure stood up. Standing 3 meters tall, it was covered in golden armor, even its bones were golden. With a scarlet cloak on his back and a golden jade crown on his head, if that head wasn't a bare skeleton, it would definitely have the momentum of a monarch. With a battle strength of over 20,000, and 4 skills that looked bullish, it brought Yunfeng immense pressure. Yunfeng looked at his battle power. The 40 or so skeleton generals he had killed earlier had allowed him to absorb some spiritual power, which had at least raised his battle power to 27,055. With a battle power that much higher, it should be fine. Although Yunfeng knew that the higher the rank, the higher the hidden battle power of the monsters, it was not as if he did not have a hidden battle power. Disturbing my slumber, damn it. A low voice came out of the skeleton monarch's mouth as he drew the sword at his waist and killed. I'll go, another high-intelligence monster. Yunfeng gripped his sword, stepped on the misty steps, executed the Heaven's Fury blade technique, and charged over without showing any weakness. Chapter 54. Terrifying Figure. Dang! The warblade and the long sword clashed together, sparks flying everywhere, signaling the official start of the battle. The two retreated 3 steps each and stood opposite each other. What a great force! He had drunk a full 10 bottles of black iron and bronze grade strength potions. The evenly matched opponents excited Yunfeng. 1 tall and 1 short, 1 gold and 1 black figure tangled in the empty hall. The two of them did have about the same amount of force, but the skeleton monarch was like a rusty machine, appearing somewhat unsmooth. Yunfeng, on the other hand, happened to have mastered the misty steps, so most of the time, the skeleton monarch was in a passive state, and the golden battle armor on his body was already somewhat shattered. Roar! Suddenly, the skeleton monarch roared, and his longsword was violently picked up from below and above. Yunfeng's habitual battle sword slashed down vigorously. Boom! Yunfeng was directly knocked back dozens of meters by the sword. Sneaky use of skills, shameless. He clearly felt that this sword was obviously a bit different. A long sword striking the air, it's really a bit interesting. Yunfeng flung his arm and continued his attack. Although that sword had just caught him off guard, it was still a bit short of wanting to injure him. Seeing that his first skill did not have the slightest effect, the skeleton monarch felt that his majesty had been greatly provoked. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, the tip of the sword faced downwards and violently plunged towards the ground. Come out, my servant. It was like the situation before when the skeleton general unleashed his summoning skill. Countless cracks started at the tip of the sword and chafed in all directions of the hall. The cracks grew larger and larger, and a skeleton warrior clad in silver armor stepped out of the cracks. Monster, Skeleton General Summoner. Level 15. Battle Strength 12534. Skills: None. Looking at the densely packed silver-armored skeleton generals in front of him, Yunfeng was confused. Is this its second skill, 10,000 generals? Luckily it's not really 10,000 generals. Are all these skeleton monsters this shameless? If you can't beat them, you call for a little brother. After counting, there were a total of 30 skeleton generals. Fortunately these summons had real battle power and no skills. Mard, if I can't use the props without silver level, I'll blow up all of you at once. Yunfeng said viciously in his heart. He then took out a few thunder fire beads and grenades out from his space ring. Kill! With a shout from the skeleton monarch, all the skeleton generals that came out all charged towards Yunfeng. Waiting for this moment. Seeing all the summons piling over, Yunfeng threw the 3 thunder fire beads and 3 grenades in his hand towards their center. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out continuously and the entire hall shook. The skeleton generals who were at the center of the explosions were directly blown to pieces, and those who were farther away were all blown out. Even the skeleton monarch who was deep in the back was blown back dozens of steps, and the armor on his body shattered inch by inch, revealing the golden bones inside. I wanted to get along with you as a normal opponent, in exchange for skillful sneak attack and despicable and shameless summoning. No more pretending, I'll show my cards, my props are just more. Looking at the skeleton monarch who was just a loner again, Yunfeng grinned. Of course the skeleton monarch could not understand what he was saying and hissed as he attacked again. Humph, without your little brother, you are nothing. Black Fury Chi flickered above the flaming battle blade. The baneful chi attached to the heavenly bane blade technique wasn't of much use to the skeleton, but it had a certain corrosive effect on the battle armor on his body. As the battle progressed, the battle armor on the skeleton monarch's body broke more and more, and the golden bones inside continued to crack. It really is a purple ing level fragment. According to his speculation, within the level 11 to level 15 subspace, killing a commander-class monster across levels did have a chance of popping out a purple ing class fragment, but the probability was about the same as the probability of him killing someone else to loot their talent right now. I'm not going to use up all my lifelong luck today. Yunfeng put away the purple ing grade fragment. No matter what was inside, this trip today was too worth it. The purple crystal fragment, a fascinating light, and in the center of the fragment was a plain and simple necklace without any pendant. Although no monster information was displayed, this figure was very familiar to Yunfeng. In his previous life, he had seen this kind of figure in the game more than once, and it was practically identical to the frost dragon inside Warcraft. Its entire body was composed of ice blue bones, with ghostly blue flames emanating from the dragon's eyes, frosty white cold air emanating from the dragon's mouth, snowflakes drifting down between the flapping of a pair of bony wings, and two dragon claws that were sharp and hideous. Roar! As if sensing that Yunfeng was watching it, it let out a low roar, and the entire ground was suddenly covered in a layer of frost. I knew this would happen. Yunfeng knew when he faced off against the skeleton monarch that the change inside the dimensional space was definitely not caused by him. Although the skeleton monarch would spit out human words, they were all mechanical and wooden as if they were set up like that. Moreover, the skeleton monarch was considered a normal monster in this space, and there was no such thing as transcending levels. The frost dragon that appeared at this moment was an existence that truly exceeded the level of this space, and definitely exceeded it by more than a little bit. Facing this kind of giant creature, there is absolutely no hope. Whether or not we can escape can only depend on heaven's will. Yunfeng glanced at the great hall behind him and ran towards the outside of the city. Seeing Yunfeng fleeing before the battle, the frost giant dragon sneezed in disdain, then with a flick of its tail, it adjusted its direction and chased after Yunfeng in the direction he had fled to. As for Wanrunlongyu in the middle of the great hall, he was already its meal on a plate. This speed is also too fast. Looking at the fact that it only stirred its wings behind it and pulled in a large distance, Yunfeng just now gave up on the idea of leaving the city. There was an empty space outside the city, and he was definitely a lamb to the slaughter. Human, is there any point in running away like this? I can already smell its scent on you. The frost giant dragon had already chased after Yunfeng's back, and a mouthful of icy dragon breath sprayed in Yunfeng's direction. At this moment, Yunfeng was fleeing to the corner of a street, immediately launching his misty steps, adjusting his direction and turning towards another street, dodging the mouthful of dragon's breath. However, the ground and walls that were swept by the dragon's breath were frozen and then quickly shattered. Yunfeng did not dare to turn back at all, only to feel a cold breath brush against his back, chilling from his heels to the top of his head. What a terrifying strength! Just now if the dragon's breath scraped that much, one would have to be crippled. Yunfeng was secretly grateful in his heart. However, the current crisis was still not lifted. Yunfeng recalled the fragmented synthetics he had collected during this period of time, and among them, there was one thing that could help him get out of the immediate predicament. It was a gold-level rare potion fragment that he had bought on the trading platform called the Stealth Potion. At that time, when he saw this potion, Yunfeng could not have been happier. Who wouldn't like an ability like Stealth? However, as a potion, it was not permanent and could only last for half an hour. Although this potion could allow him to escape, Wanrunlongyu was definitely able to wait for his death in the Great Hall. Whatever, it's not a solution for me to be chased by the frost dragon like this right now, let's get out of its sight first. Thinking of this, Yunfeng took out the bottle of expensive potion and prepared to drink it. The frost giant dragon followed Yunfeng, spitting out dragon breaths from time to time, all of which were narrowly dodged by Yunfeng. Human, did you kill a silver fox? What silver fox? I'm not sure. Yunfeng, who was about to drink the potion, suddenly stopped his hands as he felt that he could get some kind of news from this frost dragon. Sure enough, upon hearing Yunfeng's reply, the frost dragon did not spit out dragon's breath, but continued to ask questions while chasing after Yunfeng. Humans are indeed all cunning, don't pretend, only the person who killed it will have his breath. The frost dragon shook its huge head, clearly not believing Yunfeng's words. Are you here to avenge its death? Yunfeng asked rhetorically. Avenge for it? He deserves it too? It's just that you struck it down and disrupted certain plans, so you must pay for your life. What if I had not appeared in this dimensional space today? Yunfeng asked curiously. It's just happenstance that I appeared here. Even if there is no me, there will be existences like me to find you and strike you down, no matter what that space is, unless you never enter the sub-dimensional space again. Last question, what are your plans? Yunfeng hurriedly asked. The frost dragon realized that it seemed like it had said a bit too much, but it did not chagrin because in its eyes, Yunfeng was bound to die. Die, you'll know when you die. Before the frost gargoyle could finish its words, Yunfeng disappeared from his eyes, completely and utterly, not even a trace of breath left behind. Roar! The frost giant dragon that had just been teasing Yunfeng felt that he had been tricked and let out a berserk roar. Human, you won't be able to escape, you definitely won't be able to escape. Subsequently, endless dragon's breath continuously sprayed out from its mouth, scattering all over the city, but there was just no figure of Yunfeng. At this moment, Yunfeng was hiding inside a remote corner, watching the roiling dragon breath fall. We have to think of a way to deal with the frost dragon as soon as possible, or else Brother Wenwen's little life will not be guaranteed. Having brought the other party in himself, he had to do his best to bring the other party out safely. Right, a purpling level fragment exploded earlier, I still don't know what it is. Thinking of this, Yunfeng hurriedly took out the fragment, then summoned the ancient jade to synthesize it. An ancient bone necklace appeared in his hand. The necklace did not have a pendant, but the surface was engraved with arcane runes. Purple engraved immortal bone necklace. Effect, resists one ranged certain death damage and returns it to the opponent with double damage, effective every 24 hours. No wearing restrictions. Seeing the description of this necklace prop, Yunfeng's heart was filled with great surprise. Treading through iron shoes and finding no place, it took no effort to get it. This thing came at too timely a time. At this moment, Yunfeng was already planning in his heart how to use this prop to deal with the frost dragon. As long as it was properly designed, it might even be possible to kill the frost dragon, and even if it couldn't, it would still be able to deal a heavy blow to the opponent. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yunfeng's mouth. Roar! The frost giant dragon that had circled around the city continued to vent its anger. The originally dilapidated ancient city was in a state of disrepair under its trashing. Human, even if you escape today, what about next time? Feeling that it could no longer catch Yunfeng, the frost dragon was ready to fly back to the Great Hall and enjoy its lunch first. As to whether there would be a punishment behind it, it could not care less. Big stupid dragon, old me is here, come and bite me. Suddenly a voice rang out. The frost dragon turned its head to look. Who was it if not that mole from before? Damn human, you even dare to appear. The frost giant dragon, who had held his breath before, became even more furious. However, Yunfeng knew that it was not enough and needed to add more fire. Chapter 56 Separation. The angry frost giant dragon spewed its dragon breath and flew towards Yunfeng, with the momentum of not stopping until the other party was frozen into an ice sculpture. Closer, closer. Yunfeng's spirit was highly tense at this moment, constantly calculating the distance between himself and the frost giant dragon. His palm holding a few thunder fire beads was slightly sweating. Go you! Just when the dragon's breath was only about 20 meters away from him, Yunfeng sprang up and threw all 9 thunder fire beads on his body. Before the dragon's breath arrived, several thunder fire beads collided with each other in the air. Boom! A shocking loud sound. The flames from the explosion of the thunderfire beads covered the dragon's breath and rolled backwards towards the frost giant dragon. The frost giant dragon that flew over was doused in flames. This move did 0 damage and pulled full insults for the frost giant dragon. The frost giant dragon, which was already on the verge of erupting, had lost its mind at this moment, and Dianwei's big move was instantly turned on, as anyone who has played Pesticide knows. Human, you deserve to die. The frost dragon roared madly as a terrifying aura coalesced on it. Yunfeng knew that his purpose had been achieved. Is it coming? The sky appeared to be getting duller and duller as a piercingly cold wind arose out of thin air, scraping Yunfeng's face a little raw. That? High in the distant sky, a black shadow appeared before falling at an extremely fast speed. The height became lower and lower, and Yunfeng saw clearly what landed. It was a huge ice cone, big enough to crush 10 of himself. Moreover, from the moment the ice cone appeared, he knew that he would not be able to escape from the ice cone's attack no matter which direction he escaped in. Surprisingly, it's still a locked attack skill. However, Yunfeng did not even think about escaping. The opportunity had appeared and he had to grasp it. I hope that the damage of this skill is within the Undying Bone Chain's tolerance range. According to the Immortal Bone Chain's effect description, this prop had a damage tolerance range. Time seemed to be slow, but in reality, from the time the ice cone appeared until it appeared in front of Yunfeng, it was only a few breaths before and after. Boom! The ice cone fell and smashed into the ground along with Yunfeng, forming a huge deep pit, and a large number of buildings in the ancient city were destroyed by this strike. turning into sand shimmers and setting off a huge plume of smoke and dust. Roar! Just as the frost dragon was satisfied with its masterpiece, a cone of pain inexplicably arose, causing him to let out a huge roar of grief. Not only that, it also realized that the ice blue bones on his body were shattering, and the situation was getting worse. And on the ground, the smoke and dust dispersed, and in the ground of the deep pit, a figure stood there leisurely. Who was it if not Yunfeng? Ah, damn human, why is this happening? How come nothing happened to you? Also, what exactly have you done to this honor? The frost dragon hissed as it flew off into the distance. It was afraid, it was indeed afraid. Its strongest strike hadn't caused any damage to the human in front of it, and it had inexplicably received a terrifying attack. Unfortunately, this strike was not fatal to it. Looking at the frost dragon that staggered and flew away, Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief with some regret. Although it did not achieve the result he wanted, it had at least scared the opponent away. Come out, let's go. Yunfeng arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall and called Wanrun Longyu out. Yunfeng, why are you still here? What? You think I'm letting you stay here because I want to abandon you to escape alone? Yunfeng did not have the good sense to say. No, not really, I mean. Alright, stop talking, hurry up and go, in case that big guy comes back again, it won't be good. Without much nonsense, the two of them flew towards the outside of the sub-dimensional space. A few days later, the two appeared at the exit of the sub-dimensional space without any danger. Only to see a few guardians with grave expressions, waiting in a tight formation. What's the situation? Yunfeng walked in and asked. You two are fine? An extremely strong pressure appeared within the space a few days ago. Do you know what happened? The few guards saw that the visitor was Yunfeng and hurriedly asked. After all, that was the one that the officer had specially let them in, and the few had an impression. I will explain this matter to the officer here. With a greeting, the two immediately exited the subspace. As soon as they came out, they saw that the situation was the same as the last time at Half Autumn Mountain, with people standing outside. Little friend Yunfeng, you finally came out, I thought. Sir, the situation inside is a bit complicated. Yunfeng gave a wink to the officer, and the other party immediately understood. You come with me. The two then arrived at a remote place. What's going on in reverse? The officer asked eagerly. It's like this, something has indeed changed in this dimensional space, and it's a big change. Yunfeng then half-truthfully told what had happened inside the sub-dimensional space. It only said that a terrifying beyond-level monster had appeared inside, and hinted that they might want to strengthen the guarding force here and so on. Many thanks to young friend Yunfeng for bringing the important information. I will report it to my superiors. The officer was also a man of thunder and lightning, and after saying that, he left Yunfeng hanging and got busy. Yunfeng did not care either and then found Wanrun Longyu. You saw the situation a few days ago. It's too dangerous to follow me. Sometimes crises arise where I may not be able to protect myself. Yunfeng knew that he could no longer bring this fellow along from now on. Isn't it fine? Your talent has been unsealed now, and in time it will also be slowly unsealed again as you level up, so you don't need me at all. Moreover, you also have a certain ability to find a team to practice on your own. Yunfeng ignored Wanrun Longyu's words and continued. The Frost Dragon's words gave him a certain sense of crisis. If he would encounter this kind of terrifying existence every time he entered the dimensional space, then he would be destined to be a solo traveler for the rest of his succeeding time, which was just what he wanted. Seeing that Yunfeng's mind was made up and that he was indeed a liability now, Wanrun Longyu could only accept reality. Go back. Yunfeng was originally prepared to go to the zombie subspace next door, but today's events had given him a sense of crisis, and he decided to prepare himself before exploring and upgrading. On the way back, there were only the two of them inside the entire armored fighting vehicle, and even a small one seemed empty. Yunfeng. Is something wrong? Seeing the other party's desire to speak, Yunfeng asked curiously. We parted this time, when do we have to meet? If you want to meet, you can always come to me, it's not like you don't know the address and contact information. Yunfeng was a little amused. This big brother, why is he twisting and turning? Oh. Silence fell inside the chariot once again. A day later, the two returned to the safe zone. First, they returned to the trading space, and since Yunfeng had taken on the task of acquiring soul crystals, he did not go to the first floor to sell his materials. Coming to the second floor, he directly went to submit his quest. Not long after, someone came over to find the two. The person who came was wearing a straight suit with a pair of well-mannered glasses, looking like a butler. Are you two the ones who came over to hand in the soul crystal quest? Come with me. The two were then led to a specialized parlor. I wonder how many soul crystals you two have obtained? At Yunfeng's gesture, when Rin Longyu took out a storage bag and poured out all of its contents. Seeing the storage bag, the butler man did not feel strange. The average training squad would try to get a storage bag so that they could collect their loot. Only some lowest level soul crystals? Seeing the desktop full of gray soul crystals, the man was a little disappointed, but it was better than the quantity. The murkier the color, the worse the quality of the soul crystals. Let's talk about the price first. Yunfeng did not rush to take out all the crystals, just to see the price first. This lowest quality soul crystal, seeing as you have a relatively large quantity, I can give a price 5% above the market price. What about this kind? Yunfeng took out a piece of soul crystal dropped by an elite monster. For this kind, I can give this price. Seeing the soul crystal in Yunfeng's hand, the other party's eyes lit up as he extended a finger. It indicated that it could be 10% higher. Obviously, the butler man knew that this level of soul crystals could only be produced by elite monsters. What about this kind? Yunfeng once again took out the soul crystals from the skeleton general. This? The butler man's high-flying persona instantly collapsed as he said excitedly. Little friend, please be sure to sell this crystal to me. The butler man hurriedly stood up and looked at Yunfeng sincerely while handing out a business card. Yunfeng received the business card with both hands and glanced at it. Longxiang Materials Research Company. General Manager, Zhao Huai. Seeing the information displayed on the business card, a smile appeared on Yunfeng's face. Isn't this the company of the bamboo family? Where else could it be? Yunfeng thought in his heart and took out all the soul crystals that he had collected inside the skeleton subspace. Uncle Zhao, it's all here, just count it and follow the price you said. Zhao Huai was still somewhat regretting his excited actions just now, which would make the other party sit on the price, but he did not expect that he would agree so readily. As Yunfeng poured out the last piece of soul crystal, Zhao Huai's eyes went straight. It was a piece of soul crystal that was almost completely transparent, beautiful, and mesmerizing. Pure soul crystal, this is actually a pure soul crystal. Looking at that crystal, Zhao Huai was a little skeptical of his own eyes. That was something that only monsters above the commander level had. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky that he happened to run into such a good thing today when he had some business at the exchange. This kid in front of him was about the same age as that nephew of his, and he didn't expect to have so much ability anymore. Comparing the two, there was a bit of hatred. Since you call me Uncle Zhao, you will definitely not be shortchanged on the price. I don't know how to address my little friend. Wan Ran Longyu. Yunfeng blurted out without even thinking. He could not tell the other party his real name yet. After all, this person in front of him might be someone close to the bamboo stick. Only when Rin Longyu, who was sitting on the side, looked at Yunfeng with a face full of questions. What does it mean? I'm sitting in front of you and you still want to impersonate, right? Alright, little friend Wanrun, I'll do the inventory right away. After a count, all the soul crystals were worth more than 1.5 million, just the last one alone was more than 500,000. Little friend Wanrun, I hope that in the future, good materials will be the first to think of us. Zhao Huai sent the two away with a smile. Let's give all this money to you, consider it as startup capital for you to go on an adventure. Yunfeng gave Wanran Longyu all the money he had just sold materials for. Contact me if anything happens, bye. Yunfeng waved his hand and directly boarded a bus. At this point, the two were officially separated. Chapter 57 Infected with Bad Luck 3 chapters today totaling 7,000 words. When Rin Longyu looked at Yunfeng's dashingly departing back and was a bit out of his mind. In fact, he could have followed up and had a reason to do so. After all, the house rented in Yunfeng's neighborhood had not yet been returned. However, there was no longer any need for it. Indeed, as Yunfeng said, his talent was unsealed and he also had a certain amount of self-preservation. Turning his head, he once again walked into the second of this trip to the sub-dimensional space. Even if we encounter that frost dragon again, there will be no more problems. Looking at the pile of props in the storage ring, a sense of security filled him. It's time to set off again. Yunfeng boarded the bus and headed towards the exchange. This time, his target was still the zombie subspace. It was said that the probability of a level 16 white-haired zombie in there dropping a bronze talent upgrade potion was relatively high, which was the main reason for going there. The armored fighting vehicle started, and Yunfeng set off on his journey once again alone. Although fighting alone was lonely, one had to endure loneliness if they wanted to become strong. A day later, Yunfeng appeared at the entrance of the zombie subspace, and along with him, there were more than a dozen other teams. It was no coincidence that within these teams, there were basically no girls. Originally, Yunfeng wanted to remind the head of the base about the dangers that might come, but thinking about it, he basically had no credibility in saying so, and it would also make people resentful, so he simply gave up. Moreover, according to the Frost Dragon, even if that kind of monster appeared, it should only look for him. Entering the subspace, everyone scattered in all directions and started looking for their prey. Yunfeng put on his equipment, put on his goggles, and headed towards a place with fewer people. There was one special thing about the subspace that had always eluded people, and that was that from the entrance of the space, no matter which direction one went in, one would eventually reach an end point. And it was as if that end point was suddenly interrupted. As he moved forward, Yunfeng quickly encountered his first monster. Monster, white-haired zombie. Level, 16. Battle strength, 10086. Skill, poison claw. Truly monstrous as its name suggests, in front of him was a zombie covered in fine white hair, and even whiter than the hair on his body was whichever ghastly white face. For fangs were sticking out from his mouth, with the slightest trace of blood on them, which made one's heart flutter when looking at it. No wonder those teams don't have any girls inside, this is indeed a bit hard to see and scary. A level 16 monster, with a battle power that much lower than a level 15 elite, was nothing more than a small Karami in Yunfeng's eyes. With a subsequent slash, he resolved the white-haired zombie in front of him. No luck. Yunfeng collected the necrotic poison from the white-haired zombie and glanced underneath him, no shards were out. Next, Yunfeng began to continuously kill the white-haired zombie for the bronze-level talent upgrade fragment. Perhaps it was really because the last time he killed the skeleton monarch that he had spent all his luck. After killing more than 30 white-haired zombies in a row, there were 5 or 6 pieces of bronze-level fragments, but there was only one pathetic piece of talent upgrade fragment. Yunfeng smoothly used the ancient jade to turn the fragment into a potion. So far he already had 2 bottles of bronze-grade talent upgrade potions on him. It's a solo adventure that's cool, synthesize the fragments directly when you have them and drink the potions directly when you have them, cool. Pouring the 2 bottles of upgrade potions into his mouth. Sure enough, the talent did not change in the slightest. However, Yunfeng wasn't in a hurry, it was just a matter of time for him. Still a bit too slow, looks like it's time to give myself a speed boost. Yunfeng took out a pouncing beast clip like prop out. It was the bronze grey trap that he had gotten earlier, and although this thing looked like a trapping clip, its usage was completely different. As long as this thing was placed on the open ground, it would emit a peculiar odor to lure the monsters over. Now just wait for the monster to come over, this thing can only last for half an hour, I hope I won't be disappointed. Yunfeng placed the trap on a large flat piece of ground, then found himself a tree and climbed up. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Surprisingly, he did not see a single monster appear. This can't be a Sybil. Yunfeng was just about to make a bad comment when movement appeared not far away. A white-haired zombie came bouncing towards the trap's location. Looks like I was in a hurry. After all, it was only half an hour of effect time. Subsequently, more white-haired zombies began to appear one after another. Until half an hour had completely passed, hundreds of white-haired zombies had gathered at this location. Time to collect the vegetables. Yunfeng smiled as he took out a few thunder fire beads from his storage ring. With so many zombies, he did not want to kill them one by one. Boom. Boom. Several thunder fire beads all landed near the trap, sending out a violent explosion. Yunfeng only felt that there was a constant flow of spiritual energy running towards his body, the feeling was wonderful. Other than a few white-haired zombies that were more out of the way, the rest were all blown away. Yunfeng jumped down from the tree and took care of the remaining 10 or so white-haired zombies. This wave alone brought him nearly 3,000 spiritual energy. Killing monsters and upgrading like this was only for Yunfeng, others might not even be able to earn back their fares. Even if the fragment drop rate reached 50%, the fallen fragments would not even make up for the money spent on consuming props. Let's see how many fragments more than 100 white-haired zombies can drop. Yunfeng rummaged under the bodies of a group of white-haired zombies. I suspect that guy passed on his bad luck to me. Yunfeng looked at the 3 bronze-grade talent upgrade fragments in his hand and cried without tears. Chapter 58 Talent Upgrade again. 3 bottles of bronze-grade talent upgrade potion, that should be enough. Yunfeng immediately poured down a bottle. As usual, there was no reaction. Then came the second bottle, still no reaction. Who the hell can afford to use this? The success rate of the bronze grade upgrade potion is obviously lower than the black iron grade again. Yunfeng now had the heart to curse his mother. However, thinking about it, if talent upgrade potions were so easy to succeed, then even if humans piled them up, they would still have to pile up some high-grade talents out of them. Whatever, it's success or failure, become a human. Yunfeng poured down the last bottle of bronze-grade talent potion. Maleficent, 2 bullying. Yunfeng jumped in anger. Together with the previous 2 bottles, a total of 5 bottles of potions had gone down, but surprisingly, they did not set off a single splash. I still don't believe it. Yunfeng once again took out a trap and repeated the same trick in a different place. Not far from Yunfeng, there were several other squads that were also hunting white-haired zombies. After all, the talent upgrade potion dropped by this thing was worth its weight in gold. Head, isn't something wrong? Isn't the number of white-haired zombies too rare? Yeah, this is the lowest level zombie here, so the number should be the highest. Several teams, looking around for a long time, froze. Half a zombie did not see, are puzzled. Head, what do you see in a patch of white? One of the teams came near the battlefield where Yunfeng had killed the white-haired zombie earlier. Go over and take a look. The person leading the team walked towards the pile of white. Until they got closer, several people sucked in a breath of cold air. Only to see that the ground was littered with the corpses of white-furred zombies, scattered everywhere. Head, look. In the middle of the messy corpses, there was a pouncing beast clip-like prop. Who's so ruthless, to use a trap to brush monsters and upgrade? No wonder we can't find any white-haired zombies in this neighborhood. The leader was obviously a person who knew what he was doing. Let's go somewhere else. The leader knew that there was no way to brush monsters here anymore. The traps had lured all the white-haired zombies within a radius of at least 2,000 meters. The other few members of the team could only hang their heads and follow, having to waste a lot of time again. Yunfeng meditated on his talent phrase once again. Grade D talent, plunder. When killing an enemy, chance to plunder part of the opponent's spiritual energy, tiny chance to plunder the opponent's talent. After ascending to rank D, the only change in the word entry was that the chance of plundering a talent had changed from very tiny to tiny. However, currently Yunfeng did not care too much about this ability. He could not go crazy and kill people for this tiny probability. Of course, those who sent themselves to the door to seek death, he didn't mind taking his chances. The thing that made Yunfeng the most helpless was that there was still no hint of that skill that made him incredibly desirable. Deliberately targeting me, is it? Obviously my talent is up to rank D, why can't I comprehend the skill yet? Looking at the empty skill slots, Yunfeng's back teeth were about to be clenched. After successfully upgrading his talent, there was no need for him to ooh and ah these white-haired zombies. Keep going deeper, I want to see what monsters will be sniping at me. Thinking like this, Yunfeng took large strides forward, heading deeper into the space. The level 17 monster here was a monster named Green Hair Zombie, with a combat strength of around 12,000, and its appearance was similar to that of the white hair zombie from before, except that the color of the hair on its body was different. Yunfeng did not stop for much longer, but continued to go deeper. Level 18 monster, Red Hair Zombie. When he reached the level 19 monster area, the appearance of the zombie had changed dramatically. Monster, Iron Corpse. Level, 19. Battle Strength, 16,380. Skill, Iron Bone. This was a type of zombie whose entire body was like it was poured with steel, with a much taller figure, and when it jumped, it was as if the earth was shaking. Try to see how much extra spiritual power the D-rank talent can give me. Yunfeng drew his sword and slashed at the iron corpse in front of him. In his opinion, a monster whose battle strength could barely reach half of his own was not a matter of a single slash. However, it wasn't. The knife cut through the iron corpse's skin and stopped at the other party's bones. Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as if his battle knife was stuck. This iron bone is literally That bone was really hard. In the midst of the iron corpse's impotent rage, Yunfeng drew out his battle sword. What is this? Yunfeng realized that there was some rotting flesh hanging above the blade and the stench was overwhelming. Yunfeng hastily mobilized the flame energy that came with the fiery flame battle knife to incinerate the filth on top of it. He then unleashed the Heavenly Fury blade technique and slashed again. This time, the battle knife with a black aura easily chopped off one of the iron corpse's arms, followed by 2 swish-swish slashes to settle the iron corpse. A total of 38 points of spiritual power was obtained, which means that after upgrading, the extra spiritual power has increased by another point. According to this math, if you kill a monster of the same level, the boost is surprisingly as high as 60%. However, as the level increased, the Awaken's talent developed more and more, and they comprehended more and more skills. Basically, they wouldn't be able to focus on ordinary monsters. Even if they were killing ordinary monsters, they were all capable of swarming monsters. This was also the reason why at that time, when the vice principal was testing him, he said that the extra spiritual energy he absorbed from this talent was basically useless. Getting the result he wanted, Yunfeng collected the loot and continued to go deeper. His target was a level 20 elite monster. Teacher, what dimensional space are we going to this time? At the entrance of the 9th middle school of the 5th region, there were tens of thousands of students standing in a vast manner, while on the side, hundreds of armored combat vehicles were parked. The students kept asking their teachers, wanting to satisfy their curiosity. The final exams were over, but a vacation was not a vacation. Today was the date for the 9th middle school's sophomore soon-to-be senior unified calendar. Classmates, all quiet down. Good fellow, this silver corpse is not simple. Yunfeng hurriedly shortened his body, dodging the attack of the nails while sweeping his battle sword horizontally, slashing towards the opponent's feet. One person and one corpse began a small tug of war. The silver corpse violently jumped to the distance. Yunfeng thought that the monster would escape, then he saw the silver corpse bend its knees to the point where it was about to crouch. It then lashed out, and its entire body suddenly scurried towards him. The silver corpse shot towards Yunfeng sharply like a white pie chain. The speed was so fast that Yunfeng was somewhat surprised. Bear! Yunfeng sidestepped and tried to dodge, but he was always a little too slow. The sharp nails scratched through the bronze-level combat suit on him, leaving a bloodied gash on it. My battle suit, ah! This gash, going back to find a specialized person to mend it, would cost at least 100,000 flower coins. Battles were not without attrition, it was just that before, Yunfeng battles basically did not result in injuries. Of course, whether it was an item synthesized by fragments or imitated by humans themselves, as long as it was not devastated, it was possible to repair it back in the safe zone. Glancing at the wound on his right arm, Yunfeng stared at the silver corpse with an ugly face. You'll have to explode a good shard for me today anyways. Not long after, the silver corpse collapsed with hatred amidst Yunfeng's furious attack. The zombie subspace was the same as the skeleton subspace. The loot all had only one thing, which was corpse poison, only that the corpse poison was different for each level of zombie. Collecting the corpse poison, Yunfeng kicked away the silver corpse and a green-colored fragment lay there quietly. Big loss. Surprisingly, it was only a bronze-level shard. Sure enough, I am now covered in bad luck. Yunfeng shook his head helplessly. Had he known that when facing Zhao Huai, he would have casually said his name without uttering the words Wen Run Longyu. Although it was a bronze fragment, it was still considered a rare prop fragment, giving Yunfeng a bit of solace. Putting away the fragment, Yunfeng continued to search for the silver corpse. The silver corpse's level and battle power were more suitable for him to practice right now, and the key was that there was a lot of spiritual energy. Brushing monsters across 7 levels, and elite monsters at that, a single monster could bring in 178 spiritual energy. For the rest of the time, Yunfeng basically stayed in this area of the silver corpse. Is what the frost dragon said true? Yunfeng had been here for a few days now and his level was about to reach level 15, yet he did not see any special monsters appear. What am I blindly expecting here? Isn't it better if nothing appears? Yunfeng smiled to himself and continued to brush the monsters. Half a day later, the level finally increased again. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 1568 10,000. Battle Strength, 33680. Talent, D rank Plunder. Regarding the matter of rising to level 15 without comprehending a skill, Yunfeng had already acted very calmly. It's time to meet even more powerful monsters. Walking out of the elite monster area, he headed deeper. At this moment, the sky in zombie subspace had begun to darken, and the already gray sky was even darker at this moment. It looks like it's going to get dark here soon. What a bad time to come. When it got dark, he wouldn't dare to use the ancient jade anymore. The lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind. As for why what happened last time, Yunfeng himself did not have an eyebrow for the time being. In the dimly lit jungle, Yunfeng saw a flash of golden color. Monster, Golden Corpse Rare. Level, 20. Battle Strength, 26540. Skills, Golden Armor Counter Stab Passive, Weakness Roar, Body Multiplication. Iron Corpse, Copper Corpse, Silver Corpse, Gold Corpse. There was some anticipation as to what zombie would be the next rank. Gold zombie, then that silver zombie again to be a little more powerful, but all gold and yellow, even a little eye-shattering. That won't be all pure gold. However, in this world, there was no need for metals like gold and silver. Yunfeng raised his sword and went on. Having risen 2 levels, his battle power had increased by a large margin, and the golden corpse was not intimidating to him at all. Dang! The battle knife struck the golden armor of the golden corpse, making a crisp sound while leaving a wound a few centimeters deep. Underneath the golden armor was the rotting body, a particularly unpleasant stench emanating from it along with the rotting flesh oozing out from within. How disgusting! Yunfeng took a step back, moving away from the unpleasant odor. Yunfeng, who wanted to continue his attack, noticed that a tiny scar appeared on his skin inside the combat suit. This should be the golden corpse's first skill, golden armor backstab. Yunfeng frowned. He had knocked out all his defense potions, and this passive anti-injury skill would still cause damage to him. However, this amount of damage, even without taking any measures, would be able to heal itself after a few minutes. Roar! The golden corpse that was wounded by a slash let out a loud roar, and even Yunfeng, who was a few meters away from it, could smell the fishy odor emanating from its mouth. Moreover, Yunfeng felt that after the roar, his body had obviously produced some unnameable changes. Let's end this early. Yunfeng really could not stand the unpleasant odor from these zombie monsters. With a single slash, a deep invisible wound appeared on the golden corpse's body once again. Poof! Yunfeng let out a muffled grunt at the same time. A wound 10 times larger than the one he had just sustained had unexpectedly appeared on his body, visible from the outside, with blood staining his combat uniform. This monster is so disgusting. Yunfeng felt that even if this thing stood still, some teams could not do anything with it, and even suffer casualties. This golden armor counterattack coupled with the weakening roar was a perfect match. However, this golden armor counter-injury shouldn't have much effect on attacks from afar. Yunfeng took a sip of the healing potion and treated the wounds on his body, no longer choosing to attack in close quarters, at least until the effect of the weakening roar wore off. Retreating to a distance, Yunfeng raised his left hand. Whoosh! A sleeve arrow shot out sharply, directly inserting itself through the golden corpse's wound, and a light green liquid jetted out from it. Sure enough, attacking from a distance receives much less backlash, and the farther away the attack is, the lower the backlash received, so that's good. The sleeve arrows were not like that electronic pulse pistol, just use it casually. The golden corpse's speed was no match for Yunfeng, not to mention the misty steps, so it could only be passively beaten. Yunfeng also had the time to hide in the distance and continuously buy ubu. Just when he thought this would be the end, the golden corpse finally used its last skill. Only to see its flatly raised hands suddenly skyrocket and infinitely elongate as it came at Yunfeng. It can still be like this. Yunfeng hastily dodged away. How could he know that those hands could still turn around, and immediately chased after Yunfeng again? Really think I'm afraid of you? Yunfeng took out his battle sword, turned his hand, raised it to perform the Heavenly Fury blade technique, and slashed down with vigor. The elongated arms fell down in response, dropping to the ground, and 2 huge injuries appeared on Yunfeng's hands. Without his hands, the golden corpse was quickly killed by the endless sleeve arrows. Don't ask where the arrows came from, they were in the storage ring anyway. Chapter 60 Fighting the Corpse King. Not feeling well today, updating an hour late. After collecting the corpse poison from the golden corpse, Yunfeng looked downwards. I told you that people don't have bad luck all the time. Yunfeng picked up a golden crystal fragment, his heart was happy. Yunfeng, who had wanted to use the ancient jade, could only resentfully put the fragment away when he saw the completely darkened sky. Let's get it together when it's light or when we go back. Yunfeng continued to search for the golden corpses. Although gold corpses were more troublesome to kill, the spiritual energy given was still considerable, and the fragments dropped were at least silver level or above. Originally, the matter of brushing monsters was very smooth, and it was easier to kite the berserk gold corpses after dark, so one only needed to use sleeve arrows to slowly grind them. Until 2 gold corpses appeared at once, Yunfeng realized that something of some sort had appeared, but it was clear that the thing did not want to show its face for the time being. Come on, let me see your true colors. With many props in his possession, he was not that vain, the big deal was to escape. Facing 2 golden corpses, Yunfeng was not too worried. The golden corpses were mainly about defense, and their offensive capabilities were not too strong. This time, Yunfeng not only attacked with his sleeve arrows, but also took out some disposable props in order to have a quick battle. Moving forward, Yunfeng absorbed more and more spiritual energy, and after killing the 40th golden corpse, his level rushed to level 16, and his battle power increased by 2000 once again. There shouldn't be any more golden corpses ahead. Yunfeng saw that the path ahead was blocked by a mountain wall, and at the bottom of the wall, there was a 5-meter-high hole. In the dimly lit environment, it was completely impossible to see anything inside the hole. Looks like this is the end of the zombie subspace. Yunfeng had superb senses and headed directly towards the dark cave. An unpleasant odor hit his face, making people want to vomit. Moreover, this odor was completely different from the smell of rotting flesh from the several types of zombies he had just faced. Pinching his nose, Yunfeng frowned as he walked inside. After 7 turns of the cave, a relatively wide cave appeared. Inside the cave, there was even this faint firelight. Yunfeng raised his head and surprisingly found that at the top of the cave, there was a crimson crystal hanging, and the firelight was emitted from inside. Under the light of the fire, it could be faintly seen that in the deepest part of the cave, there towered a figure, and under the firelight, the shadow flickered. Monster, Immortal Corpse King Overlord. Level, 20. Battle Strength, 32126. Skills, Roiling Corpse Chi, Double Hammer Strikes to the Top, Corpse King Monument, borrowing a corpse to return to its soul. It's really a commander-level monster now, Immortal Corpse King, what a domineering name. Moving closer to the depths of the cave, the Immortal Corpse King took on the appearance of an Immortal Corpse King. There wasn't any outer armor on his body, nor was there any fishy-smelling rotting flesh, but rather a dried-up corpse that was 10 meters tall. The corpse had 2 pairs of thick iron chains on both wrists, which were dragged on the ground and ended in a huge iron ball. On the zombie's back, it was carrying a huge stone tablet, on which it did not know what kind of strange writing was carved. The Immortal Corpse King took a step forward, tugging the chains on his arms to make a loud noise. Who? Only to see the Immortal Corpse King's hands shake, 2 iron balls came towards Yunfeng's head with a loud cracking sound, as if he wanted to give his temples a sour massage. Yunfeng was self-conscious that he could not enjoy such a massage and could only perform the misty steps to politely decline. With the battles during this period of time, Yunfeng had become more and more skillful in using the maze steps. This was also due to the fact that the more spiritual energy he absorbed, the stronger his body became. Boom! The 2 iron balls collided in the air with a thunderous sound. Holy, if this is hit, I'm afraid that my brain will be smashed away. Yunfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to the rescue, he raised his hand to deliver a sleeve arrow. However, the sleeve arrow struck the Immortal Corpse King's body surface and was directly bounced out. What a powerful defense, a bronze-level sleeve arrow was unable to cause damage. Yunfeng had no choice but to draw his battle sword and prepare for a close combat. The Immortal Corpse King, seeing that his skills were easily dodged by his opponent, began to swing the iron chain in his own hand, constantly flinging iron balls to attack. Yunfeng continued to advance between the iron balls and chains, and was about to approach the Immortal Corpse King. Suddenly, he saw a gray-green gas permeating from the Immortal Corpse King. As soon as his own battle sword and battlesuit came into contact with those gases, they unexpectedly emitted a snorting sound, and then he saw that a small area on top of the battle sword and battlesuit was actually corroded. What an overbearing corpse gas, this is too difficult to deal with. Yunfeng could only temporarily retreat. Although his battle power was a little higher than the other party, it was not too much higher, mainly because he did not have a single skill and suffered a big loss. When the corpse chi gradually dispersed, Yunfeng once again rushed towards the Immortal Corpse King. This time, there was no corpse chi emerging. After all, skills could not be released endlessly. Dang! The battle sword slashed at the Immortal Corpse King's bodyplate as if it was hitting an alloy plate, only making a shallow mark. Mard, this thing has a lot of power and strong defense, it's really hard to handle. Yunfeng utilized the Heaven's Fury Blade technique, and the ghostly black blade slashed through, finally leaving a not-so-small wound. Looks like, I need to go back and get a more advanced martial art. Yunfeng secretly thought. As long as there was damage, killing was only a matter of time. While Yunfeng was continuously creating damage to the Immortal Corpse King, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! The huge stone monument behind the Corpse King was smashed by it fiercely onto the ground. Yunfeng saw the opportunity and retreated. He had always wanted to see what the monolith on the Corpse King's back was. Only to see the stone monument fall to the ground and a large amount of gray-green corpse chi began to emerge from it, and as the corpse chi grew and coalesced, a small zombie over a meter tall appeared next to the stone monument. Roar! The Corpse King roared, and those small zombies surrounded Yunfeng in a desperate manner, but of course they had no lives in the first place. These little zombies didn't even appear above the information on the goggles. Yunfeng attempted to send out a sleeve arrow, however the small zombies were passed through by the sleeve arrow and directly turned into a cloud of corpse chi back into the Corpse King monument. It seems that without breaking the Corpse King monument, these small zombies cannot be killed. Chapter 61 Specialized Hunting Team. On the Corpse King's monument, the oddly shaped character shone with green light, and the immortal Corpse King held his chains in his hands as he looked at Yunfeng with a stern look on his face. The corpse chi emerging from the monument was still repairing the injuries on the Corpse King's body, making Yunfeng even more determined in his decision to break that monument at the first opportunity. Yunfeng held his battle sword in his hand and aimed it at the stone monument. After attacking for a period of time, Yunfeng realized that the Corpse King's protection of the stone monument was bordering on some paranoia, not wanting to let the stone monument suffer a bit of damage even if he was injured. Could it be? This stone monument is not as hard as it seems. Yunfeng suddenly had a guess in his heart. However, there were too many small zombies and one had to dodge the chains and iron balls that would fly over from who knows where, and it became very difficult to even get close to the Corpse King monument. Looks like it won't work without some means. Yunfeng took out a boomerang from his storage ring. This was a bronze-level prop called the Phantom Boomerang. After the boomerang went out, it would transform into many phantoms. These phantoms had very little damage, but it was good in numbers, making it a good prop to confuse the eye. After the Phantom Boomerang was thrown out by Yunfeng, it transformed into a sky of phantoms in. Amidst the Corpse King's violent roar, the Corpse King monument shattered inch by inch, turning into a pile of stone titans. The small zombies that were still chasing Yunfeng also all turned into green smoke and disappeared. After the monument was shattered, the Corpse King would not be able to release this skill anymore, and Yunfeng once again had the upper hand. Now there was only the last skill that had not been triggered. Yunfeng had been keeping an eye on this matter, however, until the Corpse King collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, the last skill had not been triggered. What he did not know was that borrowed corpse needed a corpse nearby to trigger it. Originally, monsters like the Corpse King were not meant for one person to swipe alone, but required a team or even several teams to work together in order to kill them. And during the group kill, as long as there was one casualty, the conditions for triggering the final skill would be met. It was a pity that they encountered Yunfeng. Team Qin, that sound just now? Could it be that there are other top-tier teams surrounding the Corpse King? Impossible, I've asked around, no powerful teams have entered this subspace during this time. Right at this time, a team of 20 people advanced deeper into the zombie subspace, aiming for none other than the immortal Corpse King cave. Faster, I want to see which team is going to grab this Corpse King with me. The man known as Team Qin waved his large hand, signaling everyone to move forward at full speed. Soon, the team approached the entrance of the Corpse King cave. Team Qin, it's so quiet inside, it can't be that the Corpse King's group was wiped out. At this time, Team Qin was also a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the team that dared to come and challenge the Corpse King definitely wouldn't be too weak, so how could they be wiped out so quickly? Li Si, go ahead and scout to see what's going on inside. Li Si was his team's scout, awakened to the C-grade talent super sense. His perception was much stronger than the average person. Soon, Li Si returned from his exploration. Team Qin, I feel that something is wrong with my talent. What's going on? He was a great believer in this member of his team. He was definitely a good hand at probing and had never made a mistake. There's only one person inside. What about the Corpse King? No other lifeforms were probed. How is that possible? These words were not spoken by Team Qin, but the exclamations from the others around them. Go in and take a look, maybe. Some people already had mysterious smiles on their faces. More than 20 people passed through the curved cave passage and appeared in the deep cave. A person was seen crouching next to the body of a huge Corpse King, rummaging for something. You guys wait for a while, huh? I'll be right there. Yunfeng had already sensed these people when they appeared at the entrance of the cave. Originally, he wanted to leave quickly after collecting the trophies and debris. Nay, the Corpse King's body was too large, causing him a bit of trouble collecting the fragments. The 20 people were slightly confused when they heard the other party say that just as they came in. As they approached, they were surprised to see a teenager with a face of 15 or 16 years old. Hey kid, what are you doing? Yunfeng didn't pay any attention to the other party, but continued to grope around under the Corpse King's body. He found it. From underneath the Corpse King's heart area, he felt out a crystal fragment with a purple color. Seeing that fragment, the eyes of the 20 people who came in instantly turned red. Surprisingly, it was a purple level fragment. Kid, what was that just now? Quickly hand it over. Kid, take the initiative if you're sensible, don't force us. A group of people spoke and began to intimidate, not even considering why Yunfeng had appeared here and who had killed this corpse king. Only the leader of the group did not speak, and had a somewhat gloomy expression. Although there was nothing special about Yunfeng's stats as seen in the goggles, there was always some feeling of uneasiness. This is my loot, what's wrong with me collecting it? Do I still have to go through your consent? Yunfeng put the fragment away and prepared to leave the cave. Little brother, slow down. Team Qin reached out to stop Yunfeng's path. Little brother, we are from the Jiangnan Group's professional hunting team. I am Qin Xiaopeng, captain of Team 5, and the Corpse King is precisely our target this time. Professional hunting team, Yunfeng had heard of them. They were some teams with high combat power trained by some large companies, specializing in hunting high-grade monsters inside the dimensional space. They would try their best to suppress their rank so that they could hunt in the corresponding rank of the sub-dimensional space. Many large forces would form such teams, somewhat similar to the gold hunting teams in previous online games, where their goal was high-quality materials and fragments. Yunfeng took a look at the battle power of the crowd, and it was indeed not to be underestimated, especially since 5 of them had a battle power of over 25,000 or more. Taking in a ranked talent as an example, at level 20, the barest battle power would not exceed 21,000 at most, which indicated that these people were well equipped and had knocked out a lot of medicine. Captain Qin, are your targets not to be touched by others? Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. He was already uncomfortable inside when the other party spoke of the Jiangnan Group. Chapter 62 Pillage, a new talent. As far as he knew, the Jiangnan Group was none other than the Chu family. Little friend is joking. Team Qin, what are you babbling with him for? He must hand over the Corpse King's loot. Right at this moment, a person stood out behind Qin Xiaopeng with a fierce face. And as soon as he said that, it seemed to resonate in the hearts of the others, who all stood out and surrounded Yunfeng. Captain Qin, is this the Jiangnan Group's way of doing things? Originally, Yunfeng only individually hated Chu Tsangmei personally, and for the Jiangnan Group, he was merely just disliking it. But now, Yunfeng realized that it was not a family, not a door. Qin Xiaopeng was also frowning slightly. He had not planned to tear his face off so soon, but with things having come to this, he was already riding a bit of a tiger. What my brothers mean is what I mean. I advise little friend to hand over the loot. With so many of us coming over, it's impossible for us to return empty-handed. The Corpse King will need to wait another week for it to appear again. Looking at Qin Xiaopeng saying such words with a smile on his face, Yunfeng inwardly wanted to vomit, both dangling and standing. What, want to kill someone and get away with it? What if I don't deliver? That's not up to you. If you don't hand it over, then go to hell. Before Qin Xiaopeng could reply, someone couldn't wait any longer. A long sword stabbed out from the crowd, coming straight for Yunfeng's heart area, clearly intent on killing him. Moreover, the person who struck was extremely fast. He should have awakened a speed-type talent and should have used a related skill. Yunfeng just slightly sideways, easily dodged the other party's attack, although the other party's speed is good, but also cannot hold Yunfeng high on drugs knocked more. Ah! Yunfeng had dodged it, but the person surrounding Yunfeng's back did not, and was stabbed in the shoulder by a sword, emitting sounds of pain. Brat, how dare you dodge? Seeing that his sword did not injure the other party and also injured a friend, he was somewhat annoyed. Yunfeng also did not expect the other party to be so eager to kill at the drop of a hat. Of course he could not spoil the other party and directly drew his sword and slashed towards the other party. The man who had come out with the sword was at the moment when his strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been born, so he was simply unable to dodge Yunfeng's sudden slash. Chop! The person's head fell, blood splattered on the spot. However, this person did not deliver Yunfeng's spiritual energy. I haven't used this thing yet, I don't know if it's good. A small green bottle appeared in his hand. This was not an attribute potion. Eat my biochemical attack. Yunfeng violently threw the small green vial out, smashing it into the opposing party's back row of auxiliary and long-range attackers. Ah! Cough! You! The vial shattered when it hit the ground, sending out a large plume of green smoke. The group of people, those who were close, had clothes on their bodies that had begun to corrode, and the skin that was exposed on the outside was bared. Those who were far away began to cough violently, and some even began to vomit, basically having lost their fighting ability. What a vicious tactic, I can't keep you. Seeing that Yunfeng had actually used this appalling tactic, the other party became anxious, not feeling in the slightest whether the siege by himself and the others was a humane act or not. Against you, this means is just right. Although the human race had always emphasized that they could not kill each other in sublime space, and that once they were found out, they would be severely punished. However, sublime space was basically considered a place outside the law, without any effective means of regulation, so it was more than usual for murders to occur inside. And looking at them, this kind of thing shouldn't have been done rarely. When they struck out at him, their faces were as flat as water, and some even had a bit of a sardonic smile on their faces. With fewer distant attacks to hold him back, Yun Feng was going to have a much easier time dealing with a few melee battles, not even bothering to waste props. Not good, Zheng Quan, He Mingming, Xia Jifai, you guys take the top. Qin Xiaoping knew that Yun Feng was preparing to counterattack, and hurriedly commanded the 3 defenders to go up. However, how could these few people possibly block Yun Feng's attack? With just one move, the 3 shield-raising men were hacked back 4 or 5 steps. Yun Feng took this opportunity to also scurry out of their encirclement circle. Qin Xiaoping's face changed drastically when he saw this. Previously, when Yun Feng was surrounded by them in a small area, it was more difficult to cope with them. Now that he was out of the encirclement, it was like a fish entering the sea and a bird ascending into the air. The point was that the long range on his side was basically annihilated. Poof! This side was still thinking about how to deal with the situation in front of them, but there was already a problem over there. After Yun Feng came out, he directly slashed at one of the defensive awakened, although the other party raised his shield to block it, but the shocking force that came over directly made him spit out blood, and it looked like he was unable to continue fighting. As the battle progressed, Qin Xiaoping's face became more and more unsightly. A layer of dense sweat already appeared on his forehead. In just a minute's time, the 9 melee fighters that were besieging had already fallen 4, and one of them looked like he was already out of breath, fearing that he wouldn't be able to make it. Little friend, everything was a misunderstanding just now, let's have a talk. As long as you let us go, I promise to return to the safe zone to give you $10 million and add a set of silver-level equipment. I definitely won't lie to you, don't you still believe in the strength of Jiangnan Group? Qin Xiaoping had regretted it at this point, knowing that he had run into a hard nail. However, it was as if Yun Feng did not hear him. That little bit of money, he did not care at all, let alone any silver-level equipment. Seeing that Yun Feng had no intention of stopping, Qin Xiaoping knew that it was already impossible for Yun Feng to stop. Then let you taste this thing. He took out a bronze-colored rope from his storage pouch. Go! After the bronze-colored rope was thrown out, it directly wound towards Yun Feng's waist. What the hell? Seeing something that scurried over like a poisonous snake, Yun Feng was startled and hurriedly used misty steps to dodge. However, no matter how much he dodged, the rope followed him like a maggot attached to his bones. This prop was originally used to prevent accidents from occurring while killing the Corpse King, and it's not a bad idea to use it on you now. Qin Xiaoping was divine the moment he saw Yun Feng being tied up by the rope. This is a very rare disposable bronze prop binding immortal rope, don't even think about moving for an incense stick of time. Seeing this situation, the other besiegers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Yun Feng had just given them was so great that they all thought they were going to lose their lives. When he was bound by the green-colored rope, Yun Feng did tense up for a moment, but he immediately dissimulated. This rope was indeed powerful, but this could only be used against groups below level 20 or with a battle power of 35,000, and he happened to be out of this category. Kaboom! Yun Feng's arms exerted force, and the binding rope, which the opponent had high hopes for, snapped with a sound. If you were able to use a silver-grade binding immortal rope, I really would have planted myself here today. Yun Feng flung his arm. How is that possible? How could you possibly break free? Could it be? Qin Xiaoping's face was black and blue, and his heartbeat slowed down a few beats. There's no other means, right? No, then it's my turn. Yun Feng vented all of his anger from nearly guttering on this group of people, while warning himself that he must remain vigilant in the future. The last card did not work. Qin Xiaoping's heart was icy cold. Everyone together, just now he broke free from the immortal binding rope, must have used up a lot of spiritual energy. Now is the time to execute him. Qin Xiaoping shouted, but he himself slightly retreated and then fled towards the cave entrance. Can you escape? Yun Feng laughed playfully in his heart, then his battle sword slammed left and right twice, repelling the few people who came to attack, then chased after Qin Xiaoping, shooting sleeve arrows while chasing after him. The people who attacked over again saw that their captain had abandoned them and ran away first. They all revealed looks of anger and despair, and there was no one left to block Yun Feng. Ah! A sleeve arrow pierced through his calf, and Qin Xiaoping screamed miserably as he fell to his knees. Wait, a head was thrown up high. Whoever you are, today, even if you are the father of the Heavenly King, you have to die here for me today. Yunfeng snorted coldly. Seeing that their captain was easily killed, all the others, whose faces were pale, even gave up resisting. Yunfeng did not sympathize with them and showed no mercy, killing them all. At this moment, the cave was filled with the putrid stench of the corpse king and the thick smell of blood. However, Yunfeng looked as if he had not smelled it, standing dumbfounded, unexpectedly with a silly smile on his face. Is this real? Seeing this his data panel, Yunfeng somewhat did not believe his eyes. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 17 7683 10,000. Battle Strength, 39272. Talent, D rank Plunder, B rank Elemental Ice. Chapter 63 Surviving Death. Appeared, really appeared. Seeing the newly appeared talent, Yunfeng's entire body trembled. Although it was only AB grade talent, it meant that one could have an infinite number of talents in the future. Could it be that I am not related to skills? This was because the column of skills did not appear on the data panel. It should be that I just obtained the talent and it has not been developed yet, so naturally there is no way to comprehend skills. Thinking of this, Yunfeng began to study the new talent. As his thoughts turned, a faint ice mist began to appear around his body. Congeal. Yunfeng let out a soft cry, and those ice mists gradually condensed into a small ice cone. However, it only lasted for a moment before shattering. Kind of interesting. Yunfeng looked at the ice slag on the ground and revealed a smug look. After the experiment just now, he roughly knew how the elemental system talent was used. There were all sorts of elements in the air, and an elemental system talent was to invoke the corresponding elements to fight. The amount that could be invoked depended on the strength of the spiritual attribute, while the power depended on the level of the talent. Afterwards, Yunfeng began to slowly familiarize himself with the ice elemental talent he had just obtained in the cave. Rumble. Just as Yunfeng was immersed in the development of his new talent, the entire cave suddenly shook, and the rocks on top of the mountain continued to fall as if it was about to collapse. This situation, could it be? Yunfeng instantly came to his senses. He had indeed gotten a little carried away just now, almost forgetting about the possible dangers. The shaking of the ground did not last long. Underneath the corpse of the corpse king, a huge crack appeared, which slowly widened as if it was going to split the entire cave in half. A bizarre body then slowly rose from the crack and finally hovered in the air. Yunfeng's eyes widened. Although, the information displayed inside his own goggles was all, but this thing in front of him he had seen before. It was a very robust body, with a bare, ghostly black upper body, each muscle perfect as if it had been carved out by a sculptor, with demonic lines on it. Underneath was a pair of scarlet armored pants, with a wide silver belt covering half of his abdomen. The hands hung down naturally, and the long, steel-like nails seemed to run along the legs until they reached the soles of the feet. The head was generally the same as a human, only it appeared to be thin, as if a few thin slices of flesh were attached to the skull. What is this TM if not the appearance of the corpse ancestor Ho Qing? Yunfeng's mind was shaken. This was not something that could be compared to those trash zombies, this was the zombie's master ancestor. How could it appear here? He. Suddenly, an eerie laughter rang out, echoing in the cave, sending chills down one's spine. What a show! Humans can never change their greedy character. Hearing the other party speak, Yunfeng didn't even think about it. He directly drank a bottle of purple grade stealth potion and directly ran towards the outside of the cave. This was already the highest grade stealth potion he had on him. Answer the conversation? Chatting? What the hell, if you don't run, people are gone. According to Yunfeng's understanding of Ho Qing, this thing's damage was directed at the soul, and the curse was even more terrifying. However, Yunfeng had just escaped to the cave entrance when he felt a cloudy wind coming from behind. Without bothering to think about why the other party could spot him, he rolled aside on the ground. Poof! Yunfeng let out a muffled grunt as his right shoulder was slashed with a gash, blood was flowing like a stream, and there was actually rotting near the wound. Yunfeng hurriedly took out a bottle of gold-level healing potion. Although the wound was slowly healing, it was not at all in line with the effects of a yellow grade level healing potion. After climbing up, Yunfeng also returned and continued to flee towards the outside. Although his immortal bone chain had once protected his body, he was not sure that this time it would be effective. Mard, isn't it just killing a little fox? As for that? Yunfeng secretly hated in his heart. Human, where are you planning to flee to? A figure suddenly appeared on Yunfeng's escape path, blocking his way. Holy, worthy of being a flying zombie, it's just fast. Yunfeng knew that his stealth potion was not working and stopped running away. A purple-ing level stealth potion could conceal one's body for half an hour in front of monsters below level 50, and it was obvious that the monster in front of him was over level 50. It seems like that item cannot be saved. Yunfeng took out a silver-colored capsule from his storage ring and immediately crushed it. Ho Qing seemed to know what that capsule did and immediately stepped forward to stop it. After Yunfeng crushed the silver capsule, a spatial door appeared behind him and sucked Yunfeng in. And right at this moment, Ho Qing's claws reached towards Yunfeng's chest. PFF. Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, completely disappearing into that door. Ho Qing licked the blood from his nails and looked at the place where Yunfeng disappeared. "Eat one of my claws and you will surely die," Ho Qing muttered. Eh? He looked down and surprisingly realized that a finger-sized wound had appeared on his chest. Without caring, he then disappeared in place. Cough. At a location 30 kilometers away from that place just now, a figure appeared out of thin air, coughing continuously as large mouthfuls of blood continued to flow out of his mouth. It was precisely Yunfeng who had escaped from death, and Ho Qing's last blow had indeed struck him solidly. It did cause great damage to him, but although the immortal bone chain did not completely block that claw attack, it also removed 95% of the attack. And the remaining 5% of the attack almost killed Yunfeng. Tough luck. Yunfeng took out the immortal bone chain on his neck, and saw it suddenly shatter into pieces, finally turning into powder and floating in the air. Touching the blood at the corner of his mouth, he turned his eyes to look behind him, an inexplicable anger in his eyes. Surprisingly, a monster like that had been sent out to snipe himself. Drinking a mouthful of gold-level healing potion, Yunfeng headed for the exit. Chapter 64 Xuanwu Heart Protecting Mirror. Sprinting all the way, even when he reached the exit of the dimensional space, Yunfeng did not dare to slack off. Hurriedly exiting the sub-dimensional space, he did not care if Ho Qing would chase him out of the sub-dimensional space, he would first run for his life. If Ho Qing really chased after him, there was no one in this space who could block him. It was only after the armored combat vehicle roared and drove towards the safe zone that Yunfeng really breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yunfeng was in a very sorry state. The bronze-level combat suit on his body was already tattered and could not be repaired anymore. Especially the chest position, a large area had disappeared, revealing the sturdy muscles inside, and there were 5 scars on it, hideous and terrifying. Surprisingly, even the healing potion is useless. Yunfeng touched the 5 scars on his chest and sighed. All the way over, he had finished an entire bottle of yellow grade level healing potion, and although his injuries had been completely healed, those scars couldn't be eliminated in any way. After returning to the safe zone, Yunfeng did not even go to the exchange and returned directly to his home. Finally, it's safe to go home. If it wasn't for the space capsule and the immortal bone chain added together, it really would have been accounted for. Yunfeng was still a bit scared at the moment. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations before he set off. Calming down, he walked into the bathroom, closed his eyes and let the cold water drench him from head to toe. Ka! Only to see the water that was drenching his body slowly freeze up, and then spread out towards the top of the shower until no water droplets fell. In the next moment, the ice instantly melted and the water droplets fell once again. Just like that, Yunfeng was having fun inside the bathroom. Suddenly, Yunfeng felt blessed as if he had a new realization of the ice element. At that instant, all the water inside the bathroom turned into ice in an instant. And in this instant, Yunfeng had a glimmer of realization in his heart. One's first skill has appeared. Yunfeng opened his eyes, his face showing surprise. After hastily wiping his body and returning to the bedroom, he put on his combat goggles, and sure enough, in the column under talents, the skill bar appeared, and the 3-word Shen Ice Stab were listed. Great, finally making up for my lack of long-range attacks. Although he had sleeve arrows, but at his level of combat, it was fine against ordinary monsters. Against high-grade monsters, bronze-level sleeve arrows were no longer of much use, and it had already manifested itself when dealing with the Corpse King. It's time to organize the gains from this trip to subspace. Yunfeng did not go back to sensing the ice elemental. Although it was true that he was able to comprehend 3 skills according to his current level, he did not believe that while others had to level up 5 times before they could comprehend a skill, he was able to comprehend 3 skills in a single day. First, he organized his storage ring. The materials in it were basically necrotic poison. Only when he killed the Corpse King, there was one more material, the vertebrae behind it, also known as the immortal bone. Just this one was worth up to $800,000. Next were the bits and pieces of crystal fragments, most of which were dominated by bronze fragments with some silver fragments and very few gold fragments mixed in. What Yunfeng was most looking forward to was the purple-ing level fragment dropped by the Corpse King. At that time, the zombie space was in the hours of darkness and he did not dare to use the ancient jade, so he took a look at it and threw it into his storage ring, only knowing that it was a small tower on top. I hope it's a life-saving prop. Yunfeng mumbled in his heart and hurriedly took out the ancient jade. Subsequently, a small and delicate little tower appeared in his hands. Purple Ingrade Prop, Devil Suppressor Tower. When worn, damage to demonic-type monsters is increased by 50%, and when attacking, there is a chance of triggering a demon-suppressing strike, dealing huge damage to the demonic creature. Seeing this prop description, Yunfeng was somewhat disappointed. It wasn't that this prop wasn't strong, rather it was very strong, but this prop was completely useless right now. As far as he knew, there were not many subspaces with demons in the entire country of China, and they were all of a very high grade. It seems like there is a subdimensional space called the Devil's Cave suppressed underneath the Awakened One University of Pinghai State equivalent to Earth's Shanghai, which seems to be filled with devil-type monsters, and this subdimensional space belongs exclusively to the Awakened One University of Pinghai, and outsiders are unable to go in, it seems. Yunfeng had a calculation in his heart. Putting the devil-suppressing tower away, Yunfeng proceeded to get all the other fragments into whole pieces as well. In total, he obtained 32 silver-ranked items, 5 gold-ranked items, a number of bronze-ranked items and a few black iron-ranked items. Most of these items were attribute potions and various equipment. Yunfeng picked up 2 bottles of spirit potions and drank them, so far his bronze-level potions were all knocked full. He consigned some of these things on the trading platform and then anonymously sent some bronze-level attribute potions, equipment and some small props to Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole. Let me see what surprises you guys can bring me next. Yunfeng took out 4 bronze-level storage bags and a silver-level storage bracelet from his backpack. These were the loot collected after killing those 20, along with the equipment and weapons that were still usable on them were not spared. First, he opened the 4 bags, which were piled high with all sorts of materials. These things were definitely a lot of wealth for the average awakening squad, but a mosquito is still neat even if it's small. He had all these materials packed together, and there were still 30 or so bronze fragments inside. I hope the last one doesn't disappoint me. The silver-level storage bracelet was plucked from Qin Xiaoping's body, living up to his name as a captain, using high-grade goods. Utilizing his mental power, he poured out all the contents of the bracelet space. Even Yunfeng could not help but burst out a nationalist cry when he saw these things. It was full of high-grade materials, most of which were produced by rare-level monsters, and there were also some from commander-level monsters. Worthy of a professional hunting team, this is too rich. Beautifully putting away the materials, a few fragments inside made him even more ecstatic. Only to see that there were more than 10 fragments neatly placed in front of him. The lowest grade was silver level, and the best piece was actually purple. Good fellow, there's actually a purple ingrade shard. Yunfeng picked it up and took a look. Inside was a piece of something similarly exquisite. Good job, another prop. The ancient jade's green light flashed, and a palm-sized piece, as if it was a bronze casting heart protector, appeared in his hand. Purple Ingrade Prop, Xuanwu Heart Protecting Mirror. Prompted by spiritual power, it can set up a defensive and powerful spiritual shield in front of your body, limited to 3 times per day. Great, this guy is really my lucky star. Finally, there was a prop for life preservation. Although it didn't feel as powerful as the immortal bone chain, it was already very good, or else one would have to go to the trading platform to poke around. At this point, all the harvests from this trip to the zombie subspace were all accounted for. Although some expensive props had been consumed, there were quite a few that had been obtained, and the main thing was that a new talent had been acquired. It looks like we need to hurry up and get various levels of talent upgrade potions, but unfortunately for that thing, it's basically impossible to buy it even with the shards, so we can only rely on ourselves. Xu Xiao, the boy's whereabouts have been discovered. Right at the moment Yunfeng stepped down from the chariot, a sneaky figure dialed Chu Tsangmei's phone. Young Chu is practicing in subspace, speak to me if there's anything. The voice that picked up the phone was that of a middle-aged male. Hello Uncle Tai. The sneaky person's attitude immediately became respectful. It's like this. After the sneaky person finished his narration, the other side was silent for a moment and then said, follow him and report back to me at all times. When Chu Xiao comes back, I will talk to him. If he doesn't come out, I will make arrangements. After that, a beeping sound came from the phone. In Chu Tsangmei's detached villa, at this moment stood a middle-aged man with eyes like a falcon and a face like an axe. Sangmua, just have a good experience, I'll help you with this kind of small matter. The man known as Uncle Tai muttered. Chapter 65 The Pursuit. After inventorying everything, Yunfeng fell into a deep sleep. A day later, Yun Feng woke up from his sleep only to remember that he had kept his cell phone in his storage ring and forgot to take it out. Tick 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 tick. A series of message beeps rang out. Yun Feng opened it to see that there were ones from Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole. Crazy man, today the school is leading the entire grade to practice. There will also be a decision on the rankings. Oh, wait for my good news. Crazy man, the calendar practice is over, but unfortunately did not achieve the first place. Class 6 Shangguan Shui surprisingly also participated, but our class is also the second place. Crazy, remember Li Rue, who used to be the same alien system as you in our class? He's finally back and I heard that he's copied a very powerful B-ranked talent. My class boss position is threatened. Seeing this information, Yun Feng shook his head and smiled. This guy was still so talkative. There was even less to say about the bamboo pole, basically showing off his battle prowess. Yun Feng, I found a team, the players are treating me well, I'm not slow in upgrading now, looking forward to the day we meet again. The message was signed by Wenrun Longyu. Brother Wenrun, I hope your bad luck. Old Zhang, who was dozing off, jerked his head up and looked around. So it's you kid, old Zhang squirmed and said. I'll give you 550,000 at that time. Afraid that Yun Feng would not agree, old Zhang ruthlessly said 30,000 more. Alright, then I'll come over to you next time. Yun Feng did not care about the tens of thousands of Chinese dollars. Ding! The petty cash vault has arrived at 6 million yuan. After hearing a collection alert from his cell phone, Yun Feng left straight away. Coming to the second floor, Yun Feng delivered the quest for the zombie subspace. The delivery item was the corpse poison. This time, the one who came over to collect the quest item was also from Longxiang Company, but it was not Zhao Huai, but an ordinary employee. Is Uncle Zhao here? Which Uncle Zhao? Zhao Huai. You mean Mr. Zhao, how could he possibly appear here? Take out your quest items, I'll buy them at a higher than market price. Alright. Yun Feng took out all the corpse poison he had gotten in the zombie subspace. This even has corpse poison with such a high purity? Seeing the last bottle of corpse poison that Yun Feng took out, that acquirer couldn't close his mouth in surprise. Little friend, are you sure you want to sell all of these to us? Sure, calculate the price. Yun Feng thought to himself, it's all sold to the Bamboo Rod family's company anyway, it's still the same whoever collects it. You wait a moment. The acquirer immediately began to calculate the total value of the necromantic poison that Yun Feng had taken out. Less yen, the other party finished counting. Hello, my offer for that bottle of pure corpse poison is 880,000, 10% higher than the market price, plus the rest, the total value is at 2,567,000. No problem, settle it now. Yun Feng didn't go through the math carefully, the difference was more than enough. As of this moment, there was more than 2 million more in the small treasury. Little friend is so refreshing, I look forward to working with you again. After saying that, the acquirer handed out a business card. Chu Han? Yun Feng frowned when he saw this name, but he did not think much about it. In the entire Jiangnan state, there could be too many surnamed Chu. There will be opportunities. After Yun Feng finished speaking, he left the second floor of the exchange. In the near future, he had no plans to enter the subspace to practice, so he did not bother looking at the so-called task list anymore. When he returned home, it was already sunset. Orange-red sunlight shone into the room through the gauzy windows, creating a dreamy color. Yun Feng stood at the place where the sun shone and recalled everything that had happened during this period of time, as if he was in a dream. Chapter 66, His Death. The time of waiting was always a bit difficult. These days, Yun Feng always felt a void. During the day, he walked the streets and at night, he would go on the trading platform and sift through some useful pieces. It seemed like he was living comfortably, but in reality, his heart was heavy. The Wuming Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond the mountains, and the moonlight scatters the ringing water beach. Hearing the phone ring, Yun Feng immediately picked it up without even looking at it. Sure enough, a light voice came from over there. Yun Feng, finally got in touch with you. What is it? You seem to be in a hurry. Do you remember that Chu family's young master, Chu Tsangmei? He's been inquiring about you lately, and it seems like he's going to be unfavorable to you, so lately, it's best for you to stay in the safe zone and not go into the sub-dimensional space. Oh. You. Don't you realize the seriousness of the matter? Over there, Bailey Shuyun was clearly a bit anxious. I know, we'll pay attention. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No, no. Hearing Bailey Yunyun's somewhat evasive words, Yunfeng's heart gave a pang, wanting to pursue the matter, but finally gave up. Facing this behemoth that was the Chu family, with his current strength, it was somewhat difficult for him to even defend himself, so what qualifications did he have to care? However, Bailey Shuyun's words gave Yunfeng an idea. That's it then, if you need help, give me a call. Hanging up the phone, Yunfeng walked towards his home. During this period of time, he did always feel that there was someone following him, but he couldn't discover it. It seems like I've been targeted by Chu Sangmei's people, it's just that the other party didn't have the chance to strike because they were in the safe zone. Returning home, the lazy demeanor disappeared from his face. Jones, retrieve props, silver level and above, no matter what function or price. Split screen, retrieve all subspaces that can drop talent upgrade fragments. Yunfeng was ready to go big this time. Yes, little master. Who? In a huge valley, a man, standing hunched over, panted heavily. Only to see that his arms were pitch black, and at a closer look they were actually densely scaled. A pair of hands also turned into two hideous claws, on which a splash of crimson kept dripping down to the ground. And in front of him was a huge lizard-like monster corpse. Level 20 Commander Monster Earth Dragon King, I hope your dragon blood is somewhat useful to me. This person was none other than Chu Sangmei. When he said it was an Earth Dragon King, it was just a little more powerful lizard with a little bit of dragon genes. Just wait, soon I'll be able to slay a real dragon monster. Chu Sangmei took out the Earth Dragon King's heart blood and directly poured it into his mouth. The blood was like lava as it traveled down his throat, surprisingly making a bared sound. However, he swallowed it in one gulp as if he didn't feel it, and then he saw a stream of steam rising from his body. Cool. Chu Sangmei shouted as the black scales on his body appeared even brighter and his dragon claws became even sharper. Not bad, there's also a gold fragment. Picking up the fragment, Chu Sangmei headed out of the valley. 3 days later, Chu Sangmei walked out of the subspace. Shu Xiao. Uncle Tai, how is the situation during this count of time that I wasn't here? Don't worry, it's all been arranged. Which one of the people that Chu Xiao wants to get can escape? Then I'll wait for your good news. A sinister smile could clearly be seen on Chu Sangmei's face. And shortly after he stepped out of the dimensional space, Yunfeng also stood at the entrance of another dimensional space. Ice and Snow Subspace. This was a subspace that Yunfeng had sifted through for quite some time before picking it out. Not only was this place perfect for him to utilize his new talent, but the main thing was that it dropped silver-level talent upgrade fragments. It was simply two birds with one stone. With a sideways glance behind him, Crooked Mouth walked in. I hope you'll have more people. Along the way over, he realized that inside the same chariot, at least 3 teams often rested their gazes on him intentionally or unintentionally. He went in that direction, let's go. Not long after Yunfeng entered the subspace, several teams followed his footsteps and chased after him. The Ice and Snow subspace was white inside. When the weather was clear, it was blue and white, which was beautiful, but if it snowed, the entire heaven and earth were mixed into one color, as if they were connected, making it impossible to tell the direction and location. Fortunately, when Yunfeng came in, the weather was not bad, although it was not all clear, at least it was not windy or snowy. I didn't expect that you would actually be useful one day. Yunfeng took out a pair of skateboarding shoes. My skateboarding shoes, fashionable and most stylish. With his feet on the skateboarding shoes, humming a little tune, he slid towards the depths of this ice and snow. I hope you guys can keep up. Yunfeng also did not wish to meet up with them so early. There were more people in the outer reaches of the dimensional space. Even if they met up, it would not be a good idea to do so. I guess the other party was also thinking the same thing. Such an environment would be more likely to accelerate Yunfeng's ability to perceive his new talent. Soon, Yunfeng encountered the first monster that came here. Monster, Forest Snow Wolf. Level, 21. Battle Strength, 29806. Skill, Ice Tooth Raid. A level 21 normal monster was a full 5,000 plus higher than a level 20 normal monster. That's why most Awakened would level up to level 21 in a level 20 subspace before coming over, so it was a bit safer. Let's try my new skill with you first. With a thought, Yunfeng suspended a half-meter long ice cone in the air. If the ice elemental talent is upgraded to a rank, how can this ice cone be a meter long? Yunfeng secretly thought. The snow wolf saw someone coming and bared its fangs as it charged straight over. That speed, indeed, was not comparable to a level 20 zombie. However, the snow wolf was fast and the ice pick was not slow either, carrying a cold light towards the rush. Seeing the ice pick flying, the snow wolf gave up his attack and dodged aside, only, the next ice pick came one after the other and plunged directly into his back leg. Mainly because it was Yun Feng's first time using this skill against the enemy, his aim was a bit off, or else this blow would have killed him. With a strong mental attribute, the speed of condensing skills is indeed fast. Yun Feng said with satisfaction. In order to familiarize himself with this ice pick skill, Yun Feng did not attack in close quarters for the entire battle. The snow wolf's speed was greatly reduced with its leg injuries, and it quickly died under a few ice picks. Close combat is all about prancing around and improvising, while long-distance combat is a test of anticipation and accuracy. Subsequently, Yun Feng started practicing frantically in the level 21 monster area. Whenever he encountered other teams, Yun Feng would go around and try not to come into contact with them. This was also the hidden rule of the subspace adventure. Without an obvious act of asking for help, approaching would be seen as provoking and robbing monsters. Boss, are we just going to follow? Not far away from Yun Feng, a few people had annoyance teasing the snow wolf in front of them. What else can we do? There are teams brushing snow wolves all around here. Unless we can kill each other in an instant, once a fight occurs, it will definitely attract the attention of others. The person leading the group didn't want to finish the mission quickly and leave. Don't worry, wait until we get to a place with fewer people, that's when he'll die. Chapter 67 Skill, Taking Someone's Love. Ice and snow were flying, and the wind was bitterly cold. The weather in the ice and snow subspace changed at the drop of a hat. One moment it might be clear and sunny, and the next moment it might be windy and snowy. In the snow and wind, killing snow wolves was even more difficult than usual, so brushing monsters here sometimes really depended on whether or not the heavens rewarded them with food. Of course, Yun Feng did not need to look at the face of the heavens. After 2 days here, Yun Feng had killed nearly 600 snow wolves and leveled up to level 19. It was mainly because there were a lot of people brushing the monsters here, or else the efficiency would have been a bit higher. The spoils of the ice wolves were the 4 ice fangs, which were good materials for making silver-level equipment replicas, and were loved by most of the material dealers, which was why many teams were willing to come here to brush the monsters. Moreover, the probability of the fragments dropped by the snow wolves was not low, although they were all attribute potion fragments. Yun Feng looked at his data panel. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 19 11 24 10,000. Battle Strength, 41764. Talent, D rank Plunder, B rank Elemental Ice. Skills, Shin Ice Spike, Cold Ice Armor. That's right, in these 2 days, Yun Feng comprehended a second Ice Elemental skill, and it was a relatively powerful defensive skill. Because he had just comprehended it, he can only generate the armor of cold ice to protect a few important parts of himself. Moreover, in order to test the defensive ability of the ice armor, he ate a hard hit of the Snow Wolf's Ice Tooth Raid. The ice armor did shatter, but it also defended against the Snow Wolf's skill. You guys are already a bit impatient, aren't you? Yun Feng looked towards the surroundings and headed deeper into the dimensional space. With such a good opportunity, he was not willing to collect food with his D-ranked plundering talent. Sprinting along, Yun Feng soon appeared in a level 24 monster area. This area was even more crowded than the Snow Wolves, as this was where the abundant silver-ranked talent upgrade potions were found. Yun Feng did not take the first time, firstly to familiarize himself with his new talent, secondly to increase his battle power so he could brush monsters more efficiently, and lastly, he wanted to grind those followers. As soon as he arrived, he saw several teams battling with the Yeti separately, unusually lively. Seeing Yun Feng's arrival, several teams intentionally slowed down their attack tempo, somewhat wary. Anyone who could arrive here alone was not a good person. You guys continue, I'm leaving. Monster, Yeti. Level, 24. Battle Strength, 47680. Skill, Eat Me Snowball. After looking at the monster information, Yun Feng headed to another place. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so fast. Several teams were also late to the party. They had wanted to make their move in the level 22 and 23 monster areas, especially the level 22 monster area. The level 22 Ice Blizzard Bear had thick skin and meat, and the trophy Ice Blizzard Bear Paw served as nothing more than a good-tasting awakened ingredient. Although it tasted good and could quickly replenish the awakens energy, it was much inferior compared to the loot that could boost combat power. It would have been the best place for an ambush and would not have attracted the attention of others, but they had overlooked Yun Feng's speed, and the fashionable skateboarding shoes had helped him a lot. We can only wait a little longer. Those people hated their guts, but there was nothing they could do. The density and number of normal monsters were much stronger than the elite monsters, and it wasn't so much that they had to rob the monsters. For monsters above level 20, the increase in battle power obviously spanned much more. The battle power of even this one ordinary monster was already much higher than Yunfeng. There's pressure, that's enough. The snowman's appearance was not the rounded kind that we pile up ourselves, but a normal humanoid that was more than 2 meters tall and composed entirely of snow. Just as Yunfeng condensed a Xian ice thorn, the snowman over there had 2 more snowballs in his hands, 1 in each hand. Crap, this speed is even faster than me. Yunfeng immediately felt that his spell casting speed was completely crushed. A Xian ice stab blocked one of the snowballs and sidestepped the other. After entering this dimensional space, Yunfeng had never used melee combat again. He did not know what information those who had come over to kill him had gotten about themselves, but at least this would confuse the other party. Although this way, the speed of killing the Yeti would be slow, after all, his own battle power was lower than the Yeti. Those who had come over to pursue Yunfeng's amount could only put down their killing intent and follow from afar when they saw that he was specifically heading towards a crowded place. Did he discover us? So what if he found out, there are so many of us, he won't be able to escape? The leader was full of confidence. Although he had just been slapped in the face by Yunfeng escaping just now, he felt that he would not make the mistake a second time. You go and contact a few other teams to form an encirclement. After arranging everything, they could only brush up the snowmen in place. However, they were already level 25, and these snowmen could only provide 1 point of spiritual energy, not to mention that they basically would not drop fragments. It was simply a boss, look, he exploded shards. A henchman trembled and pointed at Yunfeng. Really? The leader took a closer look, a silver light flashed. What was it if it wasn't a silver-grade fragment? Good, great. Are we going to get rich? The few henchmen instantly understood when they heard the leader's words. Let Yunfeng live for a while longer and work for them, and just reap the benefits when the time comes. Thinking of this, they instead stopped being in a hurry to kill Yunfeng. After all, according to the current situation, even if the other party absorbed some spiritual energy and increased his battle power a little more, it would be impossible for him to fight against them. Good luck, the first monster came out. Looking at the silver-grade talent upgrade potion in his hand, the corners of Yunfeng's mouth were grinning to the back of his head. When some of the surrounding teams saw Yunfeng popping out silver fragments, no one came over to snatch them, but instead, they brushed the monsters more vigorously. Cryptically turning the fragment into a potion, Yunfeng put it away in his storage ring. There were many people around, so if he drank it now, in case luck came and a bottle was successful, then the secret would really be exposed. Yunfeng then began to act out the killing of the Yeti around him. Due to the need to show that he was straining more when killing the Yeti, Yunfeng had to take a break for every Yeti he killed, maintaining a rate of 3 Yeti an hour. In 5 days' time, after killing nearly 300 Yeti, Yunfeng's storage ring already had 20 bottles of silver-grade talent upgrade potion lying quietly in it. By killing this Yeti in front of me, I'm about to level up to 20. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, the 2-meter-tall Yeti slowly collapsed in front of Yunfeng, splashing a layer of snowflakes. Finally, level 20. Just after finishing those words, Yunfeng's mind suddenly shook as a mysterious yet familiar feeling surged through his heart. This feeling. At this moment, he stood in place and closed his eyes as if he was feeling something. It was as if the snowflakes falling around him had slowed down. This was the precursor to comprehending a skill. Suddenly, Yunfeng's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened as if a brilliant light shot out. Then, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Surprisingly, it's a skill comprehended by pillaging talent. Level 20, a whole 20 levels had passed before this ghost talent comprehended a skill. He thought that this talent couldn't have a skill for the rest of his life. Then looking at the name of the skill that was comprehended, the entire person was dumbfounded. Skill, capture someone's favorite. Designated to plunder an opponent's skill and turn it into his own, the opponent will temporarily lose that skill. Skill effect maintains for 3 days, use interval, 1 month. Chapter 68 God-locking smoke bomb. What kind of skill is this? It's too perverse. Yunfeng could not even imagine that this was a skill that should appear in a D-rank talent. However, when he thought that others had comprehended 4 skills and he had only comprehended 1, he was a little more at ease. This skill, strong as it was, had no limitations. That is, any skill, he could plunder, whether it was a human or a monster. Of course, there were quite a few flaws. The interval between uses was too long, and the looted skill could only be used for 3 days. When the time comes to get a powerful and coaxing skill over, one can also feel good for 3 days, no. It was the person whose skills were plundered that might spend the 3 days in shock. It was quite frightening to have the skill used properly and then suddenly disappear. I also don't know if the skill will change when one's talent is upgraded again. Thinking of this, Yunfeng looked into his storage ring. It's time to upgrade his talent again. Moreover, he also knew that in 5 days' time, those people should also be somewhat unable to sit still. Yunfeng started walking towards the level 25 monster area. In the ice subspace, the most unpopular monster was the level 25 monster, the ice blizzard bear. The thick skin and meat were not easy to kill, not to mention that the loot was not very good. The price of the 4 bear paws was not even comparable to the snowman's ice core, and it was not even comparable to the level 21 snow wolf's ice teeth. The deeper one walks, the fewer awakened squads there are around. Yunfeng also started pouring potions into his mouth from bottle to bottle. Head, here comes the opportunity. Go, follow them. How could the leader not know that their best time had arrived? In addition to this team, there were 4 other teams that followed from several other directions as well. No way, am I that bad? As the bottles of potions went down, Yunfeng began to get a little anxious. At this moment, he had already poured 15 bottles of potions down his gullet, and he even felt like he had to go to the toilet a little bit, but that talent remained stoic, without any desire to upgrade. Big brother, please, it's almost time to collect the vegetables, don't miss this basket. Another 2 bottles of potion went down, still no reaction. This time Yunfeng was really anxious. There were still the last 3 bottles. Yunfeng opened the cap and poured them all at once. When the 3 bottles of medicine entered his throat, Yunfeng knew that he had made the right bet. That feeling, it had finally come. And at this moment, he had already appeared in the area where the level 25 ice blizzard bear was located. Stopping in his tracks, he stood in the snow, waiting for his talent to upgrade. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, the group closest to Yunfeng caught up. Head, good luck, this prey belongs to us. After saying that, they were about to strike. Wait. The leader stopped him. He knew that even if their squad killed the person in front of them today, they wouldn't be able to get all the loot, so it would be better to wait for everyone to come together and have fun with a group of cats playing with mice. Soon, the remaining 4 teams also all arrived. Old you, I didn't expect you to be able to hold back. What else, to be surrounded by you guys then? The man snorted and stopped talking. What is he doing? All 5 teams arrived and looked at Yunfeng, who had his eyes closed not far away. Whatever, let's just assume that he's waiting to die with his eyes closed. Uncle Tai even arranged for 5 of our squads to kill this brat, isn't it a bit too much of a fuss? You still don't know Uncle Tai's style of action, there can't be a little accident. Let's go together. As Old Yu's voice fell, all 25 people attacked. It was at this moment that Yunfeng also opened his eyes. The timing is just right. Yunfeng had a smug look on his face. His talent had finally waited to upgrade once again, arriving at C rank. The talent phrase also changed. Grade C talent, plunder. When killing an enemy, chance to plunder part of the opponent's spiritual energy, very small chance to plunder the opponent's talent. Sure enough, the probability phrase has changed once again. The most crucial thing was that while the talent was upgraded, the skill that had just been comprehended, capture the love of others, also had a slight change, and the skill's effect changed from 3 days to 5 days. What a succession of good things. Yunfeng was overjoyed in his heart, but the movements of his feet were not messy. Leaping out in a single step, he unexpectedly appeared 5 meters away in the blink of an eye, catching up to the speed of an A-rank speed talent awakened. 8 trigram swimming dragon steps, it is indeed better than misty trail steps, worthy of being a gold-level martial art. This set of martial arts was also learned by Yunfeng from the mini martial arts jade book that he had sensed at home during this period of time, and at the same time, there was also a set of gold sword martial arts that he had learned, called the 3 styles of the mad sword. With the 2 martial arts as a foundation, he had only spent 5 opportunities to sense before basically learning it. Steps in 8 trigrams, body like a swimming dragon. With just 1 step, Yunfeng dodged all the attacks, only a few elemental lock skills hit him, all of which were blocked by the ice armor. How can it be so fast? The 20 or so people looked at each other in disbelief. They had previously seen Yunfeng jumping up and down as he was being beaten up when dealing with the Yeti. How could he have the floating amount of stance that he had now? Could it be that he was pretending before? This thought rose in their hearts and could not be dispersed for a long time. Yunfeng, who had dodged the attack, was not idle. a 5-meter-long ice dragon coalesced in front of his body and came to life. Ice Dragon Break. This was a skill that Yun Feng had comprehended within those 5 days of killing the Yeti. The ice dragon flew directly towards the opposite side of the pile under Yun Feng's mind control. However, it was quickly annihilated by a fire elemental talent awakened on the opposite side with a ball of fire. After all, it was only a B-rank talent skill, it looked mighty, and its power was just that. Holding back from afar, attacking and killing in close combat, and still letting him turn the tables. The 5 teams that had originally treated Yun Feng with unparalleled contempt, all of their faces became grave, knowing that their opponent was not as weak as they had imagined. In fact, Yun Feng's current battle power was no match for any of the opposite party. There was a big hurdle for every 10 level up, and the difference in battle power between level 20 and level 21 was extremely disparate. However, Yun Feng daring to stop and face the crowd was not the work of a reckless person, but he had too much to rely on. In addition to martial arts, during the time at home, he hadn't failed to collect some rare prop fragments. Can't stretch out the fight. This was a thought shared by Yun Feng and the other party. Although this area was sparsely populated, it did not mean that no one would come over. Yun Feng took out something that looked like a clay bomb and threw it to the ground. A thick smoke then enveloped the entire battlefield. More than 20 people were all enveloped by the thick smoke and lost their vision. Moreover, within the range of the thick smoke, perception was weakened to the extreme. Gold-grade disposable prop, God-locking smoke bomb. This was originally a prop used to escape, but now it was just right for Yun Feng to kill back. Long-range attacks could not lock onto him, and melee combat had difficulty finding him. Ah, my arm. Who slashed me? Heal, quickly heal me. Soon, all sorts of voices rang out in the smoke, making a mess. And their injuries were basically caused by their own people. The smoke bomb's effect only lasts for a minute, we have to speed up. Yun Feng drew out his battle sword and began to go on a killing spree in the smoke. Chapter 69 Soul Departure Cannon, Regiment Destroyed. Everyone, don't panic, this smoke has a certain range, let's rush out. The several captains were obviously calmer and began to swipe towards the outside of the smoke. Yun Feng was unable to block everyone, and could only kill a few more people in the limited time available. Time passed by second, the voices inside were getting smaller and fewer. A portion had escaped out of the smoke range, and a portion had fallen forever. A long minute finally passed. When the smoke had all cleared, only Yun Feng was seen standing with his sword in his hand, the tip of the sword being stabbed into a person's heart. Due to learning the bastard sword, the originally slender Tang sword had been put away by him, and in his hand was a wide as if it was a blood-drinking berserker-like sword. And around him, there were still 11 people falling horizontally in the blood-stained snow. In just a minute's time, half of the 25 people had gone, leaving only 13 people behind. Looks like luck was really good last time. At this moment, Yun Feng had not plundered any new talents, but his spiritual power had grown quite a bit, and of the 12 people, 2 of them had provided him with spiritual power. With a level 25 awakened, coupled with Yun Feng's current level C looting talent, the looting ratio had reached 4%. The 2 people provided him with a total of 1,620,004% for this level points of spiritual energy. P.S. Regarding the spiritual power plunder, before it was my ill consideration that counted it as 4% of the total spiritual power, that would be too much of a bummer in the later stages, so from now on all of them will be changed to 4% of the spiritual power needed for the opponent's current level upgrade, and all of the previous ones will be changed, so I hope you all will understand. I didn't expect the level to go up by 1/10 in just one wave. Such an upgrade speed even gave Yun Feng the urge to kill and upgrade regardless. This could be faster than killing monsters by an unknown amount, and the further one went, the more spiritual energy one would loot. You're a devil. The remaining 13 people all shuddered a little when they saw that Yun Feng had unexpectedly erupted into an even more shocking killing intent at that moment just now. What are you afraid of? Without those thick fogs, what else is he going to fight us with? Gold-level disposable props all around, definitely a fat sheep, kill him and we've earned it all back. Seeing his teammates showing fear, the leader hurriedly drew Pi to boost morale. After a few words, it still had an effect, the original fear was replaced by greed. They were unable to take out a single silver-level disposable prop. Although the probability of dropping a silver-level fragment was higher in the subspace between the interval of level 21 and 30, the probability of killing at the same level was never great. Kill, avenge your brothers. Greed replaced fear as killing intent regrouped. Seeing the crowd killing over, Yun Feng once again took out an object. Martial arts could close the gap between the two sides' combat power, but now that the difference in combat power was just a little too much, Yunfeng could only use his financial power to press people. Gold-grade disposable prop, soul departure cannon. Said cannon, but a small thing like a firecracker. Yunfeng held it and slammed it towards the ground while closing his spiritual senses. Splat. The small cannon firecracker fell to the ground with a soft thud. The sound was not loud, but the 13 people who surrounded Yunfeng were like a shocking thunderclap exploding in their ears. All of them froze in place as if their souls were not attached to their bodies. Even Yunfeng, who had closed his spiritual perception, was disoriented for a moment. This was the power of the soul departure cannon. There was no substantial damage, but it could cause a great concussive effect on the soul, and those below level 30 basically couldn't be spared unless they had knocked out enough spiritual potions. At this moment, the 13 people stood dumbfounded, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yunfeng knew that the soul departure cannon was formidable, but it had a limited duration of effect and did not waste the slightest bit of time. The two martial arts, Bagua swimming dragon steps and the three styles of the man sword, were launched at the same time, killing the 13 people. Swish swish swish. Blood and flesh flew and heads fell to the ground. The 13 people died without even being able to utter a scream. Yunfeng hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, collected the storage bags of the 5 squads, and disappeared into the wind and snow. There seems to be a battle over there. Even the ice blizzard bear has people coming to brush it? Let's go take a look. Subsequently, a small team of people appeared where Yunfeng was fighting, just in time to see Yunfeng's departing back. Well. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, one of them was about to speak when another covered his mouth. Shoo. It wasn't until an incense stick of time had passed that the hands were released. You fool, you want to die. The captain split his head and scolded. If the other party finds out, they might even exterminate us together. It was only at this moment that the captain and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and the person who wanted to speak also reacted and broke out in a cold sweat. Let's go, hurry up and exit, report back the situation here. One person, destroying a team of 25 people and leaving, too terrifying, a few people hurriedly retreated. Captain, the equipment on them are all pretty good, and they weren't taken away by that person. When these words came out, the eyes of several other team members lit up. Captain, why don't we go back and take another look? The few people who were retreating back began to hesitate again. Captain, that's more than 20 pieces of equipment. Even if they weren't synthesized from fragments, that's still worth a lot of money. This sentence completely impressed the captain. Let's go back. Several people then reappeared at the place of the incident. After collecting the equipment, we'll immediately retreat. Let today's matter rot in our stomachs and no one say anything. The captain gave a serious statement, followed by a few people pulling off all the equipment from the 20 or so people, male or female. By the way, they also helped Yunfeng clean up the battlefield. So far, under the ice and snow, there were 25 more nameless corpses. Due to his closed senses when he released the soul departure cannon earlier, Yunfeng surprisingly did not notice anyone appearing. At this moment, he was standing in an empty snowy field with an ice storm bear collapsed in front of him. He looked at his data panel with a somewhat forlorn expression. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 24,238 20,000. Battle Strength, 45784. Talent, C rank Plunder, B rank Elemental Ice. Skills, Snatch, Shan Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Break. It seems like I really got lucky last time, and this time, when the talents were clearly upgraded and the number of people was even greater, I didn't even loot the talents. However, Yunfeng was not discouraged. After all, it was supposed to be a small probability event, it all depended on luck, and with the first time he believed that there would be a second time. It's true that this ice storm bear really isn't much fun to kill, but with my current battle power, killing a level 25 elite monster seems to be a bit of a struggle. After thinking about it, Yunfeng turned his head back and headed towards the Yeti's territory again, preparing to level up to level 21 before going to brush the level 25 elite monsters. Chapter 70, Killing the Ice Bird. Without having to hide his clumsiness anymore, Yunfeng was about to kill the Yeti much faster once again. After 3 days of brushing over 600 Yeti, his level had finally risen to level 21. Finally, I can use silver level potions. Before he came, Yunfeng had placed the potions he needed in his storage ring and was only waiting for this moment. Silver Great Strength Potion, increases the body's strength by 1000 points, use limit 10. Bronze Great Attribute Potions increased the corresponding attribute by 200 points, Silver Great Attribute Potion boosts were no longer a 10-fold boost. A bottle of potion can raise 2000 points of battle power, 10 bottles is 20,000. For potions knocked full, battle power direct statement Shard synthesizer, YYDS. While advancing towards the elite monster area, he started pouring potions. 40 bottles of potions down his gullet, Yunfeng felt like he was paralyzed with heat, and in this freezing cold weather, a stream of hot air rose from his body. Looking at his stats again. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 2112 20,000. Battle strength, 140384. Omitted what hasn't changed. The battle power was directly over 100,000, it was simply terrifying. With this battle power, it could be said that it could basically sweep through all the monsters in this dimensional space. Even the heirs of those top clans' top forces are not as likely to be knocking out silver level attribute potions all over the place at this stage, right? Yunfeng guessed in his heart. Moreover, the later the stage, the harder it would be to kowtow full of attribute potions. The number of accumulations required was too large for forces, clans, and even countries to acquire, and those retailers who could swipe them out were limited after all. Soon, Yunfeng appeared in the elite monster area of this dimensional space. Monster, Ice Elf Elite. Level, 25. Battle Strength, 64247. Skill, Ice Increase, Blizzard. In front of him was a cute little person over half a meter tall with 2 pairs of wings, holding a small ice staff in its hand that was crystal clear. Looking at the skill description, it was clear that this little thing was a monster that focused on elemental attacks. This battle power, it's a good thing that he had risen to level 21 before coming over, or else he really wouldn't have been able to beat it. At this time, Yunfeng had already changed into a set of silver-level combat clothing on his body. It was still a black slimming battlesuit, only it looked more refined. The battle sword in his hand had also turned into a silver-grade weapon, with lightning flashing on it and a horrifying sound. The 2 pieces of equipment added up to an increase of 10,000 battle power. Such a cute little thing, it's kinda hard to kill it. The Ice Elf only had time to send out a tornado like blizzard before it was cut in half by Yunfeng's slash and turned into ice slag that fell to the ground. Killing normal monsters above level 2040 had a chance of dropping silver level fragments, and elite monsters had a chance of dropping gold level fragments. Yunfeng collected a crystal ball on top of the ice staff in the Ice Elf's hand, which was the trophy Ice Spirit Crystal. This thing is good, it helps me to sense the ice element and enhance my own natural ability. The materials produced from monsters had many kinds of utility. Some could create items such as blades, combat clothing, and props, some could create recovery potions. Attribute potions could only be synthesized from fragments, and others could be used directly to enhance one's talent ability. This kind of enhancement was far less than talent upgrades though. Cheapskate, the shards don't give a single one. The Ice Elf's corpse was just that much, so whether or not there were any shards dropped was obvious at a glance. Level 25 awakened, as long as they weren't too bad, their battle strength could basically reach around 60,000, so in the elite monster area, one could still see some small teams brushing the monsters here. Seeing Yunfeng barge in here alone and not looking too old, all of them could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Little brother, why did you come alone? Where are your teammates? If you get separated, you can join us first. Most of them turned a blind eye. Among them, there were still some warm-hearted people who issued solicitations to Yunfeng. However, they were all rejected by Yunfeng with a smile. As he traveled along, he would strike out and kill the ice elves when he came across them, and would not specifically look for them. His current target was the rare and commander-level monsters deeper into the sub-dimensional space. There was a commonality in the dimensional space: the low-level monster areas were horizontally wide and the high-level ones were vertically deep. The deeper one advanced, the lower the temperature became. Fortunately, the silver-level combat suit had a thermostatic effect, so it wasn't cold. Moreover, Yunfeng felt that the ice element around him was unusually active, which was more conducive to his own development of the ice element. During this period of time, the ice spirit crystals he had obtained from his kills were all used on himself, and he found that the power was indeed a bit greater when using his skills. The Xian ice spike, which was originally as long as half a meter, was now a bit larger. This should be the most effective way to enhance one's abilities without the ability to upgrade one's talent. 2 days later, Yunfeng left the area where the ice elf was. Entering the rare monster area. Monster, Extreme Cold Iceberg Rare. Level, 25. Battle Strength, 78610. Skill, Roaming Ice Feather, Ice Abyssal Domain, Ice Egg Rebirth triggered once. Looking at the monster above the sky, flapping its icy blue feathers, Yunfeng revealed a smile. The current him was not the time to kill the demon Firecrow, he already had the means to effectively deal with flying monsters. Let's try my taunt skill first. Yunfeng looked at the extremely cold ice bird in the sky and stretched out a finger. You, come over here. The stunning combination of Yi Yang finger plus lion roar kung fu did not have a single effect. The ice bird flew in a circle above and then rewarded him with a crystal clear but somewhat fishy-smelling mass. Yunfeng felt like he had been hit by the taunt skill. Deceiving. With a thought, Yunfeng's 2 ice dragons quickly took shape. After pouring down 10 bottles of spirit potions, this spell casting speed had indeed changed qualitatively. The 2 ice dragons roared as they charged into the air. The extreme cold ice bird also immediately gave a retaliation as countless feathers came off its body before falling like bullets towards Yunfeng's location. Most of the ice feathers clashed with the ice dragons, while some fell towards Yunfeng. The falling ice feathers were easily dodged by Yunfeng, but the ice dragons that charged upwards were not that easy to deal with. The 2 ice dragons smashed all the falling ice feathers and continued to kill the ice bird without damage. Shudder. The ice bird let out a scream of fright and hurriedly flew to the side. It's a pity that this ice dragon break is not a locked attack skill. Seeing that the ice bird narrowly dodged the skill, Yunfeng was somewhat helpless. Just as he was lamenting, the position he was standing in changed. Throughout the ground, ice and snow surged, forming a vortex like an abyss, as if it was going to swallow him up. Moreover, Yunfeng found that being in the center of the vortex, his entire body felt like it was going to freeze in half, and his movements became sluggish. Swish swish. A snowflake that looked like a knife began to continuously slice across his body. Although none of the damage was significant, the frequency of the attacks was very high. Yunfeng raised his head and looked around, realizing that the range of this skill was not small. Worthy of being a rare level monster, it really isn't easy to deal with. Yunfeng once again summoned 2 ice dragons. This time instead of attacking the ice bird, it slammed straight into the ground beneath it. Boom! Ice and snow flew, and the swirling ground twisted as if deformed, before slowly returning to normal. This powerful skill of the ice bird was also officially declared broken. Yunfeng began to move quickly through the snow while continuously sending out shen ice spikes towards the ice bird. Although the ice bird was flexible, it could not withstand such Gatling-like attacks. Soon, the top of its body received varying degrees of damage and finally fell to the snow. Just when Yunfeng thought that he had successfully killed his opponent, he saw that the ice bird's corpse had turned into a bird egg about the size of its body, bubbling with golden light. Looks like the 3rd skill has triggered. Yunfeng raised his sword and slashed at the bird egg. Dang! The crunching sound of gold and stone hitting each other rang out as the battle sword in Yunfeng's hand rebounded out, almost injuring himself. I'll go, this skill even comes with an invincibility effect. Yunfeng was all a bit tempted to get this skill over, after all, 1 more life, but the thought of himself turning into an egg was simply unacceptable. When the golden light dissipated, the eggshell slowly cracked and an intact ice bird reappeared. Shudder. A soft chirp is going to spread its wings and take off, where Yunfeng can do, raise the knife up as the Baji Knife 3 style. The falling phoenix is still like a chicken on the ground, this ice bird on the ground, basically being completely abused. The 2nd life goes faster. Chapter 71 Skill Debut 2 shifts today. The ice bird's loot was an ice crystal core. This kind of ice crystal core could not help an ice elemental grow their talent, but it was the best material for making an ice staff. It could increase the power of the ice elemental talent awaken's skills. Collecting the loot, Yunfeng rummaged around, and sure enough, there were still no fragments dropped. Yunfeng had a feeling that the higher the fragment grade, the probability of it dropping had decreased even if one killed it at a higher level. Next, Yunfeng started brushing monsters in the area where the ice bird was located. Although the ice bird was a flying monster, it was not considered troublesome now that Yunfeng had a means of long-range attack. This time, it seems like nothing strange has appeared. After killing about 10 ice birds, Yunfeng was a bit puzzled inwardly. According to the Frost Dragon, as long as he entered the dimensional space, he would attract the attention of special monsters. But this time, there was no such feeling. This is also quite good, I'll be able to brush the monsters and upgrade in peace. Yunfeng did not think much and continued to advance deeper into the dimensional space. Good luck, another gold fragment. A silver level fragment, not bad either, better than nothing. After brushing monsters along the way, he finally came to a place that was different. If there were no monsters here, it wouldn't be a bad spot to visit. Only to see that not far in front of Cloud Peak, amidst the mountains surrounding it, a huge lake lay on its side like a quiet beauty. The surface of the lake was covered by a thick layer of ice, which was even a bit blinding under the sunlight. Yunfeng stepped onto the ice and looked around, searching for any monsters that might exist. This monster wouldn't be at the bottom of the lake, right? After all, the surroundings were unobstructed, and any monsters could be seen at a glance. When Yunfeng looked towards the bottom of his feet, a huge black shadow happened to grow extremely large from the bottom up. Yunfeng hurriedly performed his stance and dodged to the side. Boom! The ice shattered and flew in all directions where he was standing before. A huge object sprang out of the lake water and rose into the air, causing the sky to darken all of a sudden. Yunfeng fixed his eyes to see that it was a huge python, covered in ice blue scales, and above its head, there was a small protruding horn. Monster, Cold Ice Dragon Jiao Overlord. Level, 25. Battle Strength, 95620. Skills, Dragon Jiao, Extreme Cold Breath, False Dragon Power Being, Ice Seal Field. As the cold dragon Jiao scurried out of the ice, a giant tail swept towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng hurriedly released the ice armor technique on his arm to ward off the sweep of the giant tail. PFF. The ice armor shattered, and Yunfeng was also swept out dozens of meters away, skidding on the ice surface to make two distinct marks. Roar! The scaly dragon that scurried out of the lake did not fall into the water, but instead hovered in the air, its already somewhat dragonized head letting out a violent roar. The spittle was on the verge of spraying onto Yunfeng's face. Ouch, I'm going to give you face, look at my ice dragon break. The two ice dragons coalesced, and although they were nowhere near as big as the scaly dragon constantly swimming in the air, they were still much bigger than when they had just comprehended the skill. The 10-meter-long ice dragon slammed left and right toward the auger dragon. The auger dragon glanced at the incoming ice dragons, and a look of contempt appeared in its eyes, not even defending itself. The ice dragons directly slammed into the other party's ice blue dragon scales, imprinting a small white dot on it without even knocking the scales off. Trouble, this dragon scale's resistance to elemental attacks is too high, it seems that only process attacks can achieve results. Thinking of this, Yunfeng drew his battle sword. Whenever the dragon swung its tail, Yunfeng would seize the opportunity and launch an attack. However, the effect of the attack was not as effective as it should be. Even though his current battle prowess was a great deal higher than his opponent's, the damage inflicted was a little ugly, not for nothing, but far from what one would expect. If we go on according to this situation, if we want to kill the opponent, we can only grind slowly. This auger's first skill and second skill were both relatively simmering and good to deal with, it was that last skill, the frozen field. It was simply an abrasive skill, the skill coverage was particularly wide, basically covering the entire lake. That scene, the snow inside like a knife like scrambling, a channel ice storm and the inside rampage. Basically, there was no room for dodging, one could only carry it hard, but fortunately the duration wasn't very long. Speaking of the auger's skill, Yunfeng froze. Wait, such a high defense, it can't be caused by the third skill, if I take this skill. Yunfeng was a bit torn, if it was indeed that pseudo-dragon power skill at work, then this skill was still quite strong, and it was still a passive skill. If it wasn't, it would be a waste of one of his super skills, and the key was that the cooldown time was still so long. Whatever, there's always a need to try the effect of this skill. Yunfeng dodged the huge tail sweep of the Jiao dragon while condensing two ice dragons once again. Seeing the ice dragons attacking again, the Jiao dragon remained confident and did not dodge or defend. It's now. Yunfeng unleashed a skill he had never used before taking people's love. But it's mine now. Yunfeng heatedly laughed, even though it was only a short period of 5 days. With the lost skill of pseudo-dragon power, the Jiao dragon was struck head-on by the ice dragon break, directly crashing through two large holes in its abdomen, with blood and internal organs scattering from the air like a fountain of blood. Roar! The dragon ate the pain and let out a painful roar, its body twisting up at extreme speed. Extremely cold spit like dragon's breath was continuously spewed from its mouth. I also want to try out what it's like to be bathed by a skill. Seeing the skill coming, Yunfeng did not dodge and allowed the seemingly powerful extreme cold spit to fall onto his body. Not bad, this wind is indeed a bit cool. After the spitting breath had passed, Yunfeng stood in place with a surprisingly somewhat enjoyable feeling on his face. This pseudo-dragon power is simply a nightmare for elemental awakened people. Without the pseudo-dragon power, the cold ice Jiao dragon was like a weak chicken without armor in front of Yunfeng. Soon after, it lost its life to Yunfeng's attack. There were 2 trophies on the cold ice dragon Jiao, one was the essence blood of the heart, which was a great tonic for beast system talents. The other was the short horn on its head. After collecting the 2 trophies, Yunfeng took a lot of effort and finally took out a crystal from under the huge corpse, emitting a mesmerizing purple color. Yunfeng hurriedly took out the ancient jade. Looks like there's going to be something good again. Cyan light shone on top of the debris in his midweek, and a small conch appeared in his hand. Purple ingrate prop, illusory sound conch. Blowing the conch creates a random illusion on an enemy whose spiritual attribute is lower than your own. The duration depends on the opponent's spiritual attribute. Good stuff, what a good stuff. Yunfeng, who was looking at the prop in his hand with delight, suddenly changed his face drastically. Chapter 72 Professor White's Answer. Gulp. A huge bubble emerged from the bottom of the lake, followed by one after another. Yunfeng then felt that a huge pressure was coming from the bottom of the lake. No way, again. That palpitating feeling made him feel that something terrifying was at the bottom of the lake. Gathering his things, Yunfeng scurried towards the lake's location at breakneck speed. However, before he could run to the edge of the lake, all the ice on the entire lake surface chapped, and then turned into a sky full of ice shards. A stack of huge waves centered around the center of the lake and lapped in all directions. Yunfeng, who was in the middle of escaping, was slapped on the back by the giant wave and flew out directly, falling to the edge of the lake. What the hell is this? A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yunfeng as a fiery pain shot through his back. Looking at the battle suit that had become pieces on his body, Yunfeng was stunned. If it wasn't for his extra pseudo-dragon power, he would have definitely suffered a heavy blow this time. Yunfeng then watched as a stunningly beautiful dragon-shaped creature appeared before him. The icy blue scales all over its body were arranged as if it was a work of art, and 4 fierce and powerful claws protruded from different parts of its abdomen, emitting a ghostly blue light. The 2 pale and powerful horns on its head looked like they were about to plunge into the clouds. This can't be a real dragon. Yunfeng looked up, and a message unexpectedly appeared in his goggles. Monster, Xian Ice Dragon Epic, Juvenile. Level, 30. Battle Strength, 158920. Skills, Ice Dragon Spit, Dragon's Roar, True Dragon Power Passive, Xian Ice Cage, Seal the Sky and Lock the Earth Ice. Yunfeng just glanced at this battle power and skills and had no thoughts of fighting on. Especially that True Dragon Power. Panicking, he took out his fashionable skates and ran towards the entrance of the dimensional space. He knew that this Xian Ice Dragon was definitely not together with those horrible guys from before, at least now he could see the monster's information. Moreover, he believed that Ho Qing hadn't even been able to kill him, and the other party wouldn't send such a weak Xian Ice Dragon to deal with him. Roar! Seeing Yunfeng fleeing, the Xian Ice Dragon let out an angry roar as if its slumber had been disturbed. This roar carried a terrifying power of intimidation, causing Yunfeng's heart to tremble. There was even some desire to stop and not flee, but fortunately, his spiritual attributes were sufficient. Moreover, the skateboarding shoes under his feet did not think loudly and continued to slide according to Yunfeng's settings, finally disappearing into the wind and snow. The Xian Ice Dragon looked at it and finally quietly dived into the frozen lake and disappeared. How could such a monster be born here? Could it be that the dimensional space has produced some unknown changes? Yunfeng did not dare to think too much, he only wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing quickly. On his way back, he let the attacks of those ice and snow creatures fall on him and ignored them. When I upgrade up, high and low will come to meet you. Yunfeng looked behind him and muttered. This monster aroused Yunfeng's great interest. The first thing was the monster's rank, something he had never come into contact with before. He knew that there must be other ranks above the commander level. After all, the few monsters he encountered whose information was all definitely exceeded the commander level. Returning to the subspace entrance, Yunfeng looked at the data on his panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 211225820000. Battle Strength, 144062. There was an additional pseudo-dragon power inside the skill slot. And there was a countdown behind it, which showed that there were 3 days and 5 hours left. There seems to be another subspace with a higher level nearby, while the pseudo-dragon power is still there. How can I be arrogant for a while? After exiting the sub-dimensional space, Yunfeng did not leave directly, but dialed a number. Yunboy, you won't need my help again this time. A bright laugh came from the other end of the phone. Professor Bai, that can old call for your help, there is something I want to ask you. Oh? Tell me. I would like to ask about the monster grade of the sublime space. Regarding the Xian Ice Dragon that had just appeared, Yunfeng's heart was like scratching an itch, desperately wanting to know the relevant information. Monster rating? Isn't it just ordinary monsters, elite monsters, rare monsters, and commander monsters? Professor Bai was a bit strange. This little guy himself had killed unified monsters, he shouldn't be so unaware of it. Professor Bai, what about epic monsters? When these words came out, Professor Bai's side suddenly lost its voice. How do you know about epic level monsters? Could it be that you've seen it? Quickly say, have you seen it in that dimensional space? After a short silence, Professor Bai's urgent voice suddenly came from over there. Could it be that there's something wrong with epic level monsters? Hearing the somewhat abnormal voice over there, Yunfeng was a bit puzzled, but he did not tell the truth to Professor Bai. I also heard about it by chance and wanted to ask you for confirmation. Knowing that Yunfeng was not telling the truth, Professor Bai did not pursue the matter. Since you asked here, I'll tell you about it. I'm sure you've heard that there is a big hurdle for human awakened at level 50, and some people cannot break through that hurdle in their ultimate life, stopping at level 49. Yunfeng did not make a sound and just listened quietly. And this hurdle is related to epic monsters. When an awakened person reaches level 49, they must utilize the battle items and talents from epic level monsters to help them cross that hurdle. Wait, Professor, what did you just say? Talents? Hearing this, Yunfeng had to interrupt Professor Bai. Yes, you heard correctly, epic level monsters have talents. Monsters have talent, monsters have talent. What's the panic, what's the matter? Speak. On the other side of the phone, Uncle Tai's somewhat scolding and somewhat expectant voice was heard. Uncle Tai, he's fine, he came out. Hearing these words, hearing that there seemed to be a deathly silence on the other side, then an icy and bone-chilling voice could be heard coming from slightly farther away from the microphone. This is your arrangement? This is the good news you're going to bring me? Hearing this voice, the caller shivered and instantly hung up the phone. And on that end, Chu Sangmei's grim growl had already resounded. No matter what, I want him dead, continue to send people to kill him, and if necessary, it doesn't matter if you use a little bit of family resources. Yes, young lord. Uncle Tai led the order and left. If any other young master said to use family resources, he might have laughed it off, but this one didn't raise it. Only from the time he had awakened his SSS rank talent, his old family head father would basically fulfill his requests, and the old family head was even more spoiled. To be able to use the family's resources, boy, I have to say that you died with incomparable style. Uncle Tai laughed sardonically. Of course Yunfeng couldn't possibly know about these things. 2 hours later, he had already appeared at the entrance of another dimensional space. Flaming Mountain Subspace. This subspace is somewhat unfavorable to me. Yunfeng looked at the words Flaming Mountain Subspace written on the base's door plaque. It can't be helped, this is already the closest, most suitable sub-dimensional space in terms of level. Stepping into the sub-dimensional space, a heatwave hit his face, feeling as if his hair was going to be burnt. Yunfeng instantly condensed a pair of ice armor on his body before he felt much better. The Flame Mountain Subspace, the favorite of the fire elemental talents. The loot of the monsters inside were more or less helpful to the fire elemental talent awakened. In particular, the arcane fire spirit stones were able to enhance elemental abilities and help the talent grow. Although I don't have the fire elemental talent right now, sooner or later I will have it, it's not too much to stock up on it first. Thinking of this, Yunfeng headed for the mountain. The Flame Mountain Subspace was truly a huge volcano as the name suggested, and Yunfeng was currently standing at the foot of the volcano. As for how wide the foot of the mountain was, no one could say. Someone had once tried it, 2 people advancing from the same point to 2 separate ends, but no matter how far they traveled, they did not meet, and finally gave up completely. The things in the sub-dimensional space are indeed not something that can be explained clearly by the current science. On the surface of the Flame Mountain, apart from the chaotic rocks, basically no plants could be seen. And all the monsters were hidden in these stone forests. Without advancing far, a monster covered in red scales, shaped like a crocodile, with a head like a pangolin crawled out from the stone forest. That burning sensation could be felt even by Yunfeng, who was more than 10 meters away from it. Monster, Fire Scale Beast. Level, 26. Battle Strength, 61,350. Skill, Firetail Whip. A level 26 monster, its battle power was a little worse than a level 25 elite. Yunfeng took a look at it with a lack of interest, and with a single strike of the bastard blade, the fire scale beast was split in 2. Collecting a fire spirit crystal in his body and a silver fragment under its body, he advanced higher up the mountain. Along the way, many fire element awakened people were here to sense their natural abilities and cultivate their skills. Places with sufficient fire elements could condense fire skills faster, which meant that the cooldown time of the skills would be shorter. I'm really looking forward to the day I become a full system mage. Piercing through the messy rocks, he kept moving forward towards the top of the mountain. The monsters he encountered were all finished off with a single slash, and the monsters' attacks basically couldn't splash a bit on him. Ignoring the level 26 Fire Forest Beast, level 27 Red Flame Ape, level 28 Flaming Bird, and level 29 Red Flame Wild Lion, he directly came to the area where the level 30 Red Flame Demon Spirit was located. Monster, Red Fire Demon Spirit. Level 30. Battle Strength, 96210. Skill, Fire Demon Curse. The Red Fire Demon Spirit, although it had the word demon in its name, it had no relation to the so-called demon. It is a monster between reality and fantasy, with a certain immunity to physical damage. Moreover, its movements were erratic, and it was difficult for normal elemental attack skills to attack it. Therefore, very few adventure teams came to brush this monster. I heard that this monster's loot is a good thing. Yunfeng looked at the thing in front of him that was like a ball of flame, fluttering in the air as an ice cone coalesced around it. This environment, releasing ice elemental skills really isn't that smooth. The Xian ice spike that could originally be coalesced in an instant was actually somewhat delayed before coalescing at this moment, thanks to Yunfeng's spirit attribute being relatively strong. Although this red fire demon spirit was moving very fast, Yunfeng knew that elemental attacks could cause more damage. Without any precursor, the Xian ice spike shot directly towards the red fire demon spirit in a hurry, dodging away as the other party let out an ear-piercing shriek. Yunfeng did not expect the Xian ice spikes to hit with a single blow, and while sending out Xian ice spikes, he wandered around, looking for. Yunfeng wanted to use his sword to break that much black fire, however, the blade cut through and the black fire did not even produce a wobble, as if it existed in two different spaces. So that's how it is. After some time, Yunfeng finally realized the effect of this skill. This fire magic spell was equivalent to an all-round weakening skill that could also cause a certain amount of mental damage, and did not belong to elemental attacks, so the pseudo-dragon's strength did not counteract the skill's effect. The skill is good, but this bit of weakness won't be able to erase the gap in our battle power. Yunfeng smiled. At this moment, the red fire demon spirit had no room to escape, being pierced through that seemingly illusory body by a Xian ice thorn. The moment the red fire demon spirit was killed, the body became solidified and then turned into fiery red stones that shattered apart. In the center of the shattered stone, Yunfeng picked up a crystal stone that was particularly red in color. Fire Essence Stone, it can accelerate the development of the Fire Elemental Talent Awakening's development of their own talent, and can enhance the power of their skills. Yunfeng wanted this item, whether it was to sell it or keep it for his own use in the future, it was worth it. Come back and brush up on it later, it's a bit of a waste of his not-so-long remaining pseudo-dragon power right now. At the moment, he wasn't far from the top of the mountain, and after drinking 10 bottles of silver-level speed potions, the time it took to rush was much shorter. Chapter 74, Attack of the Monsters. The closer he got to the top of the mountain, the higher the temperature became. Yunfeng could only keep releasing the skill Ice Armor to cool himself down. Awakened ones who had reached this level actually had a very strong physique, and high temperatures were no longer a fatal problem for them. Yunfeng was also just trying to have a good time. After crossing the territory of the red fire demon spirits, a tall body appeared in Yunfeng's line of sight. Even if they were far apart, they could still see each other's bodies. Monster, Lava Giant Elite. Level, 30. Battle Strength, 119240. Skill, Lava Trample, Fire Meteor. Not far from Yunfeng, there was a tall giant that was about 50 meters tall and was made of a combination of lava rocks. Reddish lava flowed continuously on its body, falling to the ground and splashing out a fiery red flower. Just as Yunfeng approached the lava giant, he only saw the other party's thick right foot raised high. Boom! When the foot landed, a loud roaring sound arose, the stone chips on the ground tumbled, and the earth shook for a while. Yunfeng instantly felt a little dizzy, as if he was a flatboat in the middle of the ocean. Shaking his head, he fixed his eyes to see that the lava giant had an additional rock full of lava in his hands and was raising it high with both hands. The rock was speeding towards him like a shooting star. Yunfeng hurriedly executed his pace while condensing an ice dragon break to strike at the boulder. This lava giant, who looks honest, did not expect to be so sinister, coming up with a set of combos. Dodging the boulder fire meteor, Yunfeng began to attack the lava giant from a distance. This large block was simply a living target. The ice dragon break impacted on the lava giant, sending up a huge smoke, which was the effect of the ice and water being instantly vaporized by the lava. When the water fog disappeared, he found that the lava giant did not receive much damage, a few small stones fell from his body, and the lava reduced a little. This guy's elemental defense is also quite high. The higher the level, the easier it was for Yunfeng to realize that those monsters with higher grades had some hidden attributes, none of which would be reflected in their battle power, making it easy to be gullible. No longer using the ice elemental skill attack, Yunfeng directly drew his battle sword, stepped on the 8 trigrams traveling dragon steps, and flew towards the big guy. Compared to the lava giant, Yunfeng was like an ant. However, as long as it was strong enough, an ant could also pry the giant apart. Every time Yunfeng's battle sword struck the lava giant, a certain degree of chafing would appear on its body. As time passed, there were more and more cracks on the lava giant's body. Boom! The legs of the lava giant that was raising the boulder high into the air turned into a pile of rubble and scattered all over the place. Everything was so sudden. In fact, the parts that Yunfeng attacked at the beginning were the various connecting parts of its legs. Without its legs, Yunfeng started attacking upwards. The lava giant was like a tall building, blasting from the bottom to the top, and finally collapsing all with a bang. Big guys aren't really easy to kill. Yunfeng touched the false sweat on his head. In fact, this kind of relatively bulky monster, Yunfeng still liked it. It was just that this life force was a bit strong and needed to spend more time. Killing monsters over so many levels, the spiritual energy given is indeed much. An elite lava beast gave a full 250 points of spiritual power, and the trophy lava heart was not bad either. With the pseudo-dragon's power, there was a much higher margin of error when dealing with these monsters that mainly dealt elemental damage, so just feel free to do it boldly. Yunfeng decided to exhaust the remaining time of the pseudo-dragon power right here. Don't look at the fact that his current battle power was a bit higher than these monsters, but monsters at this level had level suppression. Especially if they were more than 5 levels apart, the suppression would increase steeply. Therefore, it was true that killing monsters at a higher level could be of great benefit, but without that diamond drill, one could not really take on this porcelain job. If Yunfeng hadn't obtained the pseudo-dragon power, he really wouldn't have dared to enter this place to find trouble with the elite monsters. The lava giants were huge and did not even need him to purposely look for them, as he could see them from afar. Time always passed quietly while brushing monsters, and when the countdown of the pseudo-dragon power crossed the last second, Yunfeng realized that he had already been here for more than 3 days. It's time to go back. Looking at his stuffed storage ring, he felt doubly satisfied. Then he looked at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 23 3120 20,000. Battle Strength, 152284. Talent, Grade C Plunder, Grade B Elemental Ice. Skills, omitted. Right now, every level up increases the battle power by 6,000, and by the time one reaches level 30, the battle power will be almost 200,000 or so. Mainly, it was still the attribute potions and silver level equipment that provided too much battle power. Every time he thought of this, Yunfeng would take out his ancient jade and kiss it fiercely. Without the pseudo-dragon power, it was fine for Yunfeng to bully ordinary monsters, even if it was dangerous to kill the lava giants. In these 3 days, Yunfeng also had a few crises, being hit by the fire meteor skill a few times, but fortunately, the pseudo-dragon's strength cancelled out most of the damage, or else he was under level suppression, he might have taken half a life. As a good young man of the new century, Yunfeng was deeply impressed by the importance of combining work and rest, so he left the dimensional space and went straight home. I also don't know if Chu Sangmei will be annoyed if he knows that I'm still alive. In the armored chariot riding home, Yunfeng secretly thought. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Sangmei had known 3 days ago, and his anger had long since passed. The armored fighting vehicle was in the wilderness, setting off rolling smoke and dust in the direction of the safe zone. It was a small armored fighting vehicle, and in the vehicle, apart from Yunfeng, there were only 2 officers and 2 other squads that had returned from the Flaming Mountains. Captain, what do you see there? Just as the car was halfway through its journey, a large black mass appeared in front of it. The smoke and dust raised was much larger than the chariot, and hissing noises continued to emanate from within. Retreat, quickly retreat, turn around and drive back. The conversation of a few people caught the attention of the others in the car, and they all looked ahead. Only to see a dark and pressurized piece in the distance begin to roll in the direction of the chariot. Not good, it's monsters from the wilderness. How did they gather so many? What's going on here? This route has always had people coming to clean up the monsters around it. How could so many monsters appear at once? The other people sitting in the car saw the monsters running over, and their souls rose. These monsters, many of them were lower level monsters, but there were also quite a few existences whose levels and battle power exceeded theirs. Xiao Jun, you drive back, I'll stop the monsters. The captain ordered as he looked at the group of monsters that were about to approach over. "Captain, with so many monsters, what's the use of you going down?" The other two soldiers said with bitter faces. "Even if it's useless, I have to be the first to stand out. This is my duty." After saying that, they jumped down from the car. "Captain!" The two accompanying soldiers shouted and jumped down after them. Yun Feng saw from his goggles that this captain was around level 35 with a battle power of just over 180,000, and the two followers were even lower, level 30 with 110,000 battle power. For those monsters that were even above level 40, it was indeed like a mantis. The other two teams in the car watched the three soldiers jump down, only revealing a look of heartfelt resentment, but not saying anything. At this time, whoever jumped down would be of no help. Yun Feng just looked at them with cold eyes and did not make a sound. He felt that there was something strange about the appearance of the strange swarm this time, not like a natural phenomenon. Soon, the three soldiers were drowned out of sight in the monster swarm. However, the speed of the monster's pursuit did not stop for a second because of the soldiers' obstruction. What to do? The monsters are about to catch up with us. "Master, can you be faster, or else we'll all be buried in the monster's belly?" The driver didn't reply, he just stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom with a cold face. As to whether he could escape or not, he can only listen to God's fate. "Head, let's jump out of the car now and separate to escape, there might still be a chance of survival." The two teams were obviously also battle-hardened, but they hadn't been scared out of their wits. Instead of waiting for death inside the car, it would be better to fight for it. Yun Feng just watched quietly without saying anything. "Young man, aren't you going to jump out of the car and escape like them?" Just when there were only two people left in the car, the driver suddenly asked. Chapter 75 Temporary Clutch. "I have a feeling that you have a way to evade the monsters." Yun Feng joked. "Little friend is joking." The driver just smiled sarcastically. "Then let's wait for death together in the car," Yun Feng said indifferently. The monsters in the back were chasing closer and closer. The two teams that had just jumped down had indeed scattered the monsters a bit, but the large force was still chasing the chariot. "Little friend, run away," the driver said with some urgency. "I can't escape even if I jump." Yun Feng shook his head. "Please jump." The driver, who originally still had a calm face, finally changed his color and pleaded to Yun Feng. "How much money did the Chu family give you?" Yun Feng asked curiously. "You, how do you know?" The driver's face changed drastically, then he became somewhat disheveled. "You're acting too calm, more so than a soldier and an awakened who mixes in the sub-dimensional space, which is abnormal in itself. Since you know all that, let's die together. Even if I die, my family will still get that money." With that said, the driver let go of the gas with his right foot and stepped towards the brake. As long as the chariot stopped, surrounded by monsters, Yun Feng would not be able to escape. "Looks like you're going to die in vain." Getting the answer he wanted to know, Yun Feng directly jumped off the vehicle. At this moment, the monsters chasing behind had already chased the car. "Looks like it's going to break the bank again." Yun Feng ran forward while taking out a handful of silver-grade thunderfire beads and threw them behind the car. Although these thunderfire beads wouldn't do much damage to those monsters that were over level 30 and above, they would at least eliminate those little calamies and also rake in a bit of experience. With such a dense concentration of monsters, even the traps were saved. "Wait a minute, traps, this can't be the traps that attracted them." Yun Feng was alarmed. To be able to lure in monsters above level 40, it would have to be a purpling level trap. "Shoot Sangmei, count yourself ruthless, not sending people over anymore, but even engaging in these has-beens," Yun Feng said fiercely. Chu Sangmei had already entered the sublime space again at this moment, and this was all arranged by Uncle Tai. With the support of the family's resources, he had gotten a purple-ing level trap out directly from the family's inventory. Trap this kind of prop, to the gold this kind of level and above, want to use it will have to be very cautious. If you didn't have enough battle power and not many people, it could be a total loss. After the baptism of a few silver-level thunder fire beads, the monsters below level 30 were dead and crippled, and had already withdrawn from the pursuit sequence. All that remained were higher-ranked existences. Subsequently, Yun Feng took out another god-locking smoke bomb and threw it to the ground, while at the same time casting his stance to flee out horizontally. A large group of monsters just crashed into the smoke without a head. Although they were high-ranked, their brains were not as good as humans. Instead, influenced by the sub-dimensional space, the snakes, rats, and pale insects of the past had been affected and turned into mutants with some combat power. Many monsters that had escaped from the space would also gather inside, and there would usually be a particularly powerful monster as the leader. Yunfeng put his senses to the maximum and cautiously moved forward. In the center of the abandoned small town, there was a relatively taller building, and that was Yunfeng's target. After so many years, the tall building was still able to stand. Its quality was absolutely stellar. The most crucial thing was that Yunfeng had a small flight prop on him, so even if danger arose, he would be able to escape at the first opportunity. Z. In Yunfeng's perception, a half-meter large rat poked its head out of the ground, glanced in Yunfeng's direction, shook its head and shrunk back. Not caring about this mutated rat, Yunfeng continued to advance towards the tall building. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yunfeng felt that something was wrong. More and more mutated rats began to appear around, with some real monsters mixed in between. From his senses, Yunfeng realized that all of these little things were encircling towards his direction. Squeak! The sound grew louder and noisier. Subsequently, Yunfeng realized that he was surrounded by the army. At this moment, the sun was setting its last rays of light, and the time had officially entered the night. Just at this moment, the mutated beasts and monsters that surrounded Yunfeng, as if they had received some orders, all rushed over. Seeing the black pressurized mass that rushed over like an ant colony in transit, Yunfeng swallowed his saliva. Could it be that no one has ever come over to clean up this place? What the hell have I gotten myself into? A single shin ice spike coalesced from his side, constantly stabbing at the unnameable filth that swooped over. At the same time, he drew his battle sword and danced a wall of blades around himself. These little things, they didn't have much battle power, but there were too many of them. At this moment, he only hated that he hadn't comprehended a group attack skill. Those few days in the Flaming Mountain had completely interrupted his comprehension of ice elemental skills, causing the fourth skill to be delayed. I can only improvise. Yunfeng took out a handful of ice spirit crystals that he had obtained from the ice subspace out and began to comprehend the ice elemental skills while attacking. Chapter 76, 3 Twists and Turns. The sky was getting darker and darker. A large number of corpses had now piled up around Yunfeng, but the animals pouring up had not decreased at all. The key was that the monsters interspersed within were all of a very low level, and even if they killed more, it would not provide spiritual energy. It seems like I have that feeling. Yunfeng, who was in the middle of killing bedbugs, seemed to have touched something as a small ball of wind and snow appeared around him. The wind and snow began to rotate and turned into a small storm. Skill, Blizzard. After half an hour of fighting, Yunfeng finally sensed the fourth ice elemental skill. With a thought, the small storm beside him suddenly swelled up and formed a huge ice storm. Yunfeng was at the center of the storm. The bugs, snakes, and rats that rushed up were all torn to shreds by the ice storm. This was just the beginning. The ice and snowstorm surrounding him split apart and turned into four, raging in four directions. One by one, the animals were swept up into the air by the storm, eventually turning into a pile of ice falling down and crushing another large swath of people to death. The snakes, rats and bedbugs that originally did not care about life and death seemed to realize what was going on and began to stop attacking, then retreated like a tidal wave. Yunfeng also took the opportunity to arrive at the tall building. The outer wall of the tall building had gone through the war and the long baptism of wind and rain, and could no longer be seen in its original form. The vaguely visible reinforced concrete spoke of its danger. It's a bit evil. Just now, there was a raging tide, but now there was a dead silence. The contrast between the two made Yunfeng feel a little uneasy in his heart. Yunfeng had never practiced in the wilderness before. He had only heard that practicing in the wilderness was very dangerous. The monsters were not graded, they were all mixed together. There was no spiritual power to kill the low-graded ones, and the two high-graded ones could not be defeated. So apart from the specialized cleanup teams in the safe zone, basically no one would go to the wilderness outside the safe zone to practice. Closing his eyes, he sensed his surroundings while calming himself down. The first thing to think about was how to return to the safe zone. In the wilderness, there was no cell phone signal, and it was said that there was only one cell phone in the whole world known as the remote leader that could contact the safe zone in the wilderness. Go back or yes, change the cell phone. In fact, it was time to consider how to deal with that madman. Judging from today's events, Xu Tsangmei had already used unconventional means, and in the future, he still didn't know what he had gotten up to. Boom boom. A roaring sound caught Yunfeng's attention. Standing on a tall building and looking into the distance, Yunfeng saw two headlights there coming from far and near. What kind of people could it be at this time? Yunfeng was puzzled in his heart. He had already paid attention to the surroundings when he came. There was no subdimensional space entrance, nor was it a safe passage. Basically no one would come here. When the vehicle was closer, Yunfeng realized that it was a miniature chariot that could only accommodate a small team. There was also a group of monsters following behind the chariot. Quickly, get out of the vehicle and enter the ruins in front. The miniature chariot stopped sharply in front of the ruins, and 5 people came out from it in a line, then hurriedly ran into the middle of the ruins. Strangely enough, those monsters ran to the vicinity of the ruins, also stopped, stood not far away walking back and forth, and finally whimpered a few times before they all left. Finally sort of picked up a life. Sister Chi, it was really thrilling just now, I was about to be caught up again. Alright, it's not necessarily safe here, let's find a place to hide first. The person known as Sister Chi led the 4 team members to march towards the middle of the ruins, aiming for the very tall building where Yunfeng was. Sister Chi, look. One of the men in the team pointed at a vacant lot in front of them and said with some alarm. You. The other girl in the team actually retched a little in disgust when she saw the scene in front of her. On the ground, it was densely filled with corpses, and most of them were in pieces, with internal organs and blood flowing everywhere. These corpses have been dead for no more than 24 hours, and most of them have stab wounds and elemental injuries. Qi crouched down next to the corpse of a rat and examined it. Sister Qi, could there be another squad around here? Don't discuss it for now, find a place to rest, we're being chased by those things. Sister Qi said impatiently. The other few teammates looked at each other and could only scout ahead towards the helpless. In the wilderness, encountering other teams wasn't always a good thing, and it was possible to die not at the hands of monsters but at the hands of your own kind. Seeing a group of people coming towards the location he was staying at, Yunfeng just glanced at them and was not paying attention. As long as they didn't mess with themselves, it didn't matter. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of light footsteps rang out from downstairs, obviously coming towards the upper floors as well. Yunfeng thought to himself, he has an auxiliary flight prop, he can use the high floor to glide and escape. What do these people want to come up here? If they were surrounded by monsters here, wouldn't that be a dead end? What people? A few people finally noticed Yunfeng as well and immediately became alert. A few of them knew that there should be another group of people here, and they did not expect to run into one. Both sides were a little surprised after they met. The 5 were surprised that the other party was only one person. Yunfeng, on the other hand, was surprised at the level and battle power of the other party. For the 5 people, all of them were level 31 or above, and all of them had more than 120,000 battle power. One of them in particular had a level 31 battle power of up to 140,000. This showed that the other party's family lineage was absolutely extraordinary, and had knocked out quite a few attribute potions. Come and rest first, this is not a safe place. Yunfeng also tried to act as harmless as possible. Hearing Yunfeng's words, the wariness of a few people relaxed a little. Brother, why are you alone in the wilderness? Sister Qi grinned broadly as she sat beside Yunfeng and asked curiously. The other 5 people present were directly speechless. The one who was the most speechless was Yunfeng. No, are we familiar? You just sat over like this and asked questions like nothing. By the way, my name is Han Yuchi, they all call me Sister Qi. Although the light was faint, but being so close, Yunfeng could still see the other party's appearance. A clean and short hair, her face was well defined, with a valor that did not lose to boys. Able to use a miniature armored fighting vehicle, surnamed Han, could it be? Yunfeng had some guesses in his heart. We are in a small team, we were going to go to the sub-dimensional space to practice, but we didn't know that monsters appeared on the safe passage. Are you a solo traveler? Isn't wilderness practicing exciting? As soon as she sat down, Han Yuchi blazed out questions. Hey, little brother, at least say something, it's so boring. Seeing that Yunfeng just closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to himself, she more or less felt a little hungover, her teammates were watching. Little brother, sorry, my sister Qi is this character, don't mind it. A few of her teammates couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly pulled Han Yuchi away. The top floor of the tall building began to fall into silence, and only the sound of light breathing could be heard. Little brother, do you want something to eat? A female voice rang out so steeply that Yunfeng kind of wanted to storm out and hurt someone. Sister Qi. Alright, I'll stop talking. The world was finally quiet. At this moment, the moon was high in the sky and the stars were infinite, as if everything was so beautiful. Clang. The building began to shake. What's going on? The crowd instantly stood up and looked downstairs. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up from the darkness. Chapter 77 Escape from the Ruins. Yunfeng glanced at the moon in the sky, which was at its highest point at the moment. What is this situation? At first, he was wondering why these monsters hadn't entered a berserk state after nightfall. Sister Chi, the situation is not good. The 5 people saw the dense red dots below and their hearts thumped, but they were still calm. What are you afraid of? We're not soft either. Han Yuqi took out a metal block pinned to her body and with a few clicks, it turned into a longbow. Yunfeng took a look. Good lord, it was a silver-level weapon. A rich lord indeed. This weapon would cost around 5 million Hua coins if it was put up for sale outside. The others also revealed their weapons, all of them silver grade. Little brother, hide behind us later and protect yourself. After all, Yunfeng's current displayed battle power was less than 100,000, making him an object that needed to be protected in their eyes. Yunfeng was also happy to see the strength of this squad. The red dots below also began to impact towards the building, and the entire ground, along with the entire building, began to vibrate and shake. When the red dots approached the highest level, they finally saw the faces of those things. Most of them were still snakes, rats, and bedbugs, but their battle power was much higher than before. A taller man among the 5 had already raised his giant shield and stood at the entrance to the highest floor. A rain of arrows from the sky. Han Yuqi was seen shooting an arrow, which transformed into countless phantoms in the air, all falling down. Countless plopping sounds rang out from below, followed by screams. Good job, Sister Chi. It was obvious to see that under this arrow, many red dots dimmed. At this moment, another boy was also not willing to show weakness, holding a purple crystal ball in his hand, and then the sound of thunder could be heard exploding. A thunder snake scurried out from the crystal ball, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in the red dots below and began to scurry around in the red dots below. In the light of the thunder, the red color in the eyes of one monster after another could be clearly seen disappearing. This team's combat power is quite wow. Yunfeng marveled in his heart, but still did not strike. These monsters don't have any spirit power, it's too pointless. After attacking for some time, not even a bit of spiritual energy was absorbed. But looking at the steady stream of red dots coming up the stairs, it was impossible not to deal with them. Sister Chi, this isn't the way to go on, the spiritual energy is almost depleted. You're the one who's full of crap, don't I know that? Linger, what are you waiting for? Restore some of my stamina, and restore some of Liang's spirit power. Sister Chi, is it finally my turn? A clear voice rang out. It was the youngest girl within their group. Only a faint glow lit up on her body, which then landed on Han Yuqi, followed by another glow that landed on the one called Liang. The 2 who were originally a bit weak started to come alive again. Yunfeng was watching in the back in awe. This team was too uncomplicated. At least from the current point of view, the 2 main attackers and one supporting one, the awakened talents were not ordinary. The Thunder Elemental talent was originally the ceiling of attack within the elemental system, and the svelte-looking Liang in front of him definitely did not have a low talent level. And the auxiliary that could restore physical strength and spirit at the same time was definitely an unrivaled talent within the Fei lineage. As for that Han Yuqi, Yunfeng guessed that the talent ability might be similar to Bailey Shuyun. Watching the red dots below become fewer and fewer, the crowd settled down. Little old brother, with me here, you'll be fine. Han Yuqi clapped her hands and walked over to Yunfeng, raising her condescending head and said, Sister Chi, that's really thank you. It's good to know, return to the safe zone when it's light, too. Little brother, you've seen the situation, and I can only carry 5 of us at a time in this organ bird, so you should find a way to escape as well. It's fine, no one wants to when it comes to something like this. Yunfeng revealed a cheerful big boy smile. Han Yuqi glanced deeply at Yunfeng and led a few people to grab the legs of the machine bird, heading towards their chariot stopping point. Sister Chi, that little handsome guy is probably going to die. On the machine bird, Linger said mischievously. Don't be a nymphomaniac, what's the use of being handsome, he can only pray for God's blessing at this time. Han Yuqi was able to become their captain, and although she had a big personality, she wouldn't drop the ball at critical moments. Just as several people were about to reach their destination, a violent explosion sounded. The entire ruin shook. What's the situation? That sound just now? That guy, the first time I saw him he wasn't simple, I guess he has some means. Sister Chi, that's not what you said just now. Looking back, rolling smoke rose from the ruins, accompanied by the roar of the monster. Sister Chi, why don't we go back and take a look? If you want to go, you go, I've prepared just one of the organ birds, so I won't be able to escape later. After saying this, he blasted the gas pedal with one foot and left in a cloud of dust. Watching a few people fly away, Yunfeng smiled. At times like this, escaping was important. No one would put their lives on the line to save someone they did not want to be associated with. Another wave of spiritual energy can be swiped. Yunfeng took out his thunder fire beads and threw them one by one into the monster group, blowing up the monster's blood, flesh, and other things. Spiritual power plus 9. Spiritual power plus 14. Spiritual power plus 24. In just a moment, Yunfeng had risen by thousands of points of spiritual power. This time, those high-level monsters couldn't sit still and hissed as they rushed towards the upper floors. Ignoring those high-level monsters that were charging upwards, Yunfeng was still continuously throwing thunder fire beads downwards while condensing ice elementals. A skill was thrown downwards. Roar! Finally, some monsters rushed upstairs. However, the ones that were fighting the headlines now were some level 20 plus monsters. All of them become my spiritual energy. Yunfeng was not at all vain with his battle. As long as those level 30 plus monsters stopped charging up first. Time slowly passed, and the spiritual energy absorbed by Yunfeng slowly became more and more. After half an hour, the level came to level 24. Buzz! A strange sound rang out from beneath the ruins. Those monsters below level 30 no longer rushed to level up, but slowly retreated, next turning into an onslaught of monsters above level 30. It's time to go. Only then did Yunfeng take out an object from his storage ring. Similar to Han Yuchi's organ bird, it was a pair of gliding wings, only big enough for one person. Equipped with the gliding wings, Yunfeng jumped down from the tall building and flew in the exact opposite direction from Han Yuchi. During his flight, he did not forget to throw some thunder fire beads down below. Roar! Watching Yunfeng take off, the monsters below could only hiss angrily. You guys are too enthusiastic. You've already sent me so much spiritual energy. Enough is enough. I'll come back for you next time. Chapter 78 Return. The darkness finally disappeared completely and the sunlight once again shone on this barren land. Not long after Yunfeng took off, the monsters in the ruins, as if they had received some instructions, retreated from the tall building at a rapid pace, and were then hidden in the ruins. The already shaky tall building finally could not withstand the destruction and collapsed with a loud bang. Yunfeng had already landed a few kilometers away from the ruins at this moment. There's definitely something wrong with that ruin, it's just a pity about the loot. He was certain at this moment that this was not a situation that a ruin should be in. Although he didn't know much about ruins, he would always pass by some of them during this period of time when he went to sub-dimensional space to practice. Still too weak now. Yunfeng shook his head and began to look for a way back to the safe zone. How is the situation? That kid definitely won't survive. I hope what you said is true this time. I've applied for a purpling level prop, if I can't even solve a student who's still studying. Uncle Tai, please put your mind at ease, there's absolutely no problem. Uncle Tai waved his hand for the person reporting to leave. Young master will be coming out from the sub-dimensional space soon. He should be level 21 this time out. When he hears this news, he should be very happy. Finally level 20, if it wasn't for those potions he gave me, it really wouldn't have been this easy. Deep in a sub-dimensional space, Bailey Shuyun stood in front of the corpse of a level 20 rare level monster. This was the first time she had completed the rare level monster kill achievement alone. Do I go back? Bailey Yun was in distress. Generally, awakened ones who were practicing outside for a while would have to make a trip back to the safe zone, especially for critical ranks. This was because it was necessary to go back to resupply, repair equipment, clean up loot, and so on. But she didn't want to go back. Every time she went back to wait for herself was the pressure given by her family. It was also fortunate that although that Chu Sangmei was irrational, he wasn't a dude and would still put effort into his leveling. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so relaxed right now. One run, this skill of yours is quite good. In a dimensional space, a small team was brushing monsters. For a team like ours, it's all thanks to your skill that we can kill monsters over the level. Yeah, one run, with such a powerful skill, you can totally find a stronger team. Several team members were persuading, showing the simplicity and kindness of humanity. How can that be? When I was at a low level, it was you guys who pulled me into the team. Now that I've leveled up a little bit and have comprehended a slightly useful skill, how can I just leave you guys like this? One Run Long Yu hastily waved his hand. He knew that these people were indeed still good, but as long as he showed the idea of crossing the river, these people would probably turn evil immediately. Just a short while ago, he had risen to level 15 and comprehended his third skill Doom Possession. This skill didn't have any substantial damage, but it was much more disgusting than those that did. Doom Possession, designate an enemy to be covered by the Wheel of Doom and have something unlucky happen with it, duration 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. At first, Wenrun thought that this was a garbage skill, it was just a bit of bad luck, what could it do? Ever since he unleashed this on a monster, he realized how perverse this skill was. A few of his own team members, the highest only C-level awakened, against the same level of monsters, barely able to deal with. But after being hit by this skill, the monster was much easier to deal with. Originally, a move could only attack the monster's higher defense, but somehow, the monster suddenly looked like it had twisted its foot, exposing its vulnerable parts to the attack. The list went on and on. After a few battles, the team realized that dealing with monsters became easier. It was then time to start killing monsters over the top. However, there was one thing that was necessary to end the battle within a minute. So at most, they only dared to cross one level to kill monsters. But even so, their upgrading speed and loot gained exceeded the previous by an unknown amount. Yunfeng, wait for me, I'm not a drag. When Rin firmly said in his heart that separation, although he hadn't said anything, he had still received some stimulation inside. He had always thought that the reason why Yunfeng had stopped practicing with him was because his own talent was not unsealed and his abilities were too weak. Captain, look, there seems to be a person there. Strange, how could there be a solo traveler in the wilderness? Could it be that they were separated from their teammates? But no matter what, when one encounters this kind of situation, one certainly cannot turn a blind eye to it. This person was none other than Yunfeng, who had returned to the correct path after a day's journey through the wilderness. Thanks a lot. Yunfeng hurriedly thanked after getting into the car. There was still a short distance to safety here, and although his speed was fast, he had not yet reached the speed of an armored fighting vehicle. Why did you appear here? Knowing that the officer was just making a routine inquiry, Yunfeng told the story he had made up long ago. Took on a cleanup mission and ended up getting separated from my teammates, so I returned to the roadside to wait. So you're a cleanup crew, hard work. The officer's attitude also immediately changed. The eyes of the rest of the people in the car looking at him also changed, some in admiration, some like looking at a little cutie. This kind of mission was basically laborious and there was a great danger. Regarding all this, Yunfeng did not have a problem with it, he would go back first. It seems like we need to be a little more careful this time when we go back. Young Master Chu has failed again, so I guess he'll use even more underhanded tactics. If it was still like before when he had someone come over to deliver his head, he didn't mind letting the other party know his whereabouts. It was different now, playing dirty defense scheming first, then making plans. Although he had numerous props in his possession and basically had no problem staying alive, most of those props with kills had level restrictions. When I reach level 31, I basically won't have to be obscene anymore. Gold level attribute potions, currently it was estimated that only he could kowtow full of them, and others, including Chu Sangmei, couldn't. It wasn't that his family couldn't come up with so many gold attribute potions, a big family wouldn't give these important resources to one person to use unconditionally, they needed to consider risk hedging. Pressing the treasure all on one person, in the event of an accident, it would be too late to regret. Yunfeng, on the other hand, did not have such scruples and used as much as he had. After returning to the safe zone, he did not go to the trading hall but got off midway. The house is definitely being watched now, going back will definitely expose his information. After pondering for a while, Yunfeng decided to find a hotel to stay in first. Inside the hotel was provided with internet equipment, it just wasn't as convenient as the home smart brain. After modifying the receiving address, he started shopping for goods. This time, he was prepared to stay in the safe zone for a longer period of time to prepare for the next adventure. Chapter 79 Storm Sword Dragon. Crazy man, school is starting tomorrow, will you be coming over? During this period of time, the only people Yunfeng kept in contact with were Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole. Although this period of time was nominally a summer vacation, the two had clearly not been lazy, and their levels and battle power had both risen greatly. Especially Black Monkey, his level had already exceeded level 15. When brushing monsters in a group, the leveling up could definitely not be compared to Yunfeng's solo brushing. Moreover, Black Monkey was now sitting on his identity as an invisible rich second generation, as from time to time, he would receive precious items anonymously mailed to him. He rightly assumed that they were sent by his own clansmen who were bad at talking about it. Yunfeng certainly wouldn't try to break it up. No go no go. What's the point of going to school? How could he have the heart to go to school right now? What the hell are you doing now? always feeling secretive. Don't worry, I'm fine, you strive to get into the school you want. I am now the invisible rich second generation, with resources to support me, absolutely no problem. The two hung up the phone. Yunfeng had already set off. It's been a month, you can't still be thinking about me. Yunfeng got on a bus and headed towards the exchange. After getting all the materials out of his hands, he strolled around the exchange for a while before finally getting on an armored chariot and heading outside the security gas station. What he did not know was that some things were just so coincidental. Originally, Uncle Tai thought he was buried in the wilderness and had withdrawn his pursuit. But just now, when he got into his car, he was overheard by a scout who used to be under Uncle Tai's ministry, who then dialed the phone. Uncle Tai, there's a bad news. Speak up, all I've heard lately is good news, I'd like to hear what's the bad news. Since the young master's thorn in his side had been picked, his days had become better. Uncle Tai, I saw him, he's not dead. Who isn't dead? Just go and kill it. It's that Yunfeng that we've killed several times but failed to kill? What? Uncle Tai's composure was gone, and there was only trepidation on his face. Because Chu Sangmei was right beside him. Pa! A loud slap rang out. Chu Sangmei grabbed the cell phone in his hand. Tell me, where is he? Chu Shao, he got on the armored chariot going to the Dragon Ridge subspace. The man had just finished speaking when the sound of the phone hanging up came from over there. He actually has the ability to go to Dragon Ridge, it just so happens that I'm going to make a trip as well. You bunch of losers, you can't even handle this point, you still need me to personally come out. Chu Sangmei pinched his fingers, as if Yunfeng was already an ant in the palm of his hand at this moment. Young master, that guy is a bit evil, or not? What? Afraid that I can't deal with that guy? Seeing Yunfeng intruding into the territory, the angry winged dragon spread its wings and came over, sending a fury fireball as a meet and greet gift. The fireball was more than 3 meters in diameter, blazing and smashing towards Yunfeng. It's a violent temper. Yunfeng could only return an ice dragon break. The nearly 10-meter-long ice dragon roared as it smashed through the flying fireball, impacting on the angry winged dragon. The opponent directly turned into a pile of ice and fell down. Not bad, 34 spiritual power to hand. Yunfeng calculated the data as he collected the loot. At this rate, we still need to kill more than 560 angry winged dragons before we can level up to 25. Looks like you found yourself a good graveyard. Just as Yunfeng was brushing the raging winged dragons, Chu Sangmei also entered this place. At the moment, he was standing alone at the entrance to the space, looking at the beautiful surroundings in admiration, only the smile on his face was chilling. Like Yunfeng, Chu Sangmei did not stay much in the low-level monster area and directly headed deeper into the space. Currently, his level had reached 25, and his battle power was also exaggeratedly high, having come to over 160,000 points. Obviously, like Yunfeng, he had filled up the attribute potions of the previous 3 levels. This was also the reason why he dared to say that he was invincible at the same rank. Even Ling Xiaohan, who had the same SSS rank talent as him in Jiangnan State, would not have so much support to back him up. Boom! And at this time, Yunfeng had already been brushing the elite monster area for more than a day. The level 29 Raging Winged Dragon was a casual matter for Yunfeng, and the extra time was basically spent on rushing. Monster. The Stormwind Sword Dragon's trophy was a bit peculiar, the most special of the densely packed sword spikes on its back. It was said that the weapon forged from this sword had a lot of bonuses to comprehending sword-type martial arts. Collecting the loot, Yunfeng casually kicked away the corpse of the sword dragon. The result made his eyes light up. Ouch me, surprises are always so timely. Yunfeng collected the one yellowish fragment and gave it a hateful kiss. After turning it into a potion, he took out the other 2 bottles together. If it doesn't work, no, it has to work. After saying that, he closed his eyes and poured the 3 potions into his stomach. Marred, I knew it was a pit. Seeing that his body did not react at all, Yunfeng cursed in a low voice and could only proceed to continue brushing the monsters. He also finally realized why so many people needed to exchange fragments or simply sell them. Sometimes after brushing, the level was exceeded and the desired shards were still not put together. I don't have this kind of trouble. Yunfeng was secretly happy in his heart as he attacked the Storm Sword Dragon. 3 days passed once again. During the 3 days, Yunfeng once again unleashed a triple dunk. The result was predictable and still ended in failure. The chances of upgrading were already very low when he was first upgraded from D to C rank, and he did not expect to succeed once or twice. There's always a need to pad a few bottles. Yun Feng comforted himself so. However, at this time, he was also a bit anxious. His level was about to come to level 27, and the burst rate of this fragment was definitely getting lower and lower. Let's strive to successfully upgrade the talent before level 30. Looking at the 2 more bottles of talent upgrade potion that had already been saved in his hand, he secretly sighed. Whew. While Yun Feng was thinking, a storm swept towards him. Just in time. Yun Feng dodged through the path of the storm attack while striking an ice dragon break. Kid, good battle prowess, actually swiping the sword dragon here alone. Just as Yun Feng had just finished killing a sword dragon, a voice rang out. He then saw a squad forming a closed circle around him. What? What's the problem? Yun Feng did not raise his head, only focusing on collecting the loot. Kid, this area is where the brothers brush up on the monsters, you can leave now. Yun Feng turned back to see a middle-aged man in his 30s with a scary scar on his face looking at him condescendingly. Being in his 30s and still brushing level 30 monsters meant that none of these people had good talent. But through a long period of accumulation, there was still the ability to pull up their own battle power and brush this kind of elite monster. This sword dragon as an elite monster, although the number is small, it's still enough for you guys to brush, right? Yun Feng had long noticed a few people appearing in his perception before. He thought the other party was just passing by. He didn't expect to perceive them a few times later, but the other party didn't come to bother him, so Yun Feng didn't care. Unexpectedly, these few guys had come over to pick a fight. Goggles took a look. The levels were all at level 30, and their battle power was not weak. They were all around 120k. It showed that over the years, they hadn't lived in vain, and had more or less filled up some attribute potions. Let's just say what's up, don't get into all this nonsense. Little old brother is refreshing. The scarred man said in a loud voice. These days, every time we tried to brush up on the monsters, we realized that there was only one sword dragon corpse left, and we chased all the way over here to find out that it was you who had gotten there first. Little old brother, we don't have any other requests, just return our loot to us. The scarred man had just finished speaking when several people suddenly approached over, fearing that Yun Feng would escape. With your current battle power, you can obviously brush the monsters by yourselves, why? Less ing nagging, let you hand it over, you can just hand it over, that's so much nonsense. The person who spoke was the youngest one in the team, and was obviously more grumpy. Gangzy, watch your words, we are a quality team. The scarred man waved his hand. Little old brother, as you can see, what about me? I'm a very good talker, provided that you listen. Yun Feng shook his head, and then kicked away Sword Dragon's massive corpse, a yellowish fragment lying on the ground. Brother's sword. The few people in the back instantly became excited at the sight of the golden shard. One of them directly scurried out and reached out to grab the shard. Ah! Just as the hand was about to approach the fragment, only a click could be heard as the arm bone was directly broken by Yun Feng's kick, folding into a 90-degree right angle. The person who had struck out covered his broken arm and wailed in pain. Brother Blade, my arm, my arm. Yun Feng picked up the fragment on the ground as if nothing had happened, which happened to be a fragment of the talent upgrade potion. Good luck. Yun Feng directly took out the ancient jade on his neck in front of several people. He then turned the fragment directly into a bottle of potion in front of their dumbfounded eyes. You, what kind of sorcery is this? Several people were frightened by Yun Feng's bizarre means and backed away. But after lasting for a few seconds, a greedy look appeared on their faces, an expression like an LSP who had been locked up for decades seeing a stunningly beautiful woman without a single inch. Brother Blade, I didn't just blink, did I? What kind of treasure is this? It's simply beyond my cognition. Ha, it looks like the heavens have helped me, Joey Dao. The scarred man laughed madly, not interrupting even as he watched several bottles of potions being poured into Yun Feng's stomach. Yun Feng happened to have gathered 3 bottles of talent upgrade potion, and without thinking, he directly poured it into his mouth. Originally, he did not think that he would succeed this time. However, just as the potion entered his throat, Yun Feng felt a strange sensation in his body. That feeling was so familiar, he had felt it 3 times already, and it was so wonderful every time. Brother Blade, what did he just drink? How come it's like this now? What are you waiting for? Go up and finish him off and bring the treasure over. Just as they were about to strike, Yun Feng's talent had already finished upgrading. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 26184262 20000. Battle Strength, 169146. Talent, Grade B Plunder, Elemental Ice. Skills: Snatch, Qian Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Break, Ice Storm. Chapter 81 Battle against Chu Sangmei. Seeing the data displayed on the panel, Yunfeng was overjoyed. After upgrading his talent, the words changed once again. Grade B talent, Plunder. When killing the enemy, chance to plunder part of the opponent's spiritual energy, small chance to plunder the opponent's talent. It went from very small to small, which was a big improvement. Moreover, the skill of taking someone's love had changed once again. The duration of the effect had changed from 5 days to 10 days. Yunfeng, who was immersed in joy, was interrupted in his good mood by the attacks of a few people. However, when he took out the ancient jade in front of a few people, he had no intention of letting a few people off the hook. Such scum could be found anywhere, and since he had encountered them, he did not mind sending them to reincarnation to be good people again. Just as he wanted to move, Yunfeng realized that his feet were entangled by several thick vines. At the same time, a large fireball had already arrived in front of him, and the battle knife in the flanking scarred man's hand had already looked towards the neck with astral energy. Xuanwu Heart Protector. This was the first time Yunfeng had inspired this prop. Worthy of being a gold-level prop, after the prop was activated, a tortoise-shell-like gas shield blocked Yunfeng's surroundings, and all attacks that struck on it were bounced away. Yunfeng took out his battle knife and made a stroke. The vines on his feet all broke. With the defense of the Xuanwu Heart Protecting Mirror, Yunfeng was directly on top of his opponent's attacks. Brother Blade, save me. At this moment, the scout in the team who did not have much offensive ability was already close by Yunfeng. Ch Chang. Only just as the words for help were uttered, a head flew up high. Brother Chan, Chan. Seeing their teammate being killed, the remaining 4 people's jaws were gaping with grief. Kid, I want you to die. The scarred man's voice was filled with hatred, and it could be seen that it came from the heart. Brothers, don't have any scruples, take out all the collections from these years. With scarred man's order, several people all put their hands into their storage bags. Subsequently, a variety of small props all came at Yunfeng. Although the defense of the Xuanwu Heart Protecting Mirror was strong, it did not last long and had disappeared at this moment. With the remaining 2 usage times, Yunfeng did not want to waste it on a few people. Comparing props with me, you guys are still a bit young. Yunfeng first applied the ice armor technique to himself, then launched the Bagua swimming dragon steps while throwing props. Compared to his opponent's low-grade props, these were high-grade goods for Yunfeng. Within a few seconds, the 4 of them collapsed one after another, wailing in pain. Big brother, no big master, I was wrong, let me go, I can become your dog and promise to listen to you. The scarred man was currently drenched in blood, trembling as he crawled over towards Yunfeng's feet. Sorry, I don't need a dog. 4 Qian ice thorns coalesced around them, before stabbing into the chests of the scarman men in their horrified gazes. At this point, all 5 people were dead. It's a pity that only 1,000 points of spiritual energy were obtained, and no talents were plundered. However, all of these people's talents were not of a high grade, and not having plundered them, Yunfeng did not care much. Just as Yunfeng was collecting a few people's battle talents, clapping sounds rang out from the jungle. Awesome, awesome indeed. A figure walked out from behind a large tree. Seeing the visitor, Yunfeng was shocked in his heart. His own powerful spiritual attribute had not sensed the appearance of the other party, which meant that the other party's spiritual attribute was not lower than his. Surprisingly, it's you? Isn't it a surprise? I just didn't expect that you would come over on your own. The person who came was none other than Chu Sangmei. Both of them were brushing the sword dragon, slowly approaching a location as time passed. It just so happened that there was a fight happening on Yunfeng's side, so it drew Chu Sangmei over. It's boring anyway, might as well find a little mouse to play with. Chu Sangmei said contemptuously as he toyed with his fingernails that had transformed into dragon claw sharp blades. He had just watched the entire battle in his eyes, and although Yunfeng was indeed very powerful, he was still much worse compared to him. Before you die, can you satisfy my small curiosity? It's not impossible to satisfy your curiosity before you die. Yunfeng laughed. The opponent's data in the goggles did cause him some pressure, but it was still within the acceptable range. Level 27. Battle Strength 172134. From the data, the other party was just like him, with attribute potions knocked full and a level that had only just risen to level 27. Ha, arrogant, I like it. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Chu Sangmei laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. I saw the latter part of the battle just now. As far as I know, you don't have an ice elemental talent. That problem. Yunfeng trailed off his body voice and suddenly drew his sword to slash at Chu Sangmei, the first style of the bastard sword unleashed. It's better for me to tell you when you're dead. Humph, thanks to me seeing you as a number 1 character, even engaging in a sneak attack. Chu Sangmei directly reached out and grabbed the slashing blade while his other dragon claw slashed towards Yunfeng's abdomen. At this point in time, what martial virtues are you talking about? Yunfeng sneered and drew out his battle sword with force, sidestepping the sharp dragon claw before a Shin ice spike coalesced and stabbed towards the opposite side of his face. Roar! A roar that did not belong to humans came out from Chu Sangmei's mouth. The Shin ice thorn that stabbed over quickly dissolved as if it had met a blazing fire, while Yunfeng froze for a moment at the sound. Although he came to his senses in an instant, he was still cut through his arm by the other party's sharp claws. Your battle power, there is something odd. Both sides backed away at the same time, and Chu Sangmei frowned, puzzled. Yunfeng's realized battle power was not like the 120,000 battle power displayed by his goggles, and his Song Long Sha belonged to a spiritual attack. The fact that Yunfeng was able to come to his senses in an instant meant that his opponent's spiritual attributes were not inferior to his. Something odd is right. Subsequently, Yunfeng's battle power value in Chu Sangmei's goggles changed rapidly, sometimes by tens, sometimes by hundreds of thousands, seeing Chu Sangmei's eyes dazzled. So it's the effect of the camouflage potion, the rat who hides his head. Taking a sip of the healing potion, Yunfeng took out a conch and blew hard. A dreamy sound rang out, and Chu Sangmei fell into a brief daze. Yunfeng took the opportunity to send an ice dragon break crashing into him. However, Chu Sangmei only retreated a few steps back and was basically unharmed. I didn't expect you to have such a means, but it's a pity that elemental attacks are ineffective against me. Chu Sangmei patted the ice debris on his chest and said disdainfully. Hearing this, Yunfeng knew what the problem was. Paralyzing, this guy can comprehend a skill like Dragon Force out? Thinking of this, Yunfeng directly unleashed his skill Capture the Love of Others. As soon as the skill was unleashed, 5 skills appeared in Yunfeng's mind: Black Dragon Tearing the Sky, Crowning Dragon's Whistle, Black Inflammation Spit, Power Increase, and Elemental Immunity. Feeling these 5 skills, Yunfeng realized that he had thought wrongly. The other party had not comprehended the Dragon Force at all. It should be that Elemental Immunity that did the trick. However, now that the skills had been activated, one had to be chosen. Seize Elemental Immunity. This skill was currently the biggest threat to him. Elemental Immunity, passive skill, immune to 80% of elemental attacks. Although the effect of the skill was not even comparable to False Dragon Power, 80% immunity was already perverse. After seizing the skill, Yunfeng once again sent out an Ice Dragon Break to impact towards the opponent. It's all said and done, elemental attack. Poof. Chu Sangmei was directly knocked out dozens of meters away by the ice dragon, spitting out a mouthful of bossy blood splatters in the air. How is it possible? Chu Sangmei covered his chest and stood up while pouring down a mouthful of healing potion. Could it be that there's something wrong with my skills? When Chu Sangmei looked at his skill slot, his entire body was confused. Where are my skills? What the hell did you do to me? Chu Sangmei looked at Yunfeng in horror. It was the unknown that was the most terrifying. So far, although the looting talent had only comprehended one skill, this skill was Yunfeng's most skill so far. That skill of yours kind of restrained me and made me a bit upset, so I let it go. It's gone. It's gone. Gone. Chu Sangmei's head was buzzing at the moment, only feeling that those 3 words were like bells that kept echoing in his head. Elemental Immunity was a new skill that he had realized at level 25, and at that time, he was simply ecstatic when he realized this skill. Previously, his only shortcoming was the constraints that elemental attacks had on him, and after comprehending this skill, it could be said that whether it was brushing monsters or sparring, there were no more worries. Die for me. Chu Sangmei roared, his inner fear of the unknown replaced by anger. A pitch-black dragon's breath erupted from his mouth. Yunfeng knew that this was his 3rd skill, Black Flame Spit. Watching the spitting breath approach, Yunfeng did not even move. Seeing my dragon's breath, scared silly, stupid. Seeing Yunfeng being submerged by the dragon breath, Chu Sangmei said in a hateful voice. How? After the dragon's breath, Yunfeng stood there as if he was fine, only his hair was a bit burnt and his face was a bit dark. The 80% immunity was not a complete immunity, it could still cause some damage, only that the rest of the might was cancelled out by the silver level battlesuit on his body. Elemental attack, ineffective against me. Yun Feng returned his words as they were. At this moment, Chu Sangmei was truly terrified. The other party had truly stripped his skills from him. Shin Ice Stab, Ice Dragon Break, Ice Storm. Yun Feng was not the kind of gentleman who would take advantage of your illness then take your life. One by one, the ice elemental skills smashed towards the other party like no money. Chu Sangmei was still shocked by Yun Feng's fear of depriving him of his skills, and only reacted when the skills came to him. Hastily, he pulled out a small, mini golden bell from his storage ring and threw it out. The golden bell instantly grew in size, enveloping him in it. All the attacks Yun Feng sent out struck the golden bell and eventually disappeared into nothingness. After a few breaths of time, the golden bell shrunk and returned to Chu Sangmei's hands. This prop is not bad. Right now, Yun Feng was particularly concerned about life-preserving props that. Damn it, to have pushed me to this point. Chu Sangmei had just broken out into a cold sweat. Fortunately he had thrown out the golden bell shield prop in time, but this prop could only be used once a day. His legs turned into dragons and stomped the ground, rushing towards Yun Feng like a cannonball. Since elemental attacks are ineffective, then melee combat. The beast system's best was still melee combat. Good timing. Yun Feng also wanted a good fight. He then drew his battle sword and activated Bagua swimming dragon steps to dodge the attack. Another trio of ice skills were launched. Close combat? That's impossible. Elemental attacks were the best choice now. Who would play physical combat with you? Chapter 82, Woohoo, taking off. The difference in strength between the two was not far, and they began to enter a tug of war. Chu Sangmei, who was missing 2 skills ice and fire breath had also been scrapped, was basically in a state of being beaten. Chu Sangmei kept trying to melee, but Yun Feng was like a loach, always dodging at crucial times. Immediately followed by an absolute barrage of ice skill attacks. The SSS-ranked Beast System Transformation Dragon was definitely the ceiling of melee combat. Whether it was strength, defense or speed, it was impeccable. If it wasn't for Yun Feng plundering the ice elemental skill and seizing the opponent's defense skill, a head-on confrontation would never be an enemy. I'll see how long you can hide? The dragonized Chu Sangmei's half of his body was covered in black scales, appearing hideous and terrifying. It was just that it was now covered in ice slag, which made it look a bit comical. Although those dragon scales had some defense against elemental attacks, they were of no help at all against Yun Feng's battle power. He now secretly hated himself for not going to comprehend a stance martial art and focusing all his energy on attacking. I'll just dodge, hit me if you can. Yun Feng taunted while releasing his skills, infuriating Chu Sangmei to the point where the Buddha came out of the world and the Buddha ascended to heaven. You will regret this. Chu Sangmei roared and took out a prop. Yun Feng, who was having a great time attacking, felt his body enveloped in pressure, and for a while, he was unable to use the 8 trigrams dragon steps. Mard, you're the only one with props. Yun Feng immediately mobilized his Xuan. When the wind and snow passed, his form was revealed. The black scales on his body were cracked, and the places that weren't covered in black scales were even more bloody, with blood constantly spilling out of his mouth. Let go, me. Muffled words and phrases came out of the blood dripping from his mouth. Let you go? Have you ever thought of sparing me? After Yun Feng finished speaking, his greatsword was raised horizontally, slashing across his neck with a dominating astral aura, and his head flew high into the air. Last time, you were only able to escape with your life after losing at the hands of Bailey Shuyun. Yun Feng was just about to bend down to collect his trophies when he suddenly stopped and his entire body trembled. In that very instant, he felt that his body was filled with an infinite amount of power, making it incomparably difficult to even make a simple movement. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded out of nowhere, as if it was lingering between heaven and earth. It was as if time had stopped at this moment, and it was as if it had been indefinitely stretched out. Boom! Yun Feng's head was about to be blown apart before returning to normal. This feeling, could it be? Yun Feng immediately looked at his data panel. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 27,426 20,000. Battle Strength, 169796. Talent, SSS Beast System Black Dragon, B-Grade Plunder, Elemental Ice. Skills, Elemental Immunity, slightly. Yun Feng looked at the data panel again in disbelief. Really? Really plundered an SSS-ranked talent? At this moment, his mood can no longer be described in words. To say there that is, woohoo, take off. Coming to this world, for 10 years, he had heard many legends, and learning by ear had filled him with endless yearning for high-grade talents. However, the day of his awakening, the F-rank talent extinguished all his fantasies. However, today, not only did he kill an SSS-ranked talent awakened person of the same rank, he also plundered the other party's talent. Ha ha ha, I'm also the highest-ranked talent awakened person. Yunfeng laughed madly in his heart. Activating the talent he had just obtained, dense black scales began to emerge on his palms. However, the looted over talent was equivalent to just being awakened, so not even one hand could be fully dragonized. What a great power! With just a little bit of dragonization, Yunfeng felt that his arm strength had been enhanced. AI, having more talent is also annoying. Nah, we have to prepare to comprehend skills again. Yunfeng sighed, his language full of the flavor of Versailles. Collecting Chu Sangmei's gold-level storage ring, he erased his imprint and probed inside. Good fellow, there's quite a lot of stuff inside. Yunfeng took out several bottles of gold-grade attribute potions. He should be preparing to use this stuff until level 31, it's cheap, it would be nice if I could exchange it for shards. There were also many good props inside, one of which was the small golden bell that Chu Sangmei had used before. Purple engraved prop, golden bell. The golden bell shrouds itself to form an all-round defense, duration, 5 seconds, use interval, 24 hours. Beautifully putting everything away and finally taking care of the scene, Yunfeng continued to walk deeper into space. Since the talent had already been upgraded, there wasn't much need to brush the elite monsters here. On his way to the rare monster area, Yunfeng took out all the loot from before regarding the ability to upgrade his beast system talent and began to research his new talent. A day later, when he appeared in the rare level monster area, he was finally able to dragonize a complete poem. He also comprehended a skill, from the clouds. It seems that the same talent will lead to a completely different skill. Cloud from dragon, wind from tiger. The skill from the cloud would allow Yunfeng to gain the ability to fly for a short period of time. When I develop this talent more and more, this ability will also be strengthened, right? By then, I will be able to go to the sky and the sea, wherever I can't go. Yunfeng was excited in his heart. Chapter 83 Birthday Banquet. Roar! A voice interrupted Yunfeng's reverie. Fixing his eyes, a tall and majestic Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in front of Yunfeng. Monster, Tyrannosaurus Rex Rare. Level, 30. Battle Strength, 145730. Skill, Tyrannical Charge, Irontail Relentless, King's Breath Passive. No wonder Chu Sangmei didn't even brush the monsters here. This tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, a purebred physical attacking monster, and that King's Breath was the nemesis of melee combat. As soon as Yunfeng got close to this thing, he felt his strength and defense attributes drop across the board. Try it first. In terms of attack, Yunfeng was now considered more versatile. Moreover, on the way over, although he had been researching new talents, the last skill of the ice department had also been comprehended, Ice Prison. With 3 attack skills and 1 defense skill, comprehending a trapping skill this time was also considered to be just what he wanted. While pondering over here, the Tyrannosaurus Rex over there had already impacted over. It carried a tyrannical aura that was worthy of its name. Yunfeng put away his battle sword and dragonized his right palm. The first battle with the SSS-ranked talent in hand was especially worth looking forward to. Stepping swiftly, he dodged the tyrannical rush, then unleashed the from the cloud skill to rise up into the air, his black dragon claw approaching the opponent's abdomen with a sharp edge. Both of them were as fast as lightning, one touch away. Bear! An ear-piercing sound rang out, for scratches from the front abdomen to the back legs, more than 20 meters long. Blood continuously spilled from them. Yunfeng had just revealed a satisfied smile when a tail that was like steel jerked towards him. At this moment, he could only reach out to block it. The ice armor on his body shattered inch by inch, and his person was also knocked backwards by the huge force. Although it did not cause any damage, it also annoyed Yunfeng. Such a large size, but I didn't expect it to be exceptionally flexible. Yunfeng looked at the black dragon claw, then cancelled his dragonization. Like the ice system's Shin Ice Spike, the fire system's Fireball, and the wind system's Windblade, they were basically equivalent to Flata skills. Brushing the monsters is not as hard as expected, dry up. Yunfeng walked into the Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse and collected the loot. The loot was the Tyrannosaurus Rex's essence blood. Each Tyrannosaurus Rex could collect 10 drops of essence blood. This essence blood had quite a few benefits for beast lineage awakened, exactly what Yunfeng wanted. However, this kind of essence blood could not be taken directly, the king's aura contained within would damage the awakened person's body. Yunfeng put it away and put it in his storage ring. When he returned he could find a specialized person to purify it. Afterward, Yunfeng began to brush the monsters here. Safe zone, Zone 5, a manor. Inside, people were coming and going, unusually lively. Today was the Bailey family's old man's 60th birthday, although the Bailey family wasn't a top-tier family in Jiangnan continent, and the Bailey family's old man wasn't a celebrity, but he had a good son. Each and every one of them wore exquisite gowns that they normally wouldn't even touch and carried expensive gifts to the manor to wish the old master a happy birthday. Cousin, I haven't seen you for a long time, I thought you'd be practicing in subspace. In the crowd, a marvelous young girl suddenly sprang out and took hold of another even more stunningly beautiful young girl in front of her. Swear, you still have the nerve to say that, ever since you went to high school, you've rarely come to my house. The young girl scraped Schwer's agitated nose and introduced the other into her boudoir. The two, one was Bailey Shuyun and the other was Shangguan Shui. Cousin, haven't seen you in half a year, you've grown so much. Shangguan Shui mischievously grabbed a hand in front of Bailey Shuyun's body, inducing the other party to blush. Could you Shangguan Shui, half a year gone, getting more and more roguish, the little ninny is even bigger than mine, and still has the nerve to talk about me. Bailey Shuyun also grabbed over to the other party. Cousin, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. The two of them jostled around a bit, and the spring light was infinite. Cousin, since you awakened your SS rank talent, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. You're still different, and you were even accepted as a disciple by the principal on the spot. Having just finished their banter, the two began to commercially blow each other up again. Schwer, I heard that there's an F-rank awakened person from your school, is that right? It seems like there is such a person, named Yunfeng. But I haven't seen it, I was taken away by my teacher after I awakened, and my training was also separate, so I don't know much about it. Shangguan Shui finished looking at Bailey Shuyun suspiciously. Cousin, you've always only focused on those with high talent, why are you suddenly asking about an F-rank? I heard that Yunfeng is not bad looking, you wouldn't be looking at. What nonsense! Bailey Shuyun spat at the other party, her face unconsciously reddening. Cousin, it's hard to be true, how did you guys meet, tell me quickly. Stop it, haven't you always been secretly in love with that Ling Xiaohan, why don't you go after him? Why did it come back to me? But the topic is also considered to have been successfully transferred. That guy, I don't know how many women are surrounding him, and he's a leveling maniac, don't mention it. Shangguan Shui shook her head. Cousin, I heard that young master of the Chu family has been pursuing you, why didn't I see over today? Speaking of Chu Tsangmei, Bailey Shuyun's face immediately collapsed. Her biggest worry right now stemmed from this. What's wrong, cousin? That's the young master of the Chu family, with high talent and a good family background, how many young girls dream lover? If you like it, you go after it. Then I still like Ling Mainan. The two of them were playing around, the banquet outside was about to start, and the two of them had to head to the lobby. May father-grandfather live as long as the heavens. Bailey Jingcheng brought his wife Qin Feiping and Bailey Shuyun to be the first to go up and wish for longevity. Good, little Yuner, you haven't come to see Grandpa for a long time. Grandpa, I didn't come to see you. After a few people retreated, the surrounding guests also started to send gifts one after another to wish him a happy birthday. The old man greeted everyone with a smile on his face, but his eyes always looked in the direction of the hall entrance from. Yuner, you've awakened a good talent, make sure you utilize it well. Got it, second uncle, I also want to become like you. It's not good to be like me, it's not good to live in the wind every day, cultivate well, you'll surpass me. The stalwart man touched Bailey Shuyun's head. Alright, your second uncle has traveled all the way back from the wind and dust, first dine, second brother, quickly sit down and eat first. The family was happy, and the banquet guests enjoyed themselves. After the banquet, when the guests dispersed, the family finally had some time alone. Broken Army, how many days are you planning to stay at home this time? Father is joking, I will be moving soon. Second brother, is the current situation so tense? Brother, there are some things I can't say, but there are indeed some problems in many dimensional spaces right now. Hearing the conversation between the two, Bailey Shuyun couldn't help but think of the sub-dimensional space where she had practiced with Yunfeng, and odd things had indeed appeared. You don't have to worry about these things, with the military department around, they won't let the sub-dimensional space threaten the safety zone. After saying that, Bailey Broken Army looked at his watch. I should go, you guys stay well with father. Then he walked out of the manor without looking back, and there was already a chariot waiting outside. Yuner, you have to thank your second uncle. If it wasn't for him, the Chu family might not have been able to suppress us only financially. Xin Feiping looked at the distant figure and said bitterly to her daughter, and even looked at Bailey Jingchen with dissatisfaction when she finished. Why are you looking at me? We can't rely on second brother for the rest of our lives. I am also trying to find a way out for our Bailey family. You're useless yourself, and you still say such grandiose words. Xin Feiping directly took Bailey Shuyan back, leaving Bailey Jingcheng standing alone with a red face. Chapter 84 Slaying Battle Commander Monster. Uncle Tai, we've been waiting here for almost half a month, and we still haven't seen Chu Xiao come out. Outside the Dragon Ridge subspace, a fellow dressed as a street sneak stared at the entrance to the subspace while making a phone call. Keep staring, young master is probably upgrading inside. Uncle Tai responded to the call while wiping the false sweat from his forehead. It had already been half a month since Chu Xiao had entered the subspace, and no news had yet gotten out. At this moment, he was already anxious. But he could only continue to wait, waiting for Chu Tsangmei to appear soon. Right now, no matter what happened outside, by and large, it would not arouse any interest in Yun Feng. He was now leisurely brushing against the Tyrannosaurus Rex, not even seeing his competitors basically. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex, by itself, had a very high battle power and also had a disgusting passive skill, so very few teams came over to trouble it. Yun Feng was also happy to be idle. Not bad, another gold level fragment. At this moment, he had already spent 10 days in this area. The level had also risen to over level 29. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 2911-20-20,000. Battle strength, 181820. Talent. Slightly. Skills, Black Dragon Tsunami, Ice Prison. Slightly. Even if there was no one fighting for it, rare monsters were rare after all. It was already good enough to level up 2 in 10 days. If it is a normal squad, at this time want to rise a level is estimated to take more than a month. That was why it was basically impossible to level up to level 30 before university enrollment, except for solo brushing like Yun Feng. As the level increased, the probability of dropping fragments became lower and lower. Yun Feng picked up the gold level fragment on the ground and was somewhat helpless. With his current level, it's basically impossible to pop out a purple Ing level talent upgrade fragment, so he'll have to think long and hard if he wants to upgrade his talent. As far as he knew, the chances of a purple Ing grade fragment basically having to be popped by a 3-commander monster or a rare monster that was above level 40 was relatively high. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex essence blood that had been collected over so many days, as long as it was purified, it would definitely have a lot of enhancement to his new talent. Even though he had been brushing monsters, he hadn't neglected his research on his. The one flying in the sky was not an Eastern Divine Dragon, but a Western Lizard Dragon, covered in fiery red skin with some scales vaguely visible covering it. It should have been startled by Yun Feng's dragon roar. The red dragon hissed and roared as soon as it flew out. This was followed by a large swathe of flames spewing out of its mouth, burning the ground where Yun Feng was into a sea of fire. Boom! The red dragon was knocked over by the 2 ice dragons and flew out, smashing on top of the mountain cliff. Countless rocks rolled down and splashed with gusts of smoke and dust. Roar! The red dragon's wings slapped the cliff wall and flew into the sky once again. Yun Feng had thought that this strike would at least heavily damage the red dragon, but he realized that there were only 2 modest wounds on the other party's body, which did not injure the fundamentals at all. The red light flickering on its body just now, it should be the 3rd skill scales of double defense. Yun Feng felt a bit difficult to deal with, these 2 defense skills, both of which also restrained his ice elemental, but as long as he could deal damage, finishing off the other party would be a matter. Time passed slowly, half an hour later. The battle ended with a mournful cry from the red dragon. This commander-class monster is really not easy to fight. Yun Feng moved forward to collect the loot. The red dragon's flame crystal cores were very high in purity and were loved by fire element awakened people. Another piece of loot was those red scales, the best material for making defense equipment. The finished product was very close to a silver level item. Turning over the red dragon's body, sure enough, a purple fragment was lying on the ground. This luck, invincible. In his hand was the very fragment of the talent upgrade potion he wanted. Chapter 85 SSS Grade Talent, Divine Pupil. I currently have 2 talents that are both rank B. Could it be possible to upgrade both at once? Yun Feng looked at the potion in his hand and fell into deep thought. Whatever, let's get a bottle first before we single draw out the miracle. Yun Feng immediately poured down the synthesized potion. However, the miracle was probably taken by Lu Qian and did not appear in his hand. A bottle of potion worth $10 million just disappeared into his stomach like plain water without even a burp. However, he also knew the law of upgrading talents. In the case where two talents existed, the intention to choose the talent and the upgrade would be that one, which also dispelled his worries. After killing the commander monster, Yunfeng then returned to the rare level monster area. One was to level up to strengthen his battle power, and the other was to wait for the cooldown time of the skill capture someone's love. And all of this was to enter the ice subspace. Yunfeng got up and prepared to leave. Boom! A huge boulder fell, smashing right under his feet. Yunfeng looked up and his gaze was right on the hole in the cliff. How about going in and taking a look? Yunfeng rubbed his chin. His hands then transformed into dragon claws for an unarmed rock climbing session. Anyway, as long as the grip was unsteady, it would be sent to the slave cloud, and nothing would happen at all. In half an incense stick of time, Yunfeng appeared at the entrance of the cave. Through the cave, the space inside was very large. I should have known that I would have climbed up first and fought inside the cave. That would definitely be much better. Yunfeng secretly blamed himself for having nothing to do but act blindly and yell that. He searched carefully in the cave, yet found nothing. Didn't they say that these lizard dragons like treasures and shiny things? How come there's nothing? The dream of fantasizing about finding treasure in the dragon cave was shattered, and he walked out of the cave with a sarcastic smile. Half a month later, Yunfeng walked out of the Dragon Ridge subspace, got on the armored chariot and headed towards the ice and snow subspace. According to time calculations, he reached the depths of the ice and snow subspace just as his skills were refreshed. Uncle Tai. Well, is it the young master coming out? The other side picked up the phone and asked hurriedly. No, it's not, it's him who appeared? Him? Uncle Tai didn't react for a moment. You mean Yunfeng? Yes, I just saw him come out and then get on an armored chariot and head in the direction of the ice subspace. How is that possible? How is that possible? Uncle Tai was momentarily flustered in his heart when he heard this. It's possible that young master didn't meet him in the sub-dimensional space. That must be it, that must be it. Uncle Tai was constantly psyching himself up. You continue to keep an eye on Long Ridge, have the others follow Yunfeng, and absolutely not let him leave your sight? Going to follow up on subspace? Follow me to death, but absolutely don't make a move, you can't scare the snakes. Uncle Tai didn't dare to let these people make a move again. He didn't know now, inside the Dragon Ridge, what was happening. Got it, Uncle Tai. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Tai's hands shook slightly. Young master, I hope the result is what I guessed. Uncle Tai was drumming in his heart, wondering if this matter should be reported to the family head. Finally, he shook his head and dialed a phone number. Ice subspace, I'm here again. Walking into the subspace, it was still white and Yunfeng's ice elemental talent began to stir. While sensing the ice elemental laws, he headed deeper into the space. There was not the slightest stop along the way. The level of monsters in this space were level 20-25, he did not even have a hair on his head to kill them now. 4 days later, Yunfeng once again appeared at the ice lake surrounded by mountains. The surface of the lake was covered by thick solid ice. Everything was the same as it was when he first appeared here, as if the last battle seemed to be non-existent, leaving no traces behind. Coming to the surface of the ice. Not much later, the cold ice dragon Jiao scurried out of the icy lake and attacked Yunfeng on the ice surface. This time was not the other time. The battle power and level difference was now completely reversed. It was just that pseudo-dragon power skill was a bit disgusting. Unfortunately, Yunfeng now had an SSS-ranked melee talent, and dealing with this ice Jiao could be considered a handful. Brother, wait. Just then, a voice came from far away. It reached the lake in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed. Yunfeng, who was about to strike, merely dodged the ice auger's attack and appeared in another part of the ice. Big brother, I'm really sorry. The visitor also knew that entering someone else's hunting area at this time was a very impolite and dangerous behavior. What is your business? Yunfeng stood holding his sword and looked at the person who came over with cold eyes. The person coming over should also be a student by the looks of him, very young. A face as flawless as jade carving. There was a gentle smile on his face, making it hard for people to develop nasty emotions. Big brother, you're level 30 now, there's no gain in coming here to kill this kind of monster. Why don't you let me have it? How about I give you the loot from the ice gel with both hands when the time comes? In his opinion, the Yunfeng in front of him was head and shoulders above himself in terms of level and battle power, and was probably a senior student. He just didn't know why he was disguising his information. Was it just to kill this ice Jiao? Hearing this, Yunfeng was startled in his heart. Could it be that his disguise potion had failed? Big brother, don't be nervous, seeing your true information is related to my talent. Seeing Yunfeng's sudden alertness, the handsome man hurriedly explained. My talent is related to my eyes, so I can see your level and battle power clearly. The other party said with a smile. Yunfeng suddenly became intensely curious about the person who had come over. What kind of eye-type talent could see through the effects of a red flare-grade camouflage potion? It was even tempting to take a look at the other party's skill with the capture the eye. Resisting the curiosity in his heart, Yunfeng made a gesture of please. As the other party said, he could not get anything but loot from killing this ice Jiao now. Big brother, thanks, for today, I, Ling Xiaohan, owe you a favor. Ling Xiaohan? Yunfeng was shocked in his heart. He did not expect it to be this person. Ever since the last time he was told by Bailey Shuyun that he didn't even pay attention to those with high talent, he really did learn about it when he returned. He did not know what the reason was, but this year, the number of people who had decided to be highly gifted was somewhat abnormal. In previous years, the SSS-level talent, the entire country of China also did not awaken a few people. This year Jiangnan State even came out too. One is Chu Tsangmei, who has already been killed by his hand, and another is this Ling Xiaohan in front of him. And the awakened talent is the Eyes, SSS grade talent Divine Pupil. Just in time to see, how is the ability of this SSS ranked talent awakened person? This Ice Jiao has the power of a pseudo-dragon. Yunfeng looked curiously at Ling Xiaohan, who was walking towards the Ice Jiao. Level 24, with a battle power of just over 120,000, indicating that the other party was not actually high on potions, and his family lineage should not be able to be compared to Chu Tsangmei. Boom! The Ice Jiao's huge tail slapped hard on the ice surface, forming cracks. What just happened? Yunfeng's eyes somewhat failed to follow. It was clear that the tail was about to slap on him, but as a result, in a trance, the person suddenly disappeared and appeared in another place. Afterwards, he only saw Ling Xiaohan holding the lance in his hand and casually stabbing it. The lance didn't enter the Ice Jiao's body as if there was no obstruction. Holy, what the hell is this? Yunfeng was certain that the lance in the other party's hand was only a bronze-level lance, not even silver level. And the place where the Ice Jiao had just been stabbed was not some soft spot, but a place covered in scale armor. How did he do that? At the same SSS level, it feels stronger than Chu Tsangmei's dragonization. Yunfeng instantly felt that his SSS rank talent was less fragrant. Chapter 86 True Dragon Power, Bring It to Me. Roar! The ice dragon roared in grief and rage as it was stabbed by a spear. Turning its head, it opened its mouth. A frigid dragon breath spurted out angrily, even the air felt like it was going to be frozen. However, Yunfeng only felt a blur before his eyes as Ling Xiaohan appeared in another location again like a flash. If it's not a flash, what the hell is it? Yunfeng perceived the same kind of spatial fluctuation that had just appeared when he used the space capsule. It's as if in that instant just now, the battlefield between him and I was not in the same realm. Yunfeng rubbed his chin, only finding it very interesting. Ling Xiaohan, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone was about to knife him. Sure enough, the coolness came for a reason. It might be that the Ice Jiao had been stabbed by him a few times and couldn't stand it some more, and directly unleashed its ultimate skill, the Ice Sealed Domain. Only to see that within a 50-meter radius, the entire heaven and earth were frozen in general. The air condensed with ice cream visible to the naked eye. It's not fun anymore, time to end. As expected, the true dragon's power was much stronger than the pseudo-dragon's power. Although the elemental immunity hadn't changed, the immunity to physical attacks had increased by a full 40%. The Xian Ice Dragon, which was still chasing, didn't seem to realize that one of its important skills was just gone. Roar! Before Yunfeng could rush out of the water, a roar came from the water. Roar! Yunfeng did not show any weakness as the same roar was emitted. You have the dragon's roar, I have the black dragon's whistle, who's afraid of who? The Xian Ice Dragon that was chasing after him originally thought that his roar could interrupt the other party's escape, but he didn't expect the other party to have the same ability as himself. Instead, it was being in place and forgot to pursue. It didn't react until the other party rushed out of the water and hurriedly wagged its tail to chase. Griffin, what have you done to this dragon? The Xian Ice Dragon roared loudly, and there was actually a hint of trembling in its voice. Haha, I saw that your true dragon power was unpleasant, so I borrowed it. Times are different now, so be a good boy and accept my sanction. Yunfeng looked at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 38,760 40,000. Battle Strength, 190078. Talent, SSS Rank Bestialization Black Dragon, B Rank Plunder, Elemental Ice. Skills, True Dragon's Power Capture One's Love, From the Clouds, Black Dragon's Whistle, Total Increase Shin Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Break, Ice Storm, Ice Prison, Ice Meteorite Skyfall. After killing the Red Dragon, Yunfeng had spent nearly half a month in Dragon Ridge. Not only had he leveled up to level 30, but he had also comprehended 2 more skills. Total Increase, boosts one's 4 basic attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Ice Meteor Heavenly Descent was comprehended based on Red Dragon's Fire Meteor Heavenly Descent. The only pity was that this skill was only a pointing skill, not a locking skill. Just as the Xian Ice Dragon froze, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. Looking up, a huge ice crystal meteorite seemed to come from the distant sky, ruthlessly smashing towards this ice lake. Chapter 87. What Ascent! Damn it! Seeing the meteorite fall, the Xian Ice Dragon let out a roar. Feeling the oppressive sensation brought about by the meteorite, the Xian Ice Dragon did not even think about it and directly unleashed its own grand move, Seal the Heavens and Lock the Earth Ice. The target of the blockade was not Yunfeng, but itself. At that instant, the entire airspace above the lake felt like it was compressed by something. Boom! The ice meteorite seemed to have smashed into something in the process of falling and let out a loud bang before it shattered and turned into small rocks that fell and spread over the entire surface of the lake. And something shattered in the air that was visible to the naked eye. Yunfeng also didn't think that he could finish off this epic-level Xian Ice Dragon with a single skill. Drawing his battle sword, he rushed towards the Xian Ice Dragon while unleashing his total increase skill. Instantly, he felt a hot current spread throughout his body. This skill is indeed powerful, and as one's base attributes increase, the increase will become greater and greater. Compared to Bayubi releasing skills from afar, he actually preferred close melee battles. The feeling of punching to the flesh and seeing blood with a knife was too good. Dang! The battle knife slashed at the back of the Xian Ice Dragon, sending out sparks. Yunfeng's powerful slash only chopped over a few scales of his opponent, bubbling up dots of blue blood. It's difficult to break through the defense without the power of a true dragon. If this has the power of a true dragon, how can we fight? At this moment, Yunfeng recalled the scene just now when Ling Xiaohan fought against the Ice Jiao, that lance stabbing the Ice Jiao like chopsticks stabbing tender tofu, one poke in one eye. If I were to get his talent over, then I wouldn't be able to have a good time myself. Yunfeng thought secretly in his heart. Ah! Cut! Ling Xiaohan, who was in the process of departing outside of the dimensional space, suddenly sneezed loudly. Who is this counting on me? Don't ever let me know. Ling Xiaohan touched his nose and continued to head out of the space. However, the Xian Ice Dragon without the power of a true dragon, there was no way to immunize off Yunfeng's attack by merely relying on the defense of his body's dragon skin. Having come to this point, how could Yunfeng allow him to escape, following, and rushing into the icy lake? Blood continued to ooze out of the Xian Ice Dragon's body, coloring the pristine icy lake into a faint blue color. A mouthful of mole crickets, don't run away if you're capable, little mudskipper. Roar! The Xian Ice Dragon that was fleeing towards the bottom of the lake heard the 3 words little loach as if it had been touched by the reverse scales, and angrily turned around to return a cold ice spit. Yunfeng showed a smile on his face. He did not expect the other party to be provoked so easily. Little loach, have you forgotten that your spit has little effect on me? Yunfeng began to activate his taunt skill while constantly attacking. Affected by the lake water, the attacks weakened a lot. However, the Xian Ice Dragon itself was already severely injured, and now that it was enraged by Yunfeng and strongly counterattacked, it soon lost its ability to escape. Near the bottom of the lake, the epic Xian Ice Dragon was finally decapitated by Yunfeng, dying in its own habitat. This is... A familiar feeling surged through his heart. Ka-ching! The lake around him unexpectedly began to slowly freeze until it turned him into a pile of ice. After a few breaths of time, the ice burst apart. Cool! Yunfeng roared. At this moment, his data panel changed once again, and in the column of talents, the B grade Ice Elemental talent was unexpectedly upgraded to SS grade at this moment. I didn't expect that the first time I killed an epic level monster, I triggered looting. Yunfeng was ecstatic. Based on the power of the skill, the Xian Ice Dragon's talent was equivalent to a human's S-rank Ice Elemental talent, and now that Yunfeng's talent had become SS ranked, it meant that plundering talents of the same type could stack on top of each other. Thinking of this, Yunfeng had already predicted the possibility of his full screen of SSS talents in the future. Swimming in front of the Xian ice dragon, Yunfeng prepared to collect the epic ranked material on it. According to Professor Bai, this material was the key for humans to break through to level 50. Ice Dragon Bead, epic level material, where all the essence of the Xian ice dragon lies, can help humans break their shackles. Unlike a commander level monster, which had several materials on it, this epic level monster only had this one material. This is the thing. Yunfeng looked at the ice blue transparent bead with delight. The dragon bead was roughly the size of a tennis ball, crystal clear, and a dragon clan's pressure emanated from it. Wait until level 49 and you can use this thing. Putting away the dragon bead, he flipped over the Xian ice dragon's corpse, and inside, a shard of red light was lying quietly. A red flare level fragment. This was still the first red flare grade fragment that Yunfeng had exploded. This thing. Yunfeng was a little confused as he looked at the pattern displayed in the fragment. It was surprisingly a green hat. Let's see what it is first. With a flash of green light from the ancient jade, a green fur hat appeared in his hand, looking very ordinary, with a poor style and material. This hat, who dares to bring it? Anyway, I won't bring it even if it kills me. Yunfeng looked at the information of the fur hat in his hand, and then brought it to his head without even thinking. How fragrant! Sea King's green hat, red flare great prop. Skill, vanishing love passive. Removes level suppression up to level 20. Skill, love is a light. The prop automatically absorbs attacks and converts them into special energy. The skill can be released when the energy is fully stored. Skill effect, causes a person to enter a depressed state, reducing all attacks and defenses of the hitter by 50%. For whoever is going to say that this hat isn't nice, I'll let him know what love's radiance is. Packing up the loot, Yunfeng was in a happy mood as he swam towards the lake. Just as he was about to reach the surface of the lake, his back turned cold and a creepy feeling surged through his heart. Turning his head to look at the bottom of the lake, the Xian ice dragon corpses that had just been piled up there had disappeared. Escape! Yunfeng's scalp tingled, feeling like he was being watched by something. Scampering out of the lake immediately fled towards the entrance of the sub-dimensional space. Even the skill of total increase was used until he appeared dozens of kilometers away. Yunfeng felt a slight sense of security. Just as Yunfeng scurried out of the lake, a figure slowly appeared and solidified at the place where the ice dragon's corpse disappeared. Fleeing quite quickly, I didn't expect Ho Qing to have a day where he misses. It seems that this human is indeed not simple. The figure was no different from any human below the neck, but above the neck, it was a dragon head. A pair of golden vertical pupils were without anger. Afterwards, the figure that had just appeared disappeared in place, as if it had never come. Hoo-oo. 2 days later, Yunfeng appeared at the entrance of the subspace gasping for air. It should be fine now. Yunfeng patted his chest. In 2 days, he had not wasted half a moment, using the full increase as soon as it arrived on cooldown. I guess I was discovered by an existence like that again. What a nuisance. Ho Qing's fatal blow was still fresh in his mind. Chapter 88: The Chu Family's Assault. After exiting the subspace, Yunfeng headed towards the location of the armored fighting vehicle. He was prepared to make a trip back to the safe zone. The chariot drove slowly, heading in the direction of this safe zone. It was a small chariot with a few people sitting sparsely inside. A little strange. Although Yunfeng did not look at the few people inside the vehicle, as the chariot traveled, Yunfeng actually detected a faint killing intent emanating from the few people. Moreover, the killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. It seems to have been discovered. Yunfeng sighed in his heart. After such a long time, he had gone out from the dimensional space while Chu Tsangmei had not come out. One could guess what had happened. These people, they should have come to find trouble for themselves. Yunfeng did not move and put on his goggles. Without looking, it was a shock. There were surprisingly 5 people in the car who were above level 40 with a battle power of over 300,000 or more, and the killing intent was precisely emitted from the 5 people. Without hesitation, Yunfeng opened the car door and directly jumped down. This was because the killing intent of a few people was getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect the little guy's perception to be quite sharp. Seeing Yunfeng jumping down from the chariot, one of them, who was slightly older, just smiled faintly, unable to see a bit of urgency. Let's go down as well, don't keep that little brother waiting. The 5 people went down from the chariot at the same time, looking calm and collected. The driver and the escorting officer seemed as if they didn't see them, driving the chariot onward to the Earth Shield. Yunfeng, who was escaping, realized that a huge Earth Shield appeared in front of him, followed by another shield inside, surrounding him. Now let's see where you're going to escape. A few people surrounded him with smiles on their faces. Where are the people? The confident few saw that there was no figure where the earth shield had surrounded them. Impossible, I clearly saw him surrounded. One of them said incredulously as he withdrew his 4 earth shields. Little friend, do you think you can escape? The person in the lead reached out and waved his hand, a dagger slicing out sharply. The originally empty place suddenly splashed with a spark. Yunfeng's figure was also forced out by the dagger. Surprisingly, you can see through my stealth potion. In order to evade a few people, he had used a purple-ing level stealth potion. Little friend, you're not running away now, I believe you know why we're here, right? Seeing Yunfeng standing still with no further intent of escaping, the leader said with. Boom! The earth thorn hit the bottom of Yunfeng's foot as if it had hit some kind of bronze wall. It unexpectedly shattered inch by inch and turned into dust. With the power of a true dragon in his body, how could he be injured by the other party's tiny earth thorns? How is it possible? The Earth Elemental Awakener was filled with shock at the sight of the unharmed Yunfeng. He was aware of the mission target's basic information. Although his battle strength was unknown, his level definitely did not exceed level 30. How could a little guy who was less than level 30 receive his strike of Earth Spike with his physical body? Even someone who had awakened the S-rank defense talent would not be able to do so. Boss, there's something odd about this guy. Another elegant man turned his head to the leader and said. I can see it. It seems like elemental attacks have no effect on him. This leading man was worthy of being an old man, and with a glance, he could tell that there was something odd about Yunfeng. You don't think that we can't do anything to you because of this? This ability of Yunfeng was indeed powerful, but he did not believe that this ability would exist forever. Moreover, the gap in battle power caused him to feel that Yunfeng was now a trapped beast that could not escape. Take him down and hand him over to the Chu family head, and then naturally everything will come to light. The leading man did not want to dilly-dally with Yunfeng here. The leading man was the first to strike, holding a pair of daggers in his hands, their blades glowing with the ghostly light characteristic of toxins. Although they were not fragmented synthetics, they were definitely considered first-class goods in the imitation variety. Knowing that elemental attacks were useless, the 3 that surrounded them were all physical attack types, and the other 2 were clearly not the main attackers, but with a certain level of battle power, they could still accomplish tremendous damage. This was the scene that Yunfeng was most afraid of, not afraid of the other party attacking him. After all, the power of the true dragon's force could greatly shorten the gap in their battle power, but trapping him alive, he had no way at all. Most of all, he didn't have a space capsule now, so it wasn't good for him to escape. But sitting around waiting for death was not his character, he had to find a chance to break out. The ice prison trapped himself, creating the illusion that he was afraid of physical attacks, and finally the Xian ice spike, the ice dragon attacked out at the same time. The 3 looked at each other and instantly realized the truth. Yunfeng was indeed afraid of physical damage. The huge gap in battle power caused the skills Yunfeng sent out to not be able to utilize a single bit of power at all. Ka-ching! The ice prison did not last a second under the trio's attack before it was shattered. A palm was then slapped towards Yunfeng's chest. Stay alive! The leader shouted. The person who had struck out immediately withdrew his strength upon hearing this. Yunfeng would die, but not in their hands, at least not before asking Chu Sangmei about his whereabouts. Yunfeng took this opportunity to unleash a full increase, sending out the Black Dragon Tsunami skill, and slammed into the person who made the palm strike when the other party froze. Finally, he punched a gap in the siege of several people and continued to flee forward. And with the experience of the last time, as long as there was an earth shield, he immediately used the 8 trigram swimming dragon steps to break through, but was able to maintain a certain distance from the people chasing behind him. This won't work. Yunfeng was a bit anxious. If he reached level 31 and was able to use gold level attribute potions, these people would not be enough to look at even if they reached level 40 plus. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and it looked like Yunfeng was about to be caught up, when a sudden change occurred. Chapter 89 Newly Opened Subspace. Clang! Yunfeng and the pursuing few were blown to the ground by a gust of wind. When they looked up, they only saw black lightning save in mid-air as a spatial crack slowly appeared and then connected. Seeing this situation, both Yunfeng and the team chasing him had their mouths half open, dumbfounded. Old boss, this shouldn't be? It should be. I didn't expect that we would be able to see such a scene. They had even ignored Yunfeng, who was still on the side. Yunfeng was also fully concentrated at the moment as he watched the crack in the air gradually stabilize. At the other end of the crack, terrifying wailing sounds continuously emanated out, like there were 1,000 armies. "Boss, what should we do?" Several people looked at the passageway in the air with nervous expressions. "There's no rush, let's first see how the level of the monsters inside are." Right at this moment, the spatial rift completely stabilized, and through the rift, the crowd could already see the eye figures of the monsters inside. "Boss, it's a level 41-45 space, we're getting rich. It seems like we took the quest too right this time." After reading the monsters' information, the person in the lead also had a smile on his face. "Let's prepare to go in and capture that kid first." The leading man's face changed drastically before he finished speaking. He had already sensed Yunfeng rushing into the subspace, and the monster blocking the entrance to the subspace was surprisingly acting as if he had not noticed it at all. "Mard, this kid has so many potions, he just finished using the stealth potion, and now he's using the assimilation potion, but he's just looking for death, the potion only lasts for 30 minutes. Boss, those monsters are about to rush out. Let retreat to the side first, let through the first batch of their onslaught, and then we'll find a chance to go in, this will also prevent that kid from killing back. Half an hour, the army surely didn't get here so lost fast, it's enough for us to go in." A few breaths later, countless monsters rushed out from inside the dimensional space and scattered in all directions. If this had appeared inside the safe zone, there was no telling how much damage it would have caused. However, there were now spatial fluctuation detection systems within the safety zones, and once a sub-dimensional space appeared, it would immediately be detected. "It's now." Then, seeing that the first wave of monsters had basically finished impacting, the leader immediately led a few people inside. At this time, Yunfeng had already strolled around the level 41 monster area for a while, and although many monsters had been flushed out, most of the monsters were already spread out inside. It's fortunate that it's a higher-leveled subspace, or else he really wouldn't be able to escape this time. The level 40-plus monsters were just enough to stop those people from chasing after him. As for what danger he was in? Not at all. This Sea King's Green had simply saved the day. That passive skill Vanishing Love was helping him so much right now. Without level suppression and with the true dragon power in his body, these level 41 monsters were simply no threat to him. Yunfeng was even planning to brush up his monsters and upgrade. The newly opened subspace, the first 10 days were a period of welfare, with the probability of all monsters dropping fragments doubled. Monster, White Grievous Spirit. Level, 41. Battle Strength, 245768. Skills, Scream, Grievance Entanglement. A level 41 normal monster unexpectedly had 2 skills now. At the moment, opposite Yunfeng was a monster floating in mid-air, dressed in white, with black hair covering its face, arms like dead wood and nails like sharp blades. Isn't this INGPPO? Yunfeng stood on guard. Although it was said that this was the world of the awakened now, Yunfeng did not dare to slack off on the legend of Apao. Ah! A scream emanated from the white-clothed resentful spirit's mouth. While Yunfeng was pondering, he realized that there was something strange about his hat. He, so it's an ability stored up. Turning his head to look at the grievous spirit floating in the air, a green light shot out from his hood and landed on the white-clothed grievous spirit. Subsequently, the white-clothed spiteful spirit unexpectedly turned green all over its body, especially the long black hair that covered its face, which was now so green that it made people panic. The originally warlike spiteful spirit began to become depressed, floating with its head down. This skill, it's awesome. However, after releasing the skill, the energy inside the hood was depleted, and in order to release it again, one could only continue to store the ability. Taking this opportunity, Yunfeng sent out an ice dragon break. The ice blue dragon that was more than 20 meters long directly scurried out, alive and well. With a flick of its tail, the ice dragon swam in front of the green-clothed resentful spirit, strangling the other party in the center and compressing it continuously. Ah! The white-clothed resentful spirit in a depressed state basically didn't put up much of a fight before it was twisted into a puff of green smoke by the ice dragon and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, 2 pieces of debris fell to the ground in midair. One piece was the soul crystal of the grudge spirit, similar to the loot Yunfeng had gotten from his kills in the skeleton subspace, only much larger. The other was the golden-colored fragment. Worthy of being in new subspace, shipping on the first kill. Gathering the 2 pieces of loot, Yunfeng had already set a plan for his next brush. Although the speed was slower, mainly because it took longer for the hood to accumulate energy. However, killing a normal level 40 monster gave a very sizable amount of spiritual energy, a full 50 points. According to the current progress, only 600 or so white grievous spirits needed to be killed. With an idea in mind, Yun Feng started brushing in the area of the white-clothed spiteful spirits, as long as he paid attention to those sent by the Chu clan. What he did not know was that the 5 people sent by the Chu family did not need his attention at all. Several of them were at level 42, so they didn't even stop at the level 41 monster area and directly killed the level 42 monster area, and they didn't even think that Yun Feng would be able to survive these monster swarms. Safe Zone, 3rd Military Region. Report, at a location 3,000 kilometers south of the safe zone, a strong spatial fluctuation has been detected. It is suspected that a new subspace has appeared. Pass the order down, have everyone go into a state of readiness. Once the level of the monsters is determined, set off immediately. Hearing the report from the detectors, the military commander immediately gave the order. Report, the monster levels have been determined, they are all above level 40. Pass the order, level 41-45 warriors, all of them, depart. 300 years ago, if a new subspace appeared, it would be a disaster. Now, only this level of subspace appeared, but it was a fortune. Chapter 90 finally reaching level 31. 1 day later. Dozens of large armored fighting vehicles appeared at the entrance of this dimensional space. The 1st Regiment, the 2nd Regiment, is responsible for the monsters that escaped the dimensional space. Make sure to settle them within a day. Yes. The cries were deafening. 3rd Regiment, responsible for building the space base. Yes. The remaining 3 regiments, divided into levels and batches, all enter the sub-dimensional space, kill the monsters inside with all their might, expel all humans encountered, and those who don't listen to dissuasion, kill. Now depart. As one order was given, everyone began to move. The army's overhead was huge, although the bases established outside of the sub-dimensional space would have a large profit from charging entrance tickets to enter. But with this kind of newly opened sub-dimensional space, the first 10 days of the welfare period was basically dominated by the army. This monster brush is a real pleasure. Yun Feng's face was about to turn into a chrysanthemum smile as he collected the 2 items that had fallen on the ground. After a day of brushing monsters in there, although it was still far too early to upgrade to level 31, the gold fragments obtained were really quite a lot, and there were even a few purpling level fragments in there. But he knew that normal monsters above level 40 would indeed produce purpling grade fragments, but the burst rate was really too low. Now that I've prepared all the gold level attribute potions, all I need is the east wind. Up, all level 40s here spread out, those with higher levels charge in. Just as Yun Feng was collecting the loot, noises came from the distance. What's the situation? Yun Feng was unsure, and after some probing, he realized that all of them were soldiers in military uniforms, oozing. The army took over this place so quickly? It seems like wanting to brush the monsters in a peaceful position is not an option. Yun Feng dodged this group of people and headed elsewhere. It was a matter of days if he could brush for a few days. No one dared to confront the army at this time, they would really kill people. The area of the sublime space was wide, and it was impossible for the army to occupy all of it. After Yun Feng traveled a large distance forward, he felt that no one from the army would appear and proceeded to brush the monsters again. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By killing this monster, I'll be able to level up to 31. Looking at the white-robed grudge in front of him, Yun Feng was a little agitated. It went smoothly, and after waiting for the white-robed spiteful spirit to release 2 shrieks, the Sea King's green hat energy had also built up. Kid, this place is regulated, you can go out now. Right at this moment, a squad of 5 appeared to the left of Yun Feng. All of them were dressed in military uniforms and had an imposing aura. Sir, I'll leave right away, right away. Yun Feng laughed, but the movement of his hand did not stop at all. It had already reached this juncture. Yun Feng could not possibly give away the fat meat in his hands. A green light shot out, directly hitting the white-clothed resentful spirit. He had just gotten a little carried away and had forgotten to scout around. Kid, didn't you hear our words? I'll give you the last 3 seconds of opportunity again, or else. Before the officer could finish his words, the ice dragon had already crushed the white-clothed resentful spirit. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't stop for a moment. Yun Feng collected the 2 trophies on the ground as if nothing had happened. Kid, you seek death. Seeing that Yun Feng still wanted to take away the trophies, another person in military uniform snapped. What a powerful little fellow, where did this freak come out from? The leading soldier's heart was shocked when he saw Yun Feng dryly dispose of a grudge spirit. In these 3 days, they had dealt with this white-clothed grudge spirit every day. With high spirit damage, speed, and immunity to physical attacks, as well as weakness skills, it was very difficult to deal with. Forget it, it's just a monster, it doesn't matter. The leading soldier stopped his teammates who were about to rush out and waved his hand. What's wrong with the squad leader today? How can he be so good-tempered? If this kind of situation normally occurs, the other party should have already been lying on the ground. The soldier who was stopped was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this person in front of him had some great background? Thank you, sir, then. Yunfeng was all set to use the props to bolt, not expecting the peak to turn around, saluted and stepped away. Young man, trophies you can take, but you have to answer me a few questions. Just as Yunfeng and the five staggered past, the officer suddenly spoke. Sir, scared me, I thought what are you doing, it's just a few questions, feel free to ask. Yunfeng said with a smile. Are you a student of that Awakened One University in Jiangnan? I didn't go to university? Didn't go to university? Impossible. With Yunfeng's battle power and age, it was impossible for him to be possessed by a member of society. Answering like this could only mean that the other party was lying. Sir, I really didn't lie to you, I really didn't go to university. Looking at Yunfeng's face full of sincerity unlike a lie, the officer frowned slightly and started brainstorming to see who in Jiangnan continent was gifted with the ice elemental talent and still met this condition. However, there was not a single one. Can you tell me your name? Yunfeng. After saying that, he no longer cared if the other party would ask another question, and directly walked towards the exit. This kid, not simple go back and check Jiangnan's name is Yunfeng and ice elemental talent. The military chief pondered in his heart and continued to brush the monsters, but according to this condition of his search, he was doomed to return without any success. It's time to get out of here. Already level 31, it didn't matter if he wanted to carry this subspace anymore, mainly because he didn't want to be in conflict with the army. Coming to the exit of the sub-dimensional space, the army's people naturally would not block it when they saw someone going out. However, Yunfeng was still charged a toll. Wait on the chariot on your side, you can go back to the safe zone or to another sub-dimensional space if you want to. Having collected a large sum of money from Yunfeng, the officer appeared very polite. I want to look around and clean up the monsters that ran out. Yunfeng did not accept the soldier's offer. I didn't expect your excellency to be so sentimental, go and be safe. Several officers stood in awe when they heard Yunfeng's words. This was equivalent to doing them a favor, and it was unconditional now. Yunfeng did not leave directly, of course it was not really a noble sentiment. Chasing along the way, the distance between the two sides grew closer and closer. This place, it should be fine. Along the way, Yunfeng had been controlling the distance between the two sides until he felt that no one would disturb him before stopping. Kid, let's see where else you're going to run. A few people chased after him and surrounded Yunfeng. It looked like a few people had harvested well inside the subspace, and were in a rather good mood, surrounding themselves without shouting to kill at the first opportunity. Yunfeng was also relieved. If your harvest is good, isn't that my harvest is good? Escape, why would I escape? I'm just picking a good place for you guys. What good place? One of the fools even pursued the question. Of course it's a good place to bury you guys. Yunfeng stopped pretending and showed his cards. Seek death. A few people immediately made their move. How is that possible? At this moment, Yunfeng's hands transformed into dragon claws, sprouting dense black scales. This is the young master's black dragon transformation talent. How could it appear on your body? That leader's voice became trembling when he saw Yunfeng's appearance. No matter what, let's bring you back first. The reason why Yunfeng was dragonized was because he wanted to create the appearance of several people being killed by monsters. This kid, after not seeing him for 4 days, he actually dares to fight back. The leader was a little surprised in his heart. However, after actually exchanging blows, he realized what it meant to be impressed. With just one claw, a teammate's entire arm was cut off by the sharp claws. How is it possible? Could it be that he was all pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger before? How could they not have imagined that in just a few days, the roles had switched and the hunter had become the prey? Total increase. Yunfeng did not want to waste time and unleashed his auxiliary skill as a warm current filled his entire body. The few people who were already struggling to fight were now even more beaten and bloodied. Cut! Yunfeng struck a claw through the heart of one of them, killing him immediately. Disperse, escape. Seeing that the momentum was gone, the leader of the group did not hesitate and immediately commanded, without the slightest bit of anger or grief, there was only indifference. The remaining 3 heard the words of the captain and immediately gave up their attack and turned to flee. Two people ran on the ground, one rose into mid-air, and there was the earth element awakened person, who directly disappeared into the ground. Looking at the fleeing few, the corner of Yunfeng's mouth rose slightly. Wanting to escape, how could it be possible? Two Shen ice spikes appeared behind the several people escaping on the ground in the blink of an eye, an ice prison surrounded the one in the air, and an ice dragon crashed towards the land. No! The two people fleeing on the ground sensed the attack chasing behind them, and only had time to let out a cry of grief and indignation before they were pierced by the Shen ice thorns. And as the ice dragon crashed down, stirring up a gust of dust, a hole 10 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep appeared on the ground, and blood could be vaguely seen flowing out of the dust. What in the world are you? What in the world are you? Why do you have both dragonization and ice elemental skills? The one who was surrounded by the ice prison was none other than the leader of the five. Seeing his teammates die tragically on the spot one by one, and looking at Yunfeng's bizarre methods, his face was filled with horror. Go underground and ask your young master Chu. Knowing that too many words could easily be countered, Yunfeng did not beat much and directly ended him with a Shen ice thorn. Originally, he was prepared to use his dragon claw to kill them all, but he did not expect his opponent to be too decisive and directly choose to escape. It's a pity that not every time is such good luck, if the talent level is a few levels higher. Yunfeng thought about Mei Mei in his heart. In fact, that leader's talent was quite interesting to him, although he didn't know what it was, but being able to sense a stealthy state did have a bit of something to it. Collecting the loot of several people, Yunfeng did not return directly to the space base but continued to roam around. It wasn't until 3 days later that Yunfeng slowly walked towards the base outside of space. Look, he actually came back. Seeing Yunfeng return to the base like a person with nothing to worry about and get on the armored combat vehicle, the two men guarding the entrance were astonished. If those five come back and ask about it, let's just pretend we didn't see it. The other guard nodded fiercely, having tried to call out to a few of the men earlier and being stopped by his teammates. The chariot slowly started and traveled towards the safe zone. More than a month had passed since this experience. At this time, it was already the middle of October. Outside the vehicle, the sun was still bright, but it was less hot and more refreshing. Those green grasses also showed spots of yellow spots. This month or so seemed to have been particularly long, although most of the time was spent brushing monsters. Too many things had happened in between. Arriving at the safe zone was already a day later. Yunfeng directly returned to the hotel he had rented earlier and fell asleep. He was indeed tired, so tired that he had already ignored whether there would be any danger in just falling asleep. Phew! Yunfeng suddenly sat up in shock, panting heavily as if he was about to suffocate in his sleep. Just now, he had a dream in which countless sub-dimensional spaces opened up at the same time, and inside, densely packed monsters rushed out, some he recognized and some he had never seen before. In just an instant, the monsters spread out over the entire safe zone. They killed with abandon, and all of a sudden, blood flowed inside the safety zone, and as if he was controlled by something, he couldn't move and could only watch these things happen. Luckily, it's not real. Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the time. 2 whole days had passed. How did I fall asleep like that? Thankfully nothing happened. Yunfeng looked at the lack of any defenses set up and was a bit scared. Yunfeng took out 5 silver-level storage equipment, the very ones he had gotten from the 5 people who were chasing him. Worthy of being a level 40 or above expert, there is truly an abundance of things in here. In addition to a lot of monster loot inside, there were also quite a few fragments, and the ones that were more numerous were instead gold-level fragments. Although most of them were attribute potions, which he couldn't use anymore, they were definitely a rich fortune. As for the 2 Iron Party brothers, they definitely could not be used right now, and leveling up to level 20 was already good enough. Yunfeng transferred all the stuff into his storage ring. Just then, the phone rang. It was none other than one of the cell phones in the storage ring of the person leading the group. Yunfeng picked it up and saw that it displayed 2 words, Boss. Chapter 92 Underground Forces. Is it picking up or not picking up? At this time, whether to pick up or not, it was estimated that the Chu family knew what was going on. The phone was still ringing non-stop. Little 5, what's going on? It took so long to answer the phone? Yunfeng had just picked up the phone when an impatient chortle came from over there. The Xiao Wu you're looking for is probably gone. You are? Yunfeng? Hearing that it was an unfamiliar voice that answered the phone, that side immediately calmed down. Moreover, it guessed Yunfeng's identity in a flash. Speak, how exactly is my son? At this moment, Chu Maniac Long actually appeared to be speaking in a somewhat low voice. That was the first person in the family to awaken the SSS grade talent, the one son that he loved the most. I have no grudge with him originally, helpless. Quickly tell me, what happened to my son? Hearing Yunfeng still looking around, Chu Maniac Long's long-suppressed emotions finally exploded. In fact, he had almost guessed the outcome. Even the 5 level 40+ awakened men he had sent out were now buried in the hands of the enemy. Chu Sangmei had more than likely. But he wanted to hear the answer himself, to hear an answer that would kill him. Many actions will lead to death. Yunfeng hung up the phone straight after saying that. These words already said it all. Pa! Chu Maniac Long directly slammed his cell phone on the ground and shattered it. Yunfeng, good Yunfeng, I will make your life worse than death. Chu Maniac Long smashed all the things in the room. After burning incense, Chu Maniac Long finally calmed down. Even 5 level 40+ awakened can be killed back. Do we really need to invite the family's transcendent awakened? Although he was the noble family head, those transcendent awakened who were over level 50 were not something he could command. Moreover, these people, basically, were all registered and would be noticed once they made a move. Butlerly, this person, I want to know his whereabouts within 2 days, and also, go call Tai Ku over. Butlerly received the information in Chu Maniac Long's hands and slowly retreated. Family Master, Gu Debai seeks an audience. When he retreated to the door, Butlerly suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. No see, what kind of cat or dog, let him get lost. Where did he have any mood to see those unimportant people at this moment? It's the family head. Wait, are you talking about that underground force known as Master Gu Debai? Xu Huilong turned around. Yes, he has begged to see him many times. Tell him to wait in the parlor. Stewardly glanced at the family head in surprise, then retreated. An incense stick later, Chu Berserker arrived at the parlor. Family head Chu, it's a pleasure to meet you. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a Jianghu, and where there is a Jianghu, there will be black and white. There was no place in the world that was completely bright. Where there was light, there was bound to be darkness. This was an unchanging rule. Even if the safe zone was managed more strictly, there was no way to avoid darkness from festering. Gu Debai, known as Master Gu, Jiangnan District, a relatively large underground force. To say that normally, Chu Maniac Long would not care to deal with these rats under the darkness, but now it was different. So it's Master Gu, I've heard about it for a long time, and it's a real pleasure to see it today. Hearing Chu Maniac Dragon's words, Gu Debai was somewhat flattered and somewhat puzzled. In the past, when he had asked for an audience, the other party would not even be able to meet him, and he did not expect that he would be so courteous today. Chu Family Master, Master Gu, that's what the brothers below call him to give face. You can just call me Xiao Gu, it's my honor to see you today. Gu Debai accompanied with a smile. He was a very ambitious person. The reason why he had visited Chu Wild Dragon many times was because he wanted to go further and become an underground emperor. I know all about you, I like people with ambition and drive like you. I can help you, but first you have to prove your worth to me. Really? Gu Debai was inexplicably surprised. Chu Maniac Long's words were already giving him a chance. Please also ask for Chu Family Master's orders. I want you to help me kill someone, a high school student. When he heard that he had to kill a person, Gu Debai was still a little apprehensive in his heart, thinking that it was a difficult task. When he heard that it was a high school student, he knew that he had it, it was a done deal. What could a high school student be capable of? A few random people could do away with it. I've had 5 elite awakened fell in his hands. What? It was only at this moment that Gu Debai realized the gravity of the matter. A high school student who could kill an elite squad, what kind of concept was that? He was aware of the gold content of Jiangnan Corporation's elite squad, definitely not those losers who were close to death before they made it to over level 40. Don't worry, I will definitely complete this mission. After thinking for a moment, Gu Debai still swore. This was an opportunity that he had to seize. I hope you won't let me down. Looking at Gu Debai's departing figure, Chu Maniac Long said grimly. The reason why he had received Gu Debai was because he wanted to use the transcendent awakenings of the underground forces to deal with Yunfeng. With the underground forces, there were many transcendent awakenings that were unregistered. After leaving the Jiangnan group, Gu Debai returned to his residence. It was a dilapidated warehouse near the city walls, located in the slum area. The warehouse was empty, as if it had been deserted for a long time. Gu Debai cautiously walked into the warehouse and then stopped in front of one of the floors. After looking around for a while, he uncovered the floor and jumped in. Master Gu. A group of people gathered around and greeted respectfully. Beneath the warehouse outside, there was a different world, which was brightly lit and divided into many areas, like a fully functional shelter. Master Gu, I told you not to go to that Jiangnan group, we can make the plate bigger and stronger just the same. Seeing their boss Gu's unperturbed appearance, the men all comforted in a good voice. That's right, all these years, under your leadership, haven't we been getting better and better? Sooner or later, one day, we will trample those two old bones under our feet. Looking at his brother's fighting spirit, Gu Debai nodded. Brothers. As soon as he spoke, the entire room fell silent. To tell you all the good news, today, Jiangnan Na group agreed to cooperate with me. I know that everyone has always been against me going to the Jiangnan group. You guys were afraid that I wouldn't end up reaping any benefits and would be sold out. I appreciate the good intentions of the brothers. But the cooperation with Jiangnan group and the Chu family is imperative. If we want to push down the two giants that are pressing down on our heads, with our current strength and resources it is far from enough, and the Chu family can create the conditions for us. After Gu Debai finished speaking, the people below looked at me and I looked at you. Boss, we are a group of rough people, and a group of poor people with low talent, we have no formal education, no good resources, and we can only live a hard life at the bottom. If I hadn't met you, I might have died in that dimensional space by now. What do you want to do? We all fully support you, though we die. Full support, no regrets despite death. This person's few short words resonated with everyone, all of them saying loudly. Alright, thank you all for your love, I, Gu Debai, will definitely not fail my brothers. Brother Lang Feng, come to my study for a moment, everyone else disperse, those who should be practicing, those who should be collecting materials should be collecting materials. After Gu Debai finished speaking, he returned to his room, and following him in was a middle-aged man wearing a black leather trench coat with a cold face. Brother Lang Feng, how have I treated you all these years? Master Gu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Back then, when my enemies were chasing me, if it wasn't for Master Gu saving me, where would I be now? Lang Feng cupped his fists and respectfully said. Brother Lang Feng, those are old sesame things, don't mention them again. I have always treated you like a blood brother. Being said so by Gu Debai, a trace of emotion appeared on Lang Feng's originally cold face. Brother Lang Feng, there is indeed something that needs your help right now. Please speak, Master Gu. Today, Chu family head Chu Mad Dragon has promised to help me sweep the underground forces, provided that I help him kill this person. A high school student who has been awakened for less than a year? Lang Feng looked at the information in his hands, somewhat unsure. Did a high school student need to bring himself here so discreetly? He regimentally destroyed an elite squad of the Jiangnan Corporation. Lang Feng's hand shook as he held the information. I see. Lang Feng finished speaking and left Gu Debai's room. Lang Feng, you're the only transcendent awaken I can use, whether or not I can climb up to the Chu family and realize my purpose depends on you. Looking at Lang Feng's departing back, Gu Debai muttered, in those eyes, there were no feelings, only interests. Chapter 93 First Visit to the Research Institute. Yun Feng, who hung up the phone call from Chu Maniac Long, knew that this place should not be stay for long. Yun Feng, who had retired his room and walked out of the hotel, suddenly did not know where to go. Now that the Chu family already knew that they had done away with one of their most important heirs, then even in the safe zone, it was no longer safe. In a head-on confrontation, for an awakened below level 50, even if one could not defeat them, there was no problem in trying to escape. But it was easy to hide from open fire and hard to prevent hidden arrows, not to mention, what if the other party sent out a transcendent awakened? Maybe there's a place that's good. Yun Feng picked up a phone and dialed. The number you have dialed is turned off, please dial again later. Could it be busy? Yun Feng put away the phone and decided to call later, then took a bus to the exchange. The way things were now, the more crowded the place, the safer he would be. Arriving at the task hall on the second floor. Hey, Uncle Zhao, are you here at the exchange? I have a bit of material. Fine, then I'll wait for you here. Not long after, Zhao Huai appeared on the second floor of the exchange. Little brother Wenrun, when I heard that you have materials, I rushed over without stopping, let me take a look. Little brother, you've finally come, I've been waiting here for a month. Right at this moment, a person stood out next to the stall owner and looked at Yun Feng excitedly. You are? It's old Zhang who told me to wait for you here, I'll take you there right away. Yun Feng was not skeptical, as long as it was inside the exchange. Soon the two arrived in front of a much larger stall with a much better location. Not bad all birds of a feather. That's not thanks to you little brother, I have a daughter who is in 2nd grade, if you don't mind. Off, if you do that again, I'll leave. Yunfeng had a head full of black lines. Have you been a father like this? Although he knew the other party was joking. Don't intervene, don't say it. What's the good stuff this time? Old Zhang's eyes were filled with anticipation. There's only this much stuff, you watch. Yunfeng threw out a silver-grade storage bag, which contained all the leftover unwanted ones picked from the 5 people. Good stuff, all good stuff. Old Zhang was full of praise. After disposing of these things, another few million Chinese coins arrived. Yunfeng began to wander around the exchange. The exchange was always so lively and crowded. Family master, the target has been spotted, it's at the exchange. In an inconspicuous corner, a person with a phone in hand was reporting Yunfeng's whereabouts. On the other side, someone was similarly reporting. Master Gu, the target has been spotted. Surprisingly, at the exchange, wanting to strike here is basically impossible. Let's see how you'll handle it. This kind of situation, unless using dead soldiers, but transcendent level dead soldiers, how could he have in his hands? There is no need for Gudabai to make a move. Gudabai likewise knew that he couldn't move here, although he was kind to Lung Feng, the other party wouldn't go to his death for him. Continue to follow, report the whereabouts at any time. Half a day later, it was getting late. Yunfeng continued to make calls after buying some random pieces. It finally went through. Brat, there wouldn't be anything you want me to help with again. A bright laugh resounded from the other end of the phone. Professor, bye, you can't keep looking at me like that, You are Yunfeng, right? The professor asked me to bring you in. The woman pushed her glasses and said expressionlessly. Chapter 94. They are just like humans. Led by the woman in the white coat, Yunfeng walked into the building. Master Gu, the target has entered the skyscraper. As soon as Yunfeng walked into the tall building, someone on this side immediately reported to Gudabai. Skyscraper? Could it be that this brat is someone from the government? The Chu family didn't say anything about this intelligence. Gudabai's heart was racing at the moment. He was a dark force. No matter what, he didn't dare to have a direct conflict with the government. Don't worry, he has absolutely no relationship with the government. Just as Gudabai hesitated, Chu Maniac Dragon sent him a message. Keep staring for me. Hearing Chu Wild Dragon's words, it was as if Gudabai had eaten a tranquilizer. After entering the building, he passed through a very long section of corridor that became dimmer and dimmer the further he walked. On the way, the woman in the white coat next to him remained cold and colorful, without a single superfluous word. Yunfeng also did not make a fool of himself. Soon the two arrived in front of an iron door. Seeing this iron door, Yunfeng remembered the scene of his first video call with Professor Bai at that time. That room was also like this, appearing particularly mysterious. Ling Yue stroked on the door and a secret door appeared before putting her eyes on it, followed by a sweep of red light before the iron door slowly opened to both sides. An elevator, making it so mysterious? Yunfeng muttered. Whoosh! The elevator descended at breakneck speed. This kid, it seems like something is different. With this kind of falling speed of the elevator, it was inevitable that ordinary people would be a bit flustered when they met it for the first time, while this kid next to him did not even have a bit of color change. Ling Yue was a bit curious about this little guy she met for the first time. Professor Bai had asked her to come out to pick someone up, and when she first saw Yunfeng, she thought that he was a rich family disciple who came over to gild the lily, and did not have the slightest bit of goodwill. Soon, the elevator stopped. At the speed of the elevator, this place is at least 3,000 meters underground. Yunfeng sked. After the elevator doors opened, Yunfeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. A huge space with lights covering the top, illuminating the inside brighter than the daylight outside. A passageway stretched into the depths, and both sides were filled with large and small rooms separated by glass, which were filled with all sorts of instruments and props that dazzled Yunfeng. In some of the rooms, trophies and various organs from monsters could be seen, and many living monsters could even be seen being held in cages. Ding dong! Ling Yue brought Yunfeng to the door of one of the deepest rooms and rang the doorbell. It's little friend Yunfeng who has arrived, isn't it? A familiar cheerful laugh came from inside. The door opened and it was the old man from the last video. Yue, I'll catch up with my little friend, you go ahead and take a look at the research in room 308. Okay, Professor. After Ling Yue left, Professor Bai invited Yunfeng into his room. This was one of the very few rooms that Yun Feng walked over to that was not surrounded by transparent glass and instead used frosted glass. Professor Bai, why do I get the feeling that you're a bit scared of her? Yun Feng pointed at Ling Yue who had left. How could that be? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Professor Bai was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly blowing up a bit. Kid, why did you remember to come to me? Did Yun Feng say that he was on the run? He, just curious, came over to take a look. Brat, I'll believe the hell out of you. A lot of the research here is confidential stuff, so I can't show you all of it, but this silver fox's corpse was sent over by you, and the research in it can be told to you. Professor Bai pointed at the lifelike silver fox that was preserved by the glassware, and his expression suddenly became somewhat serious. Professor Bai, don't make the whole thing so scary, what's the problem? Don't be nervous. It's just that the research results are a bit unexpected. You're so tense with the whole thing, and you're asking me not to be nervous? Yun Feng's head was full of black lines as he spat in his heart. Ever since you sent the silver fox, I haven't stopped researching it for a moment, and I've found that this silver fox's life traits are completely different from the other monsters that I usually research. It's as if. Professor Bai suddenly didn't know what words to use to describe it. That's right, it's as if it's the only one that's real in general, while all those monsters are fictional. Professor Bai, what does that mean? Hearing Professor Bai's explanation, Yun Feng was a little confused. Aren't they all monsters? Aside from the grade, could there be any difference? Previously, I felt that the monsters in the sub-dimensional space were not like flesh and blood generated, but rather another generation method, and after seeing this silver fox corpse, it further validated my suspicions. Hearing Professor Bai say this, Yun Feng came to a realization. Previously, he had always treated this place as a game world, thinking that these monsters automatically appearing again after being killed was a monster refresh. However, this was not a game world, but reality. Then how did those monsters appear? It was as if they didn't want to grow, as if they appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, only this one sample has been received for research. Professor Bai lamented. Kid, can you tell us more about what happened at that time? At that time, I took on an investigation mission of a sub-dimensional space mutation. Yun Feng then told another half-truth about the situation at that time. Kid, have you encountered any other such situations or such monsters since then? Professor Bai, who was in the middle of his thoughts, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yun Feng. I've encountered 2 more since then, but they were all too strong, and it was only by a fluke that I escaped with my life. Yun Feng did not lie and told the truth. Recently, we have received several reports from multiple dimensional spaces that mutations have occurred. So many awakened people have died in the mutations, even including some high-level gifted people. This situation has caused a great deal of concern from above, but we have not been able to find out the cause. We also sent specialized people to look for this kind of monster, but... Well? Yun Feng asked nervously. There are no results. Professor Bai shook his head and sighed. Sending high-ranked ones over, the other party doesn't show up at all, and low-ranked ones over, none of them survived. If we can get more samples like this, we might be able to discover something. Professor Bai suddenly looked up at Yun Feng. Hey, Professor Bai, why are you looking at me like that? I don't want to get into this mess. Yun Feng was too late to avoid these ghosts now. You're the only one who brought back a sample, I think. Don't want you to feel, I want me to feel, I don't feel too good. Yun Feng grimaced bitterly. Now although his battle power had increased and he had more props to protect his body, he felt that he still couldn't block Ho Ching's strike. As I recall, you seem to be interested in epic monsters. Professor Bai smiled and looked at Yun Feng with some cunning in his eyes. Professor Bai, could it be that you have any special research on epic-level monsters? Yun Feng knew that he was being taken for a ride. He did have a great interest in epic-level monsters, and that was probably his primary source of plundering talent. These monsters, I feel, are somewhat strikingly similar to epic-level monsters, and are even higher than epic-level in terms of grade? Professor Bai, what do you mean? Yun Feng admitted that he was a little excited. These monsters are, in fact, just like humans. Are you saying that they can also awaken talents and comprehend skills as well? If my guess is correct, that is indeed the case. Yun Feng fell into deep thought. If the situation was as Professor Bai said, then he had to consider in him. As the saying goes, wealth and riches were at stake. For the sake of his screen full of talents and skills, it was necessary for him to take this risk. However, the Chu family might trip up on him. Kid, you're young, why are you preoccupied? Are you thinking about some girl? How about that assistant of mine? Should I set you up? Seeing Yunfeng's sad face, Professor Bai joked. Old man, why are you so disrespectful for old age? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Actually, I'm more than willing to help you, it's just that I have something on my mind right now that makes it inconvenient for me to go to subspace. I said, why did your brat suddenly say he wanted to come to my place? So it's because he came to escape. Professor Bai laughed out loud. He did not ask what exactly was going on with Yunfeng. You'll stay here during this period, although there's no way to raise your battle power, you're guaranteed to gain something else. Professor Bai laughed. Also, I'll find a way to help you with your matter. Yunfeng truly bowed to Professor Bai. Chapter 95, Won't I Scare You Away? Master Gu, it's been 2 months, is that kid really still in there? In the cold wind, one spoke into the phone, his face confused. At this time is already early winter, although the awakened person has no fear of the cold and heat, but the daily endless waiting, but also difficult to get through the heart of that silent suffering. Don't worry, even if he turns into a fly, he won't be able to escape. Gu Debai was confident. And beside him, Lung Feng, who had been waiting for 2 months, was also a bit impatient. Brother Feng, the losses during this period of time, the Brothers of the Bone Blood Society will make up for it, and once the matter is accomplished, there will also be a generous amount of resources on the Chu family's side, and it will all be yours at that time. For Long Feng, Gu Debai could only pacify. Going on like this is not a solution. If he shrinks there for the rest of his life, could it be that we just wait for a generation? Lung Feng listened to Gu Debai's words, his heart felt a little better, but he still felt that it was not right. The Chu family has already gone in to spy on the news, I believe there will be results soon. Gu Debai also knew that sooner or later something would go wrong if they continued to consume like this, but the arrow was already on the string and had to be sent. However, they were destined to consume time in vain here. Yunfeng had already left the Ferris building for half a month. Half a month ago. Kid, how do you feel during this time? Benefited greatly, all I can say is that the research is too great. Ha ha ha. Professor Bai was very flattered to hear this. I've taught you all I can, it's your turn to help me. Professor Bai patted Yunfeng's shoulder, his eyes all satisfied. He had thought that a high school student like Yunfeng would find it difficult to endure the tedium in the lab. He did not expect that this kid would still enjoy it very much, and it was by no means feigned. Thanks to Professor Bai's teaching during this period of time, I've really learned a lot. Yunfeng spoke with genuine sincerity. During this period of time, he had come into contact with a lot of information that was basically related to talent. Such as the development of talents, the comprehension of skills, the interplay between different talents, and so on. It was very helpful to his future growth. These were all things he should have learned in school. He also learned a lot of information about monsters, especially where epic-level monsters might appear. Kid, I'll give you something before I leave. Saying that, Professor White took out a black cloak with a hood out. This is? Receiving the cloak, Yunfeng asked in confusion. This is a piece of equipment developed by Professor Bai specifically for you, with the simple function of blocking other people's prying eyes. Ling Yuwei introduced Yunfeng. After a month and a half together, her opinion of Yunfeng had completely changed. What's the difference between this and the disguise potion? The camouflage potion mainly disguises data information, while this thing can disguise one's own breath and facial image, preventing one's identity from being spied upon by the awakened. Professor Bai took over Ling Yuwei's words. During this period of time, I realized that there is a group of people who have been guarding the outside of the building. They should be here to look for you. Professor Bai laughed. That's why I made this thing according to me, so you won't be discovered when you go out at that time. Professor, why don't you say something else, just this, it's hard not to draw attention to yourself, right? Yunfeng put the cloak on to wear on his body, the whole person dark wind full, no need to look at the face to make people feel sneaky. Eh? By Yunfeng saying this, both of them were a little stunned, they really had not considered this factor. There was absolutely no problem dressing like this in subspace or in the wilderness, but walking out from here would be here and now. Right, how did we get into a dead end? Why are we going out from the building? Ling Yuwei laughed. Yeah, look at me, I'm getting old and confused. Professor Bai slapped his head. The institute has a secret passageway, the exit is 10 kilometers away and not many people know about it. When Yunfeng heard this, his face showed joy. With the secret passageway coupled with the cloak on his body, he would be able to get away from the Chu family's tracking without knowing it. Kid, if you waste away one day, you can come to my institute. Old man, you curse me. Yunfeng laughed as he drilled into the secret passageway and left without looking back. It's been half a month of searching and nothing has been found. After leaving the institute, Yunfeng directly task called to pick up a few quests that had a mutation in the dimensional space, and although he wore a pitch-black hooded cloak, it did not attract anyone's attention. There were plenty of people who were even more strangely dressed than him. Although Professor Bai said that he should not rush to find the so-called special monsters. But Yunfeng couldn't wait, he felt that talent was already beckoning him. This right now was the first sub-dimensional space he had entered, and the quest indicated that the monsters in this sub-dimensional space appeared to have varying degrees of mutation, mainly manifesting in the fact that they were no longer berserk at night, but would pile up to hunt humans. Yunfeng deliberately chose to enter here at night. The monsters here were at level 31-35, and he headed directly to the deepest part of the space. The situation was indeed as stated on the quest, the monsters here were indeed abnormal. However, Yunfeng had searched this space for half a month, and apart from leveling up one level and brushing the unified monster twice, he had not found the source of the anomaly at all. Moreover, 10 days after he had entered this place, the monsters had unexpectedly returned to their berserk state. Could it be that my battle power is too high, scaring the opponent away? Yunfeng looked at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 321452040000. Battle power, 439080. Skill, Black Dragon Flash. Other skills omitted. During this time, the bestialized Black Dragon talent once again comprehended a skill. Black Dragon Flash, instantly appear anywhere within a range of 10 meters. This skill is not a spatial skill of flashing, but rather an illusion formed by reaching the extreme of speed, and it is more burdensome to the body, so it should be slowed down for 5 minutes after using it once. As the body's degree of dragonization increased, the body burden would become less and less. Yunfeng recalled what Professor Bai had said, that these monsters had a rather high level of intelligence, as if they would tend to avoid evil. It seems that we can only go to a higher level. A level 35 monster, even a commander monster, would only have a battle power of around 250,000 or so. If the special monster item class was about the same as the epic class, even if the level was pulled up to level 40, that battle power would probably not exceed his own. Thinking of this, Yunfeng walked out of this dimensional space without hesitation. A lot had happened in the span of 2 months. The Jiangnan group had announced at a press conference that their SSS-ranked gifted awakened heir, Shu Sangmei, had been killed, though the reason was not explicitly stated. It caused many awakened to be surprised and panicked. Most people felt that this matter had something to do with the so-called spatial mutation, and that even the SSS-ranked awakenings couldn't be spared, so how could those lower-ranked awakened survive? Shu Sangmei actually died just like that? It can't be? Hearing this news, Bailey Xuanyun, his heart was shocked, subconsciously telling him that this matter was Yunfeng's doing. Where the hell have you been? She had been trying to contact Yunfeng, but without any results, which made her suspect for a while that Yunfeng had been executed by the Jiangnan group's people. Bamboo Rod, how's it going? Black Monkey was making a call. He had just come out of subspace and had wanted to talk to Yunfeng, but he couldn't get in touch. There's no word, it's as if he's disappeared. But I found a suspicion, his home seems to be under surveillance. Bamboo Pole said suspiciously. Crazy man, he couldn't have offended someone. Black Monkey was a little worried. During this period of time, with the secret help of his elders, his battle power had rapidly soared, and now in the school, apart from Shangguan Shui, no one could compare to him. So keen on practicing, he did rarely contact Yunfeng anymore. The madman will be fine. Chapter 96, Invisibility. Desert Subspace. This was Yunfeng's second goal. Walking into the subspace, it was filled with yellow sand. The hanging sun seemed to be close at hand. Changing into his equipment, Yunfeng headed deeper into the space. As he was wearing a black hooded cloak, he could not help but attract attention when passing through the crowd. At this level of subspace, there were more and more people inside instead, but they were all relatively old as well. For those teams that didn't have high talent and low combat power, sometimes the time it took to move up a level might take a few months. That was why they had to simmer inside a dimensional space for a long time, killing a large number of monsters and collecting loot in exchange for the resources they needed to increase their battle power as much as possible. The sand and soil tumbled for a while, and an invisible figure came from far and near. Roar! A giant abyssal mouth sprang out from the gravel, its mouth densely packed with teeth, stained with disgusting mucus, sending shivers down one's spine. What kind of cat or dog comes to sneak up on me? Yunfeng casually struck a Xian ice spike, directly nailing the attacking monster to death in the desert. The death worm also turned into a pile of yellow sand, leaving only an ice cone standing in the desert. The monster's information also appeared at the same time. Monster, Death Worm. Level, 36. Battle Strength, 193,641. Skills, Death Tumble, Extreme Acidic Slime. Although there were 2 skills, Yunfeng had not seen any of them. Hey, there's a windfall. After a rummage through the yellow sand, a yellowish fragment was picked up by Yunfeng. I'll go, what kind of fierce person is this? Just one move to resolve the death worm. It's a pity that this self is covered up so tightly that you can't see the appearance. When can I be as powerful as TA is good? That debris is still not picked up as I please. Don't dream about it, just look at the shot and you'll know that it's definitely an ice elemental awakened person of grade A or above. I can see that it has to be S rank or above, that thick ice cone. I feel that zapping 5 of me has no problem. A small team, who had just finished killing a deathworm with great difficulty, happened to see this scene, and their words were full of admiration and envy. Greedy? Don't want to die, who would dare to be greedy at this time? Yunfeng left in style, leaving behind nameless legends. 3 days later, Yunfeng appeared in the elite monster area. The crowd here was much less visible to the naked eye. It took a long time to see a small team. As Yunfeng looked, the quality of the squads were all very high, with no talent level lower than C rank. Moreover, the skills were all relatively practical, and the tactics were also quite well coordinated, taking some time to kill an elite monster without any problems. Without disturbing them, Yunfeng also looked for monsters to brush up. Monster, Desert Butcher Elite. Level, 40. Battle Strength, 256876. Skill, Bastard Strike, Rampage, Frenzied Sand Giant Armor Passive. This was a monster shaped like a crocodile, but instead of being a reptile, it walked upright. His body was clad in a layer of armor made of cohesive sand that looked very sturdy. The most terrifying thing was the 2 giant axe-like weapons he held in his hands, which had the power to open mountains and crack rocks. At the same time Yunfeng saw the monster also discovered him. In just the blink of an eye, the Desert Butcher rushed in front of Yunfeng, the battle axe in his hand raised high and forcefully slashed down towards Yunfeng. Ding! Yunfeng's right hand was dragonized and slowly raised. Sparks rose from the giant axe as it hacked at it. The Desert Butcher was shaken back 4 or 5 steps, but Yunfeng did not move at all. Without the Sea King's green hat, the outcome of this sparring match might have been completely different. The Sea King's green hat, perhaps in the hands of others, might be a defense prop, but in Yunfeng's hands, it was no less than a divine weapon. Without level suppression, the battle power superlative Yunfeng was not under a lot of pressure to pack up a level 40 elite monster. Yunfeng looked at the absorbed spiritual energy and was still shocked even though he knew the result. There were 40 points of spiritual energy for killing monsters at the Trans 8 level, and with the 5-fold bonus for elite monsters, a monster directly absorbed up to 200 points of spiritual energy. And for a small team to acquire 200 points of spiritual energy each, it might take a day. Yunfeng brushed the monsters while advancing towards the higher level monster zones. Help! Just then, a faint voice came from the distance. Yunfeng raised his eyes and saw a figure running in panic in front of him, with yellow sand rolling behind him. Big brother in front, save me! Yunfeng hadn't really wanted to hitch a ride, since he had arrived in this area to brush the monsters, he had to take the risks here. But that person had already darted over this way. Surprisingly, there are 3 elite monsters. Yunfeng sensed the monsters in the yellow sand, and there were actually 3 desert butchers. No wonder it's in such a sorry state. And it also reminded Yunfeng of that subspace from before. Ice Prison. Seeing that the escaping person was about to be caught up by the monster, Yunfeng waved his hand and a huge ice prison framed the escaping person. Bang 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 bang. The 3-headed desert butcher and the escaping man all failed to break and crashed into the ice prison. Phew! Watching the ferocious battle axe cleave towards his head, and finally only looking to cut out a sliver of ice, the one who escaped finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks a lot. The one who was saved was a man in his 20s, with the youthfulness from school still on his face. This person is not simple. Yunfeng said in his heart as he looked at the data panel, level 36, with a battle power of around 280,000 or so. If not for the 3 monsters together, the other party would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Since he could not see Yunfeng's appearance or gender, the person who was saved could only thank him so much. Yunfeng did not speak, but instead looked towards the three-headed desert butcher. He had a premonition that he might encounter that particular monster this time. When someone was around, Yunfeng usually only displayed one talent, which was the ice elemental talent. A long-range talent soloing would generally not arouse suspicion. 2 Xian ice thrusts and an ice dragon break respectively killed the 3 desert butchers. In an instant, the berserk sand giant armor on their bodies was shattered, while their bodies were knocked out more than a dozen meters away, with channels of frost emerging from their bodies. The desert butchers that wanted to charge up once again realized that their speed had slowed down a lot. Yunfeng proceeded to send out a Xian ice spike, and in a few breaths of time, the 3 monsters collapsed one after the other, lifeless. Good, so fierce. Watching Yunfeng settle a few elite-level monsters in a matter of 3 clicks and start collecting the loot, the people next to him covered their mouths in disbelief. Great God, my name is Long Zihan, thanks for saving me. No need, a show of hands. Under the black robe, a refreshing voice came out. Listening to this voice, it seems like he's not very old, but his battle power is so high? Long Zihan secretly speculated in his heart. Go back if you're fine, there's a mutation inside this space, it's dangerous. Hey, I just took the task of exploring the sub-dimensional space, I didn't expect the situation to be so crisis. Long Zihan sighed. Oh, tell me the results of your exploration. Yunfeng came to be a little interested. My talent comprehended a skill, stealth, so I'm very good at probing for information. Stealth? Yunfeng knew that the other party's little level and battle power dared to go deeper into this place. At this moment, he was a bit excited. Stealth is a good skill. He was even a bit curious as to what talent could comprehend such a skill. Seeing Yunfeng reveal a strange look for some reason, Long Zihan was a bit flustered. I saw some monsters that were relatively far away from each other start gathering in groups of 3 or 5 as if they were commanded by something. I was ready to probe what was going on, but for some reason, my stealth technique was suddenly broken, and the result is what you see here. Long Zihan finished stiffly under Yunfeng's strange eyes, having the urge to flee. Show me your stealth. Yunfeng did not pick up his words. Good. The other party's figure was then seen slowly fading until it disappeared. Yunfeng released his spiritual power and could faintly sense a human form around him. Great God, how is it? Long Zihan's voice seemed to be coming from all directions. Not bad. Yunfeng reached out with a claw and grabbed the other party out of his stealthy state. This action startled the other party. Great God, how did you find me? He was confident in this skill of his. It was impossible for an ordinary person to discover it, unless the mental power was too much higher than his own. Light elemental talent, rare indeed. After Yunfeng finished speaking, he headed deeper into the dimensional space. Chapter 97 Emperor of the Desert. Wait. Yunfeng stopped in his tracks. Great God, can I know your name? Doesn't matter, we'll meet each other if we are destined to. Yunfeng waved his hand and disappeared into the roiling yellow sand. I didn't realize that there was such a powerful yet low-profile person in Jiangnan continent. Long Zihan looked at Yunfeng's distant figure and muttered. He had come from Pinghai Prefecture, and this time, he had originally come over to visit his uncle whom he had not seen for many years. Originally, he had wanted to see what was new and exciting about the sub-dimensional space on this side of Jiangnan Prefecture. As a result, he did not expect to overturn the car. After leaving, Yunfeng greeted the scorching sun and stepped on the yellow sand, finally arriving at the territory of the rare monsters. Monster, Desert Ruler Rare. Level, 40. Battle Strength, 278960. Skills, Seal of Judgment, Headbutt, Weakness Aura Passive, Heaven, and Earth Dharma. In front of him was a 2-meter-tall, dog-man-bodied monster, dressed in golden armor and holding a golden iron rod. As soon as he got close to the monster, Yunfeng felt his attributes drop violently by a large margin. The battle power also dropped from 430,000 to 350,000. This weakness aura is a bit fierce. Perhaps it was because his attributes were higher, the battle power dropped a bit violently. This is? Yunfeng looked at a small upside-down shadow sword above his head and instantly realized that it should be its first skill. Once he came up to be upstaged by the opponent, Yunfeng could be used to it. The Xian Ice Dragon slammed directly into the opponent. Boom! The golden rod slashed down, and the Ice Dragon was directly broken into 2 sections, then shattered all over the place. Seeing the opponent approaching at extreme speed, Yunfeng prepared to swim and was about to move when he realized that his body was actually leaning towards the opponent uncontrollably. I'll go, this judgment seal is so shameless? Yunfeng realized that his uncontrollable behavior was all due to the mark on his head. He also roughly understood the mechanism of this skill, which was that the person who was marked could only have a 1v1 manly battle with it, the kind that could not be escaped from, and he found that his movement speed had slowed down a lot as well. Marred, who's afraid of who? Yunfeng directly dragonized his legs and arms, and rushed towards the other party with his gold-level battle sword in hand, while opening a full increase. Dang! The battle and the iron bar clashed together, emitting a crisp golden sound. Even in a 1v1 manly battle, the desert ruler could not possibly be Yunfeng's opponent, and soon had horrifying scars on his body from the battle sword and dragon claw. Roar! With a roar, the dog-headed man's body expanded dramatically like a blow-up balloon. This is Dharma heaven and earth, so damn handsome, I must comprehend a skill like this. Looking at the 20-meter-tall big dog-headed man in front of him, whose entire body was shining with golden light, Yunfeng became envious. Moreover, while the body became, there were countless yellow sands rotating around it, destroying everything that came close. Big guy, you're bullish. Yunfeng couldn't even hit his opponent's knee by jumping up right now, but that didn't hinder his output. As it turned out, this Dharma phase heaven and earth was a watery product, its size was getting smaller and smaller the more he fought. I guess if I beat it back to its original form, this thing will be finished. 18 meters, 16 meters. The desert dog-headed man slowly became smaller in size. Yunfeng was attacking when he realized that another small sword had been added to his head. It was this small sword that caused him to be unable to get close to the dog-headed man in front of him. Yunfeng looked back and realized that another dog-headed man had appeared. The two of you are spacing out and jamming my bugs, two seals of judgment, who should I fight 1v1 manly battles with? Yunfeng was a bit furious. Moreover, he also realized that he was getting closer to that particular monster. Rare-level monsters, which were usually positioned far apart, were now able to merge together, which was a bit of a problem. Although the two seals of judgment were a bit stuck in a bug, it was not difficult for Yunfeng to defeat them at all. Attacking from afar was completely unaffected. It wasn't until the dogman who had opened the Dharma phase heaven and earth was killed that Yunfeng only had a small sword left on his head. This first skill, once applied, is surprisingly so nasty and immortal. After resolving the first dogman, the second one quickly followed suit. 2 monsters, a total of 710 spirit points, cool. Moreover, one bad thing about desert monsters was that no matter how big they would turn into a handful of yellow sand when they died, making it more troublesome to rummage through the debris. Cheap. The 2 dog heads, apart from providing 2 earth-type crystal cores, were gross. A level 40 rare grade monster already had a good probability of producing a purple ingrade fragment. Therefore, Yunfeng planned to continue brushing the monsters here for a bit to get some fragments and increase his battle power. If the opponent really surpassed the level, it wouldn't really be easy for him to deal with. 2 days later, Yunfeng's level came to level 33, and 5 days later level 34. When Yunfeng still wanted to continue brushing monsters, he realized that the place where there were supposed to be monsters had not appeared. Up means ah. Yunfeng smiled faintly and headed deeper into the subspace. In the deepest part of the desert dimensional space, Yunfeng saw a huge pyramid. Above the tip of the tower, a huge disk like the sun was suspended. At the foot of the pyramid, a figure stood, clad in golden armor and holding a golden battle spear, the cloak behind him fluttering in the sandy wind, a stark contrast to the black cloak behind Yunfeng. Looking upwards, an eagle's head hangs above it, sharp eagle eyes and golden beak showing the majesty of being a ruler. Monster, Desert Emperor Ruler. Level, 40. Battle Strength, 312340. Skills, Gather Sand into Soldiers, Move Sand, Sandstorm Burial, Emperor's Majesty Passive, Great Desert Regicide Gun. What a trio of brothers, a crocodile head, a dog head and an eagle head. Yunfeng spat as he walked towards the pyramid. Sigh. As Yunfeng moved, the surrounding gravel began to flow. Subsequently, a sandman that was no different from a human slowly took shape. As far as the eye could see, they were densely packed with at least thousands. Monster, Sand Soldier Summoner. Level, 40. Battle Strength, 150,000. Skill, Merging. I'll go, isn't it a summon? How come it still has skills, cheating? This Sand Soldier's individual battle power was really low, completely inferior to a normal level 40 normal monster. But this quantity, it was exaggerated. Let's play with my sand first. Right at this moment, the figure next to the pyramid spoke. Just as the words finished, the sand soldiers that were originally like statues all moved and charged towards Yunfeng. Ice Storm, Ice Meteor Skyfall. Yunfeng directly opened 2 large AoE skills. Countless sand soldiers were blown into the sky by the ice storm, turning into a pile of ice sand sculptures that smashed into the yellow sand. On the other hand, a huge ice blue meteorite descended from the sky, smashing a large number of sand soldiers to death. With 2 skills, at least a few hundred sand soldiers were killed. But there were still an endless number of sand soldiers around that continued to surround them. Designer, UTM over here, is this for people to fight? Yunfeng could not help but roar in his heart. But this was not a game, there was no such thing as a designer. Roar! With a dragon's roar, all the sand soldiers that were close to the 10 meters near Yunfeng's vicinity turned into gravel and merged into the yellow sand. This is not the way to go, capture the thief first. Yunfeng killed the sand soldiers that surrounded him while approaching the eagle-headed man. Just when he was 50 meters away from the other party, Yunfeng's face changed drastically. Chapter 98 Pulse Gun Mighty. What's going on? The sand soldier's attack and defense has suddenly increased by a lot, while his own attack and defense has dropped extremely fast. Just as Yunfeng approached within 50 meters of the Desert Emperor, the pressure increased dramatically. This should be the effect of the passive skill Emperor's Might, I guess, I just don't know what the effect mechanism is? He then looked at his data panel, and sure enough, his battle power had dropped a lot. Originally, Yunfeng thought that this would be enough, but he did not expect that Sea King's cuckold passive skill seemed to have turned gray. No wonder it feels like it's suddenly gotten tough. It turns out that the level suppression is back. Fortunately he had risen 2 levels before and now his level is only 6 levels apart. Yunfeng pondered while fighting. I still need to pay attention in the future, I can't rely too much on the Vanishing Love passive skill. Although the pressure was much higher, the battle power of the sand soldiers was there after all, and it wasn't that easy for an ant to bite an elephant. Just as Yunfeng was about to enter within 30 meters of the Desert Emperor, all of the sand soldiers stopped and then turned into flowing gravel. In a matter of moments, the flowing sand formed into 10 gigantic sand generals, like giant spirit gods, taller than the previous desert ruler of the Dharma heaven and earth. Good fellow, is this a merging technique? The 10 sand generals, their levels did not change, but their battle power directly doubled, reaching 300,000 tons. Yunfeng had quite a difficult time dealing with them after his battle power was weakened by the aura skill and he was under level suppression. You can't even defeat my sand soldiers, and you still dare to come over here to seek death. This side hadn't even started the fight yet, and the taunting skill was already on over there. Holy, is he being looked down upon? Yunfeng directly exploded and turned on full increase. The big skills at the moment could be released again. Ice Storm and Ice Meteor Skyfall were launched at the same time, and Yunfeng also dragonized at the same time, rushing towards one of the sand generals. After the seed burst, the suppressed battle power seemed to have returned. Even with the level suppression, it didn't have much of an impact anymore. The battle sword was waved, and a huge chunk of yellow sand was knocked off the sand general's body, and the air was dimly lit, like a sandstorm was blowing. I'll go, there's a surprise. When he killed the first sand general, Yunfeng unexpectedly absorbed spiritual energy, and the value of the spiritual energy was surprisingly the same as that of a rare grade monster, a whole 305 points. 10 sand generals, that's 3,050 points. Yunfeng looked at his level, 34 37,760 40,000. The heavens have truly helped me. After killing the remaining 9 sand generals, his level would come to exactly 35, then the level suppression between him and the Desert Emperor would shrink to bare. Thinking of this, Yunfeng struck even faster. Finally, he killed all 10 sand generals before the total increased skill disappeared, turning them into one pile of yellow sand. Yunfeng looked at his data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 35 510 40,000. Battle Strength, 470880. Skill, Slight. Those sand soldiers just now were a bit interesting, how about another batch? Yunfeng played as if he wanted to, but the other parties simply ignored him. To be able to pass this first hurdle of my sand soldiers, you are very good and qualified to fight me. Just then, the figure that had been standing for a long time finally moved its body. Holding his spear and pointing it horizontally at Yunfeng, there was even some anticipation. It felt like there had been countless people who had come to him, but not even one of them had the qualifications to let him make a move. It was also true that no squad could deal with 10 rare-grade monsters at once, even without skills. The hunting groups that specialized in hunting high-grade monsters were fine, but they shouldn't want to choose this as their target either. Chicklets hatching eggs, you're pretending to be your mom. Yunfeng had never encountered a monster that was so pretentious and was prepared to give him a hard time. At this moment, the two were exactly 10 meters apart. Black Dragon Flash. Yunfeng dodged and instantly appeared behind the eagle-headed man while slashing across the opponent's body. The eagle-headed man was cleaved in half by the battle sword, turning into a pile of yellow sand. Isn't this too simple? Yunfeng looked at the yellow sand in front of him and was somewhat confused. He had just crashed into the sky. Was it a silver spear and embroidered pillow? Not right, there is no absorption of spiritual energy. Yunfeng realized that something was wrong and immediately became alert. Right at this moment, yellow sand coalesced behind him and a figure appeared while poking a spear at Yunfeng's back heart. Ice armor. Yunfeng, who was too late to return to defense, could only cast a defensive skill. Fortunately, the opponent was not casting a skill at the moment, and part of the power of the shot was offset by the ice armor, and part of it was absorbed by the green hat as energy. Shifting sand, the same ability as Black Dragon Flash. Yunfeng secretly said. After the first tentative move, both sides began to go back and forth. The martial arts in those fragments couldn't have come from these monsters. The more Yunfeng fought, the more alarmed he became as he realized that the opponent's long spear was juggled in a decent manner, and there were shadows of martial arts in it. Boom! In the middle of the confrontation, suddenly a fierce wind rose and yellow sand rolled into the sky. The entire battlefield was shrouded in yellow sand, making it impossible to see the surroundings. Yunfeng then realized that those yellow sands actually rolled up like ocean waves, lapping at him layer by layer. What a strong sense of oppression! The range of this attack was too large, and Yunfeng was unable to dodge it. The moment the sand wave fell, he had already opened his Xuanwu Heart Protector. Now it's my turn. Right after the round of attacks just now, the Sea King's green hat energy had already built up. A green light shot out from Yunfeng's head, not giving the opponent any space to dodge at all, and landed directly on the eagle-headed man. The original Golden Desert Emperor was a miserable green, greener than stock. As soon as this skill was released, Yunfeng's battle power immediately went into overdrive. Although it was only a short 30 seconds, it was enough for him to do many things. First, he broke the opponent's sand shift with an Xian Ice Stab, followed by Black Dragon Whistle calming the opponent for a split second, followed by a frenzy of skills and physical attacks. In just 30 seconds, the eagle-headed man felt like a lifetime had passed. The skill time passed, and although the eagle-headed man hadn't died yet, he pretty much only had one breath left. When the Emperor is angry, he will ambush a million corpses. The eagle-headed man roared, and Yunfeng felt the entire desert dimensional space vibrate. Then, only to see that a gravel all floated up. It slowly coalesced in the air, and a huge lance that seemed to pierce the sky crossed the sky and pressed in. The speed was not fast, but Yunfeng knew that it was impossible to dodge. Originally, I wanted to use this prop to deal with that particular monster, but now I can only take it out and try it out. Yunfeng took out a pistol from his storage ring, the very same electronic pulse pistol he had gotten ages ago. Aiming at the long gun in the air, Yunfeng fired 4 shots in a row. The 4 bullets glowing with blue light rushed out like cannonballs, and the huge setback force caused Yunfeng to take a few consecutive steps backward. Boom! The moment the bullets came into contact with the lance, they exploded, forming a beautiful and mesmerizing firework in the air. The pressing lance was already missing a section. 3 more explosions followed, and the lance in the air was already riddled with holes before it turned into gravel and fell. Bye-bye you. Yunfeng's gun was aimed at the Tsar as a flash of blue light passed by. The Desert Emperor, who was already on his deathbed, perished with this, ending up as nothing more than a handful of yellow sand. Yunfeng blew the muzzle of his gun and put it away. Gold-level attack props, it's just fierce, but it'll take 15 hours to build up a full load. Next was the exciting corpse touching session. Just as Yunfeng approached the pile of yellow sand of the Desert Emperor, the wind picked up and the yellow sand mesmerized his eyes. Chapter 99 Exterminating Black Flame. Yunfeng paused in his stance. Under his hood, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Finally waiting for you, fortunately I didn't give up. He knew that the special monster had appeared. In the wind and sand, a figure slowly appeared, and even if he could not see it, Yunfeng felt an invisible pressure. The wind stopped and the sand fell. The figure gradually became clear. Yunfeng fixed his eyes to see that in front of him was a 2-meter-tall horse covered in black armor only revealing 2 eyes and 4 hooves. The eyes were sparking with a ghostly blue vastness, and the 4 hooves were stepping on black flames. On the back of the tall horse, a person also covered in black armor sat on it, holding a dark, pitch-black lance in his hand, his entire body blazing with black flames. The entire costume was even blacker than Yunfeng. What a majestic black knight! In the goggles, Yunfeng could not see any information and remained full of. A human that Lord Hoqing's doppelganger didn't even kill is nothing more than that. A hoarse and low voice came out from the black armor. Yunfeng's heart was shaken and somewhat relieved when he heard it. Boom! Without saying a word, Yunfeng pulled out his pulse pistol and directly fired. A blue stream of air arrived in front of the Black Knight in the blink of an eye. Dang! Only to see the Black Knight's lance picking, the blue airstream was directly picked out, while the black flames wrapped around the bullet, not even an explosion appeared. What an odd black flame! Yunfeng's brows were deeply furrowed, but what made him thankful was that the Black Knight did not have a skill that deactivated vanishing love like the Desert Emperor. While pondering, a black spear suddenly appeared in front of him as if it had crossed space. Yunfeng dragonized his arm and gripped the tip of the gun. But he was thinking too naively. The lance, along with his arm, stabbed into his left shoulder, and if it wasn't for his last-minute force to change direction, the lance would have stabbed into his chest. When Yunfeng wanted to make his next move, the lance had already disappeared, while the Black Knight seemed as if he had not moved. This black flame, it's a bit troublesome. Yunfeng drank a mouthful of gold-level healing potion and realized that the wound had not healed a bit, the reason being the faint layer of black inflammation on the outside. Taking someone's love. Knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself was the only way to better cope with a crisis. Holy! Yunfeng took a look at a full 9 skills for him to choose from. This also sidestepped Professor Bai's research. This Black Knight was similar to a human, equally talented and equally capable of comprehending skills. If that was the case, this Black Knight level was at least level 45, below level 50. Black Inferno Explosion, Black Inferno Protector, Void Strike, Black Inferno Split, Void Devouring, Extinguishing Black Inferno Passive, Void Shuttle, Black Inferno's Rage, Black Hole Domain. After reading through the 9 skills, Yunfeng was somewhat shocked. From the skills, this guy's talent was definitely very perverse, involving both the Black Inferno and Void attributes. It's at least an S rank or above talent. Yunfeng speculated. 9 skills, looking at the names, were all extraordinary. From the order of the skills, the last skill should be the most powerful. However, due to the talent, even if Yunfeng seized it, after releasing it, it was estimated that the power would be greatly reduced, which was the biggest drawback of the skill of seizing it. There were some skills that were not very useful when taken over instead. You're it. Yunfeng stared at the 6th skill, Extinction Black Flame Passive. Passive skills were not affected by talents, and Yunfeng also felt that this skill was disgusting and not easy to handle. The skill was activated and the skill, Extinction Black Flame, appeared in his skill list. Exterminating Black Flame Passive, whether attacking or defending, it will be accompanied by Exterminating Black Flame. Every time you attack, the black inflammation will be accompanied by one of the 3 negative effects of burning, corrosion, and weakness, with each negative effect stacking up to 10 layers, and when attacked, the black inflammation creates a certain amount of defense and heals one's own injuries. The layer of black inflammation on his body just now should be the burning effect. This skill, really chicken bully, can attack, can defend, can heal, really too omnipotent. Although the accompanying effects didn't seem to be very fierce, but if they were all stacked up to 10 layers, it would probably be something to suffer. Moreover, according to the skill description, it was very simple to stack 10 layers. With a thought, the black flames on Yunfeng's own wound instantly disappeared and a new one appeared, followed by the wound slowly healing in the black flames. On the contrary, on the opposite side, the black flame that was originally blazing on his body had now gradually faded until it disappeared. Although he could not see the other party's expression, Yunfeng clearly felt his body tremble. This was because the black flame that was originally on his body had now appeared on Yunfeng's body. Xian Ice Stab. Yunfeng cast a skill again and realized that a layer of black inflammation was also attached to the ice cone. This was the power of passive skills. It seems to be useless against Black Knights. Yunfeng realized that his Xian Ice Spike was resisted by the opponent, but the negative effects did not appear on the opponent. Swish swish swish. The Black Knight shifted and 5 doppelgangers composed entirely of black flames appeared. The Black Knight reached out and the 5 doppelgangers attacked Yunfeng. The disappearance of an important skill did not affect the Black Knight's determination to kill Yunfeng. However, seeing his opponent's skills, Yunfeng had no intention of letting the Black Knight go. He was already salivating at such a powerful talent, but he also knew that the more powerful the talent, the harder it was to deal with. 5 Shan ice spikes charged towards the 5 doppelgangers with black flame, while Yunfeng himself rushed towards the Black Knight's main body following the Shan ice dragons with his battle sword in hand. A black lance once again killed out of the void. This kind of godly attack was indeed undefendable. However, Yunfeng's perception was fully expanded and he still sensed the fluctuation in the void, and his battle sword blocked the strike. Just as Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief, the black lances kept stabbing out from all corners of the void like rain, and it was as if Yunfeng was surrounded by the lances. Black Dragon Flash. Yunfeng had no choice but to activate his flash skill and appear beside the Black Knight. However, the Black Knight's talent contained the void attribute. How could it be comparable to Yunfeng's Black Dragon Flash? The Black Knight disappeared and appeared in another place. It could be seen that the Black Knight was very wary of his own exterminating black flame. Void attribute, really brainless. Yunfeng was a little annoyed, but currently, there was no means of restraining it, unless it was forcibly controlled. Since there isn't one, I'll comprehend one. So far, Yunfeng's ice elemental talent had only comprehended 5 skills, and there were still 2 skill slots left. There was nothing impossible about improvising. Yunfeng comprehended the skills while fighting. But with the desert terrain, it was not that simple to comprehend ice elemental skills. After fighting for some time, the Black Knight seemed to have lost his patience. It was only then that a huge black hole appeared high in the sky. The black hole enveloped a direct kilometer range. Yunfeng looked up and only felt that the pitch black hole was so deep that it was bottomless, and a strong suction force came from within. Subsequently, countless black flames were seen transforming into various blades falling from within. For these attacks, with the passive skill Extinction Black Flame, it wasn't very scary, but the main problem right now was that it couldn't attack the opponent's main body, and Yunfeng didn't even bother to use the skill Love as a Light. This won't work. Yunfeng's brows were deeply locked, but there were no eyebrows yet if he wanted to comprehend the skill. Time continued to pass as Yunfeng fought against the attraction of the sad black hole and the falling black flames blades, while also dealing with the lances that kept coming out of the void. Finally, a sheet of ice flowers appeared in the black hole domain. Finally. Yunfeng looked at the new skill in the skill bar and rejoiced. Chapter 100 Double Surprise. Ice Elemental 6th Skill, Absolute Zero Ice Seal. The reason why Yunfeng was very satisfied with this skill was because it was a locked control skill. This skill of the black hole domain was indeed perverse. It had already been an incense stick of time and it had not yet ended. Yunfeng did not move and continued to hold on in the domain. It's now. The moment Yunfeng discovered the Black Knight, the new skill was unleashed. The Black Knight, who hadn't had time to vanish into the void, turned into a pile of ice and fell into the black hole domain. Immediately after, the black armor in the ice turned into green armor. Since it was the first time Silky had used this skill, he didn't know exactly how much time he could control the opponent, so he just wanted to kill the opponent in the fastest time possible. After turning green, the Black Knight's defense dropped by half. Yunfeng began to frantically output. First, he used Shan Ice Stab and normal attacks to give the opponent a crazy stack of debuffs until the 3 major negative effects were stacked up, before Yunfeng used a powerful attack. First, he took out his pulse pistol and directly poked it, shooting out all the bullets inside. All 3 rounds with blue airflow hit the Black Knight. 3 roaring explosions rang out, and without waiting for the smoke to clear, Ice Dragon Break, Ice Meteor Skyfall and other skills all greeted inside. Roar! But in a few breaths of time, a berserk roar came from inside. Yellow sand and ice slag scattered out in all directions. The Black Knight's forehead revealed itself. The high horse was already lying on the side, the ghostly blue light in its eyes had disappeared, obviously it couldn't survive. As for the knight himself, the armor on his body was already tattered and torn, and his helmet was only half left, revealing half of his face. That face was no different from a human's, and was very handsome, only that it was now somewhat twisted and hideous in anger. After roaring, black flames flared up furiously from his body. What's the use of anger? Yunfeng once again launched an attack, bound to take the other party down in one fell swoop. Who knew that the Black Knight was heading directly towards the black hole in the sky? All those falling black flames were absorbed into his body. Black Flame Fury, Void Devouring. Yunfeng finally saw the last 2 skills of the Black Knight. During the devouring process, the Black Knight's injuries were slowly recovering, even the armor on his body was mending. Yunfeng wanted to interrupt, but realized that he was unable to move at the moment. The black holes in the sky were getting fewer and fewer, and then disappeared without being seen, while the Black Knight in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. How come all these monsters have the skill of getting bigger? The Black Knight that grew to 10 meters tall descended from the sky in a majestic manner. I was the one who underestimated you before, now go to hell. The Black Knight stood tall, defying Yunfeng. The black lance stabbed straight at Yunfeng with an unrivaled aura. The head of that spear was bigger than Yunfeng's head. Unrivaled. At this moment, the Black Knight's aura had reached its peak. This strike was not something that the current him could withstand. Yunfeng immediately activated the Xuanwu heart-protecting mirror, and then pulled out the small golden bell and several other defense props. Although the attack props were not very effective against the Black Knight, the defense props were still useful. Boom! The golden bell that was at the forefront of the blockage broke with a sound and turned into fragments in the sky. The lance was as powerful as a bamboo and continued to zap down. All the defensive props blocking in front of Yunfeng were all destroyed and were finally grabbed by the dragonized hands and stopped in the center of his eyebrows. One could even see a bit of blood oozing out of his brow. AI. A sigh came from the Black Knight's battle armor, not knowing if he was lamenting the fact that this hegemony Jedi shot didn't achieve its purpose, or if he was blaming his own incompetence. Rising Dragon Overlord Fist. Yunfeng saw his opponent's aura take a sharp turn for the worse and knew that it was time to counterattack. With his right hand dragonized, he punched towards the Black Knight's jaw. The fifth skill of the dragonization talent was used by Yunfeng. On his fist, the black flames transformed into a lifelike dragon head, swinging out furiously from the bottom up. With the full increase, Yunfeng's punch was full of power. Boom! As expected, the Black Knight was visibly weakened after making that shot, not even able to make a void shuttle, and was knocked to the ground by a punch. This punch was one that Yunfeng had specifically used to deal with large-sized monsters. After one strike, it also meant that the battle had come to an end. The Void Devouring just now seemed to have healed all of his injuries, but in fact, he was already strong on the outside and only had the power of one strike. A few breaths later, the Black Knight finally collapsed, falling under Yunfeng's battle sword. I didn't expect that my doppelganger had missed once, and Blackie died there as well. Good, very good. Just at the moment when the Black Knight fell, in another dimension, a person with a pale face whispered, if Yunfeng saw it, he would definitely be able to recognize it. It was the Ho Qing who had almost cost him his life. Phew. It was only until this moment that Yunfeng braced his hands on his knees and gasped loudly. Although he had won this battle, he had actually exhausted his entire body. The main reason was that the large number of props prepared earlier were all for those below level 40, and were not of much use to the Black Knight. Ha 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 ha. While he was gasping for breath, Yunfeng suddenly laughed madly. Even his spirit got better. The monster had provided a total of 5,005 points of spiritual energy, which was surprisingly a 100-fold increase. The main thing was the talent. The opponent's talent had really been plundered by him. Yunfeng looked at the data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 35 5890 40,000. Battle Strength, 472388. Talent, SSS Grade Bestialization Black Dragon Void Black Flame, SS Grade Elemental Ice, B Grade Plunder. Skills, Exterminating Black Inflammation Taken, Ascending Dragon Buster Fist, Absolute Zero Ice, others omitted. Another SSS rank talent, and looking at the name, Wildly Cool and Dazzling Diao Exploding Awe. I'm really looking forward to what skills I can comprehend. Yunfeng's heart was filled with anticipation. This seems to be where the Desert Emperor's corpse was before. Yunfeng casually swept the pile of yellow sand in front of him with his foot. A very high-purity earth crystal core appeared first. Rummaging again, he finally saw a purple-colored fragment. This luck can only be described as normal play. Yunfeng picked up the purple fragment and took a look. It was not a rare prop, but a normal strength attribute potion fragment. It can be used after level 40. Yunfeng collected the loot and then walked over to the Black Knight's corpse, as the goggles did not show the loot. Yunfeng simply put the entire corpse in. If not for the fact that his storage ring was large enough, he would not have been able to fit it in. It's time to get a bigger storage ring. The one he was currently carrying on his hand was still a gold-level storage ring synthesized from the fragments he got from his parents' relics. As the Black Knight's corpse disappeared, Yunfeng's eyes suddenly went straight, no, even his body went straight and upright. On top of the yellow sand, a fascinating shard glowing with a 7-colored light was just lying there quietly. Yunfeng walked over and carefully cupped that one colorful fragment. However, upon seeing the item displayed inside, Yunfeng was somewhat in tears. Under the green, an ancient, unadorned ring appeared in Jiangnan Group headquarters. Waste, this goodbye is simply a great waste. Maniac Long's rage in his office was overwhelming. It had been more than 2 months, not only had he not solved the problem, he had even lost someone. However, he did not mention a word about the fact that he had also lost Yun Feng. Go and call Qin Tai over. Family Master, Qin Tai he has already been executed by you. It was only then that Maniac Long remembered that after hearing the news of his son's accident, his anger was so great that he had deed Qin Tai at the first opportunity. At that time, he only thought of killing Yun Feng to sacrifice his son's soul in heaven, not bothering to find out what happened. Go and find out who else is involved in my son's matter, go and find those people who are in contact with Qin Tai. Now that he looked back, he felt that he had been a bit aggressive, resulting in a lot of information not being grasped. A day later, one after another, news reached Maniac Long's ears. So that's how it is. Maniac Long collated all the information he received, and it all pointed to one person, Bailey Shu Yun. Bailey clan, Bailey Shu Yun, I'll remember, even with Bailey broken army, I'll make things bad for you. Even though he had calmed down now, the pain of losing his son still caused him to make some risky moves. With Maniac Long's command, the people below began to operate, and an economic suppression against the Bailey family was quietly unfolding. On the other side, after Gutabai sent his men to hold out outside the skyscraper for 2 months, he finally withdrew most of his men. Brother Langfeng, I'm really sorry for delaying you for such a long time. Gutabai knew that a so-called transcendent awakened person naturally had his own arrogance. This apology he had to say. Langfeng also seemed to be a person who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and hearing that the president personally apologized, or that he was the one who saved his life, he no longer cared. If it's alright, I'm going to go for my training. I wanted to hug a thigh, but I didn't expect to make a mistake. Now Maniac Dragon must be very angry. Watching Langfeng walk out of the room, Gu Dabai was somewhat chagrined. However, things had come to this, there was nothing he could do. 5 days later, Bailey family's special courtyard. Little Yun, honestly tell Dad if Chu Sangmei's death is related to you. Bailey Xiaoyun had just come back from the subspace expedition when she was stopped by Bailey Jingcheng and asked in a stern voice. Surname Bailey, what are you doing? Daughter, is she a criminal? Need to be questioned like that? Xin Fei Ping opened his hand and shielded Bailey Xiaoyun behind her. Just protect her, don't you know what the family has become in these 5 days? Bailey Jingcheng grimaced bitterly. Over the past few days, the Jiangnan group had been frantically targeting the Bailey family's business like crazy. The Bailey family was originally a small family, and was able to achieve its current size because it relied on Bailey breaking Jun's reputation, so how could it withstand the suppression of the #1 conglomerate in Jiangnan state? It was now on the verge of bankruptcy. What? The Jiangnan group is looking for trouble from you guys, so you want to drag things onto your daughter? That Chu Berserk Long himself didn't even say who the murderer was, do you still want to send your daughter out yourself? Xiaoyun, the Jiangnan group has given us an ultimatum, as long as you reveal the whereabouts of a man named Yun Feng, our family's business will be brought back from the dead and will be better than before. Bailey Jingcheng ignored the brash Qin Faping and instead looked at Bailey Zanyan with burning eyes, like he could tell something from her eyes. Little Yun, do you know something? Speak quickly. Seeing that Bailey Yun's eyes were a bit evasive, Bailey Jingcheng was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Over the years, since he took over the family business, although there wasn't any big breakthrough, it was still considered to be flourishing. He was also considered to have some fame and prestige in this area. If the family business really went bankrupt, then his status would be in tatters and his life would not be the same. How could he endure such a drastic change in his life? I don't know anything. Bailey Xiaoyun was a little afraid of her father's eyes, snatching the road and running into her room, slamming the door behind her. It's really him, it's really related to him. Bailey Yun leaned against the door, her mood unable to calm down for a long time. I hope you can escape the Chu family's pursuit. Bailey Yun prayed silently in her heart. She recalled the origin of the first conflict between the two sides. It was all because of her. If she hadn't insisted on following Yun Feng into the depths of the dimensional space, such a thing might not have happened. The clan wouldn't have been suppressed and he wouldn't have been hunted down. Yun Feng, you must live. If anything really happens to you, I will definitely avenge you. Bailey Xuanyun secretly clenched her fist. During this period of time, she had not stopped practicing and upgrading for a moment. Now, during the time that Yun Feng had entered the institute, her level was also breaking through at a rapid pace. It was now level 27. Fortunately, I comprehended a powerful single attack skill at level 20. During this period of time, she had been leveling up either by crossing over and brushing monsters, or by brushing elite and rare monsters, so her leveling up wasn't slow. Finally reaching level 20, the talent has been unblocked by one level once again. Standing at the exit of the subspace, Wenren Longyu looked at the talent on his panel, which had already become level D, and revealed a long-lost smile. During this period of time, he had not been able to contact Yun Feng, making him a little uneasy. But after ascending to level 20 and comprehending a skill, this uneasiness was gone. Skill, fate is not difficult to gauge. Listen to the guidance of fate and see the future blessings and misfortunes. Predicts 3 times per day. This skill also finally manifested a hint of the power of the SSS ranked talent fate. The first time he comprehended the skill, he predicted Yun Feng's situation, which showed great fortune. He then predicted the level of risk of him proposing to leave the team small fierce. Dry up. It's only a small evil. Brothers, thank you for your help and companionship during this period of time. Due to some personal reasons, I may have to leave you all for a period of time. Wenren Longyu pretended to make a phone call and said to the 4 people with a sad face. Wenren brother, during this period of time, we haven't treated you poorly, have any difficulties to say, we may not have helped you. Since Wenren Longyu's Doomfall skill, this rookie squad is catching up with the elite squad, brushing monsters that is like a fish out of water, leveling up fast. How could they possibly be willing to let him go? Thanks again for your kind words, I really have reasons why I have to leave. Let's get together and part ways. After saying that, Wenren Longyu gritted his teeth and prepared to leave. Brother Wenren, there is indeed something to leave the team, and we are not being unkind, but there has to be a price to pay. Wenren Longyu knew that the little fierce was coming. Say it, as long as it's within my tolerance. Take out all the loot, and we'll go our separate ways and not owe each other anything. The squad leader was also quite honorable, he knew that Wenren was very capable and would have to leave sooner or later. Good, it's a deal. Wenren Longyu took out all the things in his storage space and gave them to the other party. D-rank talent, you can find a stronger team or solo strong people like Yun Feng. Wenren Longyu eyed the distance and planned his next plan. Chapter 102. The undercurrents inside the Jiangnan State safe zone were caused by Yun Feng, yet he, who was in subspace, was completely unaware of it. Why is there a pyramid here, but the commander monster isn't in it? Yun Feng looked at the tall pyramid in the distance and was somewhat puzzled. He then walked towards the pyramid. The pyramid was made of unknown stone blocks. All the stone blocks were as smooth as if they were cut by a precision machine, and were neatly sized as one. Along the steps of the pyramid, one step at a time, he walked up. Halfway up, a dark cave entrance appeared. Without much thought, Yun Feng directly walked in. After about an incense stick of time, Yun Feng came out with a gray head. The whole thing is such a big building, how come there's nothing inside? Could it be an attraction? Yun Feng, who had not gotten any benefits and was still covered in yellow sand, exasperatedly said. 7 turns around in the depths of the pyramid, there is only a coffin. Yun Feng thought that there was a mummy or something inside, but the result was empty. Out of the pyramid, Yun Feng didn't stay and headed directly out of space. He wanted to go to Professor White's place first and hand over the Black Knight's body to him. On the way back, he realized that the rare monsters along the way had finally reappeared. Forget it, the loot that comes out here is all Earth type, which neither himself nor the people around him can use at the moment. Yun Feng did not intend to continue brushing. 3 days later, Yun Feng walked out of the desert subspace and rode on the chariot back to the safe zone. Due to being wrapped tightly in black, with an appearance of being uninviting, no one came over to disturb him along the way. Yun Feng was also happy to relax. After returning to the safe zone, Yun Feng directly found a place to take off his black robe and rode in the car towards the skyscraper. The reason for the violent death of Jiangnan Group's first genius, SSS-ranked awakened person Chu Tsangmei, what exactly is the reason is still a mystery. I wonder what you think. On the way, a talk show caught Yun Feng's attention. After watching it for a long time, Yun Feng realized that the Jiangnan Group had publicized the news of Chu Tsangmei's death. And this matter was when it was out of the safe zone. Surprisingly, they didn't say my name, so they should have no evidence as well. Yun Feng guessed in his heart. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived downstairs at the skyscraper. The moment Yun Feng appeared, the scouts still remaining around the building were nonplussed. More than 2 months ago, they had seen the other party go in and had never come out, so how could they come over from the outside now? The reason why Yun Feng took off his black robe and came over, he knew that this time he came over, taking off his black robe or not would expose his whereabouts. There was no way around it. The secret passage had a strange setting that allowed him to exit but not enter. He could only enter through the front door. But he wasn't afraid of being exposed. When the time came to go out from the secret passage, he could get rid of the tracking just the same. Brat, back so soon? Receiving the call, Professor Bai was a bit puzzled. I've only been gone for less than a month, and you don't welcome me. It's too heartbreaking. Brat, don't be poor, I'll have Yue pick you up. Soon after, Ling Yue walked out from the tall building wearing a white lab coat like last time, clopping on her high heels. Back. Sister Yue. This time, Ling Yue no longer had an icy cold face, but a smile on her face. After Yunfeng and Ling Yue entered the tall building, they started dialing out the phone. Master Gu, he's appeared again. Are you sure? Soon, an excited voice from Gu Debai came from the other end of the phone. Can you not be sure? He just walked past us so brightly? Got it, keep staring. After Gu Debai hung up the phone, he immediately dialed Chu Huilong's phone. Chu family head, Yunfeng has appeared once again. I already know about this news. Gu Debai had scouts there, and naturally, he, Chu Berserk Long, did as well. He should have a relationship with the institute so that he can't pass our eyes. Then what do we do? Hearing about the research institute, Gu Debai immediately beat a retreat. The research institute, that was a government property, protected by the army. Even if he borrowed a few guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. What are you afraid of? He's a student who hasn't graduated from high school, at most he knows someone in there. It's just that he probably has some secret passage out, so we lost him last time. Thinking about this problem, Chu Maniac Long also had a bit of a headache, and really couldn't do anything about the other party. Chu family master, I have a plan. At this moment, Yunfeng had already arrived at the Underground Research Institute. Lightly traveling, he directly ran to Professor Bai's room. Brat, special monsters aren't that easy to find. Professor Bai brought Yunfeng into the room and comforted him. This matter cannot be rushed, we do not lack this much time. Ling Yue hadn't left either, she also wanted to know how Yunfeng came back so soon. It's true that special monsters are not easy to find. I started looking for most of the month and couldn't find them, like they were hiding from me. Can't find it right. Boom. Before Professor Bai could finish his sentence, a pile of dark stuff smashed on the ground. This is? Ling Yue also immediately came over and squatted down with Professor Bai to check. This aura, yes, it's this aura. Professor Bai looked at the corpse in front of him, his eyes glowing. Yunfeng, you really did it? Professor Bai looked at Yunfeng and said excitedly. Ling Yue's beautiful eyes were also flashing with a strange light at the moment as she looked at Yunfeng incredulously. Professor Bai did not know how many ways he had thought of and how many people he had sent out in order to be able to obtain the corpse of a special monster once again, but the results were all to no avail. And this young tender youngster in front of him had actually accomplished the task in less than a month. It's nothing, it's just walking around and encountering it. Since it's gathered, it's slaughtered. You kid, not a word of truth in your mouth. Go out, I'm going to start researching. Professor Bai was an experimental maniac, and now that the materials were in hand, he immediately kicked people out. No way, so soon the bird is out of the bag, unloading and killing the donkey. Yunfeng looked at the slowly closing door and said sadly. Alright, it's not like you don't know the professor's character, he endured there. Ling Yue laughed. How long are you planning to stay this time? I'll be leaving soon. I remembered that I still have some things to take care of. Recalling the talk show he had just seen on the road, Yunfeng suddenly thought of a possibility and a chill ran down his back. What's wrong? Look at your face, not looking too good. Ling Yue said with some concern. Sister Yue, take me to the secret passage, I have something urgent. Yunfeng revealed an ugly smile. It suddenly occurred to him that the Chu family's failure to name him might not be due to a lack of evidence, but rather, they wanted to take revenge with their own hands. With their despicable behavior, they could probably do anything. Follow me. Seeing that Yunfeng was indeed a bit anxious, Ling Yue did not ask too many questions and led Yunfeng into the special passageway. Say goodbye to Professor Bai for me. Go on, I will. Chapter 103 Transcendent Awakened. After leaving the institute, Yunfeng put on his black robe and found a hotel nearby. Da. The phone rang. At that time, a busy tone ended, but there was no response from that side. Pick up the phone. Since the phone was able to get through, it meant that it wasn't inside the subspace. What did this girl do? Seeing that the call didn't go through, Yunfeng dialed another number. Beep. Beep. The phone rang twice and was quickly picked up. Black Monkey, are you alright? It's fine, it's good. With my ancestors accumulating in virtue, I can receive potions and various props from time to time. It's just so cool that it takes off. Black Monkey was still immersed in the status of a rich second generation and couldn't extricate himself. Crazy man, you've been all this time. Do. The phone suddenly hung up, causing Yunfeng's heart to thump. Then Yunfeng's phone rang, and it was Zhou Quan who called. Black Monkey, how are you alright? He's fine. A cold unfamiliar voice came from over there. What do you guys want? Yunfeng had already guessed what was happening, not realizing that the other party had already been so extreme as to start making moves in the safe zone. Those people had previously thought that they were still in the skyscraper and that everything was under their control, so they had not taken any. Yunfeng, where are you? Is everything alright? It was Bailey Shuyun's voice. I'm fine, how about you? The Chu family's side didn't look for trouble from you, right? Yunfeng knew that if the Chu family could not find him, the first one to look for would definitely be her. I'm fine, with my second uncle around, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Bailey Xuanyun's words were true, at least within the safety zone, the Chu family did not dare to act rashly. However, regarding the news that her family was about to go bankrupt, she did not tell Yunfeng for fear that the other party would be worried. It's good that it's fine. During this period of time, try not to go out if you can. I'm afraid that the Chu family will do whatever they can. I know, be careful yourself. After contacting Yunfeng, Bailey Shuyun's heart was finally put down. Hanging up the phone, Yunfeng began to ponder on how to rescue the Black Monkey. The place mentioned by the other party was very remote. Although the place was called a park, it had long been overgrown with grass and deserted. Even if a fight occurred, no law enforcers would appear in a short period of time. While pondering, the phone rang again. Yunfeng did not expect the calls to be so dense today. One run? Yunfeng was a little puzzled when he saw the caller ID. It had indeed been a long time since he had been in contact, although there had been messages to him during this time, but they were all about inconsequential matters, so Yunfeng did not reply. Hey, Yunfeng, you'll be in danger lately. As soon as the phone was connected, an urgent voice came from there. How do you know? Wenran Longyu then spoke about the effect of the skill he had comprehended. You're really turning into a fortune teller now. Yunfeng laughed. People are being serious with you. What? You still joking? This skill of mine is very spiritual. You are really. Yunfeng was about to hang up the phone. Yunfeng, I can help you, trust me. Wenran Longyu said eagerly. Mind your own business. Tomorrow's situation is not something you can get involved in. At this time, Yunfeng himself did not know if he could get out in one piece, so how could he let Wenran, who had not grown up, participate? Just as Wenran Longyu's words left his mouth, that side had already hung up the phone. Damn it, how can this be? Wenran Longyu said with a huff. He had nothing to do today and had given Yunfeng a fortune, great evil. So he hurriedly contacted Yunfeng and told him to be careful. It looked like the other party was not very concerned. No, the great fierce omen is no joke. Wenran Longyu dialed the phone again. Piss me off. He did not expect the other party to hang up directly. Without having to do the math, Yunfeng knew that there would definitely be a close call this time. Since the other party had already drawn the line, they must have already dealt with him in a way that could at least deal with the person he was a month ago. But he himself was not something that could be compared to a month ago. He was now trying to think of a way to minimize the level of danger. Just now, Wenran Longyu's words had actually caught his attention, and with his current battle power, the fact that there would still be a great evil omen meant that the other party had sent out a Transcendent Awakened. With regards to Transcendent Awakened, Yunfeng did not know much, only that the level was over 50, but nothing else. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Yunfeng, only just left and you miss me? After mixing well with Yunfeng, Ling Yue directly joked when she received Yunfeng's call. Sister Yue, stop it. Wanted to find you to find out about the situation of the Transcendent Awakened. As the Gifted Institute, this was a situation that there should be no one they were more familiar with. You want to learn about the Transcendent Awakened now? Ling Yue was a bit surprised. Yunfeng was not even older than 20. Transcendent Awakened, the most notable marking, is to wait for more than 50 levels. Yunfeng nodded, he knew all this. When a level 49 awakened person, after their spiritual energy is full, they will not be able to obtain any more spiritual energy and their level will stay at this moment. To break through the restriction, one must obtain the only loot of an epic level monster. That is the only item that opens the second yoke of the human body. The second yoke? Yunfeng was somewhat puzzled. The awakening stone is the prop that opens the first yoke of the human body. Hearing Ling Yue's explanation, Yunfeng suddenly realized. Humans can also open the third yoke when they reach level 80. This was the first time he had heard of it. Once the second yoke is opened, the battle power will soar, far surpassing the average awakened, which is why they are called transcendent. Yunfeng finally heard the key information. Sister Yue, what do you mean by soaring? Chapter 104. Sooner or later, his secret will be mine. Opening the second shackle directly doubles the battle power, and there's also a certain chance that the talent will be upgraded once, but the higher the level of the talent, the smaller the probability of upgrading it, and it's usually hard to upgrade a talent that's above S rank. Double the battle power? Talent upgrade? Yunfeng was inwardly stunned, not expecting that breaking through to level 50 would result in such a large increase. Yes, at level 49 consummation, what was your net battle power? Then after breaking the shackles, you will have double the battle power. I don't need to tell you about the talent upgrade. Ling Yue replied affirmatively. Yunfeng's heart shook dramatically. He didn't even think about what would happen tomorrow night, but rather, he was thinking about what kind of a boost he would receive when he broke the second layer of shackles. That is to say, the more attribute potions one takes before breaking the shackles, the more one will be boosted? This was because apart from the potions, the difference in battle power boosted by acquiring spiritual energy wouldn't be too much. P.S. Battle power is just a numerical value, it does not represent actual combat power. A 200,000 battle power D-ranked awakened might not be able to walk under a 200,000 battle power S-ranked awakened for more than a single move. Yunfeng was already getting excited inside. The thing that broke the shackles, he had already gotten his hands on, he just had to wait until level 49 was full, and he wasn't that far off now. Unfortunately, all those who can break through to Transcendent Awaken know about this, but no one is willing to wait until the day when the attribute potion is knocked full. Ling Yue sighed. In a moment, Yunfeng understood. How could it be so easy to count off full of potions, not to mention the purple Ling ranked potions at the level 40 stage, even the gold ranked potions, wanting to count off full of them was not that easy. Those awakened who might have been dormant at level 49 for many years, it was not easy to get the props to break the shackles, where would they still be able to sink their teeth into polishing their attributes? But this news was indeed excellent news for Yunfeng, and it was definitely not a difficult task for him to want to knock out a full potion. Sister Yue, over the past 300 years, has anyone reached that level? No, we call that kind of realm the minor extreme realm. It's a pity that there hasn't been a single minor extreme realm transcendent awakening for so long. Many thanks to Sister Fei Wei for her science. Yunfeng said thanks and hung up the phone. Doubling the battle power, that's a bit troublesome. The excitement from earlier was doused with cold water by the crisis he was about to face. Leveling up to level 49, even if one didn't knock out a bit of medicine, one would still have around 250,000 battle power. Yet how could someone who could level up to 49 and get epic loot not have knocked a little potion? Therefore, this time, if the opponent appeared as a Transcendent Awakened, then the battle power would probably be at least 600,000 or more. It's too far off, even with the talent level gap, it's probably hard to make up for it. Yunfeng looked at his battle power of less than 480,000 and was somewhat helpless. So what? Black Monkey I am definitely going to save. Yunfeng started searching for fragmented information on the internet inside the hotel to prepare for the next battle. The time was tomorrow, and there was still a day and a half left to get the deal in the same city. What the hell do you guys want? At this moment, Black Monkey was sitting on a car, his whole body was tied up tightly, his head was covered with a black cloth, he couldn't see anything, and even his spiritual perception couldn't emanate out, obviously made of special materials. He had just returned from an adventure with the school's adventure team, and then received a phone call from a friend he hadn't seen in a long time, saying that he wanted to find himself to get together. He got out of the car in the middle of the day himself, and as a result, he was inexplicably tied up. Originally, he thought that his identity as an invisible rich second generation had been exposed and the other party had kidnapped him in a bid to make money, but it turned out that he had contacted his iron buddy, Yunfeng. What are you looking for Yunfeng for? He's just an ordinary person, and what he's awakened is only an F-rank talent. If you guys want money, you can look for my elders. The Black Monkey shouted loudly. Zhou Quan, Yunfeng's iron brother, right? Since you're asking, I'll let you die in peace. At this moment, someone finally opened his mouth and asked. Looks like you don't know anything about that iron buddy of yours. The person who spoke patted Black Monkey's face through the black cloth. Do you know what that so-called iron brother of yours who awakened his F-rank talent has done? The Black Monkey didn't say anything and listened quietly. He also wanted to know what ridiculous things the other party could say. More than a month ago, I believe you've heard about the Jiangnan group. It was your iron brother who did it. Jiangnan group? You mean Chu Tsangmei, the most gifted awakened of the Chu family? What could this have to do with Yunfeng? By now, Black Monkey still did not know what the significance of the other party saying these things was. Young Master Chu Tsangmei was killed by Yunfeng. What? How is that possible? Did you guys make a mistake? It must be the wrong person. The Black Monkey was filled with shock, feeling that the other party was joking with him, but from the other party's tone of voice, it didn't feel like it was a lie. Tomorrow you'll know if it's a mistake. No one in the car spoke again, falling into a death-like silence. As the vehicle slowly traveled, the noises outside the car became less and less, and the road became more and more uneven. Squeak! The brakes sounded, and the vehicle finally stopped. Black Monkey calculated in his mind that the vehicle had been traveling for at least 6 hours or more. He was then taken out of the vehicle, and after a short distance, the hood was finally removed after entering a place of some sort. A bright light came on, illuminating him so much that he could barely open his eyes, and after adjusting to it, he finally got a good look at his situation. It was a confined space with a crowd of people standing around, all looking at him. Welcome to my kingdom. Just then, a voice rang out. The one who came over was a man around 50 years of age, with a face like a knife and eyes like eagle eyes. Who else was it if not Gu Debai? What are you still waiting for? Give our little guest a binding ah! As the ropes on his body loosened, the Black Monkey felt the spiritual energy return to him. Just as he was about to storm off and escape, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. The Black Monkey instantly felt that one white hand like a 10,000-pound mountain pressing down on him. Little guest is hungry, eat something first. A dining table then appeared in front of the Black Monkey, with a few plates of still precious dishes on it. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you before Yunfeng comes. Seeing that the Black Monkey did not have the slightest intention of moving his chopsticks, Gu Debai reminded him. Can you tell me something about your dead friend Yunfeng? Gu Debai sat beside Black Monkey like an old friend. There's nothing to tell, the whole school knows about him. I think you must have the wrong person. Black Monkey was somewhat helpless, not knowing why these people were targeting Yunfeng. He was already quite pitiful. His parents had an accident while practicing, and he himself awakened a low-level talent. What else do you guys want to do to him? I don't know if you're really unclear or pretending, it doesn't matter. Gu Debai stood up. His secret will be mine sooner or later. Chapter 105, Hard Kong Transcendent. Master Gu, he should come. Seeing that the sky had completely darkened and there was no movement around at all, those juniors were a bit unsettled. It was now the evening of the second day, and everyone was gathered underground. If this kid can't even make him come over. Gu Debai was actually a bit shaky. Because if it was himself, he certainly wouldn't put himself in danger or even give his life because of someone else. You guys must be mistaken, Yunfeng is estimated to not even be level 10 right now. How could he be the person you're looking for? Right at this moment, Long Feng, who was the only one accompanying Gu Debai outside right now, frowned slightly as his eyes looked in one direction. Just now, an unfamiliar aura was sensed to have appeared, and then immediately disappeared. What's wrong? Gu Debai asked in a low voice. At this moment, a group of people were gathered around a large screen, which was divided into countless small screens, monitoring everything around them. As long as there was a breeze, they would be able to immediately know about it and tell Gu Debai through their earphones. It's nothing, it's probably because I'm too nervous. Lun Feng shook his head, secretly sarcastic that he, as a transcendent awakened, would be nervous because of a high school student. You guys are the ones who asked me to come over? Right at this moment, a voice rang out in the empty night sky, echoing around, but no one could be seen where the person was? Since your excellency is here, why don't you show yourself? Gu Debai looked around and did not find the other party's figure, and the words no also came from the headphones. Since I'm here, I'll naturally show myself, but I first need to ascertain the Black Monkey's safety. As if knowing that Jintong would say so, Goodbye beckoned down and a screen lit up, and inside the video screen was none other than Zhou Quan. The moment the voice sounded outside, Black Monkey knew that the person who came was Yunfeng. He had heard this voice for 10 years, it was impossible for him not to know it. He truly did not expect that what they said was all true. Crazy man, run away, don't care about. Well. The black monkey's mouth was covered and the power to the screen was disconnected. It's okay to show yourself now. Gu Debai continued to look around. In fact, Yunfeng had arrived more than 10 minutes ago, only that he had drunk a stealth potion, and it was a red flare level stealth potion, so none of these people had noticed him. I didn't expect the other party to handle it like this. He had been preparing to use this opportunity to determine the black monkey's location, and now he had obviously failed. Release him first, and I'll appear in front of you right away. You think you have a choice? Gu Debai no longer had the patience to pull the wool over Yunfeng's eyes. The screen that went black lit up again. I'll count to 5, and if you don't show up, I'll remove one of his fingers. Gu Debai's face was grim. 1, 2. Don't count, you can remove his arm all you want right now, I will leave right away, hopefully you will be able to withstand my retaliation by then. Yunfeng's voice was getting farther and farther away. Yunfeng was gambling that the other party would not dare to let him leave just like that. Wait. Gu Debai called out to Yunfeng. Lungfeng, go and bring that kid out. He indeed did not dare to gamble. If he did not leave Yunfeng behind this time, he might not have such an opportunity in the future. However, he was not afraid that Yunfeng could take Zhou Quan from Langfeng, that was a transcendent awakened. Soon, Langfeng brought the black monkey out from inside the warehouse. This warehouse should have something else. Yunfeng, who was in stealth, said darkly, at least he had probed with his senses, it was just an abandoned warehouse. Well. The black monkey's mouth was covered, so he could only whimper inaudible words. Come out. Langfeng twisted Zhou Quan with one hand while saying in a cold voice. He couldn't wait to see what the high school student who had wasted a few months of his time was really like. Hey, coming. Seeing the black monkey appear before him unharmed, Yunfeng stepped out of the darkness. Let him go, he's just an ordinary high school student, these things don't have a single thing to do with him, there's no need to bring him into this. Yunfeng said as he approached the few people. When the black monkey saw Yunfeng, he desperately shook his head. When approaching within 10 meters of a few people, 2 Shan ice spikes rapidly stabbed at Langfeng while the black dragon flash appeared next to the black monkey. Poof! Langfeng let out a cold snort before the 2 Shan ice spikes turned into powder in midair. However, Yunfeng's next move made Langfeng freeze. Only to see one of Yunfeng's battle knives stabbing directly at the black monkey's heart. This kid is crazy? Not only Langfeng, all those watching this scene were incredulous. Only the black monkey had a smile on his face, as if he was openly accepting his fate. Bear. The battle knife disappeared into the black monkey's heart, and a blood spilled out. However, the blood that spilled out was not the black monkey's heart area, but the hand on his shoulder. You. Langfeng let go of the black monkey's shoulder under the pain. Yunfeng also smoothly snatched the black monkey out of his hands. Go! Removing the restraints from his body, he then shoved a space capsule into his hand, then immediately invoked it. Madman. A spatial door sucked the black monkey in and disappeared into place. Seeing the black monkey being rescued, Gu Debai was shocked in his heart, however, seeing that Yunfeng did not leave, he put his heart down again. The reason why Yunfeng was able to take away the black monkey was a skill that he had comprehended from his new talent in the past few days, called Void Instantaneous Flame Strike. It was a passive skill, and he had not expected the first skill of the talent to be a passive skill. The skill was also particularly interesting, allowing each of his attacks to appear anywhere within 20 meters of his circumference, with a certain chance of having a burning effect attached to it. I didn't expect that you would stay of your own accord. Gu Debai said with a cold face. Langfeng, it's up to you next. Without the need for Gu Debai to say anything, Langfeng had already faced off with Yunfeng. The sudden slash just now had shocked Langfeng beyond words, and he was already confused as to what kind of talent his opponent had. However, judging from that slash just now, the other party's battle power was not enough to cause him any noticeable damage. If it wasn't for Yunfeng's strange behavior that caused him to lose his concentration for a moment, there was no way he would have let him get away with it. Kid, an ordinary awakened who can save someone from my hands, you're the first. Is that so? Then it's probably the last one. Yunfeng laughed. Just know that. Because when you die, there can't be another one, don't you think so? Seek death. How could a transcendent awakened being be taunted so much by an ordinary awakened being not be angry? A longbow appeared in his hand while his body moved quickly, forming a circle of phantoms around Yunfeng. Shift, soul shift technique? This image was a bit familiar. Will you throw up after the turn? Yunfeng looked at the phantom around him and asked curiously. Whoosh! Only countless arrows were seen shooting from all directions, carrying the sound of buzzing. Is this the battle power of a transcendent awakened? Yunfeng didn't even feel the other party releasing their skills before he felt that the power on these arrows reached the full power of his own skills, making it somewhat difficult for him to resist. Chapter 106 Someone's Coming. Impeccable. Yunfeng played a card, Ba, and took out a shield. After the shield appeared, it turned into 4 sides, surrounding Yunfeng in the center. This was followed by a sound of arrows striking the shield. I'll see how many props you have available. The sound came from all sides of Yunfeng. Storing up power for a strike. This was the first time Yunfeng used a skill in this battle. The previous movement speed and attack speed were all abilities of his talent itself. Langfeng's talent was named Super Strong Limbs, an A-rank talent. In fact, the speed was not comparable to Black Monkey's A-rank extreme speed, but his abilities were a bit more balanced than Black Monkey's. At his talent level, there was no way he could get epic materials to break the second tier of shackles by himself. Speaking of which, he was really lucky. During one of his adventures, he encountered a team of ruthless people brushing up on epic level monsters, resulting in both sides losing. He seized the opportunity to finish off the epic level monster. When he was preparing to kill and exterminate them, he didn't know that one of them still had some battle power, and as a result, he was seriously injured, and was finally saved by Godabai, so that he could leave his life behind. Moreover, he also knew that if Godabai had known that he had epic level materials on him at that time, he probably would have died long ago. Everything was destiny. When he used the epic level materials to break through the second shackle, he got lucky and his talent was upgraded to S rank. The only pity was that the super strong limbs didn't evolve into super strong 5 limbs. Boom! One could only see that in the rain of arrows in the sky. An arrow with a special glow only impacted the shield with great force. The shield was instantly blown apart. However, just as the shield shattered, a large golden cauldron appeared in place to block the next attack. Let's let you have some more fun. Yunfeng was waiting for an opportunity. Seeing that he, a transcendent awakened, was unable to finish off an ordinary awakened using his skills, Yunfeng felt a loss of face. With that, he put away his longbow and his limbs turned blood red. Blood Xing Tiger Hunt. Langfeng's limbs turned into 4 blood-colored tiger heads, charging towards the golden cauldron at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only a thud could be heard as the cauldron split into 4 pieces, revealing Yunfeng's figure inside. Yunfeng wore a smile on his face, as if he was waiting for this moment. The method used against the Black Knight reappeared. Absolute Zero Ice Seal started. Then Love was a ray of light painting him with a layer of green paint. At this moment, Yunfeng had already appeared near him, so the Void Instant Inferno Strike could take effect. Yunfeng still had this world-destroying Black Flame passive skill on him now, and soon, 30 layers of negative effects were stacked on Yunfeng. When Yunfeng viewed the smile on Yunfeng's face, he knew that he was going to suffer and was about to retreat when a pile of ice blocked him. So what if it's transcendent? Seeing that Yunfeng had frozen himself and the negative effects had stacked up, Yunfeng felt that he had a slight chance of winning. The reason why he stayed was because he wanted to completely resolve this hidden danger. There were only 1,000 days to be a thief, or there were 1,000 days to prevent a thief. He did not know what other dastardly tactics the Chu clan would use, but right now, he had to get rid of this trouble. Boom! However, just as Yunfeng was about to unleash his grand killing skill, the ice suddenly exploded. The short duration of the ice block caught him a little off guard. He did not expect Yunfeng to have the skill to remove control. Blood Xing Tiger Hunt was not over yet as Yunfeng continued to launch his attack on Yunfeng. What's going on? The blood-colored tiger's head struck the ice prison outside of Yunfeng, but surprisingly, it only hit some ice shards. How come my attack is so much weaker? Could it not be weak? 10 layers of weakness plus love is a light, and now he only had 20% of his attack left. We need to hurry up. The skill effect of love is a light only lasts for 30 seconds, and the next use will take 5 minutes. Yunfeng silently calculated the time. At this moment, he did not care about hiding his strength. The Dragonization talent and the Ice Elemental talent went into battle together, and with a Black Dragon roar, he fixed Yunfeng, who was attacking the Ice Prison, before the Xian Ice Spike, Ice Dragon, Battle Blade, and Black Dragon Claw sprang out of the void and struck Ling. Good, very good. Lung Feng's voice was colder than Yun Feng's SS-ranked ice elemental talent. Good you hammer. This is what it looks like, and you're still pretending. Can Yun Feng be spoiled? He took out his pistol and fired a barrage of bullets, all 8 rounds. Even if you cannot hurt you, but also to be disgusted. The 8 bullets were all knocked away by the other party's hands that were as unbreakable as adamantium, exploding 8 blue sparks around them. Where is everyone? After the sparks, Lung Feng looked at the place where Yun Feng had just stood suspiciously. It was already empty. Escaped? Lung Feng looked in all directions and did not find any figure. Just as Lung Feng thought that Yun Feng had fled, a battle sword struck out from the void, stabbing straight to the back of his heart. Poof! Lung Feng grabbed the battle knife with his left hand and twisted it, the gold-level battle knife directly turning into a twist. And dragging Yun Feng out of the void, his right hand struck Yun Feng's chest. This blow was too sudden and Yun Feng was sent flying with a palm strike, his chest sinking in. This palm also knocked back all the great situation Yun Feng had created earlier. A black flame burned up in his chest, but the healing effect of the extinction black flame was not considered good. Offense and defense switched again. Yun Feng was high on healing potions while using props for defense. Some of these props were dropped by him when he brushed the monsters before, while the rest were basically collected by him. It was to deal with today's battle. He knew that if he faced a Transcendent Awakened, he would probably be in the defense phase most of the time, and he would only have a chance if he waited for the skill Love is a Light to be good. What a family, to waste props like this. The crowd watching from the underground at this point didn't know how to describe their feelings anymore. Look guys, he took out another defense prop, and they're all gold level. If I had so many props, even if my talent is low, so what, I can still come out on top. At this moment, Gu Debai's eyes did not leave Yun Feng. There is definitely something in his body that can create a large number of props, it must be so. Gu Debai was excited. And these things will soon be mine, ha ha. Gu Debai laughed wildly inside. Up to this point in the battle, both sides didn't use their vocal skills, they both didn't want to make too much of a commotion and lure the enforcers over. Poof! The prop failed to block Lang Feng's attack and spewed out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards once again. Let me see how many defense props you still have. Don't worry, you can have as many as you want. Yun Feng touched the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth and once again took an umbrella-type prop as if nothing had happened. Just hold on a little longer, just hold on a little longer. Yun Feng had bitterness in his heart at the moment. There weren't many props like this that could withstand the opponent's attack, yet there was still a full minute left in the long 5 minutes. The speed of the 1 minute time depended on that door of the toilet. And Yun Feng at the moment was like standing outside the toilet that one, feeling that time was being stretched extraordinarily long. Master Gu, it seems like someone you come over. A person pointed at one of the small screens. Chapter 107 Getting a Room. Who would come at this hour? It can't be someone who comes to interrupt one's good deed. Gu Debai looked at the screen. Only to see a person leaning on a wooden stick, slowly walking over. On top of the wooden stick there was a piece of rag that read, "The upper knows the fate of heaven, the lower knows the luck of man." The person coming was none other than one Ranlongyu. Which one of you goes over to do him in? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Crossing the scene to go over at this time was not looking for death, but through the other passages, it basically couldn't be stopped. Gu Debai knew that there was no point in saying this at this time and could only focus on the scene once again. A day ago, after being hung up on by Yun Feng, his heart was restless and he unleashed his skill once again. This time he predicted the time when the danger would occur, tomorrow night. After determining the time he predicted the location again, the south. All 3 predictions in one day were used on Yun Feng and he finally had a direction. Although the range of the south was too big, he could only head in that direction first, the exact location could only wait until tomorrow when his skills recovered. The next day, as soon as the skill was refreshed, one Ranlongyu once again made his prediction. Finally the general location was predicted. It should be this piece, I hope I don't miss it. One Ranlongyu came to a very remote place at this moment. There are sounds of fighting in front. Groping his way forward, one Ranlongyu finally heard a slight sound coming from the air of the silent night. Seeking the direction the sound came from, he finally saw Yun Feng. Not good. At this moment, Yun Feng was being severely beaten by his opponent, and if not for a few props supporting him, he would probably have died long ago. One Ranlongyu immediately unleashed his skill, Doomfall. Instantly, Lung Feng was enveloped by an invisible black ghostly mist. The two people who were fighting started to feel something different, but they couldn't tell exactly what was different. Yunfeng felt that the pressure on his defense was instantly much less. Finally, a long minute passed. Absolute zero freeze. Yunfeng finally blew the horn of offense. This was followed by a set of combinations. Langfeng was in the middle of the ice and was about to unleash his uncontrolled skill when, for some unknown reason, he used the wrong skill between the shadows. With such a delay, his life was taken care of. With his double defense down by half and stacked with weakness, he was no longer able to face the attacks of the movement with ease. He was quickly killed by Yunfeng. Who would have thought that a transcendent awakened would be defeated by an ordinary awakened just like that, his soul returning to the heavens? Perhaps Langfeng himself could not have imagined that after a lifetime of walking on thin ice, and having the good fortune to break through the second layer of shackles, it would end like this. Not good, Langfeng lost the battle. Boss, what should we do next? Master Gu, where is Master Gu? He was here just now, why is he gone? Underneath the warehouse, there was chaos at the moment. All of them were looking for their boss, however, they didn't know that Langfeng had slowly retreated behind the crowd when he was about to lose the battle. Yunfeng, are you alright? Wenrun Longyu ran forward. It's fine, you wait here, I'll go deal with these bugs in the stinking gutter. Yunfeng moved to glance at Wenrun Longyu and headed towards the location of the warehouse. The top of the warehouse was lifted right off by Yunfeng, revealing the entire floor. Under careful sensing, Yunfeng finally found the entrance to the passageway into the underground. A crowd of people running towards another passageway was being seen. A bunch of filth. Yunfeng held his battle sword in his hand and killed his way through. There was no telling how long it had been. Yunfeng had chased them all the way to another exit before stopping. Say, where did the man who stood with your boss before go? Yunfeng assumed that the Langfeng he had killed was the boss. At this moment, he grabbed the last person in the passageway and asked sternly. Because the outside of the passageway was no longer off the beaten path, there was no way to continue the chase. My lord, can you spare my life if I tell you? The person who was caught begged on his knees. Speak quickly, my patience is limited. Yunfeng's battle sword was directly pressed against the other person's neck. I'll say. Not everyone was clanking, they were just a group of poor people who had been brainwashed by Gudabai, and driven by instinct, they could only reply in a panic. The one who fought against you is not our boss, the one standing next to him is, his name is Gudabai, he left long before us. My lord, what should be said, I have said, please spare me. Does Gudabai have any other hiding places? This little man really doesn't know, I'm just a little Lolo. Since you don't know, what's the use of keeping you? Yunfeng's blade mercilessly slashed across the other party's neck, then glanced at the exit of the passageway before finally returning the same way. This return, only to realize that there were corpses scattered all along the way. While collecting the trophies, he counted them, a full 69 of them, blood slowly flowing to all parts of the passageway, emitting a strong bloody odor. Yunfeng jumped out of the entrance of the warehouse passageway and was seeing Wenrun Longyu waiting for him in that familiar Dao robe. How did you find this place? He hadn't told anyone about coming over here. Wasn't it told to me? I have a skill called Fate is not hard to predict, it can predict 3 times a day, I measured it a total of 6 times, then combined with that prediction skill I realized at level 10, I finally locked the location on this piece. If it wasn't for the fact that I gave the other party a strike of bad luck at the critical moment, you still don't know what would have happened? Wenrun Longyu raised her head arrogantly. Alright, count me as owing you a favor this time. Yunfeng finally realized how that Langfeng made frequent mistakes at the last moment, so it was like this. Find a place to settle down first, my current situation isn't exactly safe. Yunfeng pulled Wenrun Longyu and headed in the direction of the crowded area. On the way, Yunfeng dialed Black Monkey's phone and found it to be switched off. Perhaps the phone isn't even on him. Yunfeng put away the phone, no longer thinking about these things, the Black Monkey who was passed out should not have anything to do. Did you offend someone? On the road, Wenrun asked curiously. You'd better not pry into my affairs, lest I involve you. But, I'm already involved now, right? Wenrun said accusingly. AI. Yunfeng sighed. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of an irregular hotel. Are you bringing me here to get a room? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Don't you want to rest? Yunfeng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. No, I mean, can you? Wenrun Longyu was a little anxious. Well, it's already opened, a double room, so that you can have a care. Since you're involved, I'm responsible for your safety. Without waiting for Wen Renlongyu to retort, he pulled him into the room without saying a word. After entering the room, Yunfeng directly collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to organize today's harvest, and fell into a deep sleep. Only Wen Renlongyu was left behind, standing there with a reddened face at a loss for words. Right after they left, a team of people arrived at the scene in a chariot. Chapter 108 Harvest. A group of people fishtailed down from the chariot. The uniformed enforcers' uniforms were on their bodies. "Captain, we're late." The captain frowned as he looked at the scene that was filled with wreckage after the battle. "Go look around and see what clues there are." One of the teams scattered in all directions. "Captain, there's a passage here." In just a few breaths of time, the search yielded results. These people were all from the law enforcement team, all of them were talent awakened, and their talent level wasn't weak, and that passageway opening that wasn't covered in any way was quickly discovered. "Go in and take a look." The captain led the way into the passageway, and the smell of blood pierced his nose. The group of people looked at the corpses on the ground with some inexplicable feelings. It wasn't that these people's deaths were so gruesome. "Captain, many of these people are on the wanted list, it's the Bone Blood Society. But there's no sign of their boss, Goodbye. Outside is the corpse of the Bone Blood Society's #1 combatant, Leng Feng." A piece of information kept coming into the captain's ears. Got it. What I want to know is who was so fierce that they almost took out the Bone Blood Society in one pot. The captain sat on a ruptured table with a cigarette in his mouth and asked with interest. "It shouldn't have been done by a single person. From the battle traces, there are at least ice elemental, fire elemental, and a physical arts or beastization presence. To kill Leng Feng, the other party has at least one transcendent awakened. Can we find a match? This needs to be forensically investigated. It may not be determined for a while." "Alright, take all the corpses back. This is all merit. Close the team." The captain jumped off the small broken table and headed outside. The team members lost their voices and laughed when they saw their captain in this state. "You guys say, isn't Team Han's luck absolute? It's rare to go out on a mission and end up encountering such a good thing." "Who says it's not? Hurry up and clean up. With so many corpses, it's not an easy job." Yunfeng stretched out. "This bed still isn't comfortable enough for your own home." After getting enough sleep, there was finally time to organize yesterday's harvest. Ignoring the storage equipment plucked from the corpses, he instead directly put on his goggles to look at his data panel. Previously, he had had a special feeling a few times while killing enemies. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 35 33,680 40,000. Battle Strength, 481,288. Talent, SSS Grade Bestialization Black Dragon Void Black Flame, SS Grade Elemental Ice, B Grade Plunder, C Grade Copper Skin, Iron Bone, Elemental Wood, D Grade Self-Healing, E Grade Bestialization Cat. Skills, Extinction Black Inflammation Taking People's Love, Void Instant Inflammation Strike, From the Clouds, Black Dragon Tsunami, Total Increase, Black Dragon Flash, Ascending Dragon Hegemony Fist, Shin Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon, Break, Ice Storm, Ice Meteor Heavenly Descent, Ice Prison, Absolute Zero Ice Blockade. Seeing the column of his talents, Yunfeng's eyes widened. Not counting that nearly 30,000 spiritual energy that he had plundered from killing 70 people, just those 4 new talents were more than enough to cover it all. Although, of these talents were of a high level, did Yunfeng. "I see." Hearing that Yunfeng had killed Chu Tsangmei, Wen Renlongyu was not at all surprised, but instead felt that it was only natural. He was aware of some of Yunfeng's methods, which seemed old and mysterious to him. "Then what should we do next?" "This time, they kidnapped Black Monkey to force me to show up. They can do the same in the future, so I have to ensure Black Monkey's safety." As for the bamboo pole, Yunfeng was not very worried. His family lineage was not comparable to Black Monkey's. The Chu family was not so bad as to fall out with the Zhao family for himself. The Wuming Mountains are connected to the mountains beyond the mountains. Right at this moment, Yunfeng's phone rang. The name displayed on it was Uncle Zhou. Seeing this call, Yunfeng knew that Black Monkey was safe. Last night, after the space capsule in Black Monkey's hand was crushed, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. He wanted to go back to Yunfeng and was afraid that he would drag his feet, so he hoofed it back home. His family did not know what had happened to him, and thought that the child had been out in the wild until now and had only returned home, only nagging him casually. After returning home, Black Monkey wanted to borrow his father's cell phone several times to call Yunfeng, but was afraid of the impact on him. Finally, he stayed up until dawn before dialing Yunfeng's phone. Hey, Black Monkey, you went back? Crazy, it's great that you're fine. Hearing Yunfeng's voice, Black Monkey was like hearing heavenly music. Black Monkey, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to involve you because of what happened to me. Crazy man, why are the two of us still talking about this? It's good that you're fine. Hearing Black Monkey's words, Yunfeng was truly touched. Crazy man, what exactly was the situation last night? Black Monkey still couldn't help but ask the words in his heart. For the first time in 10 years, he felt that Yunfeng had become a bit strange. It seems like it's almost the new year. Yunfeng did not answer Black Monkey, but instead looked towards the already white roof outside the house and said softly. At this moment, Wenrun Longyu, who was now next to Yunfeng, and the Black Monkey on the other end of the phone both looked out the window in unison. The snow in the south was not as flamboyant and reckless as in the north, it was silent, delicate, gentle, yet not too noble. It dances in the air like an elf, like a maiden like charming, swaying in the wind and dust. Yes, it's almost New Year again. Chapter 109, New Year's Eve. Time always slips away from you without you realizing it, disappearing unawares. Since it's almost New Year, let's have a good New Year. On the blue planet, the country of China was incredibly attached to the New Year. It was a day to commemorate the year when all the monsters were driven into the sub-dimensional space, allowing humanity to take a breather. That was why Yunfeng concluded that the Chu family would not make trouble in a crowded place. This year, you might as well come to our house for the New Year. No, my relationship with you has already threatened you, I don't want anything to happen to my uncle and aunt. Yunfeng flatly rejected the Black Monkey's proposal. Fortune teller, why don't you come up with an idea? Yunfeng turned his head to look at Wenrun Longyu and realized that the other party was really in and out of his mind. Ah! What did you say? Wenrun Longyu came back to his senses and asked dully. New Year do you want to spend the New Year with us, how do you want to spend it? New Year, yeah, it's going to be New Year soon. New Year, this word was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Ever since awakening his gift, he hadn't really celebrated a new year. I don't know, whatever you guys. Wenrun used a disinterested tone to hide his inner trembling. How about this, let's rent a small villa and spend a new year together. Black Monkey's voice came from the other end of the phone. Forget about renting, just buy one directly. Yunfeng was now rich and powerful, not bad with that amount of money. Acting on his thoughts, Yunfeng directly walked out of the hotel. As for Wenrun, it was better to rest. Looking at the pair of reddened eyes, Yunfeng could not bear to do so. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work. In less than a day, Yunfeng had already found a good place. It is a villa with a total area of more than 500 square meters, which has all the home appliances, so you can just turn in your bag and move in. The location was also very good, although it was not in the most central location of the security zone, one could feel, amidst the hustle and bustle, the touch of tranquility. Come to this place, pack up and sleep. Yunfeng sent a message to each of the two. Not long after, the two successively took a car to the address given by Yunfeng. Boss atmospheric one shot is such a luxurious villa Black Monkey came up and gave Yunfeng a bear hug, then patted his shoulder with an expression of recognition. Live or not, don't live I can kick people out, less yin and yang here. Live, of course I'll live, it's my first time to live in such a good place. The Black Monkey strides into the room. Crazy man, you already have a guest here? Walking into the room, he was surprised to see Wenrun Longyu, who was dressed as a godly man. How about it, it's just the three of us widowed men for New Year's Eve this year. Yunfeng introduced the two to each other. Let's stop here today, there are less than 10 days until the new year. Tomorrow we'll go buy some things and decorate the house, we always have to have some New Year's flavors. Next the three of them began to choose a room. Wenrun Longyu chose the room on the third floor, and asked the two of them not to step into the third floor. Did you buy this villa or did I? Yunfeng was furious, he had just bought a villa and directly lost a layer. In the end, the two of them could only choose a house to live in on the lower 2 floors. Early the next morning, the three went out together. Originally, they could have purchased online and arrived at home the same day, but this New Year's Eve stuff, it was still a bit more ceremonial to go to the mall to buy it. This lantern looks good, buy a few to hang at the door. These nuts look delicious, buy some too. And candies, buy them too. Along the way, the one who was most excited was Wenrun Longyu. If it wasn't for the fact that they both had storage equipment, the two of them would probably have things hanging from their hands right now. No, what do you mean together we two come to accompany you shopping? Black Monkey followed behind. His face, which was already dark, was now almost blackened into coal. What's wrong? Don't eat these things I bought if you're capable, Yunfeng. Look at those spring scrolls, they're so interesting, let's go and buy some too. Shopping with someone footing the bill, that's really great, when Rin Longyu's whole body is full of energy. After a day, the two high-level awakened people actually had the illusion of being physically exhausted. The next time I come out shopping with you to buy something is a dog. The Black Monkey swore a poisonous oath. Who cares about the same, humph? This petulant hum made Black Monkey uncomfortable. Crazy man, don't you think there's something wrong with him? Black Monkey came to Yunfeng's ear and said quietly. What's wrong? How can I put it, GAI, you have to be careful. Holy, where are you looking? Yunfeng immediately felt his chrysanthemums tighten. Returning to the villa, a few people began to hang up all the decorations they had bought. How's it? Not bad, right? Wonrun clapped his hands. Not to mention, the three-story villa hung dozens of red lanterns, spring couplets were pasted by the door, and fortune words were glued on the door, a joyous atmosphere. Not bad, a strong New Year's flavor. The Black Monkey also nodded slightly, indicating that these decorations chosen by Wonrun were very much on point. That's for sure. For the next few days, several people basically stayed in the villa. Yunfeng then searched the trading platform as for some pieces that could be of use, not only his own, but also those of the other two. Wonrun's main task every day was to activate his skill 3 times and read the fortunes of each of the 3 to see if there was any danger. As for the Black Monkey, he directly laid flat. Time passed slowly and quickly, without realizing it, it was New Year's Eve. Wow, the weather is good today. Even the heavens seemed to know that today was a good day. The weather, which had been lightly snowing for several days in a row, suddenly cleared up today. How about we go buy some meat and make dumplings to eat? Wonrun Longyu proposed. Would you? I won't anyway. I won't either. Yunfeng and Black Monkey looked at me at you and spread their hands. This family has to fall apart without me. Wonrun shook his head. After placing an order online, it didn't take long for the robot to deliver meat, dumpling skins, scallions, horseshoes, and all the other things to his door. On the balcony, a table and 3 chairs looked so harmonious and peaceful in the sunlight. The two of them, who were still watching Wonrun making dumplings alone at first, finally couldn't help but get their hands itchy and joined in on the dumpling making endeavor as well. However, the dumplings that were wrapped, that look, was simply spicy to the eyes. You two wrapped your own, I won't eat it anyway, it's too ugly. Wonrun looked at the dumplings that the two of them had wrapped up with disdain. I think it's quite good, the filling is so thick, it must be delicious. Black Monkey held a large pile of something like siumai in his hand, hee. The sky was gradually darkening, but the surroundings did not darken because of the darkness. In thousands of homes, a single light began to light up, illuminating the entire safe zone as if it were daytime. Come Lo, it's time to eat dumplings. Wonrun Longyu brought out a large plate of steaming dumplings. It smells so good, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Yunfeng praised as he ate. I told you this is delicious. Black Monkey also fished his giant dumpling into the bowl and ate it with great flavor. After eating the dumplings, the few people sat contentedly on the balcony, watching the 10,000 lights illuminate the night sky. Boom! There was a loud bang. Only a shimmering light rushed up into the sky, then exploded into an exquisite pattern. What a beautiful firework! Don't be envious, we bought them too. A pillar of light then rushed into the sky around the villa, fiercer than a fake legend, illuminating the entire sky. Yunfeng, thank you, this is the best New Year's Eve I've ever had. Chapter 110, Setting Sail Again. Dang! The ringing of the clock at midnight's chime, the clock went to 12 o'clock. It's New Year's Eve. Voices rose and fell, resounding from all corners of the safe zone. Even the poorest ordinary people had smiles on their faces at this moment. Happy New Year! Yunfeng took out 2 gold-grade nascent rings and threw them to 2 people. Wow, there are gifts! Wonrun Longyu took the rings. Yellow, gold-grade props? This was too generous, coming out with such a generous offer. Black Monkey also looked at Yunfeng with a shocked expression, as if asking, where did this come from? Doesn't it cost anything? Why are you looking at me like that? After the new year, we'll be setting off on our adventures, the things inside are for you to enhance your battle power. The stuff inside? The New Year's gift isn't this gold-level nascent ring? Black Monkey immediately struck his mental brand and probed inside the ring. Crap! Black Monkey was so scared that the ring almost fell to the ground. Righteous Father is above, please accept my child's obeisance. Black Monkey was close to kneeling down and kowtowing in gratitude. The supplies inside were enough to make a rookie take off straight away. These are all for me? Black Monkey took out the bottles of attribute potions, from black iron grade to silver grade. There were all kinds of potions, and they were all in the quantities he currently lacked. A few days ago you asked me how many potions I was still short of being stone full, wasn't it just for today? Black Monkey said excitedly. Hearing Black Monkey's words, Wenrunlong Yu also hurriedly probed the nascent sacred ring in his hand. Yunfeng, this. The things inside were simply not too precious. We're going to go on an adventure in 2 days. I don't want you two to drag me down. You mean, we're going to go on an expedition together? Holding the ring in his hand, the Black Monkey asked suspiciously. During this period of time, he had been asking Yunfeng about his rank, but the other party just wouldn't say anything. For this reason, he had even secretly watched it with his goggles, and the result showed a level 1 and a combat strength of 5. Where would Black Monkey believe that? That's right, the three of us together. When the time comes, you don't go to school either. I'm afraid that the Chu family will mess things up again. Both of you two will go into the sub-dimensional space with me, and also be safer. You're taking me to upgrade again? The Black Monkey might not know the gold content of Yunfeng, but Wenrunlong Yu knew it, upgrading quite fast. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Is it so urgent? We've definitely been targeted by the Chu family now. It's just that they don't dare to make a move during this period of time. We're also catching them off guard by setting off tomorrow. Yunfeng explained. Also good, the new year is over, the sooner we set off, the better. Wenrunlong Yu could not wait to unseal his talent. All go back to your rooms, finish absorbing the potions and leave first thing in the morning. Yunfeng returned to his room and also took out a bunch of potions. They were all talent upgrading potions that had been accumulated in the past, and this time, it was just the right time to upgrade the newly looted talents. After using dozens of bottles of incomparably precious talent upgrading potions, the self-healing, copper skin and iron bone and wood elemental talents had all been upgraded to the same level as looting. Among them, the self-heal and copper skin and iron bone talents were Yunfeng's favorites. Right now, his attack type talents were already enough, so these two defense type talents were exactly what he needed. As for the wood elemental talent, it was also very good and could be used to assist. Up to this point, he was only missing a more powerful scrying talent. Speaking of probing type talents, Yunfeng couldn't help but think of Ling Xiaohan. That divine pupil talent was truly gripping. Everything was ready. The next day, when Yunfeng walked out of his room, he found that the two were already waiting outside. Yoo-hoo, so active. Crazy, you don't know, I was so excited last night that I didn't sleep all night. I never thought that my battle power would soar so much in one night. Obviously Wenrunlong Yu should be of the same virtue. I still think that the title of Righteous Father is better. Off. Let's go, time is wealth and battle power. Wenrunlong Yu was already eager to try, although he had leveled up a bit during this period of time, but relative to the two, it was too far off. Have the skills been activated yet? How was the result? Still use you to say, has long been used, dodgy it. Say Yoshi or not, civilize you and me. Depart. Yunfeng led the two out of the villa, strutting towards the transportation center next to the exchange. The scouts guarding outside were videoing New Year's Eve with their families, and when they saw a few people walking out of the villa, they thought they were just going out for a stroll, and didn't care about it, they just slowly followed. On the first day Yunfeng moved in, Chu Maniac Long knew about it and had been sending people outside to keep an eye on them. These days, every time they went in and out, the scouts reported back, causing Chu Maniac Long to have a bad new year. They won't be going anywhere during this time of the new year, so for the time being, follow without reporting. Chu Maniac Long could only order. The more the scouts followed, the more wrong they became, who ran to this side of the exchange on the first day of the new year. Just as he was about to report, the trio had already gotten on the armored chariot and ran away in a puff of smoke. I'll go, something big is wrong. It was only then that the scout realized the seriousness of the matter. Family master, I lost them. Chu Huilong, who was paying his respects to his family's old-timers, almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the news. Wastes, all wastes, where did they go now? No, I don't know, I only know that they got on an armored chariot and left the city. At this moment, Chu Maniac Long's nails were sinking into his flesh, but his face still had to maintain a smile to face the elders in front of him. Originally, he had even gone to pick up Black Monkey's parents to force them to show up. But because of what happened last time, he had now been targeted by the enforcers. Speaking of this, Maniac Long could not wait to pound Gudabai's head. Having been terminated by Yun Feng, he didn't immediately hide and wait for the wind to pass, but even ran over to look for himself. As a result, he was followed by the law enforcement department, but fortunately, he only generated suspicion and had little evidence. Crazy man, your trick of blacking out under the lights really works. The little bug that was following us before has disappeared. Yeah, and you didn't see just now, the driver looked at us with both admiration and sorrow. Several people then looked at the driver's position and all laughed in a low voice. Without the three of them, it was estimated that the driver might not even have to get out of the car. They were riding in a small armored chariot with just the three of them inside. Crazy man, all three of us don't have the same level. How are we going to brush monsters together when we get there? You'll know when we arrive. Amidst the Black Monkey's doubts, I'll go, this monster is spectacular. One-Run Longyu gulped as he looked at the 50 or so meter tall lava giant not far away. It's just scary looking, it's all about experience. Leave this one to Black Monkey, let's go over there. Yun Feng pointed at another hazy tall figure in the distance. Hearing Yun Feng's words, Black Monkey rushed up with 2 silver daggers in his hands. That speed was so fast that a sheet of residual shadow appeared. This fellow, good talent and hard work. After watching for a while and feeling that Black Monkey would have no problem at all dealing with a lava giant, Yun Feng nodded and led One-Run to the distance. Yun Feng, the monsters here are of such a high level, can I beat them? One-Run Longyu obviously knew about the matter of level suppression and said with some worry. Don't worry, since I brought you here, I have a solution. Yun Feng smiled badly and took out a green hat. Put this on. Seeing the green hat in Yun Feng's hand, One-Run Longyu shook her head frantically. No, I definitely won't wear a hat of this color. Let you know what the law of true fragrance means. Yun Feng showed the hat's words to One-Run. This color isn't unacceptable. Seeing the hat's grade and attributes, One-Run Longyu was too surprised to speak. This was a red flare grade prop, second only to a divine artifact. Yun Feng, what kind of background do you have? You can even take out this kind of props with your hands. Why did you not have anyone to help you last time when you faced difficulties? One-Run snatched the hat and put it on his own head. When I saved you last time I was wondering why you were wearing a green hat, it turns out to be so powerful. With the Sea King's green hat, he wouldn't have any problems upgrading here. I'll control, you output. Wait, I don't have an output skill. One-Run Longyu said urgently. Here, take this and attack. Yun Feng took out a silver-level crossbow. Ice Prison. Yun Feng unleashed his skill, but this lava giant was really too big, and the entire ice prison could only envelop the upper half of its body. He had no choice but to send out 2 Xian ice spikes again, breaking both legs of the lava giant. How did you have an elemental system talent? One-Run Longyu forgot to even attack and looked at Yun Feng in shock. The last time the two of them came out, Yun Feng had used all melee attacks and had not shown any elemental talent. Don't care about these details, kill your monsters properly. Yun Feng didn't know what to say at the moment to make it easier for the other party to accept it, although they would know sooner or later. If they could drag it out for a while, it would be a while. Without mobility and trapped by the ice prison, there was basically no chance to counterattack, and there was also the debuff of Doomfall. When Rin Longyu in the distance, those crossbow arrows constantly shooting on the line, arrows often at an incredible angle into the opponent's vulnerable place, causing bludgeoning damage. This speed, it's still a bit slow. Yun Feng rubbed his chin, the flaming mountain subspace, counting on this guy's thick skin. It was a pity that his own increased skill could only be used by himself. There was no one that could be applied to others. 2 minutes later, the lava giant that had been shot into a hornet's nest finally collapsed with a bang. Yun Feng, killing monsters like this is too good to be true. That one monster just now directly gave me 275 points of spiritual energy. I'll be able to upgrade after killing dozens of monsters. Collect the loot and continue. As for whether there would be fragments, Yun Feng didn't even think about it. After staying for almost 10 days last time and not a single shard, he was already dead in the water. Sure enough, after collecting the loot, there were no hairs underneath the debris. But One-Run Longyu happily collected the heart of lava like it was nothing. Carry away, next. That domineering language, like the lava giants, were easily solved by him alone. The good thing about killing monsters in the lava giant territory was that after killing one would immediately know where the next one was, and with such a high body size, it was hard not to know. Just like this, 3 people, 2 different directions, kept killing lava giants, and the 2 of them were leveling up by leaps and bounds. Due to the level difference in Yunfeng's help, Wenrun's rate of improvement was much faster than Black Monkey's. 5 days later, several people had reached the rare monster area. At this moment, Black Monkey's level had reached level 28, while Wenrun Longyu had also reached level 26. Yunfeng, you haven't gained a single bit of spiritual energy in the past few days. I see that you're a bit haggard, and won't your battle power not even increase at this rate? Still counting on you having a bit of conscience, this is not even a big problem. First raise the battle power of you two and have the power to defend yourselves. Yunfeng had no choice. This kind of battle with only consumption and no replenishment did make him a little tired, but he could barely hold on. Although he had been assisting Wenrun in brushing monsters these days, he had never relaxed his comprehension of his talents. These days had comprehended a few new skills out. When you guys reach level 30, we can switch to a different dimensional space, and at that time, I'll have spiritual power to kill monsters as well. After saying that, he then looked at the monster in front of him. Monster, 2-headed fire python rare. Level, 30. Battle strength, 135680. Skills, poison flame spray, death entanglement, skeleton mark passive. Since his level was too low last time, Yunfeng brushed the lava giants for a while and left the area, and this was the first time he had seen this 2-headed fire python. A 20-meter long body with 2 heads growing from it, one burning with flames and one surrounded by green mist. Wenrun, look at that head of his, it's green, it looks like yours. Now it's the same as yours. Wenrun Longyu snapped his hat and brought it to Yunfeng's head. Now that he and the monster were within 5 levels of each other, he no longer needed the green hat either. Chapter 112, reaching the goal next chapter late. Collecting the 2 crystal cores, Yunfeng habitually kicked the corpse away, and his eyes suddenly widened as he originally did not have any expectations. You actually managed to pop out fragments? Yunfeng put away the fragments on the ground and burst into hot tears. After so many days, a shard had finally spawned, and although it was only a piece of the lowest level black iron shard, it was like the slogan in the men's restroom, although it was only a small step, it was definitely a big step as well. Maybe as the level rises and the talent is unsealed, this luck is also getting better. Wenrun Longyu scratched his head. He was quite happy inside now. At least this black fragment proved that he wasn't not bursting into pieces, just that the probability was a bit low. I hope so. Yunfeng put the fragment away. With this interlude, brushing monsters at least had something to look forward to. On the other side, after a few days of brushing elite monsters, Black Monkey Zhou Quan was also standing at the edge of the rare monster area at this moment. Rare level monsters, the battle power is just so-so. He looked at the twin-headed fire python not far away, and then looked at his over 170,000 battle power, confident. However, fighting it, he realized how difficult it was. Although the battle power exceeded by a lot, rare-grade monsters all had hidden battle power. He paid a small price for his gullibility. First, he was grazed by a poisonous flame jet, followed by the skin on his body turning purple. If it wasn't for Yunfeng giving him a healing potion, he would probably have to rely on his speed to escape. After killing the monster, he was still a bit scared. Crazy man is really well thought out. Zhou Quan said as he looked at the healing potion in his hand. Previously, he had never been able to figure out why Yunfeng, who had become an orphan, had suddenly become so rich. Although he didn't ask at the time, these questions had always lingered in his heart. Those things given to him on New Year's Eve were enough for a small family to raise and awaken to rise. He could see it from himself. Before, a group of 5 people didn't dare to appear in the rare level monster area, but now, he was able to brush it alone. As long as my brother is doing well, what does it matter what background he actually has? Am I not an invisible rich second generation myself? Black Monkey comforted himself. To this day, he didn't know that all those things he received earlier were given by Yunfeng. 5 days of time passed once again. The 3 of them finally met at the deepest part of the subspace. Not bad, all 30 levels. Yunfeng was happy for Black Monkey when he saw him. Crazy, you don't know how much fun I'd had these past few days. I never thought I'd one day be able to cross levels and solo rare monsters. Alright, we can leave this place once we finish this last monster. Wenrun would also be able to level up to level 30 once he finished killing the last commander class monster. This commander level monster can only be spoiled by having you kill it. Yunfeng was helpless. It was a pity that all the way over, there were no longer any other rare level monsters to be seen, and to wait for the monsters to reappear, it was estimated to be a waste of a day's time. This can't be blamed on me, things are just so coincidental, what can I do? Wenran Longyu argued with reason. Between a talk and a laugh, the three of them had already seen the deepest commander level monster in the space. Monster, Spectral Fire Shadow Commander. Level, 30. Battle Strength, 162956. Skills, Underworld Ghost Fire, Underworld Fire Phantom, Wailing Abyss, Nirvana Rebirth Passive. At the moment, in front of the trio was a black shadow of fire in the shape of a human being, just over 10 meters high. When the trio approached, the black fire shadow swayed for a moment, then let out a shrill wail. Yunfeng, madman, I can't see anything anymore. The two felt like they had fallen into an endless abyss. Their surroundings were pitch black, and it was as if something was trying to devour them in the darkness. Don't panic. The Wailing Abyss skill did not have any effect on Yunfeng. After all, he was high on 10 bottles of gold-level spirit potions. Ice Prison. Yunfeng once again released the trapped enemy skill. However, the previously tried and true skill failed to work. With a flash of black shadows, the monster appeared outside the ice prison. It was the monster's Underfire Phantom skill. Crazy? Did you put that ice dungeon there? This was the first time Black Monkey had seen Yunfeng strike after his awakening at the school, and the last time he saved him, he was sent away by Yunfeng before he could react. Aren't you awakening an F-rank talent? Looking at the inquisitive eyes of the two, Yunfeng sighed. It's not the right time to tell you these things, you'll know later. Yunfeng waved his hand. This was also the reason why he did not want to brush up with a few friends. So many things were not easy to answer when asked. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but I don't know how to tell you guys. Crazy, I won't ask in the future, wait until you want to talk about it. Wenran also nodded. Let me try the poundage of a commander-level monster. The Black Monkey also wanted to show his hand at this time, with a stumping shadow strike. The shadow remained in place and the person had already appeared in front of the monster. The dagger slashed across the monster's body, and the underworld flame trembled for a moment, but it didn't cause much damage. Instead, a layer of black flames covered his own body, causing him to grimace in pain, more like a monkey. The Black Monkey didn't give up, his arms paddled frantically. However, the monster seemed to be immune to physical attacks, just as if you took a knife to attack the fire, it couldn't have any effect. The Black Monkey had no choice but to retreat. Crazy man, I am out of options. Black Monkey shook his head. You didn't do any damage to him because you didn't attack its core. Wenran, put Doomfall on it, then attack its head and heart area. Wenran immediately did as he was told. Sure enough, the monster that had fallen on bad luck even when it unleashed its Underfire Phantom was often hit by Wenran's arrows in important parts and let out a scream. At the same time, it would also return an underworld ghost flame. A minute passed quickly, yet the damage dealt by Smeller was very limited. It's better to let me do it. Yunfeng took off the equipment on his body, subtracting some of his battle power. 2 Xian ice spikes then attacked the monster, one through the arm and one through the thigh. Yunfeng, it's still the elemental attacks that are effective. At this moment, a layer of frost unexpectedly appeared on the surface of that illusory fire shadow. And the fire shadow that was originally more than 10 meters high had unexpectedly shrunk to 2 or 3 meters. It could be seen that Yunfeng's 2 Flata skills had caused great damage to the monster. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wenran shot a crossbow arrow, knocking the monster into a flame. Done, call it a day. Wenran put away his crossbow. Too early to be happy, look at you leveled up to level 30? Huh, why is it still level 29? Right at this moment, the small flame suddenly erupted and expanded rapidly. A spectral fire shadow that was even taller and had a more terrifying aura than before appeared. I'll go, how come it's still undefeatable, and it's even fiercer? Black Monkey said in astonishment. The monster's battle power had risen another notch at this moment. However, for Yunfeng it was only a matter of releasing 2 more Xian ice spikes. The resurrected spectral fire shadow hadn't even begun to rise up in arrogance when it died once again, but this time, it didn't manage to stand up again. Yunfeng, I've upgraded, I'm already level 30, and I've also comprehended another skill. Chapter 113 Blessing of Fate. Tell me, what strange skills have appeared again? Yunfeng had a hard time saying anything about Wenran's skills. If you say it's bad, sometimes it's really, really useful, and if you say it's good, it's weird. Oddball skills? My skills are all customized, I was originally counted as a supporting type of talent. Wonran retorted. This time this skill you'll absolutely love, the name is Destiny Blessing. What a gripping name. Black Monkey's eyes gleamed from the side. Tell me, what effect? Yunfeng was also somewhat looking forward to it. The name of the skill containing the word fate was indeed extraordinary. Fate Blessing, cast on yourself or a teammate, can greatly increase the success rate of the current event, duration 1 minute, daily usage limit, 3 times. When Yunfeng finished listening to Wonran's narration, his head boomed as if he was about to explode. This skill, it was too damn suitable for himself. I knew that he who likes fragments would like this skill. When Rin saw the expression of ecstasy on Yunfeng's face and secretly rejoiced inwardly that there was finally an opportunity to help him. According to the guidance of his own talent, he had come over to assist Yunfeng, and it turned out that it was the other party who had been leading him the entire time. Although he didn't show it, it always left him with a feeling of indebtedness. It's not just 3 more chances to explode the fragments, is that so? The Black Monkey was a bit puzzled. These days he hadn't dropped a lot of fragments when he had killed monsters over the levels. How could Yunfeng explain the difference in his talent to them? Yunfeng, my talent has been unsealed once again, it's now C rank. What the hell? The talent goes up when the level goes up? The Black Monkey's entire body was in the clouds as he listened to Wonran's words. Yunfeng could only explain to him about the sealing of Wonran's talent. What a long time to live, there's such a thing as a talent being sealed. It turns out that for so long I didn't even know that there was a SSS talent bigot by my side. Black Monkey looked at Wonran adoringly, and the other party arrogantly angled his head, very flattered. Alright, there's no need for us to stay in this dimensional space anymore, let's go out. Collecting the loot, without exception, there were no fragments. When they went back, it was already different from when they came, and inside the originally empty subspace, there were gradually more people. Seeing Yunfeng's few people walking by, they only smiled and nodded, sending New Year's wishes in their hearts. After the New Year, life still had to continue. When the few people walked out of the subspace, it was already 3 days later. Crazy man, where are we going next? Black Monkey was a little excited. I have a bad feeling that we might be targeted. Yunfeng did not bother to look around, but said with a frown. What then? The Black Monkey knew that the Chu family was very powerful. If they went all out, a few people would be nothing more than a few ants. Don't panic, at this time they don't dare to mess around openly. You listen to my orders, let's do this. First, a few people conferred and headed in the direction of the armored fighting vehicle. Yunfeng's premonition was very accurate. Just as they walked out not too far, one person took out a phone and began to make contact. Family Master, you are truly predictable, they are indeed in one of these sub-dimensional spaces you mentioned. The person who made the call first patted his ass before reporting on the whereabouts of Yunfeng's several people. You guys follow him closely and see where he's going, my people will be there in a day. Chu Berserk Dragon barked. Last time, after Gutabai fled down to him in fear and told him that Yunfeng was able to kill even Transcendent Realm, he was shocked for a while, then disbelief. How could an ordinary awakened kill a Transcendent? And this person was still a high school student who had been awakened for less than a year. But Goodbye's lair had been exploded, and he himself had almost died if he hadn't escaped quickly. In the end, he accepted this fact. So, forced to do so, he told the clan's board of directors the truth of the matter. Clan Elder, that Yunfeng has appeared once again, we can't miss this opportunity again. I do want to avenge Songmua, but I'm also thinking about the clan. A high school student who can kill a transcendent across ranks must have some secret in his body. Chu Maniac Long said excitedly. What do you guys think? I think Mad Dragon has a point. Songmua was a rare SSS ranked gifted person for the family, and now that he died like this for no apparent reason, he has to give a speech. That's right, although Songmua is not my own grandson, I think very highly of him. He went over to look for someone else himself and got killed back, who's to blame? It's a shame that he has awakened the highest talent. What secret? It's just a reason you made up for your incompetent son. The Chu family was not an ironclad group internally, and their opinions on this matter were clearly not unified. Chu Maniac Long's fingers were about to be pinched when he heard these words, but that was all he could do. The aura that he could emanate from his body could pinch him to death with his hands. These old guys, they could all be top-level transcendent awakenings whose rank was stuck at level 79. Alright, stop arguing. The clan elder who had been sitting in the middle and not speaking much opened his mouth, and the noisy scene finally quieted down. That child Songmua is indeed good, He should have been the leader of the new generation of the clan. Now that his corpse is not yet cold, there is no need to argue unnecessarily. Berserk Dragon is right, the clan's honor is not to be desecrated. Hearing this, Maniac Dragon's heart rejoiced, listening to the old patriarch's meaning. At least it was towards him, no matter what the reason was. However, as the largest clan in Jiangnan Prefecture, our every move is under surveillance, and sometimes we have no choice but to suffer. Old Patriarch. Maniac Long hurriedly shouted, but was immediately interrupted by the old patriarch. Don't worry, I will definitely help you avenge this, but there aren't many transcendent realm hidden in the clan. I can only send 2 people to you, but you have to promise me a condition: bring him alive. The other clan elders looked at each other and instantly understood what the old patriarch had in mind. Old clan chief. Maniac Long was a bit unwilling, wanting to strike down the other party immediately. This is the only condition. If you don't agree to it, you figure it out yourself. Yes, I will definitely bring back Yunfeng. Seeing that the old patriarch's face was displeased, Maniac Long responded. The corpse. Just added these words with a sneer in his heart. Having 2 transcendents was already enough. According to Goodbye's information, Yunfeng almost died that day dealing with a transcendent. Exiting the boardroom, Maniac Long hurriedly contacted his informant. Family Master, the 3 of them boarded the chariot going to the Dragon Ridge subspace. Hearing the words Dragon Ridge, Maniac Long almost stormed out again. His own son had died in this subspace. Good, with a few of you accompanying him, my son won't be alone. Chapter 114: Too Many to Kill. When Yunfeng's trio entered the chariot, they sat down in the middle of a corner and did not move a muscle, as if they were resting with their eyes closed, waiting for the vehicle to depart. Family Master, the chariot has started, in half a day. The scout who followed Yunfeng onto the chariot reported while keeping an eye on Yunfeng's side. However, halfway through the report, he realized that the 3 people who had just been sitting in their seats had disappeared. What's going on? Xu Huilong's puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Family Master, it's gone. What's gone missing? Yunfeng, the 3 of them, who were just in the car, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rubbish, don't go and look for them yet. The cell phone in Maniac Long's hand was already creaking, and the next moment it was as if it had finished shattering. His own side had just gathered manpower, and your side had lost the people. Family Master, the chariot has already started, and it's true that we didn't find them inside. The scout's voice was bitter, knowing that he was about to be punished. Go, notify everyone and focus on all the sub-dimensional space entrances in this range of level 30-40. Maniac Long knew that Yunfeng's few people would definitely enter the sub-dimensional spaces in this level range if they wanted to raise their battle power, which was why they were able to track them down this time. Crazy man, using 3 bottles of purple ing-grade stealth potions to avoid that scout, isn't that a bit too extravagant? Until now, Black Monkey was still aching for the bottle of potion that had already gone into his stomach. Those who accomplish great things don't hurt a small amount of money, as long as we can get rid of them. Crazy, then where are we going now? The time for the invisibility potion was up. Several people stood a few hundred meters from the base, and Black Monkey was a bit at a loss for words. There must be their scouts all over the entrance to the dimensional space. As soon as they exited the sub-dimensional space, they were immediately topped, and if they still didn't understand, then they weren't naive, then they were really stupid. Are monsters only found in sublime space? Yunfeng revealed a bad smile. Right, we can skip going to the subspace to brush the monsters. The Black Monkey slapped his head and came to a realization. Follow me. Yunfeng recalled that time when he was being chased. He encountered that wilderness place with oddities. It would be a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to explore it. Yunfeng searched for his memories and led the 2 towards the outside of the base. This was the first time that the 2 had left the security line to hike in the wilderness, feeling both nervous and exciting. For the sake of insurance, Yunfeng still brought the 2 of them forward at a location close to the safe passage, so as to avoid encountering a large number of high-level monsters, which would put the 2 of them in a state of danger. Even so, all the way over, there were still many occasional encounters with monsters sneaking around outside. Half a day later, Yunfeng was once again standing in the small deserted town from the beginning. Isn't this just an ordinary abandoned small town? There's nothing strange about it. The Black Monkey gazed inside, wanting to discover any weirdness that might exist. Why don't you go in alone and give it a try? Yunfeng laughed. Great God, help me calculate what are my chances of survival if I go in. The black monkey looked towards Wenrunlongyu, and ever since he knew that his talent was SSS ranked, he had changed his name to Great God, the main focus being a high emotional intelligence. Having been called a great god, Wenrun definitely wouldn't refuse to release his skill once. Just after the skill was released, Wenrun's face changed. Fierce, big fierce. Big boobs there? The black monkey looked around, his lewd expression on display. Dead monkey, where did you think of? Wenrun blushed. I mean, you will absolutely die 9 deaths if you go in. So scary? The black monkey was so frightened that he took a step backwards, his face staring intently at the not very eye-catching abandoned small. The occasional faint sound would make the two men's hearts skip a beat. Upon closer inspection, it was nothing more than the wind passing over the dust. Crazy man, I always feel like something is watching me, my back is cold. Black monkey held his dagger in both hands, unusually vigilant. Ah! A loud shout from the side scared Black Monkey so much that his dagger fell to the ground. Great God, what are you screaming for? There's nothing around here. The Black Monkey awkwardly picked up the dagger and asked Wenrun in dissatisfaction. Old rats, good big rats. Wenrun's fingers trembled as he pointed to a large figure in the gloom. Isn't it just a bigger rat? We've killed monsters that big, and we're still afraid of this one tiny rat? The Black Monkey left behind a residual shadow, and the large rat in the distance was already in pieces. How about it? Not scared now. The Black Monkey raised the dagger in his hand, offering it as if it was a treasure. I hope you'll still be this flamboyant later. Yunfeng laughed in his heart. As the few people advanced, there were constantly large rats and cockroaches scurrying out, all of which were instantly taken care of by Black Monkey. After all, these things were not even considered monsters. After screaming for the first time, Wenrun was also much more calm, only that he still trembled with fear every time he saw those ghostly things. In his heart, he cursed Yunfeng and blamed him for bringing himself to such a place with so many bedbugs. Soon, Yunfeng brought the two of them to the vicinity of that tall building. It was just that after the last battle, the tall building that had been preserved for a long time had finally turned into a pile of ruins. Moreover, he realized that there were no traces of humans having been here, but the debris that had fallen from the last kill of the monsters had already disappeared. Z. After a few people stood still, the cries of numerous rats began to resound around them. The Black Monkey gripped his dagger and looked into various dark corners, then the side took a look at the densely packed rats and bedbugs burrowing out. Wenrun covered his mouth at this time, trying not to let himself scream out, even if he didn't have a dense fear, seeing these things would be hairy, right? Keep performing Yunfeng looked at the Black Monkey. Crazy man, this is too much. Black Monkey wiped the non-existent false sweat on his forehead and said with some heartfelt weakness. However, he wasn't a wimp, these little things were no more than a threat to him. Thinking of this, he turned into a residual shadow and began to weep between those disgusting things. Every time he passed by, a blood flower would emerge, and from afar, there was a bizarre beauty of blood flowers competing for attention. Things continued to be the same as last time, the corpses continued to grow, but the small things around them still didn't decrease and continued to appear. It should be about to appear. Looking at the evening sky, Yunfeng said in his heart. The Black Monkey with the extreme speed talent had no words for its attack and movement speed, and the corpses around it were barricaded layer after layer. Who? The Black Monkey dodged and appeared next to Yunfeng as he gasped for air. Too many to kill. Chapter 115 Black Flame Edict. Darkness descended as the last rays of light hid below the earth plane. The animals that had originally been killed by the Black Monkey with some trepidation, their eyes began to turn scarlet. Madman, is this berserk? Black Monkey asked with some uncertainty. After all, he knew that only monsters, in the darkness, would have the berserk attribute. Whistling. The original sharp rat cries all became a bit low, then swarmed to pounce on the three. Seeing this situation, Wenrun even covered his eyes with both hands. Ice and snowstorm. A huge ice and snow tornado centered on the three of them and rolled up flat on the ground, adding a layer of coldness to this cold winter. Those animals that came over, as long as they got close to the ice storm, were either torn to pieces or turned into ice and smashed out. In just 10 seconds, I don't know how many animals were killed here, and the surrounding area was already a snowy white color, which was mixed with dots of crimson. Good, so fierce. Looking at the scarlet eyes dimming and slowly fading away from the stink bug rats, Black Monkey said dumbfounded. A single skill had solved the immediate crisis. When all those rats and bedbugs retreated, the place fell into a short silence. It's coming. Yunfeng whispered. Crazy, what's coming? Black Monkey thought that was the crisis of this abandoned city just now. After all, if it was him who was here, he might not be able to finish killing those rats and bedbugs even if he killed them until he was exhausted. You'll know soon enough. Just as Yunfeng finished speaking, a pair of scarlet eyes reappeared. But the owner of the eyes were no longer those if unheard of bedbugs and rats, but a group of real monsters. Crazy man, is this joke too big for you? Black Monkey's teeth chattered as he looked at the monsters that gradually surrounded him. There were even level 40 plus monsters in there. One run, go to the top of that pile of ruins and take this. Yunfeng took out 2 defense props and then threw them to the 2 while he himself put the green hat on his head. Black Monkey, I'll be the main attacker, you pick up the slack. I'll try to kill the monsters that suit me, you'll take care of the rest. Winker, you'll just crossbow fire from up there, kill one and count one. Yunfeng had also released a layer of ice prison in order to prevent One Run from having an accident. After deploying the strategy, Yunfeng took the lead as an ice storm swept up. However, these monsters weren't like those bedbugs and rats. The ice storm could take care of those low-level monsters, but against those above level 35, it was still almost meaningless. The sniffers on the pile of ruins had already started their crossbow attacks at this moment, while the black monkeys were also continuously utilizing long-range attack skills such as Shadow Strike to kill the monsters below level 35. A large swath of monsters below level 30 were exterminated by this strike, leaving behind a frozen corpse. Yah! There was no telling where an eerie voice came from, and all those monsters below level 30 retreated back. As Yunfeng's perception increased, he realized that there were surprisingly many differences between these monsters and the monsters in the subspace. His IQ was obviously low, and at the same level, his combat power was not as good as the monsters in the dimensional space. Fortunately, the spiritual energy absorbed was not less. +9, +14, +19. Although this amount of absorption was a bit small for the 40,000 spiritual energy one needed to level up, it was better than a huge amount. In a short while, his level, which was already on the verge of upgrading, increased to level 36. As the low-level monsters retreated, more and more high-level monsters joined the battlefield. Yunfeng's pressure was also increasing, mainly because he had to protect the 2. Crazy, I leveled up to level 31. Right at this moment, the good news from Black Monkey caused Yunfeng's face to light up. In such a chaotic scene, Black Monkey's killing speed was definitely not comparable to that of One Run. Cold Extinction Domain. Yunfeng finally unleashed the 7th skill of his Ice Elemental talent, a skill that he had comprehended a short while ago. Immediately, with Yunfeng as the center, a thick layer of ice began to form on the ground and quickly extended around. Aside from Black Monkey and One Run, the entire ruined small town looked as if it was frozen, and snowflakes like knife blades were constantly falling from the sky. Black Monkey, proceed and drink the potion inside. Black Monkey received the storage ring Yunfeng handed over, and his head almost went down when his spiritual power probed. Inside, there were 20 whole bottles of gold-level potions. 10 bottles of speed potions, 5 bottles each of strength potions and defense potions. It wasn't that Yunfeng didn't want to give too much. If he let the Black Monkey fill up the potions as well at this time, that would be putting him in danger. Yunfeng himself was now constantly dangling with disguise potions, lest his battle power be exposed. This was because he was not yet capable enough for people to dare covet the secrets he carried. Don't freeze, quickly absorb it, don't. My. The most crucial thing was that he felt as if Yunfeng had a melee class talent as well. The reason for this effect was the effect of the layer of black flames on the battle sword. This was the second skill that Yunfeng had comprehended from the Void Black Flame talent Black Flame Edict. This skill was a skill that Yunfeng had purposely comprehended for his own melee or physical attacks. Black Flame Edict, attach a layer of black flame to one's own weapon or that of a teammate, causing one's physical attacks to have a black flame attack effect. Weaken the target's defense by 30% and attach elemental damage equal to 30% of the physical attack, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Chapter 116, The Underground World. Crazy man, you're too perverted. The Black Monkey now had only one word in his heart for Yunfeng: convinced, capitalized convinced. The ice elemental in long-distance combat had already dazzled him. He did not expect to have such a perverted melee ability. After enjoying 5 minutes of sour attacks, Yunfeng began to stake out for ice elemental attacks. When the skill cooldown time arrived, he quietly placed the Black Flame Edict on top of the Black Monkey's dagger so that the Black Monkey could enjoy 5 minutes of ultra quickness. Time slowly passed, monsters were killed batch after batch, and the experience of the few people was increasing by leaps and bounds. Where the hell did these monsters come from? The more they killed, the more alarmed Yunfeng became. An hour had passed, and those monsters were still appearing, only that their numbers were no longer as high as they were at the beginning. The place where Yunfeng and the black monkey stood was already covered in a layer of blood, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters. Yunfeng looked at his level. In just 1 hour, he had actually leveled up by half. This was still without the multiplier additions of elite monsters and rares. Yeah. That weird voice sounded again, echoing throughout the ruins, making it impossible to really hear where it was coming from. Next, the monsters that kept rushing up stopped and then faded away like a tidal wave. Go after them. Last time, Yunfeng did not have enough battle power and was beaten away, thus he was unable to figure out the situation here. This time, the advantage was with him, so of course he had to find out what was going on. The monsters scattered and fled, and Yunfeng stared at one of the highest-ranked monsters and chased after it. The serpentine monster in front of him, which was ranked at level 45, seemed to have no consciousness of its own as it continuously swam and finally drilled into the sewers. Yunfeng was just about to chase it down when an incomparably pungent odor almost smoked him out. The black monkey's speed did not break and also rushed to the mouth of the sewer. You almost didn't spit out the stomach acid. One run saw this situation where still dare to go over, in the distance of 2 people 10 meters away from the footstop. You guys stay away from me. If you have something to say it 3 meters away. Seeing that the two wanted to get closer, One said in a hurry. From a big distance, he could smell an unpleasant and strange odor on them. All these monsters are inhabiting the underground, just this odor, you can't go down at all. The black monkey's stomach was still churning right now. It's not impossible to go down, as long as we get a gas mask. Where are we going to get one of those now? And it's not safe to go take the chariot back to the safe zone right now. Come, don't be polite, one for each person. Yunfeng took out 3 gas masks out of his storage ring. Ever since he had his god-level storage ring, he hadn't sparingly stuffed some strange and weird things into it. Not to mention the gas masks, there were pots, pans, beds and bedding inside, mainly because the space was too large, enough for Yunfeng to wantonly fill it with things. If you want to go, you guys go, I won't go even if I die anyway. One returned the gas mask that Yunfeng handed over back. Bringing this on means you can't smell the stench. Does it mean your body won't become stinky? Combat suits are dust-proof and waterproof, but they are not odor-proof. One silently chanted in his heart, this stinky ditch whoever loves to go. Yunfeng and Black Monkey looked at each other, somewhat helpless. Alright then, you wait up there and be safe. One did not want to go down. Yunfeng could not force himself, so he could only take out some props that could save his life and escape to him. If anything really happens, wait for us at the nearest base. No one dares to make a move at the base. After Yunfeng greeted him, he and Black Monkey dug in. Although they were wearing gas masks and couldn't smell the odor, all the way through, the feces of an unknown number of species of monsters mixed together piled up inside. Certainly looking at it all created a psychological effect. Crazy, you said that we've never seen much monster feces even when we were brushing monsters in the subspace. While advancing, Black Monkey muttered. The speaker had no intention of saying it, but the listener had the intention of hearing it. The Black Monkey's words caused Yunfeng's heart to shake. Previously, he had sensed that these monsters were somewhat unusual, and after combining what the Black Monkey had said, he had come to a realization. Ta. At the top of the sewer, from time to time, white sticky things fell down, carrying a fishy odor. As they moved forward, the underground space became more and more open, with passages in all directions, as if it was an underground world. Enduring their temperament, the two of them kept walking deeper and deeper into the underground. The densely packed monsters that had attacked them before seemed like they had completely disappeared, never to be seen again. Crazy man, what do you see there? At the place where the Black Monkey was pointing, some huge fragments that looked like eggshells appeared, scattered all over the ground. The two of them took a closer look. It seems to be a huge egg, and there's slime inside, like it was hatched not long ago. Yunfeng picked up the fragments and frowned. Further inside, such eggshells appeared more and more frequently. Roar! A beastly roar sounded and the ground began to shake. Be careful, it looks like the things inside are in a hurry and don't want us to advance any further. No monsters had appeared before, but now that they had walked here, monsters began to appear, indicating that they were looking in the right direction. Monster, Alien Iron Armor Elite. Level, 45. Battle Strength, 327890. Skills, Deadly Venom, Relentless Lash, Thorn Iron Armor Passive. 4 strangely shaped monsters emerged from 4 different passages. Walking on all four limbs, with 4 arms on their backs, a pitch-black iron armor covered their entire body, and their heads resembled dogs but bore fangs. Finally, elite monsters have appeared, and they are 4 at a time. Yunfeng's face was gloomy. "Monkey, you can't go further down, I might not be able to protect you later." He himself was fine, but there was a black monkey by his side. "Crazy man, I'm fine, although I can't kill monsters, I have no problem defending myself." The black monkey laughed. The monster's limbs scurried at great speed, the 4 long arms on its back danced about in the air, and it charged towards the 2. "Black monkey, you protect yourself." Yunfeng let out a low shout as his battle sword attached the black flame edict and rushed towards one of them. The battle knife slashed through and the monster's 4 arms fell in unison. Bear. At the same time, 4 wounds appeared on Yunfeng's body, and it was only not an instant before the wounds disappeared. "You have thorny iron armor, I have copper skin and iron bones plus self-healing, who is afraid of who?" 4 iron arms were cut, the monster let out a scream. Yunfeng didn't care about it, his hand rose up and chopped off its dog's head. The dog's head fell to the ground while a flash of green blood sprayed towards Yunfeng. Chapter 117 Bug Queen. Monster, Bloodthirsty Blade Mantis Rare Grade. Level 45. Battle Strength, 379840. Skills, Double Blade Hua Slash, Shadowless Pursuit, Hearing Sound, Shedding Life. No wonder we didn't encounter any rare grade monsters before, so it's guarding this place, looks like the back is the final place. Yunfeng tried to look through the 2 monsters to the back, but could not see anything. Blocking in front of him were 2 1-meter-tall mantises with metallic luster on their bodies. In particular, the 2 large forelimbs were like 2 extremely sharp daggers that emitted a chilling aura. Buzz. The wings of the 2 blade mantises vibrated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the void, 4 dark razor-sharp lights came towards the place where Yunfeng was standing. Yunfeng dodged and dodged away, and before he could stand still, another 4 sharp blades attacked. The speed was so fast that he was caught off guard. Dang! Yunfeng dragonized his arms, blocking the 4 incoming sharp blades, coupled with the talent of bronze arms and iron bones, for slight scratches appeared on his arms. Retreating his dragonization, Yunfeng drew his battle sword and released the black flame edict, and just stood still, constantly using the passive effect of the void instant flame strike to battle against the 2 blade mantises. Blade lights and sword shadows constantly appeared in various places within 10 meters of Yunfeng, and fire splashed in all directions. It's just right to take your newly obtained martial arts to sharpen. A few days ago, the black monkey had taken all the fragments he had obtained to Yunfeng, and among them was a purpling ranked blade martial art called the Air Source Ghost Slash. This speed-based blade martial art fit right in with this passive of his. After half a quarter of an hour, Yunfeng stopped holding back after feeling that he had gained a new understanding of this blade martial art. Soon the 2 blade mantises were severely injured by Yunfeng and entered the mortal coil. Just as Yunfeng was about to step forward to collect the spiritual energy, 2 violent explosions rang out. Yunfeng was blown backwards by the sudden explosions and flew out, hitting the wall of the passageway. Cough. Blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. These 2 self-detonation attacks were no less than the full force of a transcendent realm strike. Yunfeng was so messed up in the cold that he was immediately seriously injured. His internal organs were somewhat misplaced. This TM is the so-called life-sacrificing skill. Messed up, I didn't even get my aura. Yunfeng was resentful, bracing himself on the ground and slowly standing up, cursing profusely. The 2 level 45 rare level monsters had a full 1008 points of spiritual energy. However, in just such a short period of time, the injuries on Yunfeng's body had already healed a lot under the effect of his self-healing talent. Passing through the passageway that had been opened up by the 2 blade mantis self-explosion, Yunfeng finally arrived at the final place. Seeing the sight before him, Yunfeng's pupils tightened and his heart shook. In an incomparably empty space, 1 huge egg was closely arranged, extending into the distance, beyond a glance. The eggs were of different shapes and colors. Through the translucent egg shells, one could even see the monster hatchlings inside squinting and huddling together. These eggs, could they all be? Yunfeng was unexpectedly cold and creepy when he thought of this. The monsters that he had encountered earlier were surprisingly not the ones that had escaped from other dimensional spaces, but were hatched here. No wonder, I told you that even in the wilderness, it's impossible to gather so many monsters in one place. At the center of these egg clusters, nestled in the center was a huge, ugly monster, and around the monster, all sorts of monsters were placed. Shockingly, a twisted translucent tube poked out from the ugly monster and stuck into the surrounding monsters, and from time to time, something milky white was seen being pumped away from the body. Monster, Silver Moon Demon Wolf Elite, extremely weak. Level 40. Battle Strength, 287,622 32786. Skills, Slight. This was the information of one of the monsters, and the surrounding area was full of such monsters that had fallen into a state of extreme weakness. There were ordinary monsters, elite monsters, and rare monsters inside. Yunfeng then looked towards the ugly one in the center that was covered in twisting tentacles and had a bulging body. Monster, Tyrannophagous Queen Overlord, mutated. Level 45. Battle Strength, 406220. Skills, Tyrannophagous Devouring, Infinite Hatching, Rapid Growth, Transformation, Common Brain, Infinite Advancement mutated. When he saw the unlimited advancement one, Yunfeng even wanted to get it with the taking people over skill, but he held back. Ah! Sensing Yunfeng walking into the cave, the big ugly meatball in the center let out a mournful cry. It probably did not expect that Yunfeng could survive the explosion of two rare monsters. After the scream, the surrounding eggs shattered apart one by one, with yellow, green, white and other viscous liquids flowing all over the ground. One by one, the monster hatchlings crawled out of the eggshells, then grew up quickly in Yunfeng's shocked eyes, and their level skyrocketed all the way from level 0 to reach level 30, and the level was still rising. The large meatball in the center also shrunk a bit. It seems like the rapid burst of soldiers will have an effect on its main body. Yunfeng saw that those few skills of the opponent were also very interesting. None of them were attacking skills, all of them were related to bursting soldiers. When Yunfeng looked at the monsters that came out from inside the eggs again, his face changed drastically. The monster levels had all been raised to level 45, and there was only one skill, Shed Life. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rose and fell, breaking the entire underground world trembled. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Will Cloud Summit be in danger? Black Monkey said nervously, only a bit far away from Wanrun. The moment he came out from the sewers, he was rushed far away by Wanrun and was not allowed to take half a step near him. At this moment, the ground was constantly shaking, and the stone chips on the ruins were rustling down. Don't worry, I've done the math, Yunfeng is not in danger on this trip. Wanren's old god was at ease. Indeed, as Wanren had said, in the chain of explosions, Yunfeng was not in the least bit of trouble. As the monsters approached him, he had already drank a stealth potion to utilize the black dragon flash to leave, and then unleashed his fly from the cloud to a hidden place. And all of this, none of the monsters here had noticed. After the round of explosions had passed, a large pit that had sunk dozens of meters downward appeared where Yunfeng had previously stood. Gah! Realizing that there was no longer any figure of Yunfeng, the large meatball continuously trembled as if it was laughing out loud. The tubes inserted into the other monsters then squirmed, and that large meatball body had slowly expanded. The monster that was originally lying on the ground and was already dying twitched. Ice Extinction Domain. Yunfeng, who was in stealth, let out a low gulp, and the entire underground world turned white. All the eggs were frozen, however. When the ice touched the large meatball, it directly collapsed. Countless attack skills then struck out from Yunfeng's hands, targeting the very same large meatball. Next to the weakened monster. Chapter 118, Green Dragon on Duty. Dolly East taking a vacation today, so I'll post this. Upon seeing the last skill of the large meatball, Yunfeng had no intention of killing the opponent. Infinite evolution meant that this monster could evolve to epic or even higher levels. Although he didn't know how much time it would take for him to evolve to the next stage, he at least had something to look forward to. Moreover, this kind of soldier-bursting monster wasn't just sending spiritual energy to himself. At the same time, if it wanted to evolve and explode soldiers, it had to take in nutrients, which would also relieve the pressure of the monsters around it, and of course, it would kill many of the wilderness adventurers that passed by, but none of that had anything to do with him. Skills and general attacks fell at the same time, and those monsters in an extremely weakened state were unable to withstand his random moves, and they were killed in droves. Cool, this is really cool. Without any effort, a huge amount of spiritual energy was obtained. Human, what exactly do you want? The voice did not come from the mouth of the large meatball, but appeared directly in Yunfeng's mind. This thing's spirit power is too strong. The other party was clearly using mental fluctuations to communicate with himself. Didn't want to do anything, just curious as to what kind of thing you are. After Yunfeng shot all the monsters in the surrounding area, he left this underground world in the midst of the large meatball's confusion. In order not to affect the evolution of this thing, all those eggs in the surrounding area, Yunfeng did not bother to destroy them. Evolve quickly, I hope you can give me a little surprise when I come next time. When he appeared in the ruins outside again, the sky was already slightly bright. Crazy man, what the hell is in there? You're not in any trouble? Black Monkey asked with concern, and although Wonran wanted to be concerned as well, he was only dissuaded by the fishy odor of Yun. By a fluke, it escaped from the human's exhaustive pursuit and ran into this small ruin. Over the past 3 years, it has been trembling with fear and treading on thin ice, slowly growing itself, and under the effect of its overeating and devouring and mutation skills, it has finally made it from an ordinary monster to where it is now. However, it didn't expect that a human it thought was food would almost ruin everything for it. However, it didn't understand until now that the human who could clearly kill it ended up letting it go. Boo! One by one, the eggshells broke open and countless monsters crawled out of the eggshells, and dripping wet, they began to crawl outside. After Yun Feng made such a mess, the large meatball had to find more monsters or humans to make up for its losses. Crazy, where are we going next? After exiting the ruins, Black Monkey yearned left and right. Yun Feng, who had just walked out in style, was asked by Black Monkey, and at the moment, he did not know where to go that was a bit better. Wonran, tell your fortune and see where it would be better to go to that direction. Yun Feng threw the question to Wonran. Really think I'm a magus? When Rin Longyu unleashed his second bad fortune not hard to measure skill of the day, combined it with his own prediction skill, and finally reached out. The green dragon is on duty, great prophet east. Just directly say that we are heading towards the east direction is not enough, godly, and still say that you are not a godly man. Black Monkey skimmed his mouth. The three of them headed in the direction of the east. P.S. The years are like a song, and on the night of the New Year's Eve, the stars brilliantly reflect you and me. Thank you readers and friends for your encouragement and support during this period of time. Truly, how far an author can go and to what extent he can contribute his work to the readers, all this cannot be separated from the reader's opinions and corrections. I promise that I will continue to work hard on this work and every work in the future. Meanwhile, on the occasion of the New Year's Eve, I wish you all health, peace, happiness, big hair, special hair, outbursts, in short, hair. Chapter 119, Meeting Again. I say great God, we've been walking towards the east for almost half a day here, where is the great prophet you speak of? The Black Monkey was close to adding a stick after the great God. What's the hurry, there's still half a day left. Wonran was quite confident in his skills. Besides, we haven't encountered any dangers along the way, and we've even gained quite a bit of spiritual energy, right? Hearing this, the Black Monkey was convinced, this way over, indeed all very peaceful, basically did not encounter monsters that were difficult to deal with. Wait, there's a situation ahead. Yun Feng reached out to interrupt their bickering, and his hastily traveling body immediately stopped. From afar, smoke and dust rose up, flying sand and rocks, as well as shouting and hissing sounds coming from the area. Crazy man, should we go over and take a look? Let's figure out the situation first. Yun Feng took out a telescope from his storage ring and looked towards the patch of sand and dust. The two of them were already not surprised by the fact that Yun Feng could always take out something strange and weird. Crazy man, what's the situation? Yun Feng put the binoculars away. Appears to have met a familiar face. Yun Feng laughed lightly. Acquaintances? Do I recognize them? Let's go over there first, they're not in a good position. The three of them began to rush towards Sandy Dust's location. I'll go, what the hell is this? After getting close enough to pass, Black Monkey let out a cry of surprise. Only to see that what had raised the gusts of sand and dust was a huge monster. Monster, Prisoner Kuei Shan Rare. Level, 35. Battle Strength, 267833. Skills, Shocking Roar, 12 Heavenly Pillars, Strangle, Super Rebirth Passive. This monster was born strangely, like a suture monster, with a bull-like head, but with 12 octopus-like tentacles. The dust in the sky was caused by the 12 tentacles slapping the ground. Battling against it was a 5-member squad, and the person leading it was none other than Han Yuchi, whom Yun Feng had met last time in the ruined small town. You guys don't seem to be in a good position. Yun Feng stood not far from the sparring area and greeted. Of the 5 people, other than Han Yuchi who had reached level 33, the others were all around level 32. It seems like these people have leveled up big time during this period of time. Yun Feng sighed in his heart. It wasn't really too long since they were separated, just a few months, and at this level, it was already very good to level up by 3 levels in such a short period of time. The 5 people who were fending off the 12 tentacles that were frantically attacking like steel whips Chi-Chi's head turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. Just now, a few people were fighting hard against each other, so they didn't even notice the arrival of a few people. It's you? You actually didn't die? Han Yuqi was surprised to see that the person coming was Yun Feng. That day, she and her 4 teammates had escaped after flying away, and at that time, her heart was still regretting Yun Feng's demise. After daybreak, she took a few of her teammates to go to that ruin again, wanting to look for it to see if there were any remnants of Yun Feng, but ended up finding nothing, and was finally chased by the monster and fled in fear. Hoping for my death so much? Yun Feng rubbed his nose. That's not what I meant. Sister Chi, this is not the time to chat, right? The tall man holding the large shield was clearly already struggling to cope, and had to hoarsely remind at this moment. Yun Feng also had to admire these few people who were clearly not strong enough in battle to deal with these monsters, but were able to hold out for so long. Right, is there any way for little brother to help us? Han Yuqi spoke while looking towards the black monkey and one ren next to Yun Feng. The words were stuck in his throat and he did not know how to speak. Black monkey, level 31, battle power over 320,000. Wenrun, level 30, battle power over 220,000. What kind of divine battle power is this? Han Yuqi couldn't stop asking herself in her heart. The most crucial thing was with the 2 people standing behind Yun Feng, centering on him. Black monkey, go help them out. Yun Feng knew that if he didn't make a move and a few people would soon not be able to hold on, especially the big man who was holding up the shield. Black monkey gripped his twin daggers, an excited look on his face. After a burst of residual shadows, Black monkey killed the monster. Good speed. The monster that was still frantically attacking suddenly retracted its tentacles and let out a mournful sound. The crowd looked up, only to see that the monster's 12 tentacles were covered with dense wounds, each of which was extremely deep, with disgusting sticky liquid flowing from them. But soon, they saw the wounds above the tentacles slowly healing. Little brother, thank you. With the black monkey's extreme offense, the monster no longer had the energy to focus its attention on a few people. Han Yuqi walked to Yun Feng's side, wanting to pat the other party's shoulder, but feeling a little bit of an act. Looking at this young man who had only met him once and didn't even know his name yet, the time when he saw him again had been completely different. The battle over there ended very quickly. Super rebirth, as long as the speed of the attack was fast enough, its wounds wouldn't heal. The black monkey carried 2 blood-drenched daggers and stood in front of the monster flipping through the loot. This beauty is... Han Yuqi asked as she looked at one ren beside Yun Feng. What beauty, can't you see the knot in my throat? Yun Feng hadn't even opened his mouth yet, when Ren was anxious first, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Han Yuqi, taking a closer look, the other party's throat was slightly raised, but also real throat knot. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that brother you were so clear-eyed, thought. In the future, look clearly before you speak. One Ron colored. Go over and take a look. Yun Feng waved, interrupting the 2, leading the way towards the black monkey beside the monster. Yun Feng, here. The black monkey stood up and smiled as he picked up a purple fragment and shoved it brightly into Yun Feng's hands. The 5 people who had gathered around saw the purple fragment and their eyes went straight. Sister Chi. Hearing someone on the other side speak, Yun Feng instantly rose in alarm. He suddenly recalled the second time he entered the subspace, it was a similar situation. He had saved a small team with good intentions, but as a result, his fortune had moved him, and the other party had even turned murderous towards him. Sister Chi, this guy is very lucky, he even dropped a purple level fragment, how come we don't have such good luck? There was only envy in the other party's tone, but not that kind of greed. Hearing this, Yun Feng was relieved. In fact, he also knew that the conditions of these people were not bad, as evidenced by the fact that they wore a waterfall of silver-grade equipment. Linger, isn't it just a purple grade fragment, making a fuss? Han Yuqi said full of concern, tears already unknowingly flowing from the corners of her mouth. He had been out there brushing monsters for so long, but he didn't even know what a purple ranked monster looked like. Little brother, we didn't even get to know your name last time, but meeting again this means that we are indeed destined to meet each other, so let's get to know each other. Han Yuqi stood opposite Yun Feng with 5 people. My name is Han Yuqi, I already introduced myself last time, this Ox Rammer, Defender, Gao Yuliang, Elemental Attack, Ning Shaoling, Auxiliary, Zhuo Lifeng, Scouting. Hearing such a formal introduction from the other party, Yun Feng could not afford to be secretive. My name is Yun Feng, his name is Zhou Quan, both of us are current students, his name is Wen Renlongyu. Han Yuqi once again looked at the black monkey, thinking that this unimpressive, short and dark fellow had such fighting prowess. In just a few minutes, he had solved the monster that was pressing them to fight. Little brother Joquan, you're awesome, your battle power is so high, which family's son is it? Chapter 120. Can you really kill Transcendence? The families of these 5 people were considered to have a certain status in the Jiangnan state. Some big clans they would have heard of and even come into contact with. But this small man in front of them, they had never heard of. Which is no family. The black monkey was embarrassed by the few people looking at him and scratched his head. Sister Chi, the 2 times I met you guys were in the wilderness, could it be that you guys are scavengers? Yunfeng hurriedly changed the subject. Do we look like scavengers with our rich looks? Han Yuqi laughed out loud, and a few of her other teammates began to laugh as well. Scavengers were for those awakened who didn't have high combat power and didn't want to pay for a ticket to the subspace. They would often go in and out of the wilderness, looking for monsters of a similar level to kill, or they could pick up some loot that other awakened didn't want. This squad really didn't look like scavengers. That being said, we are just helping the enforcers, specializing in the wilderness, to deal with some higher-ranked monsters, including but not limited to the monsters by the safe passage. Surprisingly, it was related to the enforcers. Yunfeng could not help but be impressed with a few people. The enforcers, that was the most terrifying team besides the military. There were countless capable people inside. Scared, is to put it bluntly, the enforcer department is too lazy to come out themselves, so they entrust us to come out as laborers. Han Yuqi explained. That said, you don't look like a scavenger either, how come I met you in the wilderness twice? It's a long story, it's not suitable for us to enter dimensional space right now, so we had no choice but to scavenge in the wilderness. Although Yunfeng didn't tell the story, Han Yuqi could guess a thing or two. You guys, did you run into some trouble? Maybe I can help you out. Yeah, we're still on good terms with the enforcers, especially Sister Chi, her brother. Linger is talkative. Outside, she wasn't willing to stand in her brother's light. It's not a big trouble. Yunfeng looked at the several people, perhaps they could really solve his current predicament. Could it be that the great profound east that Wenrun was referring to was them? We might be chased by the Transcendence. What? Several people suspected that they had heard wrong. The Transcendence are chasing us. Yunfeng said with certainty. After all, at this time, the Chu clan was still staring at him, and it was impossible for them to be sending out any cats or dogs. After all, the matter of himself killing Ling Feng would surely reach the ears of the Chu family's head through Gudabai. Are you sure it's a transcendent? Han Yuqi furrowed her brows and asked gruffly. Although I haven't seen it, I can be certain that it's a transcendent. In the Jiangnan state, it's not a simple clan that can send out transcendents to hunt them down. Han Yuqi pondered darkly in her heart, suddenly remembering her brother casually talking to her about a case years ago. It can't be the Chu family. Han Yuqi looked at Yunfeng and said cautiously. You actually know? Yunfeng was a bit curious, he hadn't said anything himself. It's really you? Han Yuqi's face changed slightly. You seem to know something? The other few people's faces twisted when they saw the two conversing like a mute riddle. Can't you guys just say what you have to say explicitly? We want to hear it too. I've heard a little about it, but I do have a way to help you. Han Yuqi raised her eyebrows, confidence filling her heroic eyes. Really? The black monkey was pleasantly surprised. Although he had only stayed in the wilderness for less than 2 days, how could it be as comfortable as practicing in the subspace? Of course, you guys wait here for a bit, I'll send a few of them to the safe passage and come back. After saying that, Han Yuqi rode their armored chariot with a roar and rushed out. Crazy, are they reliable? Black Monkey was no longer the naive person he was before. Wenrun, what do you think? Wenrun immediately closed his eyes for the last skill of the day. A few breaths later, Wenrun opened his eyes. No problem. But in a few moments, the mini-armored chariot sped in raising dust. As if Han Yuqi intended to show off her skills, she drifted and came to a sharp stop in front of the trio. Yunfeng reached out and waved his hand, fanning back all the dust that was about to fall on his body, or else he would definitely turn into a falling dog. Sorry, almost made a joke. Han Yuqi smiled sarcastically. Yunfeng's 3 did not care and got into the car. Where are the 4 of them? I told them to hitchhike themselves halfway back to the safe zone. Han Yuqi stepped down on the gas, and the chariot roared, raising a huge cloud of dust and smoke as it dashed furiously towards the safe zone. As far as I know, a mini chariot like this isn't something an average person can get. Looking at the veteran driver like, speeding Han Yuchi, Yunfeng asked curiously. That's what I'm going to talk to you about next. Han Yuchi suddenly got serious. The fact that I can drive this chariot is mainly due to my brother's role. Your brother? Black Monkey played the role of croupier. Yes, my brother, the leader of the 4th Brigade of Enforcers, Han Lijun. Yunfeng did not understand why she suddenly brought up her brother who was inside the Enforcers. Years ago, in an abandoned warehouse on the southern outskirts of the security zone, a bloody case occurred, and the one who went to investigate was my brother. Yunfeng's heart shook, and the faces of Black Monkey and Wenrun at the side also changed slightly. So did he investigate anything? The results of the investigation. How could he possibly talk to me? Han Yuchi held the steering wheel in her hands and made a sharp turn to avoid a crashing monster. Since it wasn't in a safe passage, monsters broke out here from time to time. But he did reveal something to me. The people killed totaled more than 70 people, all members of the underground Black Force Bone Blood Society. There's no shortage of wanted criminals in there. Brother Yunfeng, I believe you know better than me. Han Yuchi casually asked, not waiting for Yunfeng to answer, and continued, saying. Inside these 70+ people, it is said that there is even a transcendent, that is a transcendent just so unexplained deathware. The last clue is said to be broken in the Jiangnan group, Shu family. After Han Yuchi finished speaking, she also glanced back at Yunfeng, wanting to see what expression he had. But to her disappointment, Yunfeng acted very calmly. Yunfeng, that transcendent wouldn't really be you who killed him, right? Thinking of this, Han Yuchi's hand holding the steering wheel shook unconsciously. But brother said that in order to kill a transcendent, one must be a transcendent themselves, even if the one killed was the most trashy transcendent. She muttered again, the high school student sitting behind her is a transcendent? Am I crazy, or is this world crazy? Chapter 121, Hall of Law Enforcement. How could Yunfeng answer Han Yuchi positively? He didn't even speak. He just looked at her back in a gust. Sister Chi, since it's all been traced to the Chu family's end, why haven't they been sanctioned? Black Monkey said with some exasperation. The fact that they were still continuing the Chu family's stalking this time out of the dimensional space meant that the enforcers hadn't sanctioned or asked for restraints on them. You probably didn't get it right. This matter just might involve the Jiangnan group. There's no conclusive evidence yet, that's one thing. Besides, those who were killed weren't under the hands of the Chu family. As for who it was, you might want to ask your classmate Yunfeng. Han Yuchi laughed. This is a great achievement. Oh, don't you want to go and claim it? This really wasn't Han Yuchi trying to lure Yunfeng in order to trap him. That was indeed a great feat, and Han Lijun was indeed looking for that mysterious party. Through Yunfeng's previous acquiescence in his involvement in the Chu family's affairs, Han Yuchi was able to guess that this matter was related to Yunfeng, and as for who was responsible for that night's extermination tragedy, she couldn't guess. With that casual question earlier, she felt that she was being a bit presumptuous. However, judging from the battle power of these two people following him, there was definitely an extremely mysterious and huge force behind him. But why would he be hunted down by a transcendent to the point where he didn't even dare to go into the dimensional space was also very strange. What does it matter to me? These few people, brother will definitely like it. Han Yuchi secretly guessed in her heart. Oh, that merit, if you like you can go to claim, maybe there is no one out to come out to testify. Yunfeng didn't know that Han Yuchi had already made what she thought was a fine projection of him in her mind, giving an ambiguous answer that was like a default and inscrutable. Unconsciously, the chariot arrived at the city gates. Without any obstruction, the chariot drove directly into the security zone and headed towards the enforcer's headquarters. Is this city gate opened by your family? How come you can enter whenever you want? The Black Monkey was interested. See the enforcer's logo on the front of the car? Han Yuchi pointed to an eye-catching sign at the upper right end of the car's windshield. Underneath was a horizontal awakening stone, and above the awakening stone was a hanging sword. This sign was made simply too intuitive. It was also the sign that led to the distribution of the people sent by Chu berserkers dragged to squat in various places unexpectedly, not realizing that the three had already entered the security zone. The vehicle quickly shuttled within the safe zone. Seeing that the sky was going dark, it finally stopped at a place that a few people did not expect. You're not going to say that this you're in. As the chariot advanced, the messy and dirty places around it were gone, replaced by a flat and dry ground. And the rotten house had also turned into a hall as solemn and dignified as a steel behemoth. Welcome to the Enforcer headquarters. Han Yuchi jumped out of the chariot and opened the door for the three of them, inviting them to get out of the car. The Enforcer headquarters building wasn't very tall and was 4 square, but it covered an extremely wide area. Right above the main gate, a huge enforcer logo cast from an unknown alloy hung above it, actually emitting a solemn aura. At the main entrance, two awakened persons dressed in special clothing and wearing goggles stood in a twisted manner. They looked like they were in their 30s or 40s, and their faces, which were in their prime, actually carried a bit of youthful indolence. "Xiaoqi, why are you free to come over today?" Seeing Han Yuqi approaching, the two hurriedly squared themselves and came over to greet her. Not Linger and the others? Seeing that the two behind them weren't faces he was familiar with, the guard looked at Han Yuqi with a slight frown, seemingly blaming her for bringing strangers here. The two then glanced at each other, their faces changing slightly. "This guy, how is the battle power?" The two looked at the black monkey's data displayed on the goggles and marveled in their hearts. "Brother Hong, Brother Bin, how are you guys?" Han Yuqi greeted him in a playful voice, the wild speculations in the two. "But it's still Team Han ah, I heard that last time I got a huge amount of merit for nothing, and now I've recruited someone so fierce. Luck is unmatched ah, he has never had bad luck, can't figure it out ah, what he awakened isn't a talent related to luck ah, how come his luck is so good ah?" The two shook their heads helplessly. Passing through the two, Han Yuqi led the three towards the 5-meter-high gate. "Don't look at those two just now with a street guy sneak look, but they are all level 49 bulls," Han Yuqi said softly. Entering the hall of the enforcers, the three of them couldn't help but slightly open their mouths. The hall was nearly 20 meters high, and in the center of the roof, there was a large chandelier with a diameter of 3 meters, releasing light that coated the entire hall with a layer of gold paint. On the front wall of the hall, 3 huge portraits were hung. Yunfeng's gaze fell directly onto the portrait in the center. Chapter 122 Saint Awakened. Entry Saint Awakened, Zhang Jiuling. One of the founders of the Enforcers, the first sage awakened in Blue Star, known as the Light of China. Born in the smallest of beginnings, rising from the recklessness, building on his strengths and eventually becoming supreme. Yunfeng, you are afraid that you have never heard of what it means to be a sage awakened. Seeing Yunfeng looking at the portrait in the center out of his mind, Han Yuqi said. An entry sage awakened is an existence that surpasses the transcendent awakened, and is also someone who has broken their 3rd shackle level to reach level 80 or above. Actually, Yunfeng had learned this knowledge from Professor Bai before. In known research, humans had a total of 3 shackles. What was opened upon awakening was the first human yoke, also known as the ability lock, and from then on, humans had all sorts of strange abilities. The loot of epic level monsters opens the 2nd yoke of human beings, known as the potential lock, which can release all of one's potential, and from then on, one can get rid of the mundane and step into the transcendent. And the final 3rd yoke, known as the longevity lock, required the trophy of a legendary level monster to open it, which could increase the human's longevity by a large amount, and from then on, it could return to old age and achieve saint initiation. Sainthood Awakener ah, does it really exist? Yunfeng muttered. Definitely exists, otherwise why would there be a portrait of him here? It is said that he became famous more than 200 years ago and is still alive, but I have never seen it. Han Yuqi whispered. Yunfeng shifted his own gaze and looked at the rest of the hall. On the right-hand side of the hall, a stone tablet was erected. It was inscribed with the law enforcers' discipline, officials, hold upright. The law enforcers, do not abuse or indulge. The awakening of the people, easy to chaos and violence law enforcers clear, when the sword to calm the chaos, violence against violence, to protect the people's well-being, to protect the country's peace. Looking at the sprawling admonition that was several hundred words long, Yunfeng realized that in the case of so many awakened people, the safe zone was still as peaceful and inviolable, and the law enforcers had paid too much. Xiaoqi, long time no see, come to look for your brother? At this moment, in the left side compartment, a person walked out with a doting smile on his face. However, this person was not wearing the enforcer's attire, and his short head of hair had already gone a large portion white. Uncle Long, why are you here? Han Yuqi hurriedly ran over and took the man's arm in an intimate greeting. Why can't I be here? I see you don't want to see me. How can that be? I can't wait to miss you. Han Yuqi's transformation caught the 3 people accompanying her off guard. Since coming all the way here, all they had seen was the tomboy state, or had they seen such a stance? These 3 are? These are the ones I brought to see my brother. So there's something going on, then I won't waste your time, a few little ones, I hope you won't be too formal here. The half-hundred-old man waved his hand to the few people and walked towards the main door. Uncle Long, then I'll pay a visit to the door another day and bring you my favorite longan fruit. It's good that you have this heart. Uncle Long waved his hand and left without looking back. Phew. Watching the old man walk away, Han Yuchi breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go find my brother. Han Yuchi led the three into the side door and appeared inside a long corridor. Looking inside, there were 12 elevators. Han Yuchi walked straight towards the fourth elevator, then took out an identity card and looked for it next to the elevator. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. Come in. The elevator then descended at breakneck speed, but it was only a few seconds before it came to a stop. The elevator doors opened and outside was a rather large space. The space was divided into several small rooms, which were relatively empty, but all of them had a thinking device placed on them. Why are they all made so mysterious? Yun Feng said darkly, remembering the scene when he first entered the institute. Xiaoqi, you're here. Team Han, Xiaoqi is here. One of the people who was finishing his conversation with the intelligence brain and raised his head saw Han Yuchi and shouted loudly towards the innermost room. As for Yun Feng, the few people acted as if they did not see it. The others didn't even look up, still busy with the things in their hands. Brother, I'm coming. Han Yuchi ran into the innermost house in a flash. Cough. A violent cough came from inside, as if he was choking on something. Brother, I told you not to smoke, but you still smoke. Brother, smoking you also want to care? Why don't I care if you find a boyfriend or not? Hey, stop tugging, the beard is going to be torn off by you. Who told you to say that? The three of them stood in the doorway, you looked at me and I looked at you, all confused. Hey, did you bring someone over? Don't introduce them yet. Han Lijun looked like he had found a life-saving straw and shouted in a hurry. Next time and let me see you smoking, still pulling. Han Yuchi put down Han Lijun's beard and viciously said. Yun Feng, you guys come in. Under Han Yuchi's introduction, several people were considered to all know each other. The person who offended the Chu family is you? As soon as the matter concerning the case was mentioned, Han Lijun instantly became serious, and his entire essence became different. Offended, you could say the same thing. Yun Feng was not intimidated by Han Lijun's aura of an iron-blooded enforcer and said calmly. This kid, not simple. Han Lijun commented in his heart. An ordinary person couldn't do this, calm and collected under his eyes. At the end of the year, Southern Suburb, Bone Blood Society, apart from the president, Gu Dabai, all the top brass were exterminated, including a transcendent awakened. What a great stroke. Han Lijun stared at Yun Feng, trying to see a hint of clues from his face. It is indeed related to me. Han Lijun suddenly froze. Yun Feng's sudden admission left him a bit unprepared. What exactly is your excellency's background, and how did you come to have a grudge against the Chu family? Things were progressing somewhat faster than Han Lijun had expected. Sister Chi, I remember you said you brought us back to help me solve my troubles, not to bring me back for an interrogation. Yun Feng looked at Han Yuchi, making the other party blush a little. Brother, can you? Don't you say anything, it's my duty to figure things out as I must. Han Yuchi still underestimated this brother of hers' obsession with solving cases. Looks like you're not going to be able to help me. Yun Feng got up and was about to leave. Little friend, what kind of place do you think this law enforcement headquarters of mine is, coming and going as you please? Han Lijun sneered. Brother, what are you doing? You weren't this before. You shut up, there's no place for you to talk now. The change in Han Lijun's attitude made Han Yuchi unable to react for a moment, and even a little scared. I didn't want to come in fact, I don't seem to have broken the law, right? You also don't have the evidence or reason to detain me, right? No wrongdoing, no indulgence. The first sentence can have these 4 words. Yun Feng ignored Han Lijun's obstruction and continued to walk outside. Stop. Chapter 123. Okay, I'm in. Yun Feng, right, good vibes, I like it. Ha ha ha. About to walk to the elevator entrance, suddenly, a bright laughter came from behind. Come back, just kidding around. Brother, what are you up to? I'm scared to death of you. Han Yuchi punched the other's arm fiercely, exasperated. Heh, if I don't show you the majesty of my brother, you're going to fly into the sky. I'll let you show. Han Yuchi said while vigorously pounding. Okay, don't pound, you Northwest Hammer King, the bones are going to fall apart. The 3 people also laughed and laughed when they heard the 2 of them fighting. In that scene just now, to say that a few people were not nervous, that was pure nonsense. Even with Wen Ren's fortune-telling skills, Yun Feng's heart was in his throat. The black monkey was even more coyly following behind and did not dare to squeak, fearing that because of himself, Yunfeng would be caught in a situation that could not be undone. Wenran was already cursing himself in his heart, thinking that there was something wrong with his skills that had harmed Yunfeng. I wonder if Captain Han has anything else. Already pretending to be here, Yunfeng couldn't just return on his ass with a single word from someone. Brother Yunfeng, my brother has said that it was just a joke, come back. Hearing Han Yuqi's words, Yunfeng turned back and walked into the room inside once again. Little brother Yunfeng won't have a problem with me. Han Lijun laughed. Actually, the whole thing wasn't that difficult to analyze. I had already projected it when you admitted that the Chu family's matter was related to you. Oh? I would like to hear Team Han's deduction. Han Lijun's words aroused Yunfeng's interest. He had only admitted that he had a grudge against the Chu family, he had not said anything else. 2 months before the Bone Blood Society matter, the Chu family announced the death of their most promising heir. This is what started the whole thing, right? Seeing that Yunfeng was listening attentively and did not change his expression, Han Lijun continued. Chu Maniac Dragon was not good at settling things on his own, so he let Gu Bai, who had been begging for his help, to settle things. Originally, after he thought that there would never be any accidents with the Transcendent out there, a mysterious force got involved, and put an end to the Bone Blood Society. Speaking here, Han Lijun paused for a moment, his eyes pointedly looking at Yunfeng. And you are the one who killed Chu Tsangmei, am I right? Han Lijun looked at Yunfeng triumphantly, as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Team Han, empty words are no proof. I don't want to carry a reputation for murder. Yunfeng waved his hand and laughed. As for the mysterious forces, it's your guess. Actually, based on the circumstances of the matter, I have long investigated you. These words were surprising to Yunfeng. He had kept such a low profile, but he was still able to investigate himself. It's not you either, it's someone called Yunfeng. After the Chu family announced Chu Tsangmei's death, I happened to hear an informant mention that Chu Tsangmei and someone called Yunfeng had a beef. After that, I investigated many people called Yunfeng, all to no avail. I didn't expect that by mistake, you were brought to me by my sister. Han Lijun looked towards Han Yuqi, who fiddled with her short hair on her forehead, looking somewhat proud. Once again, I affirm that I do have a beef with him, and only a beef. Don't worry, I don't care in the slightest how Chu Tsangmei died, so what if it was you who killed him, and you do have the strength to kill him, with a level 36 close to 500,000 battle power, this is the first time I've seen it. Hearing these words, Yunfeng's relaxed body tightened and he stood up in a mischievous manner. Just before he could fully stand straight, he was pressed down by Han Lijun. What's the point of panicking? It's not like I said I was going to do anything to you. How could Yunfeng not panic? Before coming in order to prevent his information from leaking, he had especially eaten a red flare-grade camouflage potion. It was reasonable that the other party could not possibly see through his information. It's true that the Jiangnan group is the #1 economic group in this safe zone, but which big group rises without dirty deeds behind it? Han Li gently shook his head. In fact, we law enforcers have long been on the lookout for this large conglomerate. It's just that they do things in a very considered manner. It's hard to be caught with evidence, and even if something goes wrong, they can still find out the backstabber and wipe themselves clean. What do you guys want me to do? Hearing Han Lijun say so much, Yunfeng would be a real idiot if he still didn't know what was going on. However, seeing that Black Monkey was still waiting with a curious look on his face for what Han Lijun would say next, Yunfeng knew that he had spoken prematurely. I want you to join the enforcers. Han Lijun was truly shocked by his words. Join the enforcers? The kind with an establishment? Yunfeng thought that he had misheard and reconfirmed. That's right, there is an establishment, official personnel. Han Lijun had a smile on his lips as he nodded affirmatively. Yunfeng had thought of 10,000 possibilities, but he had never expected the other party to directly allow him to enter the enforcer team. We didn't even graduate from high school. Did you say it wrong, Team Han? Black Monkey also came back to his senses and said in shock. Even Han Yuqi, who was on the side, was filled with disbelief. So far, she herself was nothing more than a supernumerary member of the enforcers, and if it weren't for Han Lijun's reasons, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter this building. Why? Tail is out of place. Han Lijun only said 4 words, and Yunfeng already understood. The end is not the end, the tail is not the end. Although the Jiangnan group was not a ministry of the government, if the group became uncontrollable, then it was a tumor. I'm light and my strength is low, so I may not be able to help much, farewell. Yunfeng knew how much he weighed. This kind of game between big powers, he was not worthy of getting involved in it yet. I came here originally just hoping to resolve my distress of being hunted down. After saying this, Yunfeng got up and prepared to leave. He was aware that the Jiangnan group was not owned by Chu Tsangmei's family. The water inside was very deep. If he really couldn't, he could arrange for the two people following him to enter the institute and figure out a way for himself. It was just that he did not know that he had now been targeted by the entire Jiangnan group, not Chu Tsanglong alone. Little friend Yunfeng, you are thinking too naive. Yunfeng was indifferent, only bowing his head in contemplation. This current situation, I don't know how long it can be maintained, especially the protection of those people. After all, we have limited manpower. Hearing this, Yunfeng snapped his head up, his eyes sharp as he looked at Han Lijun. Who was Han Lijun, the captain of the 4th Brigade of Law Enforcers, with hundreds and thousands of capable awakened in his hands? How could he be taken in by Yunfeng's eyes? I don't mean to threaten you, the situation is indeed like this. I just want you guys to tell the truth about what happened. Alright, I'm in. Chapter 124. Can you kill? But I also have conditions. Before Han Lijun could be happy, Yunfeng said again. Oh? Tell me. The enforcer sector, others wanted to enter without a door, but he was good. First he directly refused, and now he was talking about conditions. 1. It's fine for me to join, but I have the right to withdraw at any time. For 2, the three of us will only accept deployment from you alone, and no one else, including your superiors, can tell me what to do. That's all? Han Lijun thought Yunfeng could come up with some strange conditions. We're in, and you have to protect the safety of his family. Yunfeng pointed at the black monkey. There is no need for you to say this since we have joined the enforcers. Let's talk about what's next. Everyone stop what they are doing and come over here all together. As Han Lijun shouted, pattering sounds rang out from outside, then several people walked in, 3 men and 1 woman. Now. Seeing Han Lijun's face suddenly serious, the 3 people could not help but sit upright. Let's welcome the new members. Han Lijun suddenly laughed, then led the applause. Welcome, welcome, finally a newcomer. The 3 little brothers are so cute. The one who spoke first was the female, her light brown hair spread out shoulder length, looking like she was in her 30s, her pair of deep eyes penetrating with competence and alertness. Hello you guys, I'm Team Han's partner Lu Yuqi, specializing in intelligence and logistics. He then extended his hand and shook hands with the 3. The other 3 also came to greet each other one after another. Ma Sihong, responsible for deployment and operation command, was a man of few words and a cold face. Pu Lianghua, in charge of post-war closure and interrogation, probably because of the interrogation, this person's face was even colder than Ma Sihong's, and his body even had a heavy killing aura. Zhao Wuji, in charge of organizing and improving the technological equipment, this person was wearing a pair of dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't rested well for a long time, exactly the same as the programmers in his previous life. Xiao Lu, go and quasi a few sets of clothing and specialized representations for a few people. Wuji, match them with a bit of our local specialties. Han Yuqi stood aside in a state of confusion from the start. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? How is it that the 3 little cuties brought back have now suddenly become their superiors? Brother, what about me? Hey, why are you still here? You could have left a long time ago. You. If I didn't see these few minions of yours here, I would definitely jump up and blow your head off. Han Yuqi shouted angrily in her heart. Just bullying me, unloading on me. Han Yuqi angrily walked outside. Han Lijun didn't stop and let Han Yuqi leave. Yunfeng wanted to say something, but finally held back. Not long after, Lu Yuqi walked in with a few sets of clothes, the very uniforms of the enforcers. Try them on and see if they fit. Not to mention, the clothes of Yunfeng and Black Monkey both looked like they were customized for them. The sizes were just right. Not bad, my eyes are the ruler, it's true. Why don't you try it on? Lu Yuqi looked at Wunran curiously. I'm used to wearing this Taoist robe on me. Don't mind him, he doesn't even wear combat clothes. Yunfeng also hurriedly explained. In that case, then I'll make a Dao robe-style uniform specifically for you. Is that okay? Wunran said in surprise. Of course it's possible, I'll give it to you the next time I come over. Putting on their uniforms, the 2 of them showed even more divine intent, especially with the enforcer's tag on their arms, which was majestic. Shortly after, Zhao Wuji also slowly walked over. The first thing that caught their eyes were 3 pairs of combat goggles. These are my modified goggles, you guys try them out. What else could be different about goggles? The 3 were puzzled and put on the goggles, then bound themselves and looked around. A sound that could only be heard by the trio themselves rang out, followed by a huge red exclamation mark appearing on the virtual screen, and an alarm kept ringing. The three of them then looked at Han Lijun, who was near the front, with their mouths slightly open. Level 54. Battle strength 1,120,000. And apart from Han Lijun, the other four were all at level 49 and all had a battle power of over 400,000 tons. Alright, asking you guys to put on your glasses isn't for you to come see me, Wuji, you introduce them. I won't introduce the basic functions, the main thing is the few abilities I modified. First of all, there is an extra thermal imaging function, localization function and video recording function, but these functions can't be used in subspace. It's not much better. Black Monkey muttered. After all, not being in the sub-dimensional space, there were other devices that could make up for these functions. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. This goggle has one more most important ability, the land function. What do you mean by land function? The three of them wondered. It means that the several of you are in the same dimensional space and can contact each other. This function is good. The three were like a treasure. The rest of these props, you guys can figure them out yourselves, I think they're still good. Zhao Wuji pushed a bunch of small things in front of the several people, a mess of everything. That's all for the welcome ceremony, next is the real battle. Yunfeng's few people's spirits shook, knowing that the real test was coming. To celebrate your joining the enforcers, let's give you a simple task today. As if receiving Han Lijun's eye gesture, Lu Yuqi continued. According to the information I received, there will be a dirty deal between the Jiangnan group and the largest underground force, the Black Tiger Gang, in the early hours of tonight, and I need you guys to get the evidence. I'm a bit confused, why do you guys not destroy the black forces when you know they exist? Yunfeng did not open his mouth as Black Monkey said in exasperation. You're still young now, you'll know later. Han Lijun did not explain. Can it kill people? Yunfeng asked the question in a cold voice. Pu Lianghua, who had been standing at the side with his head half lowered, suddenly raised his head. He did not expect that the first question Yunfeng asked would be this, his killing heart was so heavy at a young age. See what happens, let's take evidence mainly and try not to scare the snakes. Han Lijun pondered for a moment. That means it's okay, Yunfeng said in his heart, can legally kill people I did not even bring consideration before, directly joined. When will we leave? As you wish, feel free to ask us if you don't understand anything. Lu Yuqi said as she led a few people towards the elevator. Team Han, are they really okay? Ma Sihan, who had been quiet, looked up and asked. These few people were not joining an ordinary law enforcer, but a direct brigade. One must know that in Jiangnan continent, there were more than tens of thousands of law enforcers, but less than 200 were able to work in this building. There were a total of 12 brigades here, and each brigade had a full complement of 10 people, and basically none of the 12 brigades today had a full complement. Their 4 brigades have always been the least numerous one, before. And the 12 brigades here had the right to dispatch any of the enforcers outside. I can't be wrong about people, these 3, except for that black kid who was ordinary, the other 2 are not simple. 2 high school students, I'm afraid. I'm not even afraid, what the hell are you afraid of? Do what you need to do, Bo, go follow, don't hiccup on your first mission. Yes, Team Han. Everyone left, leaving Han Lijun alone. Even that battle power shouldn't be able to kill Lung Feng'a, who the hell is it, and what background and secrets do you have? Han Lijun lit a cigarette and muttered. Chapter 125 The trade begins. You few little guys are in luck, there are a lot of perks for entering this place. Lu Yuqi said as she led a few people out. Ah, what are all the perks? The Black Monkey came over and said curiously. The first one is unconditional access to any dimensional space with no level restrictions. Really, all enforcers can? Yunfeng was also curious. Of course not, only those with golden badges can. Lu Yuqi pointed at the arms of a few people. I don't even understand why Team Han would mention the few of you as gold badge enforcers. Lu Yuqi shook her head, indicating that she didn't quite understand. Aunt Lu, what will be the highest battle force we will face on this mission if we are exposed? Yunfeng asked the question he was most concerned about. However, after waiting for half a day, he did not hear Lu Yuqi's answer. Yunfeng turned his head to look, only to see Lu Yuqi looking at himself with a fierce look on her face. If her eyes could kill, Yunfeng was probably already gone. The Black Monkey stood aside, already feeling the oppressive feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city, while Wen had a look of watching the show. What did you just call me? Lu, Sister Lu? That's what I just called it, right? Yunfeng suddenly remembered that in his previous life, even if he was older, he liked people to call her Miss Sister. That's more like it, you guys remember that for me as well. Lu Yuqi turned cloudy. Yes, Miss Lu. The black monkey who was just closest to Lu Yuqi felt it the most deeply, that fury was simply breathless. Don't worry, you guys are joining the team for the first time today. Team Han won't make things too difficult for you, they definitely won't send out a transcendent for today's deal. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until you guys arrive to find out. Lu Yuqi sent the three of them to the door. By the way, if you need an armored combat vehicle, just find the transportation department directly and flash your identity number plates. Cheer up, oh three little brothers. Said Eyes also made a point to look at Wenren who was walking at the end, seemingly with deep meaning. Yunfeng's few people glanced at the badges on their arms, feeling that a responsibility was shouldered on them. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. To get something, one needs to pay something corresponding to it, or else virtue does not match position will eventually lose all. It's getting late, the location of the transaction is not close to us, we need to go there earlier. Yunfeng did not go to that armored chariot, that thing was too eye-catching, and directly called a cab towards the western suburbs. It's also time to buy a good car. Black Monkey was muttering. Yunfeng rightly thought that he didn't hear it. In the future, if there is a ready-made armored fighting vehicle to drive, why buy a car? Wouldn't that be cool? A few hours later, the driver made a big profit and smiled as he prepared to pull a turnaround and leave. And the three of them also arrived at the predetermined location. Although called the western suburbs, but this place is not desolate, in a desert next to the high-rise buildings, lined up. At this time when the sun is sinking in the west, the first lights. The main road is swarming with people, neon flashes along the street. The sounds of hawking were endless. Only at this moment did Yunfeng feel the mundane side of life. Crazy man, what's the arrangement? Wenren also turned his gaze towards Yunfeng, after all, he was their main backbone. The three of them were currently dressed in civilian clothes, sitting at the window of a drinking establishment, across from where tonight's transaction would take place, the Dragon Source Hotel. This place was close to the western gate of the safe zone, and many awakened would come here to rest and have fun after returning from their training. The transaction is in the early hours of the morning, 2 hours from now. Yunfeng rubbed his chin, thinking about how to effectively obtain evidence. Currently, they did not know anything other than the fact that the transaction would take place in this building. These guys, they're obviously rash, they don't know anything. Pu Lianghua, who was following from afar, frowned, wondering how they would break the situation. He didn't know anything about the few people, not even their battle power or talent types. He didn't even understand that Team Han would be so attached to these few people and break the mold by pulling them into the team. This was the reason why he didn't wear goggles along the way in order to hide his identity, or else he wouldn't have said that when he saw the battle power of the few people. Time slowly passed and it was getting closer and closer to the time of the transaction, yet Yunfeng's few people were still sitting in that drinking store as if they hadn't acted much at all. These guys couldn't have given up on the mission. Pu Lianghua thought in his heart. Just as the hands of time fell to 11, Yunfeng's trio finally moved. Yunfeng headed towards the hotel, while Black Monkey went to the underground garage, and Wenren remained seated at the drinking establishment, watching the two leave in a good mood. Black Monkey, can you hear me? Yes, it's clear. Black Monkey, who had already entered the underground garage, said excitedly as he pressed one hand against his ear. And Smeller hummed. Debugging the communication devices, each of them moved. I also don't know if the experience of watching movies and TV in my previous life will work. Yunfeng said in his heart. This kind of transaction would usually choose a place that was less crowded and hidden. Yunfeng was not idling during that time in the drinking store. As far as he knew, this Longyuan hotel was under the Jiangnan group, so the deal was either hanging in the basement or on the top floor. Yunfeng walked towards the front desk. This place was worthy of being the most luxurious hotel in the western suburbs. The girls at the front desk were one more than one watery. Open a room, I need the highest floor, I like the feeling of overlooking. Sorry sir, there are no more rooms on the highest floor. The front desk girl maintained her professional smile and said. What about the next highest floor? There are no more either. In the end, Yunfeng could only find a room on the penultimate third floor. It seems that my deduction was not wrong, this transaction should be on the top floor. The top floor of this hotel was filled with large suites except for a huge conference room, which was very suitable for trading. Time passed slowly, and it looked like it was approaching the early hours of the morning. Yunfeng, there is a situation. Wenren's voice came from the headset. There's a convoy entering the underground garage, about 10 vehicles, looks very heavy. Entering the underground garage? Could it be that the deal is going to be made in the basement? Yunfeng thought in his heart. Black Monkey, keep an eye on those 10 vehicles, report immediately if there is any situation. Roger. Soon, Black Monkey saw the 10 cars that Wunrun had mentioned. All of them had pitch-black bodies, and the windows were plastered with anti-peeping film. He didn't dare to use his senses to spy either, it would be easily detected. Yunfeng waited quietly up there. Crazy man, they went up. Soon, Black Monkey's voice came from the earpiece. Yunfeng's mouth smiled, his guess was correct. 38, 39, 40. He specifically chose a room close to the elevator just so that he could better sense the number of floors the elevator stayed on. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 42nd highest floor. Although Lu Youqi said that no transcendent would appear in this transaction, Yunfeng still did not act recklessly, drinking a bottle of stealth potion and heading towards the top floor along the ordinary passageway. This kid, how did he suddenly disappear? Stealth talent? Or is it a spatial talent? Pu Lianghua, who had followed Yunfeng over, could only stand guard outside after watching Yunfeng disappear from his view. Yunfeng quietly traveled to the highest level and found that there were 2 people guarding the ordinary passageway entrance, level 40, with a battle strength of around 28. Even the ones guarding the door are elites, it seems that this transaction is indeed important. However, this was not hard to beat Yunfeng. Possessing the Void Black Flame talent, he was an emissary of the Void Walk. Silently passing through the Forbidden Gate, he was just in time to see a group of people carrying a dozen or so large boxes covered in black cloth towards the innermost room. In Jinfeng's goggles, the battle power of the other party was clear at a glance, and indeed, as Lu Youqi had said, there were no transcendent existences. The one with the highest battle power was only level 49, with a battle power of around 430,000 tons. To be able to have this level of battle power meant that they had been polished at this level for a long time. Seeing this, Yunfeng was relieved, at least no one present could recognize his purple level stealth potion. Following the crowd into the oversized room, the door closed with a bang, followed by a curtain of light enveloping the entire room. It's true that everything is done with great care and attention. Yunfeng secretly sighed. The Jiangnan group side was cautious, and the Black Tiger Gang side was even more cautious, with everyone wearing masks throughout. It was just that they would not have thought that a small transaction of theirs would cost someone a bottle of the valuable purple grade stealth potion to investigate. Yunfeng turned on the video function on his goggles and began to record the entire process of the transaction. The transaction soon began, and the 2 sides basically did not exchange much and went straight to the point. As the black curtain was lifted, Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 126 How could it be you, a punk? Seeing the scene under the curtain, in the iron cage, Yunfeng was first shocked, followed by monstrous anger. These people, how dare these people Within the dozens of iron cages were all wonderful women who were unarmored and huddled in a corner. From their empty eyes, it could be seen that there was no longer any hope for life. Good, very good. The Jiangnan group's man circled around the iron cage a few times, his eyes full of appreciation and greed. With this batch of goods, one's days would be better again. Can the price above be cheaper? How? Isn't 100,000 too high? You have to realize that 100,000 can buy a bronze level equipment. The Jiangnan group's man wanted to lower the price a bit. At 100,000, he wouldn't be able to get much out of it at all. Your Excellency is a bit unethical, aren't you? The price was negotiated before we came over. You have to know how much we have paid to find such a group of women with the talent of shaping. But you have to know that girls with the talent of molding can change their body shape at will, and can satisfy any needs of men. Although the Black Tiger Gang's voice was hoarse, it carried endless temptation. Alright, 100,000 is 100,000, I'll take them all. The Jiangnan group's man gritted his teeth and bought them. There were 13 iron cages in total, settling for a total of 1,300,000 Chinese coins. Happy cooperation. The 2 traders gently shook hands, announcing the end of this transaction. As the light screen disappeared, the gate opened and a group of people came out in a line, and Yunfeng, who was under invisibility, followed the Black Tiger Gang's people out of the gate. At this moment, Yunfeng's face was blue and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. He wanted to save those who were treated as commodities, but there was no way for him to transport the people even if he saved them, and there was no way for a divine artifact-level storage ring to hold a living person inside. Black Monkey, inform Team Han of the contents of today's transaction, I've already transmitted the video to Zhao Wuji. Crazy, what about you? I still have things to do. After exiting the gate, Yunfeng followed the Black Tiger Gang's people to leave. On the other side, Zhao Wuji had already reported to Han Lijun when he received the video from Yunfeng. Han Lijun immediately called for Masitsuan after watching the images. Arrange for an operation. Team Han, there's no need for me to deploy a battle plan for this kind of thing. Masitsuan looked at Han Lijun with some shock. Images he had also watched, this kind of transaction was explicitly forbidden, but it was in the shadows. This is the evidence Yunfeng got from their first operation. There has to be battle results. I don't want him to be disappointed in the entire enforcer sector. Han Lijun knew very well the mind of a young man like Yunfeng. Being righteous and cynical. Indeed, as Han Lijun thought, even if Yunfeng had relived his life, he still couldn't calm his inner rage when he saw this kind of thing. He quietly followed more than 20 people back to the underground garage. The people got into 7 or 8 cars respectively, very low-key, and slowly drove out of the underground garage without attracting too much attention. Yunfeng's stealth potion time was almost up and did not follow too closely. One run, come out. After exiting the underground garage, the two stopped a car. The driver was about to swear when Yunfeng directly disliked the enforcer badge. Seeing the enforcer badge, the driver immediately shut up. Follow it. One after the other, the vehicles quickly drove out of this busy area and entered a section of desert. Big brother, someone is following behind. The front convoy already knew that someone was following them. The masked man stuck out his head and glanced behind. Hoof. Want to go black? Drive inside the desert. The driver slammed a handful of directions over, and the vehicle drove into the desert next to the road. Leader, this car of mine, it's not suitable for traveling here. The driver looked at the two people sitting in the back of the car with a bitter face. There was no way to compare this car with those giants in front of him. At night, the wild sand rolled in, the front convoy gradually disappeared from view. Yunfeng asked the driver to stop the car and pulled one run on foot to chase after them. I should have known that I would have claimed an armored chariot to put inside my space ring. The two of them, Yunfeng, faced the wind and sand and chased towards a few vehicles. In fact, those people had driven their vehicles into the dark desert, just as Yunfeng had intended. Those vehicles did not travel fast in the desert, and Yunfeng's two men quickly caught up. Right at this moment, a few vehicles in front of them turned around in a beautiful drift in the desert. The front of the vehicles were aimed at Yunfeng's two men, and the translucent headlights illuminated the two men to the point that they could not open their eyes. Snap! Snap! A burst of applause rang out behind the huge light source. I didn't expect that two people would dare to follow them. What on earth was Jiangnan Group thinking? As he was finishing his sentence, 15 of the 16 large lights extinguished their 15, leaving a single fluorescent shimmering light that held up in the darkness of the night. The Black Tiger Gang's people thought that the two were the people Jiangnan Group had followed over, and all the people in the car got down, forming a closed circle around the two. Yunfeng, why is it you punk? At this moment, a shocked voice rang out from the crowd. You recognize? The person standing next to him, who was obviously the leader, sidled up and asked. Cousin, this person is? Although the other party was wearing a mask, but hearing this voice, Yunfeng already thought of who it was. He just did not expect him to be involved inside the Black Tiger Gang. This person was none other than Yunfeng's classmate Li Rui, the one who had awakened the B-class replication talent and with whom he was the only 2-class alien talent. It was only later that his teacher said that he had a specialized person to guide him, and he had never seen this person again. Unexpectedly, meeting again was such a scene. The Jiangnan Group sends trash like you over. Yunfeng was in the middle of his thoughts when the opposite party spoke again. Perhaps because he had heard Li Rui's introduction, the other party had already treated him as trash. Chapter 127, Repentance. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a faint light, making it even more dim and low in the yellow sandy sky. The two of them, Yunfeng, did not panic in the slightest when faced with more than 24 people, but instead looked at one of them. Li Rui, do you know how serious the consequences of participating in this matter are? His eyes burned as if he wanted to see through the mask. There's still time to care about me, don't even look at your own situation, you piece of trash. Li Rui arrogantly said. In his eyes, Yunfeng was still the same waste that was laughed at by everyone on the day of his awakening, when the awakening stone was bubbling with the slightest gray light. Moreover, underneath the masks, they were all wearing goggles, so Yunfeng's rank and battle power were clearly visible. But unfortunately, what they saw was nothing more than disguised battle power. I don't know who gave you the courage to dare to catch up with this amount of battle power. The leader teased. Hey! Yunfeng sighed deeply. The many taunts that Li Rui had directed at him earlier were not even on his mind. But at this moment, he had turned his heart towards darkness, so he couldn't blame himself. Give it to me. If Jiangnan Group is unkind, don't blame us for being unrighteous. The leader waved his hand, and the rest of the people began to slowly surround them, the shimmering light of skill release already lighting up on some of them. One run, wait and listen to my instructions. When I tell you to release Fate Blessing, you release it. Since the other party had made a move, Yunfeng didn't mind raking in the cash. Listen to you. One run answered in a small voice. Since One Run was not yet level 31 and had not knocked over a gold level potion, there was still some danger in facing this group. Yunfeng first released an ice prison and surrounded the two in the center to prevent them from being mistakenly injured. Still not a waste, still having to hide behind others. Seeing this ice skill, Li Rui assumed that it was released by One Run who was beside Yunfeng. Surprisingly trapping yourself, trapping a beast? Ha ha ha. Everyone around started to laugh, then the elemental system people started to get aggressive. An attack that flashed with various colors came towards where the ice prison was sitting. The melee combatants also held various weapons in their hands and leaned closer to the ice jail. Yunfeng gazed and took out his battle sword, a layer of invisible black flames covering it, before randomly striking out his sword towards directly in front of him. You guys look at how ridiculous he is that attacking the air? Probably scared out of his wits, this would have already pissed his pants. Perhaps it was the fact that they had just encountered such a comical thing after a serious transaction that made the Black Tiger gang crowd flirt. However, in the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. His right hand gripped his sword and raised it slightly. Now it's your turn. Hearing this cold language, the pupils of the people still standing tightened and chills ran throughout their bodies. The 7 or 8 people lying on the ground, their miserable cries still circled their ears. You guys get out of the way, let me meet you. The leader jumped out directly, shielding the crowd behind him. However, before this 13 could finish pretending, he was sent flying out by Yunfeng's slash. A mouthful of blood pressed into his mouth and throat, his face suffocating into a saucy purple color. How did this happen? The leader covered his chest with an incredulous expression. Cousin, are you alright? Seeing that his cousin, who was like a heavenly god in his heart, was actually sent flying by Yunfeng with a single move and a flushed face, Li Rui was incredulous. Who the hell are you? You're definitely not Yunfeng? Li Rui pointed at Yunfeng, his face pale. Yunfeng ignored it and instead kept swinging his battle sword. Under the effect of the passive technique Void Instantaneous Inflammatory Strike, the group of relatively fragile elemental system awakened suddenly cried out in ghosts and screams, stepping into the dust of melee combat. By now, there were only 2 people who could stand, the leader and Li Rui. Cousin, hurry up and make a move. Li Rui said in panic. However, when he turned his head to look, he realized that his cousin was already quietly retreating. Trying to escape now? Is it possible? Yunfeng directly activated the Black Dragon Flash and appeared next to the man. Spare the man, little friend let. Ah! Go this time. Only to see Yunfeng's battle knife swing through, the other person's 2 lower legs were broken at the knee. Yunfeng, we are classmates, right? Seeing his cousin's tragic situation, and then seeing Yunfeng covered in blood, like a god and devil approaching him step by step, Li Rui's heart and mind were shaken. Puff. Yunfeng, I'm a waste, I'm the most wasteful, please let me go, okay? Li Rui fell to his knees, in tears. Yunfeng, I haven't graduated from high school yet, I still have to go to college, I can't be ruined like this. I regret it, I shouldn't have been curious, I shouldn't have followed my cousin over, I know I'm wrong. Li Rui looked like he was begging for forgiveness and talking to himself. Unfortunately, the only thing that was ushered in was Yunfeng's icy cold eyes. At this moment, those trembling, unarmed women curled up in the iron prison seemed to be right in front of his eyes, and the empty eyes were reminding him that wouldn't be worthy or deserving of forgiveness. One run! Yunfeng shouted. Although Wen Ren did not know why at this time, Yunfeng asked him to use the Destiny Blessing skill. However, without any hesitation, Wen Ren directly gave Yunfeng the Fate Blessing skill. At the moment Yunfeng told Wen Ren to prepare the Fate Bestowing skill, the fate of this group of people had already been sealed. A pitch-black flame emerged from Yunfeng's body, setting him off as if he was a visitor from hell. The black flames then detached from his body and formed 2 figures behind him. This was precisely the third skill Yunfeng's void black flame talent had comprehended, the black flame split. At that time, when he saw the Black Knight's 5 handsome detachments, he thought that one day he would also comprehend this skill. Only, he could only split into 2 doppelgangers now, and his combat power was only 50% of his own, but it was more than enough to deal with the remnants of the group. Just at the moment Yunfeng and his doppelgangers rushed out, a sharp cry came from the distance. Wait! Chapter 128. I wish to call it a divine skill. Yunfeng, stop! The people who came were none other than manhwaresumen and Pu Lianghua, who had led the team over. After receiving the evidence Yunfeng had passed on, under Han Lijun's arrangement, manhwaresumen immediately deployed and formulated a plan, all of which had been accomplished within half a bell. He then led the personnel into the Long Yuan Hotel. With the evidence, even with the Jiangnan group, there was no way to keep the person who made the deal, let alone a golden emblem enforcer leading the group. Soon the person was caught. The person who made the deal was the manager of the Dragon Source Hotel. He carried it all by himself, and at this point didn't pose much of a threat to the Jiangnan group. More than 10 wonderful women were also rescued. Where did Yunfeng go? Ma Sihong asked. Crazy, he followed the Black Tiger gang over. Ma Sihong frowned and glanced at Pu Liangbo, who was still at the scene, as if asking, why didn't you follow them? Pu Liangbo's icy cold personality simply ignored Ma Sihong. Where did they go? That way. Black Monkey pointed in a direction. Ma Sihong then led a group of people to chase after Yunfeng and the Black Tiger gang in the direction they left. Over there. The crowd saw a faint light far away from the main road. As soon as they came over, they saw Yunfeng and the 2 major doppelgangers rushing towards the crowd lying on the ground. I told you to stop just now, why didn't you listen? As the crowd approached, they realized that there were bodies lying on the ground at the scene, not a single living soul. Ah, did someone call me just now? In the sparring match just now, I felt that my life was under great threat, so my spirit was highly concentrated and I didn't dare to keep my hand, so... As if Yunfeng suddenly realized, he hurriedly explained. You? Ma Sihong's face turned blue. Did he believe a single word of this nonsense from Yunfeng? There was also a huge threat to his life. Not even a piece of skin on his body was broken. In fact, these people who died on the ground, he didn't care at all. It was just that a little guy who had just joined the team dared to ignore his words, which made him very upset. A bunch of scum, good death. Pu Lianghua said in a cold voice. Yunfeng gave a grateful glance, knowing that the other party was speaking in his favor. Humph, take them all back. Ma Sihong snorted coldly, and the enforcers behind him ran over in a strict and orderly manner, collecting everyone's corpses. Collect the team, all go back. I'll report this matter to Team Han truthfully. Ma Sihong turned around and left after saying that. I may not be able to go back now, I still have a few things to take care of. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Ma Sihong's footsteps lurched, his fists tightened in his hands. In just 2 minutes, Yunfeng had disobeyed himself twice. Humph, as you wish. Ma Sihong waved his sleeve and left. Pu Lianghua also glanced at Yunfeng curiously, not knowing what medicine Yunfeng was selling. However, without saying much, he followed and left. Crazy man, did we offend old Ma on the first day? After the crowd had left, the Black Monkey came over and said in a cheap manner. It was obvious that he didn't care at all about offending Ma Sihong. Alright, I didn't mean to. Today's situation is indeed a bit special. Yunfeng waved his hand. How could he have known that the large troop was coming so quickly? Let's go back first. There was also a car left at the scene that belonged to the Black Tiger gang, obviously prepared for a few people. Yunfeng directly sat in the driver's seat and very skillfully drove the car towards the city. Crazy man, when did you learn? Drive a car? Still need to learn? Of course Yunfeng didn't need to learn. The cars here weren't much different from his previous life. It was just that the power system was different, nuclear powered and never refueled. Where are we going? After entering the city, Yunfeng did not drive in the direction of the enforcer's headquarters. Right away you'll know. Soon, the vehicle stopped next to the transportation center. Crazy man, we're going out of the city? Black Monkey immediately knew what Yunfeng was up to. It's not us, it's me. You two go back to the enforcer headquarters now. Why? Black Monkey asked in disbelief. Don't ask so many questions, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Yunfeng used his badge to claim a miniature armored chariot at the transportation center and drove towards the western city gate. What's he doing here? What? He fine. Yunfeng thought beautifully in his heart. As long as he slowly upgraded this copying talent to SS rank, he would be fine. In this battle, not only did he have 4 more talents, one of which was upgraded, he had also risen by more than 1 whole level. This meant that under the effect of Destiny's blessing, Yunfeng's 20% chance of plundering spiritual energy was pulled right up to 100%. This was also the reason why Yunfeng did not follow the crowd back, but hurriedly headed out of the city. It was obvious that Team Han could see his battle power and level, so going back like this would simply not explain the fact that he had gained an extra level for no reason at all. Go hang out in the wilderness for a few days before going back, so that we won't arouse suspicion. Chapter 129, Discovering the Target. It was already after 6 a.m. when Mars Hang returned to the Enforcer headquarters. Why are you two the only ones back? Lu Yuqi asked curiously as she looked behind a few people. It was obvious that they were all waiting for them to come back. At their level, not resting for 2 nights a night was not a problem at all. That Yunfeng is simply bold. On his first day out on a mission, he presumptuously made a killing, telling him to come back together, but he even disobeyed orders. Ma Sihong said in a cold voice. A few people who deserve to be killed. Pu Liangbo continued. Welcome back, this time things were done well. I heard that more than a dozen people were saved and returned. Han Lijun didn't answer. Those people have been handed over to the people below to deal with. Waiting for the compliment, Ma Sihong felt a little better in his heart. But these things are simply harmless to the Jiangnan group. It doesn't matter, it's a wake-up call for them to behave themselves first. Han Lijun said indifferently. Old Ma, as for Yunfeng not listening to you, forget it, it's just a small matter. When he entered the team, he said that he would only accept deployment from me alone. Although Ma Sihong was only in his 40s, he was already an old man of the 4 major teams, and had been working diligently all these years just for the sake of the epic rewards that would be handed out from above to help him open the second shackle. Got it, Team Han. Ma Sihong also knew that he had made a bit of a fuss, and answered without further comment. Go back and rest. Family Master, Xu Yuan has been arrested. Early in the morning of the next day at Jiangnan Mansion, a person rushed into Chu Berserker's office in a panic. Xu Yuan? Tell me what's going on. The visitor then spoke in detail about what had happened. This punk, even a deal can be messed up. Chu Maniac Long slammed his fist hard on the table, a crack spread out in all directions with his fist as the center, and finally scattered with a boom. It was as if the people reporting were not surprised. Ever since young Master Chu Tsangmei passed away, the family head's temper was always cloudy. It was unknown how many batches of things had been changed inside this office. After venting, Chu Maniac Long pondered deeply. How did such a small transaction even bring out the golden emblem? After such a long time, it was definitely impossible to say that the enforcers didn't know about those transactions at the Longyuan Hotel, but there had been no action. Could it be? Chu Maniac Long was not a stupid person to be able to sit in this position, and immediately thought of a possibility. Waving off his men, he immediately dialed a phone. Cousin Uncle, how is it lately? Is your body alright? Mad Dragon why did you remember to call me today? Just say what's up. It's like this. Chu Maniac Long said what happened last night again. Okay, I know, I'll go and ask around for you. In the safe zone, there weren't just law enforcers and the military, there were also many functionaries. These people's battle power might not be high, and some of them even had a talent level of only F class, but then again, they had a certain social status. This cousin uncle of Chu Berserklong was such a situation, his talent was only grade E. With the help of the family master, he entered the top level of the functionaries, and now he was also a figure of speech. Family master. Another person hurriedly ran in. What's going on this morning? One by one, they are panicking. Chu Maniac Long's heart was not in a good mood. What is it? Speak quickly. He was still waiting for his cousin's reply now. Family Master, according to our informant's return, the enforcers involved in last night's transaction had Yunfeng in it. What? Chu Maniac Long sat up in shock, his eyes widening in anger. Yunfeng, he entered the enforcers? When was that? It was yesterday, and what? Speak quickly. And he's still a gold emblem enforcer now? Golden emblem? Hearing this, Chu Maniac Long's footsteps were unsteady, and he actually stumbled backward a few steps. He felt that his hope of avenging his son's death was dwindling. Golden emblem enforcers, if they were artificially struck down, it would result in very serious consequences. Artificially struck down, artificially struck down. Wouldn't it be fine if it was created not to be artificially struck down? Son, I won't give up on avenging you, and if I can get his secret, perhaps. Chu Maniac Long was calculating in his heart. Family Master, Yunfang's classmate Zhou Quan has also joined the enforcers, so. Got it, pull back all the people. Chu Maniac Long waved his hand. The move to spy on Zhou Quan's family at that time was only to force Yunfeng to come out. Now that Zhou Quan had also joined the enforcers, then naturally this approach would not work. Any sign of Yunfeng now? Family Master, although there is no specific trace, it was reported that after his mission, he did not return to the enforcers' headquarters, but instead headed out of the city. Really? Chu Maniac Long's eyes lit up. Yes, someone over at the western suburbs city gates reported that he went out of the city gates after his mission last night, and it's unknown exactly where he went. Why didn't you tell me last night and only now? Chu Berserk Long felt that he had missed out on a good opportunity. The men also only just told me, and I immediately came over. Then did they follow them? Family Master, you know those men who monitor the city gates, there aren't many who are up to the task, how would they dare to follow them over? Alright, I know, you guys go down. Chu Berserk Long let the men retreat and began to ponder. As long as he wasn't in the safe zone, he had a way to deal with him himself. Soon, Chu Maniac Long called over the 2 transcendent awakenings sent to him by the board of directors. Yunfeng has gone out from the West City Gate at the moment. Based on his rank, if he enters the sublime space, he will definitely go to these. I have sent people to guard them. If he doesn't enter, then he is in the wilderness. This time, Chu Maniac Long had already taken the loophole of the wilderness into consideration. I hope that the 2 of you can succeed this time. The 2 did not have any fawning expressions because Chu Maniac Long was a parent, and after receiving their orders, they directly grabbed the door and left. After leaving the city gates, Yunfeng began to roam the wilderness as if he had come for a trip. His purpose this time was to fill in the matter of his killing and taking spiritual power to upgrade, so he tried not to kill monsters along the way if he could. Moreover, there really weren't many monsters above level 40 in the wilderness. Leisurely for a few days, then go back to resume my duties without breaking barriers. Yunfeng drove the mini-armored combat vehicle, kicking up flying dust in the wilderness. Crazy man, when are you coming back? 3 days later, Black Monkey called. Changing to a remote leader brand cell phone, now even in the wilderness, he could talk. It will be a few more days, what's wrong? Nothing, I heard that school will start tomorrow. What does starting school have to do with us? With your rank, you'll have no problem getting into Shangjing Awakened 1 University without an exam. That being said, I still want to enter the university through the school entrance exam. Honestly, is it because you were confused by Ms. Li's beauty? Yunfeng let out a lewd laugh. Crazy man, don't talk nonsense. The school also gave me a lot of help after awakening. I should give something back. I've already made a report with Team Han. Black Monkey hastily defended. Okay, then as you wish, right? Where is One-Run? I don't know, he's been sneaky lately. I don't know what he's doing. But don't worry, he'll be fine. The 2 then hung up the phone. Black Monkey's current battle power, basically can already stand alone, and with the identity of a golden emblem enforcer, he believed that Chu Maniac Long would not use him against himself anymore. Thinking of this, he began to recklessly travel through the wilderness. Number 5, Target Sighted. Chapter 130 Just Die? In the desolate wilderness, a mini-armored combat vehicle was speeding along. The person driving it was none other than Yunfeng. Just far behind him, high above the sky, a huge flying bird was dangling from afar, of which he had no knowledge, nor did he realize that danger was creeping closer. Number 6, are you sure it's the target? In the flying bird's ears, there was actually a human sound guide device. This flying bird was precisely one of the 2 transcendent awakenings sent out by Chu Maniac Dragon. His talent was beastification heydonking. At this moment, his eagle eyes saw Yunfeng inside the car clearly. Can't run away, I've already put a tracking mark on him? Heydonking spat out human words. I just can't figure out that this kind of cargo would require the 2 of us to go out together. Number 6, who had transformed into Heydonking, followed while puzzled. However, he continued to follow the order and did not rush up alone. Mount Yuming is connected to the mountains beyond the mountains. Right at this moment, Yunfeng's phone suddenly rang. Hey, One-Run, I heard that you've been quite mysterious lately. Why are you free to call? Yunfeng, you are in danger, escape immediately. What's going on? Yunfeng, who was driving, asked so, but he knew that Wen-Ren would definitely not be aimless. I just unleashed a skill on a whim, showing that you have a great evil omen. When Ren's anxious voice came from over there. Hearing this, he immediately turned on his perception increase, which had been upgraded to grade B, to its maximum level. Finally, he found a majestic raptor high in the distant sky. Due to the distance, the goggles were unable to display the opponent's level and battle power, but to be able to fully animalize, it must have opened the second shackle. It was also just to say that the person coming was a transcendent awakened. "Chu maniacal dragon, you really have a killing intent towards me." Yin Feng gritted his teeth, indignant in his heart, and also secretly blamed himself for being a bit complacent after his wave of killings yielded a huge harvest. Moreover, his identity as a Golden Emblem enforcer still did not make the other party give up their pursuit. The transcendence sent out by the Chu family's battle prowess was definitely not comparable to that watery bastard, Lung Feng. "Something's not quite right, huh? Should we contact Team Han?" Yun Feng was also a little anxious now. Since he had been a bit of a loose cannon these past few days, he was a bit far away from both the entrance to the dimensional space and the safe zone. Yun Feng was looking at the map displayed on the car while pondering on how to get out of the trap. Contacting Team Han was obviously useless now, and the other party would definitely not leave any evidence behind if they wanted to kill themselves. The heydonking in the back was getting closer and closer to him, and in his perception, another person appeared coming in his direction at breakneck speed. Yin Feng held the direction in his hand and punched a handful of directions, changing the direction to avoid the person approaching from the left front and turning towards the right front. However, how could the speed of an armored vehicle match that of a transcendent awakened who had already opened his second shackle? The distance between the two sides was already getting closer. At this moment, Yin Feng had already cupped a space capsule in his hand. Just as the two were approaching the chariot's 100-meter position, Yin Feng crushed the capsule in his hand and at the same time used his storage ring to put the chariot away. In the eyes of the two, someone disappeared along with the chariot. "It's still the space capsules that work well, it's a pity that I only have the last two on me." Yin Feng once again took out his chariot and was ready to head towards the safe zone. It had been a few days since he came out and it was almost time to remove Team Han's suspicions. However, the car hadn't been traveling for long when that feeling of danger struck again. How is that possible? Yin Feng once again sensed the huge heydonking, and behind the heydonking, there was a person standing. "Humph, it's just as Chu Mad Dragon said, this guy's props seem like they don't cost anything, but it's useless. Number 6, your tracking skills are really good." Yin Feng repeated his old trick and used the space capsule again, disappearing into thin air. After reappearing, he did not use the armored chariot again, but instead drank a bottle of red flare stealth potion, thinking that the chariot was being tracked. However, half an hour later, that sea donching still appeared high in the air behind him and flew straight towards his position, at the same time coming over with 2 skill attacks. By this moment, he finally realized that he must have been given a tracking skill on his body. With no choice but to crush the last space capsule on his body. "Let's see how many more space props you have." Heydonching coldly snorted and once again chased after him in a direction. Yin Feng, who had appeared 20 kilometers away, pulled out his armored combat vehicle and frantically fled in one direction. Drip drip drip. Suddenly, the map on the chariot displayed a huge red dot and began to send out alarms in a hurry. "This place ahead?" Yun Feng's heart shook. The space capsule was randomized. How did it randomize to this place? It was clearly broad daylight, but the sky ahead was pitch black. A black lightning tornado seemed to connect to the sky. In the center of the black tornado, there was a pitch-black space entrance. Wind Thunder Island Subspace. This was one of the few subspaces in Jiangnan State that did not have a base built. As could be seen from the terrifying lightning tornado outside the sub-dimensional space, it was incomparably difficult to get into the sub-dimensional space, even for a transcendent awakened. If they wanted to traverse this lightning tornado, they would have to take off a layer of skin if they didn't die. Similarly, if the monsters inside wanted to come out, they wouldn't be able to cross this terrifying lightning tornado. Thus there was no need to build a base at all. Nonetheless, these places were also classified as forbidden lands, and as long as they approached, the chariot would sound an alarm. After Yin Feng saw the lightning tornado, instead of retreating, he advanced and drove his chariot at breakneck speed towards the location of the lightning tornado. Not long after, the transcendent awakening that had transformed into Heydonching once again chased after Yin Feng through the mark on his body. "The forbidden land is ahead, the props on your body should be gone as well, let's see where you're still running." Heydonching let out a shrieking sound high in the sky. This time, he realized that Yun Feng did not use the props again to escape after he got close. He had thought that Yun Feng would stop when he saw the forbidden land, but he did not expect that not only did the other party not stop, but instead, his speed was getting faster and faster, and he had even activated the chariot's supercore acceleration. Is he out of his mind? The person standing behind Hai Dongqing also frowned. Then right in front of the two's incomparably shocked gazes, Yunfeng crashed into that lightning tornado with his chariot. Boom! Under the lightning tornado, the chariot built from special materials unexpectedly did not last a breath longer and turned into a bunch of sparks, eventually not even leaving behind any fragments, along with Yunfeng's figure. Is the tracking mark still there? He won't be up to his old tricks and use a space prop to escape. At this moment, Hai Dongqing, who had already transformed into human form, shook his head. Just a moment ago, the imprint also disappeared. Could it be that he just died? Another transcendence said in disbelief. The person the Chu-maniac dragon was so intent on trying to kill was just gone? Chapter 131, even if you didn't swear, you were struck by lightning? What should we do? The two stood far away from the black lightning tornado and looked at each other. They did not dare to break into this forbidden place, they would surely die if they did. Number 6 was very confident in his tracking mark. If Yunfeng wanted to get rid of his mark, there were only two scenarios, one was to go into the dimensional space, and the other was to die completely. They didn't believe that Yunfeng could enter the sub-dimensional space in that situation just now. Then there was only one outcome, and that was to be completely swept into powder along with the chariot by the lightning tornado. Report to the board. Although they were now at the mercy of Chu berserkers, they were in the end under the orders of the board of directors. Dead? Sure about that? Nothing left behind? Receiving the report from the two, the board's grand elder was stunned. According to Chu-maniac dragon, this Yunfeng did not seem like the type of person to seek his own death without resistance, and he coveted the secrets on the other party, but it turned out that nothing was left behind. However, he was also very confident in the skill of tracking seal number 6. Retreat. The matter had come to a head, and there was nothing the board of directors could do about it. Not long after the two left, a line of dust and smoke rolled in with a loud noise. As the smoke cleared, more than a dozen armored combat vehicles stopped about 100 meters away from the black tornado. Team Han, his last position is now there. Zhao Wuji pointed at the heavenly lightning tornado. Han Lijun frowned as he looked toward the terrifying dragon scroll. This was a place that even he didn't dare to go hard. How could Yunfeng? According to Shao Qi's description, Yunfeng was an ice attribute talent, a talent that could not support him to pass through the lightning dragon scroll to enter the sub-dimensional space inside. Go back. Han Lijun led the crowd to withdraw. Team Han, let's just forget about this matter. Yunfeng being forced to break into the Forbidden Land must have something to do with the Jiangnan group. Lu Yuqi stood out at this moment. She actually quite liked the newly joined trio. I also know that it's related to the Jiangnan group, but there were no traces of a fight at the scene, not a single piece of evidence left. What can I do? To say that he had a deep bond with Yunfeng, there wasn't. So even if Yunfeng died, he wouldn't be much sad. At most, he would be a little sorry. Is it possible to just let it go? That's our golden emblem enforcer. Are we going to let the Jiangnan group ride over us and on our heads? Lu Yuqi was really a bit angry. In the past, Team Han wasn't like this, and even if he wouldn't go on a rampage of rage when his own brother died, he shouldn't have such a cold look on his face. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of a genius. Pu Liangbo shook his head. This kind of lightning tornado, he would have to die even if he touched it. Young and impetuous, if you had gone back with me at that time, why would you be like this? Ma Sihong said in a cold voice, a hint of mockery in his tone. When Ren, who had followed the brigade, followed silently without saying a word, indeed taking in the crowd's gestures. Just now, she had cast another skill for Yunfeng without getting any prompts, which also indicated that Yunfeng was either dead or not in the same space. I hope you come out alive. He was the only one who believed that Yunfeng had gone inside the subspace. With the departure of the crowd, the place once again regained its calmness, with only the lightning tornado that seemed to run through the heavens and earth as if it was roaring silently, urging people to stay away from it. Time passed slowly. The news of Yunfeng's death did not cause a single ripple in Jiangnan continent. It was only the pro's pain and the enemy's anger. After learning the news, Chu-maniac Lone looked up to the sky and wailed, "Son, your revenge, father will avenge you." On the other hand, when the black monkey learned the news, the whole person was first shocked, disbelief, to the back of the sadness, uncertainty, and finally called the bamboo pole out. The two also ignored the rule that middle school students cannot drink alcohol, and got drunk. Bamboo pole, you said that the crazy person is not doing anything right. Black monkey, red-faced and half-smiling, yelled with his neck pulled. Ken, surely nothing. Madman AF class talent awakened person, stay in the safe zone every day. How could he run to the Forbidden Land, who was fine to pass out this kind of false news? Bamboo Pole walked crookedly in front, shaking his head and talking. He didn't know the truth about Yun Feng, thinking that Yun Feng was still that ordinary person who had only awakened his F-rank talent. Right, fake, it's all fake. The black monkey muttered, lowering his head and trying his best to keep the glint in the corner of his eyes from being noticed. Bamboo Pole, Yun Feng's death must be the work of Jiangnan Group's Chu Maniac Long. I want revenge, I must avenge the madman. Good, I'll accompany you. Flowers bloomed at both ends, each with its own branch. On that day, Yun Feng drove his armored combat vehicle and crashed straight into that lightning tornado under the eyes of the two. The moment he crashed into the lightning tornado, Yun Feng activated his transportation into the void skill. Transportation into the void, enter the void briefly to avoid all damage. As Yun Feng entered the void, he once again unleashed his total increased skill and Black Dragon Flash. With great speed, he walked through the void and rushed towards the entrance of the dimensional space passage. However, the time to vanish into the void was extremely short, so he was still scraped by the lightning tornado before entering the dimensional space. Poof! The moment he entered the dimensional space, Yun Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood, and if not for the fact that his body was still covered with a layer of ice armor, his injuries would have been even more severe. At this moment, his back and his entire arm were all covered in blood, his skin and flesh were rolled backward, deep enough to be seen on the bone. No wonder it's called a Forbidden Land, just that layer of lightning tornado outside has already blocked over 90% of people. Yun Feng took a sip of the healing potion and observed his situation. At this moment, the entrance to the subspace was gone, and he was standing next to a cliff, looking downwards, a layer of thick fog obscuring his vision, and faintly hearing the sound of waves lapping at the shore. In front of him was a dense forest, the trunks of the trees were purple-black in color, without a single leaf, and the branches of the trees were intertwined with each other and connected. From afar, it formed a strange and spectacular picture. In the deepest part of the forest, a high mountain loomed, and from time to time, purple thunder fell. Wind Thunder Island subspace, what a magical place. Yun Feng did not head towards the forest at first, being called a forbidden place, there must be something extraordinary about it. Ka-ching! While Yun Feng was pondering, a thunderbolt fell straight down. Yun Feng was unable to vanish in time and was struck squarely. Originally injured, he fell straight down, his body scorched black and his hair in a mess. I didn't swear either, why? Lying on the ground, Yun Feng was paralyzed and said fiercely in his heart. Sha 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 sha. A slight sound rang out. Yun Feng perceived as if a mass was approaching him. Aborted life. Yun Feng's heart was bitter. At this moment, his entire body was weak and paralyzed, realizing that the copper skin and iron bone talent was of no use at all under the attack of the thunder element. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the mass appeared in front of Yun Feng. Boom! Dirt splattered everywhere and a deep pit appeared in place. Phew! A black smoke erupted from Yun Feng's mouth. Yun Feng secretly cried out that it was a close call. At the critical moment, the paralyzing effect was lifted and he escaped in time. What's the situation? Struck by lightning for no reason. Yun Feng stood up and looked up with some suspicion. He only saw a black-colored panther appear in front of him, the panther's body flickering with streams of light, resounding with the sound of thunderbolts. In the center of the black panther's brow, a purple lightning symbol was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, the Black Panther's information also appeared in the goggles. Monster, Running Thunder Panther Elite. Level, 41. Battle Strength, 264697. Skills, Running Thunder Claws, Invoke Thunder, Thunder Body. Chapter 132 The Miraculous Wind in Thunder Island. I said, how did I get struck by lightning for no reason, so it was you who messed up. When he saw the second skill of the Running Thunder Leopard, Yun Feng understood. Moreover, he also understood that he had clearly unfolded his divine sense but did not find this thing, so it turned out to have a thunder body. One person and one monster, facing each other head-on. Ka-ching! Another lightning bolt fell. However, Yun Feng had already been alerted and certainly would not be struck by lightning again. He dodged and at the same time released a Xian Ice Spike. The speed of the Xian Ice Spike was already very fast, the speed of the Running Thunder Leopard was beyond Yun Feng's imagination, and with just a movement of his figure, he easily dodged it. Fast speed? Yun Feng directly released Absolute Zero Ice Seal. This skill was something that Yun Feng specifically used to target speed-type monsters. A lock-on type skill, the running thunder leopard was instantly struck and turned into a pile of ice. It was then pulverized by Yunfeng's blow of Ice Dragon Break. 129 points of spiritual power arrived, 25 points at the base of the next level 4, quintupled for elite monsters, and 4 more points for talents. Wait? How could it be 129 points? Shouldn't a level 41 monster be 29 points? Looking at the monster's information again. Elite monsters? Level 41 elite monsters? Could it be that in this dimensional space, there are no normal monsters, only elite monsters? Yunfeng pondered as he collected the monster's loot. After experiencing a battle, Yunfeng's injuries did not increase in severity. Instead, he was getting better, thanks to his ability to self-heal. This talent of self-healing is indeed good, must upgrade this talent. After some time, all those bone-deep wounds on Yunfeng's body had healed, and there wasn't even a scar left behind. It's time to set off. What goes around comes around. However, Yunfeng still underestimated what it meant to be a forbidden land. Before he could enter the forest, a monster blocked in front of him while an invisible blade of astral wind sliced across towards his waist. Monster, Silver Moon Gale Wolf Rare. Level, 49. Battle Strength, 432760. Skills, Invisible Blade, Gale Steps, Silver Moon Power Passive, Whistling Moon. This EM monster completely does not follow the routine just now or 41 level elite, immediately appeared 49 level rare. In front of this more than 2 meters high giant wolf, honestly handsome batch. Silver white hair in the breeze like waves, flowing on the body, a bright light on the forehead of the string moon logo adds to the beauty. And the limbs, following the lower legs, surrounded a layer of strong wind, blowing the sand and stones on the ground to roll. Hiss. It was not until the astral blades cut through the combat uniform on his body that Yunfeng realized that an attack was approaching. If it wasn't for Yunfeng's quick reaction, launching the Vanishing Void in that instant, this would probably be cut off at the waist, and I don't know if the self-healing skill can heal himself into 2 sections. Hey, isn't this the way to get 2 selves? Yunfeng thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to kiss him. Yunfeng thought in his heart, but did not dare to test it himself. Just as he wanted to attack, the giant wolf in front of him suddenly disappeared in place. Yunfeng could sense that the other party definitely did not disappear due to their speed, but rather an effect like a stealth potion. Ice Prison. At this moment, Yunfeng could only respond to all changes with no change and wait for the opponent to attack. A soft sound rang out and a crack appeared in the ice prison on the right-hand side. Seeing the opportunity, Yunfeng immediately dodged away, and then realized that an identical crack had appeared on the opposite side of that crack. This invisible attack is really hard to defend against. Yunfeng only felt a strong wind slice past his body, stinging his skin with pain. As the attack was launched, the silver wolf's figure was revealed, and was currently standing behind him, a pair of star-like eyes staring at him. It's good that it came out. Yunfeng released Absolute Zero once again, wanting to freeze the silver wolf. However, he was disappointed this time. The lock-on skill was surprisingly useless against it. That ice automatically melted before it touched the silver wolf, let alone any Absolute Zero. It seems to be the effect of that silver moon power of its. Yunfeng secretly said. Demonic Vine Entanglement. A pitch-black, thorny vine frantically sprang out from the land, winding its way towards the silver wolf's limbs and entire body. Brush, brush, brush. The magic vines broke into countless knots in the air, but the regrown vines continued to stretch over like maggots attached to bones. This what elemental talent comprehended skill was quite useful. Yunfeng, on the other hand, took out his battle sword and attacked the silver wolf with blade after blade through the void instantaneous flame strike. Ow. Oh. As if somewhat impatient, the silver wolf let out a wild whistle. The devil vines all shattered, and no new devil vines were born out of the ground. And Yunfeng was also shaken in place by this wild whistle. Yunfeng secretly said that it was not good, and immediately launched a recluse into the void. At that moment, 2 invisible blades crossed the ground where he was standing. Yunfeng came out of the void and sucked in a breath of cold air. This thing is also too ruthless, not moving to be cut off at the waist. Yunfeng directly summoned 2 black flame branches and then attached the black flame edict to his battle sword. The void black flame talent had currently become Yunfeng's most powerful means of attack. The 3 figures charged towards the silver wolf in unison, while continuously releasing Xian ice spikes attacks. Yunfeng was not quite daring to use wide range, long cooldown skills right now, and this mechanism of randomly encountering monsters made him need to be more cautious. because there was no telling what terrifying monster he would encounter next. The Silver Moon Blizzard Wolf had used its big skill Tsunami Moon as soon as it came up, and now it could only be frozen and beaten. Only when the blizzard steps cooled down could he escape a vicious beating. As time passed, Yunfeng's advantage grew, and not much later, the Silver Wolf collapsed with its final Whistling Moon. Yunfeng touched the green hat on his head and felt grateful. Without this hat, which eliminated the level suppression, there was really no way for him to survive in this forbidden land this time. This subspace was different from any subspace he had experienced. Both the level and grade of the monsters were puzzling. Collecting his loot, Yunfeng continued to advance into the forest. Although this place was full of crises, it was also full of infinite opportunities. Just now, that Silver Moon Blizzard Wolf not only provided 854 points of spiritual energy, but also dropped a purple grade fragment. It felt like his luck had gotten a little worse since dropping a god grade fragment, and there was a chance for a level 49 rare grade monster to drop a red flare grade fragment. But thankfully this fragment was the talent upgrade fragment he had dreamed of, which meant that he had a chance of upgrading his looting talent to a rank. Drink it! Yunfeng tilted his head and poured the potion into his mouth. Chapter 133 Thunder Titan. It really didn't disappoint. Yunfeng shook his head slightly as he looked at the unchanged talent list. Right now, aside from the 2 bestialization talents, there were now 5 talents that were stuck at rank B, all of which required a purple rank talent upgrade potion, but of course the one that Yunfeng wanted to upgrade the most was of course his own innate talent. If I let one Ren use the Fate Blessing skill before drinking the potion, wouldn't it also increase the success rate? Yunfeng's eyes lit up. He used to always think of that skill as being used to match his looting skill, but now that he thought about it, this situation would be equally useful. There's another upgrade potion stored first, when we go out we'll pour it together. Although drinking a bottle was not a waste, at least it padded the success rate once. Going into the forest, Yunfeng realized that the situation was a bit different. Before entering, these leafless purple-black trees did not look tall, at most more than 10 meters tall, but after entering, he found that they were as small as ants. What kind of visual difference effect is this? Curious, Yunfeng exited the forest again and realized that it had become the same again. Unable to figure out the principle, Yunfeng did not bother to satisfy his curiosity and explore the reason for this change. Once again, he walked into the forest filled with sky-high trees. As he walked, Yunfeng noticed that thunder fell from time to time in the sky, but they all landed on top of these large purple-black trees. At first, he thought that he had encountered the running thunder leopard again, then he realized that none of these thunder spots had harmed him, and he did not see any monsters appearing every time there was a falling thunder. What a magical place! He realized that these large purple-black trees grew a little bit taller every time they absorbed thunder. Carefully advancing inside, he encountered quite a few monsters along the way. The level and battle power of the monsters were still within his acceptance range. So there was quite a lot of harvest. Moreover, he realized that the debris explosion rate here seemed to be higher than other dimensional spaces. For the same elite level monsters, the fragment burst rate here was 1 or 2% higher. Forbidden Land, it seems like it's not as dangerous as imagined. Yunfeng tossed the shards in his hand as he collected the loot. Escape, quickly escape. Right at this moment, there was a voice coming from nowhere, indistinct and very hollow. There's someone else here? Perhaps it came from a monster? Yunfeng looked around in disbelief. He could clearly feel that the voice was running towards him. Escape is impossible. Yunfeng continued to advance deeper into the forest. However, that one hollow voice was like some sort of special code word, and countless monsters began to stir. Roar! Yunfeng did not take a few steps out when a loud roar came out, deafening the ears. Even the purple-black sky tree could not help but Subsequently, Yunfeng saw that amidst the shade of the trees in the distance, the prototype of a huge monster slowly appeared and began to approach Yunfeng at a not-so-slow speed. From a distance, the monster's size was already larger than all the monsters he had seen. The closer it got, the greater the sense of oppression became, and the entire ground began to vibrate. Yunfeng stood in place, waiting in a strict stance. He had not yet reached the point where he was scared to flee without seeing the monster's face. Soon, the true face of the monster was revealed. More than 100 meters high, his body seems to be made of steel, emitting a fascinating luster. On the surface of the body, a ray of thunder swimming. Monster, Thunder Titan Commander. Level, 50. Battle Strength, 987960. Skills, Thunder Hammer, Electricity Shield, Titan Divine Power, Thunder Flash, Thunder Body Passive. Ultimate Skill, Thunder Rage. Damn, how did this suddenly run out a transcendent monster, or a commander level one? Close to 1,000,000 battle power, and it was still at the commander level, causing Yin Feng to lose all his battle spirit at the moment, only thinking about how he had not listened to that disembodied voice earlier. Moreover, he realized that the transcendent monster had surprisingly produced another ultimate technique. Triple Lohas Wall. 3 huge walls 30 meters high and 50 meters wide blocked in front of the Thunder Titan, while a single demonic vine stretched towards the Titan's feet. Yin Feng could only send out some controlling skills now, and it was a moment to block for a while. Fortunately, during those days of wandering in the wilderness, although he did not kill any monsters, he had comprehended quite a few skills. Especially the 2A rank talents, Wood Elemental and Earth Elemental. This triple Lohas Wall was comprehended from the Earth element. Just to be on the safe side, Yin Feng once again released Absolute Zero Ice Seal before starting to flee. However, he had just started when 3 consecutive booms appeared over there. Yin Feng turned his head to look and died. The triple Loxian wall was like paper mache, being shattered by a single foot, and those demonic vines could not even get close to the other party's body before being shattered by the thunderbolts. The only thing that had some effect was the Ice Seal skill, but it didn't have much effect. The Thunder Titan's body was too large, causing the power of Ice Seal to be dispersed too far, and could only cause a certain slowing down effect on it. What was even more terrifying was that the opponent's right hand was raised high, and a huge hammer glowing with white light formed. Boom! An audible explosion sounded as the hammer struck towards Yun Feng's back like lightning. His small body could not withstand such a huge object hitting him from behind, and he could only use the evasion into the void skill to temporarily dodge it. The thunder hammer landed on the ground, smashing a large pit dozens of meters in circumference, with dirt flying and grass clippings splattering everywhere. Yun Feng also took this opportunity to escape into the distance. Strangely enough, the large pit seemed to have been carefully calculated and froze without injuring a single tree. Previously, when the Thunder Titan ran over, Yin Feng realized a problem, which was that although the monster had rushed all the way, it had not damaged a single tree. At that time, Yin Feng was still thinking, monsters also understand environmental protection? It wasn't until that strike just now that Yin Feng realized that there might be something odd about these purple-black leafless trees, so even the transcendent monsters didn't dare to damage them. Even during the battle. In order to verify his suspicions, whenever the Thunder Titan wanted Yo not have that electric hammer to smash himself, he hid behind a large tree. Sure enough, in that instant the Titan would drop the hammer in his hand and give up the attack. I didn't realize this before, probably because their attacks are too weak to cause damage to these trees. Yin Feng thought in his heart, and was no longer so afraid of this terrifying transcendent monster, while still being able to utilize this trait to slowly grind this monster to death. The bully is that you don't have a lock on skill. Thinking of this, Yin Feng no longer just fled, but began to actively attack. The benefits of having many talents also manifested, as small skills could be released non-stop. Shin Ice Stab, Earth Stab were released in turn. The other attack skills were also uninterrupted. He had no qualms about these purple-black trees. The only pity was that he didn't dare to be attacked by the Titan, so there was no way for the Sea King's green hat to store up energy, resulting in the cross-level divine skill Love as a Light having no way to be released. These skill attacks from Yin Feng were nothing more than tickles to the Thunder Titan. However, as a commander-level monster, being tickled for a long time would also have a temper. Only to see the Thunder Titan open its mouth wide. Yin Feng thought that his opponent was about to let out some kind of angry roar, however, it did not. Chapter 134 Wind Thunder Island Harvest. The Thunder Titan opened its mouth, not to make a sound, but rather to suck in a fierce breath. Only to see that a huge vortex seemed to have been created between that huge mouth. The surrounding tree branches were sucked with a grin, all of them reaching out in the direction of its large mouth as if they were going to be swallowed into the mouth. At this moment, Yin Feng, who was hiding behind the tree, violently felt himself being sucked by something. His body was involuntarily moving slowly towards the open space outside. I go. Yin Feng was shocked in his heart. He had seen his opponent's skills, but there was no such skill of sucking people. One could only say that this Titan, big man with big wisdom. It was indeed not a skill, but with the skill Titan Divine Power, even an ordinary suction could produce incredible effects. Caught off guard, Yin Feng was pulled out from behind the tree. Undoubtedly, what greeted him was a shocking hammer, and it was also a hammer that was enriched with Titan Divine Power. In an instant the lightning electricity hammer arrived in front of Yun Feng's body and slashed his head. Yin Feng, who was in the suction force, had no way to resist, and at this moment, his evade into the void skill was still on cooldown. Yin Feng, who was in a hurry, immediately gave up his resistance to the suction force, and at the same time, barely managed to utilize his Black Dragon Flash skill. The electric hammer staggered past Yunfeng and smashed on the ground, while he himself appeared in front of the Thunder Titan. Standing on his feet, he realized how huge the 100-meter-tall monster was. Seeing little Yunfeng appearing at his feet, the Titan was excited and lifted his foot and stomped down hard, bound to trample this little bug into mush. At this moment, the Titan's breath was exhausted and the suction power disappeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yunfeng hurriedly launched his earth escape technique and drilled into the ground, scurrying in another direction to get closer to the tree trunk location as soon as possible. Boom! The earth trembled as the Bigfoot fell. Yunfeng, who was in the earth escape, spewed out a mouthful of blood and almost didn't faint to death in the earth. The soil here was too hard, causing Yunfeng to not vanish deep enough, which was why he was injured by the aftershock. When he came out, Yunfeng was already behind a large tree, still wearing a smile despite the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Although the Thunder Titan's kick had injured him, it had also built up the Sea King's cuckold energy. Without hesitation, Yunfeng immediately released the skill Love as a Light, coloring Thunder Titan's entire body green while releasing a full increase for himself. Then it was a matter of releasing whatever skill was powerful. After all, the effect of Love as a Light was powerful, but the duration was only a short 30 seconds. Previously, with the electricity shield in place, Yunfeng's skill scraped half a day, and now that the other party's double defense was halved, Yunfeng didn't seize the time to pounce. The two Black Flame doppelgangers rushed out with combat in hand, and the main body released large damage skills after the spell. Ice Dragon Break, Ice Meteor Skyfall, Poisonous Thousand Wood Gun and other skills bombarded away furiously. Speaking quickly, 30 seconds quickly passed. Yunfeng could only hear the Thunder Titan continuously letting out angry roars, as if it had suffered a lot of damage. On closer inspection, the Thunder Titan's current appearance was indeed somewhat miserable. The thunder that had originally flowed on its body had become dull, and although the green color on its body had been exhausted, it was tinted with a layer of purple and black, clearly an effect brought about by the highly poisonous Thousand Wood Lance. On the broad back, a crack appeared, which should have been smashed out by the Ice Meteor Skyfall, and the rest of the place was also full of ice shards and wounds. The most horrifying injury would have to be that right leg. The entire right leg had been sharpened into a pencil-like shape by Yunfeng's battle knife that came with the Black Flame Edict. Roar! The Thunder Titan let out a berserk roar as his entire body once again rose 50 meters, the injuries on his entire body surprisingly recovering in a flash. Was this the power of the ultimate technique? Yunfeng was in a cold sweat, his heart shocked beyond words. Because at this moment, the other party's data on the goggles changed again, and their battle power directly broke through 1,000,000. What frightened Yunfeng the most was that the first moment the other party transformed was when he punched the large tree in front of him into two sections. Seeing this situation, Yunfeng knew that the Thunder Titan, who was no longer jealous of the large tree, did not have a single chance, so it would be better if he did not escape at this time. You wait for me. Like a defeated villain, Yunfeng put down his harsh words, crushed the space capsule in his hand and disappeared into thin air. Although using a space capsule here and randomly appearing in a location might put him in danger, it was better than being crushed like an ant by the big guy right now. The Thunder Titan didn't expect that the object he was attacking had already disappeared just after he released his big move on his side. It could only rage impotently and furiously from where it was, venting its unhappiness. However, it also paid the price for the arrogant tree breaking it had just done. A path of wild thunder and astral winds fell. Even the thunder attribute Thunder Titan could not block this thunder, and was struck with a wailing cry. However, this scene, Yunfeng did not have the honor of seeing it. Appearing 20 kilometers away, Yunfeng was immediately on alert for any dangers that appeared. The very moment he appeared, a monster lunged at him, covered in lightning. Yunfeng was jolted and directly released his evade into the void skill to save his life. When he emerged from the void, he realized that it was only a level 42 rare monster. Yunfeng pocketed the 154 points of spiritual energy in 3 tries. Yunfeng looked left and right, realizing that the environment had barely changed for 20 miles apart, but he could still sense the direction where the mountain in the middle was located. Although the commander-class transcendent mortal monster that he had just encountered had given him a head start, it still did not make him give up on moving forward and exploring the mountain that was covered in thunderclouds. It was just that having the encounter with the transcendent-level commander monster made him move forward even more cautiously, maximizing his senses at all times. But ever since that voice had sounded once, it hadn't appeared again. He did not know if this situation was good or bad. As he moved forward, Yunfeng realized that the number and density of monsters that appeared were much greater. This was something that if any other non-transcendent awakened were here, they would probably have gotten cold long ago. However, as the saying goes, danger was equally accompanied by opportunity. Yunfeng had harvested many precious fragments along the way, and his spiritual energy was rising rapidly, and in 5 days' time, his level had once again risen by more than one level. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 381271240000. Battle Strength, 513856. Talent, Sleight. Skills, Devil Vine Entanglement, Poisonous Thousand Wooden Lance, Giant Wooden Dragon, Earth Spike, Earth Escape Technique, Triple Rasen Wall, Rapid Healing Self-Healing, Golden Armor Protection Copper Skin and Iron Bones, others slightly. Chapter 135 Transcendent Monster First Kill. Unconsciously, the level had been raised to level 38, time felt like a long time had passed, in fact, it was only a month or so before the new year. As long as he leveled up to level 41, Yunfeng would become the first person under the Transcendent Realm, and even some Transcendence that hadn't been polished for too long wouldn't be Yunfeng's opponent. A Transcendent like Yunfeng could probably be destroyed with his own hands. With a combat power of 300,000 at level 49, using breaking shackles and stimulating potential and haste would result in a lifelong stop at level 50. If he didn't have a good Transcendent team to lead him, he might not even be able to beat a normal Transcendent monster. Haha, another purple ing level fragment. Yunfeng said with a smile. Although this place was dangerous, it was truly a blessed piece of land, of course referring to those who could survive here. Other people here, when they encountered a crisis, they could only keep consuming life-preserving props and cards, whereas he had the precious jade in his body, so this would not happen at all. He could even feed off the battle and have more and more cards on him. For example, at this moment, the purple ing-grade fragment synthesizer in his hand was a life-preserving prop named Xian Tian Shield. Don't look at the overbearing name of this prop, but it was actually just a small armband shield, but the effect was not simple. Xian Tian Shield, a purple ing-grade prop that automatically protects against fatal damage once every 12 hours. Good, this thing is somewhat like the immortal bone chain that I've gotten before. Yunfeng gladly put it on his arm. Escape. Quickly. After 5 days, that ethereal voice sounded once again. Yunfeng's eyes stared as he heard it. The first transcendent monster encountered in this subspace was after this voice sounded. Yunfeng did not know if there was a connection between them, but he had to be vigilant. In the next moment, a monster helped him verify this matter. Just moments ago, the Xian Heavenly Shield that he had only brought on a short while ago had been triggered, and Yunfeng didn't even know what had happened. Without even seeing the monster's face, he had already suffered a fatal injury. Who could justify this? Of course Yunfeng would not sit and wait for death. Since he couldn't see or sense it, it meant that the monster's mental power attribute was above him. Encountered another transcendent monster. Yunfeng was shocked in his heart. Giant Wood Dragon. This was supposed to be a skill to trap enemies in the future, and now a giant wooden dragon surrounded himself without leaving a single gap. However, it was ultimately a skill that was comprehended by an A-rank talent, and in the next second, this wooden dragon turned into a sky of wood shavings with a bang. At this moment, Yunfeng also saw the monster's appearance. It was a massive whirlwind that was constantly spinning. However, Yunfeng could sense that this whirlwind was conscious. Monster, Death Cyclone Elite. Level, 50. Battle Strength, 785630. Skills, Wings of Hidden Wind, Eerie Shadow Wind Dipper, Most Dazzling Life Pawn Wind. Ultimate Skill, Death Tornado. Phew. Luckily, it's just an elite-level transcendent monster. But it also confirmed that when that voice rang out, there was a possibility of encountering a crisis. Absolute Zero Ice Seal. Yunfeng offered his strongest control skill at the start. If he could control it, he would fight, if not, he would flee. To his surprise, the whirlwind was frozen in place. Without a second thought, Yunfeng directly sacrificed love as a light, brushing the death whirlwind green. He had just triggered the Xian Heavenly Shield, and had also built up the Sea King's green energy. For elemental-type monsters like this, Yunfeng did not use physical attacks to attack. The 3 elemental systems took turns. The Death Cyclone was pressed into place and beaten for a full 30 seconds, although the control time of the skill Ice Seal did not have 30 seconds, but once it was controlled, Yunfeng had the skills and props to control it one after the other. When the Love as a Light skill ended, the whirlwind even looked a little disorganized. If it had eyes, it must have been double-lidded at this time. I just came up and hit you twice, and you beat me up for 30 seconds. Death Cyclone, as a transcendent monster, how could it stand this? Boom. The small whirlwind that was originally 2 or 3 meters suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a tornado that swept through heaven and earth. No, you transcendent monsters, your mental capacity is also too poor, you can't move without exploding. At a glance, it was the unleashing of the ultimate technique Death Tornado. Yunfeng intended to avoid it first. The moment that tornado took shape, it rolled towards Yunfeng at an incomparably furious speed, while countless small whirlwinds continued to fly out from it, flying towards him like it had a tracking function. My goodness! Yunfeng looked at this death whirlwind in front of him whose battle power had skyrocketed to 900,000. Where did he dare to stay? Constantly clinging to the tall tree trunks, he ran around. While running, he released skills to block the opponent's pace. Nay, the difference in battle power between the two sides was too great, and after exploding their seeds, these guys weren't afraid of damaging the trees at all. It seems like trying to deal with transcendent monsters is still a bit of a stretch. This made Yunfeng feel that his desperate efforts to kill the transcendent mortal monster were somewhat unworthy. Arriving in front of the Death Cyclone, Yunfeng flipped over the Death Cyclone's corpse. Worth it, too damn worth it. Surprised, he picked up a dazzlingly red fragment on the ground, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head. Chapter 136 Nangong Chi. Sure enough, there's no watery goods when it comes to red flare grade shards. Yunfeng glanced at the shard synthesizer in his hand. Thunder spell, red flare grade item. Silently recite the incantation to activate the talisman to attach to the weapon. Each attack comes with a lightning attack and has a probability of generating a surprising thunder effect. Thunder paralyzes the enemy and weakens defense. Note, this spell cannot be withdrawn once used, so please choose the weapon you wish to use carefully. Although it had drawbacks, it was powerful and there was no level restriction. Yunfeng thought about it for a moment. He would soon reach level 41, there was no rush to use this charm first. Now Yunfeng had figured out the method to kill transcendent monsters. This method might not work in other places, but it did work very well here. That was to hold off the monster's ultimate skill for a period of time and just find a way for the opponent to destroy the large tree. Thinking of this, Yunfeng's confidence increased. It was a pity that there weren't that many transcendent monsters for him to kill. Inside the entire forest, other than the purple-black leafless sky-high trees, there was almost nothing else to be seen. No matter which direction one went, the surrounding scenery did not change at all. When is it going to end? Yunfeng grimaced bitterly. This was already the 15th day that he had entered this place. The erect mountain in the center of the forest still felt far away. Roar! In the distance, a beast roar came from extremely far away, a distance that was even beyond his range of perception. How could a beast roar appear for no reason? Could it be that some monster is accidentally destroying the purple-black tree and is being punished by the thunder? Regardless of the reason, Yunfeng felt the need to travel to take a look. Moreover, this direction was not off-center. To be on the safe side, Yunfeng held the transferring jade talisman in his hand. This was where he obtained a new type of space prop that was much more stable than a space capsule. Shifting jade talisman, purple ingrade prop. Crush the jade talisman and move to a specified location within a range of 20 kilometers. As they advanced, the roar of the beast grew louder and louder. Is the lightning punishment taking so long? At least half an incense stick of time had passed since Yunfeng's departure, and this beast roar had basically never ceased. Soon, Yunfeng got a good look at the scene. Surprisingly, there are others present? Not too far away, only a man dressed in a full-body pitch-black combat uniform was seen, with a head of silver hair contrasting with his clothes. There was an inch scar on his face, and instead of affecting that handsome face, the scar added a hint of peculiar beauty. At the moment, he was holding a long sword in his hand, constantly attacking. It was just that both the combat uniform and the long sword on his body were already worn out. The one he was fighting with was none other than a level 49 elite level monster, the Thunderwing Lion. From the scene of the fight, the silver-haired man was clearly in the upper hand. That Thunderwing Lion's pair of thunder flesh wings were already riddled with holes. Level 49. Battle Strength 522361. This was what Yunfeng saw of the opponent's battle power. What a high battle power, no wonder he dares to act alone inside the Forbidden Zone. This was by far the highest battle power Yunfeng had seen for someone of this rank, indicating that this person had already drank quite a few gold level potions, and had even imbibed a purpling level potion. Break! As a cold yet low sound was emitted, one of the wings of that Thunderwing Lion broke in response. It's somewhat similar to my Void Instantaneous Flame Strike. Yunfeng pondered, after all, the the silver-haired man was still a few dozen steps away from that Thunderwing lion at this moment. An even higher roar erupted from the Thunderwing lion's mouth. Unfortunately, it was not a transcendent monster and did not have an ultimate technique. It fell under the other party's bizarre sword technique shortly afterward. Who? The silver-haired man was about to go collect the loot when his right hand, which was holding the sword, suddenly swung violently. The direction pointed at was the very tree that Yun Feng was hiding in. Yun Feng, who was peeking behind the tree, only felt an invisible blade of chi slice past him. He felt some wetness on the tip of his nose, and when he reached out to wipe it, it was all crimson. Don't get me wrong, I also came in to practice. Yun Feng walked out from behind the tree. Still unclear about the other party, he did not want to think of any conflict yet, and he could also exchange information with each other without acting blindfolded. Seeing Yun Feng come out so frankly, the silver-haired man didn't continue to make a move. It was just that his whole body was tautly tense, as it was evident that he held a great deal of hostility towards Yun. Which entrance did you come in from? The two looked at each other for some time before the silver-haired man asked. How many other entrances are there in this dimensional space? Yun Feng was a bit curious. That's right, there are a total of 3 entrances to this sublime space, one in the Pinghai Prefecture, one in the Western Extreme Prefecture, and one in the Jiangnan Prefecture. This Yun Feng really didn't know much about it. He was also forced to enter this forbidden land by mistake. It seems like you didn't want to come in on your own either. Seeing Yun Feng's confused state, the silver-haired man's taut body relaxed slightly. I entered through the entrance of the Jiangnan state. Yun Feng did not hide anything. Jiangnan state? The silver-haired man seemed to be pondering. Why are you here? How long have you been in here? Can you give me, a newcomer, a hint? Yun Feng asked with a smile. For example, where is the exit here? This was what Yun Feng wanted to know the most. The silver-haired man looked at Yun Feng sideways, a pair of eyes glowing under that mask. It seems like you really weren't sent by them. The silver-haired man finally all but relaxed. Did you just come in? How did you burst in here so quickly? The silver-haired man marveled. By the way, to introduce myself, my name is Nangong Qi, and it's been a year since I entered the Forbidden Land. A year? Such a long time? Yun Feng was truly not expecting it. Oh, my name is Yun Feng, I came in for half a month. The two introduced each other and were considered to be initially acquainted. Next, Yun Feng roughly knew the other party's situation from Nangong Qi's description. Nangong Qi, a student of Pinghai State Awakened One University, came in as a sophomore, and should be a junior now. As for the reason for coming in, it was actually similar to Yun Feng. He was also forced to come in. However, he was not hunted down, but forced in by his own family. It was only because he did something wrong and offended someone. Chapter 137, Life and Death. Are the people of the family so heartless? There's no human feeling at all. Yun Feng sighed. It's only small families that have humane feelings, big families, only interests. Nangong Qi coldly snorted. Obviously, he expressed his indignation and helplessness towards the practices of the extended family. Don't you want to know where the exit of this forbidden land is? Nangong Qi suddenly said. It's right there. He pointed at the huge peak deep in the forest. However, I advise you to better not go over there. The terror there is not something you can face right now. Nangong Qi said and suddenly lowered his head as if recalling something. If you don't go there, wouldn't you never be able to get out? It's better to die a good death than to go over there and die. What's there exactly? It makes you secretive. Yun Feng looked at the other party's deep eyes that actually revealed a hint of fear, the more curious he became in his heart. Listen to me, just don't go this way. I believe you should have heard that ethereal voice as well? Yun Feng nodded. You really heard it? How did you escape the crisis? Nangong Qi was a little curious. Although Yun Feng's battle power was high, his level was low, and when he encountered a transcendent monster, the existence of level suppression would not be something he could resist. Relying on this, Yun Feng took out the movement jade talisman prop in his hand. It seems that your family lineage is even greater than I imagined. Nangong Qi was somewhat shocked as he looked at the purple ingrate prop in Yun Feng's hand, before relieving himself. With this item in place, it was indeed possible to escape the killings of transcendent monsters. But the degree of gold in this item was equally outrageous. I wouldn't be as lucky as you. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a good skill, I might have been buried in the belly of the beast long ago. Nangongqi looked like he was reminiscing about tea. His year's experience again, somewhat sentimental. Yunfeng frowned. Just for a moment, this guy was sentimental twice. Is he still okay? Can you make it clearer? What exactly did you see there? And what was that ethereal voice? Seeing Yunfeng's anxious expression, Nangongqi finally straightened up. The two questions you asked are actually somewhat related. That ethereal voice came from that mountain. But I don't know exactly what it is. When I first came in, I also wanted to get out, so I broke in there, and that time was also the closest I came to death. So you never went there again? And never wanted to get out? How do you know I didn't want to go out? I dreamed of going out, wanted to make those clansmen who forced me in pay, wanted to make those I offended bow down to me and admit they were wrong. But me, without an epic item, I simply can't open the second shackle and step into transcendence. What can I do? Yunfeng's words seemed to have touched his soft underbelly. Without transcendent strength, it's simply impossible to break through. I advise you to do the same as me and raise your level and strength on this side first. You might still be able to survive a few more days. I'm done with my words. After saying that, Nangongqi turned around and walked towards the other side. The direction was not towards the mountain peak. If I have a day, I can take you out then. If there really is that day, after I get my revenge, my life will be yours. After Nangongqi finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared in place. We will meet again one day. I hope you are still alive at that time. Yunfeng muttered and continued to advance in the direction of the mountain peak. He wanted to see what kind of monster was inside the mountain peak that made Nangongqi fear it like that. Yunfeng continued to advance while looking at his virtual panel. 2 days ago, his level had risen to level 40. At the time of leveling up to 40, his innate talent, plunder, had finally comprehended a skill once again. Everyone else comprehends a skill at level 5, but it takes 20 levels to get to me. What the hell? Yunfeng cursed in his heart. But there was no shame in exchanging 4 skills for 1 skill. It was truly perverse. Born to kill, for every monster killed, there will be a 50% capture of 1 attribute point. This, for Yunfeng's skill, was definitely a god tier. If only I could have come earlier. Killing so many monsters in the past was a bit of a waste. Yunfeng sighed. However, it was still a godly skill for now. On average, for every 2 monsters killed, 1 would gain 2 battle points. Although for the current Yunfeng, 2 points of battle power was a bit insufficient, but this skill was not labeled with an upper limit, which meant that it could be gained indefinitely. However, in the past 2 days, Yunfeng had also tested this skill in much the same way as spiritual power absorption. Killing monsters that were lower than one's level had no effect. Level 40 24,541 60,000. Less than 40,000 spiritual energy left to reach level 41. Shudder. A monster's scream signaled that the battle had started once again as Yunfeng advanced towards his goal. One Run, any news of the madman? During this period of time, Black Monkey would ask One Run for news of Yunfeng every few days. He still never believed that Yunfeng was just gone. But every time he got news, he was disappointed. No, my skills are still unable to learn about him. Alright, I know. How's the investigation into the Jiangnan group going this time? Although Yunfeng was absent, Han Lijun still had them acting as Golden Emblem enforcers. This situation made Black Monkey a little puzzled. When he was able to enter the team of enforcers, it was all because of Yunfeng. There are no eyebrows. Sister Lu doesn't give me any information. It's hard for us to figure out the other party's actions on our own. With regards to the Black Monkey's persistence, One Run did not know whether to admire or what. He had originally planned to prepare for the college entrance exam at school and bring an honor to the school, but Yunfeng's matter made him no longer have that mind. He was now thinking about how to find evidence of the Jiangnan group and bring the other party down. But how could he do that with just him alone? Why don't we just forget about it? One Run didn't know how to comfort the other party, saying that Yunfeng should be fine? Perhaps only he himself was clear about it. That kind of meditative guidance and fate could not be said with anyone either. No, I must avenge Yunfeng. Black Monkey was a person who recognized death. What he determined would not change. Alright, call me if anything happens. One Run hung up the phone. During this period of time, he didn't go out to practice either. He just stayed in the safe zone and waited for that person's return. Chapter 138 Thunderclouds covering the sky. Strength +1, spiritual power +54. Speed +1, spiritual energy +29. Along the way, Yunfeng frantically killed all kinds of monsters just so he could quickly rise to level 41. 2 days later, Yunfeng's level broke through to level 41 after killing dozens of elite and rare monsters. Ha, from now on, I won't have to be afraid of transcendent monsters anymore. Yunfeng crossed his arms and laughed as he looked at the potion in his hand. Purple English Grade Strength Potion, increased strength attribute by 5,000 points, limit 0-10. Compared to the gold grade potion, the attributes increased by the purple Ling grade potion had doubled again. When he finished killing Ling Feng, he had already prepared all the purple Ling grade attribute potions and was just waiting for this day. Drinking all the potions, Yunfeng was directly speechless the next time he looked at his attribute panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 41 18 60,000. Battle Strength, 957861. Talents, SSS Grade Void Black Flame, Bestialization Black Dragon, SS Grade Elemental Ice, A Grade Elemental Wood, Elemental Earth, B Grade Predation, Duplication, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Self-Healing, Perception Increase, C Grade Bestialization Wolf, E Grade Bestialization Cat. Skills, Birth and Death, True Dragon Power Passive, Extinguishing Black Flames Passive, Others Slightly. Invincible. Yunfeng shouted in his heart. Not yet transcendent, his battle power had already dried up to almost 1 million. If this was transcendent, it would be a mess. The main thing was, having comprehended the skill of true dragon power. This divine skill that he had always wanted to comprehend had finally appeared at the level of 41, and the passive skill of Void Black Flames exterminating Black Flame had also appeared. Escape, quickly escape. Right at this moment, that voice sounded once again. Escape? Fleader, now it's you who will flee. Yunfeng stood in place, quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. Roar! A huge roar rang out and Yunfeng fixed his eyes to see that it was an old friend. The Thunder Titan ran furiously towards Yunfeng with thick steps. Absolute Zero Ice Seal. Without waiting for the Thunder Titan to get close, Yunfeng directly controlled his opponent. Now without the love as a light skill, Yunfeng could also break bread with this transcendent commander. Taking advantage of the time that the opponent was frozen, Yunfeng took out his purple Ling grade battle blade and attached the Black Flame Edict, while using the thrilling thunder incantation along with it. All of a sudden, Yunfeng's battle power rose to another level. Under the effect of the Void Instantaneous Inflammatory Strike, Yunfeng only needed to stand in place and wounds would appear everywhere on the Thunder Titan's body, and from time to time, there was also a ray of lightning that would fall, causing even the Thunder Titan with the Thunder attribute to be paralyzed for a split second. The current Void Instantaneous Flame Strike wasn't like the one he had just comprehended. The distance had increased from 10 meters to 30 meters. After 3 seconds had passed, the Thunder Titan was freed from the ice, and Yunfeng didn't even bother to pick up control, directly getting high with his opponent. With the Sea King's green hat, coupled with the True Dragon's power, Yunfeng's margin for error in combat had risen a lot, plus so many skills and props. If this was still a losing fight, simply die here. Soon, Alexander's Thunder Titan exploded, opening his ultimate skill Thunder Roar. However, Yunfeng was no longer the Wu Xiameng of the past. Looking at the falling Thunder Titan, he was easily able to dodge it. The 10 bottles of purple Ling grade speed potions were not for nothing. After holding off the opponent's ultimate skill time for half a minute, the rest of the battle had entered garbage time. Soon, the Thunder Titan that had once made Yunfeng flee helplessly had fallen at his feet after just less than a month. His growth was too fast. With the support of the treasure jade and without the hassle of piecing together fragments, he could pile up his battle power to the highest at this stage without any net bottles. This was something that no one else could replicate. This one Thunder Titan alone provided Yunfeng with 679 points of spiritual energy. In other words, he only needed to kill 100 of these monsters to move up a level. Of course, it was impossible for there to be so many commander-level monsters, and at the transcendent level at that. However, this was no longer important. Level 41, although he had not reached transcendent, the current Yunfeng was already comparable to a transcendent. Good luck, there's also a red flare grade fragment. Yunfeng prettily put it away. Yoho, luck can't be stopped when it comes. This is just the right thing to give to Black Monkey. Ring of Phantoms, red flare grade prop. Generates 3 phantoms with 20% of the body's attack and 200% of the body's defense, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Yunfeng himself had the skill Black Flame Divergence and did not need this ring at all. Ah Chio. The Black Monkey who was far away sneezed. Could it be someone who misses me? Madman, is it you? If you miss me, send me a dream. The Black Monkey muttered. As for this thunder heart, it's also appropriate to give it to Bamboo Pole, who happens to be gifted with the thunder elemental talent. Gathering up all the loot, Yunfeng set off once again. As time passed, he could already feel himself getting closer and closer to that mountain peak. Even through the cluster of tall trees, its outline was already faintly visible. During this period, Yunfeng heard that ethereal voice many times, and even the closer he got to the peak, the stronger the ability of the monsters that came over. Once, there were directly two transcendent monsters coming at the same time, but now coming over was not over to send him spiritual energy. Time passed slowly and it was unknown how long it took before Yunfeng finally stood at the foot of the mountain that was covered in thunderclouds. Thunderbolt. Before Yunfeng's front foot could stand firmly, a shocking thunderclap resounded in his ears. Subsequently, the sky began to darken. Having been here for more than a month, Yunfeng had never seen any change in this sky. Even Nangongqi said that he had not seen the sky turn dark in the year he had been here. Now, the black clouds were pressing down, dim and lightless. It was only the sudden flash of electricity that could allow one to see the surroundings in that instant. As the sky darkened, Yunfeng felt the branches of the trees around him sway as if they were restless. The low cries of countless monsters resounded around them. Yunfeng was also skillful and stood still, only moving his feet when the thunder was about to fall on his head. Despite the darkness, his senses were not weakened, and he already knew that countless monsters were already approaching. The monsters' low cries were getting closer and closer, and then pairs of scarlet eyes began to appear around him, forming a closed circle around him. That rolling aura was heart-stopping. I didn't expect that this thundercloud would have this effect. Surprisingly, it could create the effect of darkness, causing the monsters to enter into a berserk rage. Yunfeng gripped his battle sword in his hand and concentrated, the black flame edict already attached to the sword. The three black flame doppelgangers then appeared beside him, similarly holding combat in their hands and waiting in a strict stance. And yet, as if they were under some sort of order, those berserk monsters just surrounded from afar and did not attack. Since you guys won't go on, I'll go on. Yunfeng charged in one direction. Boom! Only just as he moved his feet away, a shocking giant axe landed in front of him. Chapter 139 Berserk Beast. Roar! As if cheering for the monster that had appeared, the surrounding monsters all roared in unison. Through the light of the thunder, Yunfeng could also see the appearance of the monster in front of him. It was clearly a person, only that it was more than 20 meters tall and naked in the upper half of its body. In his hand, he was holding a huge axe that was stuck in the ground. His muscles were as hideous and terrifying as gnarled dragons, and his waist was just wrapped in a piece of apron made of grass. The most peculiar thing was to be the head on the neck, with no nose or mouth, and only one eye standing up in the center of the face. That one eye, with a circle of purple threads inside, looked like it was trying to suck people in. The monster's information then appeared in the goggles. Monster, Heaven's Eye Giant Commander. Level, 55. Battle Strength, 1.22 million. Skills, Whirlwind Frenzy Axe, Weakness Insight, Giant Trample, Demon Eyes Lock Heaven, Berserk Behemoth. Ultimate Skill, Heaven's Eye Reincarnation. It had to be said that this was the fiercest monster Yunfeng had encountered when he entered the Forbidden Land. No wonder Nangongqi said that he told himself not to come to this area. Seeing this monster, Yunfeng still felt that he was a little too tender. We still have to fight, at most, we can't beat it and slip away. Yunfeng gripped the movement jade talisman in his hand. Without waiting for Yunfeng to have too much time to think, the Heaven's Eye Giant pulled out the giant axe on the ground and came towards Yunfeng's head. Yunfeng immediately released the giant wood dragon and demonic vine twist, wanting to trap the opponent for a moment. However, the wood attribute skills strung on the opponent's body were like a few ragged grasses that had no effect and casually crumbled away. Yunfeng raised his sword to block hard. Dang! With a loud bang, the toothpick-like battle sword and the giant axe clashed. Immediately after, Yunfeng realized that his newly replaced purple ingrade battle knife had chipped a hole and was almost scrapped. If it was scrapped, he would have lost a lot of money. It had a shocking thunder mantra on it. Can't fight hard, this thing has a weakness insight skill, but he has the power of the true dragon, otherwise this time not only the knife is gone, he will have to eat an axe. True dragon's strength, ignoring 90% of double attacks, was indeed domineering. Before he could pull his feet out of the mud, his opponent unleashed another giant trample, and a ripple washed over his body. The already hard soil suddenly tightened, as if it was going to pinch Yunfeng from the waist, and Yunfeng felt his head was confused for a moment. However, he came to his senses in an instant and hastily pulled himself out of the mud. Then directly onto the mouth and face. Love is a light. At once, the entire giant's entire body became green. Regardless of whether or not he could fight, he was first given a 30-second full service. Countless skills were blown up in a frenzy. The three major elemental skills of ice, wood, and earth were used as much as they could be used, and the three major doppelgangers and himself were also constantly using physical damage. After 30 seconds, the Heaven's Eye giant was indeed a little bit miserable. His body's gnarled muscles were hit with a convex and concave piece, and a splash of blue blood kept seeping out. A scorched scar also appeared on the places that were attacked by the battle sword that came with the Black Flame Edict and the Extinction Black Flame. Just as Yun Feng was satisfied with his masterpiece, he sent the other party's purple threaded eye spinning and he was unable to move. The whirlwind-like giant axe then once again crushed towards him like looking at a mosquito. This skill of the opponent was much more domineering than Yun Feng's absolute zero eye seal. In that very instant just now, Yun Feng felt like his mind had stopped. Moreover, this skill was not an elemental give attack, so the true dragon force did not have its use. Whoosh! Yun Feng was directly sent flying by an axe. Even with 90% damage reduction, the Xian Heavenly Shield on his arm was still touched. This meant that the strike just now was fatal. Yun Feng broke out in a cold sweat, and was even somewhat tempted to snatch that weakness insight skill from his opponent. However, he knew that it wasn't the time yet. This was only at the foot of the mountain. If he really couldn't beat it and retreated, but he could snatch it over to brush up the monsters. Shaking the non-existent dirt from his body, Yun Feng once again looked at the Heaven's Eye giant. The Love is a Light skill was still on cooldown and needed 5 minutes. However, Yun Feng believed that his opponent's Demon Eye Seal the Sky skill wasn't available that quickly either. Moreover, he still had a life-saving prop on him that had not been triggered. Gripping his battle sword tightly, the Black Dragon Flash was activated and appeared within 30 meters of the opponent. The Warblade with the Black Flame Edict attached to it continuously slashed across the opponent's body, causing the mouthless Heaven's Eye giant to only angrily hammer the earth with its huge axe, as without a control skill, it could not hit Yun Feng at all. The Heaven's Eye giant that was already bruised and battered was now even more miserable. Its body was furrowed and covered with densely packed wounds, with black flames burning on the wounds. It was terrifying. Right at this moment, that giant suddenly braced its hands on the ground, shaped like a fierce beast. The other party was like a Gundam transformation. His hands grew sharp nails and produced a piece of scales. Afterwards, those scales spread out to the whole body, covering the entire body. That head that originally had only one eye also turned into a normal beast head, only with an extra purple threaded vertical eye on its forehead. Good fellow, directly transforming right. Yun Feng realized that after this thing transformed, the injuries on its body covered by the scale armor were no longer visible, not knowing if it was healed or temporarily hidden. Roar! As if the others from before were unable to vent, now that they could finally open their mouths, the screams seemed particularly berserk. Let you scream. Yun Feng directly poured an ice dragon break into the other party's mouth. After turning into a berserk behemoth, the other party was obviously much more flexible and easily dodged the attack. Moreover, the opponent's battle power had also slightly increased, and even his skills had changed. There was one more skill called Overlord and Blitz, and one less giant trample and whirlwind berserk axe. Knowing that his opponent had hegemony, Yun Feng didn't plan on using control skills. Only when he was about to use an attack skill, the berserk beast suddenly disappeared. Yun Feng said it was not good and immediately used transportation into the void. Sure enough, in the next moment, the claws of the berserk beast passed through the place where he was standing, bringing up a trail of shadows. Yun Feng, who came out of the void again, breathed a sigh of relief and then slashed at the back of the beast with his battle sword. Stabbing. Sparks splattered everywhere. The purple ing-level battle knife chopped on it, only shallowly going in a few centimeters. Relative to the size of the behemoth, this wound was somewhat insignificant. Roar! Right at this moment, the roars of the surrounding beasts rang out as countless monsters with scarlet eyes began to follow the berserk behemoth in their attack. Yun Feng did not worry about being attacked by the group. Instead, he revealed a joyful expression. He was capable of becoming stronger in battle, whether it was absorbing spiritual energy or plundering attributes. Summoning the Black Flame Divergence to attack the monsters whose levels did not reach Transcendent. With Yun Feng's million battle power, killing those monsters that did not reach Transcendent Mortal was more than enough, even with a doppelganger that only had 70% of his battle power, and he kept throwing AoE damage props. While his main body fought against the berserk beast. Yun Feng's battle power was getting higher and higher the more he fought, although it didn't increase much, and the more the berserk beast fought, the more it suffocated. Finally, the cooldown of Love is a Light arrived. Die! Yun Feng painted the berserk behemoth green. This was followed by 30 seconds of berserk attacks. After the time expired, the berserk behemoth was knocked back to its Heaven's Eye giant prototype, already on the verge of death. Just as Yunfeng was about to harvest the battlefield, the purple vertical eye turned once again. Chapter 140, Mountain Climbing. The moment the purple threaded eyes turned, heaven and earth changed color. A strange feeling rose from Yunfeng's heart, as if the time around him was rewinding at breakneck speed. The originally dying Heaven's Eye giant was rapidly improving, its condition returning to its peak. The surrounding monsters that were seriously injured or dead were also recovering as before. This ultimate skill is also too perverse, it is actually able to go back in time. Yunfeng's heart was shocked, and he didn't even believe it was true for a bit. Crap. Yunfeng then looked at his data panel and realized that the spiritual energy and attributes he had just gained from killing monsters were all gone. Looking at his storage ring, the props used in the battle were also gone, and the props that had been triggered on his body had not been restored. Hoping to only give you guys backtracking, not giving me backtracking chanting, return my props Yunfeng cursed at the Heaven's Eye giant. There was no choice but for Yunfeng to take on this rogue monster again. It's nothing more than starting over. Yunfeng said with hatred in his heart. With the experience of killing the Heaven's Eye giant for the first time, the second kill was going to be even faster. 10 minutes later, after experiencing being green twice, the Heaven's Eye giant finally collapsed in front of Yunfeng. Just this one monster had provided Yunfeng with 1054 experience points. For the time being, he did not bother to collect the loot, but instead killed the surrounding monsters, which were all spiritual energy and attributes. Half an hour later, the surrounding monsters died and fled. A thunderous explosion followed, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the sky once again returned to light. Yunfeng looked around and was filled with the corpses of monsters. It was as if both sides of the battle had made a good deal, and despite being filled with pits and wrecks, none of the trees had suffered much damage. Time to collect the loot. First, he walked towards the Heaven's Eye giant and took out the one eye on his head, which was originally more than half a meter in diameter, was transformed into a small purple glass ball with a fascinating glow after it was removed. Heavenly Demon Eye Pseudo, transcendent prop that can awaken an eye skill along with it. Note, only available to those with eye awakening. This thing is a good thing, it can give an eye awakened person an additional skill, but it's a pity that I can't use it. Why don't I GA Ling Xiaohan and use it myself? Yunfeng rubbed his chin, thinking badly. Ah Chio. Ling Xiaohan, who was in another dimensional space. At the moment, he was stepping on the corpse of a level 30 rare monster to collect the loot. Suddenly a cold shiver ran through his body. I'll go, who's thinking about me, is it my fault for being handsome? Ling Xiaohan, who was depressed, saw a golden yellow fragment underneath the monster and had a wide grin. And at this moment, Yunfeng happened to have also flipped over the monster's corpse. Colorful, colorful. Yunfeng was overjoyed. By all accounts, a transcendent level monster would have the probability of dropping colored fragments, not to mention that the one he killed was a commander level, and had crossed so many levels. He picked up the fragment on the ground that was glowing with a fascinating 7-colored light. The fragment then turned into a bead under the illumination of the green light, and the center of the bead shone with thunder and wind. Wind and thunder bead, divine grade prop. The wind rises to move the divine dragon, and the thunder falls to frighten heaven and earth. Summons the divine dragon of wind and the divine dragon of thunder for offense and defense. The battle power of the divine dragon is equal to that of a legendary monster of its own level. Duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 24 hours. Level limit, enter the sacred. Oh, exclusion. Yunfeng was directly confused when he saw the last few words. It was so hard to get a god tier item again, but as a result, he could not use it. It seems that the level of used to is that transcendent uses red U level, and entering saint uses god level, with the exception of functional props. It would be nice if there were any props that could break the equipment level restriction like the Sea King's green hat. Yunfeng thought beautifully in his heart, and could only helplessly put away the wind and thunder bead. It was hard to say when he could use it. Divine grade props, hey, it's a pity. He so wanted to summon those 2 divine dragons at this moment, to see how pulling it was. As for how high the battle power of a level 41 legendary level monster was, it was no longer important. Handsome was the thing of a lifetime.